This guy just got punched square in the mouth, but instead of being scared, he's grinning like a total maniac. 16 years in the past? If that's true, this is insane. What's wrong with him? Is he losing it? Bae Hyuk-soo stares at Kim Tae-hoon with a hint of caution, then starts running his mouth again. You little piece of trash, are you asking for another beating? No sooner had Bae Hyuk-soo finished his sentence than Kim Tae-hoon lands a punch right on him. Tears fall, the game has begun. If this is 16 years ago, it means Kim Tae-hoon might have just awakened his powers. Kim Tae-hoon, a guy who spent 35 years of his life working as a bottom-tier porter for awakened individuals. During a raid, his group had the misfortune of running into Asmodeus, an SSS-RANK monster that wiped out the entire team, leaving only Kim Tae-hoon alive. Just as Asmodeus was about to send him to the afterlife, someone claiming to be a king appeared. He froze time and space, granted Kim Tae-hoon his power, and sent him back to the past. Not only that, he sent him back to the exact moment he was being cornered by Bae Hyuk-soo. A real awakened user, along with his cronies, had been making Kim Tae-hoon's life a living hell. Seeing their leader get hit, Bae Hyuk-soo's gang gets fired up and charges at Kim Tae-hoon. They thought they'd take him down easily, as always, but they were wrong. This time, Kim Tae-hoon puts them on the floor with just a few basic moves. For 35 years, he was a man who couldn't awaken, but Kim Tae-hoon did everything he possibly could. From daily physical training to devouring every bit of information available about the abyss and its monsters, he mastered knowledge of various skills, and even real-world combat techniques. There was no way he was going to lose to these amateur thugs. They didn't even know the basics. Speaking of the abyss, ever since it appeared, it has completely changed the world. This is the place where monsters that once only existed in novels came to life. After the abyss was discovered, humans began to awaken extraordinary powers, and with those powers, they eliminated the monsters and exploited the potential of the abyss. Because of that, a person's worth was no longer based on character or effort, but instead, it was based on rank and awakened power. If you had a high awakening rank, you had a good life. For ordinary people who couldn't even unlock their character stats, even at 35 like Kim Tae-hoon, the only option was a life of poverty, being looked down upon, trampled on, and becoming a servant for the awakened. But that was the story of his past life. In this life, Kim Tae-hoon has awakened at 19, and he's going to use this opportunity to climb to the top. Back to the action, while Kim Tae-hoon is feeling smug about teaching those bullies a lesson, Bae Hyuk-soo finally regains his senses after that surprise punch. What the hell? Awakened? Kim Tae-hoon, you're dead meat. With that, Bae Hyuk-soo activates his stone skin power, hardening his body by forming rocks over his skin, and charges at Kim Tae-hoon with a barrage of attacks. Relying on his quick reflexes, Kim Tae-hoon dodges successfully and takes the chance to counterattack. But he forgets one thing. The guy's skin is rock hard, so he ends up taking recoil damage, injuring his own arm. Before Kim Tae-hoon can even regret it, Bae Hyuk-soo delivers a punch that sends him flying backward, smashing into a nearby wall. Haha, if you're going to pull stunts, at least know your limits. You finally awakened, right? You pathetic, non-awakened piece of bottom-feeding trash. What are you going to do now? Keep running like you just did? Or are you going to try swinging those useless skills of yours around? Bae Hyuk-soo gloats, stepping closer to Kim Tae-hoon and glancing at him as if he were an insect. Kim Tae-hoon doesn't answer. He starts thinking deep to himself. All awakened possess a skill and a rank. Starting from F rank, which is basically just like a normal human, up to the highest rank, S rank, consisting of individuals who fight in the territories of entities known as monsters. Their physical abilities and skills are exponentially stronger than those of ordinary people. But the F-rank predator skill he possesses is a skill no one has ever heard of or seen before. On top of that, it's the lowest rank. Theoretically, Kim Tae-hoon shouldn't have even the slightest chance of beating Bae Hyuk-soo, who is a C rank, but for some reason he feels like he won't lose. From the rubble, Kim Tae-hoon slowly sits up. A thick, dark aura radiates from his body, causing Bae Hyuk-soo to start feeling uneasy. What the hell is that? No way, you really awakened? But you're just a piece of trash like Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon is also surprised by the power surging through his body. Is this Predator? I can feel the magic flowing into my will. I don't know what's going on, but I just need to take down the user, and everything will be over. Bae Hyuk-soo says confidently, and lunges to ambush Kim Tae-hoon, but with a single lift of his hand, Kim Tae-hoon blocks the attack. The layers of stone on Bae Hyuk-soo's skin start to crack and shatter, and even he can't withstand the force of that simple movement, flying backward and falling unconscious. Kim Tae-hoon's system immediately notifies him that predation is complete. By consuming the prey, your rank has changed to E, and you have learned a new skill, Stone Skin. When it's all over, Tae-hoon drags the bullies to the infirmary. Since only Tae-hoon is conscious, the teacher asks him why everyone is hurt, to which he replies, "We fell down the stairs." Somehow, she doesn't ask any more questions and lets Kim Tae-hoon go. Amazing. I've awakened, and I finally got my revenge on Bae Hyuk-soo. The problem is predation. Thinking about this, Kim Tae-hoon falls into deep thought. A rank that usually takes a lifetime to improve has changed after just one fight. It's still F rank, but it has enough power to surpass a C rank. I can steal the skills of those I defeat. Why would that king give me such power? Why did he send me back? There are countless questions, but it comes down to one thing he must do: figure out predation. After sorting through his thoughts, Kim Tae-hoon arrives at his uncle's house. After his parents passed away, he came to live with them. So for Kim Tae-hoon, his uncle's house is his home. It's been a long time since I've been home. My uncle will be back late. Maybe I should search for info on similar skills? Kim Tae-hoon smiles happily and eagerly pushes the door open, only to find Hwang Jung, his cousin, kneeling in front of three strangers. "Hwang Jung, why aren't you at school?" Kim Tae-hoon instinctively looks at the money box tipped over in front of him and immediately understands the situation. He angrily curses to himself, "Hwang Jung, that idiot. Before I regressed, I remember him always trying to hang out with bullies. He stole all the money in the house and caused huge trouble I didn't think it would be today." One of the three strangers sees Kim Tae-hoon and questions Hwang Jung. "Who's this?" Hwang Jung stands up and whispers into the ear of the blonde guy, who looks like the leader. "Wow, I was wondering who that was." Turns out it's Hwang Jung's relative. "If you don't want to get beaten up, you'd better clear out and act like you didn't see anything. We'll take the money and be on our way." The blonde guy stepped closer to Kim Tae-hoon, making a threat, then condescendingly patted his head while speaking. "You haven't awakened yet, have you, big guy?" After a moment of silence, Kim Tae-hoon replied with a sinister smirk. "Perfect. I've been looking for a chance to test this out." "Huh?" The blonde guy had barely finished speaking when he received a loving punch straight from Kim Tae-hoon. After knocking the blonde guy down, Kim Tae-hoon activated his Predator skill, only to receive a notification. Predator skill failed to execute. What? Predator didn't activate? While Tae-hoon was still in shock, the blonde guy fought back. Then he and his cronies unleashed a combo skill to ambush Kim Tae-hoon. Binding, poison, hemorrhage, all three C-rank skills headed straight for Kim Tae-hoon. A loud explosion echoed, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Just as the blonde guy's group assumed Kim Tae-hoon was finished, his system notification chimed again. Skill usage detected. Binding, poison, and hemorrhage have been confirmed. Thanks to a mysterious power, the resistance was successful. It naturally nullified the effects and disabled the skills at will. I don't know what just happened, but I'm sure it's powerful. Kim Tae-hoon emerged from the dust like a god. Then, quick as a flash, he grabbed the blonde guy by the throat and slammed him to the ground. After finishing, Kim Tae-hoon looked down at the three unconscious thugs on the floor and thought, "Well, I guess I've learned two things by now, haven't I? Only those who have awakened can see the status window." Status window. Name, Kim Tae-hoon. Age, 19. Rank, E. Strength, 3. Agility, 6. Stamina, 5. Mana, 10. Debuff, 71%. Magic, Handling E Shi. Skill, Predator E. Hunt selected awakened target. Mana cost, 5. Stone Skin E. Body enhancement. Mana cost, 1. Detailed information about the awakened is recorded here. Though detailed, it's not everything. First of all, there was plenty of mana to activate the Predator skill, yet it didn't turn on. Predator skill E. Hunt selected awakened target. Mana cost, 5. In other words, while the description says it costs mana, there must be other factors required to activate it. Furthermore, the passive effect of the Predator skill wasn't mentioned in the description. It resists and nullifies abnormal status skills, like poisoning or hemorrhaging. Well, right or wrong, I'll figure it out eventually. More importantly, Tae-hoon let out a long sigh and glanced at Hwang Jung, who was kneeling before him. "What are you doing?" Hwang Jung finally dared to look up, crying and begging, "Brother, after seeing that side of you, I'm truly impressed. I'm Hwang Jung, your cousin, and I will reflect on my actions. Please, just forgive me this once. Whether it's licking your boots or barking like a dog, I'll do whatever you tell me." To add sincerity to his words, Hwang Jung started barking. Kim Tae-hoon thought with a look of disgust, "What a pathetic guy. I knew he was cunning back in the day, but I didn't think he'd go this far. Whatever, no point in holding a grudge. Plus, there's an urgent matter happening today." Recalling something, Kim Tae-hoon said, "Fine, I'll let it slide." Hwang Jung asked with a hopeful expression. Really? For real? Kim Tae-hoon laid out his condition. You have to come with me to get this sorted out. Hwang Jung looked up, curious. As evening approached, in a cordoned-off area, 3 people stood in front of an energy barrier surrounding a rift gate that was constantly spewing out monsters. A rift gate is a phenomenon where monsters appear when a crack suddenly opens, creating a path to the abyss. If not handled, it leads to a dungeon disaster. The young man with glasses sighed while looking at the rift. It's been 10 years since I last saw a dungeon rift. The gate appeared out of nowhere, and these monsters are swarming out to harm people. The long-haired girl spoke up, looking at the monsters. If we just leave them be, a dungeon disaster will happen soon. The red-haired girl asked anxiously, should we evacuate the surrounding areas? The young man with glasses answered confidently, no need, because my B-rank barrier skill is active. Besides, this rift gate is only rated C. That means the strongest monster coming through will only be a C rank. In other words, even if an unexpected crisis occurred, but suddenly, the barrier behind them was shattered by a monster. The 2 girls in the team cried out in alarm. Captain! The captain turned, kicked the monster's head away, and insisted, a B rank like us can easily handle this. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon and Hwang Jung had also set off, rushing toward the rift gate. On the way, Hwang Jung wouldn't stop whining. Isn't it already settled there, man? You said there were already control staff there, right? So that's good, isn't it? Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his temple. Shut up. Quit whining. You're right. Based on the preliminary mana estimate, it's a C rank rift. Besides, the control staff is B rank, so they shouldn't have any trouble dealing with C rank opponents. Hwang Jung exclaimed. Exactly. That's what I mean. But what if it's actually a higher rank dungeon? These words from Kim Tae-hoon made Hwang Jung, who was still whining, fall silent, his eyes wide with fear. At the rift gate, the captain sat beside a monster carcass, deep in thought. Strange, how could these low-level monsters tear through my B-rank barrier? Could the mana leaking from here be higher than its rating? Captain, something is inside the gate. Hearing a sound, the captain hurried to turn around, only to see a monster with a much larger frame than the previous ones emerging from the rift. The captain's eyes went wide, staring in disbelief at the monster. What? That giant monster, that's an A-rank giant star crusher. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and roared, shattering the B-rank barrier and unleashing the group of monsters inside. The captain didn't take any action. He stood there, stunned, staring at the giant star crusher. It's not C. It's... Before he could finish his sentence, a massive wave of energy engulfed the captain and his 2 team members. A loud explosion followed, and smoke and fire immediately blanketed the entire cordoned area around the rift. Elsewhere, Hwang Jung ran after Kim Tae-hoon, asking, Brother, assuming you're right, this is still ridiculous. How could you possibly know all of this? They didn't see any sign of monsters, so they didn't even order an evacuation. Because, I've already been through this, Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself. Out loud, he replied, Intuition. My gut told me so. You're lying. Don't tell me you're trying to trick me. Hwang Jung hadn't finished speaking when, in the distance, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed. Run! It's the rift gate! Arg! Save me! Hwang Jung turned back, and seeing a massive swarm of monsters chasing after the citizens, he couldn't help but panic. Kim Tae-hoon remained calm and said, Remember what I told you to do? If you remember, then do it. Hwang Jung asked nervously. And what about you? Me? I'll take care of these bastards, then follow right after you. As he spoke, Kim Tae-hoon activated his stone-related skill and stepped toward the monsters pursuing the civilians. At that same moment, in a high-rise building, a man looked down anxiously at the chaotic streets, then turned back and said, The situation is deteriorating rapidly, just as you predicted. The portal, which was supposed to be a C-rank crack, turned out to be an A-rank. There's no aid available to provide support because everyone else is already busy clearing dungeons or exploring the abyss. Now, the only way to resolve this crisis is an A-rank awakened. You are our only hope. Please, help us. The wild musical sword, An Hyun-soo. Hearing this, An Hyun-soo bit his lip, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. Everyone, wait for me. Your hero, An Hyun-soo, is coming. An Hyun-soo, A-rank awakened. The wild musical sword. Special trait, puberty syndrome. While Kim Tae-hoon was wiping out the monsters, he was also constantly testing his predation skill. A moment later, Kim Tae-hoon smiled to himself, thinking, just as I thought, the predation failure was due to the debuff level. If the debuff level exceeds 70%, it stops working. Most skills are activated based on mana manipulation, But that doesn't mean I only need to worry about mana due to the debuff. The debuff level increases when using a skill or physical exertion. The higher the debuff, the weaker the skill's power, and the heavier my body feels. Unfortunately, there are many things to worry about. I've discovered that if I absorb the life force of a dead monster, I can recover mana. That makes using my moves much simpler. Mumbling to himself, Tae-hoon used the predation skill again. The system notified. Target's life force is gone, so mana cannot be absorbed or recovered. You have successfully performed predation and recovered your mana, Tae-hoon said softly with joy. And the good news is, the system says your rank has changed to D. Predation upgraded from E to D. Stone Skin upgraded from E to D. Tae-hoon grinned excitedly, thinking, the more I use predation, the higher I rank up. At this rate, I could reach S rank or even SS. No, maybe I'll become the first SSS ranker ever. Very quickly, the monsters in the area were completely wiped out by Tae-hoon. All done. Should I head back to Hwangjong? Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise erupted behind Tae-hoon. He turned his head and saw a giant A-rank titan crashing into a high-rise building behind him. Following that, Tae-hoon saw An Hyun-soo appear in the air above the giant titan. He raised his sword, which radiated a golden light, preparing to slash down at the monster. He shouted, "You filthy monster! I will make you pay for all the lives you've stolen. I, the warrior of justice, An Hyun-soo, will judge you." Tae-hoon looked at him with an expression that was 3 parts judgmental and 7 parts confused. The giant titan obviously wasn't just going to wait for death. It stood up and swung its fist toward An Hyun-soo. But it was a futile struggle. An Hyun-soo's full-power slash was not something it could block. A golden pillar of light shot up, and the giant titan was defeated by An Hyun-soo. Observing the entire process, Tae-hoon marveled. He can easily take down an A-rank monster. This is definitely the A-rank awakened, the one who handled the crack portal alone before I regressed. The wild musical sword, An Hyun-soo. He was as strong as the rumors said. Just then, An Hyun-soo struck a pose he thought looked cool, and said, "Stupid monster, it has died by the hands of my sword of justice." Tae-hoon added in his mind, "And he is just as dim-witted as the rumors say too. But why is An Hyun-soo here?" Before I regressed, I remember he had a bloody battle with a giant brain monster on the other side of the city. An Hyun-soo stood on the giant titan's body and clasped his hands in prayer. "Dear citizens, you poor souls, may you all find peace." He was about to say something else when he suddenly froze. System notification, skill perception triggered. The next second, Tae-hoon watched in horror as someone suddenly appeared behind An Hyun-soo and stabbed a sword through his chest. An Hyun-soo coughed up blood, startled, and spun around, shouting, "What?" The mysterious person grinned and said, "Gotcha, An Hyun-soo." At the same time, in a well-lit room, Hwangjong stood with a frown, watching Choi Na-eun sleeping on the sofa, wondering if this was truly okay. Tonight, many people will die. One of them is the school nurse, Choi Na-eun. She will die while focusing on aiding the citizens instead of evacuating. You can use your sleep skill to make people sleep, right? So, put Choi Na-eun to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place. I'll handle the rest. Recalling these words from Tae-hoon, Hwangjong wondered, how could Tae-hoon possibly know all of this? Is there a logical reason for it? But there's no other explanation. A moment later, Hwangjong thought of something. He exclaimed, "Could it be? Did Big Brother Tae-hoon awaken a skill that allows him to see the future? No. Seeing the future, that's amazing. That's insane. Absolutely insane." Back to Tae-hoon, he was forcing a smile, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, something is very wrong here." Hyun-soo clutched his chest, loudly demanding, "Who are you? Speak." The mysterious person didn't answer but grinned and said, "To be stabbed right in your weak spot and still be alive? That's surprising. An A-ranker is really something else, isn't it?" Well then, the hunt just got more interesting. An Hyun-soo didn't know who the mysterious person was, but Tae-hoon knew that this mystery person was the B-rank villain Han Sang-do, who possessed the B-rank stealth skill. They called awakened people who committed crimes villains. And among them, the B-rank villain Han Sang-do was a crazed murderer. While the gate was breaking and monsters were pouring out, he had been wandering around killing people out of pure excitement. Tae-hoon muttered in confusion, "But I definitely never met him before I regressed. Did the future change because of me? You bastard. You're a villain, and I will punish you with my own hands." An Hyun-soo shouted, grabbing his weapon and lunging toward Han Sang-do, but before he could take a few steps, tremors suddenly erupted beneath his feet. The giant titan he had just defeated was rising up once again. An Hyun-soo was startled and shouted, "What? A giant brain monster?" Han Sang-do laughed recklessly. "Ha ha, such an amazing recovery ability. Truly an A-rank monster." An Hyun-soo had no choice but to ignore Sang-do and focus on fighting the brain monster. "It's no use. I'll leave that monster bastard to An Hyun-soo." Finishing his sentence, Han Sang-do let out a bloodthirsty smile and turned to look at Kim Tae-hoon, who was not far away. "Well, I didn't think I'd have an audience here." "Ha ha, great. The more prey, the better." Just like that, Han Sang-do lunged toward Kim Tae-hoon, attacking. "Die!" Han Sang-do's blade aimed straight for Kim Tae-hoon's neck, slashing forward, but was blocked by a layer of stone skin. "What a fool," Kim Tae-hoon sneered, then swung his leg and kicked Han Sang-do in the face, sending him flying backward. "Caught off guard, huh?" Han Sang-do cursed angrily. "You bastard, so you're an awakener." Kim Tae-hoon cracked his shoulders and started walking toward him step by step. Han Sang-do, a B-rank villain and a madman who went around killing people, used his stealth skill. "Is that you? Thank goodness, I've found you again." While speaking, Kim Tae-hoon activated the stone skin skill on both hands and waved them provocatively at Han Sang-do. The two rushed into a clash. Thanks to the stone skin, Kim Tae-hoon managed to block Han Sang-do's slashes. For a moment, neither side could get the upper hand. They were at a stalemate. After a few moves, Han Sang-do suddenly stepped back and gave a sinister smile. "You're pretty strong. I get why you're so confident, but who knew this sword would be useless against you? I don't know how much you've figured out about me, but I bet you're thinking you can win just because my attacks don't work, right? But kid, you should know that the world doesn't work the way you think it does." After saying that, Han Sang-do grinned, and his figure vanished right before Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. Kim Tae-hoon stayed alert, thinking to himself, "Stealth? He hid? But he must know that won't change the outcome." "Your attacks are still useless against me," Kim Tae-hoon shouted, spinning around to throw a punch. "Are you sure about that?" Han Sang-do's voice echoed in his ear. His figure suddenly appeared behind him, swinging his sword down with full force. Kim Tae-hoon was startled and quickly raised his arm to block. But this time was different. A bloody wound appeared on Kim Tae-hoon's arm, leaving him stunned. Han Sang-do laughed maniacally, then moved at high speed around Kim Tae-hoon, continuously slashing. Kim Tae-hoon could only stand his ground, crossing his arms and struggling to take the hits. Han Sang-do spoke up. "Do you know how many awakeners I've hunted? All of them were full of delusions that their skills made them invincible. Your weakness is exposed. You're frustrated now and just want to run, right? Before you die, you'd better know this. Every skill has a weakness." After a barrage of attacks, Kim Tae-hoon had many more wounds on his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting in his heart. Who knew stone skin had such a flaw? This skill doesn't completely block all attacks. A powerful strike breaks the stone, and the broken part is replaced by a layer with less resistance. He had been aiming for the weak point of this skill from the start. But just as I thought, I can definitely fight him one-on-one, even if he is a B-rank opponent, because my physical skills are not just D-rank. Kim Tae-hoon grinned and suggested, "Let's end this test here." Han Sang-do said, confused, "What?" Then he laughed loudly and lunged at Kim Tae-hoon. "Are you going crazy because you've been pushed to the edge?" Kim Tae-hoon asked calmly. "B-rank villain Han Sang-do, do you know why I wanted to meet you? Ha ha, what kind of nonsense are you babbling? Is it because I want to steal your skills?" Answering with a single line, Kim Tae-hoon unleashed his predator skill without hesitation. Instantly, a bad premonition arose in Han Sang-do's heart. He stopped, thinking to himself, "What is this mana with such a sinister aura? Has this bastard been hiding his true strength until now?" But Han Sang-do thought of his own skill, regained his confidence, grinned, and continued to charge at Kim Tae-hoon. "Heh, you fool. I don't know what skill this is, but do you think you can hit me if you can't even see me?" Kim Tae-hoon used the predator skill to create a barrier covering them both and replied, "Didn't you just say that every skill has a weakness? I realized this after tearing apart monsters a few times. Among those monsters, countless ones managed to escape my sight, but in the end, Predator swallowed them all up. Simply put, no matter where you hide or where you run, Predator will catch you." As if to prove Kim Tae-hoon's words, several tentacles suddenly appeared within the barrier, precisely targeting the invisible Han Sang-do. What? Han Sang-do could only scream before being restrained by the tentacles. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon raised one hand and made a crushing gesture. Immediately, Han Sang-do's body was squeezed to pieces by the tentacles. In another battlefield, where the giant brain and An Hyun-soo were fighting, a large area had been reduced to ruins. Currently, An Hyun-soo was lying on the ground, gasping for air. Damn it. If that villain hadn't snuck up on me, even a hero of justice. An undefeated warrior like An Hyun-soo could not underestimate death. Opposite him, the giant brain was walking toward him step by step, growling and raising its fist to smash down on the spot where he was lying. But when the dust cleared, the giant brain was stunned to find An Hyun-soo was gone from the crater. While it was wondering what had happened, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly appeared not far away, carrying an unconscious An Hyun-soo. What the hell? Why are you lying flat on the ground? That monster is truly too strong, no wonder. Anyway, doing it this way is more convenient. After speaking, Kim Tae-hoon used his predator skill again. He smiled at the giant brain as if it were a delicious piece of prey. Dawn was breaking, signaling a new day. At a house in a residential area, a middle-aged couple opened the door to see Kim Tae-hoon and Hwang Jung standing in front of them. Hwang Jung put his hands behind his head and said, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." "Haha," Kim Tae-hoon greeted them politely. "Hello, sir. Is everything all right?" Seeing both of them safe, the middle-aged couple burst into tears. "Oh my God, we were so worried that you had been taken by the monsters." Hwang Jung laughed and said there was nothing to worry about. "Right?" Hwang Jung's parents recounted, "Maybe you haven't been home for a long time, so you don't know, but the house is as messy as if someone just trashed it." Hwang Jung said awkwardly, No, it's nothing. Right?" Kim Tae-hoon smiled faintly and replied, "I wouldn't know." The media had also begun reporting on last night's Riftgate incident. Breaking news. A large riftgate has appeared for the first time in 10 years. According to government directives, the warning for the riftgate has been completely lifted. Based on the possibility of a recurrence, the government has ordered the closure of nearby schools for 1 week, and news about the number of survivors is being released. The public can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The footage switched to the first 3-man team that appeared at the riftgate, who were lucky enough to survive. They were at the hospital receiving treatment. The captain kept muttering, "It wasn't a C rank, it was an A rank." Next was Choi Na-eun, who was answering the police in confusion. "When I woke up, I was already here." As for Kim Tae-hoon, he stood before the crowd of reporters and shouted to the citizens, "I'm not the one who took down the giant monster. The true hero is someone else." However, because the giant monster's carcass still hasn't been found, and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the civilians remain unknown, the public is growing deeply worried. They fear that safety precautions might not be enough. Turning off his phone, Kim Tae-hoon looked up at the tunnel entrance in front of him with a smile, whispering, "Good. It's lucky no one mentioned me. All right, time to move on to the next phase, shall we?" Personal status. Kim Tae-hoon, age 19, rank D, strength 15, stamina 20, mana 40, fatigue 5%, magic 4040, skill, predator D. Hunt allows him to hunt a selected target, mana 10. Stone Skin D strengthens the body, mana 3. Stealth D can conceal one's presence. So, I have 3 skills now. Stealth is definitely a huge gain, but with my current level, it's hard to use all 3 skills at once, because using skills carelessly could drain my mana instantly and increase my fatigue levels. That could be a dangerous move, and the best precaution for this is potions, things that can restore mana and vitality when used. But potions are quite expensive, so I'll have to go hunting to earn money. And to hunt, I need a legal license. Actually, using skills without permission is already considered illegal, so I have only one choice left: to explore undiscovered dungeons. With a plan in mind, Kim Tae-hoon stepped into the tunnel. After squeezing through a secret, narrow gap, a wide-open space appeared before him. A series of blood-red eyes immediately stared at Kim Tae-hoon. It turned out this was a monster nest, led by 3 C-rank spider goblin sisters. The sisters exclaimed in surprise, "How does a human dare to come here? How did you find us? Haha, let's paralyze him and have a feast." Kim Tae-hoon looked at the 3 monsters and sighed. Rank C isn't high enough to change his standing. Do I have to absorb 100 of these? The 3 monsters, provoked by Kim Tae-hoon, roared, "How dare you? You arrogant, lowly human. Do you know what kind of situation you're in? We're going to eat you alive." They puffed up their mouths and simultaneously unleashed a paralysis skill toward Kim Tae-hoon, laughing triumphantly. "Haha, how do you feel? Can't you feel your body becoming paralyzed and unable to move?" Kim Tae-hoon didn't panic at all. He didn't even try to dodge. He just stood there with a smirk and activated his predator skill. System notification. Successfully resisted a negative status effect. Just as I thought, you guys have quite useful skills. As soon as Kim Tae-hoon finished speaking, he pushed his predator skill to its full limit toward the monsters. After that, the cries of the monsters echoed throughout the tunnel, one after another. Not long after, the sounds gradually faded, and finally stopped completely. The system notified him. Hunt successful. Successfully absorbed new skill. Paralysis. At the same time, at the headquarters of the New Korean Player Awakened Association, in a room, there were 3 people. Go Tae-gook, Deputy Director of Human Resources of the New Korean Awakened Association. Yoo Ah-young, Commander of the Nightwalkers and an S-rank player, and Jong-gi, President of the New Korean Player Association and an S-rank player. Standing before the 2 S-rank players, Go Tae-gook felt the pressure, thinking to himself about the 2 best awakened ones in the New Korean Player Association. A player is an awakened person legally licensed to use their skills for tasks like exploring the abyss, clearing dungeons, and so on. Currently, there are 5 strongest players in Korea. They mostly hold the balance of power among the awakened. The largest player guilds in Korea include the 4 Great Guilds, the Elemental Warriors, the Alchemist Artisans, the Magic Casters, the Nightwalkers, who provide information and investigations, and the authorities that manage players, including the 4 Great Guilds, which form the New Korean Player Association. Right in front of him, Yoo Ah-young smiled at Jong-gi. "Long time no see, Mr. President." Jong-gi thanked her for coming. "I know you're very busy. Did you find anything?" Yoo Ah-young dropped her smile, her eyes serious as she asked, "You mean the Sinister Guild?" The Sinister Guild is a criminal organization founded by the most vicious criminals among the villains. Its members all wear gold rings with 3 skulls on them. Yoo Ah-young handed Jong-gi a file and said these were the recent movements of the Sinister Guild and a list of players they are targeting. "But surely you didn't call me here just to personally pick up documents, right? So what is it?" Jong-gi took the file and smiled. You're sharp. I want to ask for your opinion on this." Yoo Ah-young asked curiously. "My opinion? Since when did you start doing player evaluations, Miss Ah-young?" Yoo Ah-young skeptically replied, "Of course, since I turned 19. Suddenly, realizing something, she said, "President, don't tell me," Jong-gi asked with a smile. "Do you think a high school student can take on monsters?" Returning to Kim Tae-hoon, his backpack was now full of magic stones. He sat on a mountain of monster corpses and made a call. "Hello, is this one of the 4 Great Guilds, the Alchemists?" "Ah, the thing is, I want to buy some potions. Because of the Riftgate incident, school was closed for 3 days. Taking advantage of that time, Kim Tae-hoon practiced clearing several dungeons, using the mana cores of monsters to create medicine or equipment to trade with the Alchemist Guild. Besides that, his biggest achievement in those 7 days was successfully ranking up to a C-rank awakened. After the closure order ended, Kim Tae-hoon returned to school. Rumors about him defeating Bae Hyuk-soo had now spread throughout the school. Most students were amazed, but quite a few were also worried for Kim Tae-hoon because the situation had escalated to a point where S-rank awakened Lee Dong-jae certainly wouldn't let it slide. Sure enough, on the very first morning the school reopened, Lee Dong-jae and 2 of his underlings came straight to the classroom to find Kim Tae-hoon. To give a brief background on Lee Dong-jae, he is the 3rd generation of the Tae-son Group, the corporation sponsoring Tae-son High School, the home base for the school's bullies. Also, Lee Dong-jae was the one who ordered Bae Hyuk-soo to bully Kim Tae-hoon before he awakened. At this moment, Lee Dong-jae sat like he owned the place, facing Kim Tae-hoon, and opened with a greeting. "Long time no see, old friend." Kim Tae-hoon, upon hearing this, retorted bluntly, "Who's friends with you? Shut your damn mouth. You bastard. Who do you think you're talking to?" The underling standing behind Lee Dong-jae shouted and was about to rush forward to deal with Kim Tae-hoon, but was immediately punched by Lee Dong-jae. "Can't you see I'm talking?" Lee Dong-jae reprimanded his underling, then still smiling, said to Tae-hoon, "Kim Tae-hoon, I'm sure you're feeling smug about beating Bae." However, Lee Dong-jae unleashed his power, staring intently at Tae-hoon to threaten him. "Do you have any idea who you're standing in front of? You'd better listen while I'm still being nice. This is the power of an F-rank awakened. Impressive. But you know, I'm curious, what will you do when you meet a predator?" Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself. He was just preparing to use his skill when a woman's voice suddenly cut through the air. "That's enough. Stop it," Lim Ah-young said, slowly approaching Lee Dong-jae and Kim Tae-hoon. She used a restraint skill on the arm of Lee Dong-jae's underling, who was trying to block her, then glanced at Kim Tae-hoon to warn him. "Kim Tae-hoon, that's enough from you, too." Kim Tae-hoon didn't respond, but deep down, he had already quietly agreed to stand down. Lim Ah-young, the class president, a wealthy heiress, the younger sister of Yoo Ah-young, an S-rank awakened, a model student, a future top-tier noble, and a player. She is a future SS-rank candidate with countless titles, and she's expected to earn many more. The problem is, she's incredibly stubborn and doesn't back down easily. Just like right now when Lee Dongjae tried to act friendly, as if he were just trying to talk to Kim Tae-hoon as a friend, she didn't hesitate to call him out. Friends? Then what about punching him in the face? Lee Dongjae's fake smile vanished, his eyes flashing with rage. Lim Ah-young, watch that dirty mouth of yours. Got it? Lim Ah-young didn't shy away from the conflict, replying, I will use force if you don't leave. Shut up and get out of here. After staring each other down for about 5 seconds, Lee Dongjae sighed, waved his hand, and said, Fine. Let's leave it at that. I don't intend to fight in this classroom anyway. However, Lee Dongjae summoned a fireball and shouted, Did you really think that was all I was going to say? Seeing this, Lim Ah-young immediately gathered her energy, preparing to defend herself. Just as the two were about to clash, a bell rang, followed by an announcement over the school's PA system. Announcement from the media club. A special lecture organized by the Players Association will be held in the main hall. All students, please report to the main hall immediately. A special lecture by the Players Association? Lee Dongjae muttered, then smiled as he looked at Kim Tae-hoon and Lim Ah-young. Oh boy, you guys are lucky. With that, he turned and walked away. Are you okay? No need to thank me. Lim Ah-young slowly withdrew her power and said to Kim Tae-hoon, but by then, he was no longer sitting there. While Lim Ah-young was still confused, Kim Tae-hoon called out from the door, urging her, What are you doing just standing there? Didn't you hear the announcement that everyone needs to report to the main hall? I'll go ahead. Lim Ah-young watched Kim Tae-hoon leave with suspicion. He had managed to move without her even noticing. Has this Kim Tae-hoon always been like this? Soon, all the students were gathered in the main hall. While everyone was busy speculating about this special lecture, Go Tae-guk stepped up to the podium. My name is Go Tae-guk. Representing the management of the Players Association, I am here for 2 reasons. First, to apologize for the association's delay in responding to the rift, and second, to announce a change for the players among you, those who hold the future of the association in their hands. Whispers began to spread through the crowd below. Player trials? What does that have to do with us? Isn't the requirement to be at least 19? Then we can't even participate this year. Not wanting to leave the students wondering for long, Go Tae-guk explained, Perhaps that's what you thought. But of course, I am here to make an announcement, because, from now on, this will concern all of you. Due to the recent gate outbursts, the number of monsters in the dungeons has increased dramatically. The Awakened Association has realized that we are facing a severe shortage of personnel. Therefore, through these trials, we will begin recruiting candidates, including high school students. High school candidates would be selected based on factors such as skills, assessment scores, academic performance, and attitude. While other students were excited by this news, Tae-hoon, with the memories of a 35-year-old, just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, lies. These selection trials were supposedly open to all students, but the selection process had already begun. Through Go Tae-guk's skill, Insight. Insight could observe an overview of the abilities of the targets he looked at. If he focused harder, he could even observe the stat windows of the targets. As Go Tae-guk stood at the podium speaking, he used Insight to scan the students, unable to help but exclaim internally, the number of high-quality candidates here is far better than anywhere else. They could become great players, but the most surprising ones. Go Tae-guk's eyes rested on Lee Dongjae, with a stat count of 1,924, and Lim Ah-young, with a stat count of 2,335. The ministry really did send me a list of promising candidates, but who would have thought there would be so many untrained potential awakened here? I have to go back and write a nomination form for the association right away. Go Tae-guk thought happily. Just then, Lee Dongjae raised his hand to speak. Mr. Awakened, you said you were informing us about the player trials, but aren't there people here who aren't suitable for this selection? I mean, these trials are only meant for those with the potential to become players, right? People who have already awakened, that is. In other words, I don't think those who haven't awakened should be listening to this tough talk. Lee Dongjae glanced at Kim Tae-hoon and continued to run his mouth. Strength isn't the only thing that makes a strong player. It's also the awakening level, the ability to handle situations, and extensive knowledge of the abyss. To become a player, one must achieve a certain level of complex skills, but in the end, those stats can only be reached by those who have already awakened. Doesn't this just rub salt in the wounds of those who haven't? So, you went through all that trouble just to see if I had awakened yet? Kim Tae-hoon thought. As if he had read his mind, Lee Dongjae raised his eyebrows in defiance. What's wrong? If you've awakened, then prove it. A few other students heard Lee Dongjae and laughed, all looking toward Kim Tae-hoon. Only Lim Ah-young, who was standing at the front of the line, turned around in anger, planning to give this guy Lee Dong-jae a piece of her mind, but then thought that Kim Tae-hoon might find her annoying, so she turned away and ignored it. No one objected. Lee Dong-jae, emboldened, said to Go Tae-guk, "So, I hope you'll kick those losers who haven't awakened out of here as soon as possible. This is no place for them." Go Tae-guk replied gently, "I understand your point, but whether you want to participate or not is up to you all." Kim Tae-hoon, aren't you ashamed yet? How could someone like you be a candidate here? Or maybe you just don't care about these awakened trials. Lee Dong-jae continued to spout nonsense. Go Tae-guk stood on the podium, silently disgusted by Lee Dong-jae's arrogant attitude. An S-rank player actually bullying others. It's truly pathetic, but it's precisely that attitude of his that makes me curious about Kim Tae-hoon, someone who hasn't awakened. He's a complete nobody, so why is he paying attention to this guy? Or is he just feeling bitter and jealous? Let's see what that kid's potential is really like. Go Tae-guk used his insight skill to evaluate Kim Tae-hoon, but he was so shocked by the unverifiable data result that he froze in place. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoon remained completely unfazed by Lee Dong-jae's provocation. It's true that if you can't prove you're an awakened, you wouldn't stand a chance of getting into this association's selection process, not even in your dreams. But you don't really have to reveal your true strength just to get nominated. Thinking this, Kim Tae-hoon decided to play along with Lee Dong-jae. You're right, I really was being too careless. Why would someone like me, who hasn't even awakened, try to participate in this selection? I'd only be a burden to you all. So, I'll just head out. You guys can stay here and enjoy your little pep talk. Kim Tae-hoon gave him a polite middle finger as a goodbye, then turned and walked away. Go Tae-guk was still in a daze, completely baffled that his insight skill hadn't worked on Kim Tae-hoon. This had never happened before. Not even with the chairman or Yoo Ah-young, there had never been an exception. So why wasn't it working on this kid, Kim Tae-hoon? As if reading his thoughts, just before stepping through the door to leave the main hall, Kim Tae-hoon stopped, looked back at him, and flashed a chilling, eerie smile. Immediately, Go Tae-guk's insight skill displayed Kim Tae-hoon's stats, an impossible number, 1096. After leaving the hall, Kim Tae-hoon headed to the library to find some necessary information. But it wasn't long before Lee Dong-jae's lackeys showed up. Lee Dong-jae is looking for you. Come with us. And, if I don't? Kim Tae-hoon replied with a smirk. Doesn't your mother run a little diner? This question put Kim Tae-hoon on high alert. The guy kept running his mouth. Lee Dong-jae sent a message for you. You're a pathetic bastard. You want to make things even harder for yourself? Isn't she already miserable enough? Don't worry though. We'll drag you to Lee Dong-jae one way or another. Crash. The peaceful library suddenly turned into a battlefield with furniture smashed everywhere. Kim Tae-hoon grabbed one of Lee Dong-jae's lackeys off the floor, lifted him into the air, and said, "Don't make me ask a second time. Where is he?" A short while later, Kim Tae-hoon arrived at the gym, the spot where Lee Dong-jae had asked to meet. As soon as he saw Kim Tae-hoon, Seon Hon-do, an A-rank player and Lee Dong-jae's bodyguard, activated his skill and reported to his boss. "This is unexpected. What do you think?" After that kid arrived, I cast several debuff skills, but they didn't work. With that level of status resistance, he must be at least A-rank. Hearing this, Lee Dong-jae smiled gleefully and turned to Kim Tae-hoon. "As I expected. You've awakened too, haven't you? If so, why don't we have a little chat? I might sound a bit blunt, but I don't intend to fight you. Actually, I want to recruit you under my command. I plan to start my own guild after graduation, under the banner of the Tae-son Group Heir. Even if I am a genius, I can't do everything by myself. You get what I'm saying, right? Not someone useless like that idiot Bae Hyuk-soo, but someone with real talent like you. Kim Tae-hoon, or should I say, leave the past behind and come work for me. You'll have wealth and fame. I'll make your family rich." Kim Tae-hoon cut off Lee Dong-jae's cold, scripted speech. "You talk too much. Wealth and fame? Lee Dong-jae, you've crossed the line." With that, Kim Tae-hoon used his stone skin skill, a declaration of war against Lee Dong-jae. Lee Dong-jae sighed in mock regret. "Oh, is that how it is?" Immediately after, he unleashed his power and declared, "Just as I thought. A stray dog needs to be taught a lesson." Seon Hon-do immediately created a barrier surrounding the court. It was a spell that sealed off the space. People outside couldn't feel the magic happening within. Once it was done, he said, "With this, no one will be able to interfere with the young master's battle." Lee Dong-jae then charged at Kim Tae-hoon with a relentless storm of attacks. But it seemed Stone Skin was quite effective against Lee Dong-jae. Even after taking a few hits, Kim Tae-hoon was coughing up blood. "Ha! Do you see the difference between us now?" Lee Dong-jae shouted triumphantly, and continued to beat down on Kim Tae-hoon. Seon Hon-do watched from the sidelines, feeling a secret sense of pity for Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon had a high-level body enhancement skill and was an A-rank awakened. With combat skills and a will far beyond his peers, few students in this school could stand against him. But today, his opponent was a genius, so he couldn't possibly win this fight. You'd be better off giving up and surrendering. Just then, Seon Hondu couldn't hide his shock, his eyes widening at what was unfolding before him. The tide had turned. Kim Tae-hoon, once on the defensive, was now countering and taking the upper hand. After taking so many hits, he finally paid Lee Dong-jae back with a direct punch straight to his face. No way the young master is losing in a one-on-one fight? Seon Hondu gasped in disbelief. Lee Dong-jae was now lying in a heap on the floor, screaming uncontrollably. "You bastard, Kim Tae-hoon. What did you do? Why can't I move my body?" Seon Hondu was even more stunned hearing this. He can't move? Wasn't body enhancement the only skill Kim Tae-hoon had? What kind of monster is he? Finally, it worked. Kim Tae-hoon said smugly. Kim Tae-hoon had obtained 3 skills from predation: stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. He hadn't used his full arsenal from the start. C-rank paralysis wouldn't easily overcome S-rank resistance, and stealth couldn't be used while being attacked from a distance. Predation was the final resort, and shouldn't be used so blatantly. So, Kim Tae-hoon's plan was to wait for the perfect moment to use paralysis during close quarters combat. Effect-based skills are more effective when in direct contact with the target, rather than from a distance. So, with the constant damage, combined with the paralysis effect inflicted with every punch, even S-rank resistance couldn't be completely immune. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. Lee Dong-jae's system notification repeated that over and over until it finally changed to, "You have failed to resist paralysis." That was the moment Lee Dong-jae couldn't move, leaving him at the mercy of Kim Tae-hoon's beatdown until he collapsed on the floor. Kim Tae-hoon is also a genius. In a one-on-one fight, he actually surpassed the young master. But then Seon Hondu looked at Lee Dong-jae with trepidation. Lee Dong-jae suddenly let out a cackle and said, "I admit it. I underestimated you, Kim Tae-hoon. If I hadn't, there's no way I'd lose to a failure like you. So, from now on, let's fight seriously." With that, he pulled a small stone from his pocket and crushed it. Instantly, a colossal skeleton wreathed in hellfire appeared behind Lee Dong-jae and began to merge with him. The moment the augmentation process finished, Lee Dong-jae lunged at Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon narrowly leaped into the air to dodge, then countered with a kick. But to Lee Dong-jae, that strike was no more effective than a mosquito biting stainless steel. The moment he touched that entity, the stone coating on his hand shattered into pieces. He was then sent flying backward a long distance by a massive force. That is the true form of my young master's skill. Usually, it's hard for him to fully unleash the power of Heart of Fire. It requires support for an S-rank strength and high-level skill. Just now, the young master used an amplified magic stone created by refining regular monster mana cores. It temporarily boosts the user's mana. With that booster stone, the young master could finally tap into his full S-rank potential. The problem is, Seon Hondu thought, panicking and shouting loudly. "Young master, you should stop! Are you trying to kill him? Besides, there's way too much mana in your body right now. The blood vessels in your body will burst from all that wild, uncontrollable mana." A fireball flew straight at Seon Hondu. "Shut your mouth. How dare a guard like you give me orders? This loser insulted me, and you want me to let him go?" Lee Dong-jae turned to face Kim Tae-hoon, unleashing a full-force attack while screaming like a maniac. "Die! Die, you bastard, Kim Tae-hoon. It's not good. Just as I thought. The young master is losing control and his mind is unraveling. How can he get out of this berserk state?" Seon Hondu hurriedly ran to the edge of the crater created by Lee Dong-jae's punch, desperately reaching out his hand. "Kim Tae-hoon, are you still alive? Give up and run. I'll stop the young master, so hurry." Right after that, he was met with a punch from Kim Tae-hoon. "Run? What kind of nonsense are you babbling? You guys started this fight, and now you're saying that? Not surprising. I admit that S-rank strength is legit, so from now on, I'll get serious." As he spoke, Kim Tae-hoon downed a few potions. Instantly, his stamina and mana were restored, and he activated his Predator skill, preparing to show Lee Dong-jae what a real nightmare was. Elsewhere, at the headquarters of the Korea Player Association, Jung-gi was stunned after hearing Go Tae-guk's report. 1900, 2300. Yes, Lee Dong-jae is at 1900, and Lim Ah-young is at 2300. No doubt, both are S-rank awakeners. Other staff members heard this and were equally shocked, starting to whisper. Even for an S-rank, to have a stat of 1900 without any training? That's clearly A-rank player territory. Does that mean he's on par with Japan's Saintess? Jungji laughed happily. Finally, we have a player who matches the Saintess in Japan. Saintess? Go Taeguk thought to himself. The Saintess who leads the players in Japan. A monster with stats exceeding 2,500. First appearing at age 19, she shocked the entire world of Awakeners. That's right. Even that monster only just surpassed 2,500. How could she compare to someone whose stats are just beginning to awaken? Remembering Kim Tae-hoon's stats, Go Taeguk involuntarily shuddered, starting to doubt himself. Was it a hallucination? Did the measuring device fail? I have to check it myself. Back to the protagonist. Lee Dong-jae was now slowly being devoured by Kim Tae-hoon's predator skill. As he struggled, he couldn't accept it, screaming endlessly. How? How is this even possible? How could I lose to a loser like you? Kim Tae-hoon, I am the heir to the Tae-hoon group. I am an S rank. You bastard, you have to die. I am Lee Dong-jae. Whether you're an heir or whatever rank you are, it doesn't matter to me. Because this is the power of a king. Saying that, Kim Tae-hoon increased the power of the predator skill. A massive explosion occurred, and in an instant, the entire sports field was engulfed in flames. That's surprising. Kim Tae-hoon looked at Seon Hondo with interest. Just a moment ago, he had risked his life to rush in and save Lee Dong-jae while he was being pulled into the predator skill. If not, that guy Lee Dong-jae would probably be heading to the afterlife by now. Thank goodness the young master was saved. Seon Hondo breathed a sigh of relief and nervously asked Kim Tae-hoon, "What do you intend to do? The young master is the heir to the Tae-hoon group. What do you plan to do about this?" Hey, who was the one who started this? Talk some sense. Besides, do you think I'm the type to be scared by those kinds of threats? Don't worry, I don't intend to kill him. Then, in return, you should pay the price for this forgiveness. Seon Hondu looked confused. Pay the price? Let's see, since he is the heir to the Tae-hoon group. Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful, then made an offer. Shouldn't you pay 1 billion as compensation? Outside, the loud noise and the tremors from the explosion drew everyone's attention, and they immediately rushed to the field to check the situation. Seeing the gym on fire and the ground in ruins, the students began to panic. What happened? Is there a monster attack? It's not that. Lim Ah-young secretly denied it. This terrifying magic power and fire must be Lee Dong-jae's strength. But who is he with? Could it be? In Lim Ah-young's mind, she imagined Kim Tae-hoon being tortured by Lee Dong-jae. Everyone, fall back. Just stay here and don't go in there. It's dangerous. While Choi Na-eun was instructing the students, Lim Ah-young flew past her like a gust of wind and dashed straight into the gym. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let those two be in the gym alone. This is all my responsibility. Kim Tae-hoon, please, you have to survive. Lim Ah-young's heart was burning as she rushed into the fire. But the result she witnessed was completely contrary to what she had imagined. Kim Tae-hoon was standing tall and proud, while Lee Dong-jae was lying motionless on the floor, covered in wounds. While Lim Ah-young was still stunned, Kim Tae-hoon made a request at just the right time. I need a witness, actually. I just need someone to help carry him. Would you mind taking him to the clinic? No, the hospital? Lim Ah-young finally reacted, rushing over to support Lee Dong-jae, then turned to question Kim Tae-hoon. How did it end up like this? Kim Tae-hoon shrugged. I don't know anything. When I walked in, I found him lying here. Looks like he might have fallen down the stairs or something. Fallen down the stairs? Lim Ah-young looked suspiciously at Lee Dong-jae, who looked like he was on the verge of death. Kim Tae-hoon acted as if he didn't notice and continued his request. Anyway, I don't know what happened. No matter where you go, don't say you saw me here. I'm taking off now. Saying that, Kim Tae-hoon disappeared, leaving Lim Ah-young alone with Lee Dong-jae. After reaching a spot quite far from the school, Kim Tae-hoon finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Lim Ah-young is there to deal with Lee Dong-jae. Now, just wait to see how the Tae-hoon group reacts. If nothing happens, then the matter is considered resolved. With that, Kim Tae-hoon opened his status window to check. Thanks to defeating Lee Dong-jae, he had gained a new skill. But this skill wasn't something he had anticipated. Monarch's Heart, rank C, which increases the strength stats of all party members, 10 points of charm, a celebrity-like aura. Why would I get something like this from a dungeon raid? It's so confusing. And on top of that, instead of absorbing the Flameheart skill, I got Monarch's Heart, which boosts my allies' strength. Does that guy, Lee Dong-jae, even have this skill? Wait, this is actually good. A skill that affects all party members is rare, regardless of its rank. It can be combined and used with any other skill I want. So, Monarch's Heart is actually much better than I thought. It's truly amazing. After finishing the loot inventory, Kim Tae-hoon was planning to head home to rest when a line of cars blocked his path. Found him. Go Tae-guk stepped out of the car, his entire body radiating a dangerous aura. With a cold expression, he said, "I have a lot of questions for you. Let's start with this. What exactly did you do in the gym?" Kim Tae-hoon's brain started racing. Why is Go Tae-guk here? The gym? Is he talking about what happened earlier? Or the lecture hall? Which one could it be? Go Tae-guk was a member of the Awakened Association. Opportunities to speak directly with someone like him were rare, but what if he knew I was the one who caused the trouble and was now taking action? I have to test him. Kim Tae-hoon decided to probe him. If you mean the gym, are you talking about the explosion? The explosion? Go Tae-guk thought for a moment, then cast a glance toward the fire billowing from the school. You mean the fire over there? That's nothing. Other agencies will handle it. It seems I haven't received an answer from you yet. What did you do in the gym? You don't know about the explosion? Kim Tae-hoon smiled arrogantly and replied, I assumed you already knew about that. Since you came to find me, you must want me to join the recruitment drive, right? Hit right in the heart of the matter. Go Tae-guk forced a smile. Recruitment? How dare you speak so boldly? What? Is this not enough? As Kim Tae-hoon spoke, he unleashed his power, intentionally revealing his ability once again. But this time, it wasn't just Go Tae-guk. Even the people with him could feel that immense power. Furthermore, the stats recorded by Go Tae-guk's observer's eye weren't 1,996 anymore. They had shot up to 5,214. He couldn't help but be terrified. He couldn't believe it. He was even stronger than before. So the previous number wasn't a coincidence or a mistake. Kim Tae-hoon, who on earth are you? Meanwhile, Lee Dong-soo, an S-rank player and chairman of the Tae-hoon group, after hearing Seon Hondu's report, asked, So, to conclude, the only son in the family was injured, and the 1 billion in compensation is the price paid? You want me to handle this as quietly as possible? Seon Hondu knelt on the ground, trembling as he replied, It is my fault. Whatever you say, I will. Lee Dong-soo cut him off. Just do as he wants. Yes, haha, a cunning little brat. Very interesting, but we will have to pay the price for what he did, won't we? With that, Lee Dong-soo snapped his fingers, and two mysterious shadows appeared. Seeing them, Seon Hondo panicked and tried to stop him. Chairman, but the other party is still just a kid. This is too cruel. Shut your mouth. I don't listen to barking dogs. Back to our protagonist. As soon as he got home, Kim Tae-hoon dove into his workout routine to build his physical strength in preparation for the recruitment drive. Hwang Jung heard the news and burst through the door, shouting in total shock. Recruitment? You said you're going to join the recruitment drive? Yeah, in a month. After a moment for his brain to catch up, Hwang Jung knelt down and kowtowed to Kim Tae-hoon. As expected, Kim Tae-hoon is truly the god of the school. Kim Tae-hoon didn't even bother to react, his mind preoccupied. The Tae-hoon group definitely won't let this go. Go Tae-guk is less suspicious of me now. Only one more guy to deal with. So for now, I just need to focus on training. Then, everything will be settled. Right then, he received a call from that person. Outside, the Black and White brothers, two B-rank assassins famous for their stealth skills, sent by Lee Dong-soo had already made their way to Kim Tae-hoon's house. Why is an awakened from the association guarding this house? This is annoying, Black and White brothers whispered as they restrained the association's awakened. That guy must be one of the recruits this time. They really care about promising talent, don't they? Black and White brothers replied while scouting the perimeter. Black and White brothers laughed when they heard his brother say that. Promising talent? Even so, that kid is just an amateur without any real-world experience, right? Haha, exactly. Being talented but having no practical experience just makes you a useless brat. Let's show everyone what a real awakened is. Black and White brothers were gloating when he turned to look at his brother, only to see him being pummeled by a strange young man who caught him by the neck and tossed him onto the balcony. You bastard! Who are you? Black and White brothers screamed in anger and rushed in to save his younger brother. Tae-hoon let the brother fall freely, taking the opportunity to land a punch on the other one as he approached. I'm a newcomer with no professional experience. Going back a few hours, Tae-hoon knew that demanding such a huge, massive amount of money from the Tae-hoon group wasn't easy, and not something Seon Hondu could handle alone. So he didn't make things difficult for him. He just asked him to try his best to negotiate, while also asking for two favors. After making an Awaken's Oath, a contract created by magic using Awakened, in the event of a breach, random permanent penalties would be imposed. Only then did Kim Tae-hoon feel comfortable telling Seon Hondo the conditions. First, try to resolve the aftermath of the gym incident, along with the 1 billion in compensation we discussed. Second, any retaliation must be reported in advance. The gym incident was handled almost immediately. The media simultaneously reported that the fire at the Tae-hoon High School gym was discovered to be caused by a gas explosion, and there were no casualties. As for the second part of the agreement, as soon as he learned that old man Lee Dong-soo had sent people to eliminate Kim Tae-hoon, Seon Han-do secretly called Kim Tae-hoon to warn him and provided information about the two assassins. Back in the present, after being caught off guard and taking a hit, Black and White brothers were furious and pulled out heavy weapons, attacking Kim Tae-hoon with lightning speed. But no matter what they did, their weapons couldn't even touch a single hair on Kim Tae-hoon's head. After dodging for a while, Kim Tae-hoon began his counterattack. He reached out to grab them, but it failed. Black and White brothers used their stealth skill to vanish right in front of Kim Tae-hoon, then circled behind him, putting all their strength into a strike where Kim Tae-hoon was standing. They thought Kim Tae-hoon was done for, but suddenly, his voice rang out. "Black and White brothers, I heard your specialty is stealth, right?" Even his energy couldn't even touch a single hair on Kim Tae-hoon. After dodging for a while, Kim Tae-hoon started his counterattack. He swung his arm, trying to grab Black and White brothers, but failed. Black and White brothers used their stealth skill to vanish right before Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, then circled behind him, putting all their strength into a strike at where he had been standing. He thought Kim Tae-hoon was done for after that hit, but suddenly, his voice echoed. "Black and White brothers, I heard your special ability is stealth. Just as I thought, there's nothing special about it. Honestly, besides that stealth, what else can you guys even do?" Finishing his sentence, Kim Tae-hoon kicked the elder black brother from behind, sending him crashing to the floor. Elsewhere, Yoo Ah-young called Chairman Jung-gi to probe about the military recruitment process. This time, it would surely attract awakened individuals from all over the country. "Sir, who do you hope will take the top spot? The S rank from Busan? Please tell me." "Haha, that's impossible. That kid is very talented, but if we're talking about the most promising one, isn't it your younger brother?" Yoo Ah-young responded modestly. "What? It's not to that extent yet. Haha, you're still as picky as ever, aren't you? So, who are you looking forward to the most? Shin Junbok?" "Yes," Yoo Ah-young answered honestly. "At least until I heard something very interesting." Jung-ji couldn't help but be curious. "Something interesting? Besides the S rank, is there someone that even Mr. Go Tae-gook had to come and talk to in person? Manager Go Tae-gook? Aren't you curious? Who could that person be to make Go Tae-gook step in?" Back to Kim Tae-hoon. After using his predator skill on the two brothers Black and White who failed to stop him, he looked at them and then stared intensely at his predatory hand, feeling quite confused inside. Why is this happening? It wasn't until he checked the system that Kim Tae-hoon realized it was because he was out of stamina. Due to being overloaded, the predator skill was temporarily inactive. He was sweating bullets. He racked his brain for ways to increase his stamina, but every single method required gluttony. Damn it, he really had backed Kim Tae-hoon into a corner. The next day, ignoring his younger brother JJ's advice, Kim Tae-hoon was determined to head to the Breakhead Training Center to work out. Yura, the manager who specialized in attacking the butt and defending, felt flustered seeing the two scrawny brothers, Kim Tae-hoon and his companion, arrive. But that awkwardness vanished quickly when he pulled out a Super VIP Pro Black card from the Kim Awakening Association. Why does a kid have a high-level awakened card? Or is he one himself? Approving him would surely lead to some trouble. What should I do? Seeing Yura struggling, the strongest member of the guild, Kang Chun, all six-pack abs, stepped in to save the day. He was the powerful Kang Chun, a member of Breakhead and an assassin with a muscle amplification skill. Kim Tae-hoon had been through a lot in his life, but this was the first time he'd heard such a lame name. A few people nearby witnessed Kang Chun showing off in front of the newcomer and whispered to each other, feeling that he was about to bully another rookie. "Haha, trembling now that you've heard my name? If you guys leave now, I'll let it slide." "What are you babbling about, you weakling?" Kim Tae-hoon, cool as a cucumber, challenged Kang Chun, making him furious. Without a hint of fear, he proposed a bet. The loser pays the membership fees for a year. Provoked by him, Kang Chun was boiling with anger and immediately agreed. Whoosh! Both of them jumped into the virtual system, ready to fight in front of N pairs of eyes, waiting for the drama. This system was the Virtual Porter Training System. It was a virtual reality similar to the Abyss, a training course that required players to eliminate B-rank monsters and reach the finish line in the shortest time possible while carrying the maximum weight. Everyone felt that Kim Tae-hoon was definitely at a disadvantage against Kang Chun. That fatty Kang Chun, as if injected with adrenaline, kept shaking and swinging his arms, slaughtering monsters in the system. He roared Kim Tae-hoon's name while attacking. He was relentless, and the weight he could lift was terrifyingly high. Just as he was laughing his head off, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly tore through the air, flying, past with countless monster corpses scattered along the way, leaving Kang Chun slightly stunned. With his own secret techniques, just a few basic moves, he had shredded those monsters into pieces. Seeing that scene, Kang Chun couldn't close his mouth. Sweat poured off him like rain, the ground shattered, leaving only Kang Chun staring wide-eyed at Kim Tae-hoon, who was carrying a mountain of items on his back. He smiled in victory, demanding the guy pay up and get lost. Shortly after, the day everyone had been waiting for arrived. The examination for awakened individuals. The stadium was packed with people. The Awakened Association had changed the test this time to allow minors to participate as well. Besides the spectators, there were also indispensable figures in this battle. The Iron Fist with no rival in close combat, A-rank Hong Dong-guk, the priest with excellent combat ability. Even an S-rank wouldn't find it easy to beat him, A-rank Lee San. The Heavenly Thunder of Busan, S-rank Shin Jun-bok. The Promising Star, the Saintess-level Lim Ah-young, S-rank. Many talents had registered for the competition. Everyone was pushing and shoving so much that the E-rank reporter girl couldn't get in to get the scoop, sitting on the ground and sobbing loudly. Just then, Kim Tae-hoon appeared, looking cool and chuckling at the crowded scene in front of him. Only 1 minute left until the test began. Kim Tae-hoon felt he needed to build his image first. He pushed through the crowd like a pro, and Ah-young was extremely surprised to see Kim Tae-hoon there. I heard he'd awakened, but can he really change this much in just 1 month? She wondered, confused. Before she could ask more, the loudspeaker announced the official start of the competition. After the introduction, the rules were announced. Look at the number on your chest. That is your registration number for the exam. The requirement for this round is to collect 5 registration numbers, including your own. Losing your number means you're eliminated. This is a battle for the numbers. This round only lasts 1 hour, and you are allowed to use any skills, except for killing. The MC hadn't even finished speaking when the ground beneath the contestants began to shake and crack loudly. The first round officially started in chaos. Seeing Lim Ah-young standing alone, the crowd aimed for her, hoping to steal her number tag. But honey, you're too naive. She swung her arm, and in the blink of an eye, the whole crowd was knocked down like ripe fruit. The judges watching through the glass felt she had excellent skills, truly worthy of the title of a goddess. The other contestants are impressive too. This year's batch is much stronger than previous ones. Among them, someone especially worth watching is the C-rank from Busan, Shin Jun-bok. The judge observed the situation while giving comments. The first round has been going on for 20 minutes, but no one has been able to approach Shin Jun-bok. Generally speaking, he and Lim Ah-young are the 2 most prominent figures in the judge's eyes right now. Only Go Tae-guk has his eyes on Kim Tae-hoon. He is certain that someone like him will easily breeze through this test. But less than a second later, Go Tae-guk is shocked to discover that he is being blocked by a fake awakened one, yet he just stands there, taking the hits without fighting back, which is incredibly disappointing. He secretly blames himself, wondering if he overestimated him. In reality, he is using his stone skin skill to deflect. He countered the stone skin from the rank A awakened, Hong Dong-guk. Stone skin is a lower tier compatibility of steel skin. Kim Tae-hoon intentionally distracted his opponent before launching a surprise attack. It really threw his opponent for a loop. Even a month after Kim Tae-hoon's training, the traces of gluttony remained. Although his abilities still had many flaws, he had improved them through rigorous training, pushing his body's endurance to the absolute limit. In a battle that nearly reached a breaking point, he unleashed all his strength, leaving the rank A guy beneath his feet, knocked out cold. Rank C Kim Tae-hoon successfully obtained ID number 2. Watching from the sidelines, Go Tae-guk felt a sense of pride for him. With a training method like that in this large-scale survival battle, Kim Tae-hoon, that bold audacity is truly impressive. But now comes the real problem. His strength stats were heavily depleted after that last fight. Now, it would be best to conserve his stamina and collect ID numbers from the weaker participants. Go Tae-guk was calculating for Kim Tae-hoon, but unexpectedly, against all predictions, Kim Tae-hoon went off to find rank C awakeners to take their ID tags himself. He looked even more arrogant than before. Shin Jun-bok's lightning strike caused a deafening explosion that shook the entire arena. Kim Tae-hoon nimbly dodged, intending to lunge forward and kick his opponent. But to his surprise, his opponent wasn't a pushover either. Both of them were fast as lightning, neither willing to yield. It was the Busan S-rank, the god of thunder, Shin Jun-bok. I never thought it would be this troublesome. His entire body was surrounded by bolts of lightning. It didn't just help him block every attack, but it also possessed devastating power and could discharge electricity over long or short ranges. How could he pierce through that while still unable to use gluttony? Kim Tae-hoon hesitated for a moment before the opponent's barrage of attacks. Shin Jun-bok arrogantly charged forward, surging lightning into him, clearly ecstatic to see Kim Tae-hoon stumbling and running away. He chased him closely, gleefully firing wave after wave of lightning his way. Seeing Kim Tae-hoon cry out in pain gave him great satisfaction. Damn it, this hurts like hell. He desperately fought back, but it was useless. Shin Jun-bok had completely turned the tables. The sheer force of the incoming attacks was so intense that Kim Tae-hoon basically had no strength left to defend himself. Up until now, almost everyone has been running away from me in fear. I thought only Lim Ah-young was interesting in this awakened evaluation test, but I never expected to find another fun toy right here. Shin Jun-bok thought to himself, pouring all his power into a strike, gleefully aiming to blast Kim Tae-hoon away. Suddenly, a rock flew at the speed of a missile, slamming straight into his face and drawing blood. He stopped in his tracks, bewildered. Deep down, he doubted that an attack from Kim Tae-hoon could leave him so dazed. Kim Tae-hoon was gritting his teeth, swinging his arms and hurling massive boulders, causing Shin Jun-bok to collapse. It was true that the stone skin skill couldn't overcome the wrath of the god of thunder. Forget overcoming it. Even at maximum capacity, it would be crushed and obliterated upon contact. But here, inside the awakened arena, everything was different. This arena had been constructed from the start, with a reinforced material specifically designed to withstand the powers of the awakeners. Unlike stone skin, it didn't lose its shape even when broken. So when Kim Tae-hoon used the arena floor as a weapon, it could actually overcome the wrath of the god of thunder. It looked like Shin Jun-bok was finished at the hands of Kim Tae-hoon. Shin Jun-bok coughed up blood and collapsed, dazed and defeated, before the horrified eyes of the onlookers. A rank S awakened, lost to a rank C? That's insane. He was actually pretty skilled to keep everyone on edge like that. Go Tae-guk, thought to himself. Kim Tae-hoon had now collected all the necessary ID numbers. All that was left was to wait for the competition to end. Suddenly, out of nowhere, shards of ice flew like bullets, relentlessly targeting his legs. Following that, countless gusts of frigid air swirled around him, enveloping his entire body. Stepping forward from the distance was Lim Ah-young, with an arrogant, cold expression that left Kim Tae-hoon shocked. How did Lim Ah-young get here? And how long has she been watching the fight? He asked himself, feeling confused. I believe power should come with responsibility. Having power without responsibility is just violence. Kim Tae-hoon, you really are strong. You defeated Shin Jun-bok in a way no one expected. Lee Dong-jae was also taken down the same way, wasn't he? She suddenly snapped, her eyes filled with hatred as she launched her attack straight at him. Waves of ice surged toward him, causing such devastating destruction that he couldn't even dodge in time. Even if he used his stealth skill now, it would be useless. Lim Ah-young repeatedly unleashed her martial arts on him, punching and kicking him while cursing. When we were in the arena, I actually trusted you. You said you were different from people like Lee Dong-jae. You also said you wouldn't act stubbornly for your own self-interest, didn't you? But looking at how you fight, I finally understand. In the end, whether it was Lee Dong-jae or even Bai Hyuk-soo, all of them were taken out by your own hands. Razor-sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground under her command, piercing him and causing blood to spray everywhere. The very earth seemed to crumble beneath the sheer force of Lim Ah-young's strikes. Seeing him lying helpless, she demanded he withdraw from the awakened competition. If he didn't, she threatened to expose his skills. What are you, exactly? You couldn't even stop Lee Dong-jae's tyranny. Power, responsibility, integrity. The thing you wanted to do all along was just to eliminate me, wasn't it? If that's the case, using this survival exam as an excuse would be much cleaner. Stop acting so pathetic. Kim Tae-hoon shakily stood up, his mouth twisted in a pained smirk as he spoke. If that was all she had to say, then Lim Ah-young had nothing left to talk about. Consumed by a woman's fury, she waved her hand to manifest a scepter. I'll finish you off with this. Because Kim Tae-hoon's stone skin had been shattered hundreds of times, it had lost its original function. Even if he tried to use his stealth skill now, it would be quickly neutralized by her wide-area attacks. The heart of the Emperor had increased his stat capacity and was in an activated state, but it still wasn't enough to turn the tide. Gluttony was still sealed. Kim Tae-hoon didn't have enough stamina to induce paralysis like he did in the fight against Lee Dong-jae. Besides that, he had no other options left. He decided to act. Kim Tae-hoon lunged forward to confront Lim Ah-young directly. A shockwave accompanied by a thick fog erupted, leaving no one able to see the outcome. When the dust finally settled, everyone stared in shock to see Kim Tae-hoon pinning Lim Ah-young to the ground. Even she was panicked and helpless, unable to understand what he was doing to her. In that desperate moment, what he was aiming for was a kiss. No, it was actually the paralysis skill. The success rate of using the skill at close range was much higher than from a distance. That was why he had mixed the paralysis agent into his own blood to force Lim Ah-young to swallow it. And naturally, considering the resistance of an S-rank awakened, this was like a high-stakes gamble. Was it luck? She really was paralyzed. Finally, Tae-hoon succeeded. He cheered, wiped the blood from his mouth, and slowly stood up. The time for the first test had just ended. Once it concluded, the medical team immediately treated all the injured candidates. Even though Ah-young was paralyzed, she still passed the first round because her entry number hadn't been stolen and she hadn't lost her ability to fight. As for Tae-hoon, he had only snatched 7 numbers, but taking down Junbok and Lim Ah-young had caught the attention of many others. Everyone behind him whispered and murmured in admiration. He was standing there lost in thought when Junbok, coming from out of nowhere, lunged at him screaming. He was still wearing his hospital clothes, vowing to take revenge for the previous beatdown. The crowd got excited as soon as they saw a fight breaking out. People were chanting for Junbok to beat Tae-hoon to a pulp. Distracted by the noise, a furious Junbok turned and fired an attack at the crowd to shut them up. "Come on, Tae-hoon, fight me fair and square. I'll teach you who the real boss is." Just as he was screaming his head off, a wave of killing intent suddenly engulfed them, and the ground shook violently, as if there were an earthquake. Junbok was knocked unconscious by falling rocks right on the spot. Only Tae-hoon remained clear-headed. He realized the owner of that killing intent was none other than the S-rank awakened, Sung-jin. He was one of the top awakened in the Korean Awakened Association, and was destined to become one of the SS rankers in the future. Seeing that Tae-hoon wasn't fazed by his presence, Sung-jin flicked his hand, causing the ground beneath Tae-hoon to collapse. He braced himself, sweating as he silently gauged his opponent's strength. To think this kid can actually hold his own, even veterans wouldn't be able to take that. The man seemed quite intrigued by Tae-hoon's toughness. The pressure kept rising higher and higher. Suddenly, doctors and nurses rushed in to intervene, forcing him to stop. Seeing everyone else knocked out cold except for Tae-hoon, Sung-jin approached him, sounding curious. "So, you're the C-rank Tae-hoon who just beat Junbok and Lim Ah-young? It's been a long time since I've seen an interesting kid like you." He smirked to himself, then leaned closer to promise they would meet again soon. Tae-hoon stared blankly at his retreating back, his eyes filled with confusion. A moment later, everyone gathered to prepare for the second round. Sung-jin ordered everyone to pass through the portal in front of them to be ranked, which was where the monsters would appear. Everyone was terrified and drenched in sweat. Every 5 people who passed through would form a team. They would explore the dimension with a pre-assigned supervisor. Every move they made during the exploration would be evaluated. The association provided essentials like weapons, and now, one by one, everyone stepped through the portal. Sung-jin mentioned that this second test was for categorization. Amateur awakened with no experience wouldn't face any difficulties in a D-rank dungeon, unless this classification test wasn't just a standard one. The first apocalypse ever discovered in the world was inside a D-rank dungeon, which was the location for the second test. Many people were killed, including the awakened who discovered it, leading to a containment breach that couldn't be stopped. If only it could have been prevented, but nobody believed his baseless claims. Even if the truth came out, he would be the only one under suspicion. It was a shame, but he just had to focus on his own survival. As long as he wasn't in the first exploration group, he had plenty of ways to stay alive. He thought he was in the clear, but to his surprise, Tae-hoon was assigned to a team led by Supervisor Do-hak, the very man who first discovered the apocalypse in the dungeon. This life was doomed for Tae-hoon. There were countless vicious monsters inside, but the group managed to handle them quickly. This earned Do-hak's praise. Meanwhile, Tae-hoon was still bitter about being assigned to the team that discovered the dungeon. It seemed it was all because of the ring he was wearing, the very item worn by the person who first discovered the double dungeon. It was a unique item that boosted strength, stamina, speed, and magic power by 10 times. The apocalypse in the double dungeon had to be S-rank. He wouldn't survive if he got dragged into that. No matter what, he had to do everything possible to avoid discovering the apocalypse. Tae-hoon calculated silently. There were many branching paths ahead of them. Just as Do-hak was about to put it to a vote, the too fast, too dangerous Tae-hoon bolted in one direction, ignoring the others. No matter what, he would choose a different path than he did in his past life. He wasn't stupid enough to let Do-hak choose and trigger the apocalypse. He ran through the rough terrain without stopping. But man proposes, God disposes. A glowing apocalypse was already waiting for him around the corner, and now, he was the first one to discover it. Are you kidding me? This is insane. I ran all over the place, so why did I end up back here? He thought in terror. Seeing the others curiously approaching the apocalypse, Tae-hoon screamed for everyone to back off. He wanted Do-hak to report this to the outside, but the man was too reckless and wanted to go inside. I know what you're trying to say, Tae-hoon, but I don't feel much dangerous magic inside this portal. After all, this is just a D-rank dungeon. I'm an A-rank awakened. The association prepared this portal as a special case. Exploring it means our scores could be much better. Hearing him talk, Tae-hoon felt like losing his mind. Everything was going against his plans. Do-hak turned to criticize him for not being a team player and only doing as he pleased. The others joined in, pointing fingers at him, leaving him stunned. Despite his desperate pleas, Do-hak snapped his fingers and forced everyone into the apocalypse. As they opened their eyes, they were baffled to find themselves in a ruinous, ancient-looking D-rank double dungeon. The crowd chattered in fear, but Do-hak ordered them to be silent and look ahead. Only Tae-hoon understood what was really happening. An A-rank monster and a sword saint appeared simultaneously, leaving Do-hak frozen. He turned to tell everyone to get ready to fight, but it was too late, man. The monsters swarmed them with overwhelming killing intent. Do-hak's petty attacks couldn't even cut a single hair off them. Intense heat covered the area. They all tried to coordinate their attacks and, fortunately, managed to take them down. They stood there with expressions of pure disbelief. He let out a sharp sigh of relief and shouted a challenge. Come back again if you're so tough. He only meant to taunt them. But less than a minute later, another Death Knight appeared, its presence far more dangerous and savage than the last. The group stood frozen, speechless, while Kim Tae-hoon felt that something was very, very wrong. Damn it, every time we kill one, another wave of monsters rushes in, and everyone is already completely exhausted. If this keeps up, we're all going to die. While others panicked in fear, Kim Tae-hoon remained calm, realizing that this place was too bizarre. The man noticed Kim Tae-hoon's expression was as normal as if nothing had happened, which surprised him. He had fought so many battles, yet showed no signs of fatigue at all. This was strange, considering how incredibly dangerous this double dungeon was. If Kim Tae-hoon's stats hadn't been boosted by the Monarch's heart skill, he wouldn't have been able to hold out this long. Is he really just a C-rank awakened player? He wondered to himself. Though this is just my speculation, that isn't an ordinary Death Knight. I'm going to check it out myself to be sure what kind of monster we're dealing with, Kim Tae-hoon declared. He immediately turned around, grabbed his blade, and charged straight at them. The two sides clashed loudly. He skillfully dodged their lethal strikes, then thrust his sword straight into the leader that had been standing still like a statue the whole time. The illusion gradually faded. This place was a trap, a space-time construct, and the enemies were a strategy designed to drain the intruder's strength. The others were terrified upon hearing Kim Tae-hoon say this. If mere illusions were this hard to fight, how much worse would reality be? When Do-hak pressed him on how he knew it was an illusion, Kim Tae-hoon replied that he wasn't entirely sure himself. But one thing is certain. These monsters are not going to be easy to defeat. Let's get out of here before we all get killed. He turned his back and walked straight ahead, ignoring the intense, dazed look in Do-hak's eyes. The illusion was gone, but the situation had not improved. After the double dungeon appeared, the dungeon space had completely changed. The wounds sustained from the battle with the phantom monsters were becoming increasingly severe. They couldn't just sit and wait for a rescue team. Their only remaining hope was to find the dungeon's exit. After much effort, the group finally found a sealed door that looked somewhat ominous. But what could be more dangerous than dying here? It was better to take a risk. The door was opened, and before them stood more Death Knights, waiting alongside countless skulls piled up all around. It was enough to make them want to cry. Fire erupted, illuminating the room the monster's lair. Up above, the Death Knight Lord, the master of the Revelation dungeon, let out a raspy laugh, threatening to finish off everyone in Kim Tae-hoon's party. Without a word, the knights raised their swords in unison, pointing their blades directly at the group. It seemed they wanted a one-on-one duel with each member. A few began to whine, their strength spent and energy drained. How the hell were they supposed to solo these things? Everyone, stay calm. Our goal is to escape, so one-on-one combat is unnecessary, Kim Tae-hoon shouted. A few men in the group, driven by panic, tried to run back toward the exit, but in a flash, the knights swung their swords and knocked them back. Blood splattered everywhere. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widened in horror. He immediately told the supervisor, Ma Do-hak, to find a way out while he bought them some time. To his surprise, Ma Do-hak didn't listen, and instead pushed him aside, channeling his power to charge forward on his own. I have always wanted to become an S-rank awakened player, but no matter how much I wanted it, no matter how hard I trained, I could never reach that goal. It always felt further and further away, untouchable. This is my chance. If I can defeat this double dungeon boss, I will finally be recognized as an S-rank player. Today will decide the outcome. With that, Ma Do-hak charged forward, sweating as he fought the boss head-on. While fighting, he urged Kim Tae-hoon to run before it was too late. I'll hold them off here. Don't worry. I'm not going to die that easily. This is the duty of a supervisor like me. Ma Do-hak poured all his remaining strength into the fight, his eyes bulging. Kim Tae-hoon looked around in a daze, feeling that the injuries of those around him were far too severe. In that moment of distraction, a deafening explosion rocked the ground, forcing him to turn back. Before Kim Tae-hoon now was the sight of Ma Do-hak lying crushed under the boss's blade, looking absolutely tragic. His body was covered in blood, his back burned by the murderous aura, a sight Kim Tae-hoon couldn't bear to look at for long. Everyone here had been finished off except for him. The boss pulled its blood-stained sword from Ma Do-hak's body, pointed it at him, and said, "I challenge you." In the terrifyingly heavy silence, Kim Tae-hoon was sweating, afraid to even breathe. Suddenly, he spotted Ma Do-hak's ring on the ground. Just as the boss's sword was about to descend, Kim Tae-hoon scrambled to run. I need to wear it to boost my strength, he thought. Hopefully, it's enough to reawaken the predator skill. There's no other way. Now is not the time to overthink. Please, activate Sage's ring. He begged the ring as he slipped it onto his finger. Swish! A surge of energy erupted from the ring, forcing the Death Knights to stumble back. The power from the ring struck them down, and flames roared to life. The Sage's ring had been activated. All stats were increased by 10. Kim Tae-hoon's predator skill was activated as well. The power was immense, exploding outward as if nothing could contain it. Kim Tae-hoon dodged and countered. Fresh blood sprayed from the soldiers everywhere. The time to fully activate the predator skill was about 10 seconds. I can trust that with the skills I've acquired up until now, I can completely defeat them. With the experience he had gained from past battles, he knew he could survive this fight. Kim Tae-hoon muttered a prayer while unleashing all his combat power to solo them. After a chaotic flurry of smoke and fire, a sword wave rained down from above, narrowly missing him. Kim Tae-hoon had cleared out all the fodder. Now it was time to face the dangerous final boss. While he was dazed, countless blades rained down like a storm toward Kim Tae-hoon. Startled, he ran and dodged with all his might, blood streaming down his face, but the boss refused to let him go. It used magic to drag him closer, its killing intent flaring as if to crush him on the spot. Boom! After a thick plume of black smoke cleared, Kim Tae-hoon lay there, bloodied and battered beneath his foot. I want to ask you one last thing before I finish you. Where did you get that power? He asked, stomping on Kim Tae-hoon's head, causing him to let out a sharp cry of pain. Because Kim Tae-hoon had managed to resist a portion of the boss's aura with his mysterious power, the crushing pressure upon him eased slightly. You really are different from other ordinary awakened, but do you truly think you can stop the pressure I'm bearing down on you? I asked again. Where did that power of yours come from? He demanded aggressively. A splitting headache washed over Kim Tae-hoon, making him drift in and out of consciousness. In his daze, visions of those who had fallen for his sake flashed before his eyes. Everything he possessed still wasn't enough to defeat him. What am I supposed to do? Who is the true master of this predator of the king technique I was granted? Why, upon obtaining this power, am I able to understand the language of monsters? Is this power a coincidence, or is there some grand design I am still unaware of? Everything remained shrouded in darkness. Why? While he was in a state of confusion, a deep, warm voice echoed in his ears. Before Kim Tae-hoon appeared a brilliant light, along with the voice of a man saying that it was all due to his own willpower and perseverance. Those are the things that make you strong. You don't need to think about it or change a single thing. You just need to hold on to the king's power that I have bestowed upon you. As those words faded, Kim Tae-hoon returned to the present world. The arrogant boss saw that he hadn't answered and assumed he was terrified, immediately swinging his hand to finish him off. To his surprise, at that very moment, an indescribable, overwhelming power erupted from Kim Tae-hoon's body, leaving the boss gaping in shock. The mana within Kim Tae-hoon was surging higher and higher. The boss charged in a frenzy, but his luck had run out. Kim Tae-hoon was back, stronger than ever. With one hand, he blocked the strike, and with the other, he exerted force to send the boss flying dozens of meters away. The boss couldn't believe a human like Kim Tae-hoon could be this strong. It shrieked at the top of its lungs. Kim Tae-hoon didn't want to waste words. He simply rotated his wrist gently, and that boundless flow of power obliterated the boss, turning it into dust. This power of Kim Tae-hoon's wasn't just anything. It was the power of a king. The battle ended with Kim Tae-hoon's new skill, Will of the Night. Outside, a large crowd of reporters and journalists was gathered at the dungeon entrance, buzzing about the terrifying energy radiating from it. Damn it, a sudden S-rank monospike in a D-rank dungeon? If this continues, everyone is going to die. Maybe I should go in and see for myself, Park Sung-jin thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Suddenly, the dungeon opened. Kim Tae-hoon, covered in blood, stepped out from within like a god before dozens of terrified gazes. Almost didn't make it back, he smirked. Thanks to Kim Tae-hoon's efforts, the dual dungeon incident was resolved. All students escaped safely. The results of the second selection exam would be determined based on their scores before the evacuation. The bodies of the victims were recovered and returned to their families. The higher-ups also decided not to reveal the identity of the person who cleared the dual dungeon, fearing Kim Tae-hoon would become a target for the media and other hunters. Jung Ji and Go Tae-guk also understood that the chairman had good intentions. What do you two think? What level has Kim Tae-hoon reached? The chairman asked with a light smile. Park Sung-jin felt that if he could clear an S-rank dungeon on his own, his true skill level had to be at least S-rank. But Go Tae-guk felt that Kim Tae-hoon's true rank was much lower, making it very difficult to judge his power. That means there is a high possibility he will reach the level of a national-level power, the chairman said. Kim Tae-hoon was having a very strange dream at that moment. He saw himself lost in a place swarming with monsters, an incredibly gloomy abyss. Far off in the distance was the silhouette of a king, raising his hand to eradicate the beasts and restore beauty to the land. After leaving behind the message that he would be waiting at the very bottom of the abyss, he slowly vanished into a beam of light, leaving Kim Tae-hoon completely baffled. Startled awake from the dream, his body was soaked in sweat, his breathing rapid and shallow. Was it just a dream? No, it felt far more real than any dream. What on earth did he mean? A predator that even S-rank monsters have to be wary of, and understanding what the monsters were saying, too. Too many questions are popping into my head. I guess the only way is to become stronger and head into the abyss, right? Kim Tae-hoon told himself. He had now reached B rank. With these stats, he was getting close to rivaling S-rank players. That monarch's aura was definitely the powerful skill that suppressed me back then. At this rate of growth, I'll reach national-level power soon, he thought to himself with quiet confidence. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. This familiar tone made Kim Tae-hoon sweat slightly. The door opened, and it was none other than Yoo Ah-young. She quickly pulled him into the car and drove him to their destination. Although she used the excuse of wanting to visit him, in reality, she came to tell him about the third awakened selection exam. The third exam was a survival test like the first, but unlike the first, people outside could watch it quite clearly. When that happens, your skills will be exposed, and all the guilds will start hunting for you. A low-rank awakened who can defeat an S-rank. So I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Money, fame, I will give you everything you want. Join the Jinsung Guild. Yoo Ah-young reached out toward Kim Tae-hoon, her eyes brimming with hope. The tension was thick, but it was quickly shattered by Kim Tae-hoon's two words, not interested. Facing Yoo Ah-young's bewildered expression, Kim Tae-hoon got out of the car and walked away without looking back, despite her attempts to promise him everything he desired. Don't get the wrong idea. There's no special reason. Other guilds or conditions? Is the Jinsung Guild any different? I just don't want to, so I'm not agreeing. Done? I'm leaving. Kim Tae-hoon smirked, turned his back, and kept walking. Suddenly, before he'd gone far, Yoo Ah-young approached from behind, covering his mouth, and asked with eyes full of killing intent, "Who on earth are you? A rookie awakened rejecting one of the 4 great guilds? There's really no reason for it? It's unbelievable. But I will forgive you. On the contrary, I'm actually quite pleased with you." Yoo Ah-young, who had been toying with Kim Tae-hoon, suddenly stiffened when he mentioned the little girl, Lim Ah-young, her sister. "I know everything, even the name that was stolen," Kim Tae-hoon said with a half-smile, threatening her and making Yoo Ah-young tremble. A wave of sinister energy flared up instantly. Yoo Ah-young's real name was Lim Ah-young. Lim Ah-young represented the corporation that helped Dung initially raise her to become the heir to the family. But after that daughter was born, the name Lim Ah-young was stolen from her, and from then on, Yoo Ah-young became an outsider, changed her name, and became an awakened. Very few people knew this truth. She was absolutely furious when Kim Tae-hoon saw right through her. With eyes burning with hatred, she grabbed him by the throat, but he quickly fought back with his own mysterious power. The oppressive heat radiating from him was too much for Yu Ah-young to handle, causing her to stumble back in fear. Kim Tae-hoon stepped close to her in a dominant stance and said, "Don't cross the line, Sister Lim Ah-young." The third trial for the Awakened took place in a location resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum. Unlike the previous two, this one was held publicly. Because of that, a huge crowd had gathered early on to watch in person. Ah-young was disguised as a normal civilian, blending into the crowd to watch the match. Kim Tae-hoon's aunt and uncle Hwang Jung's parents were a bit worried about him. As for Hwang Jung, being both his cousin and the president of his fan club, she was confident that he would wipe everyone out in a single blow. Reporter Kim was also on the scene, telling herself she absolutely had to write a proper article this time. Her previous interview was cancelled just because Kim Tae-hoon was deemed a low-rank awakened. If she didn't find someone worth interviewing this time, she'd get fired. As she was whimpering, reporter Kim suddenly felt the atmosphere in the place grow strange. High-ranking, awakened, veterans, and even the most promising awakened in this exam were all staring intensely at one person, Kim Tae-hoon. Could it be that they were all aiming to take him down? Just how strong of an opponent was he? She wondered briefly. The official test began, and every contestant directed their hateful glares toward Kim Tae-hoon. He remained incredibly calm and cool-headed. The battle was fierce, with every strike landing with impressive force. Everyone targeted Kim Tae-hoon, hoping to eliminate him first. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Kim Tae-hoon fought them all off single-handedly with his intense killing intent. They were tossed around like rag dolls, sprawled on the ground, when suddenly, clusters of roots burst from the earth and wrapped around his entire body. This move came from a green-skinned man with slanted eyes who was laughing and taunting him. "Think you can challenge Kim Tae-hoon? I'll finish you all off." He quickly broke free from the roots and kicked that guy flat on his face. Kim Tae-hoon just let them keep charging at him one by one, calmly maintaining the fighting spirit of a knight as he swept them all away. His scorching killing intent was so intense it even made the spectators in the stands feel nauseous. Ah-young couldn't even put into words how crazy he seemed. After the dust of the battle settled, Kim Tae-hoon breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, one girl remained undefeated, Lim Ah-young. When he mentioned the time they kissed, her face turned bright red with embarrassment, and a wave of fury combined with ice magic exploded outward. Lim Ah-young pointed her staff at Kim Tae-hoon, fuming that she wouldn't let that happen again. A moment later, the results were just as Kim Tae-hoon had predicted. She was defeated at his feet again. The outcome remained the same, but she truly was a tough opponent. Lim Ah-young. With the third test concluded successfully, the victory naturally went to him. The chairman personally called him to his office to present the reward. "Congratulations, Kim Tae-hoon, on becoming an S-rank awakened. I honestly never thought the third test would end so easily. It's no wonder you were able to conquer the double apocalypse dungeon before." He offered praise to Kim Tae-hoon. "Mr. Kim Tae-hoon, after this test, do you have any plans to join the Korea Awakened Association? What do you think about joining our organization?" Hearing those words, Kim Tae-hoon was stunned. So many things had changed. Even though he had many accomplishments from the association's trials, he honestly didn't feel he had enough strength to be considered a high-level player yet. But they had invited him to join as an official member. If he joined, he would have many opportunities to grow and receive significant support from the association. However, joining would also place many limitations on his activities. Ultimately, Kim Tae-hoon politely declined the chairman's invitation. The chairman slammed the table in shock, not expecting to be rejected so bluntly. The reason was quite simple. Rather than joining an association or organization, even with the support of powerful entities, my actions would be far too restricted. Therefore, I think it's better for me to operate as a solo player," Kim Tae-hoon replied while sipping his tea. Suddenly, the chairman burst into laughter as if he'd lost his mind, clearly impressed by his confidence. "In that case, I have a proposal. Instead of joining the association, would you consider participating in the Asia-wide Korea Awakened tournament?" he offered. At the Asian-friendly tournament, Kim Tae-hoon would once again break all expectations. Each country selects 5 representatives from associations or guilds in Asia to compete by hunting demons and monsters. But to be chosen as a national representative, a player must hunt a certain number of monsters and contribute to the country. In other words, they need to earn merit points. It sounds easy, but he had only just become a player. If he wanted to catch up to the merit points others had accumulated over many years, he had to hunt stronger demons or monsters. However, the dungeons announced in Korea over the next month wouldn't be enough. Even if he cleared them all, he wouldn't have enough merit points, and he couldn't level up quickly that way. As expected, no matter how dangerous it was, he had no choice but to enter that place. Kim Tae-hoon strode straight into the dungeon in front of him. At a certain castle, the chairman of the Tae-hoon group was lashing out at his servants because his successor was in the hospital, and the person who caused it was still running free. Just then, guests from the Villain Association came to see him. Furious but forced to host them, he was about to lash out when a wave of demonic energy subtly permeated the room. Sadhu, the vice leader of the Villain Association, walked in, his eyes full of malice, telling him to calm down. Kim Tae-hoon, having just stepped out of the dungeon, saw someone waiting for him at the entrance. "I will guide player Kim Tae-hoon to the auction house. I am Park Gun-woong, an A-rank player from Alchemist. It's an honor to meet you." The guy was shaking like a leaf, and even admitted he was a fan of Tae-hoon, which left him speechless. This was Esportit, the largest auction house in Asia. It had the largest scale in Asia with the most valuable items, and it even provided on-site interpretation. Esport had many advantages, but the best part was undoubtedly the security. When members of the association participate in the auction, it is our responsibility to escort them there, just like I'm doing for you. White Point changes its location frequently, so you can't enter without authorization. Perhaps that's why there haven't been any security issues for decades. Park Gun-woong rattles on to Kim Tae-hoon about how this place is considered the most secure facility of all. However, today, it's about to be hit by an S-rank devil, he thinks to himself. Right now, at the auction, the MC is introducing the Phoenix position item. Kim Tae-hoon is still waiting for the attack from the S-rank devil to collect the merit points. The problem is that there is very little information. The only news reported before the regression was the massive damage caused to the XP. The perpetrator is an S-rank devil named Narendra Nehru, who ended up suppressing it. Kim Tae-hoon ponders this, then calls Park Gun-woong over to ask who is in charge of overall security today. Before he can even answer, the S-rank Japanese player known as the Devil, Isaka Ryohei, suddenly comes charging toward Kim Tae-hoon with his entourage. He is the one in charge of the facility's security, but you must be careful. For his own benefit, he would even kill his own teammates. Among players, he is known as a demon. Park Gun-woong whispers into his ear. Isaka reaches out to shake his hand, but the moment Kim Tae-hoon grabs his left hand, an electric shock surges through his body. Seeing this, he lets out a smug laugh that makes Kim Tae-hoon furious. Everyone else nearby is struggling to breathe, exhausted under the pressure of the electric current. Damn it, if I fight him here, innocent people will get involved, Kim Tae-hoon thinks, sweating. Isaka suddenly lets go, pulls him into a hug, and whispers in his ear, "You know what? Just because you're S-rank doesn't mean we're on the same level. I don't know why you're here, but stop doing meaningless things. Get lost and stay out of sight." After saying that, Isaka turns and walks away, satisfied, leaving Kim Tae-hoon with a ball of rage stuck in his throat. Two groups of awakened individuals accidentally run into each other at the gate connecting to the teleportation management office. The bald guy's group looks pretty aggressive, drawing knives and swords, ready to take them out. Meanwhile, inside a cave, the mysterious S-rank awakened Narendra Nehru is using his dark necromancy to control his ferocious beast. Corpses lie scattered at his feet, and the stench of death fills the air. "Sir, the situation is a bit complicated. An unexpected person has appeared at the auction house. The rising S-rank player from South Korea, Kim Tae-hoon, is present. We didn't account for this. So, what is our next move?" his minions ask, running up to him, flustered. Nehru remains incredibly confident, feeling that the kid is just a nuisance. If he ever runs into him, he'll have to call him on a landline. No one can escape the divine punishment, Nehru threatens. In a high-rise building by the sea, a massive explosion occurs, causing serious casualties to everyone attending the conference. Park Gun-woong screams in fear, saying the situation has become critical and they need to leave the auction house for a safe place immediately. "I didn't think the attack would happen this fast. Explosions are going off all over the auction house, but this seems like just a terrorist attack. As for the S-rank devil, the main perpetrator and my actual target, he hasn't shown up yet. But right now, the most important thing is witnessing the violent explosion before him." Kim Tae-hoon is confused and worried, surrounded by endless screams, creating a scene of complete chaos. Gunshots from the terrorists mingle with the thick smoke. They shout orders, "Everyone freeze, drop your valuables on the floor right now. Any bastard who resists is as good as dead." But before he can even finish his sentence, his head flies off his neck, drenched in blood from a slash by Kim Tae-hoon. "Park Gun-woong, it's dangerous here. Quickly report this to the Awakened Association so they can send reinforcements immediately, while I stay here and handle this myself," he says haughtily, the killing intent from the Bloodslayer blade in his hand swirling violently. On the other side, the brutal awakened group is using force to seize the auction items. A fierce, bloody battle erupts. After clearing out the security team, they successfully get their hands on the unique grade Blood Phoenix treasure. This is the item Neru wants to get from this auction. Looking at its effects, it's truly terrifying. For high-level awakened, it's usually hard to increase their power. Now, just by using this, one can ascend to a new level of strength. Now all we have to do is turn back and hand over this item. The leader thinks happily. But man proposes, God disposes. A deafening explosion suddenly blows the whole group dozens of meters away. A mysterious person has ambushed them. On top of that, he uses stealth skills, leaving them no time to react. They are being mowed down by that violent killing intent. The leader desperately tries to use optical wires to restrain Kim Tae-hoon, thinking he has finally caught him, but he's too naive. With a flick of his hand, Kim Tae-hoon snaps the chains, his eyes filled with dark energy as he lets out a wicked laugh while looking at them. At the management office, near the auction house's teleportation gate, everyone is being controlled by monsters, their hands and feet tightly bound. The auction host is very pleased that everything is going much smoother than he expected. The summoning of that being will proceed perfectly. Now, I just need to get the Blood Phoenix, and that's it. Before he can finish, a henchman rushes in. The Daiki group found the Blood Phoenix, but they're running into some trouble. Over the crackling line, Kim Tae-hoon speaks with an imposing voice, introducing himself as the one who took the Blood Phoenix from the Daiki group. If you want it back, come meet me right now. I'll be waiting for you here, you filthy S-rank bastard. Hearing that, Neru is livid, his eyes filled with demonic intent, swearing to finish off Kim Tae-hoon. At the auction house, corpses are scattered about. Kim Tae-hoon gulps down the Blood Phoenix potion. Looking at the empty bottle in his hand, Kim Tae-hoon feels his power surging. It's done. My physical strength has increased, and my magic power has increased. Looking at the light radiating from his body, it's true, the Blood Phoenix is something else. Its effects are truly incomparable. Before, back in the dungeon, even after wearing the wise man's ring, my stats didn't go up like this. Kim Tae-hoon smiles with a satisfied look. Now that I've finished this bottle, that bastard won't be able to take it from me even if he tries. Footsteps are approaching. Isaka Ryohei arrives with a blank expression, followed by his subordinates. Seeing the scene littered with corpses, one man steps forward to check. No one left alive? Another man says, his face beaded with sweat. A call was made to the security headquarters earlier. Is this why they sent us down here? Everything is like this. The perpetrator of all this has already escaped. A sinister laugh echoes. What are you talking about? Are you even paying attention? The minions exclaim. What? His face twisted into a cunning, dark expression along with an evil grin. He says softly, the perpetrator behind all of this is right here in front of us. His voice echoes through the dark basement. Hey, I know you're here. Show yourself, Kim Tae-hoon. Legs shimmering with purple light appear. Impressive. Kim Tae-hoon appears, surrounded by purple light. I clearly used my stealth skill. So, how did you manage to spot me? The two stand facing each other. Isaka Ryohei says with an arrogant tone, stop beating around the bush. A newly promoted S-rank like you. What are you doing here acting all suspicious with stealth? You're the one behind everything that happened here, aren't you? Kim Tae-hoon replies with an attitude. What are you saying? You're the head of security at this east-facing auction house. How can you ask me that? Terrorists infiltrated this place, attacked the participants, and murdered them. Where were you while all that was going on? Ryohei gives a wicked smile. Of course I have my reasons. You don't need to understand. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes fix on him. I see. No wonder I thought something was off. With so many high-ranking security guards here, Kim Tae-hoon reaches into his pocket to pull something out. Every corner has someone standing guard. Before the terrorists even attacked, there were already several bombs going off all over this auction hall. My guess is, to place all those bombs in those spots, someone here had to do it. That's exactly right. Just as the terrorists attacked, the bombs went off. A glowing blade handle slowly emerges from Kim Tae-hoon's pocket. That's a convenient coincidence. You really know your way around things. You're not an S-rank veteran for nothing. A spy working for them, and the head of security at that? No one would have guessed. Ryohei lowers his head with a sinister laugh. He opens his mouth, his whole body emitting a golden light. You're smart, but you can be stupid sometimes too. I told you before to be smart and not mess with me. Don't you remember? With that, he vanishes, leaving only trails of golden light. Kim Tae-hoon grips his blade, posture defensive. He suddenly appears with his blade in hand. But Kim Tae-hoon had anticipated it. and blocked his strike. Hand over the item you took. Right now. His face turns vicious. Kim Tae-hoon smirks, still blocking. Interesting. If you're so good, why don't you take me down and come get it yourself? Both trade intense blows, the golden flashes blinding to behold. Afterward, only two white silhouettes are visible amidst even more violent, fiery, red sparks. Small rocks fall, and a box is split in two. The minions shout, "This isn't good, let's retreat. We can't interfere in a battle between two S ranks. Besides, everyone knows about Isaka Ryohei's notorious reputation. If we stay here, we could lose our lives." Even the comrades who fought alongside him in life and death were slaughtered by his own hand. Kim Tae-hoon uses his skills to attack. In his heart, he feels a hint of doubt. This guy's fighting style is a bit different from what he expected. His offensive and defensive methods seem quite unique. While I rely on my instincts and the situation to react, he relies on deduction and the sounds of movement to improvise. This guy is no pushover. He can track my movements and predict the perfect counter. A flash of golden light streaks by, catching Kim Tae-hoon off guard. Isaka Ryohei suddenly delivers a strike that sends him flying. He suffers an arm injury and coughs up a mouthful of blood. He thinks, even though we're both S ranks with similar movement skills, in actual combat, there is a clear difference in our levels of experience. But no matter what, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly leaps upward. The minions gasp in surprise. Huh? Up there? Kim Tae-hoon's hand reaches out like a demon from hell. He doesn't even need to use his predator skill yet. The minions are sucked up amidst screams of agony. His hands, like those of a hellish demon, control the minions, crushing them with unexpected power amidst their pathetic wails. Kim Tae-hoon calls out, "Ghost Sword Isaka Ryohei, where are you?" That sinister laugh returns. "Kid, you've got good combat skills, but even though your stealth is decent, in a large space full of obstacles like this, I can easily track you just by the sound." Isaka Ryohei is up on the ceiling. "Now that you've revealed yourself right in front of me, consider this a return gift for what you did earlier. Try blocking this ghost sword heart piercer as I strike down directly at your head from above." Isaka Ryohei says, his eyes glowing red with his sword in hand. Kim Tae-hoon struggles to defend himself. Two masked guards standing watch on the floor below immediately run away when they see Isaka Ryohei smash Kim Tae-hoon through the floor they were guarding. A surge of light pierces through several basement levels, sending rocks scattering. Isaka Ryohei stomps on his chest, pointing his sword at Kim Tae-hoon's heart. Suddenly, he panics. "What? How? How could you lock down my ghost sword?" Kim Tae-hoon smirks, light chains appearing on his hands to bind the sword. He grins. "It's true that even among S ranks, there's a difference in skill level, you idiot." Isaka Ryohei wears an expression of disbelief. The scoundrel from before, after attacking the small fries outside and revealing himself, didn't do it to escape, but purposely showed himself to bait me into attacking. At that moment, he had already prepared this light chain skill. After I attacked, he locked down all my movements, so I couldn't escape. Kim Tae-hoon throws a punch while the light chains are on his hands. "Where are you going to run now?" The light chains strike straight at Ryohei. "You bastard! How could you do this to me?" He screams in disbelief. The light-chained fist rockets forward, slamming directly into Isaka Ryohei's face. Taking the hit, his face contorts, and blood sprays from his mouth. The building floors have been smashed into a large, dark, and terrifying hole. The auction house is in ruins, and Isaka Ryohei, along with his minions, are bound by the light chains, hanging their heads in shame, kneeling before Kim Tae-hoon. The minions, tightly bound by the glowing light chains, have completely lost their strength. They try to struggle out of the chains in angry disbelief, but it's futile. Isaka Ryohei kneels there, shackled by the light, refusing to surrender. His face is twisted with ferocity and deep resentment. Isaka Ryohei scoffs coldly, his teeth grinding together in pure hatred. Standing before him is Kim Tae-hoon, smiling with a sense of triumph. Isaka Ryohei is kneeling on the ground, growling in pure hatred. "You bastard, Kim Tae-hoon." Kim Tae-hoon stands there, staring straight at him with a sneer of utter contempt. "I never thought an S-rank player like you, representing Japan, would end up as an accomplice to a bunch of common thieves." Humiliated, Isaka Ryohei loses his composure, his face twisting into a savage mask. He forces himself up and roars, "You scumbag, my plan failed all because of you." A foot slams directly into Isaka Ryohei's face. The kick leaves him gasping in agony. After the heavy blow, Isaka Ryohei is sent flying back, reeling in pain. Kim Tae-hoon's voice rings out, "You talk too much. Just accept your defeat." Kim Tae-hoon stares, stunned, as the loyal subordinates stand there, clearly terrified and worried for their leader, Ryohei. They watch where he was sent flying, frozen in panic and horror. They scream toward Ryohei in desperation. Lord Ryohei, are you all right? Kim Tae-hoon glares at them, his eyes wide. If you want to stay in one piece, tell me where that bastard Narendra Nehru is hiding. Beaten and broken, Isaka Ryohei lies slumped in the rubble, his eyes shut tight. Kim Tae-hoon's voice echoes in his ears. If you talk, your sentence will be light. If you don't, well, it won't make much difference anyway. The guilds have already been alerted. They'll be at this auction house soon. And of course, once the major awakened guilds arrive, both you and that scumbag Narendra Nehru are as good as dead. Lying in the debris, Isaka Ryohei curls his lip into a mocking smirk. You think they're coming to save you? You're so naive. Truly a rookie. Kim Tae-hoon's jaw drops, eyes wide in disbelief. What did you say? Sudden, frantic footsteps echo down the hallway as the base's heavy doors swing open. Everyone working in the room stops, turning toward the door with expressions of utter shock. A stout man, wearing round glasses with graying hair and a beard, rushes into the office where the electronic screens are flickering. Beads of sweat are dripping down his face, and he gasps out, his voice broken from the exertion. The support teams, why haven't we seen any support teams arrive at the Dawn auction house yet? This man is a Tier 4 guild official, the Alchemist Guild leader, Seo Sang-ik. Seo Sang-ik looks at the two men in front of him, one young, one old, and analyzes the situation. Don't you realize there are countless priceless artifacts at the auction? Not to mention all the VIP clients from Korea and other countries attending. If the awakened guilds don't arrive with reinforcements immediately, there is no way the auction house can hold off these bandits. The older man, sporting an eye patch, a thick beard, and perfectly slicked back hair, remains eerily calm. Ease up. Stay calm for a moment, sir. We are already aware of that. When the terrorist attack began, the alert was broadcast to every guild. The guilds have already prepared their support forces. The person leading the reinforcement guilds is the S-rank player, Sung Jin Park, accompanied by other highly skilled S-rank awakened. Images of the powerful reinforcement force and their leader, Sung Jin Park, flash through his mind. Seo Sang-ik panics, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Then why haven't they deployed yet? If there's an issue, let us know, and we'll do everything in our power to help them. That's not the problem. I don't know about the other details, but the most critical issue remains unresolved. The fact is, there is simply no way to reach the auction house. He slams his hand onto the table, his eyes burning with frustration. Seo Sang-ik panics even more, sweat pouring down his brow. What did you say? The man with the neat, tied-back hair answers him. Those bastards, prepared for this exact scenario. When they attacked the auction house, they immediately headed for the teleportation gate control room. They've seized control of the gates, and now, they've locked them all down. I can't believe it, the gates are really locked? That's right, but there's no need to panic just yet. He replies with an unnerving, calm tone. Fortunately, there are two S-rank players at the auction house, Isaka Ryohei and Kim Tae-hoon. Isaka Ryohei's face flashes through his mind, his cruel nature paired with a sword emitting a blinding light. Kim Tae-hoon is a newly promoted S-rank, but he's already a powerhouse. On the bandits' side, their only threat is the leader, Narendra Nehru, also an S-rank. Kim Tae-hoon appears in his thoughts, amber eyes glowing, a smirk on his lips, surrounded by a red aura. He seems incredibly confident. Surely, all we have to do is wait for them to construct a new gate connecting to the auction house. But I suspect those two S-ranks will be able to hold the line and stall for time until then. Our only job now is to wait for the technicians to fix the gate issues. But the opponent those two are facing, that bastard Narendra Nehru, is not someone to be taken lightly. Following that voice, a pair of black high heels click slowly into the room. Everyone looks toward the door in a panic at the newcomer. Player Yu Ah-young, why are you here? The girl with short, edgy hair, a cold expression, and a sharp black suit stands before them. The scene shifts back to the Dawn auction house, where Isaka Ryohei and his subordinates are tightly bound by light chains. Isaka Ryohei is kneeling before Kim Tae-hoon. He looks up, his mouth twisted into a mocking sneer. There's one thing you haven't considered, Kim Tae-hoon. Narendra Nehru isn't simple. With his demonic contract skill, you're going to die very quickly. Kim Tae-hoon frowns and asks, a demonic contract skill? Isaka Ryohei keeps that same arrogant, mocking expression as he replies. Exactly as it sounds. He can open a rift and summon demonic entities directly from the demon realm. Depending on the amount of sacrificial items, he can summon demons of varying levels. So, you still think you can beat him? As he mentions such a high-level support skill, Isaka Ryohei visualizes the terrifying, powerful demons in his head. Kim Tae-hoon looks taken aback and asks in disbelief, You mean he's going to sacrifice items to the demon realm? Isaka Ryohei flashes a sinister, dark grin. Exactly. The thing the demon realm desires most is souls. And the sacrificial items you're curious about are humans. The scene shifts back to the guild office where Yua Young spoke up. Everyone freezes as they hear her words, unable to believe what they've just heard. Even the man with the beard asks, "What? What did you say?" The others quickly follow up. But there are so many hostages and low-rank players at the auction house. Those are the very souls he can offer to the demon realm to summon a high-ranking demon. And on top of that, he's an S-rank player himself. His subordinates are also high-level mercenary awakeners with real power. Seo Sangik is no longer calm. He shouts in panic. This is bad. This time, he's going to take all the hostages there and sacrifice them. We need to act fast. This is something we never anticipated. Yu Ah-young's turquoise eyes grow even darker as she says, "That's right. It looks like a catastrophic tragedy is about to unfold at the Dawn auction house." Veen Kane arrives at the Toe auction house and grabs Isaka Ryohei from the ground, raising his fist high toward Isaka Ryohei. Kim Tae-hoon's face is etched with pure fury and indignation. "You scum! How could you people do something like this? Do you see human beings as mere sacrifices?" Isaka Ryohei laughs even louder, his grin turning cruel. "Even if you've beaten me, Kim Tae-hoon, you won't be able to stop Narendra Nehru's plan. The outcome is already set in stone. Just give up. Right now, if you untie me and kneel to beg for mercy, I might just take you on as one of my subordinates." Kim Tae-hoon's expression turns even grimmer. Isaka Ryohei laughs harder. "Otherwise, if you choose to fight against Narendra Nehru, you'll only meet your end as a soul sacrifice to the demon realm." His laughter echoes. Kim Tae-hoon pins him hard against the wall and raises his fist again. A burning red sun surrounds the Dawn auction house. Ocean waves crash against each other, turning into white foam. In the holding area, thousands of hostages are kneeling. Above them, terrifying demonic entities are staring down at the captives. High above, a shadowy figure looks down at the hostages. A subordinate reports to the man with deep red eyes and a long beard standing there. "My lord Narendra Nehru, it seems Isaka Ryohei has failed." The masked subordinate continues. "We sent people to look, but we haven't found a trace of him, and the Blood Phoenix has gone missing with him as well. What shall we do now?" Narendra laughs nonchalantly. "Leave it. It seems there is an S-rank player here with some real power, but that little rat can't do anything against us. They are still waiting for reinforcements from the guilds, but the gates have been sealed." He reaches out his hand, and beams of black light emerge. The hostages kneeling below are controlled by the black light and lifted high into the air. The others scream in desperate terror. Those controlled feel their necks being tightened by an invisible hand. Narendra Nehru manipulates the black light to torture the hostages. The captives under his control can only wail in pain. "As for that rat, if he doesn't appear, we'll just stick to the plan," Narendra Nehru says, while still controlling the hostages. The black light surrounding the area grows denser. Now, the demon realm is going to get some high-quality souls. At this moment, Narendra Nehru looks like a true demon. His black eyes have a flick of red, and his gloomy, demonic smile radiates dark, black light. He watches from above, his dark killing intent intensifying. "Huh? The power's out?" The hostages in the darkness become even more fearful, panicked, and uneasy. The guards wearing demon masks become alert. "What the hell? Why did the power go out now? We already checked. Didn't the bombs destroy the power plant? How is it this dark? We can't see a thing. And we need power to run the machinery." A gloomy expression appears on Narendra Nehru's dark, eerie face. Where did the sacrifices go? Why is there a glitch like this? Narendra Nehru is stunned to see that only the black light remains before him, while the hostages have vanished. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon appears behind him with the light chain in his hand, striking toward Narendra Nehru and catching him off guard. The punch with the light chain heads straight for Narendra Nehru. Narendra Nehru, with his eerie eyes, watches the light chain approaching. Kim Tae-hoon's hands control the light chain, attacking Narendra Nehru with great force. Narendra Nehru is no amateur. He dodges Kim Tae-hoon's attacks. Kim Tae-hoon moves closer to Narendra Nehru, attacking fiercely with punches and light chains prepared to bind him. Narendra Nehru retreats to dodge Kim Tae-hoon's strikes. Narendra Nehru growls in anger, his face becoming even more ferocious from being attacked like this. Kim Tae-hoon smiles in satisfaction, seeing Narendra Nehru's expression. Kim Tae-hoon's entire body emits even more light. "Gotcha, you scumbag." Suddenly, a sound comes from behind Narendra Nehru. Something is sprouting from his back. A tentacle with 3 yellow eyes and razor-sharp teeth emerges. Its mouth can even spew fire. a fierce, burning orange flame. Seeing this, Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widen in utter shock, unable to comprehend what is happening. Unbelievable. It's not just one, but multiple tentacles sprouting from Narendra Nehru's back, their sharp eyes and fang-filled mouths open to unleash giant fireballs, destroying the light chains that Kim Tae-hoon had wrapped around Narendra Nehru. A massive explosion echoes. A blast occurs with billowing black smoke and raging fire. Debris flies everywhere. Kim Tae-hoon has dodged the explosion and kneels, looking toward the source. Where the explosion just happened, amidst the raging flames, a dark figure with unclear features and moving tentacles stands, looking in his direction. A monster behind him? How could he be this strong? He still stands there in the intense flames, but he isn't affected at all, as if he and the fire have become one. Are you the S-Rank Awakener, Kim Tae-hoon? Did you come to save us? Voices ring out from behind. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon freezes and turns his head. They are the hostages that Narendra Nehru had captured. They look at Kim Tae-hoon like a savior, waiting for just this. They rush toward Kim Tae-hoon like crazy, hoping to be saved. Untie us quickly before those bandits come back in. If you save us, the money we have will be. They haven't even finished their sentence when Kim Tae-hoon waves his hand, using the light chain to lift them into a circle of white light. Talking too much is distracting. Suddenly lifted into the air, they scream in panic. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly senses something moving toward him. Kim Tae-hoon glances upward. Eerie demonic creatures with sharp claws and blood-red eyes are diving rapidly from above toward where Kim Tae-hoon is standing. When those terrifying creatures touch the ground, the spot where Kim Tae-hoon was just standing emits a fierce, soaring beam of light, sending rocks and soil flying everywhere. The demonic creatures are confused, staring into empty space, still watching the flying debris to search for Kim Tae-hoon, their blood-red eyes scanning the area. While they are still looking, unable to see clearly, beams of light flash and crisscross before their eyes. The overlapping beams of light are the flashes of slashes from the sharp blade Kim Tae-hoon holds in his hand as he attacks the demons. Kim Tae-hoon launches into the air, sharp blade in hand, accompanied by powerful light chains. The monsters below have been torn into scattered pieces by Kim Tae-hoon's sharp blade. That hand, that vein-popping, rugged hand appears once again. In midair, Kim Tae-hoon looks like a demon, with a grotesque skull face looming above, staring at the shredded remains of the monsters. Seeing another demon on the floor acting like it's gone mad, bearing its razor-sharp fangs, those blood-red eyes look even more terrifying. They growl with furious sounds. A furry demon with two glowing pairs of eyes hisses with the sounds of hell. The noise it makes grows louder and more ominous, just like its eyes. Unexpectedly, the monsters that Kim Tae-hoon just sliced into pieces suddenly come back to life, even more aggressive, diving toward Kim Tae-hoon once again. Kim Tae-hoon, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, widens his eyes and shouts, "What the?" Boom! An explosion occurs, and Kim Tae-hoon vanishes. Where he was just standing, only a cloud of thick, black smoke rises. The entire group with Narendra Nehru standing above, along with the monsters that just attacked Kim Tae-hoon down below, all stare at the thick, black smoke in front of them. Narendra Nehru, perched high above, finally speaks. Well, don't be so arrogant as to think you've already defeated me. You know about my demonic contract skill, right? This skill summons creatures based on the sacrifice. Of course, I can't be bothered with weak demons. Narendra Nehru looks smug, clearly proud of his demonic contract skill. He believes it's the strongest ability, something no one can counter. This shows in his satisfied expression and his smirk. Those monsters are all E-rank equivalent, and they're further buffed by my skill's support. These monsters, infused with Narendra Nehru's power, grow even more aggressive, lunging rapidly at Kim Tae-hoon, who is struggling to fend them off. With my mana shared among them, they have evolved to a much higher power level. The monsters attack Kim Tae-hoon with renewed frenzy. He is becoming exhausted trying to resist them. The monsters have evolved. Narendra Nehru keeps pouring more power into them to make them attack Kim Tae-hoon faster and harder. Kim Tae-hoon can no longer resist. He is slammed into the stone floor, cracking it in a massive crater. "If you beat that bastard Rio, I'll give you credit for that," Narendra Nehru says, as he watches Kim Tae-hoon collapse from the blow, spitting out mouthfuls of bright red blood. "But against me, you're just going to fail anyway." Narendra Nehru wears a triumphant face, having conquered Kim Tae-hoon, an S-rank awakener. Another loud explosion echoes, accompanied by black smoke and flying rubble. The hostages watch the explosion, seeing the monsters rushing into the billowing black smoke. It's over, he's been taken down. The restrained hostages cry out in panic. They think Kim Tae-hoon has been defeated. One of them screams in frustration. "I told him to save us first, but he wouldn't listen. Now look at the consequences. If he had saved us, at least we could have helped fight those monsters. You're mistaken. The voice of a middle-aged man, also tied up, rings out, making everyone turn their heads in surprise to look at him. He tells the group, "Look, thanks to him, those monsters aren't doing anything to us anymore." He drew all of their attention. Now, everyone finally realizes that all the monsters and the masked men have stopped paying attention to them and are solely focused on attacking Kim Tae-hoon. He's at a disadvantage, but he isn't running away. Maybe he's doing this to buy time for the other guilds to come and rescue us. Kim Tae-hoon, knife in hand, fights on, with his remaining strength against the monsters surrounding him. The tied-up hostages, after hearing the man's analysis, look at him in disbelief at what Kim Tae-hoon is doing. The middle-aged man continues in a firm tone. The hostages that the old man captured for the sacrifice, he already freed them all. The memory of the hostages being hung high by chains, ready for sacrifice, flashes through his mind. At this point, he can't hold it in anymore. His whole body trembles. Hot tears stream from his eyes. He chokes out. So, his original intention was to proactively attack and draw the monsters away? The hostages hanging there, prepped for sacrifice, he saved them so we could be safe? Kim Tae-hoon's appearance is now covered in wounds, blood soaking his entire body, yet he still struggles to hold the knife in his hand to fight. The restrained hostages feel a deep shame for their own selfishness and pettiness. They cry out, "We didn't understand. Hang in there, Kim Tae-hoon. We believe you can win." To give Kim Tae-hoon more strength, they can only scream their encouragement. Just like that, the light chains reappear with renewed force, wrapping tightly around the monsters' necks. They struggle to break free from the chains attacking them. Kim Tae-hoon strikes back, soaring into the air, and using the chains binding the monsters to finish them off with a powerful blow. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widen to their limit as he yells, "All right, stop shouting like that." The monsters are turning their attention over there now. The hostages are stunned, realizing something is wrong. They feel like they just did something insane. One person gasps, "Huh?" Narendra Nehru, standing there leisurely, observing the terrifying, fire-breathing tentacle, watches the ongoing battle, wondering about the giant horde of monsters ready to charge at Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon, now covered in wounds and trampling over the corpses of the monsters he just fought, still refuses to back down. He screams at them, "You bastard monsters! No matter how strong you are, I'll defeat you all. Come and get me." The restrained hostages witness the scene, watching in fearful anxiety, and scream, "Kim Tae-hoon, watch out!" Narendra Nehru laughs loudly, filled with satisfaction. His evil laughter echoes. He mocks, "How touching! Such heroic sentiment." Kim Tae-hoon's face is drenched in blood, but his eyes remain determined as he shouts, "Hang in there, Park Gun-woong. This battle will be over soon. You can do it." Narendra Nehru's dark eyes suddenly freeze when he hears what Kim Tae-hoon just said. Narendra Nehru looks toward the door, where a figure has just appeared. Who is that? He is taken aback to see someone standing there. When did that bastard show up? Not making Kim Tae-hoon wait long, Park Gun-woong unleashes his skill. Blinding light erupts from Park Gun-woong's palms as he focuses all his power into his ultimate move. He shouted to Kim Tae-hoon, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll do it right now." The scene shifts to Isaka Ryo, who is bound by glowing chains. He lies on a pile of rubble, covered in wounds, his mouth hanging open. Park is stunned to see Isaka Ryo in such a miserable state. Park Gun-woong stares in disbelief at the collapsed Isaka Ryohei. Looking at Kim Tae-hoon, he asks, "Kim Tae-hoon, are these guys from that jerk Narendra Nehru's crew? They infiltrated the security team, so I took them down." Kim Tae-hoon answers Park Gun-woong calmly. Footsteps approach them rapidly. As they walk, the two discuss the current situation. "I can't believe it turned into this while I was gone for just a moment." "All right, this isn't the time to talk about that. We've already taken control of the gate management room. That jerk is using the hostages to summon monsters inside." Kim Tae-hoon explains the situation in detail to Park Gun-woong. "Right now, we have to deal with both the monsters and the bandits. The bandits are easier." Kim Tae-hoon glances at Park Gun-woong and says, "But, if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger. The hostages are tied up, kneeling, and being watched by eyes glowing red. In the worst-case scenario, they'll all die." Park Gun-woong, panicked by Kim Tae-hoon's analysis, asks urgently, "So what do we do now?" Kim Tae-hoon replies calmly, "I need your skills now." Park Gun-woong is even more surprised when his skills are mentioned. He stammers, "Gate control skills me? I know how to control gates, but the hard part is, I need to know the exact location of the gate to control it. Are you saying you want me to connect the gates to call other guilds?" Park asks Kim Tae-hoon suspiciously when told to use his skills to control the gate. Kim Tae-hoon's face turns serious. Not exactly. What I want, Park Gun-woong waits anxiously to hear the result from Kim Tae-hoon, is to eliminate the monsters. 1, 2, 3. Many gates are controlled and opened, emitting a blinding light. These gates grow even brighter. The monsters are pulled strongly into the gates, unable to resist, only able to growl. As the power of the gates increases, more monsters are sucked in. Narendra Nehru stands above, watching the terrifying power of the gates, unable to believe his eyes. How? How could this be happening? He erupts in fury, roaring. What the hell is going on? The gate grows larger, forming a massive, dark void, and the terrifying power sucks many of the monsters into the gate. Park Gun-woong just stepped out of the circular portal, his eyes wide, lost in thought. Earlier, he said he'd open a gate to suck the monsters away. I was a bit skeptical if it would work. Park Gun-woong breaks into a sweat, staring intently while thinking. But now, I'm completely convinced. Park Gun-woong stands behind Kim Tae-hoon, who remains standing tall in front of the gate he opened. Park Gun-woong is still filled with thoughts. Now that the monsters have been sucked away, only that jerk Nehru is left. Surely he can defeat him and save everyone. Then Kim Tae-hoon turns his head slightly and calls out, "Hey, you, Park Gun-woong." He flinches when he hears Kim Tae-hoon speak. "You've finished your mission to open the gate here. It's quite dangerous for you now. So, take everyone and run away quickly," he replies, in a hurry. What? His face is no longer calm, and he raises his voice. "What do you mean by that? I can fight too." But Kim Tae-hoon smiles calmly and turns away. "Your job here is done. That jerk is an S rank, so it's a bit too much for you. So, get going quickly." Then, Kim Tae-hoon stomps his foot hard, shattering the floor. Suddenly, the atmosphere becomes fiery with the appearance of his opponents. Kim Tae-hoon holds ready 2 iron pipes, looks at them, and says to Park, to focus on fighting and defeating him. "I don't have time to protect you and the others." Narendra Nehru stands before him, shouting at Kim Tae-hoon. He claps his hands together, smiling at the man. "All right, I heard you. Come on then." Park Gun-woong, standing behind, is deeply worried and rushes to evacuate everyone. "Everyone, follow my lead and go this way." Kim Tae-hoon turns back, looking a bit concerned, and says, "Good, it looks like everyone has started to evacuate." Then he looks up at the man. "Now, it's just me and that jerk left." He charges forward with all his strength. He glides past, looking at the man, and stops in front of Narendra Nehru. The man looks bloodthirsty and lunges forward, saying, "You think you're something special? Do you think just because we're both S ranks, our strength is the same?" Narendra Nehru extends his hand, flames burning all around, and shouts, "Let me see how you can withstand this." A wave of fire follows the direction of Narendra Nehru's hand. He points directly at Kim Tae-hoon to direct the flames straight at him, and says, "A brat like you is definitely going to die here today." Then, the flames reach him, forcing him to cover his head with his hands. Then the fire explodes against the ground. He waves both hands down toward him, and 2 demons with evil, sharp teeth appear, saying, "Even if you can save those hostages, you can suck all my monsters into that gate." By this time, Kim Tae-hoon has collapsed. The man's power has injured his body, and blood is streaming from his mouth. He continues speaking. "But none of this will help you defeat me." He raises both hands, summoning creatures with terrifying power, and says in front of where he is collapsed, "This battle will still end in victory for me." Kim Tae-hoon sits still before the debris caused by the man, listening to his insults. "You dare to challenge my patience and blaspheme the divine? So, this will be your end." Then Narendra Nehru's eyes turn red, and he says in a low voice, "You will be a sacrifice for me." The monsters behind him glare at Kim Tae-hoon with glowing red eyes. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon slowly stands up, laughs, and says, "You old jerk, you talk too much." Narendra Nehru stares. Kim Tae-hoon's face is smeared with blood, but he still smiles as he says, "You think I'll die that easily? Think again." Hearing that, Narendra Nehru's eyes widen in shock. Then Kim Tae-hoon extends his hand, and a wave of red power surrounds him. This mysterious red power flies straight at the man, causing everything around him to fall apart, piece by piece. They are slowly drawn into the intense power of Kim Tae-hoon. Narendra Nehru stands there, confused, looking up and roaring. "What?" He looks toward Kim. Kim Tae-hoon is just holding out one hand, using his power, thinking, is the brat finally revealing all his strength now? So he was hiding his true power all along? Suddenly, Narendra Nehru laughs, making the man, who is channeling his power, look up in confusion. Narendra Nehru spreads his arms wide. He laughed wildly with his hands outstretched, and no power dared to approach him. Not ready to accept defeat, Narendra Nehru clasped his hands together to summon his power and spoke, Kim Tae-hoon, no matter how much you hide your true strength, you will still become a sacrifice for me. I will make good use of that body of yours. You understand? He continued. In this battle, you thought you were the only one hiding your power, didn't you? This statement took Kim Tae-hoon by surprise. Huh? Suddenly, he glanced toward the corner, breaking into a cold sweat, as if he had seen something terrifying. Oh, his hand was still reaching out to manifest power, but his head turned to the right, where he saw some of the hostages he had rescued. They were stunned by his sudden appearance and spoke. Ah, what is? They screamed. The body of one of them was terrifyingly turning into ash, and agonizing cries began to ring out. Kim Tae-hoon, not understanding what was happening, looked on in surprise and said, What is going on? The blood from the people on Narendra Nehru's back formed a shape like a red wine glass as he chanted, Now, all sacrifices shall be offered to the gods. The pool of blood grew larger with his incantations. I beseech you, Great One. The atmosphere was now blanketed by the terrifying prayers of Narendra Nehru. Grant strength to your disciple. Punish those who despise your faith. Kim Tae-hoon looked up, appearing confused and panicked. Narendra Nehru kept his hands clasped, head bowed, and gradually, a new power emerged. A green light that completely smothered Kim Tae-hoon's red aura. A beast manifested from his power, baring its sinister jaws in a threat. And this was the S-rank bone dragon. This was happening in one of the tallest buildings in the area, causing a massive cloud of smoke to erupt from the structure into the sky. The building, once beautifully constructed with glass walls, now had a shattered corner following the battle. Park Gun-woong stood at the head of the rescued hostages, facing the robbers. Both Park Gun-woong and the others were sweating in fear, but he tried to reassure everyone. Those scumbag robbers aren't all dead? Are they still waiting outside? The robbers, armed and wearing masks that left only their eyes exposed, were led by one who said, How did these people escape from the hold? Something must have gone wrong over there. His men continued, All right, they're just commoners anyway. We can deal with them easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the robbers suddenly grabbed their faces in pain, coughing up blood and crying out. Correction on flow. The previous line mentions them coughing blood. Park Gun-woong stood there with the others, bewildered as they watched the robbers gradually turn into dust. Before they died, the men managed to choke out a few words. What? Our bodies! They screamed loudly. Park Gun-woong frowned, looking up in confusion and fear. Suddenly, pieces of the ceiling collapsed where they were standing, leaving them reeling in a panic. What was that? He looked out the glass wall and saw rocks falling down in droves, shouting, What the hell is happening here? That massive tremor. Park Gun-woong was likely screaming in despair. What is going on? Back to the two who were still fighting. Kim Tae-hoon was at a disadvantage as the S-rank bone dragon lunged, sending him plummeting through the air. He fell deeper and deeper as the monster closed in. Kim Tae-hoon crashed down amidst the rubble, in immense pain. Narendra Nehru stood above, unleashing a green flame that covered the entire floor, and laughed loudly. Then he shouted, It's true after all. When it comes to the power of the gods, dragons are always something else, aren't they? Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoon, still falling, gritted his teeth and thought, This isn't good. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around his arm, and then that chain slammed into the glass wall of the building, shattering it. The chain pulled taut. A huge hole was punched through where the chain struck, creating a massive opening into the abyss of the sky, and he seemed to be getting dragged out through the gap. Kim Tae-hoon's feet scrambled, desperately trying to grip the floor. His entire body lay flat against the floor, mere inches away, his hands bracing him against the ground. He gasped for air and thought, What kind of power does this monster have? Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he frowned as he realized something. Right in front of him was a monster carrying a terrifying green power. It lunged straight at his face, but at that moment, his mind stalled for a beat. Narendra Nehru, standing atop the beast, charged at Kim Tae-hoon and successfully rammed him, sending him flying. He slammed into the building's wall, breaking a hole through it. Kim Tae-hoon was launched outside with a deafening roar as the walls cracked. He was thrown out, but the beast and Narendra Nehru showed no mercy, saying, Now, die, you foolish bastard. Kim Tae-hoon's power surged back, as if rebelling, and he lunged forward shouting, You! Kim Tae-hoon thrust his hand toward Narendra Nehru and the monster, releasing a power that seemed to overwhelm the beast. He said, You think having that dragon means you can beat me? The monster refused to yield, and quickly opened its maw to retaliate against Kim Tae-hoon with a colossal surge of power. That massive force rushed toward him again. For a moment, he froze at the sheer terror of it. Instantly, the power collided, causing an explosion that shook the heavens and the vast ocean. It pulverized everything into tiny fragments in the chaos. Narendra Nehru and the beast kept flying straight ahead, surrounded by the green energy covering everything. He stood there and said, "I didn't expect." Narendra Nehru looked toward Kim Tae-hoon, who was suspended, pinned to the wall, and said, "To think you could survive an attack like that." The chains from earlier were now wrapped around his limbs, pinning him to the wall. Having survived the intense battle, he wasn't dead, but he was completely exhausted, his head hanging as he gasped for air. Kim Tae-hoon was slumped there, suspended by his hands and feet. He growled in frustration, consumed by resentment. Narendra Nehru thought, "That bastard." At that moment, he felt like a tiny, insignificant accessory attached to a massive building. Before him, the S-rank Bone Dragon and Narendra Nehru stood watching. In his mind, thoughts of hatred toward the man still lingered. He's too strong, especially with those demons and the Bone Dragon he summoned. Even with my S-rank power, it's just not enough against him. Kim Tae-hoon opened one eye and slightly lifted his head to think, but the gap between us is just too wide. Those thoughts continued to race through his mind, but here, if he had to offer a sacrifice to obtain a bone dragon like that, then surely there must be some limitation to his power. The man's back stood with a black hole on his back and veins bulging all over his hands as he readied himself. Kim Tae-hoon studied Narendra Nehru's pulsating veins intently and thought to himself, otherwise, he would have already been an S-rank champion. Kim Tae-hoon looked straight up at Narendra Nehru. "Think," he told himself. "I need to find the weak point in his power and find a way to counterattack, quickly." Suddenly, the man laughed. Narendra Nehru looked down from above and said, "You bastard. Daring to look down on a god, I've already figured out your tricks. You hear me?" That comment left Kim Tae-hoon completely bewildered. Then, Narendra Nehru smiled and continued, "You feel so helpless right now because you can't beat me, don't you? So you're just waiting for a chance to find my weakness and launch a counterattack, right?" Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon frowned in anxiety, sweat dripping down. Then Narendra Nehru added, "I understand that kid well enough. You've got a quick mind, I'll give you that." But suddenly, Narendra Nehru let out a fierce roar, his power shaking the very sky around them. "Do you really think your plans will come to fruition when I've already seen through them?" That terrifying wave of power once again consumed the entire space. Narendra Nehru, riding that S-rank Bone Dragon, flew forward and unleashed a wave of power, devastating the building where Kim Tae-hoon was suspended. Kim Tae-hoon panicked and screamed in terror. The people inside and Park Gun-won, who were standing in the building, heard it and looked out with anxious expressions. Looking closer, everyone inside was trembling with extreme fear. It turned out that the S-rank Bone Dragon had discovered the hostages' location and was diving straight toward where they were hiding. Narendra Nehru continued to channel that same power through the beast into the building, sending rubble and debris flying everywhere. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, illuminated by floodlights from all sides, the coordinators were in a panic, shouting at everyone, "Hurry, everyone!" The emergency gate connecting to the Hongdong auction house was finally complete. The officials stood in a straight line, facing the large, glowing circular portal as the coordinator signaled them. "Focus, people. We need to get there. The priority mission is to save the hostages," the chief female coordinator said, her face pale and drenched in sweat. With one hand on her mic and the other tapping the screen, she said frantically, "But right now, only South Korea has established a stable connection to the gate." The person leading this rescue mission was Captain Park Sung-jin, an experienced S-rank player, but even so, there were countless unpredictable dangers waiting for them. Park Sung-jin stood at the front of the team, his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "It's fine." Then he added, "We've already gathered some intel on those thugs, so I need to head there quickly to save everyone." That statement left the female coordinator staring at him in shock, too worried to say a word. Park Sung-jin shouted a command to his entire team, "Everyone, move out to Hongdong, now." He turned his head slightly and said fiercely, "Those demonic bastards today, the people behind this are ready to follow my orders. They will pay for what they've done." All the hostages inside had collapsed amidst the piles of rubble. At that moment, Park Gun-won, bleeding from his head and covered in other injuries, suddenly regained consciousness, his body throbbing with pain. He forced his eyes open to look at what was happening before him. In front of Park Gun-won was a massive explosion, blinding with light. Kim Tae-hoon was already there, holding his hands out to block the incoming force, which made Park Gun-won jump up. Worried for Kim Tae-hoon's life, he rushed forward and shouted, "Mr. Kim Tae-hoon." Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoon stood alone, bracing against the power as he roared. With his sheer strength, he managed to push the force far away, back toward Narendra Nehru and that beast. But Narendra Nehru wouldn't give up. He laughed loudly and said, "This is your choice. The S-rank bone dragon then opened its maw and unleashed a blast of energy. Narendra Nehru grinned proudly, looking down as he said, "If you really want to save them all, then sacrifice yourself under the bone dragon's hellfire." Park Gun-woong, sitting behind him, saw him having to hold off that immense power once again and screamed his name. It seemed Park Gun-woong no longer had the strength to stand and could only shout, trying to convince Kim Tae-hoon, "Run. Everything you've done until now is already pushing your limits. You don't need to force yourself anymore. If you go down, we won't be able to escape anyway, so just save yourself." Before he could even finish, Kim Tae-hoon seemed to be caught in their blast, screaming in pain. But in his mind, he kept thinking, "I have to keep going." Facing the ferocious beast still emitting its power, he didn't lose his resolve. Fighting that bastard Narendra Nehru while he's controlling the bone dragon is impossible. As I said before, I just have to wait for his weakness to surface, to turn the tables. Narendra Nehru stood up there, arrogantly laughing. Kim Tae-hoon stood there, straining to hold back the power to protect everyone, thinking, "I'm at a disadvantage, but this power is just getting stronger." A powerful resolve surged through his mind. "I can't give up, because everyone here still needs me to protect them." His face was filled with determination as he fought to withstand the massive wave of power. His eyes glowed red as he thought, "I can hold them off for a bit longer, but this isn't the best way. Think. Find a way. Fast." The strongest thought in his head was how to save everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice spoke up beside him as if someone needed a bit of help. Kim Tae-hoon's body froze when he heard it. He turned his head in confusion. He saw Park Gun-woong dragging himself toward him, forcing his strength. Park Gun-woong looked up at him, questioning. Kim Tae-hoon looked back, thinking, what was that voice? Suddenly, a notification appeared. Predation power being recalibrated. His hands erupted with energy, leaving him completely baffled. His hands surged with even more power as the notification continued. Predation rank increased to A. Another notification appeared. Because you cannot control this new power, your body is in an overload state. A new wave of energy swirled around him, and he gritted his teeth in discomfort, saying, "What is this?" The rank flickered. Predation S. Upgrading again. Predation SS. His eyes widened in shock. Ugh. Narendra Nehru, standing on the beast, looked down and frowned. Narendra Nehru looked confused as he muttered, "What on earth is happening?" His crimson energy radiated throughout the space, overpowering the bone dragon's power. His rank rose once again. SSS grade predator. Kim Tae-hoon was now flooded with glowing red energy, and notification windows kept appearing. Predator is at its peak. Your body is overloading. His muscles bulged, and he let out a painful roar. Even in this state, he could still think. So, Predator has reached its maximum level. An image of a perfect physique appeared in his mind. So, Predator has reached its limit. Did the Emperor grant me this power temporarily? The figure smiled. A flood of thoughts raced through his mind, but his current body couldn't handle such immense power. His arm felt like a giant stone slab, slowly cracking into pieces. He thought, "I'm breaking apart, am I going to die like this?" His legs began to crack too. He was still flooded with thoughts. "I've given it my all this time." Kim Tae-hoon's mind was still racing, but everything had reached its limit. Still, he refused to fall like this. His body was slowly crumbling, causing him to scream in agony. His body had completely cracked, leaving only his torso behind. Overcome by the unbearable pain, he slowly collapsed. Kim Tae-hoon fell face first onto the ground. Narendra Nehru watched from above, thinking, has he finally submitted? The energy radiating from Kim Tae-hoon was so immense that even Narendra Nehru had to shield his eyes. But right before he fell, what the hell was that terrifying power? Narendra Nehru thought, watching Kim Tae-hoon lie motionless on the ground. Regardless, this is my victory. Kim Tae-hoon was bleeding profusely. Nehru stood there, contemplating his condition. Perhaps he pushed his body's potential to the absolute limit, couldn't handle the power, and exploded. Narendra Nehru continued. He certainly won't be able to stand up again. With a look of annoyance, he spat. Finally, someone who insults the gods, Narendra Nehru stood above him and shouted, "This is the result of opposing me. No matter how hard you tried, you were always destined to die." Narendra Nehru approached with his beast. Suddenly, the beast's claws shattered, and its limbs fell apart. The claws they saw earlier crumbled away. This left Narendra Nehru completely baffled. What is happening? Rocks seemed to be falling around Narendra Nehru. He looked down and saw Kim Tae-hoon standing up firmly. Narendra Nehru's eyes flickered with worry. Another beast appeared, radiating a red energy several times stronger than his bone dragon. The crimson beast didn't hold back, opening its jaws, and charged toward Narendra Nehru with a fierce roar. Narendra Nehru stood atop his bone dragon, looking up in anxious confusion. What is this? A different strange tone came from Kim Tae-hoon. Hey, gods? Narendra Nehru stood there, bewildered. Kim Tae-hoon bowed his head and spoke. What do gods mean to me? Narendra Nehru looked on in genuine fear, sweating profusely. You bastard, you're not that pathetic, Kim Tae-hoon, he shouted. Who are you? Looking at the terrifying power emanating from him, he yelled, how can you possess such ultimate power? This shouldn't be possible. Kim Tae-hoon reached out a hand brimming with energy and said, as for that, go down to hell and ask the god you worship. Before he could finish, he unleashed a massive surge of power. You're going to die right now. Narendra Nehru's face tightened in panic. What? Instantly, the waves of energy slashed through him, tearing his body apart into pieces. Kim Tae-hoon stood there, pointing toward the collapsing Narendra Nehru. A surge of energy engulfed the entire space, sweeping away both him and his beast. A notification appeared. New skill learned. Contract with the devil has been memorized. In a dark, silent void where shadows reigned, a sudden beam of light shone upon Kim Tae-hoon like a halo. Kim Tae-hoon stood frozen in the bleak, terrifying landscape. He muttered, confused, I thought I was fighting that bastard Nehru. Suddenly, glowing red chains lunged at him, as if they had just been heated to an extreme temperature. The chains wrapped tightly around him, giving him no chance to resist. Kim Tae-hoon was genuinely panicked. He didn't know what was happening. Before he could process what was going on, a giant boulder slammed into him with horrific force. He flew backward, blood spewing from his mouth in agonizing pain. In his subconscious, he panicked. Was my stone skin skill disabled? What is happening to me? From somewhere, a pair of hands was manipulating something. A massive, mysterious, and imposing statue appeared before Kim Tae-hoon. Skulls were stacked like a crown atop the statue's head, surrounded by red light that radiated a threatening energy. Kim Tae-hoon writhed at the foot of the statue, feeling a terrifying power invading his body, making him scream in despair. Kim Tae-hoon muttered in a panic, why is my skill? Amidst the delirium, a cold, cunning voice echoed. Your stone skin skill, you say? Kim Tae-hoon stared blankly at the mysterious voice. It continued, how could those skills ever be truly yours? He replied, confused. Huh? If I consume you, right after, a giant maw, like that of a dragon, emerged from a red portal. An awakened soul with such potential, it must be absolutely delicious, don't you think? The monster roared and lunged at Kim Tae-hoon with terrifying speed. He gritted his teeth, frowning in tension, his heart filled with fear. Suddenly, a light flashed. Kim Tae-hoon jolted awake, limbs flailing, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Seeing his surroundings, he sighed in relief. Was it just a dream? My wounds, they aren't there. My injured hand from the battle is perfectly fine. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Park Sung-jin walked in with a bag of snacks and approached to check on Kim Tae-hoon. Oh, you're awake? Kim Tae-hoon was surprised. He realized the person in front of him was the awakened, Park Sung-jin. Park Sung-jin asked, do you want something to eat? Park Sung-jin and Kim Tae-hoon were discussing things while they ate. This is the apartment, the association, and the auction house prepared for him. Basically, it's compensation, and a reward for your help during the recent terrorist incident. Thanks to you, we were able to rescue all the hostages they had captured. As for that S-rank awakener, he has already been brought to justice. That was quite a massive terrorist attack. Fortunately, thanks to you, many people survived. You passed out after that battle. Many friends and family members came to visit you, but they've already left. Your family and your little brother were crying their eyes out. The association director was also worried sick. Park Sung-jin recounted the expressions he saw that day. He couldn't help but laugh as he said, looking at his expressions, I couldn't help but laugh. Besides, after the recent battle, we had someone check your health. Rest assured, you're fine. We didn't find any lingering effects on your body. I was worried you might have been affected by demonic energy while fighting that Nehru guy, but everything is okay. Kim Tae-hoon stammered, sweating buckets. But for some reason, I can't remember anything that happened at the auction house. My actions back then, even the bloody battle with Nehru. What happened? How did my fight go? Park Sung-jin replied, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. It was beyond my expectations as well. Kim Tae-hoon replied, I see. Park Sung-jin asked, now that you mention it, I'm curious too. What exactly happened to you back there? Kim Tae-hoon remembered the scene that day. Park Gun-woong was lying on the ground with a look of terror. In front of him was a tall, muscular guy with red hair. Kim Tae-hoon continued, explaining that, when he was losing to Nehru, something happened. Park Sung-jin asked, so, Who took him down? Kim Tae-hoon replied that he couldn't explain it. When he regained consciousness, only the awakener Park Gun-woong was there. At that moment, Park Gun-woong said, "Tae-hoon, what's wrong with you? Say something." Then, Park Gun-woong's eyes widened in shock. It was Kim Tae-hoon, but for some reason, he had turned to attack Park Gun-woong. With just one strike, he made Park Gun-woong cough up blood and collapse on the spot. At that moment, he even acted surprised. "Oh? One hit and you're already defeated? But that's enough." Kim Tae-hoon wore a sinister smile. "Now, it's time to return this body to him." After saying that, Kim Tae-hoon collapsed, and his hair turned back to its normal brown color. When he was lying there, Park Sung-jin found him, ran over to support him, and tried to wake him up. "Wake up! Tae-hoon!" Outside, someone shouted, "Everyone, move quickly. Search for the hostages here." The hostages are only a bit shaken up. It seems they didn't suffer any major injuries, but the monsters Neru summoned are nowhere to be seen, and that bastard has disappeared in a strange way. Park Sung-jin sighed. "Seriously, Kim Tae-hoon, what on earth happened to you there?" Back to reality. Park Sung-jin said that after the hostages calmed down, they asked them about the situation. They didn't know everything, but they said that you defeated Neru and then collapsed. Kim Tae-hoon replied dejectedly, "That makes sense. Since they aren't awakeners, there's a lot they wouldn't be able to understand." Park Sung-jin continued, "That player Park Gun-woong doesn't remember anything either, just like you. It's as if some force took both of your memories away. I suspect it might be a side effect of confronting Narendra Naru's demonic energy, but either way, everything turned out fine. So, congratulations, and thank you very much. We are still investigating and studying the battle scene, so if we discover anything else, I'll let you know." After Park Sung-jin left, Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself, "Could it really be that I was affected by Neru's demonic energy and lost my memory? That sounds a bit absurd, doesn't it? But I remember my arm shattering when I tried to use predation. I must have pushed myself too hard using predation to fight Neru." As he was lost in thought, something suddenly appeared. Contract of the Demon Bee. Can summon demons by connecting to the demon realm. Mana required. 211. Kim Tae-hoon said in surprise, "What is this? Is this the skill I absorbed from Neru after defeating him with predation? It only needs 200 mana to activate. It's a bit different though. He needed a sacrifice, but I currently only have 180 mana." As he was lost in thought, Park Sung-jin called out to him. "Hey, Kim Tae-hoon," he said, turning to Park Sung-jin. "You have a visitor." Kim Tae-hoon was surprised. "Oh?" Lim Ah-young walked in through the door with a fruit basket. Park Sung-jin saw this and said, "Someone's here, so I'll head out." Kim Tae-hoon looked at her, complex emotions stirring in his heart. Lim Ah-young spoke first. "I came to visit you. Lim Ah-young, an S-rank awakener and A-rank player." The city view outside was bustling, familiar yet suffocating, with dazzling sunlight streaming down. The snacks and drinks on the table were the same boring stuff. Kim Tae-hoon didn't really want to eat. Suddenly, she placed the fruit basket down with great force, crushing the food and making an unpleasant noise. Kim Tae-hoon saw the scene, startled, and his face darkened. Lim Ah-young, sitting opposite him, didn't seem to notice the shift. With a cold expression, she said, "I heard you were injured fighting the robbers, but looking at you now, you seem fine." Seeing the unsightly mess on the table, Kim Tae-hoon, though slightly annoyed, sat down opposite her and replied, "I was only slightly injured. Overall, my health is normal. It doesn't affect anything at all." Lim Ah-young reached out to grab a bright red apple, looking as if she wanted to vent her anger on it, and continued, "In this terrorist incident, I heard you saved a lot of hostages and defeated a very strong boss, right?" Kim Tae-hoon hesitated. That was somewhat true. Her anger turned into force as she tried to crush the apple. Lim Ah-young said with a mix of anger and tension, "It seems you even faced 2 S-rank awakeners there, didn't you?" The sunlight shining on her face only highlighted the annoyance in her eyes, and the poor apple was squeezed even harder. Kim Tae-hoon still didn't understand what she meant, and asked, The apple was completely crushed enough to show how annoyed Lim Ah-young was. She raised her voice. "I know you're good, but don't let that go to your head. I will train hard and catch up to your level soon." Her grip was so strong that pieces of the apple sprayed onto Kim Tae-hoon's face. He finally realized where her annoyance was coming from, but he still didn't quite understand why was she so angry. "Is this jealousy or worry?" he asked. "So, what exactly did you come here for?" Lim Ah-young turned away to avoid his gaze and gave a reason he thought wasn't believable at all. "I came to visit you." Of course, Kim Tae-hoon didn't buy it. He was tired of having to deal with this girl. "I'm so sick of her. Should I just call security?" At the same time, seeing his cold, indifferent attitude, Lim Ah-young grew even more annoyed and gritted her teeth. Kim Tae-hoon, do you have any idea how worried I was about you? I was so worried, wondering if you were seriously hurt. I heard the terror attack was quite large-scale and involved many. Awakened. That's why I came to check on you. But looking at you now, you're perfectly fine. She could also sense that he seemed much stronger, and the powerful aura radiating from him was far more intense than before. She couldn't figure out what kind of changes he had gone through during the recent terror incident. Seeing the anger on Lim Ah-young's face becoming more and more obvious, Kim Tae-hoon remained stoic. Across from him, Lim Ah-young started recalling the incident during their previous exam, the time they accidentally kissed, which made her blush, but she couldn't stop worrying either. Thinking about it, compared to when they faced each other in the exam, he had improved so much. The gap between them was widening further and further. She couldn't help but ask him, "Hey Kim Tae-hoon, how did you do it?" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaching interrupted their conversation. Both of them instinctively stopped and turned toward the source of the noise. With a hint of shock and anxiety, they turned to the door. Who could have come to his place? The footsteps got closer. Their hearts skipped a beat, feeling uneasy about who might be looking for him. Kim Tae-hoon reacted first, confused as to why that person was there. Lim Ah-young recognized the visitor and gasped, "Huh?" The intruder was none other than her older sister. Yoo Ah-young? She was also startled. She didn't expect to run into her sister here. Why was her sister here with this guy anyway? Lim Ah-young didn't wait for her sister to react, stepping forward and firing questions. "Why are you here? How did you even get into Kim's house?" Then, hitting the main point, she continued to press her. "The password to his front door. How do you know it?" Yoo Ah-young regained her composure, sternly reminding Lim Ah-young, "Don't call me sister, all right?" Although Yoo Ah-young casually explained that the house was provided to him by the Awakened Association. "They just gave me the password." Yoo Ah-young suddenly stopped, looking at the two of them, who were still surprised and caught off guard. "You idiots, never let your guard down like that." She gave a dangerous, light smile and swiftly moved in, suddenly circling behind Kim Tae-hoon and locking him in a dangerous hold. Lim Ah-young couldn't react in time. It all happened too fast. She only managed to blurt out, "Huh? What?" Kim Tae-hoon was completely restrained by this point. Seeing that, she panicked and stepped forward, wanting to intervene. "What do you think you're doing?" Yoo Ah-young, holding the upper hand, smirked in reply. "What am I doing, you ask?" The smile on Yoo Ah-young's lips deepened as she curiously looked at her worried younger sister. "I don't know why, but when I arrived, I found two S-ranks happily chatting in the same house. I wonder what kind of relationship you two have." Saying that, she silently touched Kim Tae-hoon's lips, provocatively. Kim Tae-hoon finally reacted. "What are you doing?" Lim Ah-young was fuming with rage, shouting, "What are you talking about? This is impossible. That's a crime." But her blushing face clearly betrayed her. Regaining some composure, she retorted, "He's still a minor." While Yoo Ah-young was distracted, Kim Tae-hoon jerked his hand away, escaping her control, and spoke up. "That's enough." Yoo Ah-young was startled by his immense strength. Kim Tae-hoon continued, "You can stop this act now." "Player Yoo Ah-young?" He looked unhappily at the girl who tried to attack him as soon as she entered, asking with dissatisfaction, "What brings you here? If you want me to join your guild, I've already refused." Yoo Ah-young scoffed. His attitude was as annoying as ever. Rubbing her hurting wrist, she said, "Still the same as when we first met, right? You're still as rude as ever. I'm just here to check on your injury, that's all." Then she softened her tone. "I even brought you fruit." Kim Tae-hoon was wary, feeling undeserving. "Fruit?" Yoo Ah-young continued. "That's right. I heard from the association that you're training to increase your strength to participate in the Asian Awakened tournament, right?" She didn't wait for Kim Tae-hoon to answer and continued in a more confident tone. "It's true that you did well by rescuing people and defeating 2 Awakened at the Dawn auction, but looking at the rankings, you're still only in 30th place. Then she moved closer to Kim Tae-hoon. "If you want to move up into the top 5 positions to become a representative for the tournament, you'll certainly need to put in a lot of effort to earn more points." Therefore, saying that, Yoo Ah-young placed her hand on Kim Tae-hoon's shoulder. "I've certainly brought you a gift," she hummed, teasing the curious and surprised person in front of her, her hand slowly sliding down to his wound. Continuing about the right to raid the dungeon, she explained, with an excited tone, "The Fire God Temple will know their place." The gloomy scene at the auction house reappeared in the shadows. A canoe was approaching a distant island, where it was shrouded in fog. But even from a distance, one could see how broken and desolate the scenery on the island was. The night demon's voice rang out. So that's the Dawn auction house? A reply came. Yes. The closer they got, the clearer the ruin appeared devastated and shattered, with dust and smoke rising suffocatingly. The night demon assessed it, his emotions unreadable. Looking at it now, one could see the complete transformation after the Awakens attack. After a few more bomb blasts, it could be said it had almost completely collapsed. He continued to observe while asking his subordinate. So after that attack, Narendra Nehru, is he dead or alive? The other replied, it hasn't been confirmed yet. There's no information about him. The henchmen hesitated and asked each other, this is certainly important, but should we report it to the boss? The night demon replied, his voice somewhat certain, no need, we can control the situation. He was confident, the goal of attacking the auction house has been achieved. Whether that Narendra Nehru dies or disappears doesn't matter. We only hired him for the job anyway, he continued. However, a loudspeaker blasted in the dark night from a large patrol boat that looked quite overwhelming. The captain spoke through the megaphone. Don't move, all of you are surrounded. The canoe seemed to shrink before the massive ship. The captain on the boat continued speaking over the megaphone to the illegal intruders. This place is strictly off-limits to everyone. Only the awakened patrol team is allowed here. If you know what's good for you, drop your weapons and surrender now. But then, a loud noise erupted. In a single moment, the massive ship was sunk into the deep sea immediately, engulfing the entire vessel. The awakening patrol team couldn't react in time as their boat sank into the depths of the sea, a sudden death that caught them completely off guard. This mysterious disappearance is sure to cause a massive stir. The mastermind behind the incident, a night demon, protected the canoe carrying him and his accomplices. His voice rang out, dangerously filled with a deadly kind of curiosity. Ever since that incident, I've been keeping a close eye on that awakened one, Kim Tae-hoon. As he spoke, he unleashed his awakening power, leaving the patrol team no chance of survival. Back at the Night Guild headquarters, the air was filled with excited cheers. Kim Tae-hoon continued his ascent toward the top 5. Standing beside him, Yoo-ah-young raised her voice to announce, after this dungeon raid, the player Kim Tae-hoon will be joining us. The more she spoke, the louder and prouder her tone became. As everyone already knows, he was the biggest contributor to saving the hostages during the Hongdong auction house terrorist incident. He can be considered the most potential-filled, young, awakened one in South Korea right now. The cheering grew even more passionate as they chanted his name in unison. Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon. Yoo-ah-young signaled for the crowd to calm down. Even so, she always focused on the main point. Since he was participating in this dungeon raid, I have also considered how to divide the obtained loot with our guild and him in a way that makes both sides happy and agreeable. Kim Tae-hoon, standing beside her, let out a sigh of relief. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Of course, when it comes to loot, who wouldn't want to make sure they aren't getting the short end of the stick? Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself, raiding the fire temple is truly a great opportunity for me. The scene of the fire temple appeared true to its name. It was a dungeon with an entrance that looked like a raging fire. Kim Tae-hoon whispered to himself, this is the second dungeon I've entered since the last competition. His thoughts continued. In the previous timeline, before the regression, the Night Guild did succeed in clearing this fire temple dungeon, but they suffered heavy losses in return. Almost all the awakened ones who participated that time perished. Risk truly goes hand in hand with reward. If I successfully clear the fire temple, my contribution points to the guild will definitely skyrocket. He calculated silently. Still, he felt a bit of anxiety. Last time, whether it was real or not, his hand had been nearly shattered. Now, his strength and stamina hadn't fully recovered to their previous levels since his hospital stay. Therefore, raiding this dungeon would be much more difficult. Thinking this, he looked at the person next to him. But then, as he looked down at player Yoo-ah-young and the Night Guild members, he suddenly felt confident about this raid on the fire temple. Mingled with the cheers were Kim Tae-hoon's thoughts. It will definitely be a success. The day to clear the fire temple had arrived, accompanied by the excessive enthusiasm of fans from the Night Guild, complete with flashy banners that felt completely out of place for the upcoming battle, along with the proud spirit and unwavering trust of the Night Guild. This raid only consisted of 2 people, Kim Tae-hoon and Yoo-ah-young. Kim Tae-hoon looked slightly helpless and surprised, while Yoo-ah-young was extremely excited. The crowd outside cheered loudly. We'll be waiting for you two. Good luck. Be careful, team leader. The team's safety is in your hands, Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon asked, confused. Hey, Miss Yoo-ah-young? Are you being reckless again? Kim Tae-hoon's tone was full of helplessness. What the hell? Why are there only the 2 of us raiding this dungeon? Yoo-ah-young smiled. Just consider this our date, okay? Her tone was playful, yet she offered a charming smile. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't help but curse under his breath. We're facing death, and she's still joking? Without arguing for too long, Kim Tae-hoon and Yoo Ah-young entered the fire temple directly. A breathtaking scene appeared in the suffocating space of the dungeon. Streams of blue fire engulfed everything like a wildfire. Yoo Ah-young looked at the scene inside, smiled, and made a curious sound. Oh. Before their eyes, the dungeon was submerged in an endless sea of blue fire, with a few withered trees scattered about, thirsty for water. She exclaimed, "This is truly terrifying." Looking at the dry bushes and the strange, eerie blue veins of fire, she continued, "This dungeon really is different from the others. I didn't think it would be like this at all." Standing at the entrance, Kim Tae-hoon observed and assessed. The Revelation dungeon he encountered last time was completely different from this. Yoo Ah-young agreed. The Revelation dungeon had appeared during the awakening test. Yoo Ah-young sat down before the opening that led deep inside, suddenly feeling her mind go blank. It seemed she couldn't think of any way to descend into this dangerous chasm. She asked Kim Tae-hoon, "How are we supposed to get down there? There's a high chance there are many magical beasts below." He was still hovering, looking for a way down. Suddenly, a long tentacle lashed out and wrapped around her neck as fast as lightning, leaving her only enough time to gasp. "Ah!" The tentacle grabbed her whole body and dragged her down, leaving Kim Tae-hoon above unable to react in time. He stood there, stunned as he watched her being controlled, managing only to shout, "Hey, Yoo Ah-young." Only then did Kim Tae-hoon realize what was happening and exclaim in distress, "This isn't good. Why did this happen?" He pulled out his blade to use as an anchor, drove it into the cliff wall, and jumped into the hole without a second thought, hoping to rescue Yoo Ah-young. Just as he dove down, he immediately saw that Yoo Ah-young had already turned the tables, defeating the beast that looked like a giant squid. After dealing with the creature whose tentacle hadn't listened, she turned back, unleashing her awakening power, causing her body to glow with a sparkling green light that stood out sharply against the blue flames of the fire temple. Having defeated the annoying monster that had dragged her down, Yoo Ah-young shouted to Kim Tae-hoon, "Just jump down like this. It'll be fine." Her tone was full of cool confidence. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't believe his ears just jumped down. He looked down at Yoo Ah-young as she fell, and below her, there was a swarm of monsters of all horrific shapes and sizes, waiting to tear her apart and turn her into a delicious meal. Yoo Ah-young didn't flinch. She continued to turn in midair, utilizing her falling momentum to strike at the creatures blocking her path that didn't know their own limits. Her power was immense and overwhelming. The grotesque monsters were quickly defeated. Wherever she landed, the monsters bled. Kim Tae-hoon watched, feeling a mix of excitement, joy, and fear, thinking to himself, she defeated an A-rank monster with just one punch? As he carefully followed behind Yoo Ah-young, he continued to think, the last time I met her, she must have been hiding her true strength. He silently held Yoo Ah-young in high regard. She really was a guild leader for a reason. Even though she wasn't the strongest S-rank, her true strength was nothing to joke about. Then, he suddenly realized that might be why she only needed 2 people to clear this dungeon. Thinking this, Kim Tae-hoon unleashed his own awakening power, refusing to be outdone by the girl in front of him. Of course, since that was the case, he also needed to try harder. He couldn't afford to fall behind. Kim Tae-hoon quickly caught up to Yoo Ah-young. The warm-up battle kicks off. They take down monster after monster, pushing deeper into the dungeon until they reach the bottom, where a bizarre and dangerous blue light radiates. Yoo Ah-young speaks up first, chuckling with excitement that they've finally hit rock bottom. As she speaks, she cracks her shoulders, as if the bloody slaughter they just went through wasn't even a proper workout for her. Kim Tae-hoon follows closely behind, stepping over the piles of monster carcasses. He sighs, never thinking the dungeon would be this deep. He brushes some blood off his hands, looking a bit more worn out than Yoo Ah-young, and replies in a distracted tone, "Yeah." He thinks to himself that the monsters here seem strong, but they certainly don't match her level. But that's why he's confused. Given her incredible strength in their past life, how did her entire guild get wiped out in this very dungeon? While Kim Tae-hoon is lost in thought, Yoo Ah-young approaches and hands him an item, telling him, "Take this, Kim Tae-hoon." She presents him with a black ring. The design is very simple, if not to say plain, with a dull black finish. The only standout detail is an emblem of a shield. He realizes what it is immediately. Is this a knight's ring? A unique grade knight's ring. It significantly boosts the wearer's strength and endurance. He muses that she must have prepared this for him, knowing his injured hand hasn't fully recovered. With this ring, he'll be able to make up for some of his lost power. Meanwhile, Yoo Ah-young keeps rambling on. I told you last time I had a gift for you, this ring is it. Clearing the dungeon was just a test for you. Kim Tae-hoon is flustered, even though he knows she's the guildmaster. Giving him a unique grade item is. Before he can process his confusion, she excitedly asks, "What do you think? With that, you'll definitely consider joining our guild now, right?" Has Kim Tae-hoon's opinion of her changed? He quietly reminds himself that he really needs to reevaluate who she is. On the outside, he still acts disgruntled and asks, "You had such a good item, why give it to me only now?" Yoo Ah-young, not expecting that reaction, is momentarily caught off guard. That's because Kim Tae-hoon cuts her off. "If you'd given it to me earlier, taking down those monsters would have been easier." Realizing she's at a disadvantage, she hurriedly changes the subject. All right, you have it now, let's keep moving." Kim Tae-hoon isn't one to be ungrateful, so he thanks her. Then, he doesn't forget to warn her that these were just the small fry. This dungeon isn't that simple. We need to be more careful. Yoo Ah-young agrees. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon spots something, and says in an excited, raised voice, "It looks like we've reached the center of the dungeon." He points in a direction, revealing an altar. It seems to be the source of the blue flames they saw at the entrance. In the center of the altar sits an object it looks like a central egg, glowing with the same blue light as the flames above. It radiates heat and smoke, and is protected by a seemingly sturdy mechanism and defensive formation. While Kim Tae-hoon is curious and excited, Yoo Ah-young is on alert. She observes the egg, unable to determine its rank. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoon stares at the egg, silently assessing it. "I don't know what kind of magic beast this is, it just looks like an egg." Saying that, he draws his dagger to probe it. This could be the boss's possession. He turns to Yoo Ah-young and says, "We need to observe before we act." But before he can finish, Yoo Ah-young is already gone. As it turns out, she had already rushed ahead. A shout echoes through the enclosed dungeon, magnifying the sound and making it sound somewhat eerie. Kim Tae-hoon stands frozen before this reckless player, only managing to call out to her, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Yoo Ah-young has already excitedly jumped toward the egg in the distance. Driven by curiosity and a competitive spirit, she lunges straight at the blue egg. Kim Tae-hoon can't stop her and shouts, "Why would you act without asking me first?" He then rushes to follow her. Just as he's about to catch up to her, with the floor crumbling under her force, Kim Tae-hoon manages to ask, "Are you okay?" Yoo Ah-young turns back to tease him with a menacing look, asking a cryptic question. "Are you asking if I'm okay?" But then she playfully replies, "The egg is already broken." As if the terrifying force just now didn't come from her at all. Behind her, the egg is indeed shattered. Fragments are flying everywhere, with faint blue flames rising from within. She continues to jokingly evaluate it, guessing the hardness of the shell is on par with an S-rank monster's defense, leaving Kim Tae-hoon in shock. She adds, "But since it was stationary, it was easy enough for me to strike." She then smugly asks Kim Tae-hoon, "How was that?" Kim Tae-hoon is horrified she actually shattered it. How could it be that simple? A wave of blue light flashes from the heart of the broken egg fragments. Yoo Ah-young barely has time to ask, "What?" before a massive explosion rocks the entire dungeon. Yoo Ah-young is taken aback and blurts out, "What on earth is this?" Kim Tae-hoon can only exclaim, "Oh!" A voice rings out, "I never thought a human would actually reach my altar." Both Kim Tae-hoon and Yoo Ah-young are caught by surprise. Warning each other to be careful, they look toward the sound. It's a phoenix. It continues, "I am delighted that you have come." Its eyes glow a striking, eerie crimson against the deep blue background, making both of them feel a hint of fear. It goes on, "To return your visit, I shall let you melt in my blue flames." The identity is now clear. It is the master of the fire temple, the S-rank blue phoenix. With that, it releases a threatening wave of blue energy. Kim Tae-hoon and Yoo Ah-young realize the danger and gasp. A phoenix? A phoenix, a legendary creature with immense magical power and regeneration. It's practically considered immortal. Kim Tae-hoon thinks to himself, "So, this is the master of the fire temple? Is that blue flame its source of power?" The light grows stronger, enveloping both Kim Tae-hoon and Yoo Ah-young. Kim Tae-hoon senses something is wrong and turns to check on his companion. "Hey, Yoo Ah-young, she is nearly collapsing." He shouts, "Watch out for the blue flames and its mind control magic." Realizing what's happening, he quickly leaps to dodge an attack from Yoo Ah-young. She's already been controlled. He tries his best to evade, finding it hard to strike back since she's his companion. Meanwhile, Yoo Ah-young is under its influence, her eyes filled with bloodlust, launching into a fierce attack. The interface flashes. Player S-rank is being controlled by the blue phoenix. Kim Tae-hoon still doesn't register the unusual killing intent in Yoo Ah-young's eyes. He keeps dodging the attacks, confused, and asks, "What's wrong with you?" Controlled by the Phoenix, Young pours all her strength into dangerous punches. Kim Tae-hoon struggles to dodge them, still unable to believe it. "Why are you attacking me?" The punches and kicks rain down continuously. Kim Tae-hoon can neither avoid them all nor bring himself to retaliate. "You're not helping me. What are you doing?" With no other options, he had to resort to a desperate move, using his awakened powers to knock out Young. He tried to restrain her, shouting in hopes of snapping her out of it. "Hey, Young, snap out of it." He tried to tell Young to break free from the control, not wanting to strike back too hard for fear of hurting her. "If we keep fighting like this," before he could finish, Young, having lost control, struggled to her feet. Still using her awakened powers, she seemed to channel every ounce of her strength into a massive blow against Kim Tae-hoon, catching him completely off guard. The impact was so powerful it triggered a massive explosion in the dungeon. Dust and debris rained down, mingling in the air. It looked like Kim Tae-hoon had been crushed, buried under the heavy rubble. Suddenly, one of Kim Tae-hoon's awakened chains shot out from the wreckage, lashing onto Young. Young, who had been under some kind of control, showed signs of reacting. Kim Tae-hoon emerged and shouted a challenge. "Before this all started, who was it that wiped out the attacks from your awakened guild?" Even though Young was bound and paralyzed by Kim Tae-hoon's chains and couldn't move, he realized he had to act fast. He put all his strength into knocking out the companion who had been controlled. "Sorry, Young," he said, trying to comfort her while preparing for the blow. "This is going to hurt a little," but as he hoisted her up against the rocks, his tone shifted to a firm, "Try to hang in there." He actually knocked Young out. She spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped over. Kim Tae-hoon muttered to himself, "The chains and the paralysis they cause won't last long, so she'll be back to her senses soon." As he spoke, he wiped a bit of dust off his face. Suddenly, he noticed eyes fixed on him. Still playing the hero? Blue Phoenix watched the scene of people attacking one another with amusement. It spoke in a mocking tone. "Would you mind if I killed her before she wakes up?" The fierce battle didn't seem to faze it at all. It let out a delighted laugh. "Do you want to try out all the fun toys I have in store?" Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a deadly, playful malice. Kim Tae-hoon witnessed this, but instead of fear, he responded with confidence. "You've surprised me," Kim Tae-hoon said. Still in his awakened state, he radiated a blinding red light. He spoke with conviction. "I'm going to kill you and get out of here." Kim Tae-hoon used his chain to secure the unconscious Young to his body, then drove a dagger into the dungeon wall to climb back up to the entrance where they had originally broken through. Naturally, Blue Phoenix wasn't about to let them go easily. Just as they started climbing, Kim Tae-hoon narrowly sensed an attack aimed at them. Blue Phoenix flexed its power, firing several blasts of blue flame into the ground beneath them, creating small explosions that sent dirt and rocks flying. It laughed, provoking Kim Tae-hoon. "What did you say?" It was surprised by his confident attitude and asked with curiosity. "Let's see you show me that power then." It blocked Kim Tae-hoon from climbing further, still using that same mocking tone. Then, it startled as it realized the dagger Kim Tae-hoon had stuck into the wall was flying straight toward it. "Huh?" Kim Tae-hoon had no choice but to strike back. He used the chain to whip the dagger, launching it as an attack toward Blue Phoenix. The dagger passed right through its body, but it wasn't even scratched. Of course, that attack was like a tickle to Blue Phoenix, and it laughed with glee. That attack actually felt quite nice. Its tone turned serious in an instant. "But my body is like fire itself." Kim Tae-hoon continued to pour all his strength into controlling the dagger to slash at Blue Phoenix. It watched him pour all his effort into the attack, and gloated. "No matter how much you strike, no matter how much you try to cut through my skin with that blade, all you'll do is make these flames spread more brilliantly." With that, as if to show off its strength, Blue Phoenix unleashed a blast of force that shattered Kim Tae-hoon's chain into pieces. Kim Tae-hoon stared in shock at what just happened. Blue Phoenix looked arrogant. "There's no way a pathetic human like you could ever defeat me." In a flash, it closed the distance to Kim Tae-hoon, its eyes glinting with the thrill of toying with small prey before the final strike. Kim Tae-hoon and Young were in a desperate situation. Blue Phoenix seemed bored of the game. It gathered energy for a massive attack to end the fight, blasting it toward Kim Tae-hoon and Young. An explosion far larger than the previous ones erupted. The ground shook as if they were hanging by a thread. Even the stone fragments thrown from the aftermath were incinerated by Blue Phoenix's blinding blue flames. It seemed there was no chance of survival for either of them, as the blue fire drained the very life from the air. Kim Tae-hoon, however, was quick to evade the deadly blow. He swung himself onto a nearby cliff face, Watching Blue Phoenix pour its energy into trying to take him down, he let out a quiet sigh. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Even if it was a phoenix, why did it have such a bizarre ability to regenerate? Having used up so much energy to escape death by an inch, he caught his breath. Blue Phoenix, unaware, continued to rain devastating blue fire onto the spot where Kim Tae-hoon had just been standing. Kim Tae-hoon observed the destruction and pondered. That massive flame, no matter how you look at it, it isn't an ordinary blue phoenix. A realization flashed in his mind. Could it be a great phoenix? The great in Great Phoenix. A terrifying image crossed his mind. Unlike other monsters, it possessed special powers. It was a mutant individual. To distinguish it from other monsters, it was labeled great by adding a plus sign to its current level. His thoughts raced. If that really was a great phoenix, there was no way his current skills could destroy its regenerative ability. The only way to win was to use his predator skill to its absolute limit. Kim Tae-hoon recalled the battle at the Dawn auction house not long ago. However, because of this move, it could explode just like last time at the auction house. That predatory technique couldn't be used carelessly. It had to be the final blow. But in reality, he had no chance of defeating the Blue Phoenix without using that technique. He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, there was a sound from behind. Young had regained consciousness and cursed, "Damn it!" She was startled, confused about her whereabouts and how things ended up like this. She looked down and realized she was bound, hanging from the cliff face, and let out a shocked scream. Kim Tae-hoon was startled. "Huh?" Young asked in surprise. "What? Why am I tied up?" Then she cried out, "It hurts." Her curiosity shifted to the Blue Phoenix. And why did that monster get so big? Isn't that a normal phoenix? By now, Blue Phoenix seemed to have noticed that the two had dodged its deadly attacks, and it turned to continue attacking the surroundings. Everything was a mess for Kim Tae-hoon. The noise of the explosions forced him to raise his voice so Young could hear him. He explained quickly, "Just stay still. Don't move." Young, feeling as if things weren't bad enough, retorted, "Kim Tae-hoon, did you do this? Untie me right now." Kim Tae-hoon ignored her, leaving Young bound, and replied, "Someone as easily mentally manipulated as you should. Just be quiet and help me out." Young argued back, "I just let my guard down. Wait, was someone controlling me?" Kim Tae-hoon looked at her in frustration. She didn't even remember anything. Young didn't want to be tied up at all and continued to demand, "Either way, hurry up and untie me." Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area near them, making both of them turn around in shock. Blow after blow rained down. The cliff where they were hiding was blasted apart. By then, the Blue Phoenix had noticed where the two of them were standing. Piercing through the dust, it spoke with a threat. "How dare you touch my body? I will teach you a lesson, you foolish humans." It suddenly startled, as a familiar blade flew back toward it. Those humans it despised were still alive. At the same time, Young, now freed as intended, eagerly joined the fray. The two of them coordinated perfectly, rushing toward the Blue Phoenix to attack. Kim Tae-hoon, still worried, warned her, "This time, you absolutely must not get hit by its hypnosis." Young replied with confidence, "Don't worry, I won't let that happen again." The Blue Phoenix's eyes flashed with malice. It had been pushed to its absolute limit. "You dare, you wretched humans." Saying that, the Blue Phoenix gathered power even greater than before, the energy radiating an intense sense of menace. It boasted arrogantly, "Do you still not understand that this attack is useless against me?" The Blue Phoenix lunged toward the two of them again. Kim Tae-hoon, using his awakened powers, shouted, signaling, "I'm going in first." The system notification appeared. "The Monarch's heart has been activated. Your abilities have been boosted." But Young was one step faster. "No, not this time," she said, still using her awakened powers to manifest a glowing spear, slashing toward the Blue Phoenix. It startled, thinking, "What is this?" Kim Tae-hoon was also taken aback. That strike had clearly affected the Blue Phoenix. Young unleashed formidable power, her eyes flashing with boundless confidence and fighting spirit. Let the boss take over. She had activated the S-Rank Warrior's Berserk mode. All skills activated by burning mana also have a concept known as burst. Right after activating it, Young immediately leaped, launching herself straight at the Blue Phoenix above her. This is a dangerous move because it can cause permanent damage to the body, so most people are afraid to use it. If one can control that power for even a split second, the strength it brings is truly Young. The moment she faced the Blue Phoenix, she unleashed a powerful slash. The strike was so strong that it cut the Blue Phoenix clean in two. It was a transcendent power that drowned everything out, leaving only the piercing screeches of the Blue Phoenix. She didn't stop there. lunging right behind it. Bam! Without hesitation, Yu Ah-young landed a punch right in its face, following up with a kick in hopes of finishing the Blue Phoenix off. Then, she quickly moved away, because she was certain of what would happen next. Bang! A massive explosion occurred, blowing away everything in the vicinity. The remnants of the battle seemed to merge into the mana flow between her and the Blue Phoenix. Yu Ah-young struggled to stand not far away, staring at the explosion. She was exhausted, her breathing ragged, and sweat trickled down her cheeks, but she wasn't sure if the Blue Phoenix was dead or not. Yu Ah-young's eyes grew heavy and drifted shut. Then, she collapsed to the ground. This was her limit. Yet, the Blue Phoenix was still alive. It approached her, screaming with rage. "You dare a pathetic human like you? You dare? With that pathetic look of yours, you think you can defeat me?" In a fit of pure fury, it used its maximum speed to bolt straight at Yu Ah-young, shouting, "I will kill you." Suddenly, chains appeared from nowhere and lunged toward the Blue Phoenix. The chains completely restrained it, and it looked down in shock. "You." Kim Tae-hoon appeared with a meaningful smile. "How do you destroy the ability to regenerate? You need a destructive power that far exceeds it. Because I am a cautious person, I could never let my guard down against a monster like you." Carrying Yu Ah-young in his arms, he radiated killing intent and said, "You've wounded my pride. You should accept this final destructive blow." Outside, a group of people were anxiously waiting for Kim Tae-hoon and Yu Ah-young. They whispered to each other, their faces showing worry, unable to hide their curiosity. "It's getting late. Are they all right?" Someone standing at the front spoke up, breaking the noise. "It'll be fine. Both of them are S-rank warriors." After hearing that, a few others chimed in. "But our guild leader, once she enters battle, she never loses." Hearing this, the three assistants of Yu Ah-young all simultaneously imagined her crushing monsters as easily as eating a meal. While Hyun just stood watching, they wondered, "Is that really okay?" Just then, Kim Tae-hoon walked out, carrying Yu Ah-young in his arms, shocking everyone. They worriedly ran toward him and her with a flurry of questions. "They're out. Is everything okay, team leader?" "Someone looks injured." Suddenly, one of the three assistants realized something and paused for a beat. Kim Hyun didn't understand what was happening outside and instinctively asked, "Huh?" But he quickly composed himself and affirmed to the group in front of him, "The fire temple has been cleared." After this incident, the news spread like wildfire. Headlines appeared on screens about Yu Ah-young and Kim Tae-hoon. Romantic rumors broke out, claiming it was a secret date in the dungeon for the two of them. A few comments were attached. One commenter said, "I heard they even visited a private hospital." A second commenter quickly chimed in, "Isn't this the first romantic rumor between two S-rank warriors?" A third commenter seemed quite amused. "It's obvious, since only the two of them went into that dungeon." Reading this, the finger on the screen trembled involuntarily. Even the hand holding the phone was shaking. Yu Ah-young's face was now as red as a tomato. She stammered, This is." She immediately turned toward her three assistants and asked what exactly this was. They avoided her gaze, pretending they knew nothing. Yu Ah-young continued to ask, "The dual dungeon attack was conducted publicly, so why is this rumor spreading outside now? And what the hell is this content? This is so embarrassing. You guys did this, didn't you?" The tallest assistant stammered his reply. "Conquering a dual dungeon is a major issue. It's hard to keep secret." The red-headed assistant made excuses, trying to dodge the blame, saying, "I only told a few close friends. I'm sure all of them said they would keep it a secret." The other assistant could only say, "It's just so unfair. I only did it for the guild leader. I didn't mean anything by it. My loyalty is beyond question." Yu Ah-young just gave a cold laugh and replied, "Today, we all die together." The chairman suddenly burst through the door, looking serious as he addressed the player. "I heard that your skills went haywire in that double dungeon." His face went blank when he saw the state of things before him. "Are you okay?" In front of him was a pile of rubble, with blue magical sparks engulfing Du. He asked helplessly what was going on. The chairman took Du for a walk around the library so they could talk easily. Sipping her coffee, she asked him, "What do you think of me?" "For a long time, I've been training to control my skill burst. I tested it for a minute inside the dungeon, and it didn't take any toll on my body." The chairman chuckled and asked her, "Is that so?" He continued, "Then what about that other matter? The one regarding Kim Tae-hoon's strength, the thing you wanted to check." Though she was Yu Ah-young, her expression grew serious as she replied, "What do you mean?" She recounted, "In the end, when I lost my mind after the battle with Lam Phuong Hoang, Kim Tae-hoon handled everything." As she spoke, she recalled the scene. Yu Ah-young looked downcast at the memory of Kim Tae-hoon's face as she continued. "Besides, The raid on the Fire God Temple only ended 2 days ago. This time, he said he's heading toward the deep levels of the abyss. Just how strong has he become? Her words left the chairman completely stunned, to the point where he had to emphasize the words deep levels of the abyss. He stared at his own fist, whispering to himself, good heavens, that's an incredible surge in his power. But isn't that a good thing for the new South Korea? Yoo Ah-young watched him, lost in thought for a moment, then said, that's exactly why I don't understand. He looked at her, prompting her to clarify. Yoo Ah-young recalled the journey and the experiences Kim Tae-hoon had been through, as she expressed, everyone has a strong desire to rise to the top, but after coming this far, people usually feel satisfied and take a rest, don't they? But Kim Tae-hoon shows no sign of stopping. His image appeared in her mind as if telling her, instead of stopping, I choose to keep going. I'm trying to make use of every condition available to me. Yoo Ah-young turned to the chairman and asked seriously, why does Kim Tae-hoon try so hard to be this strong? The rustling wind carried fallen leaves past them. He hesitated and replied, perhaps I know the reason. She was deeply astonished by his words. She asked again to make sure she hadn't misheard. Sir? She waited intently for his answer, thinking he might heroically declare it was patriotism. Yoo Ah-young was speechless at his train of thought, and she replied, are you serious? He still hadn't realized her doubt, and continued to imagine Kim Tae-hoon as a hero, fighting against the evil surrounding him. He waxed poetic, about an era filled with monsters and evil awakened beings, believing the boy was fighting so the country could safely get through such times and prosper. He has a powerful desire to rise up and help the nation. That's why Kim Tae-hoon pushes himself so hard, refusing to stop despite all the hardships. Yoo Ah-young poured a bucket of cold water on his fantasy, saying, that's not it. Whatever the reason may be, that's not it at all. The chairman stood frozen as the scene shifted to the deep levels of the abyss, where the vampire lord's castle lay, drenched in the deep crimson color of blood. Inside, corpses were scattered everywhere. A figure sat regally on a throne amidst the chaos. The bodies were treated like mere livestock, pierced by arrows or blades, left broken and mangled. Most were the bodies of women. As if a plot were unfolding, a man appeared and respectfully pressed his lips to the back of the other's hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed. The other person immediately stopped his actions to listen to the command. The red-haired man, radiating an overwhelming aura while sitting with his legs crossed on the throne, commanded, let us connect our powers through blood. He was the prince of the abyss and the vampire lord, Igmun. His level was unknown. The man in the black cloak bowed in greeting. Thank you, my lord. Igmun glanced down, his face expressionless as he spoke. Thank you? How does it feel to receive the power of the vampire race? The man slowly removed his black cloak and replied calmly. There were quite a few people with skills and strength similar to mine. He took off his hood completely. He smiled savagely, his cruelty evident with his blood-red eyes. He continued, but after being granted power by you, I will now be the strongest among them. He was the Chinese national-level player, Jiang Lin. 2 guards stood watch before the gate to Area 22 of the Abyss. Inside, a desolate scene appeared. Above, a blood-red moon made anyone feel uneasy upon entering. By now, Kim Tae-hoon had arrived there. There were tents set up nearby with the number 2, and guards stationed there, making it look like a miniature military base. He said with satisfaction, so this is the Abyss? First time I've stepped foot here since the regression. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Welcome, Mr. Kim Tae-hoon, to the Abyss. The man bowed respectfully and introduced himself. I am Paul Becker, an A-rank player under the World Players Association, and the manager of Area 22 Inches the Deep Abyss. It is a pleasure to welcome you. He looked up and introduced himself again to Kim Tae-hoon. My name is Paul Becker. He was the manager of Area 22 of the Abyss, part of the World Players Association. A-rank player Paul Becker. Paul Becker led Kim Tae-hoon around and introduced the area. According to the records, this is your first time setting foot in the deep levels of the Abyss, correct? Kim Tae-hoon calmly followed behind and replied, something like that. Paul Becker suggested, then you should hire players who can act as guides or mercenaries. He explained further, the World Players Association has established a player zone, a safe base and gathering point for explorers in every discovered area of the Abyss. However, the deep levels of the Abyss are so dangerous that even within the player zone, you can be attacked by powerful monsters at any time. Paul Becker noticed he didn't seem to care much, so he tried to persuade him further. So, even if you are an S-rank player, hiring companions is a necessary precaution. Unfortunately for him, that still wasn't enough to make Kim Tae-hoon reconsider. He answered bluntly, no, I don't need to. Paul Becker was flustered. Kim Tae-hoon intended to continue, but before he could finish, a crack appeared on the ground. A giant centipede emerged from that crack right behind him. Paul Becker was shocked. "Oh, that's," he shouted to warn him. "Player Kim Tae-hoon, be careful. A monster." But what surprised him even more was that Kim Tae-hoon had taken down the monster in an instant without using any effort. Kim Tae-hoon stood on the monster's body and looked down confidently. "I was just taking a walk. Yet some monsters had to come and bother me." A moment later, the area where he stood was piled with monster carcasses. He let out a sigh. Paul Becker must have left by now. Coming this far, surely no one is following me anymore. Kim Tae-hoon recalled the scenes he had experienced in each event, and thought, thanks to absorbing the power of the Great Phoenix at the Fire God Temple, I obtained the conditions to activate the contract with the demon at the auction house, and I also received the 200 mana points needed. He looked pensively at the 2 purple stones in his hand. Suddenly, his skill window popped up. B-rank Demon Contract. Open a portal to the abyss. He couldn't help but wonder why the skill had changed. Instead of just summoning monsters like that trashy office Ouroboros, it had turned into a portal maker. The next thing that caught his eye was the number at the end, a one which almost certainly meant the number of uses remaining. It might have become a single-use skill. Thinking of that, Kim Tae-hoon broke out in a cold sweat. Could this be some kind of special effect? The 2 stones in his hands glowed with a brilliant purple light, making him gasp. There are dozens of monsters here. Good thing I brought these stones. This should be enough. Kim Tae-hoon immediately crushed the 2 stones. The player screen displayed a notification that a magic amplification stone had been used. His magic power was temporarily amplified. Those 2 stones were magic amplification stones, items created and used by consuming magic stones when needed, designed to temporarily boost the user's magical power. Once activated, a skull-shaped portal began to appear, looking terrifying. It stretched out its arms and legs, forming a complete portal covered in purple flames, giving off such a dangerous vibe that no one would want to step inside. At the same time, the notification board appeared again. The demon contract was activated, and the portal was created. Kim Tae-hoon stepped forward slowly, filled with anticipation to see what species it was and what it looked like. Entering the portal, Kim Tae-hoon was overwhelmed by what lay before him. It was a magnificent castle, shrouded in a melancholic and mystical atmosphere. Every corner was so perfect it left him stunned, unable to help but feel suspicious of the castle. He cautiously climbed each step leading up to the entrance. He couldn't help but marvel, thinking he had never heard of the Abyss having a place like this. Even though he had used the magic amplification stones to push the skill's effect to its maximum, he was genuinely surprised where exactly had he arrived. Naturally, he would have to find out for himself. Before Kim Tae-hoon could even finish his thought, several succubi appeared behind him. Kim Tae-hoon immediately sensed their presence and spun around. A massive shockwave hit, but he stood his ground, knife ready for battle. A girl's voice rang out, grabbing his attention. Oh my, what a novel scent. A succubus with blue hair looked at him with a sneer. Don't point that funny thing at us. The blue-haired one wondered aloud. What kind of flavor should we let you taste? The pink-haired one added. It seems. The blonde one continued excitedly. A human. A human. They're S-rank succubi. Kim Tae-hoon was shocked by what he saw. A succubus. Succubi are monsters that feed on men's essence through mental attacks, like illusions or hypnosis. Kim Tae-hoon carefully gathered his thoughts, but a normal succubus was only B-rank. These were S-rank. Could they be mutated monsters? The targets he needed to defeat to establish a summoning contract? The pink-haired one didn't stop and added, Poor human. It seems you've chosen the wrong path. The blonde one teased, You look so delicious. Kim Tae-hoon didn't listen to a word they said. He made his move. If they were the contract targets he needed to defeat, he would just have to take them down. He lunged straight toward them. The blue-haired one just calmly chuckled. They dodged all of his razor-sharp attacks. They laughed, saying, Think of him as a new toy. How exciting. The blue-haired one looked at him with interest and said, But your enthusiasm isn't half bad. The more you struggle, the more fun it gets. Kim Tae-hoon said nothing, dashing toward them at his maximum speed. As he got close, a heart-shaped ring of light exploded outward. Thinking they had him under control, they laughed excitedly. My sweet treat, come and have a taste. After taking their attack head-on, Kim Tae-hoon stood there, completely unmoved. Furthermore, a man can't possibly resist our hypnosis. Before the blue-haired one could finish her sentence, Kim Tae-hoon lunged right at her. He punched her hard, sending her crashing to the ground. Now, only her shrill scream remained. The blue-haired one's 2 companions were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. What? Sister. Before they could counterattack, Kim Tae-hoon activated his Knight's Will skill. He commanded them to kneel, and they were pinned to the ground by his overwhelming aura. They groaned in pain. It hurts. How? How is this possible? A pathetic human like you can resist our seduction magic? Kim Tae-hoon walked toward them slowly. Resist what, exactly? Notifications kept flashing on his screen, confirming he had successfully resisted the temptation. He looked down at them with a smug expression. Only the incompetent get lured in by monsters like you. Another notification appeared. Temptation resisted successfully due to mysterious power. Kim Tae-hoon stepped closer and said, "Now, let's make a contract." They had just enough strength left to whisper weakly. To establish a monster summoning contract, one must meet one of two conditions. One is to fulfill the monster's desire, and the other is to conquer them by force. The red-haired one tried to resist in fear, but could do nothing. Kim Tae-hoon activated his skill while thinking to himself, "This should be enough, right? With this, I can command an S-rank monster." Suddenly, a notification appeared that stopped him cold. Not a contract target. Kim Tae-hoon was caught off guard. Not a contract target? What is that supposed to mean? Many questions filled his head, but then a voice rang out from behind him. "It seems you are no ordinary human." The voice pulled him back to reality. Kim Tae-hoon whipped around and saw a group of succubi approaching. The leader spoke up. "You will be a wonderful offering for the queen." She was an S+ rank elite succubus. The scene shifted inside the castle, where a dome covered in purple roses hung overhead. Below, men were tightly bound by thorny vines, hanging upside down everywhere. Yet, they all had expressions of pure bliss on their faces. A maid succubus appeared and solemnly announced that a human had infiltrated the castle. Behind a red curtain, a powerful and mysterious woman appeared. She was intrigued. "Oh, a human." Then she let out a loud laugh. "This will be an entertaining pastime." The magnificent castle, with its long, winding staircases, was built on an isolated rock. It emitted beams of light along with thick black smoke rising into the air. Along with the light and smoke came sounds that were growing ever more intense. The chase was on, pursued by red-eyed demons guarding the castle, complete with bat-like tails and horns atop their heads. They were racing to catch Kim Tae-hoon, who was running ahead. They shrieked in furious rage, shouting orders. "Coward! That bastard is using dirty tricks," another one yelled out in anger. "An offering for the queen. Take him alive." Kim Tae-hoon glanced back at the three of them, chasing him down, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. As he was busy looking back, two more of those succubi suddenly smashed through the glass in front of him, shards flying everywhere as they blocked his path, staring him down. He panicked. What the hell? Why are there so many succubi here? They lunged forward even faster. Seeing that, Kim Tae-hoon lost his cool. There were an absurdly high number of them. Kim Tae-hoon was being surrounded by countless succubi, dodging lightning-fast attacks. He used his skills to break through the encirclement. His entire body was gripping a blade that radiated an intense light, and the face of the hellish demon appeared behind him once again. Seeing that light, the succubi were terrified, falling backward in their confusion. Inside the castle, a shocking wave of red light erupted, and the succubi were blasted away by the force of it. A large chunk of the ceiling caved in, leaving only Kim Tae-hoon standing below. After finishing off those succubi, Kim Tae-hoon wiped the corner of his mouth and let out a breath. He thought to himself, usually, succubi don't focus so much manpower on attacking just one person. That leaves only one possibility. The monster that can command an entire squad of succubi, the one they call the queen, is here. Just as he thought that, Kim Tae-hoon snapped back to reality, eyeing the succubus dressed as a maid who was standing before him, bowing respectfully. She continued to speak to him, head still bowed. "Yes. It seems you are the first human to make it here. Please, feel free to enter. The queen is waiting for you." Kim Tae-hoon stopped what he was doing and looked at her with a smirk full of anticipation. The scene shifts, and now Kim Tae-hoon is standing alone before a closed gate where twisting vines crawl across the ground, and overhead, many white roses are planted. These flowers are blooming, and white rose petals drift down from above, blending with the red of the tiles where Kim Tae-hoon stands. The scene is truly eerie. Those ugly, twisting vines are everywhere, creeping along the base of every wall. Looking closer, he realized those were people, bound tight by the thorny vines of the roses. The thorns wrapped around their bodies, hanging them upside down, with a white liquid dripping from them. Kim Tae-hoon stood with his hands in his pockets, looking toward the palanquin draped in a thin white veil, with those twisting vines crawling out from its base in every direction. But one could see the silhouette of a woman sitting inside. From behind that thin veil, A woman's voice echoed out, one that sounded just like the succubi Kim Tae-hoon had fought. She calmly introduced herself. "Welcome to my palace. I am the mother of all desire. The queen here calls me Rosalia." Her lips curled into a wicked smile, revealing her fangs. Hearing her introduction, Kim Tae-hoon saw. His quest notification, summoning contract activated. The target for the contract was right in front of him. Kim Tae-hoon realized it, thinking to himself, "Is this truly the goal I need to pursue?" Kim Tae-hoon spoke up and asked her again, "You are Rosalia?" She did not hesitate to answer. Filled with the arrogance of a queen, she replied, "It is I, Rosalia." She articulated every letter of her name clearly. Kim Tae-hoon's brows furrowed tight in disbelief. He thought to himself, "Monsters can speak human languages?" Rosalia smiled deviously and said slowly, "That is not strange at all. You aren't a monster yourself, yet you understand our language just fine. Am I right?" Kim Tae-hoon stood still, thinking, "That's true, I can understand what they're saying. So, what is your purpose for coming here, human?" Rosalia sat there, maintaining her regal posture as she asked directly, then began to list the possible answers herself. Is it curiosity, a desire for fame, or simply interest in this place? Or perhaps you want to satisfy your desires? The tentacles rubbed against each other, dripping with deep crimson liquid, accompanied by Rosalia's taunting, wicked smile. As white rose petals fell, Kim Tae-hoon opened his mouth to reply. No. Kim Tae-hoon maintained his stance, looking into the palanquin filled with moving, twisting tentacles, and stated his reason for coming. "I came to establish a summoning contract." After a long moment of thought, Rosalia slowly repeated what Kim Tae-hoon had just said. "A summoning contract?" She laughed as if she had just heard something ridiculous, unable to hold back, and began to laugh even louder. Her laughter grew louder and louder. "You have quite the nerve, human." Watching Kim Tae-hoon stand there, she kept laughing. The tentacles, covered in red liquid, slowly pushed the veil aside, revealing a hand with sharp claws pointing straight at him. But don't be so naive, as the curtain was finally pushed completely aside. Inside was Rosalia, sitting with her legs crossed and surrounded by tentacles. She was still pointing at Kim Tae-hoon. She spoke with a mocking tone. "Since when does a toy demand to establish a contract with its master? I am Rosalia, Lord of the Abyss and Queen of the rank unknown succubi." Rosalia changed her attitude, no longer acting as coy as before. She commanded the tentacles to lash out directly at Kim Tae-hoon, but he stood still with his hands in his pockets and said, "That's right. You aren't wrong." Then, Kim Tae-hoon gently moved his hand behind his back, and the image of the demon appeared with him. On one side was Kim Tae-hoon commanding his demon, and on the other, the tentacles were rapidly closing in. Kim Tae-hoon's expression became cold and sharp. "I will use force to subdue you, then." The tentacles struck forward with immense power. They were massive, and the force behind them was so great that, upon impact, they shattered a giant pillar. But Kim Tae-hoon was not a pushover. He moved nimbly, dodging those attacks. Seeing the tentacles, Kim Tae-hoon smirked. His familiar blade and the hand equipped with light chains appeared. Kim Tae-hoon controlled them, and with a few flicks of his wrist, he unleashed slashes with high damage. His eyes widened, cold and hardened, with a black aura. Kim Tae-hoon locked onto Rosalia, who was sitting there, and lunged toward her with his blade in hand. Kim Tae-hoon raised his blade high, the light chains glowing a deep crimson. His arm and the blade transformed into stone. A direct, stony strike. Kim Tae-hoon's hand and blade had become a large, sharp, triangular stone block, hurtling toward Rosalia as she sat there with her legs crossed. Just before reaching her, the stone blocks Kim Tae-hoon had created suddenly shattered into dust along with the light chains, but Rosalia just sat there, still not having used a single move. Kim Tae-hoon can't believe what's happening, can he? Rosalia sits there, watching Kim Tae-hoon with a look of utter contempt, pointing her fingers at him and sneering. "You're so weak," she mocks. She snaps her fingers. Kim Tae-hoon, still floating some distance away, suddenly sees Rosalia's palanquin flip upside down. Kim Tae-hoon panics, unable to understand what's happening to him. Now, he only sees Rosalia sitting on her palanquin, looking down at Kim Tae-hoon, who is falling from the top of towering skyscrapers. Kim Tae-hoon cannot control his own body. "What the hell is this? My skills won't work." Looking into the void as he falls, Kim Tae-hoon thinks to himself, "Is space distorting here? No. This is Kim Tae-hoon falling rapidly toward the high-rise buildings. Now Kim Tae-hoon falls into the water, sinking deep beneath the surface. He struggles desperately. An illusion. This is an illusionary space Rosalia created to drown me." Kim Tae-hoon struggles in the water as it fills his mouth and surrounds him. Suddenly, it clicks in his mind. An illusion. But when did he get trapped in this illusion? Rosalia sits on her palanquin, her writhing tentacles looming as she looks down at the churning sea. Waves crash together, churning into white foam. She covers her mouth with her hand, laughing smugly at her victory. Her lips move, forming words. When did you get caught in my illusion, you ask? From the very moment you stepped in here, you fool. Cut to the scene of Rosalia, pinning Kim Tae-hoon down, using her tentacles to bind his entire body tight, wearing an evil smile. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes are squeezed shut, unconscious, as the tentacles wrap around him inside the sunlit palanquin. Rosalia is pressing her body against the unconscious Kim Tae-hoon. He lies there, eyes closed, as her tentacles constrict around his neck and waist. She grins wickedly, flashing her fangs. I smiled with satisfaction as I looked at him. From the moment you stepped in here, you were already trapped in an illusion. Kim Tae-hoon sank beneath the water, and large bubbles rose to the surface. Damn it, I have to break out of this illusion, Kim Tae-hoon thought, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, a bright light flashed before his eyes, and they widened in shock. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly found himself sitting in the back seat of a car. The man in the driver's seat was his father, and the gentle woman, with long hair in the passenger seat, was his mother. The child there was Kim Tae-hoon himself. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was that innocent little boy sitting there really him when he was young? Young Kim Tae-hoon excitedly told his parents about what he saw on TV, saying that high-level awakeners earned a lot of money. The boy was still buzzing with excitement as he spoke. That's why I have to become a top-tier awakener, so I can buy you both the best food and the most beautiful things in the world. His father's eyes crinkled with joy, and his mother smiled tenderly at his words. What a good boy, she said softly to him. But you don't need to do that, my dear. I'm just happy as long as you're healthy and happy. Young Kim Tae-hoon felt a brief moment of disappointment at her words. Why would you say that, Mom? That's so boring. Kim Tae-hoon thought back to his parents. Right, they were always like that, more than wanting him to become a high-level awakener, more than wanting him to escape poverty. All they ever wanted was his happiness. The family of three laughed and talked in that small car, filled with the sounds of joy. Their only wish was for his happiness. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes filled with warmth, and he smiled, basking in the memory of his family's love. Fire! Suddenly, raging red flames appeared in Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, and he panicked. The scene of the accident flashed back the mangled car, the fire rising as if it wanted to swallow the whole vehicle. His parents sat motionless, unconscious, as the flames licked at them. The windshield was shattered, and his father's face was covered in blood. His mother sat still in the passenger seat, slowly being consumed by the flames. Even the spot where Kim Tae-hoon was sitting was burning. He was surrounded by fire. He gasped, unable to find the words. Through the shattered glass, he saw a man standing next to a woman who was holding a young man in her arms, crying out in agony. The heavens are so cruel. The man's face was vacant, tears streaming down as he spoke. Oh no, the woman, still clutching the young man, wailed in grief and disbelief. Why did you do this to my family? Kim Tae-hoon stood there, stunned, and could only mutter, What? Uncle? A savage smile and a mocking laugh made Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widen. You useless brat. Before him appeared two young men relentlessly kicking a weak person who had no strength to resist. They kept stomping on him. Stop faking it. Get up already. Our little Tae-hoon here must have awakened with incredible endurance. Kim Tae-hoon stood before the burning car, watching his past self trembling in fear. He thought to himself, that's right. This is a memory of when I carried my gear and set off with my team. Kim Tae-hoon was certain this was his own memory. He was carrying a heavy load of gear on his shoulders. Kim Tae-hoon panted as he walked, sweat beading on his forehead. A loser like you actually thinks he can go to the abyss? Know your place. Watching those people jeering and looking down on him, Kim Tae-hoon remembered because he was an unawakened one. He lacked the strength to fight back and had to endure misery day after day in silence. But that silence hurt more than anything else. His aunt shouted at him, Kim Tae-hoon, what are you saying? Did I do something wrong? Why would you want to leave when you have a place to stay? Outside, snow was falling, covering the road in white. Kim Tae-hoon stood there with his luggage, head bowed, listening to his aunt. He couldn't bring himself to look directly at her and his uncle. His aunt kept worrying, trying to persuade him, money isn't an issue. Let's not worry about that. Kim Tae-hoon finally replied, It's not that, auntie. Just the fact that you two have helped me get this far, I'm already so grateful. His aunt and uncle were stunned by his words. Kim Tae-hoon sank back into his own thoughts, feeling like he hadn't just failed to help them, but that his very existence brought misfortune to the people who cared for him. Right. Kim Tae-hoon was looking at his past self. His parents wanted him to be happy, but to find that happiness, his past and present selves seemed to be standing face to face. His past self walked past the current Kim Tae-hoon, heading toward the light. Kim Tae-hoon realized he needed power. System alert. Queen's hypnosis skill activated. Rosalia was using her hypnosis to control Kim Tae-hoon. He used his mysterious power to resist, but the resistance failed, and all his stats dropped. Chain restraint unusable. Knight's will unusable. King's heart unusable. Paralysis, resistance unusable. Stealth unusable. Iron skin unusable. Available skills, 18. Kim Tae-hoon shouted "Obey," and used his skill to shatter the illusions surrounding him. Corpses lay scattered across the floor, the ground stained with blood. Rosalia smiled, one arm crossed over her chest, the other hand propping up her chin. "You surprise me. To think you survived the Iron Horse," she mused. "But there are some interesting points in your memories." Rosalia looked at the past Kim Tae-hoon. "First, for some reason, there are memories of a man who looks older than your current age. Second, despite seeming to be the same timeline, there are memories with completely opposite outcomes. Kim Tae-hoon, bullied and helpless, and Kim Tae-hoon, with extraordinary power, who crushed the person bullying him. The defeated bully lay at his feet, Rosalia's crimson tentacles stretched out. "What kind of secrets are you hiding?" She used her tentacles to shatter the Iron Horse before her. Watching the debris fly, she covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. Her red eyes widened in shock. She stood frozen, stunned by what she saw in his memory. Most astonishingly, she saw the king. He was glowing with a brilliant white light, his long white hair fluttering. Rosalia stepped back, refusing to believe her eyes. She stuttered, "This person, this is the king." She was still reeling from the shock, unable to find her words. Suddenly, crimson sparks of electricity appeared behind her. More electricity surged from her body. She collapsed, looking up at those crimson sparks, reflecting in the broken shards around her. Her face was drenched in sweat. Staring at her severed tentacles on the ground, her mind went blank. Daring to peek into someone else's memory, she turned toward the source of the voice. A blade was pressed against her throat before she even realized it. What a twisted hobby for a queen. Rosalia knelt on the ground, with Kim Tae-hoon holding the blade to her neck. Kim Tae-hoon said, "I'll say it again, Rosalia. Accept the summoning contract." She still managed to smile. "You think those cheap flashback reels can take me down? Fool. You think a toy like that could kill me?" Kim Tae-hoon replied defiantly. "Only one way to find out." Rosalia's eyes narrowed and she scoffed. How arrogant. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged out like lightning. Rosalia wrapped it around Kim Tae-hoon, her fingers grazing his face. "I'll accept your contract." Then, she bit down hard on Kim Tae-hoon's shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere. Kim Tae-hoon let out a sharp cry of disbelief. Contract conditions met. Summoning contract established. Rosalia kept her teeth buried in his shoulder. Skill. Contract with a demon evolved into Queen's Monarch. Skill level adjusted. New skill. Perfect hypnosis is added. Skill level adjusted. She released Kim Tae-hoon and retracted her tentacles. Charm stat increased. She rubbed her tentacle against his cheek. "There, sleep tight, my chosen one." She smiled with satisfaction. Kim Tae-hoon lay unconscious, his eyes shut tight. "Mr. Kim Tae-hoon." Hearing the voice, Kim Tae-hoon slowly opened his eyes. He bolted upright and saw a man with neatly combed hair and glasses. Behind him was the magic circle that had summoned him. The man said, "Are you all right?" Kim Tae-hoon was still confused. "I'm glad you survived, sir." The handsome, radiant man speaking was Paul Becker, an A-rank player and manager of the 22nd Abyss for the World Players Association. Surrounded by nothing but space and bases, Kim Tae-hoon asked where they were. Paul Becker replied, "This is the player zone. I was heading back when I found you here." Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his aching head. What happened?" he wondered to himself. "Did Rosalia bring me here?" The updated information flashed in his mind. Skill. Summon Queen B rank can summon Rosalia. Queen of Demons. Magic. 200. Skill. Hypnosis B rank can hypnotize opponents. Magic. 40. Charm. 130. And more than that, this wasn't a dream. A surge of power was flowing through his body. The demon contract had been replaced by the Summon Queen skill. He even gained the Hypnosis' skill. With the power to summon Rosalia, he could face her in the Asian-friendly match and go up against players from other nations. Images of Rosalia filled his head. The Hypnosis skill Rosalia gave me has an infinite range too. But why did she change her mind? Kim Tae-hoon was stunned as he thought about it. The words she said at the very end, Rosalia, with one hand on her waist, the other covering her mouth, her tentacles wriggling, said, "Sleep tight, my chosen one." Rosalia had said it so softly, yet it made Kim Tae-hoon pale with fear. He stammered, She knows the king? Paul Becker called out. Mr. Kim Tae-hoon? Kim Tae-hoon snapped back to reality and looked at him. Paul Becker continued, What will you do now? Do you need to hire a guide? Kim Tae-hoon offered a polite, tired smile. Thanks, but I'm fine. Everything is taken care of. So, I'm heading home now. The sky is clear blue, and the early evening sun casts its light over the city, touching the tall buildings that seem to stretch out to soak up the morning warmth. There's a high-rise building with quite a spacious rooftop. Down below, people are bustling about, busy with their day. Yua Young is just stepping out of the building. She clicks along on her heels. Congratulations on your discharge, someone says. The guildmaster stops in her tracks, looking surprised at the voice. A man with a large scar on his face, flanked by two subordinates, is clapping loudly. You holding up all right? The scarred man asks, still clapping. He is the vice guildmaster, Han Soo-jong. The A-rank player pulls his suit jacket tight and replies, I've sparred with a few people already. I'm perfectly fine. Han Soo-jong chuckles. That's our guildmaster for you. I've got some interesting news for you. Hearing this, Yua Young glances over and asks, What news? He thinks back to the image of Kim Tae-hoon and says, I heard that player Kim Tae-hoon has returned from the abyss. Yua Young is stunned. He's back? She's still in disbelief. He really made it back? Well, regardless, there's no way Kim Tae-hoon could have explored the deepest parts of it alone. Han Soo-jong folds his arms across his chest and smiles arrogantly. It's a place called the S-rank tomb. Him returning isn't the issue. What's important is who came to meet player Kim Tae-hoon. Yua Young is even more shocked and asks urgently, What? Who met with him? Han Soo-jong smiles smugly. The guildmaster of the Onamiro Guild, one of the 4 great guilds. I'm Kwon Kang-hyuk, a player, a giant of a man standing right in front of Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon breaks into a cold sweat. A scar runs across the bridge of his nose, and he bares his teeth in a grin. Are you Kim Tae-hoon? He asks arrogantly, challenging him. Let's have a match. Kwon Kang-hyuk, the guildmaster of Osa Emiro, an S-rank player. He strides straight toward Kim Tae-hoon. Kwon Kang-hyuk is the head of Osa Emiro, one of the 4 major guilds. This man is known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He's fought monsters for tens of hours on end, and there are countless rumors about him. Some say he's single-handedly wiped out hundreds of monsters. His guild is best known for their signature technique of focusing power into their hands. Alright, let's get started. Power surges from Kwon Kang-hyuk, who is known for recruiting members through duels. Bring it on. Suddenly, a voice cuts him off. Stop! Secretary Kim rushes in, ready to slap him. He's stunned. Huh? Kwon Kang-hyuk yells in surprise. Secretary Kim? She speaks up. Do you want the Human Rights Commission to drag you in again? Guildmaster, don't you know you'll be banned from the abyss if you keep this up? What kind of excuses am I supposed to make for you to avoid being penalized? Kim Tae-hoon is bewildered. She greets him. I am Secretary Kim, the secretary for the Osa Emiro Guildmaster. He stays in a combat-ready stance. Secretary Kim explains, It's true that our guildmaster's recruiting methods are quite inhumane, but I am here now to handle the recruitment of Mr. Kim Tae-hoon into our guild. Kwon Kang-hyuk behind her is incredibly annoyed. Secretary Kim, what are you saying? He protests. What's inhumane about it? If Kim Tae-hoon wants to join the guild, he doesn't have to duel. Kim Tae-hoon is suspicious. If there's no other way to select candidates, how is this any different from forcing people to join? Secretary Kim agrees. You have a point. But I have a suggestion for you, Mr. Kim Tae-hoon. As far as I know, you are intending to participate in the Asian-friendly matches. She continues, imagining the scenario. Out of the 4 major guilds, we at Osa Emiro are the ones most specialized in abyss exploration. With our countless dungeon raid schedules, we can guarantee you the best support for exploring the abyss. If you join our guild, we will certainly make up for whatever you might be lacking. Kim Tae-hoon listens in silence. Kwon Kang-hyuk steps up from behind, jokingly pats Secretary Kim on the shoulder, making her jump and look back. Kwon Kang-hyuk says, That's enough, Secretary Kim. He glances at Kim Tae-hoon with a mocking smile. If he wanted that, he would have been here a long time ago. No, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly says, cutting off Kwon Kang-hyuk. I've changed my mind. Secretary Kim and Kwon Kang-hyuk are both shocked. Kwon Kang-hyuk asks in surprise, What? Meanwhile, Secretary Kim cheers enthusiastically. That's the spirit. Kwon Kang-hyuk asks, hesitating. So, you mean you want to join Osa Emiro? Kim Tae-hoon laughs. Are you hearing yourself? Kwon Kang-hyuk stares, completely confused by Kim Tae-hoon's words. Kim Tae-hoon stands face to face with Kwon Kang-hyuk and says confidently, Let's do it your way. He continues, his expression cold. The winner gets what they want. How's that? Kwon Kang-hyuk says, annoyed. You little brat. The Osa Emiro headquarters stadium is flooded with bright lights. Thousands of people are gathered there, along with many cameras. Reporters swarm around Kim Tae-hoon for interviews. Is it true you're the target of forced recruitment by Osa Emiro? Do you have any connection to the guild with the player IUY? Why did you agree to a duel with Kwon Kang-hyuk? He's an opponent nicknamed the strongest tank in New Korea. Do you think you have a chance at winning? Questions and flashing lights surround Kim Tae-hoon. A flash of anger rises in Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. A killing intent surges. The people behind him are shoving and pushing, screaming, "It's so annoying. Let me through, God, I only want to take one picture." Someone asks an angry Kim Tae-hoon, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Someone in the crowd calls out. A hand in a green sleeve reaches out. Kim Tae-hoon hears the ah and turns toward the sound. A girl in a green outfit with glasses and her hair half up is clutching a camera, struggling through the crowd to get to the front, yelling, "I want to interview him too. Move, I need to get this interview." She is reporter Kim, a rookie reporter for C Economic. Her main trait is doing everything in her power to avoid getting fired. Reporter Kim's hand is shaking as she tries to push forward. A strong hand firmly grabs her reaching hand. It's Kim Tae-hoon. She looks at him in a panic. Kim Tae-hoon looks down at reporter Kim and greets her. "Long time no see, reporter Kim? We met during the selection exam, didn't we?" Reporter Kim is flustered, her face turning bright red as she stammers, "Ah, that's right. It's been a long time." Player Kim Tae-hoon. Reporter Kim, do you two know each other? Is she just pretending to be close to him? The crowd around them whispers about Reporter Kim. Reporter Kim stands there, drifting into a fantasy. He even remembers someone who just passed him by, like me. Wow. Famous people really are different. Kim Tae-hoon reaches toward Reporter Kim and says nonchalantly, "I can't answer anyone's questions right now. If you have any questions, ask her, as everyone already knows. I have an appointment with Mr. Kwon Kang-hyuk, so I don't have time for an interview." Having been hit with this unexpected bomb, Reporter Kim is flabbergasted, only able to stammer, What? Reporter Kim is immediately swarmed by other journalists with questions. Reporter Kim, what is your relationship with Kim Tae-hoon? Suddenly surrounded, Secretary Kim doesn't know what to do, just saying, "Huh?" Kim Tae-hoon, having successfully dumped his trouble onto Reporter Kim, waves his hand and walks away with a faint smile. That's done. Kim Tae-hoon walks toward the staircase, where a gate is glowing brightly. With his hands in his pockets, he climbs the steps one by one. He stops and furrows his brows. Green lights shine down from the stands where thousands of people are waiting. Kim Tae-hoon and Kwon Kang-hyuk stand opposite each other. Kwon Kang-hyuk laughs, challenging him with eyes full of fire. "You finally made it. I was worried you'd get scared and vanish." Kim Tae-hoon doesn't back down. He changes his appearance, ready for battle, and says confidently, "Anything else you want to say? If not, let's get to it." Kim Tae-hoon's body becomes encased in stone, flames erupt, and he is ready for this fight. Below the stands, thousands of people sit quietly watching the match. The voice of the commentator, level 8 player Choi Hae-sun, rings out. All right. The battle you've all been waiting for is about to begin. There is only one way to win. Make your opponent surrender. What will this forced recruitment be like?" Kwon Kang-hyuk got into his stance. "All right, let's see what you're made of, kid." The recruitment battle officially begins. The opening bell rang, and both were fired up for the intense fight to come. Kim Tae-hoon was ready. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a massive monster. "I'll show you my true power." He quickly weighed his tactics. He could now summon a monster with such overwhelming royal pressure that it could take down F-rank beasts in a single strike. Even a player like Kwon Kang-hyuk wouldn't find it easy to dodge this. He thought this high-ranking monster would intimidate him, but he was shocked to see Kwon Kang-hyuk didn't even flinch. "That attack of yours, it actually has a bit of a kick, but that's not enough." Kim Tae-hoon was stunned by his reaction. Suddenly, he felt something zip past behind him, a leopard. What? Before he could finish, Kwon Kang-hyuk channeled all his power into his fist, focusing his strength into a single point. Faint, blurry silhouettes appeared around his fist. A single strike. His punch carried the crushing power of a giant brown bear. He was sent flying quite a distance. The rifts in the ground beneath his feet showed just how brutal that punch was. Fortunately, he had already coated his arms in golden chains, so the blow didn't affect him much. Kwon Kang-hyuk lunged at him like a storm, massive, long horns sprouting from his head. "Your combat skills are decent, but you're mistaken if you think that's enough to beat me." He charged, and the image of a giant bull appeared, mirroring the bear punch from before. "That's seriously strong." Kim Tae-hoon replied calmly. a smile still playing on his handsome face. Kwon Kang-hyuk leaped into the air, radiating that same aura. An image of a massive elephant emerged, poised to trample the tiny prey beneath its feet. He was caught off guard by this strange technique. It was a crushing blow. The giant elephant stomped down onto Kim Tae-hoon's small frame. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, filling the air with dust. Kwon Kang-hyuk landed on a ledge, grinning smugly at his own move. As the dust cleared, he saw Kim Tae-hoon still standing firm on the stage. "Nice escape skills you've got there, but you can't win just by running away." He mocked him, and a smile appeared on his bruised face. He laughed out loud. "Guildmaster, if you don't have any other beasts up your sleeve, this fight is as good as mine." Kwon Kang-hyuk stepped forward, agitated, and started gathering his energy. "Interesting. You're at a disadvantage, yet you can still talk like that? Fine. If that's what you want, I'll end this fight right now." The image of a giant dinosaur manifested, and the audience erupted in cheers. The moment had arrived. This was the final transformation of Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk, and the crowd went wild. The stage where they stood was shattered by his 3 previous attacks. He looked so small standing next to that giant dinosaur. With this combat form, the fight will be over in no time. Even if he is a promising rookie, there's no way he can defeat the Guildmaster. Han Soo-jong and Yoo Ah-young watched the match from the stands. Yoo Ah-young was excited. "You really have to see this fight in person to appreciate how strong they both are." "This is no time for that," Han Soo-jong scolded. "If he loses, player Kim Tae-hoon will have to join the Osamiro Guild." "Well, that's just how it is. Then we need to stop this fight from continuing." Han Soo-jong analyzed Kwon Kang-hyuk's ability. Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk's skill. Beast's Fury. It simulates the raw rage of a monster, giving him both the power and the intimidating presence of a beast in battle. Once he unleashes this final form, even a player as strong as Kim Tae-hoon will struggle to defend against it. Yoo Ah-young reassured him, "No need to worry like that. The Kim Tae-hoon I know won't go down that easily. He always has an ace up his sleeve for every situation." Kwon Kang-hyuk surged toward him, and he waited. A smug smile returned to his face. The audience in the stands watched the match nervously. "Huh? What? What's going on?" Everyone was stunned, falling backward in disbelief. The Guildmaster had dropped to his knees. "What? How?" He was still confused, filled with anxiety and shock. "Since you've taken a knee, I guess I win." Meanwhile, the word spread that Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk had challenged player Kim Tae-hoon to a duel, and he had happily accepted. Secretary Kim explained to the Player Association. A wave of shock washed over the entire stadium. They couldn't believe their eyes. The audience murmured at the result. "The Guildmaster is on his knees? A man who has been through countless battles and conquered so many dungeons is kneeling? That's impossible. There must be some cheating involved. Rematch. I don't buy it. This was rigged. Void this match and fight again." He stood under the stage as shouts of dissatisfaction echoed endlessly. He looked at Kwon Kang-hyuk, who was still kneeling. "I kind of predicted this, but I didn't think the fight would end this way. He really is one of Korea's strongest players, but when he closed the distance to fight me, my hypnosis took effect." Kwon Kang-hyuk gritted his teeth, anger and frustration etched onto his face. "Did I lose? No way. I remember when I lunged at him. I was hit by some kind of mental control skill. I lost consciousness for a split second right then. Damn it." He gritted his teeth. "Everyone, be silent." His shout echoed through the stadium. The audience froze. "Guildmaster, I don't know what skill that kid used, but I lost. And when you lose, you have to accept it. So, members of the Osamiro Guild, accept this result. If anyone has a problem with it, come up here and talk to me directly." The Guildmaster had completely conceded. Looking down from the stands, Yoo Ah-young watched them both. He must be absolutely furious right now. "But I never thought that in such a short moment, player Kim Tae-hoon could turn the tables. He always has these skills that catch me off guard. He really is an incredibly mysterious player." The Guildmaster smiled as she shoved popcorn into her mouth in a cheeky way. After the announcement, a frustrated Kwon Kang-hyuk strode toward him. As Kim Tae-hoon turned to face him, Kwon Kang-hyuk stood towering right in front of him. Kim Tae-hoon held out his hand to reconcile. "That was a great fight." Kwon Kang-hyuk didn't shake his hand immediately. "I want to ask you one thing. Did you plan on winning this way from the very start?" Kim Tae-hoon smiled and replied, "Well, I had a little something in mind." He laughed, amused by the answer. "Huh, what an arrogant kid." Then, Kwon Kang-hyuk finally reached out and returned the handshake, showing his respect. He asks Kim Tae-hoon bluntly, "A promise is a promise. So, do you want money or some special item?" Kim Tae-hoon answers him just as frankly, "Those things would be nice, sure, but that's not what I want." Kwon Kang-hyuk looks at him, puzzled. "Then what do you want?" Kim Tae-hoon doesn't hesitate. The Minotaur Labyrinth. Kwon Kang-hyuk is absolutely stunned to hear it. Kim Tae-hoon presses on. I want to join the raid on that labyrinth. This makes cold sweat bead on Kwon Kang-hyuk's forehead. Scene change to the Awakened Association headquarters. In the chairman's office, he and Tae-guk are discussing the situation. Tae-guk asks, "The Minotaur Labyrinth?" The chairman explains, "That's right. It's a dungeon located at the very end of the abyss. The labyrinth is a complex space filled with countless traps. Many awakened have lost their lives there." The chairman's face turns grave. Even though it's at the end of the abyss, it's a place many 5S-rank awakened have aimed to conquer, yet they've all failed. Currently, the Onamiro Guild has the rights to conquer the labyrinth, but it hasn't been made public yet. Tae-guk asks nervously, "Then how does player Kim Tae-hoon know about it? Is this going to be all right?" The chairman understands his concerns and replies, "Of course, everything there is extremely volatile. There's no telling what might happen. Because we don't know what occurred in the abyss, we need to be on guard." The chairman rests his hands on the table and continues, "But there's no other choice. All we can do right now is trust in the awakened preparing to attack that dungeon. To be honest, if I were younger, I would have joined the raid myself." Tae-guk looks at the chairman with respect. Chairman he muses, while looking at the chairman, "It's just if you're that worried, instead of fretting over the difficulties of clearing the dungeon, you should focus on recruiting more capable, new, awakened. I hope what we're worried about won't happen." Suddenly, an urgent call flashes on the screen, drawing his attention. A girl from the Awakened Association says urgently, "Chairman, I apologize for calling so suddenly, but there's an emergency." He asks calmly, "An emergency?" She explains the situation. "The Japanese Awakened Association has contacted us." The chairman is a bit confused. What was that? If it's about the Hongdong auction house, that matter was already settled. Tae-guk, standing nearby, is just as baffled. The girl continues, "Regarding that the Saintess has sent an invitation to player Kim Tae-hoon. Upon hearing the mention of the Saintess, the chairman immediately imagines a woman who is very haughty yet terrifying, and he is taken aback. Meanwhile, over on Kwon Kang-hyuk's side, he stands before a gate, backed by a fully equipped army standing in neat rows. This is the association's portal management facility. The secretary standing beside Kwon Kang-hyuk starts counting. Her fingers glide rapidly over the list as she counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 50, 60, 70. In a flash, she reaches 98. Kim Tae-hoon is the very last one. She calls out clearly, 100. After the roll call, she turns around and reports firmly, "All 100 people are here for the labyrinth raid. Is everyone ready?" Kwon Kang-hyuk, still looking toward the gate, flashes a wicked smile. "If everyone's ready, let's head into the labyrinth and see just how strong those monsters are." With that, he leads the group into the portal. The moment they step into the labyrinth, chaos erupts. Magic spells and explosions, big and small, are going off all over the maze. The Minotaurs and Kwon Kang-hyuk's troops are clashing, surrounding and attacking each other. The air is filled with nothing but screaming. "Attack that side first. We need healing over here, again. Come on, move faster." Inside the Minotaur labyrinth, Kim Tae-hoon stands with his weapon in hand, facing 2 Minotaurs alone. He is cold and precise, making no wasted movements as he finishes them off. Now, only their dying screams remain, and their bodies immediately crumble into pieces. Kwon Kang-hyuk praises him. Not bad. He holds a Minotaur head in his hand and walks toward him. With a friendly expression, Kwon Kang-hyuk asks, "What do you think of the weapon I gave you?" Kim Tae-hoon replies politely, "It's fine. I'm used to using this type anyway. My old weapon broke, so I didn't have many options." He beams. "As long as it works for you, that's all that matters. It was a gift I intended for you when you joined the guild." The sharp dagger in his hand is the rare grade Asran blade. Kwon Kang-hyuk continues to flatter him. "Raiding this dungeon really requires people with your skills." As he talks, he tosses the Minotaur head he was holding onto the ground. Kim Tae-hoon doesn't hesitate to reply honestly, "Thank you for letting me participate. This labyrinth raid has failed many times, so it's clearly not simple." Seeing this, she tells everyone to be careful. The secretary immediately replies, "Don't think about that." He looks a bit confused and asks again, "Huh?" The secretary explains, "Everyone raiding the labyrinth this time is highly skilled. They're all B rank, awakened or higher." She points out the evidence one by one. "We've already pushed the monsters back just after entering, and everyone is perfectly safe. The traps inside this dungeon have all been cleared, so there's no need for us to worry about them." Kwon Kang-hyuk added, "He's our vice guild master, so we can rest easy with him handling that." Secretary Kim confidently continued, We even figured out how to clear this dungeon last month. Kim Tae-hoon was quite surprised and curiously asked, "You found a lead on clearing it?" Kwon Kang-hyuk didn't hold back. He's blunt. "We found many clues regarding the monster carcasses in this dungeon and how to take them down." He recalled the times he had cleared dungeons in the past. Those were massive monsters with strange, bizarre patterns. No one had ever seen such things before. The image of a giant horn with many cracks flashed in his mind. Kwon Kang-hyuk continued, "When we touched the monster's remains, they all crumbled into fine powder, leaving only the horn intact." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly realized it, and he laughed as he analyzed, "That's right. Because of what that horn left behind, we were able to identify the characteristics of the monsters in this dungeon. Combined with the locations of similar monsters, we can use a tracking skill so we won't get lost." One by one, they moved deeper into the dungeon, led by the Vice Guild Master's tracking skill. They navigated every corner of the dungeon, enduring all sorts of trials. Finally, they reached a gate covered in strange symbols on both sides. They bore glowing red spirals that looked quite eerie. They slowly moved inside. The Vice Guild Master, holding a lantern, spoke up. "We've arrived." The scene was a pile of rubble, with a giant minotaur statue in the center, missing its right horn. The Vice Guild Master announced that this was the final point. They noticed a female minotaur standing majestically before them. Kim Tae-hoon was skeptical. A stone statue? But Kwon Kang-hyuk replied that it was a monster. The Vice Guild Master quickly warned him, "In any case, we just need to bring the horn to that statue, right?" Kwon Kang-hyuk said excitedly. With that, he gave the order. "Secretary Kim, bring it here." Secretary Kim scrambled to push the cart carrying the horn. He urged her, "Hurry up." She replied, "Just a moment, please." Kim Tae-hoon looked thoughtful. Before regressing, he knew how to use the Minoto's horn and find the path to the end of the Kangchung labyrinth. His expression grew serious. But then, Kwon Kang-hyuk suddenly grabbed the horn and laughed excitedly. "All right." He lunged with all his might toward the Minoto's broken horn. He forcefully jammed it into the missing piece of the horn. A blinding light erupted as the two pieces connected. Everyone below cheered at the sight. "Great! We're going to conquer this dungeon that no one has managed to clear in 30 years. Kwon Kang-hyuk shouted, challenging. "Show yourself, master of the labyrinth." Suddenly, he noticed something strange. All the cracks on the Minoto's body had healed. The Minoto began to fade, replaced by a spreading white light. His troops below didn't know what was happening, as that lethal light began to engulf the entire room. Kwon Kang-hyuk was suddenly pulled in by some force. He startled. "What? Are the people below being agitated by this? What? How is this possible?" Only the vice captain stood there calmly, as if he had expected it all. Suddenly, a group of people was teleported to a cold, snowy hillside. All that could be heard were screams. "Why is it like this here? Snow?" Another group was teleported directly into a flood. Curses and shouts of, "Damn it," filled the air. What is going on? Another group was sent to the edge of a volcanic crater. As for the protagonist, he was teleported to a jungle. He seemed quite intrigued by the situation. It really has been activated. In front of him, 4 other people had also been teleported here. This is a spatial trap. The group of 4 was shocked by his appearance. They shouted in unison, "Huh?" Meanwhile, in another place, rough hands rested on a book in a dark room, illuminated only by the faint light of a reading lamp. He calmly turned a page and said, "I see. So, Kim Tae-hoon has joined that dungeon raid team, has he?" The night demon sat with his legs crossed, his authoritative presence making his subordinates tremble. "I apologize, my lord. This happened suddenly, so I didn't account for it." His subordinate asked timidly, "What should we do now? If you command it, I will stop the operation immediately." The night demon reached out, revealing a gruesome skull tattoo on the back of his hand. He replied, "No, it's better to leave it as is." He analyzed the situation. There are 6 S-rank demons infiltrated into that raid team. Including the A ranks, there are 20 in total. No matter how strong Kim Tae-hoon and Kwon Kang-hyuk are, they have their limits. There is no way they can defeat us just like that. The night demon closed the book and continued. They are busy dealing with the monsters in the Kangchung labyrinth. How could they possibly handle an unexpected attack from inside? A cunning and wicked look appeared on his face. So, let them work as planned. Even if Kim Tae-hoon has appeared, it won't change anything. Back in the forest, the group of 4 began to approach him. The situation seemed dangerous. The blonde girl took the initiative to speak. "I'll introduce myself first, so we can get to know each other and coordinate well later. First, I am Milena, B rank." Kim Tae-hoon suddenly lunged forward. Without a word, he delivered a kick straight to her face. "Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Milena took such a heavy hit that she spat out blood. Ugh. Her true identity was the S-rank demon mage, Milena. Suddenly, the internal thoughts of a young man appeared, thinking of him as the youngest S-rank player. Kim Tae-hoon. I've always been curious about your strength. I wonder if you are as strong as the guildmaster, who is always at the front lines, or if you can be a sturdy shield for everyone. Or maybe, like the rumors say, you are someone who sacrificed himself to save everyone at the Huangdong auction house. He sincerely hoped that, one way or another, he could show his true power. You might be able to help our guild clear this difficult dungeon. Those thoughts belonged to Osa Emiro guild member, Park Sung-ho. However, after witnessing this brutal display by Kim, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Looking at Milena lying unconscious, he couldn't control his anger. What is the meaning of this? Park Sung-ho screamed, "You madman! What did you do?" Kim Tae-hoon confidently gave a thumbs up. "Ah, that's just a demon infiltrated into our ranks." Overcome by emotion, Park Sung-ho pointed his gun at him, desperate. "Demon? What are you talking about?" "You're lying!" Park Sung-ho yelled as he fired. "You bastard!" He could only dodge the bullets. Frustrated that he couldn't hit him, he cursed. "Damn it! Even in a situation like this, he can still act like that? Everything he does is just insane," Park Sung-ho thought bitterly. He remembered the memories of being teammates with Milena, a companion who had fought through so many dungeons with him, now taken down like that. Thinking that, he whispered to himself, "Milena, I will avenge you. I believe you are not a demon." Park Sung-ho gritted his teeth. This can't be happening. He painfully cradled Milena, calling her name repeatedly. "Wake up, Milena. We need to get away from that bastard. I'll protect you, don't worry." But the touching moment didn't last long before he received a powerful punch from Milena. "Ah!" The forest echoed with his screams. Milena jumped up and looked at Park Sung-ho with contempt. "Who do you think you are, touching me, you bastard?" The protagonist stood there calmly, teasing them. "I told you, but you wouldn't listen." But behind him, two other demons were closing in to attack. Kim Tae-hoon whirled around to face them. "I guess we need to settle this between us, don't we?" They attacked in unison, causing a massive shockwave. But after the smoke cleared, the gray-haired demon and the blonde demon were both terrified. He had disappeared right in front of them. Kim Tae-hoon walked out calmly from behind them and spoke nonchalantly. "I didn't think there would be 3 demons in a small place like this." He provoked them. "Are you all planning to regroup and harm the people here?" Milena removed her long-held disguise, tied up her long hair, and returned to her true form. A wicked smile spread across her face. How strange. They took a fighting stance. "We have been hiding in the Osa Emiro Guild for a few years now. No one has ever discovered us. Yet, you found us as soon as you arrived. How did you do that?" "Ah," he said, while massaging his neck, revealing the demonic tattoos. Kim Tae-hoon was also very patient in answering them. "Well, I actually have to give you guys some credit. It's not like your acting was too terrible. Of course, I already knew about this from the future." Milena disregarded his explanation. "You talk a big game, don't you? The future, really?" She completely refused to believe him. Milena began to analyze based on her own knowledge. "It seems you have a pretty close relationship with UI. Looks like she gave you a hint about us, didn't she? Or perhaps there's a traitor among us." As she spoke, her fingernails began to grow longer. Milena launched her attack skill, confidently saying, "Whatever. Killing you here is enough." She lunged at him like a beast, assisted by the 2 remaining rank B demons. Milena quickly grazed his cheek. The 2 underlings, though fearful, quickly closed in to unleash their finishing blows. He lightly leaped into the air, dodging all their attacks. Kim Tae-hoon summoned chains that wrapped around the blonde guy's neck, leaving him completely shocked. "What the?" The black-haired guy was also ensnared by his chains a moment later, only managing to gasp, "Oh!" Kim Tae-hoon didn't hesitate to finish those 2 off instantly. Now, only their miserable screams echoed. "Ah!" Suddenly, a murderous intent rushed toward him. It was Milena's claws. He showed excitement at the relentless attacks. Kim Tae-hoon immediately confronted her attack head-on. Milena's will began to waver. She realized the gap in skill between herself and him. She muttered to herself, "How is this possible? He's too strong." Even though she knew he wasn't an ordinary human, her witch's claw skill should have poisoned the opponent just by grazing them. An enemy hit by the poison would surely die, but that bastard was perfectly fine. She thought while attacking, "I clearly grazed his face." The techniques she had drenched in poison were attacking Kim Tae-hoon relentlessly, yet he showed no sign of weakening. Thinking this, Milena suddenly realized, could it be that he was resistant to poison? She struggled in desperation, unable to believe it. It was as if he could read her thoughts. Kim Tae-hoon apologized to her, but at the same time, he activated his Knight's Fighting Spirit skill, summoning a giant to follow his command. Kim Tae-hoon seemed to pass a death sentence on her. Poison doesn't work on me. A series of system notifications constantly appeared for him, confirming his Witch's Claw skill was successfully resisted by a mysterious power. Terrified, Milena turned to run, but it was too late. She cursed helplessly. Damn it! His skill had such destructive power that it sent all the earth and rocks flying. The surrounding trees were blown away. An explosive sound rang out, and all the trees and soil were blasted off. After the smoke cleared, Park Sung-ho slowly approached the spot of the explosion. He was panicked, as if he had discovered something. In front of Park Sung-ho was the scene of Milena, bound by Kim Tae-hoon, curled up on the ground. Milena screamed in anger, "Let me go, you bastard, or I'll kill you." Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon roughly grabbed Milena's hair and pulled her up. She let out a sharp cry of pain when pulled up. After seeing Milena's disheveled state, Kim Tae-hoon replied, "You're still able to say things like that at a time like this?" Right behind Kim Tae-hoon was Rosalia. She asked Milena, "Tell us the truth right now." Saying that, she used her mental control power on Milena. After controlling Milena's mind, Rosalia asked, "How many spies are here? What are you bastards doing infiltrating this dungeon raid?" Milena listened, then blankly repeated the question. Then, Milena's eyes changed color. She began to answer Rosalia's questions. "Oh, the number is 20 people, with 5 rank S and 15 rank A. The goal is to make this raid of yours a failure." Milena saw the scene again, surrounded by white flowers stained with blood, a knife lunging at someone no one else but Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. And that was the ultimate goal, to kill Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. Back to reality. Kim Tae-hoon and Park Sung-ho were standing in front of Milena. Milena was currently lying limp on the ground. Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself, "There are 5 rank S demons. In my previous life, I only knew of 3, but it's different now. Previous dungeons also had many variables. Clearly the future has changed a lot. Is all of this because of me?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Kim Tae-hoon turned to tell Park Sung-ho, "All right, now that we know the numbers and their purpose, go report this to the Guildmaster quickly." Park Sung-ho replied, "Ah, yes sir." As Park Sung-ho and Kim Tae-hoon were on their way, Park Sung-ho was filled with questions. So, was Milena really a demon infiltrating this place? Player Kim Tae-hoon, did he know about this from the very beginning? But while he was lost in thought, Kim Tae-hoon cut off his train of thought, saying they needed to eliminate these traitors for the dungeon raid to succeed. This place was nearly an independent space, but in reality, it was still just a part of the labyrinth. As he spoke, a door appeared in front of the two of them. Kim Tae-hoon continued, "There's definitely a path connecting to another space in here. It might not lead directly to the center of the labyrinth, but it will surely help us find the others. We just need to go through each door and keep an eye on every space to find Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk." Suddenly, Park Sung-ho called out, "There's something I'm quite curious about." Kim Tae-hoon replied, "Huh?" Park Sung-ho asked, "Why didn't you make things clear when we entered the dungeon? I apologize for doubting you, but if you had just told Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk from the start, we wouldn't be in this situation, right? Why didn't you say anything?" After hearing Park Sung-ho, Kim Tae-hoon fell silent for a moment before answering. "I already told you." Park Sung-ho was stunned by his response. He replied to Kim Tae-hoon, "What do you mean?" Kim Tae-hoon answered casually, "You can choose not to believe me, but Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk already knows many things." Shifting the scene to Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk, a knife suddenly flew out and stabbed him in the stomach. He was surrounded by people wielding knives, swords, and daggers. They were getting closer and closer to Kwon Kang-hyuk. Seeing this, he gave a cold laugh and said, "What do you think you're doing? Your little joke has gone a bit too far. Is that so, Vice Guildmaster?" The masked man replied to Kwon Kang-hyuk. "A joke? Do you think I'm joking?" At that moment, Secretary Kim ran over, shouting in panic, "Guildmaster, while you were scolding them, how could they dare to do that to you?" Before she could finish her sentence, an enemy lunged from behind, trying to ambush her. Seeing this, Kwon Kang-hyuk moved with lightning speed to shield her, taking the full force of the enemy's strike. Secretary Kim screamed in terror. "Guildmaster!" Kwon Kang-hyuk growled. "Damn it!" Secretary Kim caught him, asking, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, all those guys started rushing forward, unleashing their powerful techniques at Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. Sensing the situation was turning south, Kwon Kang-hyuk pushed Secretary Kim back, saying, "Stay back, let me handle them." With that, he began channeling his energy. After focusing his power, Kwon Kang-hyuk summoned a dragon that blew away everyone planning to attack. Secretary Kim stared at Kwon Kang-hyuk in shock. She had to sit down on the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer power of his dragon. When Secretary Kim saw Kwon Kang-hyuk fighting alone, she said, "Guildmaster, you don't have to do this. Wait for me. I can fight too." Kwon Kang-hyuk said sternly, "Stay there. These guys aren't as simple as you think." Worried for him, Secretary Kim replied, "But if you go like this, you might lose your life. That's why I want to." The enemy sneered. "She's right. Kwon Kang-hyuk, you don't stand a chance against us all by yourself. I only stayed under your command to hide my true strength." Then, the hooded man pulled out a lantern containing a burning skull. Suddenly, the skull expanded into a giant version of itself. He declared, "Now, there are only my A-rank subordinates here, along with 4 of my S-rank ones." He raised his voice and continued, "They all have immense combat experience, so you're going to die right here." Kwon Kang-hyuk got into a fighting stance and said, "Well, you guys really prepared everything, didn't you? I underestimated you all a bit too much. But don't go congratulating yourselves just yet. We've been preparing for years to corner you like this today. How could a brute like you ever have realized it?" Kwon Kang-hyuk chuckled and said, "Damn it, Kim Tae-hoon was right." The guy was surprised and blurted out, "What?" Kwon Kang-hyuk said, "He told me you were all demons in disguise sent to kill me. I didn't believe those words back then, but now it's all become reality." The hooded guy, hearing that Kim Tae-hoon knew that they were all demons, looked shocked and said, "Kim Tae-hoon? He guessed this plan? That's impossible." He yelled, "How could you know about a plan we've been preparing for so long? If you knew, why didn't you act?" Kwon Kang-hyuk calmly replied, "Oh, well, I still trusted you and gave you a chance, but now that chance is definitely gone. You demon bastard. That's what I wanted to say." The enemy asked, baffled, "What? Even if you knew we betrayed you, we've been fighting together for years. I didn't think you'd just attack us without proof." One of them spoke up, "You're a stupid idiot." Kwon Kang-hyuk said indifferently, "Is that so?" Behind him, Secretary Kim was furious and scolded Kwon Kang-hyuk. "Why didn't you verify that information? And now you've let this happen. Everything is a mess now. Will I even survive this?" Kwon Kang-hyuk heard her and asked cluelessly, "Huh? What?" Suddenly, something flew toward them. Seeing this, Secretary Kim and Kwon Kang-hyuk widened their eyes in surprise. Fortunately, Kwon Kang-hyuk reacted just in time to save Secretary Kim. The enemy said triumphantly, "Well, thank you very much. Because of you, our plan will succeed. Now die, you fool." Kwon Kang-hyuk said seriously, "All right. You and all your lackeys are going to die right here." Kwon Kang-hyuk glared, a massive wave of power radiating from him. A giant dragon surged out and blew the enemy away. Kwon Kang-hyuk declared loudly, "Now, I'll show you my true power." After taking a hit from the dragon, the enemy lost several teeth, spat out blood, and his eyes rolled back in a terrifying way. Kwon Kang-hyuk said smugly, "Are you dead yet, you idiot?" After activating his power, Kwon Kang-hyuk was surrounded by purple light, with 2 purple horns appearing on his head. That form of his was known as the Ancient Dragon Avatar. Meanwhile, Park Sung-ho was asking Kim Tae-hoon, why did he know but choose not to act? Kim Tae-hoon replied wearily, "Fine, let's just go ask him." Recalling the conversation with Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk in the deep dungeon, Kim Tae-hoon had suddenly shouted his name. "Hey, Guildmaster," he had asked angrily. "Even knowing what I told you is true, you're not going to do anything about it?" Kwon Kang-hyuk hadn't taken any action, just gently saying, "Are you sure you think you know the full extent of my power?" Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon started to feel uneasy. He just smiled slightly and said, "Everything is under my control. When the time comes, I won't hold back against them." Back in the present, having reached Kwon Kang-hyuk's location, he saw the traitors lying on the ground. The Vice Guild Master was in the most miserable state. Park Sung-ho was shocked by the scene and could only say, "Whoa." Kim Tae-hoon breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's right." As they both stepped through the gate, they saw Kwon Kang-hyuk still alive, while the traitors were strewn across the ground. He sighed with relief, just as I thought. Seeing Kim Tae-hoon, Secretary Kim and Kwon Kang-hyuk were surprised and happily said, "Kim Tae-hoon, you've arrived?" After reuniting with Kwon Kang-hyuk's group, they took time to catch up on what had happened. Kwon Kang-hyuk asked, "Did you run into any other guild members?" Kim Tae-hoon replied, "I did run into a few people while traveling through different spaces, but they were in a bizarre situation." Remembering when he ran through one of the spaces, Kim Tae-hoon had seen some people writhing and begging for help in a small pool of water. They were desperately crying out for help. but Kim Tae-hoon chose to ignore them and ran straight to Kwon Kang-hyuk. Even when Park Sung-ho said, "We should save them," he ignored it and said, "They're fine." Seeing him being so cold-hearted, Kwon Kang-hyuk asked, confused, "You could really do that?" After observing the situation for a moment, Kim Tae-hoon asked him, "So, what are you going to do now?" Faced with that question, Kwon Kang-hyuk thought for a moment and looked straight at him. He smiled lightly, just like before, and said, "All right, things here are done, but we need to head to the dungeon center." Even though he was injured, Kwon Kang-hyuk remained sharp enough to make decisions in his role as guildmaster. He spoke to Kim Tae-hoon. "I don't know if we'll run into the demons again. We need to quickly move to another space to find the boss." He expressed regret, saying, "I was a bit careless in ignoring your advice, but I can still endure this wound." Kwon Kang-hyuk said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Kim Tae-hoon. If only I had listened to your advice, we wouldn't be in this situation." Hearing his apology, Kim Tae-hoon replied dismissively, "It's fine, I'm just glad you realize it. Be more careful next time." Hearing that, he asked angrily, "What was that?" Kwon Kang-hyuk scolded him. "I'm genuinely feeling remorseful, you know. Don't mock me like that." Seeing the guildmaster moving around so intensely, Secretary Kim hugged him and reminded him, "Calm down, guildmaster. Your wound will open up." Seeing this, Kim Tae-hoon just smiled lightly and turned away, relieved. Though on the surface he seemed calm, he was thinking to himself that the guildmaster was safe, so the demon's plot had completely failed. He thought that, during this labyrinth raid, the information about the demons was already known, yet because of the guildmaster's stubbornness, he had sustained unnecessary injuries. The information he had about this labyrinth from his past life was quite scarce. Now that many things had changed, he had to be more careful. While he was busy thinking, Secretary Kim said anxiously that they needed to move to other dimensions to gather everyone. He thought that if it was too difficult, they might have to give up on this dungeon raid. Suddenly, he heard Secretary Kim ask if he had encountered any monsters in the other spaces. Hearing this question, he froze, realizing something. When he heard Park Sung-ho reply, "That's right. We went through several different spaces but didn't see any monsters. Perhaps this is a special case for this labyrinth." That made Kim Tae-hoon wonder, what could it mean? Looking at the three of them, they were safe and sound. Aside from the injuries from fighting the traitors, there wasn't a scratch from any monsters. This strangeness made Kim Tae-hoon worry, thinking, "That's right, I've moved through many different spaces, but I haven't seen a single monster." Reflecting on the basic dungeon experiences he had gone through, Kim Tae-hoon thought, if this were a trial dungeon, shouldn't every small space at least have monsters or traps? There were no traps buried in the ground, and no strange monsters of any kind. Yet, the different spaces didn't seem strange at all. How could this be considered a difficult dungeon to raid? There were no challenges for the Awakeners. The more he connected the sequence of events, the more Kim Tae-hoon felt that something was wrong. He began to worry, thinking to himself, "This is very strange, no monsters?" So, before the regression, how did the guildmaster meet the boss and defeat it? Suddenly, he heard a noise. Secretary Kim and Park Sung-ho were left speechless when they witnessed the source of the sound. When Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk saw that thing, even a strong man like him stood frozen in shock for several seconds. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "What is that?" Before everyone stood a multi-armed monster. Each of its arms carried a different weapon, and it had a bull's head with many eyes. It was trying to crawl through from another dimension, creating spatial cracks where it passed. The S+rank, Labyrinth Minotaur, had officially entered the fray. Seeing the monster, Secretary Kim said in a panic, "Why are we running into that here?" Park Sung-ho was shocked by the boss's appearance. He asked if this was truly the labyrinth's boss. Without giving them time to react, the boss launched the first attack. Its spear and axe flew toward where everyone was standing with incredible speed. Luckily, everyone successfully dodged the first blow. Park Sung-ho shouted, "Run!" With the boss's strength, a single strike shattered the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere, which unfortunately destroyed the portal to the other dimension. Kwon Kang-hyuk looked at Kim Tae-hoon and signaled him. Understanding his intent, Kim Tae-hoon replied, "I understand." The very next second, both of them enhanced their bodies, leaving their two teammates behind to charge at the boss. Immediately after, both fully enhanced their bodies to the maximum and lunged toward the boss. The monster also began to use its arms to engage the two opponents charging at it. Both sides began to exchange blows violently, causing the surrounding debris to fly everywhere as the area was heavily devastated. Both Kim Tae-hoon and Kwon Kang-hyuk perfectly dodged and countered the boss's attacks, closing the distance to it. Finally, the two of them successfully reached the top of the boss. Just when they thought they had a chance to land a hit on the giant monster in front of them, It suddenly brought its glowing mace right in front of them. The staff began to shine violently. A powerful blast of light accompanied by lightning bolts erupted from the staff. Lightning spread throughout the entire room. Suddenly, a pair of mysterious red eyes emerged from the ground. Abruptly, a massive skeleton rose from the ground. It let out a fierce roar that left both of them speechless in shock. Surprise after surprise, its muscles began to regenerate rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they completely covered its body. The frenzied king was resurrected thanks to the S-rank Minotaur Labyrinth boss. Kwon Kang-hyuk asked in surprise, "The frenzied king? Why are there S-rank support monsters appearing now? And it's not just the one in front of us. 2 more like it have appeared behind our 2 teammates." In just a short time, many frenzied kings were resurrected near Secretary Kim and Park Sung-ho. She screamed in panic, "There are more!" Suddenly, the monster spoke. "Hunters in my labyrinth, you wish to defeat us and conquer this place? I will be right here waiting for you. Come forward and face me. Your hatred and anger will all be poured out upon you." Too terrified to move, both of them could only say, "We're dead." Kim Tae-hoon and Kwon Kang-hyuk on the front lines had to quickly turn back to reinforce the others. Kwon Kang-hyuk said anxiously, "This isn't good." The boss commanded its minions, "All of you, advance and capture them." As soon as the command was given, the frenzied kings rushed to attack everyone in their sight. Ferocious bulls charged straight toward where Secretary Kim and Park Sung-ho were standing. Fear was etched clearly on their faces. Park Sung-ho gripped his gun tightly, tense. "Guild Master!" A powerful purple light surged forward, striking the charging bulls right before their eyes. A figure appeared in midair. Park Sung-ho shouted, eyes wide, "Kwon Kang-hyuk." The newcomer reached out, unleashing a thick chain that whipped toward the ferocious bulls, binding them tight. They bucked in pain and let out a guttural roar, but the metallic chains glowed, tightening around their necks even further. "How's that for you, you beasts?" Kim Tae-hoon gripped the end of the chain with one hand and shouted. Nearby, Kwon Kang-hyuk puffed out his cheeks, focused on the rampaging bulls, and yelled, "Eat this." As he opened his mouth, a brilliant burst of flame surged forward, engulfing the frantic bulls ahead. The fire intensified, and caught off guard by the blistering heat, the bulls began to thrash about, trying to escape the inferno. Witnessing the scene, Kim Tae-hoon slowly retracted his chain. Kwon Kang-hyuk grinned, baring his teeth. "Are you dead yet?" He stared excitedly at the burning light. Suddenly, both men froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What?" The bulls emerged from the red flames like a phoenix reborn, shaking their heads as if completely unscathed. Their eyes were bloodshot, and drool dripped from their maws as they hungrily eyed their prey. One of them let out a mocking snort. "Not bad." Kim Tae-hoon and Kwon Kang-hyuk looked up in shock, murmuring to each other. What just happened? The space around them began to distort. Kwon Kang-hyuk stood at the center, completely surrounded by the monsters. He braced himself, gritting his teeth as he clenched his fists. He poured all his strength into an attack against the massive bull in front of him, but it didn't even flinch. It just stood there, watching the tiny human struggling to take it down. His attacks weren't strong enough. Its recovery power was too high. Is it impossible to take down this herd if we can't defeat the boss? What should I do in this situation? I could unleash all my power to fight it, but if I do that, I won't be able to fight and protect Secretary Kim at the same time, and Kim Tae-hoon can only fight for so long. What should I do? Kwon Kang-hyuk gritted his teeth, deep in thought. This is an incredibly difficult situation. It's time to make a choice, player Kwon Kang-hyuk. Even if you have the strength, if you fight opponents in dungeons like this, the association will have no choice but to take appropriate measures to restrain you. If you intend to have someone as your partner to clear that dungeon, shouldn't you consider whether your situation is suitable for anyone? Kwon Kang-hyuk leaned back in his chair, remaining calm. I'm a free spirit. I don't fit into anyone's mold. I'm not suspicious or picky, so whoever is a good fit can be my teammate. The chairman held a document, looked up, and continued. That sounds reasonable. Still, sometimes you need to be a little skeptical. The same calm, unwavering voice replied. Of course. I was a player for a long time, after all. I've seen many powerful hunters across the nation, but when fighting, even a small mistake can cost them everything. Sometimes, I have to make choices to protect the people who matter most. That's essential. Seeming unsatisfied with the answer, the chairman growled. Strength alone won't solve everything. If someone realizes their own limits and knows how to choose what is most important, that person will win. That is the quality a player needs. As soon as he finished, Kwon Kang-hyuk propped his chin on his hand and scoffed. Is that the necessary choice for a human? Sometimes, do you have to know what you're doing in a desperate situation? Snapping out of his memories, Kwon Kang-hyuk was covered in wounds. Fresh, bright red blood stained everything. He looked at the scene of the rampaging bulls and Kim Tae-hoon fighting with all his might, sighing softly. This is truly exhausting. Now I have to choose between fighting with everything I've got or saving people from this dangerous situation. If I focus on fighting, my teammate might die. Even if I try, I'm not sure I can beat the boss. I have to choose now. He gritted his teeth. No matter which one I choose, I won't let my teammate die. Kwon Kang-hyuk shouted, his eyes filled with determination. How could I stand by and watch everyone get hurt? With that, a powerful purple aura erupted around him. He charged straight toward where Kim Tae-hoon was busy hacking at the monsters. President, can you still fight? Casting a glance at his teammate, Kwon Kang-hyuk replied, I can. What about you? I'm fine too. Either way, you and I need to fight with everything we've got to stop these monsters and kill them. Now, tell me your choice. Kim Tae-hoon looked at him and smirked. I understand. The situation is dangerous, but if we want to take down the Minotaurus Queen, I have a way. Hearing that, Kwon Kang-hyuk felt a spark of hope. Suddenly, the bulls became even more ferocious. Kwon Kang-hyuk rushed forward, shouting to the person behind him. Are you sure about this? Kim Tae-hoon reassured him. Don't worry. Perhaps sensing their intent to destroy it, the bull boss opened its mouth. Not bad. Those are some interesting decisions from you guys. No matter what you choose, you're all going to die anyway. All right then. Piercing roars echoed. The bulls charged to attack their targets. Kwon Kang-hyuk clenched his fist, focusing his strength, and the flames erupted once more, engulfing the arrogant, fierce monsters below. The object in the boss's hand suddenly began to glow, and it spoke with contempt. I'll kill every single one of you. Come on, hurry up. Saying that, it looked up, then suddenly froze. Kim Tae-hoon was standing right in front of it before it even realized. He stood there, looking down like a superior watching those beneath him. Gradually, a massive phantom figure manifested behind him. Now, let's attack together, Kwon Kang-hyuk shouted. Kim Tae-hoon gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Roars echoed through the space. Kim Tae-hoon sprang into action. The phantom behind him raised a giant fist, slamming it directly onto the side of the boss's face. The hand gripped the boss's neck, slowly squeezing tighter. In the distance, Kwon Kang-hyuk also charged forward. Bursts of light collided, and the scene descended into absolute chaos. Kim Tae-hoon and Kwon Kang-hyuk launched a simultaneous attack on the monster. The streams of light continued to collide, flashing everywhere. Kwon Kang-hyuk looked over, asking about the technique as he gripped his weapon tightly. Kim Tae-hoon explained calmly, it's just a guess, but it's as if these spaces are connected by portals, and the rift where the Minotaur Queen resides is also connected to another dimension. And those bulls are only resurrected and regenerated by the Queen when she enters this space. He agilely leapt up to dodge an attack. Defending before counterattacking, he continued while fighting. If the Queen weren't here, they would disappear on their own. He coughed a few times, but Kwon Kang-hyuk acted like it was nothing. If the guess is wrong, will we all die? He replied, with a tone, implying it was obvious. Aren't we already in that position? Meanwhile, Secretary Kim and Park Sung-ho were staring blankly at the chaotic battle in the distance. A white mist swirled around the two of them. Pierced, mangled bull monsters stood everywhere. Some appeared truly dead, slumped over on the ground. From the other side, the boss let out a roar. The chaotic scene was enveloped in a blinding red, creating an atmosphere of death. The massive figure Kim Tae-hoon condensed was grabbed by the neck. It immediately counterattacked, and the sound of constant impacts rang out without pause. Seemingly hit, Kim Tae-hoon let out a pained cry. Kwon Kang-hyuk gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp as he dashed forward. A pillar of light, like a lightning strike, descended into the center of the fray. Everything in that space became blurred and uncertain. The bull monster slammed its two sharp weapons into the ground, and immediately a shockwave rose. Another sound rang out, and dust filled the air as if a heavy object had fallen from high above. Kim Tae-hoon groaned softly. He grimaced. Lying amidst a pile of skulls, it was unclear if they were human or monster, while dust and sand swirled in the air. His face was splattered with blood as he struggled to sit up and look ahead. Opposite Kim Tae-hoon was Kwon Kang-hyuk, who seemed to be severely injured, kneeling in front. One of his arms had been severed, and drops of dark red blood dripped onto the cold ground. He exclaimed in horror to the guildmaster, "It's too dangerous! Your arm!" Kim Tae-hoon focused, shouting sternly, ignoring the warm blood draining from his own body. He issued a warning, as Kim Tae-hoon looked on in shock. "It's coming." As soon as he finished, the two scrambled to their feet, staring straight into the gloomy black mist, unsure of what might appear next. Suddenly, the bull monster, many times their size, stepped out of the mist once more, swinging its scepter straight at them. Kwon Kang-hyuk gritted his teeth, bracing himself, and raised his fist. Not to be outdone, Kim Tae-hoon gripped his blade tightly and shouted, ready to fight. The bull monster's arm slowly descended, stirring up clouds of dust. Skulls resting quietly on the ground were sent spinning into the air. The two from earlier were also exhausted and thrown aside, but it didn't stop. The boss roared, "You little pests are amusing. You dare to use the space I created to do this? But the more power I recover, for those bulls through the intermediate rift, the more fighting energy I have. You understand?" With that, it lifted its foot, intending to crush Kim Tae-hoon. He looked up, shifting into a defensive stance. He gritted his teeth and shouted with all his remaining strength. Following the bull's attack, a burst of white light illuminated and covered the entire space. Debris flew everywhere. Kim Tae-hoon, drained of strength, collapsed, silently calculating in his mind. Damn it. Is the power gap this large? If I don't use predation, I'll die. But even if I use predation, can I take down that monster in one hit? If I can't finish it immediately, predation will surely spiral out of control. What will happen then? No one knows. But besides this method, the only way is to apply it. Apply it? He asked again. He didn't understand why he was asking about how to use the skill. But the skill description in the status window was truly sparse. The person lying on the bed slowly sat up. In reality, it's not like what is recorded in the status window. The form of the skill can change diversely depending on how you use it, and the amount of magic power consumed also changes according to the skill's strength. She raised her hand, and a glow immediately appeared. I only use the warrior's will, at which point it can enhance the body or create powerful energy spheres. Actually, you have also combined skills before, and you usually only use stealth on your ring, right? So if there is a skill that is hard to control, try wrapping it around a weapon or another skill. Think of it as putting a new coat on the skill. Saying that, she looked at him. You'll be able to do it, and you'll find the answers to your questions. Snapping out of his thoughts and back into the chaotic brawl, Kim Tae-hoon slashed his blade, and a wave of red light instantly lunged to attack the Minotaur. It shrieked in surprise. Streams of flowing light continued to swirl with every strike Kim Tae-hoon made. They wrapped tightly around his body, and his eyes, having turned red at some point, flashed with a sharp intensity. Seeing the fierce resistance right in front of it, the bull roared in anger, raising the axe in its hand and bellowing, "You bastard!" Without taking a step back, Kim Tae-hoon tightly gripped the blade in his hand, and a blinding red light surged forward, streak after streak of light shooting straight into the Minotaur's flesh. Die! Die! Just die! With every word he spoke, ropes formed entirely of energy wrapped tightly around its arms. Then, an iron chain wrapped in raw, overwhelming power lashed out fiercely. A single strike pierced straight through the boss's chest, and it let out a miserable, agonizing howl. Only then did a proud, excited smile break across Kim Tae-hoon's face. Just as she said, she was right. A gigantic phantom body appeared once more, swinging its fist straight out to send the previously arrogant and overbearing Minotaur flying. He dazedly recalled, vaguely sensing that predation could change its form however he wanted. That meant he could apply it just like any other skill. He didn't know a thing about this mysterious power. Damn it. But no matter what predation truly was, he lunged forward, sweeping his blade across the Minotaur with a chilling gaze, ready to push it to the absolute limit. Right now, his eyes turned resolute, carrying an undercurrent of hard-to-conceal excitement, as if he had just discovered an entirely brand new world. At that moment, the Minotaur hovered unsteadily in midair, while glowing red energy spots clung stubbornly to it like living things, refusing to let go. Then, another surge of energy came hurtling forward at full speed, slamming squarely into the monster's face. Tiny, spiderweb cracks suddenly appeared across the gloomy, darkened sky. Finally, those cracks spread wider like a shattering mirror, and a certain door began to crumble away piece by piece. Meanwhile, the struggling Minotaur thrashed wildly, trying to break free from the power eating deep into its flesh. Elsewhere, the players who had been fighting tooth and nail raised their heads in utter shock toward the sky. A young woman raised her hand, lightly touching her chest as she gazed up at the falling debris. Everyone around stopped in their tracks, buzzing and whispering to one another in confusion. What on earth is that? How is this even possible? The couple, Park Sung-ho and Secretary Kim, stared blankly at everything unfolding across the vast, dark sky. From afar, two figures slowly emerged, walking over to join the spellbound crowd. Kim Tae-hoon supported Secretary Kim as he turned toward his teammates with a relieved smile. It's finally over. Guildmaster Kim Tae-hoon. People started shouting and cheering in unison, running over with open arms to embrace the two heroes who had just saved everyone. The atmosphere was no longer heavy. Everything soared high into the air like a triumphant musical note. After defeating the Minotaur Queen, the raid party discovered a treasure trove hidden deep within its maze. Among them was the most valuable item of all, something that instantly boosted magic power and physical strength just by drinking it. The one-of-a-kind elixir known as the Spring of Strength. However, there wasn't enough to go around. It was reserved exclusively for the two top contributors, Kim Tae-hoon and Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. Even so, acquiring this power meant risking the lives of the entire guild, something Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk hadn't wanted at all. Looking grumpy, he muttered, "Fine, whatever, let's leave it at that." As for the scumbags who had infiltrated the maze, they had all been rounded up and arrested. Those who were badly injured received proper medical care. After the battle, Kim Tae-hoon took some downtime to slow his pace, walking around and joking with everyone. Just like that, bright smiles adorned the faces of him, Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk, and everyone else in the guild. The maze raid had been a massive success. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed through the air. Reporter Kim blinked dazedly, holding the camera as she raised her eyes toward the stage. The auditorium buzzed with noise as a flurry of questions shot out. "Is what you said really true, player Kwon Kang-hyuk? Please tell us again. Are you really ending your career as a hunter right here?" Kwon Kang-hyuk closed his eyes halfway, trembling slightly as he answered the reporter. "It's not quite like that." With wide eyes, he suddenly barked loudly into the microphone in his hand. "I'm just taking a temporary hiatus to recover for a while. I never said I was retiring for good, did I?" Secretary Kim chimed in with a soft, muttering rebuttal. "Guildmaster, if you phrase it like that, of course people are going to misunderstand." Down below, the press corps kept firing question after question at Kwon Kang-hyuk. Is this because of the hand injury from the maze raid? What about the upcoming Asian Championship? Faced with the barrage of questions, Kwon Kang-hyuk answered loud and clear. "It's true, I'm taking a break due to a hand injury. As for the Asian Championship, you don't need to worry about that, because another player will be stepping up in my place." "Alright, step up here and say something." Caught completely off guard by the reporter Kim and the press down below, he raised his voice and shouted a name. Kim Tae-hoon slowly stepped out from the backstage area onto the stage. He carried a calm, composed demeanor, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smirk at the murmurs echoing around him. "Wait, is rookie Kim Tae-hoon going to compete in the Asian Championship?" Kim Tae-hoon's unexpected appearance sent shockwaves through the crowd, sparking a wave of opinions and discussions. Can he really pull it off? But considering his stellar performance in the maze raid, people are definitely starting to trust him a lot more. "I think he's got what it takes." Suddenly, a middle-aged man remembered something and blurted out to the others. Didn't he drink from the Spring of Strength? Back then, his power skyrocketed way beyond his previous limits. The young woman beside him wore an incredulous expression. "No way. Does that mean he's reached the national level threshold of power? So that's a power even greater than S rank? You could practically call him an out-of-class powerhouse. He's talented, sure, but isn't he still way too young?" On the stage, an arm reached out and grabbed the microphone. Ignoring all the chatter and speculation swirling around him from the audience, Kim Tae-hoon calmly took the mic, speaking up amidst the proud, glowing smile of Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. "I, Kim Tae-hoon, will be participating in the Pan-Asian exhibition match. I know many of you are feeling uneasy, but rest assured, I'll get the job done. I'm bringing home the win this time. I understand why some of you doubt my strength. However, after clearing this maze, I've grown leaps and bounds. Because of that, I have absolute confidence in my power. I hope you'll all support me." The screen overhead broadcasted Kim Tae-hoon's speech live. A man watched leisurely from afar, murmuring to himself, "A national-level rookie, huh?" A woman nearby was also tracking the news on her phone. "Everyone's heard about the Spring of Strength. It's true that I drank it during the maze raid, which is why I'm quite confident in myself." Hearing that, the woman covered her mouth and giggled. Not bad, but he doesn't sound very humble at all. And it didn't stop there. His face was even being broadcast on screens inside restaurants. The onlookers stared and began whispering among themselves. Did he really mean that he's grown stronger and is now confident enough to win the Asian tournament? It's true that everyone who reaches the national level of power acts like that. He's no exception. Back in the hall, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly raised his voice. However, hearing his tone shift, the reporters in the audience tensed up, waiting for what he had to say next. To live up to everyone's expectations, I will need to try even harder. That victory is proof of my current level of strength. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit room, a woman knelt on the floor, clasping her hands to beg the man standing before her. "Spare me, please, spare me. What is wrong with you? I did my absolute best." Tears streamed down her beautiful face. "I tried to follow your orders. It was a miracle that I even managed to escape from there. I didn't think Kim Tae-hoon was that strong." The masked man finally spoke slowly. "Fine. Stand up, Milena. Since he is stronger than you, there really was no other way. Even if you gave it your all, you were helpless. That is not your fault." Milena looked up, stunned. "But, sir," the man reached out, gently lifting her chin, before he suddenly snarled. A beam of light sliced into Milena's body, and blood splattered across the room. "I have no need for a useless person." With a calm expression, he stared with deep, hollow eyes at the person falling before him. "Only power matters. A weakling who fails and shirks responsibility deserves to die." Song X turned around and walked away, softly ordering, "Clean this up. The association will be looking for her." "Yes, sir." As he walked away, he pondered in his mind. "It's truly strange. We had more manpower this time than during the attack on the Hingdong auction house. How could we still fail? How did they manage to do it? Why is that bastard Kim Tae-hoon so strong? Just you wait. What's the matter?" With a grunt, he walked away with his two companions. In the distance, the villa was already engulfed in flames, which would soon burn away the evidence inside. Within a short time, at the Asian-friendly tournament, "You will die." Rhythmic footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Kim Tae-hoon stood there, with someone waiting for him in front of the door. Everyone was waiting for him. These were the strongest players in Korea. They were the ones who would participate in this tournament with him. Kim Tae-hoon entered, a faint smile playing on his lips. These were the strongest members of South Korea. Facing him were 6 people, silently observing and evaluating the newcomer, Kim Tae-hoon. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. "I'd heard of you, but I didn't think you'd be so young." The person in the 7th position, Jang Jung-gyu, spoke up. "Fine, as long as you have the strength." The 8th position, Wang Han-ju, added softly. "Forget it, it's fine. The younger, the stronger." The girl in the 4th position, the guild leader of the Eong Magic Guild, spoke up in his defense. A soft chuckle from the man in the 3rd position, Baron Jane, echoed. "I truly didn't think you'd ever come here." The man sitting in the central seat cut off the members' evaluations. "Even though it was a bit chaotic before, everyone is gathered here now." Having said that, the chairman smiled. "Sit down, Kim Tae-hoon. We will discuss the upcoming tournament." In the room, a screen suddenly lit up, displaying complex measurement charts. The Asian-friendly tournament was an important event in the early era, when monsters first appeared and humans had awakened their powers, a time that was quite chaotic. Back then, all of Asia and the world joined forces to fight the global threats caused by the monsters. The current tournament can be defined as everyone working together to eliminate monsters over a period of 7 days. On the screen, images of S-rank monsters appeared. The number of monsters eliminated would be converted into points for each country. That was the fairest way to compete. On the screen, the image immediately changed to photos of low-rank demons, labeled as F-rank, following Go Tae-guk's words. He pointed at the light in front of him and continued. "Due to the current situation where people are too terrified of monsters and dungeon invasions, this tournament can be considered a festival that attracts a lot of attention. This is also a tournament to showcase each country's power, as well as the competition between nations regarding the strength of their awakened ones. Thus, whichever country achieves victory and good results can be seen as encouraging their citizens to have more spirit to fight against the monsters. Along with that, the winning country will receive a quite large reward, many unique items, and the right to raid international-level dungeons that are rarely opened." Kim Tae-hoon looked straight at the people sitting below as they presented the information about this tournament. Kim Tae-hoon sat and listened to the detailed explanations. He curled his lips slightly, calculating silently. It's true that being able to participate in this Asian tournament is a stroke of luck. Conquering Succubus, the Queen of the Abyss, was also part of the preparation. Now that I have her power, things will be simpler later on. However, to master that power, I need time to practice, unlike the sovereign power I had acquired before. Now, I need to train a bit more to gain an advantage in this competition, as well as to have a voice on the international stage for the Korean team. Being able to face awakened ones from all over Asia, this is truly a great learning experience. And the big prizes are also part of why I'm trying to secure a spot in this tournament. On the other side, Tae-guk was still rambling about his perspective. However, our Korean team currently has a problem. The commander position is still vacant because guild leader Kang Hyuk broke his arm after the last dungeon raid. Furthermore, the player UI has personal reasons and cannot participate in this tournament. Currently, Korea is missing 2 key players, so the Korean team's strength has diminished significantly. Having said that, Tae-hoon raised his hand. So, the current measure being proposed is… Suddenly, a voice cut off his speech. Park Sung-jin reached out to speak, but someone had already filled Kang-hyuk's position. Player Kim Tae-hoon. He has already achieved the strength of a national-level player. As soon as he finished, the members present were stunned. Questions came pouring in. National-level strength? He's so young, but he's already reached such a high level? Kim Tae-hoon was a bit flustered by everyone's sudden excitement. That's just a rumor. Please don't pay any attention to it. In the room, there was immediate agreement. That's true. As of now, his strength hasn't been proven yet. The statement was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the excitement from moments ago. Wang Hanju was also slightly disappointed. That's true. If everyone lowers their expectations, I'll have less pressure. Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself as the discussion erupted once again in the conference room. Then we need to prepare a countermeasure. That's the only way to save Korea's current situation. Then, a pair of hands slammed onto the table, and he said in a firm, encouraging tone, "It's fine, everyone, don't worry." The chairman, who had been listening silently from the beginning, finally looked up to speak. Currently, our strength still cannot compare to China and Japan. However, this tournament is also an opportunity for everyone to learn. This contest is just about hunting monsters, after all. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much. Just stay calm and focused, and you will have a chance to win. Then he made his final decision. Players with extensive combat experience, Baron, Jung Gyu, and Wang Hanju, will be in charge of raiding dungeons and fighting monsters. The 3 named individuals immediately responded. Understood. The chairman continued. As for the player with experience fighting alone, Kim Tae-hoon, Jung Ji's will be in charge of reconnaissance and staying alert for demons. The 2 men looked serious. Yes, understood. Having finished distributing the tasks, he clasped his hands together and smiled. All right, that's it for the initial assignments. I hope everyone will do a good job in this Asian tournament. The location for the opening ceremony of the Asian tournament. The Asian Players Association Stadium teams from Indonesia and Thailand have already gathered. The biggest powerhouses here are the players from China and Japan. The man with a long, fierce-looking scar over his eye is the commander of the Japanese team, the Demon Sword, Shinjaku Qatar. China is not to be underestimated with their highly experienced players. The perfect Guardian lineup is considered a top contender for the championship this time. China's combat lineup is gradually emerging, featuring national-level powerhouses like Bloodsword, Linfeng, and Wind Sparrow. Zhang Ming leads the charge, with national-level commander Cheng Jin at the helm. Meanwhile, the South Korean team is missing their main force, Kwon Kang-hyuk, and several other skilled players due to personal matters. A couple watches the events unfold on TV and murmurs. It seems our team is quite weak. I hope our country can achieve good results. Suddenly, a piercing scream rings out. What? The young man standing behind them explodes in agitation. Mom, Dad, what are you saying? Before they can react, he continues his tirade. We have a duty to cheer for them. How can you lose heart before the competition even begins? Well, everything we have now was earned by Kim Tae-hoon. This house, for example. And this money? He's already given us so much through his dungeon raids. Exactly. That's why we need to support him with everything we've got. The more successful he is, the better we'll live. As he finishes, his face turns greedy. His parents, weak-willed, reply, You're right, our son is so thoughtful. All right, dear, stop praising him. The young man's excited shouting seems to shake the entire high-rise building again. Mom, Dad, trust me, he will show his true strength in this tournament. Okay, we believe you. Rhythmic footsteps echo as a pair of feet slowly walk forward. A woman suddenly starts a conversation with Kim Tae-hoon. You're Kim Tae-hoon, South Korea's youngest S-rank player, right? I owe you for what happened at the Dawn auction house. Kim Tae-hoon tilts his head slightly to look at her, hesitating as he faces a beautiful woman with pink hair. I was tasked with rescuing everyone there, but by the time I arrived, it was already over. So, she is also a Japanese national-level powerhouse, the Saintess Yoshiwa Sutara. Kim Tae-hoon seems slightly surprised. Saintess Yoshiwa Sutara, so she was in charge of that incident? The International Association really intervenes whenever there is an event that significantly impacts humans or awakeners. The girl continues, I sent you an invitation before, but why did you turn it down? Kim Tae-hoon silently looks at her, lost in thought. In the meeting room the other day, as everyone slowly filed out, whispering, All right, the meeting is over. Let's go grab a drink. Kim Tae-hoon stands up to leave, but the chairman suddenly stops him. Stay for a moment. About that invitation, he feels a bit tense. The chairman explains. The Japanese saintess invited you. I don't know what her motives are, but the saintess is an extremely important figure in the Awakener Association. She possesses holy power, so she can help your injured arm recover much faster. Before the tournament starts, meeting her wouldn't hurt. Consider it knowing your enemy and yourself. Regaining his composure, Kim Tae-hoon doesn't hesitate. I refuse. As soon as he speaks, Tae-guk, standing behind him, gets anxious. Why? It's a kind offer, and it would benefit you. Raising a hand to stop him, the chairman speaks calmly. All right, leave him be. Deputy Director Tae-guk. He rests his chin on his hand. Tell me your reason. Why would you do that? I can't explain it fully right now, but I'll put it briefly. My past and present are intertwined, Kim Tae-hoon says. I know the ugly truth hidden inside her, that is all I have to say. Yoshiwa Sutara's smiling face stiffens slightly. She turns to watch his retreating back. What's wrong with him? From afar, the demon sword Shin Nakata walks over and asks. Her gaze remains fixed on where he left. He's not a simple player. He knows exactly who I am. That statement startles Nakata, who turns to her. In that case, should I silence him? She reassures him. No, there's no rush. He has talent, yes, but that arrogance will cost him dearly. Investigate his background more thoroughly. We need to know more about him quickly to deal with whatever he might do in the future, and if we can find a weakness to control him, even better. She licks the corner of her lips with a sinister expression. To control him, I would do anything. Everything everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. The Asian tournament is about to kick off. The male host holds a microphone, introducing the event to the crowd. Thousands of candidates and fans are cheering wildly. On stage, the host continues. Let's count down to the start of the competition. The speaker is the A-rank tournament host from Singapore, Alex Go. Everyone is excited and celebrating together. 10, 9, 8. Yoshiwa Sutara says to Shinjaku Qatar, the tournament has begun. B-Tan also tells Wind Sparrow, Zhangming, finally, we can fight freely. 6. Wind Sparrow, Zhangming says vigilantly. Stay sharp, the tournament has only just begun. Zhangji stands proudly before everyone and says, everyone remembers what we need to do, right? They continue discussing while the countdown proceeds. 5. I, Kwon Kang-hyuk, along with Wang Hanju, will fight the monsters. 3. And Jung Jung-gyu will assist Kim Tae-hoon. Huh? The final whispers fade away. 3, 2. Wani Eong looks toward Jung Jung-gyu. Both look worried. Kim Tae-hoon, where is he? They ask in unison. Huh? 1 second. The final countdown echoes. An excited host says, the biggest tournament festival in Asia is about to. A ray of light streaks across the host's neck. He remains in an excited pose, a smile still on his face, as the final sound escapes his throat. Kim Tae-hoon has used his blade to slice the host's head off. Bright red blood still stains his sword. Drops of blood splatter right in front of Kim Tae-hoon. He watches and smiles. The host's head is severed from his neck, flying into the air as blood sprays everywhere. The crowd in the stands, witnessing this scene, is absolutely terrified. Jungji's jaw drops, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chengjin grins, revealing a sharp blade. Everyone begins to lunge at each other, unleashing their skills. The arena descends into chaos. Chengjin's eyes are bloodshot as he unleashes his signature fist technique. Shinjaku Qatar's glowing sharp blade also unleashes a powerful technique. Next is Wang Hanju with an energy blast from his hands. Zhang Zhongyu throws a thunderous punch. Wani Eong uses his own skill with magical orbs. Zhongji widens his eyes and joins the fray. The arena erupts with a violent explosion, and smoke and debris fill the air. Below in the stands, people stare into the thick smoke at the silhouettes of fighters, murmuring in shock. What the hell is that? Is that the host's severed head? As the smoke cleared, the players gradually appeared. Kim Tae-hoon stood in the center, while the players circled him in a defensive stance, ready to fight. Wani Eong held his star in his mouth, his eyes also reflecting the star, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Wani Eong looked back, staring at Kim Tae-hoon, and screamed in anger. Hey Kim Tae-hoon, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? A laugh rang out, making Wani Eong look back in panic. It was Cheng Jin, who was speeding toward Wani Eong, saying, that was brutal, killing him just like that. What about the program? That was so satisfying. That was exactly what I wanted. Cheng Jin was fired up, ready to fight. Now, everyone, focus and take him down. Jeonggi confronted Shinjaku Qatar, who was holding a blade, and Yoshiwa Sutara. Yoshiwa Sutara smirked and said to Shinjaku Qatar, hey, Ghost Sword, I don't care how many of them there are, but remember to leave that prey for me. Her gaze deepened. "Everyone, stop right there!" A woman said this while rushing toward them with her subordinates. Shinjaku Katar and Yoshiwa Sutara glanced over and said, "Huh." The woman then angrily shouted at the chairman, who was trailing behind her. "Stop talking. The fact that the player Kim Tae-hoon killed the host of our country is unacceptable. I will get to the bottom of this." This woman was Hai, the chairman of the Singapore Players Association. The chairman nervously explained to the furious Hai, "It's all just a misunderstanding. Singapore, he didn't do it on purpose." Hilatan was not satisfied with the chairman's explanation, and even angrier, shouted, "How can you still defend him when things have reached this point? We all saw it happen, didn't we? He will have to answer to us. He is the devil, that guy." The person who just spoke was Kim Tae-hoon. Everyone went silent, listening to him recount the story. A few years ago, on a migrant ship bound for Singapore, he killed nearly 300 passengers. He is a devil. The World Association has put a 3 billion won bounty on his head. But of course, he would find a way to hide, and no one would ever know. Simply by changing his appearance. Kim Tae-hoon recalled the devil's original form. Hilatan did not believe what Kim Tae-hoon had just said and shouted, "But how could you possibly know that?" Suddenly, Hilatan stopped as if realizing something, a drop of sweat forming on her face as she said, "Could it be?" Kim Tae-hoon threw the head down and said, "The reason he was able to hide is that he can change his appearance at will. Everyone, look." Kim Tae-hoon put his hands in his pockets and stepped on the head, which had the face of the devil. Everyone standing there was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Hilatan exclaimed, "Huh? His face." Kim Tae-hoon calmly said, "This is what everyone has been seeing. How could this be? How could he recognize that devil?" People were buzzing with rumors about what had just happened. A man standing in the back, his eyes bloodshot and emitting a red glow, smirked and said, "That Kim Tae-hoon fellow, how interesting." The screen displayed the Asian tournament ranking list. First place Korea 1000B, second place China, third place Japan, fourth place Thailand, fifth place Ind. Sunlight shone onto the building, surrounded by trees. So, the true identity of the host was the devil. There. So, although the tournament was slightly interrupted, it will be restored immediately. All players were ready to return to the tournament for their respective rounds. Everyone was working hard to resolve the previous incident. Player Kim Tae-hoon had scored the first point for Korea. Now that we've discovered and eliminated another devil, that's a wanted criminal down. Hands were holding the phone, watching the live stream of the match yesterday. The crowd cheered Kim Tae-hoon's name. Kim Tae-hoon is really something. Hanu, who was watching the match, pointed at his phone and said to Yoo Ah-young, who was walking over, "He found out the whereabouts of that devil. It's truly a mystery how he knew it was him. He certainly has many secrets." At first, I thought Kim Tae-hoon was lying. Yoo Ah-young replied uncomfortably, "I don't know either. It's such a hassle. Because of him, all of us have been getting constant calls from players around the world asking questions. The support system is basically paralyzed now." Yoo Ah-young looked unhappily down at the staff, busy with the screens in front of them, and continued, "I never thought the beginning of the tournament would be this troublesome." Han Soo-jong chimed in, "Who would have expected it? But say what you will, he really is a talented player for Korea." As Yoo Ah-young talked about this, her expression changed to one of pride. Han Soo-jong heard this and agreed, "That, I can understand." Raindrops were falling onto the high-rise buildings, the lights sparkling across the entire city. The rain poured into a house where the roof had a large hole in it. The water leaked down, soaking two men. One man stood in a relaxed manner, hands in his pockets, looking at the other man, who had a haggard face and lay motionless on a pile of rubble after being beaten. The man's eyes turned dark as he struggled to speak. "Why is my body?" And as he spoke, blood spilled from his mouth. Ugh. He is an A-rank devil. Tagu. Kim Tae-hoon took out his phone to answer it, then casually replied to the man, "Because you're a devil, I'm going to finish you off, obviously." Kim Tae-hoon answered the other end of the line, "Hello, how's it going, sweetheart?" A voice came through the other end of the line that made Kim Tae-hoon's skin crawl, so he quickly pulled the phone away and replied, "Huh? You're calling me a bit late. My end is dealing with endless trouble because of you. The rain is still falling steadily in the gloomy sky." Kim Tae-hoon replied casually, "Are you talking about the support from the association?" Yoo Ah-young put on her headset and said, "That's right. Are you waiting for me to call, or what?" Kim Tae-hoon put one hand in his pants pocket while holding the phone with the other as he walked, saying slowly, "It's hard to get through to the association's channel directly, which is why I waited for you to call." The voice on the other end replied, "Then speak. What do you want from me? I have two things to ask of you. Go ahead. First, I want to investigate those demons." Yoo Ah-young swiped on her phone and said, Investigate information about the demons? You, Young, asked in confusion. Shouldn't you ask the association about that? Kim Tae-hoon walked out to the door, the rain still pouring down, and said, there are going to be a lot of demons in this upcoming tournament, so I want to track down all of them. What do you mean? Kim Tae-hoon's gaze was firm as he answered. That's right. I want to investigate the demon association. A figure wearing a hooded cloak, with only glowing purple eyes visible, was standing in front of Kim Tae-hoon. The two stood facing each other as the raindrops rushed down. The raindrops competed to fall onto the brim of his hat. He had a beard around his mouth, and a long sword hung at his waist. He introduced himself. I am Kim Murazan. Kim Tae-hoon, who was still on the phone at the time, gasped in shock. Huh? What did he say? The other person on the line asked, completely bewildered. What did you say? Kim Tae-hoon replied, Wait, I'm here to punish the one who slandered the saintess. He shouted, his purple eyes glowing brightly. It was the S-rank player, Kim Murazan. Kim Tae-hoon recalled the saintess he mentioned, and thought, I didn't even do anything to her, did I? Kim Murazan, a hero of his caliber, gripped his sword and took a fighting stance. Surrounded by a mysterious purple aura, the image of a wolf manifested behind him. He was the representative hunter from Japan, participating in the Asia Friendship Tournament. He was an S-rank, and one of the fanatics obsessed with the saintess. Behind him stood Sutara, staring at him with a sinister smile. If the swordsmanship of the national treasure, Shinjaku Katar, was fluid, refined, and efficient, his sharp blade carrying pure white energy, then the swordsmanship of Kim Murazan was that of a true warrior. His blade emitted a ferocious purple aura, focused on tearing, crushing, and annihilating his opponent. But no matter how powerful his swordsmanship was, he channeled all his energy into his sword, let out a loud roar, and prepared to strike. Every swing carried immense energy, continuously raining down on Kim Tae-hoon, yet he dodged them all with grace. It was useless if he couldn't even touch his opponent. While dodging, Kim Tae-hoon answered his phone. He said anxiously into the receiver, Huh? It's not possible? Why? Kim Murazan stopped his attack, backed away, and cursed. Damn it. Inside, he was terrified. Why? Why couldn't he lay a hand on him? His face twisted in anger. How is this brat able to do this? On the other end of the line, Kim Tae-hoon was being scolded loudly. Of course it's not possible. Do you want to attack the Demon Guild? The person on the other end was Yu Ah-young. She continued to interrogate him loudly. Don't you know why the association is ignoring the Demon King Silo? She glanced nervously at Han Sujong, walking beside her, and continued. The moment we touch them, they will immediately cover their tracks and vanish. Even if we have information, we have to wait until we can corner them before we can pursue. If you act rashly, things will only get more complicated. Her words echoed in Kim Tae-hoon's ears. He kept dodging Kim Murazan's sword strikes and answered nonchalantly. Theoretically, that's true. At that moment, his hands shifted into a counterattack stance. Kim Murazan looked at this move with horror. His body was still committed to the attack and couldn't dodge in time. He took a direct palm strike that sent him flying into the air, his sword falling to the ground. Watching Kim Murazan coughing up blood as he fell uncontrollably, he answered the person on the phone arrogantly. I can do it. What? Came the question from the other side. Then, the sound of Kim Murazan hitting the ground with a loud, crashing thud followed. Kim Tae-hoon smiled and turned away. Although I can't explain the method, I am certain I can round them up. He emphasized into the phone. Trust me. Haven't I always proven myself with results until now? Hearing Kim Tae-hoon's firm assertion, even Yu Ah-young hesitated. Oh, fine. But information on the Demon Guild is scarce, so I will provide information on another place instead. It suddenly started to rain. As Kim Tae-hoon walked, he asked, Another place? He was surprised by Yu Ah-young's response regarding the three-headed serpent. The three-headed serpent were major figures manipulating politics, and simultaneously the three leaders under Demon King Silo, the underground force ruling Asia. Yu Ah-young's steady voice rang in Kim Tae-hoon's ears. I found a lead on someone who contacted Kenji Miyazaki, one of their high-ranking officers. Of course, even if we catch him, there's no guarantee we'll get any information. If we're careless, we might face even more enemies during the friendship tournament. After explaining everything, Yu Ah-young asked, What do you think? A happy smile tugged at the corner of Kim Tae-hoon's mouth. The three-headed serpent? They aren't the Demon Guild, but the points aren't bad. Thinking that, he quickly replied, Fine, I'll deal with them first. When Yu Ah-young received his confirmation, she sounded a bit reluctant. All right, as for your additional request, I'll consider it. Kim Tae-hoon thanked her, and she took the chance to demand a perk. If you're thankful, treat me to a meal. He readily agreed. Let's wait until the friendship tournament is over. Because he was talking with his back turned, he didn't notice Kim Murazin trembling as he tried to get up. He struggled to stand, his hand gripping his sword tightly as he screamed, "You bastard!" Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon tilted his head to glance at him. Even though Kim Murazin was covered in wounds and bleeding from the head, he exerted himself to gather his power and shouted angrily, "Do you intend to ignore me to the end?" Kim Tae-hoon replied innocently, "I'm not ignoring you." Kim Murazin radiated a pressurized aura and yelled excitedly, "If you aren't serious, I'll blow this whole area up." Kim Tae-hoon turned to face him, repeating his explanation, "I already told you I wasn't ignoring you." Ignoring his words, Kim Murazin continued, "First, I'll make you taste the feeling of your 5 senses being shattered." Saying that, he raised his sword and shouted, "Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch." Circles of power representing each sense appeared around him. "Dominion of the 5 senses," he cried out, and lunged straight at Kim Tae-hoon with terrifying power. Kim Tae-hoon stood still with his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, "I really tried to refrain from fighting." He looked straight at him, his gaze emitting a fearful pressure. "Don't you know that fighting between contestants is prohibited?" He sighed. "Well, there's no other way." Before he could finish, Kim Murazin felt a massive energy that terrified him. Kim Tae-hoon laughed. "Fine, I'll play with you seriously then." His pupils turned red, and a terrifying skeletal warrior appeared behind him. Kim Murazin was frozen by the pressure, unable to move his body, his throat only capable of letting out a whimpering sound. He suddenly let out a horrified scream, followed by a silent darkness. Elsewhere, 2 people, a man and a woman named Shinjaku Qatar and Sutara, were walking down a quiet hallway. The man informed the woman, "Kim Murazin has lost." He continued, "To avoid any possible trouble, we told the media that he was attacked by a demon, but after being defeated by Kim Tae-hoon, he keeps repeating the phrase, 'I'll play with you seriously.' It seems he was hit by a mental attack skill. In his current state, it will likely take at least a month before he can move normally, let alone participate in the friendship tournament." Sutara laughed nonchalantly. "Looks like he still has secret skills that haven't been revealed." Shinjaku Qatar said sternly, "Let me handle this now." His words were cut off by a loud laugh from Sutara. She tapped him lightly. "Just kidding. If even the magic sword loses, what will happen to our score in this friendly tournament?" His face flushed at her touch, and he answered sheepishly, "Right." Sutara said softly, "Don't worry. Kim Murazin losing to him was already calculated." She pointed at the heavy iron door locked shut in front of them. "We've already prepared a new prey." The door was bolted tight, the room inside dark and cold, covered in moss. With a metallic click, the door creaked open, letting in a sliver of light. Sutara pushed the door open and walked in with a smile, Nakata following closely behind. They looked at the man chained to the wall, covered in wounds, wearing only tattered pants. His head hung low, locks of hair obscuring his face, making it impossible to tell if he was still alive or already dead. Perhaps hearing the noise, the man looked up, revealing a haggard face, struggling to speak as he identified Yoshiwa Sutara. She didn't answer him, simply calling his name. "Isaka Ryohei, it is time for you to work for me." In the abyss, an unknown location, several explosions suddenly erupted on the barren, rocky land. A surge of power ripped through the ground, creating shockwaves that shattered the surrounding stone. A girl with frizzy hair, wielding a staff, was being pushed back while shielding her teammates. This frizzy-haired girl was Ligha, an S-rank player from the Philippines. Gasping for air, she asked why. She shouted, "Why do you want to kill us?" A figure emerged calmly from the dust ahead. It was Cheng Jin. Ligha said urgently, "With your power, even without doing these cowardly things, you could still take first place." Cheng Jin. He seemed not to care about Ligha, flicking his ear and walking forward arrogantly. He was known as the superpower maniac, Cheng Jin, a national treasure-class player from China. Cheng Jin laughed smugly. "Do you think I want to play with cowards like you? It's just that our old man, the association president, had a few requests." Ligha and her teammates were bewildered. "What?" they thought to themselves. "Is the president of the Chinese Players Association actually ordering the assassination of other nations' contestants?" Ligha stared at him, anxious. No way are they trying to start a war? Realizing this, she told her teammates, "Run." Her teammates were surprised by this decision and hesitated, but Ligha braced herself in front of them, urging them frantically, "Run and report this to everyone." Her eyes were full of determination as she looked ahead. "I will hold this monster back. Go," she screamed at her team. At that same moment, Cheng Jin gathered his power and lunged straight at her. She quickly readied her staff to fight. The dust on the ground now showed a deep, bottomless gash. Liga lay motionless in the rubble, her glasses shattered, her body covered in injuries, her eyes wide with shock. She was surely dead. Beside him, Chengjin cursed, "Damn it! I should have let Zhang Ming handle those Singaporean brats instead." He looked at the body of the other teammate who was supposed to run for help, now lying dead with eyes wide open, and said indifferently, "Who's next?" "Oh, right. It's time for that Kim Tae-hoon guy from South Korea." On the screen, the friendly tournament leaderboard appeared. The MC introduced the week-long Asian-friendly tournament, and the cumulative score for the first day was announced. South Korea, the first nation to score, was currently in the lead, followed closely by a fierce chase from China and Japan. The representative teams would broadcast their search and destruction of magic monsters live, or broadcast edited footage. The images were still playing on the giant screen of a high-rise building. The crowd below heard the news and began to buzz with conversation. South Korea? Unbelievable. What are Japan and China doing? They have national treasure class players. I heard Kim Murazan from Japan was injured by a monster and had to drop out. The Singaporean players were found in a mangled state, and the Philippine team has completely vanished after entering the abyss to hunt monsters. Everyone couldn't help but feel uneasy. What on earth is happening? One thing was certain. This Asian-friendly tournament was not normal at all. In a high-rise hotel, the announcer's voice continued steadily. The Asian-friendly tournament organizing committee has established an investigation team for the murders of the Singaporean players and the disappearance of the Philippine players. Kim Tae-hoon sat on his hotel bed, staring at his phone. The screen was showing the announcer calling for authorities to assist in the investigation. He pondered. In the third day of my previous regression, things only just started. Yet, it's already begun this time? If this event is the same as the last regression, the culprits must be China's national treasure class players. Images of the Chinese players flashed through his mind. The reason could be to show off personal strength or eliminate rivals, but the biggest cause is definitely the ambition of that man, the leader of the Chinese national treasure class players. Kim Tae-hoon scoffed. Neither the Saintess nor those bastards will let me have any peace, huh? There's no other way. If that's the case, I have to act faster. Before he could finish his thought, a sound came from the door. He jumped up, vigilant. Who could it be at this hour? As he thought, his body transformed, and he asked, "Who's there?" A voice replied from outside, "It's me, Kim Tae-hoon." His gaze was as sharp as if he wanted to see through the door. Jang Jong-gyu was out there knocking, saying something that shocked Kim Tae-hoon. Jang Jong-gyu explained slowly, "The association told me you were here. Come out, I have something to discuss." With a tense expression, he wondered about Jang Jong-gyu. In the sky, birds spread their wings, and a heavy atmosphere hung between the two. Suddenly, Jang Jong-gyu raised his voice to question him. "What exactly are you doing?" Everything was going smoothly, but you decided to act recklessly at the opening ceremony. You did things no one could have predicted, ignoring all the strategies we set up from the start. Why on earth would you do that? Pointing his finger straight at him, he shouted, "Do you even think that was acting for the sake of your teammates?" Kim Tae-hoon's face darkened as he suddenly remembered an old mentor. Someone had said the exact same thing to him before. Without waiting for him to reply, Jang Jong-gyu continued his criticism. "Regardless of everything, you have really disappointed me. I am also someone responsible for destroying the demons. Why did you insist on acting alone?" Kim Tae-hoon finally opened his mouth. "Earlier, I was attacked by Kim Murazan, a player from Japan." "What?" He was stunned, a look of confusion appearing on Jang Jong-gyu's face. "So, player Kim Murazan had to give up because of you?" Kim Tae-hoon chuckled and replied, "It's true. I was lucky enough to successfully neutralize him. Even so, I didn't think he would know about my movements and actions." Suddenly, his expression shifted, becoming dark and gloomy. "It's possible there's a mole inside the association." Every word landed like a heavy stone on Jang Jong-gyu. Pale-faced, he retorted, "What? You think I'm the mole?" Facing Jang Jong-gyu's loud questioning, Kim Tae-hoon calmly analyzed, "This isn't simple at all. Anyone who knows information about me could be a suspect. That's what I'm trying to say." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Since I found out about the demons, disguising themselves as players, I've already planned to act alone. Furthermore, many players have gone missing, and they didn't die because of monsters. Clearly, other players have been harming them, and the ones doing it are all national-level players." As Jang Jong-gyu's face grew increasingly tense, Kim Tae-hoon still calmly continued, "In this situation, there are too many national-level players acting as rivals. Us working together would only expose everything and wouldn't be very effective." Amidst Jang Jong-gyu's dissatisfied grunt, he raised his hand and affirmed, "Therefore, I will be acting alone for the time being. I find that tactic fine, and there's no need to change it. Jang Jong-gyu cried out in a panic. How could you do that? Ignoring his questioning, Kim Tae-hoon said his goodbye. All right. I've said what I needed to say. I'm heading out. Hey, wait. I'm not done talking yet. Dismissing his calls, he waved his hand and said, Catch you later. Watching Kim Tae-hoon's retreating back, Jang Jong-gyu shouted loudly, Wait! The door slammed shut with a thud. Jang Jong-gyu's jaw dropped, his face twisting, teeth grinding, as if he wanted to devour that departing figure alive. Then, he roared, You bastard! Jang Jong-gyu clenched his fists, his face filled with rage, flashes of red light flickering around him. Consumed by anger, he cursed loudly. He just became a player, yet he dares to be this arrogant. You just wait. I'll make you pay. Standing high above and witnessing it all, purple lights flickered around. Kim Tae-hoon thought calmly. So, is Jang Jong-gyu the spy in the association? In my past life, I had no idea who the spy was. But after being attacked by Kim Murazin the next time, I knew there was a spy here. Amidst Jang Jong-gyu's fury and insults, he thought, That's why I can't trust anyone. He picked up his phone to check, continuing his train of thought. In this situation, it's best to take them all down first. Striking first is what I need to do. Holding the phone in his hand, a notification suddenly appeared. Yoo Ah-young proposed 4 plans of action. Kim Tae-hoon sighed. Oh God, what now? At the Magdoria store, the waiter's voice rang out. Here is the food you ordered. Reaching out to take it, Kim Tae-hoon said, Thanks. He stepped inside to find a seat. The noisy sound of people constantly ordering food filled his ears. Give me extra fries, and another Coke. Kim Tae-hoon frowned slightly, looking at the 2 people nearby who were urging someone. Hey, hurry up. A thought flashed through his mind. These 2 are Kenji's lackeys. So, is this what Yoo Ah-young mentioned? I didn't think they were just students. That bag surely contains something illegal. I just need to follow them to find Kenji's location. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Interesting. You're still quite cautious, just like back then. Kim Tae-hoon turned his head to look at the person next to him with a confused expression. Without waiting for him to ask, the voice continued. Long time no see, Kim Tae-hoon. He was startled. He bit into the fries in his hand with a crunch. Jack. The man asked, Do you remember me? A name flashed in Kim Tae-hoon's memory. Isaka Ryo. I thought he was in prison after the auction house, right? Why is he here? Seeming to notice his confusion, Isaka Ryohei explained. Relax. I didn't come here to fight. All right, just say what you have to say. He laughed gleefully. Slow down. Don't get so heated. In this situation, you're no better off than I am. Is that right? Saying that, he punched the glass window, to Kim Tae-hoon's surprise. Huh? Immediately, the surroundings became noisy with whispers. What's wrong? Are they fighting? Isn't that Isaka Ryo on the other side? Has he been released? Someone else exclaimed in shock. And that's Kim Tae-hoon, the Korean player. Did he come here to deal with us? Everyone became chaotic. Kim Tae-hoon's expression became tense, thinking to himself, Damn it, they're running. There's no other way. I'll just have to take them all down. Then, a loud laugh rang out. Even though I didn't come here to fight you. Stopping there, golden lights surrounded Isaka Ryo, his eyes turning fierce. Rays of light immediately shot out, attacking those fleeing. With cries of pain, one by one they collapsed to the floor. To Kim Tae-hoon's astonishment, he took them all down with just one move. He's much stronger than he was at the auction house. Putting his hat back on, Isaka Ryohei smirked. You must be looking for the leader, Miyazaki, right? All right, give me some time to act. You won't regret listening to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a chain flew out, tightly binding Isaka Ryo, the other end held by Kim Tae-hoon. Only then did he speak. All right, if you're confident you can do it, that's fine, but I'll help you a little. A sinister look appeared on his face. It's great that you say you can do it, but if you just mess with me, you're dead. Isaka Ryo laughed loudly. You and I really have nothing good to say to each other, but you're wrong if you think you can control me like before. The golden lights flared up once again but were immediately extinguished. He became terrified as streams of crimson light began to envelop him. What? I can't escape. This bastard Kim Tae-hoon, he's become so much stronger. Contrary to Isaka Ryo's panic, Kim Tae-hoon calmly held up 5 fingers and counted down. 50 seconds. At this moment, Isaka Ryo grew more desperate. He shouted loudly, I'm telling you, no matter how strong you are, you can't do anything to that bastard Kenji. Understand? He continued, gritting his teeth. The guys who ran off earlier were just bait. If you blindly chase them, you're just walking into a trap and won't be able to do anything else. Facing Isaka Ryo's rudeness, Kim Tae-hoon remained unmoved, coldly uttering 3 words, 30 seconds left. At this point, Isaka Ryohei was truly panicked and shouted hastily, "I'm different. I've made a deal with the demons. I know how to deal with them. Can you trust me? How's that? With this deal, I won't let you down." He casually held up one finger. "Go ahead." At this point, he seemed completely broken. Beads of nervous sweat rolled down his face. Isaka Ryohei shouted, "Your target is the right one. I'll wipe out all those bastards along with that guy Kenji. Is that enough for you? Tell me. Why aren't you saying anything? Give me time. All you need to do is trust me." The hand that Kim Tae-hoon had raised dropped completely. The space was instantly filled with the pained cries of Isaka Ryohei. His face twisted in agony, and his body curled up. Red beams of light tightly constricted him. He screamed desperately for help. Watching that pain, Kim Tae-hoon remained cold and indifferent. "Do you think you can accomplish anything on your own? I think your offer is extremely interesting. But why would someone who is against me want to help me?" Lying on the ground, looking up at the arrogant man, Isaka Ryohei gritted his teeth, but before he could finish, Kim Tae-hoon calmly cut off his excuses. "Speak up. What do you really want?" Then, he growled, "Who is behind you, pulling the strings?" Scene shift to an abandoned house, where everyone inside was running around in a panic, with screams echoing from all sides. "Help! Help me!" Suddenly, a wave of light swept in, blowing them all away. The man looked at the people who had collapsed and coldly sheathed his sword. Suddenly, a woman slowly walked in from the outside, clapping her hands. Clap, clap, clap. Taking out all those demons in one go, that really is the power of the demon sword. Yoshiwa Sutara, the woman who entered, offered her praise. "Are you sure about this?" Shinjaku Katar asked. "What do you mean?" "Isaka Ryohei," he continued. "He was already defeated by Kim Tae-hoon once before. Compared to him, word is that Kim Tae-hoon has recently reached a national level. Even if Isaka Ryohei is stronger thanks to the Saintess's holy armor skill, he still can't beat Kim Tae-hoon. In return, he will have to face the risks of the Awakened One's vow. The condition for him to receive that power is to bring Kim Tae-hoon before the Saintess. So, from now on, I will handle it myself." Not waiting for Shinjaku Katar to finish, Yoshiwa Sutara let out a laugh. "There is no need to be so worried. Winning or losing doesn't matter." Her words surprised Shinjaku Katar. "Huh?" he uttered. Not stopping, Yoshiwa Sutara explained. "According to my intel, Kim Tae-hoon's current target is the Three Beans." "The Three Beans?" he exclaimed. "I have already leaked this information to the Three Beans side." And Isaka Ryohei had previously been closely linked to them. He also had a relationship with Kenji Miyazaki, one of the leaders of the Three Beans. Yoshiwa Sutara folded her hands and continued. "Certainly. Knowing he can't defeat Kim Tae-hoon alone, he will lure Kim Tae-hoon there and join forces with Miyazaki to deal with him. Of course, even then, it won't be easy. As I said before, he is very suspicious." Shinjaku Katar was still hesitant, but precisely because of that, we need information. He widened his eyes at what Yoshiwa Sutara said regarding his combat style, ideology, counter abilities, personality, and even his hidden power. "Therefore, no matter what ends up happening to Isaka Ryohei," she said, reaching out to touch Shinjaku Katar's face, "we just need to extract the information from his corpse, right?" Either way, he had no other choice. At a rundown apartment complex, a group of men and women were gathered in the center, and a fierce-looking man sat there. "Damn it, you're too late." The leader of the Three Beans, Kenji Miyazaki, said loudly to the newcomer. Isaka Ryohei paused for a moment before speaking up. "But where is that Korean brat? You said you would lure Kim Tae-hoon here." Isaka Ryohei, who had been standing in a dark corner the whole time, finally growled. "This world is a place where the strong eat the weak." His statement left everyone present stunned. "What was that?" he continued. "The strong crush the weak, and the weak get trampled. That is how this world works." Under Miyazaki's glare, Isaka Ryohei flatly declared, "Kenji Miyazaki, let me warn you about this." His face was a mix of sweat and tears. "If you want to live, you have to do what I say." Seeming to guess something, Kenji Miyazaki screamed in shock. "No, don't tell me. You?" Boom! A sound echoed as pieces of concrete shattered and fell down. The figure of a young man appeared from the hole in the ceiling. Kenji Miyazaki and his subordinates widened their eyes in surprise as they looked up. Raising his hand, a massive hand condensed in the air. The monster created by Kim Tae-hoon struck down at those below, forcing them to lie flat on the ground. Cries of pain began to echo throughout the four corners of the room. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon said softly, "That's right. If you want to survive, you have to listen to the strongest, don't you?" He clicked his tongue. "Well, if that's the case, who is Kenji Miyazaki?" From above, he looked down and asked. Miyazaki had already pulled out his sword, who knows when. Gripping the blade tightly, he glared at Kim Tae-hoon and shouted, "Is this brat really so complacent just because of one surprise attack?" "Ah, so that's the guy?" Amidst Kim Tae-hoon's questioning tone, Kenji Miyazaki's eyes turned ferocious. Clenching his fist, he gnashed his teeth. "I'm going to kill you." Finishing his sentence, streams of fiery red light flashed in his eyes and gradually surrounded him. Boom! A space nearby exploded, and debris flew out. Isaka Ryohei sat on the ground, staring blankly at the explosion over there. His face twisted as he thought about Kim Tae-hoon. Click. Seeing the guy who was tied up and struggling on the ground, Kim Tae-hoon calmly offered a compliment. "Your plan is actually quite interesting." Isaka Ryohei trembled as he whispered, "A vow with the Saintess and the Awakened One. Now I understand the reason why you appeared before me." He thought, "Is it hypnosis? Is it a skill of the nervous system? When did he get this power? Fine, I'll play along with you." Suddenly, a response echoed that caught Isaka Ryohei off guard. "What? What are you plotting?" Kim Tae-hoon nonchalantly exposed the opponent's conspiracy. "You intend to team up with Kenji Miyazaki to handle me, don't you? So you have to lead me to Kenji Miyazaki, right? But instead of siding with Kenji Miyazaki and the Saintess, you have to stand on my side. Shut your mouth." Isaka Ryohei angrily shouted at the top of his lungs. "Even if you defeat me, do you think I'll help you?" Then he panicked. "If I do that, the three beans, the Saintess, and the demon sword will all eliminate me together." In complete contrast to that panic, Kim Tae-hoon calmly picked up a box of fries and snacked on them. "True, but if you don't help me, you'll be destroyed by me. But don't worry, I don't care if you live or die, but I will give you a chance." Isaka Ryohei questioned him skeptically. "A chance?" Standing up, he threw the box of fries down in front of him. Kim Tae-hoon explained, "During the friendly match, you must give it your all to help me. After everything ends, remember to live and apologize to the people you've hurt for the rest of your life. Then, I will help you escape the three beans and the Saintess." But looking like he had just heard a funny joke, Isaka Ryohei burst out laughing and challenged him. "Do you even know what you're saying? The opponent is a national-level player, and the Three Water Bean, a demonic organization. Do you think you can defeat monsters like that?" Then, the corners of Kim Tae-hoon's lips curled up into a confident smile, and right in Isaka Ryohei's wide-eyed, terrified gaze, he uttered two words. "That's right." Like a light feather brushing across his heart, bringing him back to reality. Right in front of Isaka Ryo, now were the scattered members of the Three Water Bean, lying all over the ground, alongside Kim Tae-hoon, who was lifting Kenji Miyazaki straight up into the air with one hand. Lying on the ground, he stared blankly at what was happening. More than anyone, he understood just how powerful someone had to be to single-handedly wipe out a group of high-level players. Beads of sweat rolled down his entire face. Isaka Ryo laughed nervously out of fear, thinking to himself, "Monster." Meanwhile, a red beam of light wrapped around one of Kim Tae-hoon's arms. With one large hand, he gripped Kenji Miyazaki's face tightly, lifting him up amid intermittent sounds that could barely be forced out. You. His eyes widened, and muffled groans escaped his throat, while Kim Tae-hoon's left eye had turned red at some point. He opened his mouth and asked the person in his grip, "Open the gate leading to the Three Water Bean, shall we?" Somewhere in the depths of the lair of Tessu, belonging to the Three Water Bean, stood a carefully carved door, showing just how meticulously this place was built. But inside, corpses lay scattered across the floor, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. "So what's the reason for calling me to this gloomy place?" A man resting his chin on his hand sat high above, asking the person kneeling respectfully below. At this moment, Cheng Jin continued to grit his teeth, spitting out meaningless insults, saying he would smash the other's head in just like he did to his subordinates. As Tessu finished speaking, the man trembled and replied, "No, I wouldn't dare." Raising his gloomy face to look up, he added, "I just want to offer your excellency a legendary level item." The Three Water Bean Demon of SSS-RANK explained to the person above. Looking slightly surprised, Chung Jin asked back, "What?" "For security reasons, that item is currently being kept overseas. But recently, the Three Water Bean acquired a legendary grade item and wants to present it to your excellency." He made a plea. "However, before that, please deal with someone who is coming after my head. We've set traps, but the chances of failure are high, so it's only a matter of time before he finds his way here." "That sounds very interesting." Cheng Jin sat up straight, wearing a smile that was hard to tell whether it was amused or threatening to the subordinate before him. "Oh, So a member of the three water bean like you is actually scared of someone? I find this much more interesting than that item. Then the old man asked again, who is it? What's his name? Boom. A loud noise echoed, startling the kneeling people below, as they sat up straight and looked around in all directions. The sound didn't stop. It continued to ring out closer and closer, making Tessu grow alert. Outside, the guards let out cries of pain. Suddenly, the door shattered, wooden pieces flew everywhere, and a foot and an arm flew in at the same time. Amid the chaos, Kim Tae-hoon and Isaka Ryo charged forward together to confront Tessu and Chung Jin. Streaks of blue, red, and golden light flashed across the room with every attack. Isaka Ryo let out a loud scream paired with Tessu's shocked face as he struggled to block the sword. Raising a fist, Isaka Ryo shouted loudly, "Damn it, we have to win this no matter what. You hear me?" On the other side, Cheng Jin wore a ferocious expression and raised his fist as well. Humph. A sound accompanied by flickering purple sparks appeared all around. Make sure you do a good job as discussed. Partner. A smile bloomed on Kim Tae-hoon's face, his eyes full of determination and self-confidence as he spoke. To his newly recruited temporary ally, they engaged in an intense clash, both sides putting everything into their attacks. A massive explosion was inevitable. Kim Tae-hoon and his group were blasted away by the immense force under the watchful eyes of the onlookers outside. Kim Tae-hoon regained his balance and looked at the newcomer with mild astonishment. He thought to himself that things really didn't go as expected, never imagining that China's national-level player, Cheng Jin, would actually be present here. At the same time, the opponent revealed himself, radiating an oppressive and dangerous aura. Cheng Jin stepped forward with a triumphant and confident smile, looked Kim Tae-hoon up and down, and spoke, "So you're the brat Tessu was afraid of? Say what you will, you're lucky today, kid." Cheng Jin continued arrogantly, "I'll gently send you to a painless death." Kim Tae-hoon? Isaka Ryo asked anxiously, a question he hardly expected an answer to. Why is Cheng Jin here? Kim Tae-hoon replied, "Because he's on the three water beans' side." But Kim Tae-hoon's voice carried a questioning tone, yet sounded certain, as if he already knew the answer. "It was you, right?" Cheng Jin was briefly startled. "Huh?" Kim Tae-hoon continued to accuse him. "You're the culprit who assassinated the other players, aren't you?" Cheng Jin's expression darkened. Oh, he had been figured out. Meanwhile, the people around were stunned upon hearing Kim Tae-hoon's accusation. Cheng Jin was quite curious. Huh? How could you possibly say that? But then he had to admit, "Come to think of it, you're pretty sharp." Kim Tae-hoon looked completely confident, just as I expected. "So, are you planning to ambush the Korean players next?" As he said this, Kim Tae-hoon drew his blade and took a combat stance. Kim Tae-hoon continued, unfazed. "Even though the other guy is a national-level powerhouse, that's fine too." The other side was quite surprised by his fearless attitude. Kim Tae-hoon continued his bold declaration. "I'm going to kill you right here and now." His awakened ability flared up again. "You're so confident. Don't even think about it. Do you really think you can take me down that easily?" Cheng Jin was ready too. He immediately activated his awakened ability and lunged into the fight, not forgetting to mock him. What a brat. He really doesn't know his own limits. The battle between Kim Tae-hoon and Cheng Jin erupted, their powers evenly matched, shaking the very space around them. At that same moment, Tessu watched them clash. He planned to take this opportunity to escape. His subordinate shared the same thought and reminded him, "Now is the time to retreat, Lord Tessu." Tessu didn't hesitate and replied instantly, "All right, let's go. Quickly." They were rushing to flee. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Isaka Ryohei had arrived, brushing aside all the minions blocking his path. He looked at Tessu, who was trying to sneak away, and arrogantly said, "Running away in such a hurry? That won't do, will it?" Both of them were clearly caught off guard, screaming out, "Isaka Ryohei, you're so confident. You think your troops will lose, so that's why you're running away, right?" With a sneer, Isaka Ryohei continued, "Maybe your worries are justified, because his opponent is Kim Tae-hoon, after all. As for me, I'll be the one dealing with you two." He couldn't even keep his cool for 30 seconds before a blast of force from Kim Tae-hoon struck the group trying to escape, and they were well within range. Isaka Ryohei was also hit and lost his balance. Kim Tae-hoon didn't let his focus waver, even while fighting Cheng Jin. He shouted at the cowardly group, "You demon bastards, just you wait." Isaka Ryohei's voice rang out, full of bitterness. "Huh? I was just talking." Kim Tae-hoon ignored his dramatic flair. Cheng Jin didn't let Kim Tae-hoon lose focus for long. He challenged him. "You think you can stand against me, brat?" Kim Tae-hoon reacted, and the battle between the two resumed. Chang Jin didn't forget to taunt his opponent. "Don't get careless now," he warned, kicking up a storm of dust and debris as a threat. Kim Tae-hoon leaped back, narrowly avoiding it. Watching his opponent flaunt such raw, chaotic power, he couldn't help but mutter, "The berserker, Chang Jin." Chang Jin hurled a massive boulder toward Kim Tae-hoon. Bracing himself, Kim Tae-hoon recalled that Chang Jin was a physical powerhouse, known for crushing both players and monsters with his bare hands. With one swift strike, Kim Tae-hoon shattered the giant rock into 100 pieces. He continued to analyze his foe. He knew Chang Jin possessed far more than just brute strength. Kim Tae-hoon lunged through the debris, knowing the man held a devastating, near impossible to dodge skill, a dark art. Suddenly, realization hit Kim Tae-hoon, and he froze in shock. The Reaper's Scythe. Kim Tae-hoon realized it too. Chang Jin had unleashed his Reaper's Scythe straight at Kim Tae-hoon, wearing the twisted smile of a predator playing with his prey. "Consider it an honor to die by this technique of mine," Chang Jin sneered. The scythe sliced through the air, lightning fast, toward Kim Tae-hoon. It was a powerful area of effect skill. Once unleashed, it inflicted crippling debuffs on anyone caught in its path. However, the skill demanded a massive amount of mana. It was clear, Chang Jin had poured nearly every ounce of his energy into this single strike. Kim Tae-hoon gritted his teeth, realizing the man was going all in. The sheer power of the scythe was terrifying. A massive explosion erupted atop the tower, shaking the very air. The tower shattered, stone and dust clouding the sky. Amidst the chaos, both Kim Tae-hoon and Chang Jin were blasted out of the structure. Chang Jin rained down blows with devastating force, but Kim Tae-hoon fought back fiercely, refusing to yield. Wherever Chang Jin struck, Kim Tae-hoon was there to intercept. Pouring his awakened power into his twin blades, Kim Tae-hoon struck back. A sharp clack echoed as a hairline fracture appeared on his blade. Kim Tae-hoon noticed it immediately. He thought to himself, "My weapon is failing against that scythe." Chang Jin laughed, emboldened by his advantage. "What's wrong? I thought you wanted to kill me." Another swing of the Reaper's scythe roared toward him. This time, Kim Tae-hoon had to cross both his blades just to hold it off. "This is bad. If this keeps up, these blades are going to shatter." The cracks deepened as the scythe dug into his weapons. Kim Tae-hoon had to take a risk. He launched his chains, wrapping them around Chang Jin. Was Chang Jin too slow to react? The chains tightened around his body. Kim Tae-hoon gambled on a desperate plan. "I'll stun him first." He channeled his awakened power through the chains, striking at Chang Jin. Just as he thought he had successfully stunned him, a familiar, mocking laugh rang out. "Ha ha, how naive." Kim Tae-hoon panicked, but Chang Jin, completely unfazed, said with arrogance, "You really think a trick like that could hit me?" Chang Jin shattered the chains and swung his scythe in a vicious arc. "I'm a national-level player with years of combat experience." With that, the scythe descended, slicing across Kim Tae-hoon's body. It happened too fast. He couldn't dodge. The strike cut deep, its force overwhelming. Chang Jin walked away in triumph, the battle seemingly over. The air grew still. In the ruins, Tae-hoon stood on the remains of the tower, having witnessed the entire brutal fight. He doubted the outcome, yet he was sure of one thing. Kim Tae-hoon, a promising Korean player, stood no chance against Chang Jin. Meanwhile, a subordinate shouted, "Sir, we've captured Isaka Ryohei. What do we do now?" Tae-hoon turned back to give his orders. "Fine, keep him locked up." Isaka Ryohei had been defeated, his guards forcing him to his knees. "We'll use him as a hostage," Tae-hoon added. "He's still got some value." Isaka Ryohei spat out in anger. "You bastards!" Tae-hoon still had questions left unanswered. Mainly, why was Isaka Ryohei on Kim Tae-hoon's side? Watching him being dragged away, Tae-hoon mused, "If he's doing this, the Japanese saintess won't let him off easy. He has to know that." Kim Tae-hoon must have seen something special in that kid to win his loyalty. Tae-hoon looked at the wreckage of the battle and sighed in relief, but he trusted the wrong person. Kim Tae-hoon had lost to the sheer power of Chang Jin. Suddenly, Tae-hoon froze. "Huh?" He watched in horror. Down on the ground, the supposedly lethal strike from Chang Jin hadn't killed Kim Tae-hoon at all. Instead, it had become the very opportunity he needed to take Chang Jin's life. Having poured all his mana into those strikes, Chang Jin collapsed, coughing up blood, while Kim Tae-hoon stood firm. Tae-hoon gasped in shock. The backer he had sought out hadn't been able to finish off the kid. In fact, he'd been beaten by him. He could only scream, "Master Chang Jin." Chang Jin couldn't understand why he was being countered, but he was too weak to speak. He wondered why he was falling as he spat out more blood. He had clearly been struck by a devastating counter from Kim Tae-hoon. He recalled the moment. After he hit Kim Tae-hoon, the mana from the kid's sword had exploded. But that shouldn't have been enough, he thought. He was still being completely overwhelmed. After all, Kim Tae-hoon's sword had already begun to break. Now, Cheng Jin flew into a rage, screaming, "You little brat!" He gathered all his strength, preparing another massive swing, and barked, "You were hiding your true power, weren't you? Then just die." Kim Tae-hoon stood motionless before the incoming, rage-fueled assault. He nodded. He turned, smiling confidently at the man being consumed by his own anger. He thought about his weapon, a rare-grade sword. It had been fine fighting the Queen Minoto for a short time. Memories of the battle against the Queen flashed through his mind. He focused again, but now he was fighting the Reaper's scythe. It was no ordinary weapon. And as they clashed repeatedly, his own gluttonous power imbued in the blade was causing it to reach its limit. As he thought this, he lunged to parry. A new battle erupted, and this time, it would be a fight to the death. He analyzed his weapon once more. Yet, there was an advantage he had calculated. By unleashing his gluttonous power, the weapon would shatter. But in return, as his thoughts converged, Cheng Jin's scythe collided with the twin blades one last time. The impact was too much. The blades shattered instantly. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't suppress his excitement as he whispered, "Now, I can take your life." He lunged toward the stunned, defenseless Cheng Jin. His blade shattered, but it didn't affect his terrifying strength at all. A slash was unleashed, pinning Cheng Jin straight on. He was stunned as he faced a crushing defeat. So sudden and unexpected he couldn't even react. Kim Tae-hoon poured a massive amount of magical power into this decisive strike, the blow piercing right through Cheng Jin's body. Tae-hoon stood on the tower, trembling as he witnessed it all. His face turned pale, and he couldn't believe his eyes, gasping, "My God!" Isaka Ryohei, trapped in the corner, also felt the shockwaves from Kim Tae-hoon's slash and jumped in alarm. Down below, blood splattered everywhere, and the beads around Cheng Jin's neck snapped, rolling on the ground and mixing with the blood, signaling a dark omen for their owner. Cheng Jin completely collapsed before Kim Tae-hoon's final strike, so the battle had truly reached its end, and the winner was Kim Tae-hoon. In a faraway place, where no battle was taking place, Beach Nok and Tai-man were in a hotel room overlooking the entire city. Enjoying the rain together with wine while discussing the battle, Beach Nok spoke up. "So, Cheng Jin has appeared? What a nuisance." She was resting in Tai-man's arms and lamented, "I heard Tae-hoon hired him by trading a rare-level weapon. What are you going to do now, Lord Tai-man?" Tai-man was quite confident about Cheng Jin. "Don't worry, once Cheng Jin has made his move, the opponent won't survive. He is a Chinese national-level player, known as the God of Speed." He continued to hold the beauty in his arms and said, "Besides, Cheng Jin has plenty of combat experience. How could that brat stand a chance against him?" The S-class demon, Bitch Nok, agreed. Suddenly, a phone ringtone shattered the quiet atmosphere. They both jumped up simultaneously. By the second ring, Tai-man stepped forward to answer. The person on the other end asked, "Tai-man, are you with that woman again?" Tai-man was quite surprised that the person on the other end knew his whereabouts. On the other end of the line, Trung Long didn't rush to identify himself, which angered Tai-man. He was sitting leisurely in a laboratory filled with bizarre, massive tubes containing nothing but people. He was the chairman of the Chinese Player Association, Trung Long. In a slow, steady voice, he delivered the shocking news to Tai-man. Cheng Jin is dead. Not that it's surprising. On the other end, Tai-man wore a look of utter disbelief. Trung Long continued, his voice cold, commanding, and dangerous, his eyes flashing with a murderous glint. "Go and bring me Kim Tae-hoon's head." The fierce battle ended. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the motionless Cheng Jin at his feet, wanting to use his Devour ability to absorb him and increase his own power. But it didn't work, he thought to himself, just as I suspected. Indeed, the power engulfed Cheng Jin's body, but yielded nothing. For creatures that are already dead, even if you use Devour, you cannot obtain their skills. I can only absorb skills from living creatures. Kim Tae-hoon thought about the creatures he had used Devour on to obtain skills. He continued, "However, not every skill is suitable for me. Therefore, Kim Tae-hoon needed to be selective about who he devoured. With criminals like these, he didn't need to worry about morality when taking them down. The only thing Kim Tae-hoon cared about was the voice he heard when using his Devour skills. Phrases like, 'I can't take it anymore,' would echo faintly in his head. He decided that in the future, he would need to pay attention and uncover the truth. After the strongest enemy, Cheng Jin, was dead, everything had gone according to Kim Tae-hoon's plans. Tae-hoon and his cowardly minions knelt, fawning over him. He offered a sickly, sycophantic smile to gain his favor. Tae-hoon, I wanted to be on your side from the very beginning. Kim Tae-hoon had no time to waste on that bastard. He immediately wiped the memories of the demons and Tessu regarding his use of Devour and handed them over to the Player Association. As for Isaka Ryohei, he considered his mission accomplished and had returned to the Saintess. He looked grim, shouting, "Don't joke around. If I go back to the Saintess, I'll be killed." Isaka Ryohei also anticipated the danger of returning. He desperately tried to cling to Kim Tae-hoon. "I want to keep following you, or at the very least, I'm not going back to the Saintess. She can read memories, so if she finds out I betrayed her, I'm done for." Kim Tae-hoon, on the contrary, wasn't worried at all, and replied, "It's fine," he explained further. "In any case, the Saintess only wants to meet me. She doesn't care much for other matters." Kim Tae-hoon analyzed. "The agreement between you and the Saintess regarding the awakened covenant was to bring me before her. So, I will go with you to see her. And as for what you've done, she won't even care." Having said that, he cast a look of contempt at the battered Isaka Ryohei, and continued, his words sharp as a dagger. "Because she wouldn't expect anything from someone like you anyway, right?" Isaka Ryohei panicked and retorted, "What was that?" Kim Tae-hoon didn't bother to answer and fell into deep thought. Now, the only remaining issue is those two guys from the Three Waterbeans group. He used hypnosis to pull their base from Tessu's memory, but the location wasn't exact. After thinking it over, he told Isaka Ryohei that they should just rest up for now and figure things out later. Kim Tae-hoon headed back to the house provided by the Awakened Association. A few days later, the news reported that after 3 days of participating in the Asian International Tournament, player Cheng Jin had completely vanished. The Chinese government urged everyone to join the search. Kim Tae-hoon set his phone down on the bed while the broadcast continued. As for the standings, South Korea was still holding the top spot thanks to player Kim Tae-hoon successfully capturing Tetsu, one of the three water beans. He figured that, one way or another, Zhang Long probably already knew Cheng Jin was dead, but was just trying to investigate who pulled the trigger. Either way, he had covered his tracks pretty well and dealt a solid blow to the three water beans. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly buzzed, pulling him right back to reality. The caller ID showed it was Jang Jong-yu. Kim Tae-hoon wondered why on earth he was calling at this hour. The scene shifted to a different area surrounded by small, rocky hills, a place that looked pretty desolate at first glance. Jang Jong-gyu looked quite surprised by Kim Tae-hoon's presence and said, "I honestly didn't think you'd show up. Thanks for picking up." Kim Tae-hoon stepped forward with a curious, excited look and said, "Well, there's just too much info here for me to ignore." Then he asked suspiciously, "Are you totally sure about this? Is BU, one of the three Water Beans members, really here?" Jang Jong-gyu replied firmly, "That's right. I can't be 100% certain, but my source is pretty reliable. BU was inside that building yesterday, and she's definitely going to be there during the tournament to keep an eye on things." They both looked toward the towering building in the distance, which looked majestic and completely out of place compared to the barren wasteland around them. Kim Tae-hoon silently figured it made sense. Based on his past memories, she did tend to hang around one of the nearby buildings. He gave a nod to show he understood, but then a thought popped into his head. "Still, I gotta ask, why are you handing me this info on a silver platter? As far as I know, you don't even like me." Jang Jong-gyu played the innocent card. He suddenly raised his voice. "I'm doing this to prove I'm totally not a spy." Kim Tae-hoon looked completely blank. "Huh?" Jang Jong-gyu put on a fierce look of determination and sincerity. "I totally get why you said what you said before. Getting ambushed by players from other countries would make anyone suspicious of everyone around them." He raised his voice even higher. "But I want to prove I haven't done anything shady. That's why I brought you this info, to prove I'm 100% on your side. Surely you get what I'm doing now." He struck another righteous pose. "I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with you against those monsters." Kim Tae-hoon played along and looked completely amazed. Gears started turning in Kim Tae-hoon's head, thinking, so this is how I can sniff out the real rat. Before meeting up with Jang Jong-gyu, Kim Tae-hoon had received another call from Duan. She said over the phone, "About what I mentioned earlier, just like you guessed, there really is a mole in our ranks." Kim Tae-hoon shared his own deduction with her. Could it be player Jang Jong-gyu? Duan sounded genuinely surprised. "Wait, you already figured it out?" Kim Tae-hoon answered honestly, "I've suspected him for a long time. So this time he's spying for the Japanese faction, right?" Given his ties to Kim Murazin, it was pretty obvious. On the other end, Yu Ah-young was sitting in front of a monitor, looking over an investigation report on Jang Jong-gyu that dropped a massive bombshell. Turns out, he wasn't just working for China, which caught Kim Tae-hoon completely off guard. She kept going, "Wrong. He had ties with China a few years ago, but the guy is a total gambling addict. He probably ran up a massive debt while playing cards over there. Kim Tae-hoon chimed back. So, he's working for China too? Then how did Kim Murazin find my exact location? Yu Ah-young immediately answered. Like I said, besides him, there has to be a second spy. Kim Tae-hoon fell into deep thought. 2 spies? What kind of association is this if they can't even vet their people properly? Duan noticed the tension in his voice and tried to comfort him. Don't stress too much about it though. The headquarters has its own ways of handling this kind of situation. Kim Tae-hoon replied. Got it. I've already got a backup plan. He reminded Yu Ah-young, let me know if anything else comes up. Yu Ah-young suddenly realized what he was planning to do and asked him suspiciously. The conversation ended there. Kim Tae-hoon weighed 2 important factors. If Jung Jung-gyu got busted for being a spy right away, the second rat would definitely go into hiding. Plus, now that he knew Jung Jung-gyu was a traitor, bringing his mind back to the present, he planned to use Jung Jung-gyu to trap the remaining mole. Meanwhile, Jung Jung-gyu kept up his act, walking closer and telling him, even though we know BU is in there, the place is probably crawling with traps. He patted his chest with fake confidence. Don't worry though, I've got it all mapped out. I'll show you the safest way in. Deep down, however, he was sneering and laughing at how easily Kim Tae-hoon was walking right into his poorly set trap. If you go in through that path, you're dead meat. It's all for the money anyway. Don't blame me, Kim Tae-hoon. Blame your own bad luck for dragging me into this. Not only was BU in there, but Tian Mingmin, one of China's top players, was waiting too. But all of his scheming instantly crashed down when Kim Tae-hoon casually threw a blast straight at the building ahead. A massive wave of force slammed into the structure. In a split second, the building was reduced to a pile of rubble and smashed bricks. Kim Tae-hoon smirked with satisfaction. Looks like my power has grown a ton after all that training. Jung Jung-gyu's jaw dropped so wide it hit the floor at Kim Tae-hoon's terrifying strength. He finally snapped back to reality and shrieked, "What the hell?" He turned around to chew him out. "Are you nuts? What are you doing?" Kim Tae-hoon replied coolly, acting like it was no big deal. "No need to sneak around. There are definitely traps in there anyway," he said with bold confidence. "Let's just charge in and fight." Jung Jung-gyu tried to stall, arguing, "This is going to cause a public outcry." From out of the wreckage, Kim Tae-hoon spotted someone trapped and asked, "Hey, isn't that BU?" Jung Jung-gyu immediately tried to block him. BU was buried deep under the ruins, battered and covered in blood, but that didn't stop her from dragging Jung Jung-gyu down with her. "You bastard, how dare you betray us?" Jung Jung-gyu panicked and threatened back, "You're dead." Kim Tae-hoon watched the drama unfold right in front of him. Just as he expected, he looked over with amusement at the flustered, shivering Jung Jung-gyu beside him and poured a little more fuel on the fire. Huh? What is she talking about when she says betray? Desperate to cut all ties, Jung Jung-gyu screamed, "What kind of crazy nonsense are you spewing, you bitch?" BU completely ignored Jung Jung-gyu's shouting and turned her sharp gaze right at Kim Tae-hoon. "And as for you, Kim Tae-hoon, don't get so full of yourself. Someone will deal with you soon enough," Kim Tae-hoon asked with a confident smirk, already knowing the answer. He must have meant Tai Ming-man, right? This left both of them stunned. They asked in unison, "How did you know he was here?" Kim Tae-hoon didn't feel like playing games with them, so he cut right to the point. "Tell me where he is. If you know he's here, out with it." Jung Jung-gisu shivered, suddenly realizing something. "Did you know I was a spy from the very beginning?" Furious, he raised his fist to strike Kim Tae-hoon, though it posed no real threat. A wave of energy surged forward, and blood began to pour from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Tai Ming-man had arrived. Kim Tae-hoon reacted instantly, remaining largely unaffected. Suddenly, a notification flashed in his mind. "You have fallen into a state of sensory deprivation due to a mysterious power. You have partially resisted it, but your senses and strength are diminished. Your actions will be temporarily slowed due to reduced vision, reduced hearing, and weakened sensations." Along with the system alert, blood began to trickle from Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and even his limbs. He realized internally, "Is this Tai Ming-man's control skill? My senses are severely dulled. I blocked part of it, but everything is still being impacted." Tai Ming-man appeared behind him, his eyes glinting with malice, his aura heavy and dangerously oppressive. He spoke in a cold, annoyed tone. "I didn't think you'd go and destroy the whole building like that." Kim Tae-hoon immediately sensed his presence and turned to face him. Tai Ming-man continued, "I'm genuinely curious about the one who took down Cheng Tan. Looking at you, your strength doesn't seem weak at all, does it?" Kim Tae-hoon retorted, sounding just as provocative. "You're actually a bit more interesting than the others. But to finish you off and get what I want, your skills, I'll just have to put in some effort." He didn't bother hiding his ambition and began activating his awakened form. Elsewhere, Isaka Ryohei had truly returned to the side of Japan's saintess, Yoshiwa Sutara. He was groveling on his knees before her. Yoshiwa Sutara channeled her energy to read his memories, saying with interest, "Haha, those memories of yours are quite entertaining. That kid isn't just getting stronger, he actually managed to take down Cheng Tan. You betrayed me and didn't follow our deal, so should I kill you now?" Isaka Ryohei trembled before Yoshiwa Sutara's threatening words and replied clumsily. At that, the saintess smirked. She patted his head, leaned down, and said, "Are you afraid? Like I said, I don't really care about your life. Just get Kim Tae-hoon to come here, and that's enough. But if we let things continue according to his calculations, that won't be good." Saying that, she tightened her grip. Isaka Ryohei was trembling, unable to speak clearly. She continued. "It seems he's aiming for the Jade Treasury, isn't he?" Isaka Ryohei could only answer in fear. Huh. A flicker of lethal amusement flashed in Yoshiwa Sutara's eyes. "In that case, I'll go meet him myself. Let's see." The scene shifted to the past. Long Yang gathered the Chinese national-level players. He laughed menacingly and laid out 3 objectives. He held up 3 fingers to emphasize them. 1. To win the Asian tournament. 2. To weaken other associations by defeating their key members. And 3. Achieving those 2 goals will prove that our Chinese Players Association is the strongest in all of Asia. His eyes flashed with malice, intent on using that power to monopolize all dungeon and monostone trades. So feel free to kill, torture, or use whatever measures are necessary, and I'll handle the aftermath. He didn't hesitate to reveal his treacherous schemes to fulfill his ambition. Opposite him, the 3 Chinese national-level players listened to his plan in silence. Cheng Tan didn't seem surprised by the guild leader's methods at all. He seemed excited. Heh, as long as I get to fight strong opponents, I don't care. Lan Feng didn't object either. As long as it works, I think it's fine. Meanwhile, Tai Min-man was quite dissatisfied. He thought to himself that they had all lost their minds, but it didn't concern him. He had already been disposing of anyone standing in his way to maintain his secret relationship with the Jade Treasury. That was all he cared about right now. In a sense, he was just as crazy as they were. And when Long Yang called him last time, ordering him to bring back Kim Tae-hoon's head, the subtext was clear. But alongside that, the Jade Treasury was also tempting. Thanks to him, that brat Kim Tae-hoon is tracking us. If Master Tai Min-man could strike, that was why Tai Min-man was here to eliminate Kim Tae-hoon. He lunged with all his might, thinking, "It's your turn now, Kim Tae-hoon." However, he seemed to have underestimated his opponent. Not far away, Kim Tae-hoon wasn't afraid of Tai Min-man's terrifying strength at all. He didn't hold back either, unleashing his own imposing awakened pressure in the form of a massive, dark, fiery dragon. Seeing Kim Tae-hoon's awakened form, Tai Min-man was startled. His senseless world had no effect on Kim Tae-hoon. He had guessed Kim Tae-hoon would be national level after beating Cheng Tan, but he wondered in shock. What kind of monstrous power is this? By now, Tai Min-man was certain this wasn't the ordinary power of a national level player. It was as if he had surpassed human limits. Kim Tae-hoon radiated an overwhelming aura and said, "Senseless world, huh? A power that nullifies all senses? That would be quite dangerous if I couldn't use predation." Kim Tae-hoon stopped talking, wanting to get straight to business. He smirked meaningfully. "Well, whatever." Raising his voice, he declared, "I'll make good use of your skills." With that, he clenched his fist, signaling the Dark Fire Dragon to execute Devour. The Dark Fire Dragon surged toward Tai Min-man, its energy enveloping him. Tai Min-man felt the danger closing in, but he couldn't react in time, frozen in place as he waited for that power to consume him and his abilities. A wave of force slammed into Tai Min-man. He was crushed, completely helpless. Kim Tae-hoon's power was truly terrifying. A notification window appeared. Kim Tae-hoon had learned the ability Senseless World. The dagger Tai Min-man's only remaining weapon stuck into the ground, even though its owner was gone. Kim Tae-hoon walked over, picked it up, and said, "I didn't have a weapon, but this will do." Evaluating the weapon, Kim Tae-hoon exclaimed with interest. As expected from a national-level player, he only used expensive gear. Good. He had no complaints. A notification appeared, introducing information about the unique grade dagger. Storing his loot, Kim Tae-hoon headed toward the Jade Treasury, thinking, "So, China has lost 2 national-level players. There's only 1 left now. No matter how strong they are, they can't close a gap like this anymore." The national scoreboard appeared, with South Korea's score having risen to 3,350 points, while China only had 2,570. Below them were Japan and Qatar, both with 2,750 points. Both the Jade Treasury and Jiangjiang Jiangyu were unconscious, their survival unclear, the ground covered in blood, dust, and debris. Kim Tae-hoon continued to calculate. I've handled the Jade Treasury. If I can find the rest of the treasure, winning the friendly tournament is a sure thing, but I'm a bit worried about the silence from Japan. Just then, a strong gust of wind blew, accompanied by the increasingly clear sound of a device. Kim Tae-hoon wondered, huh? A helicopter was flying right over his head. Suspicious, he watched as the helicopter door opened, and someone leaped out, landing on the ground. She was striking with her long, flowing pink hair and fair skin. There was no doubt. It was Yoshiwa Sutara who had tracked him down. Kim Tae-hoon was surprised by her appearance and exclaimed in curiosity, huh? Yoshiwa Sutara landed right nearby. The force was so great that the ground beneath her shattered and scattered. Kim Tae-hoon had to dodge the landing of this girl. As soon as she landed, Yoshiwa Sutara spoke playfully. Hey, we meet again. Player Kim Tae-hoon. Only then did Kim Tae-hoon see clearly who was in front of him. He was shocked as a dangerous name flashed in his mind. Yoshikawa Yoshiwa Sutara. Yoshikawa Yoshiwa Sutara. The name wasn't unfamiliar to Kim Tae-hoon. He had heard of her reputation. She possessed a powerful recovery skill, super speed healing, allowing her to heal countless people, soothe any unstable mind, and grant blessings that enhanced physical capabilities. And that had made her a saintess, a national-level player of Japan. But the true power of Heaven Ocean is its mind control ability. It manipulates memories to brainwash people. This is what she aims for, so she can control the players under her command. Yoshiwa Sutara Yoshikawa has used this skill to turn even her enemies into her worshippers. Kim Hyun chuckled helplessly, thinking, is it my turn now? He looked at Yoshiwa Sutara with curiosity. But I never gave Isaka Ryohei my exact location. How did you find me? Yoshiwa Sutara flashed a mischievous smile. Heh, you should know. It's not like I didn't capture the 3 water beans because I didn't know where they were. Kim Tae-hoon realized, so you went through all that trouble? Abandoning the demons and the friendly tournament just to meet me? That's terrifying. Facing Kim Tae-hoon's accusation, Yoshiwa Sutara kept her smile. She curiously asked him, how can you look at me and feel absolutely nothing? Kim Tae-hoon didn't understand the meaning of that question. Yoshiwa Sutara pressed on, her voice sounding desperate. I know my role is to be a saintess, to give everyone the strength to live in this miserable world. So, how am I supposed to give them that strength? Her tone suddenly spiked, becoming resolute. She answered her own question, saying, by making them worship me. Kim Tae-hoon made a speechless expression. Yoshiwa Sutara continued to be narcissistic. Meeting someone as beautiful, lovely, charming, graceful, holy, and perfect as me, that is joy and happiness for everyone. As she spoke, she struck a pose as if she were at a press conference. In the end, worshipping and sensing me becomes their reason for living. Then, she looked confused and angry. But why you? Why can you look at me and feel nothing? Kim Tae-hoon witnessed the whole thing, still unable to hide his speechless expression. He muttered to himself, wow, she's really gone off the deep end. Yoshiwa Sutara quickly shifted to a dangerous tone. But that's okay. Being moody like this is part of a saintess's role too. As she finished, a convoy of vehicles came crashing toward where they were standing. Kim Tae-hoon turned in surprise, wondering why there were civilians here, only to realize their eyes were dull, as if they were being manipulated. No, they had been brainwashed by Heaven Ocean, but their eyes were filled with rage directed at Kim Tae-hoon. Yoshiwa Sutara spoke up again. Even though I've investigated Isaka Ryohei's memories and your actions, there are still things I can't figure out, your sources of information and the skills you're hiding. Her eyes flashed with danger. So I've made preparations. No matter what secrets you have, no matter how powerful your skills are, I will make sure you can't use them. Just as she finished, the people behind her all lunged at Kim Tae-hoon, their eyes a terrifying, blank white. Yoshiwa Sutara played a wicked hand, gloating with certainty of her victory, her voice dripping with malice. Now, even though they are just civilians, will you mercilessly take down my followers, or will you quietly accept my salvation? She intended to moral trap Kim Tae-hoon. Choose. Player Kim Tae-hoon. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, using civilians as shields. Meanwhile, the crowd was closing in. Before being attacked by the civilians, Kim Tae-hoon was so annoyed he cursed out loud. Scum. The scene shifted to Sawa City, glittering with lights. In a basement, 2 bodyguards spoke to those in charge outside. Contact the AI hall. I think we've found it. The last base of the 3 water beans. They looked toward a location where a tall building was being shielded by a stealth barrier. They discussed, I never thought they'd do something as crazy as hiding an entire space. No wonder we haven't been able to find them all this time. One of them didn't notice a reply from his partner. Suspiciously, he turned back to remind him, "What are you doing? I told you to call." Before he could finish, he saw his partner lying flat on the ground, his whole body covered in a large pool of blood. The night demon had arrived. He introduced himself to the person he assumed wouldn't be living much longer. The night demon's dangerous gaze fell upon the person who had discovered the 3 water beans' secret. He spat out some dangerous words. "Troublesome pests following me again." A notification board appeared. So, Vice President of the Evil Association, one of the members of the 3 water beans, power level, national grade. He gently placed a hand on the bodyguard's head, the overwhelming pressure making him tremble. But that feeling didn't last long. The night demon took the bodyguard out with one strike. The wall cast a shadow of the headless corpse, blood splattering terrifyingly. The night demon killed without a second thought. He turned away, lost in thought. These information gatherers dare to tail me? Could it be that after Nezuko was taken down, everything was leaked? His thoughts turned to Kim Tae-hoon, the thorn in his side. He believed Kim Tae-hoon had been pulling the strings behind this entire operation. Previously, he had intended to use the Chinese players to eliminate him, but he didn't expect him to take down Cheng Jin as well. His disciples were waiting for him and reported, "The gate is open, sir." The night demon stepped forward, still thinking, "But don't get your hopes up too quickly, Kim Tae-hoon. In this world, you're not the only one who is powerful. I reached the peak of power that you can't even imagine over 10 years ago." He stepped into the gate and ordered, "All right, let's head to the abyss." Kim Tae-hoon stood on the gravel ground as the brainwashed civilians, wrapped in a pale orange holy force, lunged frantically at their target. Those people jumped on him in layers, but they showed no signs of stopping. Yoshiwa Sutara Yoshikawa watched from afar, her hands clasped behind her back, muttering, "Player Kim Tae-hoon is a fairly famous awakened one at the Dawn auction house because he saved many people there." Dust and sand swirled in the wind. The gloomy sky cast light on the girl, revealing half of her in the light and the rest in shadow, adding to her mysterious aura. Her lips parted as she continued to explain, "Even though those people have been brainwashed to fight without fatigue, I don't have high hopes. Still, if he strikes those people, he'll have to be cautious. If he doesn't use his full strength and gets taken down by them, that would be quite fun." Just as she finished, a loud rumble came from the other side. The smile on Yoshiwa Sutara's lips froze, and she stood motionless. "Huh?" On Kim Tae-hoon's side, he flexed as his face and arms hardened into earth armor, his eyes devoid of emotion. He didn't hold back, unleashing a flurry of punches at the people clinging to him, sending them flying in all directions. She gasped, cold sweat on her face. "What?" Yoshiwa Sutara looked on in bewilderment as the people falling to the ground were all her own. He stood in an attacking stance, looking at Yoshiwa Sutara Yoshikawa. She screamed, "What is this? How dare you strike at civilians without mercy?" He replied, "Those guys lunged at me. What reason do I have not to strike back?" A gold chain, stained with blood, whipped through the air, wrapping tightly around Sarara's waist. Kim Tae-hoon followed up, "I knew you were controlling those civilians all along." Sarara let out a cry as the chain bound her waist. Kim Tae-hoon planted his feet firmly, shifting his stance, and yanked the chain hard. He laughed boldly, declaring, "You're going to pay for what you've done." With a forceful yank of his chain, Tae-hoon sent Sarara soaring into the air. He lunged upward, the debris scattering as he gained momentum, and delivered a brutal kick square to her face. Sarara's arms went limp, unable to react in time. The surprise impact snapped her head back, blood spraying into the air as the sounds of the struggle echoed loudly in the sunset. The moment blood sprayed from the corner of her mouth, she tilted her head back slightly, struggling to catch her breath. Her eyes were cast in shadow by her bangs. A thought flashed through Yoshikawa Sarara's mind. Had she misjudged him? The question wouldn't stop nagging her. He was a hero who had saved so many people, yet he showed no restraint when dealing with civilians. He gripped the blood-stained chain tightly, an amused glint in his eyes, and a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, Sarara's eyes widened. A flicker of holy power emerged, healing the area near her eyes. She was now retracting her earlier assumption. No, it seemed he had held back after all. They were only knocked unconscious. The truth was that the civilians simply didn't have the strength to hold him down. Those on the ground lay unconscious, trembling, with dried blood at the corners of their mouths, she mused, concluding that he wasn't killing them, he was just beating them until they couldn't fight anymore. A flash of light erupted from her left hand. Tae-hoon recoiled, sensing something was coming. Sarara judged him in her mind. This guy was truly cunning. An explosion of light and power burst forth, accompanied by seeds that sprouted instantly. With a loud thud, they hit the ground, growing at breakneck speed into a massive tree with branches sprawling in every direction. Everything and everyone nearby was thrown back as the wind howled fiercely. They remained suspended in the air, a distance apart. The mind-controlled civilians, their eyes glowing voids, had been thrown into the air by the blast. Tae-hoon's blood-streaked golden chain quickly looped around them, pulling them back. He landed safely, catching a woman who was being controlled by the apocalypse. He brought her down using the chain. Moments later, he pulled the other controlled individuals toward him through the wind, landing them all safely without harming them. Looking at the mutated tree with its massive, spreading branches, Tae-hoon stood his ground while holding the woman and muttered, "What the? This tree just appeared out of nowhere and grew this big? Is this some kind of super growth seed?" He looked at the woman he had just saved and continued, "But even if you control these people like puppets, I'm not going to hold back." With that, he retracted the chain, making it vanish. The woman in Tae-hoon's arms seemed to wake from her brainwashing, trembling as she looked at him and whispered, "Thank you for saving me." Yoshikawa Sarara, with the group of civilians brainwashed by the apocalypse trailing behind her, approached and laughed. "Ha, you really are a hero, aren't you?" He spun around at the sound of her voice. She brushed a lock of hair from her face, eyes narrowed as she moved forward. "The technique you used to take down those civilians, I thought it wouldn't have any effect on them. But say what you will, you're still someone who cares about humanity. And because of that, I've figured out your weakness." Sarara wiped her cheek as the golden light of her holy power sealed the wound. A dark aura began to shadow her face, and her purple eyes flashed with a dangerous, creepy, and menacing glee. "Let's see what you do now." The woman Tae-hoon was holding suddenly gripped his throat. He looked down and exclaimed, "Huh?" The woman's eyes were bloodshot and wide, the red veins clearly visible in her sockets. Tae-hoon thought to himself, "I thought she was unconscious. What's happening to her now?" Blood gushed from the girl's mouth, and as she gasped, the liquid choked her, leaving her struggling to breathe. Driven by the amplified power of the apocalypse, the holy energy surrounding each of them surged, erupting as if their brainwashing had been fully activated. They roared and shrieked, stumbling toward Sarara. She raised her arms, radiating her power, and spoke up. "As I said, these people have been brainwashed and are under my control. Even if they faint or their bones break, they can still stand and fight. If you want to stop them, your only choice is to kill them." Yoshikawa Sarara's eyes danced with excitement as her holy power surged around her, and she laughed loudly. "Accept the truth, you don't have the heart to do it." Player Tae-hoon stood by the divine tree as the crowd swarmed toward him, the woman in his arms still clutching his throat. He sighed and replied, "You call yourself a saintess, but don't you feel even a shred of guilt for this?" A massive amount of crimson magic power radiated from Tae-hoon, laced with crackling dark energy. One of his eyes flashed a burning red, and he raised a hand, his magic power gathering toward the oncoming crowd of brainwashed puppets. Suddenly, Sarara felt a gaze fixed on her, her eyes widening in horror as she saw their mouths hanging open. She flinched, a cold sweat breaking out on her face, and she stood frozen. "What?" A system notification chimed. "World of Apathy initiated." In an instant, Sarara's eyes went wide, her pupils dilated and locked, the blood vessels in the corners of her eyes becoming hideously prominent. Blood began to leak from beneath her eyelids, while crimson streams gushed from her nostrils, mouth, and between her teeth. Even her fingernails began to bleed, the skin tearing away. The system announced, "Sensory perception and auditory senses are declining. All power stats are decreasing." Her mana circulation was disrupted. Thousands of sounds filled her head. Her vision blurred into a dark, gloomy haze, and her head throbbed with agony. She clutched her head as the blood kept pouring out. A pair of savage, blood-red eyes stared back at her. She let out a desperate, muffled scream, sweating profusely as blood continued to flow from her eyes and mouth. Sarara was terrified, thinking, "This is Tai Min Man's World of Apathy skill, how can he possibly be using it?" In front of her, a massive, armored, skull-like manifestation appeared behind him, wearing a blade-crowned helmet adorned with smaller skulls. Black and red energy swirled in every direction, radiating from the apparition. The crushing pressure forced Sarara to her knees, her body buckling under the weight. Sarara thought, "This is impossible. If he had this skill from the start, he would have used it." That meant her guess was. In a flash, he closed the distance, mana gathering in his hand. Tae-hoon gritted his teeth, his left eye glowing with a dull red light, and said, "You guessed right." Yoshikawa Sarara's eyes rolled back, a tear of agony lingering in the corner of her eye, as she opened her mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream. Kim Tae-hoon's right hand pulls the brainwashed civilians in with chains. His left hand delivers a strike, channeling demonic energy into the manifestation of a skull that slams into her. Saintess Surara is sent flying after being hit by a fist several times her size. The ground is no longer just gravel and stone. It is now littered with severed branches from the divine tree. Dust clouds billow as the wind blows. The brainwashed victims lie motionless on the ground, bound by chains. Kim Tae-hoon stands, surveying the battlefield as the last of the twilight sun shines down. The tree is broken into pieces, people are bound on the ground, and Surara lies there, struggling to get back up. He wipes the dust from his face with his hand, and says, "Impressive. Your recovery speed is quite something. Even a hit like that couldn't take you down." A strong wind blows the dust away, and the fading sunset barely illuminates the side of his shoulder. Seeing Yoshikawa Surara lying on the ground, pushing herself up with both hands, he watches as her body parts glow with holy power, rapidly healing. Kim Tae-hoon continues, noting that she seems to be recovering after all. Surara channels her strength into her right arm, pulling her torso up a bit. Her eyes flash as she looks up at him, refusing to yield, and says, "Kim Tae-hoon, how are you able to use such a heartless world-level skill? Who exactly are you?" He smiles and walks forward, kneeling before her, and says, "Of course, if you want to know the answer to that, it will take time, and it will take your technique as well." Surara looks up, shocked by his words. She trembles, struggling on the ground, and as she looks up, she seems to have guessed his intent, asking, "You want to?" Kim Tae-hoon cuts her off. "It seems you wanted to brainwash me, didn't you? Let's see what you can actually do with your revelation." He smiles, calculating. He did want to meet her and hoped to learn this revelation technique, but he hadn't expected to clash in this situation. Looking at Yoshikawa Surara, who is now bracing herself on the ground, King Kim Tae-hoon can't help but think. Revelation is a skill that controls the opponent's mind, meaning that, through that technique, one can see into the opponent's spiritual world. Kim Tae-hoon remembers the times he used gluttony and was entangled by Queen Succubus, linking everything together. He guesses that the vague memories he saw when using gluttony will now become clearer. Along with Rosalia's reaction, when seeing those memories, the contents of his soul will be accurately perceived. As for gluttony, it is something he has always wanted to understand. Its secrets are connected to his inner world. Things that have been hidden for so long are about to be revealed. He smiles, concluding in his heart that if he can explore that spiritual world thanks to revelation, then all the better. Surara laughs loudly. Hehehe. Amidst the chaos behind her, she struggles to stand, trembling as she looks at him and says, "It seems you've underestimated me a little. In this fight, you truly displayed strength beyond the norm that surprised me. But if you want to see my true power, it's quite simple." Surara places her hands together in front of her chest, and a halo of holy light appears, radiating ripples of light in a circle. She is enveloped by a white entity with outstretched arms, featuring many blue eyes the size of a hand, and a larger eye on the top of its head, all staring at Kim Tae-hoon. She speaks in response. Before she finishes, that eye widens, unleashing 4 arms that scan the surroundings to capture Kim Tae-hoon. Drawing on her spiritual power to maintain the form of the technique, she yells, "If you fail, you will become my follower." The light from the entity above beams down. The saintess's face, hidden in the shadows, stares with a crazed smile as she says, "You cannot fathom the power of revelation. Don't think you can use revelation to get what you want. You will regret it. The power you possess will soon be mine." In a split second, as if realizing something, she freezes. Surara's face is illuminated by a red glow, and droplets of blood spray into the air. Before her eyes lies a sea of blood, with a staircase leading up to a throne made of bones. Beneath the throne are skulls, and each step of the red staircase is made of spines and human remains piled up to form the base. Behind the throne is the Eye of Gluttony, deep and bottomless. Many red rings ripple across the sea of blood. Surara looks like a tiny human who has accidentally stumbled into a bloodthirsty, decadent world. Yoshikawa Surara looks at the scene, thinking, is this sea of blood Kim Tae-hoon's spiritual world? Looking up at the throne on high, a man is sitting with his legs crossed, one hand on the armrest, the other propping up his chin. His face is obscured by shadows, revealing only his body. She observes, pondering, who is that? Is that Kim Tae-hoon? The man's clothes appear to be made of undulating demonic energy. He opens his mouth, smiles, heh, and says, "He is smarter than I thought." As soon as he finishes speaking, a sudden pressure bears down on Surara. Her face darkens, and she breaks out in a cold sweat, terrified. The Eye of Gluttony, behind the throne, fires a large red ring down into the bloody water. The sea of blood surges violently, and the person on the throne looks down and speaks. He didn't think he could use a spiritual opening technique to look into my inner world and use it against me, did he? She thinks it is not Kim Tae-hoon. It is someone extremely dangerous. Sarara turns to run, her face filled with terror as she hears the voice cut through her thoughts. Even so, what can scum like you possibly do to me? The man's face is revealed. He looks exactly like Kim Tae-hoon, with dark black irises, pupils glowing fiery red as he looks down. The hand resting on the throne rises, flashing demonic energy into a shape aimed at Sarara. Thousands of demonic eyes appear beneath Sarara as she sits on the water's surface. They stare up at her, and she freezes, sensing something. Sarara's face turns pale, her eyes filled with panic, as the stream of red demonic energy flashes past her. A demonic beast, looking like a giant black shark with hundreds of eyes, emerges from the sea of blood. Its massive fangs and demonic energy sweep past, emitting a gnashing sound. The sea of blood surges violently, then suddenly goes quiet. Darkness flashes by. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly opens his eyes, finding himself lying in a hospital bed, with an IV drip in his arm. Not yet accustomed to the situation, he instinctively says, "Huh?" Tae-hoon pushes the blanket aside, sits up, and looks around, asking, "A hospital room? What happened? Where is Yoshikawa Sarara?" Yoo Ah-young pushes the door to the room, the noise making him turn his head, and he sees her. Yoo Ah-young smiles at him and says, "Yoshikawa Sarara, why would she be here? You've finally woken up, haven't you?" Yoo Ah-young walks step by step to Kim Tae-hoon's bed and continues, "Do you know how worried everyone was about you? Your family stayed here to watch over you all night." He looks at her and asks, "All night?" Yoo Ah-young waves her hand and says, "Stop talking, you need to rest. You've been unconscious for over a day." Kim Tae-hoon breaks into a cold sweat, looking confused, and says, "Huh? Then what happened to Yoshikawa Sarara?" She replied that she had also fallen unconscious just like him. Tam Thuy, Dao Bin, Nok Jiang, and Jeong Gi-shu were in the exact same state. Tai Min-man, however, had gone missing. Yoo Ah-young looked at him, crossed her arms, and spoke plainly, clearly confused about what had actually happened. Kim Tae-hoon froze upon hearing the situation. He thought to himself that he had indeed failed when he used heavenly revelation to peer into the mental world. He had considered this possibility, but he hadn't expected the failure to be so simple. Her voice echoed again, "Are you even listening to me?" Kim Tae-hoon reflected on the situation, recalling how he had tried to confront her power within his mind, only to be completely overwhelmed and knocked unconscious once more. He thought about the man sitting on the throne, his eyes burning red, surrounded by the black and red aura of gluttony. He wondered what else was lurking within his own mental world. Kim Tae-hoon's expression darkened as he looked down, lost in thought. This isn't good. As long as I haven't uncovered the truth behind that, I won't be able to rest easy. Yoo Ah-young touched his face with one hand and patted his head with the other, saying, "Regardless, you need to recover first. You fought until you were completely exhausted in that last battle." Kim Tae-hoon broke out in a cold sweat, looked up at her, and stared blankly. "All right, you don't need to stand so close." A man rushed to push the door open and shouted, "Miss, Yoo Ah-young." She turned her head to look. "Yes?" Tae-guk stood at the doorway, his face slightly sweaty. Yoo Ah-young spoke up. "Deputy Director Tae-guk," he asked Kim Tae-hoon, "you finally woken up? I was so worried about you." Tae-guk stepped inside, gesturing toward Ah-young as he continued. "Regardless, Miss Yoo Ah-young, we need the support of the Underworld Guild to focus our forces for a search in the Abyss." "You're establishing a search team for the Abyss?" Tae-guk explained that it was because the South Korean team led by Park Sung-jin had gone missing. She and he heard the shocking news and looked at each other, bewildered. "What?" At the hospital, Tae-guk raised his voice. "What did you say? Player Kim Tae-hoon?" He looked at him anxiously, asking, "You intend to go there alone?" Behind Kim Tae-hoon, Yoo Ah-young stood a few paces back. Kim Tae-hoon replied seriously, "As I said, sending a search team will only lead to more people losing their lives. That is something I do not want." Thoughts of the veteran players flashed through his mind. Tae-hoon continued, "The location where they disappeared is in the deep layers of the Abyss, and Park Sung-jin along with the Korean team are all experienced, veteran players." Thinking of Lin Feng's group, he added, "If they disappeared, it wasn't just due to an attack by ordinary monsters. There must definitely be the intervention of a force at least at the national level. These people are quite powerful," Kim Tae-hoon concluded. "That is why I will go alone to ensure everyone's safety." Tae-guk looked worried, spreading his arms out as he replied, "But if that is true, I cannot let you go there alone. You are still a patient who just woke up. How can I let you go like that?" Kim Tae-hoon's family pushed the door open and entered. Yoo Ah-young spoke up. "Exactly. Where do you think you're going? You're a patient." Everyone in the room froze at the sight of the three people at the door. Kim Tae-hoon's aunt said, your body hasn't recovered yet. Where are you planning to go? You stay here." Yoo Ah-young placed a hand on her chest, looking anxious and sweating. "Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Uncle Tae-hoon stood behind them, saying nothing. Tae-hoon's younger sibling recounted, "Yesterday, I thought you were never going to wake up again. I was so scared. The atmosphere felt suffocating." Kim Tae-hoon looked at his family and moved his lips. "Aunt? Uncle?" Yoo Ah-young, with her arms crossed in front of her chest behind him, explained, "I called them here to see you." Kim Tae-hoon turned his head in confusion. Player Yoo Ah-young cut him off, saying, "Since you're awake, shouldn't you see your family first?" Kim Tae-hoon's aunt explained from the door, "That's right, just focus on recovering first. Then we can figure out the rest." Tae-guk interjected, "Player Kim Tae-hoon, don't push yourself. This is too dangerous." Yoo Ah-young shouted. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the scene before him, thinking, everyone. Memories of those who treated him poorly in the past surfaced, and he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of understanding. It was true. Before he awakened, his surroundings were filled with only people who made his life miserable, instead of anyone who cared about him. When he was just a porter trailing behind players, he was constantly pointed at and treated unfairly. Kim Tae-hoon recalled that no matter where he went or what danger he faced, the only thing that welcomed him back were mocking gazes. Returning to the present, he saw many people in front of him who truly worried about him. Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself. But in this present moment, the voices of everyone echoed in his ears. He smiled and said, "Thank you all for worrying about me." Facing his family and Tae-guk, with Yoo Ah-young standing behind waiting, Tae-hoon said, "But I must go there." Everyone fell silent. He explained, "Even if they were only temporary teammates and we weren't close, they are in danger, and the only person who can save them right now is me." Tae-guk was stunned and moved, while Yoo Ah-young smiled. Kim Tae-hoon confidently asserted, "Therefore, I must go and bring them back. Didn't you teach me that one should never abandon their teammates? So, I need to help them return to their families." His family fell silent. Yoo Ah-young had tears in her eyes as she spoke, choked with emotion. Tae-hoon Yoo Ah-young's hand swung out and slapped Kim Tae-hoon on the back, excitedly saying, "Oh kid, that gave me goosebumps. You've really grown up." He let out a painful shout from the hit. "Ouch!" She smiled and reminded him, "It's decided then. Come back safely, bring everyone back, and make sure you come back too." He turned his head and gave a wry smile, saying, "Honestly." Inside the abyss near the tower, the sounds of explosions and fighting echoed. Park Sung-jin, wearing a suit and holding a trident, was thrown across the sand. He coughed a few times, his mouth hanging open. Wan Xiang sat nearby and asked, "Park Sung-jin, are you okay?" 3 attackers from the other side walked over through the blowing sandstorm, and the one in front spoke. "I never expected him to be able to hold out for this long. Park Sung-jin of South Korea, you're not bad at all." She helped him up, turning her gaze toward the group walking closer. He laughed, raising one hand, releasing crimson magic and killing intent, and smiled menacingly. "But this long game of tag ends here." It turned out to be the national-level player from China, Bloodsword Lin Feng. He looked at the Korean players and said, "Out of respect for your talent, I will give you a chance. If you swear loyalty and become my subordinate, I will spare your life. I am a generous person. After all." Park Sung-jin looked at Lin Feng, his eyes wide, and replied with a light cough. You want me to betray my country and my teammates? Never. Don't even dream about it." With his subordinate standing nearby, Lin Feng manifested a small magic sword in his hand, surrounded by crimson magic sparks, and laughed scornfully. "Valuing your pride more than your life? Cool. But it seems your teammates don't think so." Park Sung-jin and Wan Xiang looked over to see Hanju trembling slightly, raising his hand in a gesture of surrender. She looked at him and asked, "Player Wang Hanju?" Park Sung-jin shouted, "Wang Hanju, what are you doing? Why at a time like this?" Hanju trembled, staring, thinking to himself, "You idiots. This is the perfect time to betray them. I need to survive." He trembled, looking ahead, his instincts warning him. Lin Feng was a monster among monsters. If he wanted to live, this was his only option. Hanju broke into a cold sweat, his eyes drifting upward in thought. Besides, if he did that now, he would be back in that night, the night he was bound and suspended in mid-air by the Saintess Yoshikawa's rapid growth plant. Hanging above the ground, Hanju struggled to breathe, only able to gasp. Sarara looked on, laughing. Haha, so you're one of the players from the South Korean team, player Tae-hoon. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands behind her back, and bowed slightly as she spoke. In the name of the Saintess, I have come to entrust you with a mission. Become my follower and report every detail regarding the location, strategy, and all plans of Kim Tae-hoon and the South Korean team to me. Sarara threatened. Even if you refuse, I have ways to force you to obey. Do you understand? But you know full well that volunteering is better for both sides, don't you? The vines tightened around Tae-hoon. His eyes rolled back, tears welling up as he let out a sound. Ugh. The memories of that night flooded back. Tears welled up in his eyes. Hanju thought to himself that he had already betrayed everyone once. What would one more time matter? If he wanted to live, he had to do it. Park Sung-jin placed a hand on Tae-hoon's shoulder, looking forward, and said, Tae-hoon, it's all right. Tae-hoon froze. He continued, It seems you are terrified of them, but don't worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will help you all escape. Tae-hoon looked at Sung Jung-ji, trembling slightly as he muttered, Player Park Sung-jin. The three South Korean players prepared for combat. Sung Jung-ji stood in front of Tae-hoon and Park Sung-jin, emphasizing, So, let me die first before you even think about betraying us. Wanxiang's hands sparkled with blue magic as smoke radiated from her. She taunted, Still dying, yet you have the mouth to talk so much. Is that all you can do, just boast? Hanju shook, saying, Everyone, I'm sorry, I will fight. Wipe your tears. Standing in a battle stance, the South Korean players prepared themselves. Lin Feng sighed. True. Even though I've shown you the path to survival, you're still stubborn, aren't you? He waved his hand, saying to those behind him, It seems you can't grasp the situation because I haven't played with you yet, right? Isn't that right? Sung Jung-ji replied, Yes, that's right, no, it's not. Lin Feng's eyes glowed crimson, and his entire body was shrouded in a red aura of intimidation. Then, I will show you the difference in our levels. With a flick of his hand, red sparks flashed. In the sky, many massive swords appeared, pointing down toward the ground. The South Korean players looked up in shock, eyes wide, trembling involuntarily as they spoke. Lin Feng let out a wicked laugh, cutting them off. Do you understand now, you bastards? The only reason you're still breathing and standing is because of my mercy. The sword dance surged toward the South Korean team. They shouted their move names, pushing their skills to the limit. Lin Feng launched his attack with excitement. A sound echoed, You have entered the world of apathy. Lin Feng felt a crushing pressure and shuddered for a moment. The barrage of swords descending from the sky was distorted into intermittent streams of demonic energy, drifting and being pulled into the five senses of the dark space. Lin Feng thought, The world of apathy of Tae-min Man? Didn't Tae-min Man die? He looked up, laughing as he guessed. Then, this must be Kim Tae-hoon. A figure appeared in the air, poised to strike. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. The one who killed Tae-min Man. He laughed excitedly, asking, It's you, isn't it? Kim Tae-hoon. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. He smiled and replied, Is that so? A massive explosion rang out. The man stood up, wrapped in a red aura within the smoke. Lin Feng held his dagger in a push-dagger stance, scouting. What? There's only a large hole in the ground in front of me, he remarked. Was that all? Just one skill? I expected more. How boring. Other members of the Chinese team ran over, asking, Are you okay? Lin Feng replied, Yeah, I'm fine. The other person suggested, Let's chase them immediately. He cut them off. No. Let them go. Looking at the scene in front of the tower, Lin Feng judged based on the residual energy and footprints that they had escaped to the Yogan Tower, an impenetrable dungeon deep in the abyss. At Yogan Tower, Park Sung-jin shouted, Kim Tae-hoon. He opened his mouth, and Kim poured healing potion into it, saying, First of all, drink this. Park Sung-jin choked, sounds emanating from his throat. Yu Xian spoke up. Kim Tae-hoon, I know you saved us, but what do you intend to do next? Hanju stood watching from afar. She continued, This Yogan Tower is where many veteran players have met their end. It's not simple at all. This place is called an impenetrable dungeon. Once you enter, you cannot get out unless you find an exit gate. Even though they had entered to avoid Lin Feng, he shrugged his shoulders, looking at Hanju and the others in the distance, responding, There's no other way. No matter how strong I am, I can't fight and protect everyone at the same time. But don't worry, after all, this is just a dungeon. Park Sung-jin lay on the floor, the potion spilling out. Hanju thought, Killing people with magic potions? Kim Tae-hoon pointed to himself, asserting, "Just get past it, and there will be a way out. You two, don't worry." They looked confused. Yu Xian said, "Getting past it isn't easy. Are you listening to me?" Se-han broke into a cold sweat and replied, he might not even have a plan. At the Dragon Human Tower, located in the deepest layers of the abyss, the Dragon Human Tower was an impenetrable dungeon. It had two characteristics. First, countless traps were set on every floor. Those who conquered the tower could not easily pass. Second, the dragon human monsters possessed high intelligence and overwhelming strength. On the floor covered in blood, Yu A-young ran, looking ahead, thinking, "What is this?" Kim Tae-hoon killed a dragon human quickly up ahead. The group behind ran over, finding only the monster's corpse. She pondered, because of this, how could this place be easily conquered? Could this really happen? He confidently walked in front, remembering in his head, "I have watched the interviews sharing information from survivors who conquered the Dragon Human Tower over and over again, back before I regressed, 2,437 times. Kim Tae-hoon assessed in his heart, although the Dragon Human Tower is an impenetrable dungeon, this isn't a place one cannot survive and return from. In the middle of the tower, a spatial gate appeared. The final boss was a massive dragon clan creature holding mysterious power. He recalled the reason. In the middle floor of the tower, far before encountering the final boss, there was an escape gate that could take people back to the real world. This information had not yet been revealed. The current situation, with traps and monsters, was not too difficult. Kim Tae-hoon calculated, but if you know about the traps in advance and have the strength to defeat the monsters, escaping here is not too difficult. He held his dagger in a push-dagger style, demonic energy surrounding his body, dodging arrows and dealing lethal blows to the monsters. The purple torches on the walls flickered as the four of them walked up the stairs. Kim Tae-hoon led the way. They arrived at the circular iron-faced room. In the middle of the room was a spatial magic circle. Yu A-young spoke up. "It's a gate," she continued. "To think there would actually be a gate here." Sung Jung-gi said, "It's fortunate that we don't have to go to a higher floor." Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. "We made it out alive." Yu A-young turned to Kim Tae-hoon and asked, "Kim Tae-hoon, you knew this was going to happen, didn't you?" He kept his eyes closed and replied dismissively, "How would I know? It was just pure luck." But in his mind, he thought, "Of course I knew." Kim Tae-hoon pointed at the dimensional portal and said, "Hurry, we need to get out of here." Before those monsters could swarm them again, she quickly replied, Right. Everyone moved toward the portal. Jong-ji said, "Hey kid, or should I say, player Kim Tae-hoon." Kim Tae-hoon noticed him turning back to express his gratitude for his presence. He didn't forget to add, "I will remember this favor." Kim Tae-hoon let out a breath and smiled faintly, replying, "You're too kind." Standing before the portal, Kim Tae-hoon thought he never expected to receive thanks from Peng Jong-ji, but since the whole team made it back safely, he supposed the thanks were natural. With his hands in his pockets, he closed his eyes and prepared to step into the gate, lost in thought. Furthermore, Se-wang Hanju had confessed to being a spy for Japan. The spy issue had been resolved. Wang Hanju appeared and said, "I will accept whatever punishment is given. I am truly sorry." He mused on what was next. He still had to deal with the Ghost Sword's rage once he found out about the Saintess, prevent the interference of Liu Feng, and end the diplomatic exchange on a good note. Things were looking stable. Just as Kim Tae-hoon touched the transport space, the alarm started ringing incessantly. Clatter. A surge of mana exploded from the dimensional rift, blasting him away. Kim Tae-hoon crashed to the ground, propping himself up as he looked up. What the? The system notification sounded. Dimensional portal is non-functional. The system announced, "The master of the Dragon Tower, Kin, is observing you." He froze, his face turning pale as he stammered, "What? The master of the tower?" A booming sound shook the room. Cracks appeared on the ceiling, glowing with golden light, sending debris raining down. The ceiling collapsed, and a red dragon breathing fire descended into the room, amidst thick smoke and crumbling rocks. Kaiserin roared, "Which one of you dares to cause trouble in this place?" Kim Tae-hoon gaped and asked, "A dragon?" The fire dragon spat fire and said, "You are nothing but a lowly human." It was the master of the Dragon Tower, the SS-RANK Red Dragon, Kaiserin. Dragons were among the strongest known monsters. They were massive, with wide wings, tough skin, and ferocious expressions. Dragons found in the abyss were divided into 4 ranks. Near S rank was the young sea dragon, just hatched from its egg. S rank was the holy dragon, a dragon in its adolescent phase. SS rank was the archdragon, the most bloodthirsty and ferocious adult stage. But for the most powerful species, there were only fragmented clues about its existence. An enigma with eyes that could see through everything. The power and physical form of this creature were still undetermined. It was the ancient dragon, a species that had existed since ancient times. Kim Tae-hoon stared, sweat pouring down his face, thinking, the one in front of me must be at least an archdragon level. It was created from the corpse of a holy dragon. Just how strong is it? Sparks of fire enveloped Kaiserin. He stepped back, calculating. More importantly, why did it appear here? According to the information he had before his regression, this event was never mentioned. Kim Tae-hoon decided on a desperate measure. He should try talking first. The fire dragon's voice boomed. Die, you trash. He thought, forget that. That's not going to work. Kaiserin breathed fire toward Kim Tae-hoon. Flames engulfed the room. He stood up in the middle of the fire and shouted, then let's fight. He activated his chain skill with one hand and prepared his transformed arm with the other to strike. Kim Tae-hoon manifested his full transformation from behind, punched Kaiserin in the face, and used his other hand to wrap chains tightly around its neck to pin it down. The red dragon let out a surprised cry. How insolent. He transformed his arm into armored gauntlets and pulled a dagger from the magic storage in his coat. He slashed the dragon's body repeatedly. Kim Tae-hoon smiled, turning back to think, I've unleashed all my skills. Even if it's SS rank, it must have taken a critical hit. But he didn't expect to see Kaiserin glaring in anger, raising its sharp claws. He stood dazed as a sound resonated. Boom! A counterattack from the fire dragon devastated everything in its path. Kim Tae-hoon jumped to dodge, but was hit by the surrounding shockwaves and yelled. He retreated, quickly questioning in his heart, what is this? How is it so durable? Even for an SS rank, this is too absurd. Damn it. He chose to use stealth to buy time. Kim Tae-hoon began to enter stealth. Just as the skill was about to finish, someone lunged from behind, with horns on their forehead, elf ears, and glowing golden eyes glaring at him. Kim Tae-hoon turned in surprise. He blocked the punch, but the force was so immense he was slammed into the ground, sending stone fragments flying everywhere. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widened. The pressure was crushing him. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stay conscious. This is polymorph. Polymorph. A shape-shifting skill. The figure pointed his finger to the sky, and flames gathered into a fireball. It was Kaiserin in human form. The fireball on his fingertip grew larger. In an instant, an explosion erupted in the room, and embers flew everywhere. Kaiserin stood with glowing golden eyes, holding him with one hand, lifting him up and slamming him into the wall. Kim Tae-hoon panicked, a thought racing through his head. This is the power of an SS rank. I can't keep up with this. He looked at him and said slowly, where did you come from? Let me check. Kim Tae-hoon was startled by the overwhelming aura. The system announced, you are being dominated by the dragon's power. This power cannot be resisted. Power partially reduced. All stats are decreasing. Skills are restricted. Stone skin, disabled. Stealth disabled. Paralysis immunity disabled. Monarch's heart disabled. Aura of the death. Night King disabled. Chains of imprisonment disabled. Apathy world disabled. Magic diffusion disabled. Kim Tae-hoon shouted. Kaiserin spoke. This feeling just as I thought. This magical power has spread everywhere. Before my power, it hasn't diminished. It's actually erupting more fiercely. This is not just ordinary magic. His face was squeezed harder, pressure mounting. Kim Tae-hoon's mouth let out a strained sound. The dragon's eyes turned dark, pupilless, as he threatened. Who did you get this power from? Answer me. I must clarify the nature of this power. He thought hazily. It's the truth of this power. I'm the one who needs to know that. Tentacles wrapped around Kaiserin's arm. Kim Tae-hoon's arm transformed into armored gauntlets, grabbing Kaiserin's arm to break free. He used magic to suppress the red dragon and yelled, You really want to know that badly, you bastard? Multiple tentacles began to wrap around him. Kaiserin asked, What did you say? The tentacles lashed out with speed, blasting the dragon away. The red dragon, Kaiserin, fell to the ground, shattering the stone floor upon impact. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, eyes bulging as he looked up and threatened, You dare knock me away? How can a mere human? A voice echoed from the tentacles surrounding Kim Tae-hoon. Having experienced so many ups and downs in this demon world, I just happened to need a hunting dog. And you found your way to me yourself. Kaiserin froze on the ground. The succubus queen leaned against the rock behind Kim Tae-hoon and glanced up. I shall grant you the honor of becoming my pet. He wiped blood from the corner of his mouth as the system announced the activation of the Queen's Man skill. Rosalia's eyes flashed as she looked at him mockingly. But you already have me. The Queen. Our contract is truly excessive, Kim Tae-hoon said, with a laugh. Well, whatever you say, you can't really trust those monsters, right? The chairman shouted. What did you say? The player Kim Tae-hoon is missing? He continued. How could the rescue team go missing as well? Hanu and Wani Eang replied. I don't know. We were clearly together when we crossed over. Wani Eang spoke up. What about Park Sung-jin? He tried to head back into the abyss. He was determined to go back to save Kim Tae-hoon. Go Tae-guk replied. Yuang is holding him back. The chairman shouted at him. Yes, you must stop him. Why would he let himself be captured without a plan? The chairman looked exhausted, burying his face in his hands as he said, We don't know what Liu Feng and Zhang Long are planning, so keep it a secret that the others are still alive. The chairman fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, as Park Sang-jung-ji and the players returned, the friendly match had reached its 6th day. It would be over soon. As the chairman thought, beads of sweat dripped down his face. At this point, rankings don't matter, but we wouldn't have made it this far without Kim Tae-hoon. If he doesn't return, what is the point of all this? Now, he could only wish silently in his heart, Kim Tae-hoon, please, just survive. A wild purple wind surrounded the tower, rushing to attack the demon. The demon quickly used magic to counter her. A fierce battle ensued, with flames covering everything around them. Kim Tae-hoon was restrained by Rosalia, thinking to himself that if he had been separated from her, he would likely be dead. Another huge explosion occurred. He remained calm and muttered, I know they're both monsters, but what kind of scale is this fight? Kim Tae-hoon wondered if it had been a good idea not to summon Rosalia until now. Kim Tae-hoon began to recall the skills he had gained from his contract with Rosalia, absolute hypnosis, and Queen's Man. He explained that the reason he hadn't summoned Rosalia using the Queen's Man skill was that it consumed too much mana. He continued, saying the summoning skill required immense mana, and maintaining the state after activation also drained too much energy. Of course, if he used potions continuously during the battle, he might manage it. But the second issue was the real problem. The demon raised its hand, and he shouted, Meteor! Several fireballs rained down on him and her. He panicked and shouted, Meteor? But Rosalia remained unshaken. She attacked with confidence. She slashed with her sharp claws, creating lines of purple energy. He was amazed. Rosalia, you're so strong. The aggressive demon was tightly bound by her power. Kim Tae-hoon feared that power was too dangerous. Even if she was on his side, not being able to control her was the real problem. If he summoned her, the entire city might be burned to the ground. The words, what if, filled his mind. Rosalia laughed. What do you think of my power? He smiled and thought, she really is strong. The aggressive demon spoke up. I see. This power you are the Nightmare Queen, Rosalia. The demon scratched its head and said, that is why I cannot understand why a great duke of the abyss would follow a lowly human. He shouted at her. Do you have no shame? How disgraceful. She just laughed and replied, such insolence from a mere lizard. He then said, Great Duke. He stared at the demon and thought that a Great Duke was only one rank below the king. Come to think of it, Rosalia knew of the king. She was definitely connected to the king. His face turned angry. He asked himself, what does she know? Why the king? Rosalia spoke, Contractor, I know what you are thinking. However, you share the king's bloodline, yet you have no right to speak, nor any right to act, even if you possess it. Hearing her say that, he was quite shocked. She stroked her hair and smiled at him. But you know, no matter where you are, you still have to walk your own path. Hearing her words, he seemed to wake up. Rosalia said, the current situation is not simple. He panicked. What? She said. Look at your hands. When he looked down, his hands were covered in purple electricity. This is magic backlash. A voice shouted from above, even if you are a great duke, you are still being summoned by a lowly human. The demon transformed into a monster, surrounded by fire. He said with contempt, no human can withstand this power. He continued, if you want to oppose me until the end, then I will grant both of you death. Its form was no longer covered in flames but had turned into a true beast. It created a giant fireball and said, die. Kim Tae-hoon shouted, Rosalia. The fireball struck the building, creating a massive explosion, and a circular rope fell down. At this moment, purple marks appeared on Rosalia. Those purple marks were her wounds. He laughed and said, a lizard that knows quite a lot, huh? The monster replied, as you said, the power of a summoned creature like me depends on the capability of the contractor. This is the limit. Rosalia turned to him and said, if I use more power or continue the summoning state any longer, you will eventually die from magic backlash. She smiled at him and continued. So, before I leave, I will give you one final gift. He replied, a gift? Rosalia kissed his forehead. Don't die, contractor. The system notified him that he had received the Queen's kiss. The level of absolute hypnosis had temporarily changed. Absolute hypnosis activated. Kim Tae-hoon used the power from his hands to attack the beast. His power slowly enveloped it. The beast cried out, "What have you done?" The blinding light caused the beast to slowly vanish. What an interesting joke. How? In a place that was entirely red. Another version of Kim Tae-hoon spoke. That bastard. She left me to clean up this mess. The demon asked, what is this? Where am I? Is this his mental world? The demon asked itself in confusion. If so, what is that? The human from earlier, he doesn't look like him. He is a completely different person. He thought the other version of Kim Tae-hoon seemed very dangerous. The demon secretly wondered, are they the same type of person? A different version of Kim Tae-hoon spoke up. I have no business with you. Now, get out of here. A monster lunged from behind the demon, and he turned to say, what's that? Before he could finish, a stream of bright red blood erupted from the monster's mouth. It wailed, Your Highness! Where is Your Highness? The other Kim Tae-hoon remarked, how dare you? He was surprised by its transformation. What's going on? Even though the hypnosis level had changed, Selen didn't look right. The monster roared in anger. He took out a potion, drank it, and pondered. Was Kylan facing some trouble in her own mental world too? No. Thinking about this is useless. He's already weakened. He lunged forward, thinking that if there was ever a chance to take that guy down, it was now. He dashed toward the monster, drew a knife, and slashed, forcing the creature to cough up blood. He thought to himself, finally, my attacks are doing some good. Something materialized in his hand, radiating tendrils of fire. She said, don't die, didn't she? He recalled the image of Rosalia saying, don't you dare die. Contractor? He mused. Who said I was going to die? He thought about how he still needed to uncover the truth behind the king and that power source, not to mention getting revenge on Asmodeus, the one who took my life, and I haven't even had the chance to live a decent life yet. And now you want me dead? Don't make me laugh, he shouted aloud. I will defeat you and return. He activated gluttony and charged toward the monster's maw. Another monster appeared out of nowhere and spoke, you insolent human, you dare. He slashed once, causing both creatures to bleed out and perish. The system announced that gluttony was complete and its rank had increased. He lay sprawled on the ground and muttered, that mad dragon, I really thought I was a goner this time. He added happily, now, I just need to head back. A panel appeared. South Korean national level player Kim Tae-hoon, rank B to rank A. The notification board now displayed the rankings. During the final 7 days of the Asian-friendly tournament, the organizers were finalizing the scores on the podium. Thousands of spectators in the stands looked on as staff checked every precious crystal shard. Japan officially announced their final score, reaching a total of 4,600 points. Shinjaku Qatar scowled as he stared at the valuable crystals. With this result, Japan was stuck in second place, unable to surpass China, who led with 4,800 points. Shinjaku Qatar grew increasingly furious, his face turning red. I was planning to get revenge for Surara, but Kim Tae-hoon is still nowhere to be found. Are we really just going to end up in second place at this tournament? Shinjaku Qatar stomped down the stairs, thinking to himself, damn it, I'm out of here. A man shouted. But the closing ceremony was still underway. His rage had completely clouded his judgment. Shinjaku Qatar replied that there was no reason to stay at the festival anymore, and walked casually across the stage. The chairman could only stare blankly ahead, powerless. He was so anxious that sweat streamed down his face. He thought to himself that, despite Kim Tae-hoon's contributions, the South Korean team had only placed third. The system indicated that after Kim Tae-hoon went missing, the team's score had stalled from the 5th day to the 7th, allowing other countries to overtake them. The system added that without hundreds of magic crystals or SS-rank monsters, there was no way to change the outcome. The chairman felt remorseful, his body trembling slightly. Internally, he thought, I'm sorry, Kim Tae-hoon. Everything happened this way because of my incompetence. Laughter echoed from behind the chairman. It was Liu Feng and Guildmaster Zhang Long. Zhang Long addressed the chairman. What a truly indescribable pity. He spoke to the chairman with a voice dripping with contempt, acting as if they thought South Korea had finally found a promising talent, only for him to meet a tragic accident and lose his life. His words left the chairman frozen in shock. They laughed mockingly. Guildmaster, is he still missing? You shouldn't say things like that. Zhang Long retorted. You've already entered the Dragon Man Tower, so what difference does it make? The chairman clenched his fists, seething with anger, but unable to do anything. An accident? Was it really just a tragic accident, you bastards? In his eyes, the two men before him looked like devils. He said angrily, "Every disappearance in this tournament was caused by you," but they just walked past him, saying, "Do you understand now? The weak have no right to speak of the truth." His body trembled, as he could only stand there and watch them treat him with disdain. The laughter behind his back grew louder, along with their parting words, "Enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony." The chairman's heart felt heavy, as if he were carrying a giant boulder. He thought wearily, "This feeling of helplessness, it's so frustrating to have no power in my hands." Trong Long walked while laughing out loud, and a voice echoed, "What the heck is that?" A ray of light flashed out. Kim Tae-hoon stepped out from the magical portal, causing Lu Feng and Trong Long to turn back and look at them in sheer shock. Lu Feng said, "A portal?" Trong Long asked, "Who is that?" That scene left the chairman completely speechless. Kim Tae-hoon spoke up. "Well, why on earth has our guild leader put up with these guys for so long?" He continued, "Now, please don't worry anymore." The chairman was so shocked he was moved to tears, looking at him as if he were his ultimate lifeline, or the last ray of hope in his life. He stammered. Trong Long and Liu Feng shouted in unison, "That guy, player Kim Tae-hoon." He cheerfully held a red meteorite in his hand. Kim Tae-hoon said happily, "I'm back." A voice echoed from the building. Muffled sounds echoed through the room. His mother walked into his room and said, "Come out and watch the exhibition match with us." Lying lazily on his bed, he said tiredly, "I don't feel like it." He lay sprawled across the bed, his body completely motionless as he said, "Kim Tae-hoon is gone. So what's the point of watching the exhibition match anymore? A tournament without Kim Tae-hoon is just like red bean buns without filling, watermelons without sweetness, and meat buns without meat." He cried out loudly, "And you're still telling me to go watch the exhibition match? That would be a complete betrayal of Kim Tae-hoon." His mother said, "What if Kim Tae-hoon appeared on television right now?" Hearing that, he snapped back to life and sat right up. "What?" Stepping outside, he saw the television broadcasting cheering crowds. On the final day of the Asian-friendly tournament, something unbelievable happened. Kim Tae-hoon, who had been missing, returned home with an SS-rank monster's magic crystal in hand. Although there have been a few cases of SS-rank monsters appearing, this is the first time anyone has successfully managed to take one down. Someone on the phone is talking to Yu Ah-young, but how is this even possible? Isn't Tae-hoon on TV right now, not trapped in the abyss? On the screen, the tournament regulations are being announced. The reward for the SS-rank magic crystal is 1,500 points. Park Sung-jin, Wani Iyangang, Iyang, and Sehan are all stunned. Seriously? That brings the South Korean team's total score from 4,100 up to 5,600. With this, the Korean team has secured first place and become the champions of the Asian-friendly tournament. Everyone around him is chanting his name, Kim Tae-hoon. Zhang Long, furious, shouts, "You!" The old man turns, screaming right in Liu Feng's face. "Liu Feng, what have you done? Why is that guy still alive?" Liu Feng says in a panic. Not only did he escape the tower, but he also defeated an SS-rank monster? He's just a nobody. He keeps spitting out his name, Kim Tae-hoon. Tae-hoon watches them from above. Something serious must have gone down. Kim Tae-hoon thinks to himself, luckily, Kaiseren's power was so strong that even after the absorption, the crystal remained intact. Otherwise, this comeback wouldn't have been possible. He narrows his eyes, looking down. Still, Zhang Long and Liu Feng won't accept this so easily. Of course, the next thing that happens is a voice calling out, "Player Kim Tae-hoon." The chairman rushes over and hugs him tightly. Tae-hoon says in surprise, "Chairman Jung Gi-hee?" The man is crying while saying, "It's so good to see you've returned safely." Tears are streaming down his face. He keeps saying how lucky they are. Tae-hoon smiles and says, "Chairman Jung Gi-hee has been emotional and crying for a while. Maybe it's out of concern for the team's safety, or maybe out of gratitude toward me." He instinctively hugs the man back. And just like that, the 7 days of the Asian-friendly tournament come to an end. The tournament closes with a spectacular victory for South Korea. My story becomes the center of attention in the media and on social networks. A status window appears. Kim Tae-hoon, you are the first player from South Korea to reach national level, and also the first person in the world to slay an SS-rank monster. The US Players Association has started to keep a close eye on Kim Tae-hoon's return. Wait, correcting line mapping based on flow. The US Players Association has started to keep a close eye on the return of Kim Tae-hoon. Kwon Kang-hyuk shouts. and the Korean gamers send me their congratulations for my survival and victory. He laughs like a maniac. Kwon Kang-hyuk continues, Chairman, you were sobbing at the closing ceremony? How embarrassing. His words make everyone try to silence him, but they can't. Do Young, standing from afar, yells, Who invited that guy Kwon Kang-hyuk here? He's way too loud. And the Singapore Players Association, in a room, an older woman says to Kim Tae-hoon, Thank you, player Kim Tae-hoon, for coming here and sparing your valuable time for us. We invited you here because… It turns out she is the president of the Singapore Players Association, Heetan. She continues, Please, player Kim Tae-hoon, we would like to invite you to collaborate with the Singapore Players Association. He frowns. Honestly, everything is playing out just like it did before the regression. He thinks to himself, Before, when key players went missing during the friendly tournament, Singapore also tried to recruit strong gamers from the alliance. But back then, Zhang Long and Lu Feng didn't let them have peace. However, he calmly says, Let's deal with the uninvited guests first, then we can talk about this later. Heetan is startled. What? A loud explosion rings out, and red projectiles shower the room, making Heetan turn away. Men walk in, holding sharp weapons. They grin maliciously. Found you. President Heetan and Kim Tae-hoon. Heetan is panicked at the sight. She trembles and stammers. Yo, you people, I don't know how you escaped the tower, Lu Feng replies, but I don't care about that anymore. He walks in casually, his hands constantly manipulating fragments of fossilized power. With a sinister look, he spits out, You're going to die here. Kim Tae-hoon just smiles. President Heetan, I told you, didn't I? Right, they've arrived. The troublemakers. His words leave Lu Feng stunned. What? Somehow, the window has magically shattered. Heetan is quite panicked now. A voice rings out, much to Lu Feng's surprise. How unexpected. So, what you said was true. Lu Feng freezes for a few seconds before saying, You people, Bong Joon-gi walks in. You dare to act this way in broad daylight? Have you all lost your minds? Wang Han-ju doesn't back down either, adding, Player Kim Tae-hoon, I'm going to settle our debt from last time right here. Another man appears. He says, Don't worry, President of Singapore. Now it's my turn. The hero, An Hyun-soo. Wani Eungang yells, Sword Saint An Hyun-soo. Why did you bring this lunatic here? Tae-hoon replies, It's hard to believe, but he's a very elite warrior. Kim Tae-hoon smirks. What was that you just said? You don't care anymore? Liu Feng, with a devious and thug-like face, says, I don't. Kim Tae-hoon, you bastard, this is where you die. A squad of Kim Tae-hoon's allies has appeared. Zhang Long grinds his teeth. His aura is already radiating outwards. Same here. Kim Tae-hoon, you bastard, you're going to die here. Kim Tae-hoon and his men surround Zhang Long. Earlier, there had been a meeting. Wani Eungang and the chairman were both shocked by Kim Tae-hoon's words. Zhang Long, is he trying to assassinate the president of the Singapore team? The three of them seem impatient. This is completely insane. The friendly tournament between nations isn't even over yet. And he wants to do something like this? Conversely, Kim Tae-hoon remains very calm. In that case, Zhang Long won't leave you alone, he continues. His basic goal is to eliminate talent from other countries, so he can monopolize the dungeons and magic crystals. Hearing Kim Tae-hoon's explanation, the chairman and Wani Eungang can't help but break into a cold sweat. He is currently targeting many people's lives, so everyone needs to be on high alert because everyone is in danger. The chairman speaks up. Hearing you say that, we all understand now. He lowers his voice. Now that we know his goal, what will you do next? Kim Tae-hoon replies immediately. Since it's come to this, what else can I do? Vicious people like that have already plotted against me. He raises his voice. Then I need to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Back to the present, Kim Tae-hoon's teammates are ready for battle, and one by one, they rush to attack the other group. On the other side, the masked men are completely terrified by them. They are in total confusion. What? An explosion tears through the building. Park Sung-jin fights while commanding. Prepare to retreat from here with President Heetan. Quickly, go attack them. Yua Yang the First and Wani Eungang say. Just as he said. She hurriedly asks, What did you say? An Hyun-soo successfully carries President Heetan outside. He is crying, but his spirit remains high. President Heetan, don't worry about anything. I, An Hyun-soo, will definitely protect you. But the person making her fearful is actually An Hyun-soo himself. Good grief, what's wrong with this guy? Those masked goons were getting slashed to bits. Those blue and purple attacks were blindingly bright. But they packed a serious punch. One of them shouted, Lin Pion, sir. They're trying to make off with the Singapore guild leader. As Jiang Linpion unleashed a flurry of attacks, he cursed, "Damn it, are these bastards trying to ruin my plans?" But before he could land another blow, his hand was snapped up by a glowing golden chain. Jiang Linpion was yanked straight out of the fray. The situation shifted. He was now one-on-one with Kim Tae-hoon. His underlings were stunned. "Sir Linpion is out there. Kim Tae-hoon, what is he doing?" Jiang Linpion wasn't the least bit afraid of Kim Tae-hoon. He sneered. "Where do you think you're going, you bastard? Oh, look at you grinning. You think you can just walk away from this?" Jiang Linpion taunted him. "You ran away from me back in the abyss. Yet here you are, having the guts to block my path?" He roared, unleashing an incredible surge of power. "I guess you're just dying to meet your end." Jiang Linpion exploded with energy, jerking the chain out of Kim Tae-hoon's grip, and kept on mocking him. "Kim Tae-hoon, do you think you're a champion just because you beat Taemin and Chengjin?" Jiang Linpion laughed arrogantly. "Now, I'll show you what real power looks like." He arrogantly declared, "The strength you showed in the abyss is nothing but a mosquito bite to me." Kim Tae-hoon cut him off with a loud shout. "You talk way too much, Linpion." With that, he shattered his own golden chain and lunged with a strike that pierced right through Linpion, leaving him completely stunned. Kim Tae-hoon blurred past him and severed Jiang Linpion's arm. Jiang Linpion's eyes widened in sheer terror. Kim Tae-hoon had actually summoned a massive, purple-armored skeleton warrior. It slammed a fist into Jiang Linpion, sending him crashing into the ground. Jiang Linpion was in such agony he coughed up blood, unable to believe what had just happened. What in the world was going on? He looked up at where Kim Tae-hoon stood, looking down at him with an arrogant air. Jiang Linpion panicked. How could he be getting pushed around by a kid like that? This couldn't be happening. He was completely different from a moment ago. Jiang Linpion noticed it too. His strength back in the abyss hadn't been this intense. Yet, in just a few days, he had shown a completely different side of himself. Jiang Linpion took a gamble, charging in with a desperate resolve. "You bastard! You're dead!" Kim Tae-hoon pierced through him once more, leaving behind deep lacerations. Even at the end, Jiang Linpion was still confused, wondering how he could have changed so drastically. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out into the air. Kim Tae-hoon landed on the ground and began to walk toward him. He looked down and curled his lip in a contemptuous sneer. Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself, "Gluttony has definitely leveled up significantly. That's why I was confident I could take him." He looked at the broken Jiang Linpion lying on the ground, feeling a bit surprised. Lin, a national-level player from China, and a formidable opponent, he hadn't expected to be able to beat him so easily. With the power he had now, he could confidently storm any dungeon. Jiang Linpion suddenly burst out laughing, a pathetic, broken sound that left Kim Tae-hoon baffled. He started to speak. "Now I understand why Chengjin and Taemin lost to you. You really are a monster," Jiang Linpion continued. "I didn't think anyone would force me to use the power granted by the Grand Duke, but I guess you're the exception." Kim Tae-hoon was stunned to hear that. "Damn it." Jiang Linpion slowly stood up, laughing like a madman. His entire body was engulfed in a new, surging power. "Kim Tae-hoon, don't think for a second that you're the strongest one here." Kim Tae-hoon watched the scene, horrified. As Jiang Linpion transformed, he kept boasting. By now, he had fully morphed into a terrifying monster. He threatened him. "Now I'll show you what true power is." Compared to this version of Jiang Linpion, Kim Tae-hoon looked minuscule. Linpion had activated the Blood Abyss madness. Nearby, his small fry underlings had been wiped out. Yu Lim Ah-young looked at them strewn across the floor and decided things seemed under control. The area was safe for now. Suddenly, Maxon Zhongyi called her name with such urgency that she was confused. "Yu-ah, get over here," he shouted. Pointing to where Kim Tae-hoon was fighting, something had gone wrong. The two of them looked down and saw only a massive red sphere. Yu-ah was equally shocked and worried. "What is that?" "Oh God," she thought, trembling that barrier. A giant red arm emerged from within it. Jiang Linpion was attacking Kim Tae-hoon like a madman. He let out a long, twisted laugh. "This is my true, authentic power. What do you think?" Kim Tae-hoon lunged at him. "What are you rambling about?" Kim Tae-hoon slashed down, cutting off two of his limbs and snarling, "You think a pile of meat like you is tough?" But he was shocked to see the wound stop bleeding instantly and quickly regrow into new limbs. Kim Tae-hoon panicked. Was he regenerating? Jiang Linpion countered, slamming Kim Tae-hoon into the ground with bone-crushing force. He backpedaled. Wary, the destructive power was immense. Was this really the same Linpion from earlier? Kim Tae-hoon looked around. What was up with this containment field? The space around him felt like it had completely changed. The very atmosphere felt like he was back in the abyss. He recalled what happened before. He said this was power granted by a Grand Duke. Previously, Kaiserin had called Rosalia a Grand Duke as well. Kim Tae-hoon wondered, was there someone else besides Rosalia called a Grand Duke? He fought while thinking, if that were true, the Grand Duke Rosalia mentioned must surely be linked to the Emperor. Kim Tae-hoon lunged to attack. If that was the case, maybe Lin Pion had been granted a portion of that power too. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening. A giant hand was reaching right for him. The space suddenly turned murky. Jiang Lin Pion had caught Kim Tae-hoon. He gripped him in his hand and asked, "Well? Seems like my power caught you by surprise, right? Now you understand who's the strongest here." Jiang Lin Pion brought Kim Tae-hoon close and spat. "Arrogant fools like you always pay the price. You thought you were strong enough to take me down, but you had no idea I'd been chosen by the Grand Duke." Kim Tae-hoon suddenly spoke up. "Before I die, can I ask you one question?" He asked, "Do you know anything about the Emperor?" Jiang Lin Pion looked confused. "What? The Emperor? You mean the Grand Duke?" He burst out laughing. "Indeed, the Grand Duke possesses power that everyone craves. I'm just lucky enough to have been chosen to receive that power." Kim Tae-hoon sneered, hearing that. "Just as I thought, you're rambling on and on. You don't know a damn thing about the Emperor." Suddenly, he transformed, and a dragon manifested behind him. He suddenly laughed and said, "It is the Emperor who possesses the power everyone dreams of. I am lucky to have been the one chosen by him." Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon scoffed. "You really do ramble on too much. You know nothing about the Emperor." He suddenly transformed, and a dragon appeared. Kim Tae-hoon sneered at Jiang Lin Pion. "I thought you knew something about that person?" Jiang Lin Pion gasped. "What? How is he unleashing that kind of power?" "But it doesn't matter." Kim Tae-hoon radiated an overwhelming aura and said, "Luckily, I've managed to get a little more intel on the Grand Duke." Jiang Lin Pion shouted in shock, "I can't believe it. Is this your true strength?" Kim Tae-hoon smirked. "Now, it's finally over." Kim Tae-hoon lunged at Jiang Lin Pion. He roared in terror. Jiang Lin Pion exploded into a pile of mangled flesh on the ground. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the remains and said coldly, "So, that's the end of him." He pulled out a recovery potion to drink. His mind racing, he kept rambling about the Grand Duke, but didn't know a thing about the Emperor. Kim Tae-hoon felt a bit uneasy, but he realized that there must be many who claim the title of Grand Duke. If they all possess power like Rosalia's, this is truly a serious threat. He concluded that whether they knew about the Emperor or not didn't matter anymore, because he knew all of them would be his future rivals. As Kim Tae-hoon was deep in thought, the pile of sludge on the ground began to merge again. He cried out in horror. "What?" A strange voice echoed. "I thought your power was supposed to be impressive." Parts of a body slowly began to take shape, but that was all. In the end, humanity is just a weak race. Kim Tae-hoon was sweating bullets as he spoke. "Fine." He chuckled softly. "So you're the one who defeated Limpion, the one who held a contract with me. He is the Grand Duke of the Abyss, the Lord of Demons and Dragons." Iji-moon stood atop the sludge and asked, "Did you kill my contractor?" Kim Tae-hoon tensed up when he saw the figure appear, gripping his sword tightly while calculating his next move. "Who is he?" It seems connected to Jiang Lin Pion. His body began to tremble, sweat pouring down. His mind could only focus on one thing, that powerful aura. Could he be the Grand Duke of the Abyss? Iji-moon, receiving no response, continued. "Well then, let's see what you're made of." Blood swords massive, blood-stained blades suddenly rained down from the sky toward Kim Tae-hoon. He looked up in utter shock, his eyes wide with surprise. They plunged toward him at high speed. He quickly dove out of the way, shouting, "Damn it!" Kim Tae-hoon gripped his sword, its blade flickering with a faint flame. He scrambled for a plan. Too wide. What do I do? Is this the same bloodsword technique Jiang Lin Pion used? A bloodsword suddenly attacked him. Kim Tae-hoon tried to block it with his small sword. Seeing this, he thought to himself, the power gap is completely different. Kim Tae-hoon used all his strength to hold off the bloodsword. At that moment, he was certain. There was no mistake. He was a Grand Duke like Rosalia. This is a being he cannot possibly fight. Why would he appear here now? But that doesn't matter anymore. To survive, he definitely has to use everything in his power. Kim Tae-hoon charged forward. Iji-moon's blood swords also shot toward him. Iji-moon watched this with growing amusement. Every summoned creature is bound by the summoner's contract. If the summoner is stronger than the summoned one gains power through the summoner. But if the opposite is true, the summoner might suffer a magical backlash, or the summoning could be neutralized. Kim Tae-hoon calculated while parrying the blood swords. Jiang Lin Pion, the summoner, is dead. So he must be forcing this summoning through Jianglin Pion's corpse. There must be a time limit to the summoning. Kim Tae-hoon lunged with a punch toward Ijimun, but he blocked it with a shield. He fought to stay alive until that limit. Suddenly, Ijimun spoke. You are quite strong compared to my contractor, but Kim Tae-hoon's strength is nothing compared to him. Ijimun grinned, a small blood vortex appearing in his hand. He continued, You think you can face me? Kim Tae-hoon recoiled, shouting in panic. Wah! Before he could finish, the blood vortex grew larger and larger, wrapping around Kim Tae-hoon. He was sucked inside, helpless, unable to do anything. Ijimun mocked him as he controlled the vortex. A mortal is just a mortal. No matter how strong, you can never compare to me. Now, die. Suddenly, Ijimun noticed something. The blood vortex started to act strangely. It wasn't fierce anymore. Instead, thousands of flowers were blooming within it. Ijimun's eyes widened in surprise. Flowers? As it turned out, they were cherry blossoms. Suddenly, amidst the flowers, someone appeared, floating in midair with Kim Tae-hoon. It was Rosalia. She said cheerfully, I never expected to show up like this. Kim Tae-hoon, held by Rosalia's tentacles, replied, It's an emergency. The pillar of flowers began to fade. Ijimun, who had been silent, finally spoke. I never thought my contractor would be defeated by a human like this. So it's the Duke, Rosalia. Very well. I'll give you one chance. Break the contract and get lost, or I'll kill you too. Rosalia found this amusing and replied with sarcasm. I'm so scared. You're still as full of yourself as ever, still just as stubborn and unchanged. Who do you think you're talking to? Keep dreaming. Kim Tae-hoon, standing behind her, shouted, Rosalia, who is this guy? She replied calmly. Ijimun is a Grand Duke, just like me. Hearing this, his face grew tense. While she was speaking, Ijimun had already made his move. Blood swords from all directions closed in on Rosalia and Kim Tae-hoon. Ijimun roared madly. Fine. In that case, I'll kill you both. Hearing this, Rosalia grew even more excited. You sure talk big. The blood swords pointed directly at them, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Kim Tae-hoon didn't look good. He gritted his teeth, thinking, this is bad. The backlash makes it hard to breathe. I was already drained after fighting Jianglin Pion. There's no way to help Rosalia now. Just trying not to get kicked out of here is hard enough. This isn't good. Rosalia suddenly spoke to him from the front. Don't you dare collapse. My strength is linked to the contractor. You're quite decent, but compared to a Grand Duke, you're still not enough. So, try to stay conscious while I fight. Kim Tae-hoon stammered in shock. Rosalia continued. You've come this far. Don't just give up so easily. Kim Tae-hoon was even more astonished. His pupils contracted. Beside him, Rosalia hasn't stopped talking. Just endure it. This is a great opportunity for you to learn something. It's what you'll have to face on your own in the future. She manifests a pink magic circle in midair, marked with the imprint of a flower. Amun, losing his patience, shouts, All right, are you done blabbering yet? Now, both of you go to hell. Enjoy the little surprise I've got for you. Tell me, Rosalia, what are you going to do about this move of mine? As he speaks, a pair of giant hands appears in the sky, gripping a blood sword tight. Rosalia's magic circle flares up, casting a blinding light straight down below. On this side, the blood sword lunges forward to attack. They collide, creating a massive explosion. The light emanating from it grows blindingly bright, until nothing can be seen at all. Kim Tae-hoon tries to withstand the explosion. He covers his face with his hand, continuing to observe. Not good. The pressure is too intense. Then, everything vanishes. The blinding light from before is gone, and everything is shrouded in deep darkness. Mana exhausted, fatigue at 100%, stamina dropped to 10%. How many times has this happened now? S rank, national level, Grand Duke, every time I get stronger, an even more powerful opponent appears. Where will this vicious cycle end? That was Kim Tae-hoon's thought. Suddenly, a voice slowly echoes, truly pathetic. Kim Tae-hoon wearily opens his eyes to see who is speaking. Oppo Ganger, standing before him, sneers. Is that how you wield the power of an emperor? National level? Grand Duke? Ridiculous. You don't understand the power you possess, so let me take over this body. Kim Tae-hoon jolts awake, gasping for air. He is now lying in a hospital, raising his hand to confirm what just happened. Kim Tae-hoon's hand is trembling violently. As he stares at it, he wonders, was it just a dream? Recalling the image from before, he feels deeply unsettled. What on earth is going on? The voice he heard in his dream, the silhouette of that person, he still remembers it. What connection does that person have to the emperor? In this room, it's not just Kim Tae-hoon, but a few others as well. Seeing him wake up, they are all surprised. Then, they shout in unison, "Kim Tae-hoon!" The noisy commotion echoes throughout the hospital. He also panics and shouts, "Hey, stop making so much noise." According to An Hyun-soo, at that moment, the barrier suddenly shattered. Inside, only he was left unconscious alongside the ruins of the battle. Fortunately, the assassination attempt on guild leader Helatan failed thanks to the courage of player Hisu, and she remained safe. An Hyun-soo hastily scoops up Helatan and runs off. Throughout the entire process, he doesn't forget to make a scene. "I have to save her." Everyone suspects that Jiang Long is the one behind Liu Pin, making it difficult for him to escape the World Association's notice. When Jiang Long learns of the situation, his fury burns even brighter. He grinds his teeth in anger. "That bastard Kim Tae-hoon, he ruined everything of mine." Afterwards, Kim Tae-hoon leaves the hospital feeling light. He has finally recovered. He thinks to himself as he walks, "Grand Duke, the more mysterious powers approach the strength of gluttony, the more enigmas there seem to be. But I've made significant progress." Suddenly, a system window appears before him. Surprised, he thinks, "What is this?" The system window displays information. Name, Kim Tae-hoon. Age, 19. Rank, A. Strength, 200. Stamina, 200. Speed, 180. Mana, 270. Willpower, 150. Fatigue, 20%. Mana, 270 out of 270. Skill Bloodburst is temporarily unavailable. Gluttony absorbs the opponent. Mana, 50. Stone Tablet enhances defense. Mana, 20. Another set of information pops up. Bloodburst temporarily unavailable. Conditions for unlocking. Absorb powerful blood. At a certain restaurant, two people are sitting at a corner table confiding in each other. One speaks up first. "How is your body feeling?" The other replies, "I'm okay." It turns out to be Ayun. She continues, "You really gave everyone a scare. Now that you've finished eating, what are you planning to do next?" The person sitting opposite her is Kim Tae-hoon. He wipes his mouth and replies, "Naturally, for the rewards from the friendly match, I'm going to head to the unconquered dungeons in Japan and China." Yu Ah-young interrupts before Kim Tae-hoon can finish. "That's not what I asked." Kim Tae-hoon looks a bit confused and asks, "Huh? What is it?" She says shyly, "You clearly promised that after the friendly match, we'd go on a date." At this moment, she suddenly remembers the previous phone call. Kim Tae-hoon had said on the other end, "Thank you." Ayun had replied with a condition. "If you're grateful, then treat me to a meal." Kim Tae-hoon shrugs and replies, "Let's leave that for after the friendly match ends," he says, pulling Yu Ah-young back to reality. "Didn't you just ask to eat a meal? You said so yourself." Yu Ah-young suddenly changes the subject. "Besides, even if you have the right to conquer, you can't just walk in there right away. Because dungeons are an invaluable resource, the source of mana crystals. Even with the right to conquer, they won't let an outsider like you in easily. The player associations on both sides will make up all sorts of excuses to stop you, trying to stall until your conquest rights expire." Kim Tae-hoon hears this and calmly says, "It's fine, I already have a plan to deal with it. Besides, if the time is dragged out, I have other things I need to do." Yu Ah-young stares intently at Kim Tae-hoon and asks, "What things?" He sips his water and replies, "I've realized that I'm still too weak." The skill he looted from Liu Pin. Bloodburst. Suddenly he remembers the notification window from the other day. Bloodburst is currently unavailable. Unlock condition. Absorb powerful blood. I've tried activating it a few times, thinking maybe it would work, but there's been no change. Kim Tae-hoon looks at his hand, lost in thought. Absorb powerful blood. Ah, since it was originally the power of Grand Duke Eon, perhaps it requires a special condition that doesn't involve a contract. Even though I've reached the national level, I can't resist the Duke's power. To face the Duke and approach the secrets of the monarch and gluttony, I definitely need to be much stronger than I am now. Night falls in a remote mountainous area. Kim Tae-hoon stands in the rain, looking up at an old building. This building, it's Bang Chae-soo's distillery. On both doors, it says temporarily closed. He approaches and opens the door. Perhaps because it's old, it emits a frightening, creaking sound. Someone suddenly speaks up from somewhere. "Don't young people know how to read these days?" The person, standing in front of a wine jar, continues. "It clearly says on there that we're no longer in business." He doesn't turn around to look, just saying, "Go back." Kim Tae-hoon ignores his words and walks deeper inside. "I didn't come because of the distillery. What I want to ask for is simply about the fusion skill." The old man freezes, then turns around to look. This person is Bang Chae-soo. He stammers in confusion. How do you know? Who are you? Kim Tae-hoon replies, I am Kim Tae-hoon, a national-level player, and I am the one who has come to save you. Bang Chae-soo, the owner of a distillery located in the outskirts of Asen, is an old man just waiting for the day he passes away, and the only awakener in the world who possesses an S-rank skill capable of fusing skills, World Fragment. However, instead of clinging to that skill, Chae-soo prefers to focus on his work at the distillery. His son expressed regret, saying, with such extraordinary skills, why do you live like this? Why don't you try living a truly brilliant life for once? Perhaps due to the resentment of having to live as an E-rank awakener in the Age of Awakened Ones, Jesu's son had a different way of thinking. Finally, unable to refuse his only son's request, Jesu experimented with merging skills on the Magi his son brought to him. But the result wasn't what they hoped for. One of the Magi began to convulse violently. Back in the present, Tae-hoon asked what exactly went wrong. After the skill fusion, the Magi either died or were left crippled due to mana backlash. Afterward, fearing retaliation from the Magi, his son ran away, and the old man decided to never use that skill again because of the guilt. Hearing this, Jesu asked nervously, How? How do you know all of that? And even though you know everything, you still want me to merge skills for you? He gestured for Kim Tae-hoon to leave and shouted, Are you crazy? Go back right now. Whether you are S-rank or a national rank player, it has nothing to do with me. The lives ruined by my hands, even if they were just Magi, are more than enough. Furthermore, it was as if Kim Tae-hoon knew this would happen. He spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry. Jesu widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon, on the contrary, revealed his strength. He looked at Jesu confidently and continued, I won't be destroyed by your skills. After a moment, Jesu spoke up. Is what you just said true? At this moment, Jesu was channeling his power onto Tae-hoon. Behind him, countless magic circles appeared. Kim Tae-hoon replied politely, Yes, it's true. The mana backlash phenomenon those Magi suffered, it wasn't your fault. Hearing this, Jesu stammered in surprise. What? Seeing that the old man still didn't quite understand, Kim Tae-hoon explained, the mana backlash occurred entirely because of the massive level gap between you and those Magi, combined with the fact that the skills attained through fusion far exceeded their capabilities, causing side effects. With my current stat levels, there will be no problems. Even if mana backlash occurs, I won't be turned into a cripple. Jesu was even more bewildered, thinking to himself, could such a thing really be true? I have always considered my awakening, my skills, and my own hands to be a curse that ruined the lives of others. Yet, meeting this young man, everything is resolved in an instant. Who exactly are you? You're like someone who came from the future. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon turned to look at him and said cheerfully, Besides, no one knows I'm here, so even if I die, no one will know it was your fault. Jesu panicked upon hearing this. He immediately shouted, Don't say such terrifying things. Before returning to the past, the fact that Jesu's skills were not at fault was only clarified through the association's investigation 10 years later. But by then, it was too late. Jesu, carrying the weight of his guilt and the loss of his only son, drowned himself in alcohol and passed away from poor health. If his misunderstanding wasn't cleared up now, he might have spent his whole life in torment and passed away just like that. Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes, thinking to himself that it was fortunate it wasn't too late. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed, Do you wish to fuse the tablet stone and stealth? Do you wish to fuse Knight's Might and Paralysis? Do you wish to fuse King's Heart and World of Apathy? Jesu was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, 3 skills being fused at the same time? Can one person really possess that many skills? Are you truly all right? Kim Tae-hoon remained calm. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, just as I expected, skills like gluttony, which have unknown origins, seem impossible to detect. Out loud, he quickly replied, It's fine, go ahead. Jesu was sweating profusely from the tension, but hearing Kim Tae-hoon's answer, he felt relieved. Understood, then I will proceed with the skill fusion. The magic circles began to glow, and they radiated powerful energy before gradually entering Kim Tae-hoon's body. In a cluster of high-rise buildings, one towered over all the others, the headquarters of the United States Player Association. In a private meeting room, everyone sat at the conference table, deep in thought. The atmosphere inside was dreadfully quiet. A man in a sharp suit stood in front of the screen. The projector turned on, breaking the silence. It has been a long time since we gathered all the top forces of the United States here. This man is Kevin Yan, the chairman of the U.S. Player Association and an S-rank player. The man with the laid-back, nonchalant appearance is Greg Gogol, the 10th ranked national level player in the U.S. He sarcastically replied, "What is it this time? Are you planning to declare war?" Unable to stand Gregor's attitude, D. Gray, the 3rd ranked national level player in the U.S., slammed his hand on the table, shouting in disapproval, "Greg, show some proper respect to the chairman," fed up with the situation. Ricky Harris, the 2nd ranked national level player in the U.S., sighed and spoke up. "Why does every meeting turn into a squabble like this? Cody, say something." The person called Cody, hearing this, said irritably, "Acting like a leader and being like this? How childish. Regardless, rank is just a formality. I don't intend to force anyone. He is Cody, the #1 national level player in the U.S. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Kevin quickly changed the subject. Anyway, let's get back to the main point. Has everyone received the information regarding the Chinese high-ranking and national-level players participating in the Asian-friendly tournament this time? Montel Roman, the 5th-ranked national-level player in the U.S., who had been silent until now, spoke up. Xine, Chai, Ming, Min, and Liu Ping, right? Nick Rowan, the 6th-ranked national-level player, hearing this, added, 2 died during the process of taking down Samrozu, and 1 is rumored to have been killed while attempting to assassinate the chairman of the Singapore Association. Gregor, still maintaining his indifferent attitude, asked, "So what? They're already dead, aren't they?" D, sitting next to him, spoke up loudly again. Kevin, seeing this, explained, "That's right, that is the official stance of the Chinese Player Association, but according to intelligence received today, all 3 of them were defeated and killed by a single person, especially Liu Ping, who had formed a contract with Archduke An of the Abyss, a vampire lord." Someone heard this and exclaimed in shock, "Archduke? You mean those monsters?" Ricky turned to the person next to him and asked, Do you know about this?" She didn't respond. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke up. "Then who was the one who took care of them?" Kevin heard the question and mused, "Kim Tae-hoon from Korea." Just then, at the distillery earlier, a circle of blood-red light surrounded the building. Kevin continued, "Of course, even if he managed to defeat Liu Ping, he still wouldn't be on par with world-class players like you all. But it is necessary to investigate him thoroughly." Thea looked at her own hands in disbelief. "He is surrounded by red flames of power. Is he not S rank, but just AA? So, you're Kim Tae-hoon, a national-level player?" a strange voice asks. At the South Korean airport, a man dressed in luxury walks ahead, followed by Gregor, who calls out to him, "We had to drag ourselves all the way out here just to investigate that Tae-hoon guy, right?" The man in front replies, "I suppose so." Gregor grinds his teeth in annoyance. "Damn it, that Tae-hoon guy. If I get the chance before he can finish," he is interrupted. "Stay calm. We aren't here to pick a fight with him. At least, not right now." That man is Marcus, the #8 ranked national-level player from the United States. The elevator displays floor 24. Kim Tae-hoon steps out. He walks along, thinking, "The skill fusion went perfectly. The problem is, I want to test these new fused skills as soon as possible." The system interface shows his stats, body enhancement and stealth, which consume mana. Level 15. Monarch's domain creates a special field reinforced by mana, consuming mana. Level 20. Monarch's might, releasing power reinforced by mana, consuming mana. He is still lost in his thoughts. If I try these moves here, it'll probably cause a scene, right? Maybe I should head to the arena instead. He imagines the city in chaos, with people running in fear. These are all new skills in Kim Tae-hoon's imagination. Suddenly, a strange voice rings out. "Finally, you're here." Hearing his name, Kim Tae-hoon looks up in confusion. "Huh?" At the end of the hall, there is a door, and 2 people are already waiting for him there. It is Marcus, the #8 ranked national-level player from the U.S. Adjusting his glasses, he speaks first. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The person next to him is Gregor, a U.S. national-level player. He cannot believe his eyes and shouts, "This kid beat Liu Ping? Is that information even accurate?" Seeing the people in front of him, Kim Tae-hoon feels a bit tense and thinks, "U.S. national-level players, huh?" Marcus calmly reminds him, "Don't talk like that, Gregor." But Gregor ignores Marcus's words and yells aggressively, "Whatever." The 3 of them go into a room. Kim Tae-hoon and Marcus sit at the table, while Gregor stands by the door to observe. Kim Tae-hoon speaks up. "So, what is it you want with me?" Marcus cannot hide his excitement as he replies, "You're quite impatient, aren't you? I just came here to talk." He taps his fingers on the table, hesitating for a moment. "If you don't mind, Marcus touches the tabletop gently. Green circles appear, one after another, and the surrounding area is also enveloped by similar circles. Kim Tae-hoon sees this and falls silent, thinking, "Is this Ziggurat?" Ziggurat. Kim Tae-hoon's information appears one by one. Name, Kim Tae-hoon. Rank, AA. Strength, 200. Stamina, 200. Speed, 180. Mana, 280. Ziggurat is Marcus's skill, considered the best measurement skill currently, allowing him to see all information regarding a player's status, from stats and skills to height, weight, and current mood. Marcus analyzes the data in his head. It's my first time seeing an AA rank player, and with stats at a national level, but to say he beat Liu Ping, that doesn't seem to be enough. I might have to check his skills. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon's power flares violently. Marcus's system interface repeatedly sends alerts. Unable to check skills. Unable to check skills. He freezes, startled. What? Kim Tae-hoon, on the other hand, seems to have lost his patience. He asks, "Are you done probing me? If you wanted to test my strength, that should be enough." Marcus thinks to himself, "He blocked my ziggurat? That's unprecedented." Out loud, he apologizes. "Sorry about that. It's an old habit." He stares at Kim Tae-hoon, assessing him internally. "Tae-hoon, the strongest national-level player in Korea. I think I finally understand why President Kevin has his eyes on you." After a moment of silence, Kim Tae-hoon asks, "So, what is the real reason you're here?" Marcus answers frankly, "We want to request a share of the conquest rights for the unexplored dungeon in China. The prize from the exhibition match." Kim Tae-hoon asks, confused, "Share the conquest rights?" Seeing that he still doesn't understand, Marcus continues, "I can't reveal the details, but our president has been very eager to investigate that area lately. And since you defeated Liu Ping, the Chinese Hunter Association president, Jiang Long, will definitely try to stop you. Don't we have mutual interests? So, if you agree to share the conquest rights with us, we will not only stop Jiang Long, but also support your dungeon conquest. Furthermore, if we establish a partnership with you right here, it will be mutually beneficial. If you accept, the U.S. Hunter Association will gain a new ally, and if you refuse, we won't become your enemies either." After Marcus finishes his pitch, Kim Tae-hoon finally makes a decision. "I refuse. Thanks for the offer, but I don't need the help." Marcus acts disappointed, replying, "What a shame." But inwardly, he thinks, "That's enough for now." But Gregor doesn't seem to be calm at all. He steps forward from the back and yells, "What the hell is this?" He grabs Kim Tae-hoon by the collar, shouting angrily, "We traveled all the way from the States just to hear an answer like that?" Marcus panics and tries to stop him. "Gregor, hey, what are you doing? Let go of him right now." Gregor looks Kim Tae-hoon straight in the eyes and provokes him. "This brat, if talking doesn't work, then we'll settle it with our fists." Kim Tae-hoon is speechless and thinks to himself, "Huh? Is he having a seizure? It seems like Marcus wants to build a good relationship with me, but this guy doesn't get it." He looks directly into Gregor's eyes, full of contempt, and understands. So that's how it is. That look right. It's the same look he had faced countless times before he awakened. This guy doesn't have any special reason to pick a fight with him. He just refuses to acknowledge that he is his equal. It's been a while since he's been treated like this. But things are different now. Kim Tae-hoon ends his train of thought, smiling as he says, "Fine." Gregor can't believe it, and gasps. Ignoring his expression, Kim Tae-hoon continues, "If you really want me to accept your offer, then let's talk with our fists." Before finishing, he mutters to himself, "I might as well test out my skills." Leaving the room, Kim Tae-hoon and Gregor move to a massive arena where thousands of people have gathered to witness the fight of the century. This place is the Gudon Samiro Arena. Kim Tae-hoon is astonished. "Wait, this duel is going to take place at the Gudon Samiro Arena?" Kang Hee-wook sits excitedly in the stands, replying, "That's right. Thanks to this, we have a chance to promote for the audience. Isn't that great?" Contrary to his attitude, Kim Tae-hoon doesn't like this at all. She speaks up, feeling uncomfortable. "I don't like this. What if they destroy our building?" Kang Hee-wook only then noticed this and panicked. Han added, "How could an arena fighter possibly withstand these national-level monsters?" Standing in the center of the arena facing Kim Tae-hoon, Gregor ran a hand through his hair with a look of excitement. "An arena, huh? Interesting idea. I'm very satisfied." Kim Tae-hoon, on the other side, replied, "I hope the results satisfy you even more." Gregor flashed a confident grin. "Don't worry." He transformed into a massive, ferocious werewolf and continued, "I've always liked these kinds of death matches. Faced with his razor-sharp claws, Kim Tae-hoon showed no fear, looking even more intrigued. A death match? Sounds a bit excessive. In his werewolf form, Gregor lunged at Kim Tae-hoon. Sitting in the stands, Hoon watched in confusion as the arena began to shake. Kang Hee-wook, sitting next to him, couldn't help but gasp. A werewolf? What is going on? Marcus, who had been observing, spoke up calmly. That's the wolf's heart skill. Kang Hee-wook looked at him in surprise and asked loudly, Marcus, you? He ignored him, focused on explaining. When a skill is trained to its limit, it transforms the user into a werewolf, while significantly boosting their physical abilities. Marcus watched the fight seriously, thinking to himself that it was a pity he couldn't build a good relationship with a player like Kim Tae-hoon. But it was also a good opportunity to test the strength that had taken down Liu Ping. Back in the arena, Gregor went wild, lunging at Kim Tae-hoon. He thought to himself with total confidence, what an idiot. According to Marcus, even though skills couldn't be checked via the ziggurat, Kim Tae-hoon's stats were completely inferior to his, except for mana. Kim Tae-hoon's information panel appeared. Name, Kim Tae-hoon, level, AA, strength, 200, stamina, 200, agility, 180, mana, 280. Next was Gregor's information panel. Name, Gregor Gale, level, S, strength, 232, stamina, 245, agility, 228, mana, 220. Not to mention that he had already activated Wolf's Heart to further boost his stats. He attacked like a rabid beast, not giving Kim Tae-hoon a chance to retaliate. Gregor pinned Kim Tae-hoon down, smugly thinking that the brat wasn't skilled enough to beat him. Gregor sharpened his claws, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He shouted as he lunged, "It's over, kid!" Gregor's claws aimed straight for Kim Tae-hoon, yet he showed no fear at all. Instead, he flashed a mysterious smile and said, "As expected of the top 10 inches the US, this strength is enough for me to test without worrying that you'll die." Gregor's eyes widened in surprise. Something had just happened that left him gaping. Before he could even move his hand, a viscous, slimy substance appeared from Kim Tae-hoon's side. It writhed in the air like a living entity, growing larger and larger, radiating an oppressive aura. Marcus, in the stands, couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "What? What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a black barrier appeared, covering the entire arena and blocking the view of the surrounding spectators. Marcus thought to himself, a black barrier. Kim Tae-hoon's fusion skill has produced 3 new skills. First, things happened so fast that Gregor remained in a state of confusion. Behind him, 3 giant statues appeared, their hands clasped together in front of them, forming a massive wall. This was the Monarch's World skill, a fusion of Emotionless World and Monarch's Heart. Monarch's World reduced the enemy's stats while boosting the user's. Gregor felt as if he had fallen into a strange place. He yelled out in tension, "Where the hell is this place? Where did he go?" He was suddenly struck hard on the cheek. It happened so fast that he couldn't even react. The blow sent Gregor tumbling backward. The second skill, Shadow Skin, a fusion of stone skin and stealth. A strange purple energy coursed through Kim Tae-hoon's body. His eyes gleamed with a wild ferocity. This skill didn't just enhance his body far beyond stone skin, it also allowed him to toggle stealth at will. Gregor was hit repeatedly, but couldn't even tell where the attacks were coming from. Losing his cool, he roared, "You bastard." Gregor was coiled by the strange liquid and panicked, clawing at his surroundings. "Come out and face me." Gregor calmed down for a moment and looked up. Suddenly, something appeared that left him horrified. His pupils darted back and forth. Finally, the third skill revealed a massive figure holding a black, powerful sword. That was Monarch's Might, a fusion of Night King's might and paralysis. It radiated overwhelming killing intent, the power surging and taking up space in the air. Because it was a fusion skill, the effects were combined and enhanced. Gregor gaped in shock, unable to speak, only stammering incoherent words. Kim Tae-hoon spoke with a confident look. "Well, the result is clear. Hurry up and get up." By now, the night sky had descended, threatening to cover the entire arena. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the arena floor, illuminating the entire night sky. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. The spectators watched with their jaws dropped in astonishment. Marcus couldn't believe his eyes. "No way." Kim Tae-hoon gave a light smile. He looked down at Gregor, who was pinned to the floor, and said, "That was a fun match, Gregor." Kim Tae-hoon turned his back and walked away, leaving behind one last line, "See you next time." The system panel appeared. Character info. Name, Kim Tae-hoon. Age, 19. Level, AA. Strength, 200. Stamina, 200. Agility, 180 mana, 280. Willpower, 150. Fatigue, 30%. Remaining mana, 280-280. Skill, Blood Rage is temporarily unavailable. Gluttony, swallows the designated target. Mana, 50. Shadow Skin, enhances body and grants stealth. Mana, 15. Monarch's World, creates a special field using mana. Mana, 20. Monarch's Might, unleashes power enhanced by mana. Mana, 20. Chains, binds the designated target. Mana, 20. Queen's Man, summons the succubus queen, Rosalia. Mana, 200. Absolute Hypnosis, hypnotizes the opponent. Mana, 40. The battle had ended, but it seemed the spectators still hadn't realized it. Everyone was buzzing with talk. What's going on? What just happened? That strange curtain kept me from seeing anything. Did Kim Tae-hoon win? Marcus, in the stands, looked at the arena floor with tension, thinking, what on earth is happening? The black curtain fell, and the match ended just like that. What exactly happened in there? Gregor was still being stubborn. He picked himself up from the mess and shouted, "Who said this match is over? It's not over yet, not by a long shot." Covered in blood like a wild animal, he shrieked, "I haven't lost. I'm going to kill you, Kim Tae-hoon." But before he could make a move, a white blade suddenly appeared, along with someone with blue hair, a triangular mark on their forehead, and finally, someone with sharp, prominent horns. The trio, I, Park Sung-jin, and Kang Hae-wook, stepped in front of Gregor. I, in a defensive stance, spoke up, "Stop with all this talk of killing. Is this bet always this serious?" Kang Hae-wook shouted, full of energy. "Just accept your defeat." Sung-jin stared coldly at Gregor. "If you keep hitting him, it won't just be about the bet anymore, right? Stop it." Gregor looked back from a distance and saw them, then said, "Player Jiangji and Player Joa, since when have you two?" A man wearing a blindfold emerged from the smoke and approached Kim Tae-hoon. As he walked, he said, "I've been watching from the beginning." Hyun turned around and asked, "The association president?" It turned out the person called the association president was Jung Gi-hai. He stepped closer and said cheerfully, "I intended to just watch from the sidelines, but things seem to have spiraled out of control." Hyun felt a bit tense upon hearing that, but Jung Gi-hai didn't seem to notice. He continued, "Anyway, leave the rest to us." With that, Jung Ji-hee and the three people from earlier moved straight toward Gregor, who was in his werewolf form. Gregor was no longer calm. Seeing them approach, he roared, "Do you dare to stop me? You idiots! Fine, then I'll take all of you down, right here." Without anyone noticing when he had descended to the arena, Marcus stood in front of Gregor and shouted, "Shut it, Gregor. Don't cause any more trouble, or Cody will really come to punish you. No matter how reckless you are, you know what happens if Cody gets serious, right?" Gregor trembled uncontrollably at the mere mention of that name. He stammered. Cody Gregor gritted his teeth in anger, then transformed back into human form and turned to leave. As he walked away, Gregor cursed loudly. "Damn it!" Marcus looked seriously toward the group and began to apologize. "I sincerely apologize, player Kim Tae-hoon. Please forgive our disrespect. Now that things have reached this point, it's quite awkward to bring this up. But would you consider joining the United States Player Association?" Gregor was so surprised that he even turned around while walking, stunned. Marcus, standing there, didn't look much better. Jung Ji-hai shouted, "What kind of shamelessness is this?" Right in front of the association president. In contrast to the noisy scene, Marcus remained calm. He tried to persuade Kim Tae-hoon. "We will meet any conditions you desire. Regarding the unconquered dungeon in China, we can assemble the best raid team if we have you." Kim Tae-hoon replied quickly, "I will take this invitation as a compliment to my abilities. As for the unconquered dungeon in China, my next destination is Japan." Marcus asked in surprise, "Japan?" Hyun looked at the phone in his hand and answered, "That's right. It seems the Saintess of Japan, Yoshiwa Sutara, has awakened." The scene in the arena disappeared, and everything turned dark and gloomy. A woman was trying to run away. It was Yoshiwa Sutara. Her face was smeared with dirt and blood. She ran while gasping for air. Tentacles approached from nowhere. They wriggled terrifyingly. They quickly closed in and held Yoshiwa Sutara back. She tried to cry for help, but a tentacle blocked her. Her words couldn't form into speech. Yoshiwa Sutara pleaded silently in her mind. "Stop." Her voice was desperate. "Stop it. Please. Please. Stop." She forcefully bit off a piece of the tentacle. A cold voice, as if from the underworld, echoed, You were the one who started this, weren't you? A monster appeared with sharp teeth. In front of it, someone sat on a throne, looking down at Yoshiwa Sutara, struggling below. It was the doppelganger. He glanced down at her and continued. And now you're asking me to stop? Truly disgusting. Yoshiwa Sutara was struggling to crawl up. She looked up at him, her face pale, sweat soaking her skin. A loud scream rang out from somewhere. It turned out Yoshiwa Sutara had been having a nightmare all this time. She lay on her bed, screaming constantly. She thrashed violently, causing the guards to panic. They quickly rushed over and called out, "Saintess, are you okay?" Yoshiwa Sutara sat up, her face drenched in sweat. She didn't pay attention to the guards running toward her, only whispering to herself, "A nightmare. This nightmare again." Ever since she looked into Kim Tae-hoon's mental world and fell into a coma, this nightmare began the moment I woke up. Every time I pass through countless mysterious tentacles of unknown origin, an entity in the shape of Tae-hoon appears to greet me, then follows death, only to wake up again. How much longer must I endure this pain? Until I die? The guards rushed to the bed, trying to convince her, "Saintess, you must rest. If you get up now." Before they could finish, she had already stepped off the bed and started walking as if looking for something. The demon sword. Where is the demon sword? If it's not by my side, then where is it? The guards didn't know how to explain, only stammering a few words. Realizing something, Yoshiwa Sutara hurriedly ran off. She headed out of the room, calling out for the demon sword as she went. Suddenly, Yoshiwa Sutara froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before her, Cheng Jinji was fighting a stranger. That person was Kim Tae-hoon. He blocked an attack and said, "I didn't come here to fight you. I only came here to get low." Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Jinji lunged at him. "Your target is clearly Saintess Yoshiwa Sutara. You scum. I will return the humiliation that the Saintess had to endure." Cheng Jinji launched himself into the air, getting into position to unleash his technique. He used his specialty, the Soul Demon Sword. Cheng Jinji lunged straight forward, pointing his sword at Kim Tae-hoon's neck, followed by shadowy, ghostly skulls. The Soul Demon Sword, a skill said to be able to sever the soul with its glowing blade. Kim Tae-hoon waved his hand toward Cheng Jinji's sword and said, "But honestly, everyone," as he caught the sword in his hand, "the problem is that you won't listen unless you get beaten." Cheng Jinji was surprised by what happened. Pausing momentarily, he gasped, "What?" Kim Tae-hoon took advantage of the moment to quickly snatch the sword away. He unleashed a kick straight at Cheng Jinji. Yoshiwa Sutara, standing to the side, was even more shocked by the scene she had just witnessed. She looked toward Cheng Jinji, who lay amidst the rubble, and called out, "Demon sword." Kim Tae-hoon threw the sword to the ground. He strode toward Yoshiwa Sutara and Cheng Jinji. "Yoshiwa Sutara, I came to find you for 2 reasons. 1, to know what you saw in my sea of consciousness." Yoshiwa Sutara saw him approaching and turned pale with fear. She muttered his name, Tae-hoon. He didn't notice her expression, and continued, "And 2, to prevent the biggest dungeon break in history from happening. At a certain sea, the wind picked up, causing the waves to become increasingly violent. Offshore, a giant vortex was approaching. 2 people were looking out from the shore. One of them spoke. So this is the entrance to the undiscovered dungeon. No matter how you look at it, it just looks like a giant storm." The other person, leaning against the railing, added, "They say there's a gate leading to the dungeon inside that storm. This storm is definitely caused by the mana leaking from that gate." The man calmly said, "But don't worry, there's no sign that it will explode yet. We're just here to be on guard." The other, looking through binoculars, answered, feeling reassured. But the 2 of them were part of the team monitoring the unexplored dungeon. Suddenly, the observer from the Japan Players Association spotted something through his binoculars. He immediately said in a rush, "I think I see something inside the storm. Could it just be my imagination?" Someone else shouted from somewhere, "Master Kenta Kenas, everything is prepared. My lord, as you commanded, we have been gathering mana and energy for decades. And finally, today, we have broken through the barrier that kept us trapped and arrived here." A group of centaurs below stared up at the giant figure with a massive mouth on his belly, screaming incessantly, "Master Kenta Kenas, please give the next order. The next order, the next order." The one who spoke before continued, "Next." But before he could finish, the giant snatched the centaur up and spoke in a deep voice. "Enough." He held the centaur up in front of his massive mouth and said, "The more we eat, the stronger we become. So, there is only one thing left to do. For my son, for Grand Duke Organ, we will leave this place, slaughter humanity, and devour them. Let the feast of blood begin." He is the deputy commander to Grand Duke Organ, Kentakinus, an SS-RANK entity. On this side, Yoshiwa Sutara watched him, trembling. What I saw in the spirit world was something that looked exactly like you. But it wasn't human, and it wasn't a monster. It was an unidentified entity. Kim Tae-hoon heard this, and thought to himself, as expected, it really is the creature from my dreams. The information is still incomplete, but at least it wasn't just an ordinary nightmare. Furthermore, it was a nightmare. Even without using the gluttony skill, I could still feel the mana of that skill within her body. Could this be the cause? Kim Tae-hoon reached out toward Yoshiwa Sutara and cast a spell. I have removed the lingering mana. You shouldn't have any more nightmares. She was still tired but seemed better, and she asked, "Why did you help me?" "I attacked you," Kim Tae-hoon replied calmly. "I didn't help you. I just wanted to prevent the dungeon break." The corridor suddenly shifted, and everything around them shook violently. Yoshiwa Sutara sensed something was wrong and asked, "An earthquake?" Kim Tae-hoon was more than 7 parts certain and confirmed it to himself. It started. He turned and shouted, "Yoshiwa Sutara, the dungeon break has begun." First, wake up Shin. On the other side of the corridor, a group of people suddenly approached. The man in the lead spoke up. "After attacking the players of our guild, where do you think you're going?" It turned out to be Masuda Kuro, the leader of the Japan Players Association and a former national-level player. He stepped closer and continued, "Gyo Dae-yoon, a national-level player from South Korea. When Masuda Kuro was a player, he was a national-level warrior. After retiring, he discovered talents like the Saintess and the Demon Sword, and became known as one of the most brilliant guild leaders in Japan's history." But in reality, Tae-hoon looked at Kuro and thought to himself that the man didn't care about the lives of ordinary people as long as he achieved his personal goals. That was what he thought, but he answered politely, "Are you aware that a dungeon break just occurred?" "I came here to help," Kuro replied. "I'm already aware of that. There have been plenty of noisy notifications for a while now. But what does that have to do with you?" Tae-hoon was surprised by his lack of concern, but Kuro continued with a smug expression. "The right to raid an unfinished dungeon is only valid while the dungeon is intact. But once a dungeon break occurs, that right is no longer valid. Not to mention the friendly matches, you people have made me lose face miserably. If you were to solve this dungeon break, what would happen to my position? Therefore, you will have to be temporarily detained for the crime of attacking our guild's players." Yoshiwa Sutara saw the group behind them approaching and quickly spoke up, "Guild leader." But to minimize the damage from the dungeon break, he ignored her and shouted, "You don't need to interfere. Yoshiwa Sutara, don't forget that I turned a blind eye to you using your skills to manipulate others. If you dare to stand on the side of that wet behind the ears kid now, both you and the Demon Sword will be dealt with." After finishing with Yoshiwa Sutara, he turned and ordered them to drag Kim Tae-hoon away. Despite being surrounded, Kim Tae-hoon was undaunted and said with a touch of amusement, "What a show." Tae-hoon was handcuffed by them, thinking to himself, "If I don't cooperate and fight back with force, guild leader Jung Gi-hoon will be put in a difficult position." He seemed quite comfortable with the situation and said calmly, Fine. Yoshiwa Sutara, you take Shinji and go block the monsters first." Yoshiwa Sutara tried to persuade Kim Tae-hoon, but Kuro, seeing how obedient Kim Tae-hoon was, became even more delighted, laughed loudly, and said, "That's right, a wise decision. Don't worry, if the investigation proves you're innocent, I'll release you immediately." Kim Tae-hoon didn't let him finish and interrupted. "Don't be so smug, Chairman Masuda. You've simply refused my help. If problems arise because of this, you will have to take full responsibility." He walked away calmly after leaving that warning. Even though Kuro was annoyed, he still laughed and said, "What a brat." Meanwhile, in the residential area near the sea, the centaurs from the earlier whirlwind entered the city. They rushed in and slaughtered the citizens brutally. Ren took the lead, raised his sword high, and shouted, "Block them at all costs. If we let them pass through here, everyone will die." The young man standing next to him said nervously, "But sir, how are we supposed to block them? They just keep pouring out endlessly. And every monster is either A rank or S rank. There was no other way." Ren still raised his voice, "If we don't block them, who will?" Suddenly, Kentakinas reached down and grabbed him, lifting him high into the air. People below panicked and shouted, "Kim Murazen-sama! Kim Murazen-sama has been captured." Kentakinas looked at Ren and said, "How annoying. I'll start with you first." He squeezed tightly, making Ren cough up blood. He thought desperately, "It's really over. I'm dead, for sure. Me and everyone else, it's all over." At that moment, he seemed to have reached the depths of despair. Suddenly, someone rushed in and severed several of Kentakinas' fingers. Ren was no longer restrained and fell freely. Dark, pitch-black blood poured from Kentakinas's severed hand. Ren opened his eyes wide and gasped. Huh? The people below were also wide-eyed in amazement. Seeing that it was someone they knew, they cheered happily. Demon Sword. The one who had rushed in to slash the monster was Shin, the Demon Sword, a national-level player. Those who had been fighting until now with injuries felt their bodies recover and exclaimed, "My body is being healed. What is going on?" A woman walked up from behind and said, "Thank goodness, everyone is safe." Seeing her like a drowning person finding a life raft, they shouted joyfully, "Saintess, you're the Saintess, Yoshiwa Sutara, a national-level player." Shin landed gently. He walked over to Yoshiwa Sutara and asked, "Saintess, is your body okay?" Everyone looked at her like a drowning person, grabbing a life raft, cheering. "The Saintess! It's Saintess Yoshiwa Sutara, a national-level player." She landed gracefully. He walked over to Yoshiwa Sutara and asked, "Saintess, are you all right?" Yoshiwa Sutara reassured him quickly. "I'm fine. Please don't worry. The strange magic power I once felt inside me has completely vanished. Even if I can't reach my full strength, I can still support you," she said, her voice slightly strained. Kim Tae-hoon. Before he could finish, Kentakinas saw them from a distance and spoke with a hungry tone. Drool poured from his upper jaw. He hadn't expected to find such a quality meal. He pulled his sword out of his mouth and continued, "Excellent. You all will become a feast for my son." Chengjin and Yoshiwa Sutara took their combat stances. She stood behind Chengjinji and shouted, "Demon Sword!" Kentakinas's massive blade lunged toward them. On his end, Chengjinji immediately dashed forward. The two swords collided, creating a blinding flash of light. Chengjin struggled to block the giant blade with both hands. Yoshiwa Sutara called out from behind, "We'll handle Kentakinas. Everyone else, take care of the remaining monsters." The centaurs roared with fighting spirit. For Lord Kentakinas, Kentakinas was slashed immediately. Black blood gushed from the wound. Chengjin pushed himself to press the attack. Kentakinas lunged quickly, slicing off part of Chengjin's left arm. He tried to dodge while thinking to himself, as expected from the master of an uncharted dungeon, "An SS-ranked monster, Kentakinas. A small mistake could cost me my limbs, and the wounds I inflict are nearly useless against its terrifying regenerative ability. That is exactly why all previous conquest attempts failed." Kentakinas lunged forward, slicing a nearby building in half. He felt triumphant, thinking he had killed Chengjinji. Chengjin thought to himself, but Kentakinas was stunned. Amidst the ruins he had just created, Chengjinji was still standing firm. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing to lunge again. He poured all his strength into the dash and screamed, "This time, I will cut you down." The arm that had been severed moments ago had already grown back. Chengjinji gripped his sword, thinking of the 5 years since his last failure at the uncharted dungeon. "I haven't stopped training just to finish you off." Influenced by his rapid regeneration, his damaged body was healing. And now, with the power of the Saintess, strengthened by the Holy Revelation skill, all his physical abilities were boosted. Yoshiwa Sutara tried to buy time, urging him on. "Chengjinji, I can't hold out for long. You have to end this now." With eyes full of determination, Chengjin looked straight at Kentakinas, repeating to himself, "There is nothing I cannot cut." Kentakinas hesitated, freezing for a moment. Chengjin dashed in and slashed his arm, then his eye, then his leg. The monster roared in agonizing pain, but Chengjinji didn't stop. Like a tireless machine, he prepared to strike again. Like a gust of wind, he charged and sliced Kentakinas in half. He was cut in two. Everyone in the large hall watched the screen, cheering in joy. Chengjinji. This was the headquarters of the Japan Players Association. Kuro couldn't stop grinning. He boasted to everyone, "See that? I told you. With the Demon Sword and the Saintess, even an SS-ranked dungeon break can be stopped." He turned to Kim Tae-hoon, who was standing there coldly, and continued, "We never needed your help anyway." Kim Tae-hoon replied with an emotionless expression, "It's fortunate that Kentakinas was defeated, but why do you think it's over?" Kuro asked, confused. "What do you mean?" Kim Tae-hoon continued, "Months ago, a gate break in Korea upgraded from C to A. Last month, dungeon breaks in France and Russia shifted from S to S+. The classification system for dungeon breaks is no longer accurate. So, why are you so sure this one is only SS?" Chengjin looked at where Kentakinas lay, surprised. He gasped, "What is that?" From Kentakinas's back, a grotesque body was rising. The creature, looking utterly horrific, chewed on Kentakinas's flesh and asked loudly, "No, he is Kentamun, SS+ rank, the master of the uncharted dungeon in Japan." Chengjin, body covered in wounds, looked up at the creature and thought, What is that thing? It suddenly appeared from Genta Kinos's corpse and started devouring it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What is it trying to do? No, it doesn't matter what it is. Seeing Cheng Jinji preparing to attack again, Yoshiwa Sutara called out to stop him. Cheng Jin, wait! Even so, he remained deep in thought, unable to stop. A monster is still a monster. A voice echoed in his head. Destroy it, Cheng Jinji, and the spirits dashed toward the monster. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his sword. The grip was so strong it wouldn't budge. Cheng Jin froze in shock, his whole body stiffening as if he'd seen a ghost. Yoshiwa Sutara, behind him, was no better, her mouth agape in terror. Tae-hoon, who was chewing greedily just moments ago, had now stood up, blocked his attack, and asked, Are you the enemy of my father? Cheng Jin remained motionless, unable to resist, only able to think about its appearance. Before he could do anything, the creature threw Cheng Jinji straight into the building behind him. Yoshiwa Sutara screamed in panic. Cheng Jinji! Suddenly, she looked up and saw Kintaman right above her. He delivered a powerful kick, pinning her to the ground. Yoshiwa Sutara spat blood upon impact. The creature above spoke in a dark tone. Don't worry, I will devour you all. Those who were cheering in the hall moments ago were now filled with confusion. What the hell is happening? Where did that monster come from? Wasn't it over when Kintakinus was defeated? What about the demon sword? Is the Saintess still alive? Its power is measured at SS+. I've never seen a rank like that before. Tae-hoon wasn't surprised by this outcome, thinking to himself, it finally appeared. The master of the invincible dungeon, Kintamun. Kintamun, the true master of the invincible dungeon in Japan, is an SS+ ranked monster. Its initial form isn't very impressive for an SS+ monster, neither in size nor power. But the more it devours monsters and humans, the stronger it becomes. This monster is on a completely different level of danger. If Chairman Masuda realized the gravity of the situation and asked for my help, we might minimize the damage, but that is unlikely to happen. The people standing near Kuro pleaded, Chairman, please give the order. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. The chairman, seeing the situation, fell into a state of tension, gnashing his teeth whether from anger or fear. Kuro trembled, thinking to himself, damn it, we just took down an SS rank, and now it's an SS+? This is ridiculous. Should I call for backup from other associations now? No, if even the Saintess and the Demon Sword can't handle it, calling for reinforcements is useless now. That thing will destroy everything before they even arrive. The players, the entire city, and even my political standing. The people around him were still trying to persuade him to go to the association, but before they could finish, he gave an order. We're retreating. Someone didn't understand his intentions and asked, What? What about the players still fighting? Kuro hurriedly replied, It's too late. Even the national forces can't handle this. What can we do to survive now? If we want to stay alive, we have to run, right now. Suddenly, Tae-hoon reached from behind and slammed his hands hard against his head. The handcuffs shattered. He brushed himself off and said, I tried to be patient for the sake of Chairman Jung Gi-hoon, but things aren't any different than before I was awakened. The people standing around saw this and shouted, Chairman Matsuda, you're handcuffed. What are you doing? Kim Tae-hoon didn't hesitate to speak the truth. I'm here to stop the dungeon break. What about you lot? I don't know if you're going to run away like he said, or try to arrest me. Do whatever you want. But as he said that, he suddenly paused, thought for a moment, and Kim Tae-hoon continued, I will save them. Having said that, he turned and walked away. The people behind him froze. They were a bit tense, but they looked at each other and nodded, as if they had decided on something. He had already walked out into the hallway, thinking to himself as he walked, good. Before everyone falls, if I can kill Kentami and stop the dungeon break. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and spoke. Kim Tae-hoon looked in that direction, surprised, and asked, Huh? Why are you here? Returning to the chaotic battlefield, every corner of the city was in ruins. The monster stood in the center, holding someone upside down. Yoshiwa Sutara, injured, sat there blankly, leaning against a jagged rock. Everyone has fallen. No matter how many times you regenerate your body or strengthen yourselves, it's useless. Yoshiwa Sutara, hanging upside down, was desperate and speechless, only whispering to herself. No one could defeat this thing, Kentami gloated. Is the blockade finished? I'm going to swallow you whole. She wasn't even afraid anymore, desperately waiting for death to approach. At that moment, Yoshiwa Sutara remembered Kim Tae-hoon and asked, If it were you? She remembered his words from earlier. I'm not helping you. I'm doing this to stop the dungeon break. Yoshiwa Sutara blamed herself. That's right. Even though he was an enemy, Kim Tae-hoon had helped stop the dungeon break. When I first became a player, I only wanted to use my power to help people. But when did I take this wrong path? Is it too late to turn back now? Kentami brought her closer to the maw of fangs on his belly. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Yoshiwa Sutara relaxed her body, giving up. Suddenly, a surge of power streaked by like lightning. It turned out to be Kim Tae-hoon, who had rushed over to catch her and escape certain death. Kentami stared at them in shock. Yoshiwa Sutara was startled and gasped, "Huh?" Seeing she was safe, he said, "To be honest, I didn't expect much, but you held on quite well." Seeing him, the name Kim Tae-hoon popped into Yoshiwa Sutara's head, and she asked weakly, "How did you?" Before she could finish, a group of people arrived, calling out to the saintess. They were carrying injured people on their shoulders. They shouted, "We're here too." The woman carrying someone shouted, "Sorry about earlier, player Tae-hoon, but as non-combatants, the only thing we can do is save the injured players." He looked at them and replied, "That's enough." Yoshiwa Sutara was moved by the scene. Kim Tae-hoon turned to her and said, "Anyway, what I have to deal with is that thing." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood in front of Kentami, who was charging madly. Yoshiwa Sutara was astonished and shouted back, "Tae-hoon, wait! No matter how strong you are, you can't do this alone." She hadn't finished her sentence when he suddenly shouted, "You are young." Kim Tae-hoon stood firmly in place even as the monster drew closer. Suddenly, massive glaciers erupted from the ground. They surrounded Kentami, and the monster stared in confusion. The people from earlier were just as shocked. What is this? A wall of ice? A rampart of ice rose up in an instant, keeping Kentami inside and the others outside. A stranger stood on the ice wall and called down, "Kim Tae-hoon, are you sure about this?" Kim Tae-hoon looked at the sturdy wall and exclaimed, "Oh my." The person continued to call out loudly, "This isn't why we came here." This person belonged to the South Korean Player Association, S-rank player Yoo Ah-young. She recounted her mission. Chairman Jung Gi-hoon's request was that player Kim Tae-hoon had been detained by the Japanese Player Association. They are likely trying to stop Kim Tae-hoon from interfering in the dungeon break, but Kim Tae-hoon is an important person to South Korea. We can't leave him in a place like this. Bring him back at any cost. Tae-hoon asked from below. What? Didn't we come here to stop the dungeon break? Yoo Ah-young heard this and shouted, "No." The Japanese Player Association had already refused our help. He heard this and replied calmly, "Then we can help them while we're at it." Kim Tae-hoon turned his head to look at her, thinking, "While we're at it, the chairman said to bring him back at any cost. She really is a thoughtful person." Yoo Ah-young wasn't calm anymore and said, "What?" Kentami, silent until now, spoke up. "I really can't understand why you don't run away. Why you put yourself in this place. Don't you realize you're just prey?" Tae-hoon wasn't intimidated by the threat, and replied, "The one who doesn't realize it is you." The monster angrily retorted, "What?" Tae-hoon pointed his sword straight at him, emphasizing every word. "From now on, the one being swallowed is you, Kentami." The people outside were busy rescuing the scene, calling out to each other, "Is the rescue work finished over there? Hurry and get out of here." Someone saw Yoshiwa Sutara still standing there, stunned, and called out, "Saintess, it's dangerous. Come here, Saintess." Yoshiwa Sutara ignored their words and worriedly looked toward the ice wall, which was covered in a black haze inside. Kim Tae-hoon. The situation inside was in complete chaos. He lunged forward to attack Kentami. Kim Tae-hoon streaked past the monster like a whirlwind, but those attacks only grazed him and did no real damage. The wounds on the monster's cheek smoked and quickly healed. Watching from a distance, he thought to himself, "Damn it, his wounds are healing way too fast. Furthermore, is he detecting my stealth state? The longer this battle drags on, the stronger Kentami gets." As if that weren't enough, the monster slammed his spear into the ground, thinking Kim Tae-hoon was there. Suddenly, the monster realized something and looked up, filled with astonishment. A massive silhouette appeared, wielding a pitch-black sword, with two statues kneeling on either side. He commanded with a fierce, overbearing tone, "Kneel." He used a spear to block the tip of the giant sword aimed at him. Kentamian still spoke defiantly. "A mere bottom feeder like you might have a few tricks, but that's not enough to defeat me." Before he could finish, Kim Tae-hoon cut him off. "So, he's actually here." He was riding atop a blood-red monster, which bared its sharp, jagged teeth at Kentamian. Kim Tae-hoon said with excitement, "Let's see if you can block this one, me." Facing the monster's razor-sharp teeth, he stammered in confusion, "What?" The monster lunged, tearing into Kentamian. The spear couldn't withstand the immense power and began to shatter into pieces. It swallowed him whole, piercing every part of his body as he shrieked in agony. Kim Tae-hoon, sitting on its back, controlled the creature while thinking to himself, in a long, drawn-out battle, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. So, even if I have to pour all my mana into this gluttony strike to end it, I'll decide the outcome right here. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. I have told you many times that power is not yours. The scene was no longer the chaotic battlefield. Tae-hoon was standing before a throne. He muttered in confusion. Huh? Kim Tae-hoon looked at the person on the throne, thinking, is this the sea of consciousness? What the hell is going on? Another dream? No, this feels real. But why now? In a defensive stance, he shouted, who the hell are you? What do you want? Why do you keep showing up in front of me? The figure laughed, amused. You ask what I want? You have to reach him? Tae-hoon tensed up, thinking, him? The one on the throne continued. To achieve that, you need someone whose eyes aren't blinded by the power I granted, someone who can overcome everything on their own. So it was Doppelganger. He descended with a sinister look. This is your trial. Kim Tae-hoon lost his cool and roared. Don't mess with me. Who do you think you are? His hand suddenly froze, unable to move even a single finger. Tae-hoon was extremely tense, sweat pouring down. A mysterious power had been triggered. Gluttony was cancelled and couldn't be used. He couldn't believe what was happening and stuttered. Monarch's aura cancelled. Cannot use. World of the Monarch cancelled. Cannot use. Shadowskin cannot use. Chains of Binding cannot use. Queensman cannot use. Absolute Hypnosis cannot use. Currently, no skills can be used. He stood there, powerless, watching the throne drift away, until suddenly, Kentamian lunged, pulling Kim Tae-hoon back to reality. The man was covered in wounds, surging with killing intent as he charged. Tae-hoon was still in shock, his face deathly pale. Kentamian used his broken spear to slash off one of his arms and legs. Yu Ah-young, watching from the ramparts, saw the situation was dire and used magic to freeze him in place. She called out anxiously, Kim Tae-hoon. He clung to a nearby ice block, thinking, what? What is happening? Who the hell is he? He just appeared and locked all my skills. What is this? Is this not my power? I knew that from the very beginning, because I was just someone who hadn't awakened yet, a useless person, simply someone who was chosen. But to have the power I was granted taken back just like that. While he was lost in his own world, Kentamian broke free from the restraint. The man went mad, charging forward and swinging his fist. Bam! Kentamian slammed his fist into the ground. Tae-hoon, still caught off guard, screamed in his heart. This is too much. The man poured all his humiliation from earlier into his frantic blows, shouting, how dare a lowly prey like you humiliate me? I'll kill you. Kim Tae-hoon was punched until blood sprayed from his mouth. With no fighting spirit left, he thought, in despair, no matter what, why did I try so hard? What have I been fighting for all this time? While Tae-hoon was thinking this, the man prepared a finishing blow. Yu Ah-young suddenly jumped down from the wall, creating a massive wall of ice to block the punch. Only then did Tae-hoon snap back to reality. Yu Ah-young turned to him, speaking urgently. I'll buy you some time. Use this chance to find the Saintess and heal yourself. Tae-hoon was surprised. What? He sat on the ground, staring at Yu Ah-young ahead of him, and yelled, what are you talking about? You're no match for him. You should be the one running. Yu Ah-young suddenly shouted, that's why I have to stop him. The only one who can take down that monster is you, Kim Tae-hoon. Didn't you come here to stop the dungeon break? Don't you realize that if you die here, it's all over? Yu Ah-young's words were like a wake-up call. Kim Tae-hoon gritted his teeth, thinking, that's right. The first thing I need to do is figure out what he's after. This isn't the time to wonder why I lost my skills. No matter how frustrated I am, it won't change the situation. If I don't take down Kentamian, everyone here dies. I have to find a way. But how? With this body and no skills, how can I fight him? Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if he'd found a lifeline. No, there's still one skill I can use. A skill that couldn't be used at the start. Kim Tae-hoon remembered a system window. Blood explosion currently unusable. Activation condition. Absorb a large amount of potent blood. He muttered to himself, potent blood. Kim Tae-hoon turned his head to look behind him. There lay the shattered corpse of Kentakinas, pinned under a pile of rubble. Kentakinas lay motionless, showing no signs of life. Yu Ah-young, after struggling for so long, was completely exhausted, covered in blood. Kentamian said triumphantly, a lowly wretch like you dares to stand in my way? Doesn't matter. Using your blood to recover won't be a bad idea. He approached the unconscious Yu Ah-young, ready to grab her. Suddenly, the giant face of Amun appeared behind him. Kentamian turned, startled, then looked toward Kim Tae-hoon. He was currently regenerating, confirming the absorption of the potent blood. A massive surge of power was awakening. His damaged body was reactivating. All stats increased by 250. Sensing that overwhelming power, Kentamion instinctively tensed up and spoke. "This mana, it feels like the nameless Grand Duke. What exactly are you?" While he was still bewildered, Tae-hoon had fully recovered. The limbs that were slashed off had grown back perfectly. All conditions met. Blood explosion activated. In a dark, gloomy place, Doppelganger sat comfortably on his throne. With an amused expression, he spoke to himself. Perhaps I should have let him use at least one skill. But it seems there was no need to worry after all. By swallowing the magical beast whole, who could have guessed he would dare to unlock the power of Grand Duke Amon? That's right, that's how he had to grow. Each battle was fiercer and more grueling than the last, forcing him to realize how relaxed he had been living, and how different the power he had been wielding all this time truly was. Just like that, here, he paused to build suspense. Returning to the fight, Tae-hoon raised his bloodied fist, ready to strike. Kentamion was still bewildered, his expression flickering with a hint of terror. He lunged forward, slamming his fist into the creature's chest. Just then, the words Doppelganger had left unfinished echoed. Only in this way could he reach him. Taking the direct hit, the creature tumbled to the ground. One of Kentamion's arms was severed, and he struggled to prop himself up with the remaining one. Kentamion's entire body trembled in confusion. What was happening? Hadn't this guy been on the brink of death just moments ago? How could such an inferior human use the power of a Grand Duke? No, that didn't really matter. He was a target to be killed anyway. I don't know how he obtained that power, but this is the territory of Grand Duke Amon. If my current body isn't enough, I will consume more corpses and absorb their mana. I will tear you to shreds and swallow you whole. Kentamion surged up, as if he had completely transformed into a different version of himself. The mouth on his abdomen was dripping with blood after gorging on nearby corpses. Tae-hoon turned his head toward Young, who lay unconscious, feeling a wave of relief. He called out her name, Young. Tae-hoon then realized with relief that she was still breathing. He looked down at his own blackened hands and sharp claws. So this is the power of Grand Duke Amon, the Blood Berserker. His blood boiled, his heart felt like it was about to explode, and he felt the agony of a body turning into a monster. Clearly, this wasn't power that could be sustained for long. Yet, for some reason, Kentamion had recovered and was now madly charging toward Tae-hoon. He watched without a shred of fear, feeling strangely at ease in his heart. My body feels light again. The creature raised his double-headed axe high, aiming it at Tae-hoon as he said, "This time, I will finish you for sure." Kentamion's axe slammed down, but he quickly dodged to the side, causing the ground to crack open. Taking advantage of the moment before Kentamion could lift his axe, Tae-hoon went on the offensive. He lunged straight at Kentamion, tearing a long gash from his left shoulder all the way to his right waist. Blood sprayed horrifically from the fresh wound. The creature roared in anger, "You brat!" Like a crazed monster, Kentamion swung his axe wildly, smashing everything wherever Tae-hoon moved. Every time Kentamion swung the axe, he dodged it with fluid grace. When the creature swung high, Tae-hoon ducked to avoid the strike. When Kentamion swung to the side, he quickly slipped past. Seeing this, the creature was far from pleased, steaming with rage. What the hell is going on? Why can't my attacks hit him? Why am I being overwhelmed? My power is not inferior to his. No, in fact, I'm even stronger after absorbing more corpses. But why? Why am I? Tae-hoon lunged from a distance, unleashing a fist directly into Kentamion's face. The creature couldn't react in time, taking the direct hit and spitting up blood. What he gained from activating the Blood Berserker state wasn't just strength and stats similar to a magical beast. Along with the blood rage came the appearance of a red eye on his right. Tae-hoon felt something strange while fighting. His right eye had turned into a blood-red eye, just like when using the gluttony skill. But this was different. Unlike before, he could now clearly see the flow of mana. He could tell exactly where the creature was concentrating its power. "I can see all of your movements, even the location of your mana stone, the heart of the beast." Unable to do anything more, Kentamion weakly asked, "What on earth are you?" Tae-hoon crushed a part of the mana stone with one hand and replied, "What am I? Go to hell and find out." The creature's heart was destroyed, and he let out a fierce howl like a beast caught in a trap. His upper body exploded, and fragments of the mana stone scattered everywhere with the blast. Tae-hoon floated in midair, muttering to himself, "I guess I'll have to find that out myself." With his victory over Kentamion, Tae-hoon had successfully put an end to the dungeon break crisis in Japan. The Japanese Players Association worked tirelessly to treat the wounded and recover from the losses. Meanwhile, Kuro, who had refused support from other associations for personal gain, fell from grace and was detained for investigation. Fortunately, Yua Young only suffered minor injuries that were not life-threatening. Even so, she worried about being reprimanded by Guildmaster Jung Gi-ho. Jung Gi-ho said happily to Yua Young, "Reprimand you? Thank goodness you are safe." Hearing this, she replied with relief, "I will try harder. What about the Saintess and the Sword Saint?" Yoshiwa Sutara and Shinji held a press conference. Both bowed their heads in sincere apology. Both confessed to all the illegal acts they had committed by using their player skills. Yoshiwa Sutara honestly revealed the bad deeds she had tried to hide for so long. "I used the Saint's revelation skill to control and manipulate people for my own personal gain. I accept any punishment. And when this is all over, I will start over as a true player." At the U.S. Players Association, Kevin looked at the screen and exclaimed, "That is truly incredible. That guy, Kim Tae-hoon, I knew he was a talented player, but I never expected him to take down an SS+ rank magical beast all by himself. I thought only the Saintess could do something like that," Marcus added from the side. "And yet, he has far surpassed that. Even when he fought Gregor in their exhibition match, that red mana could be considered the power of a Grand Duke." Kevin pondered deeply. "It's a pity. A talent like that cannot be recruited by us, but there's no other way. People like him aren't easily tempted by money or power. The only things that guide them are their beliefs and unwavering ideals. The only thing we can do is hope those beliefs don't conflict with one another." Marcus watched as Kevin turned to leave. He asked, "So the association's decision has been made?" He replied without looking back, "That's right. Besides that, boy, it's time for us to act as well. After all, everything we do is for the progress of humanity." Kevin walked along the railing, looking at the massive creature taking shape in the cultivation tank. It had wings and a sturdy body, but no face. No name, no known characteristics, and the rank was unknown. Leaving the U.S. Players Association. At a certain place, Kim Tae-hoon was drinking a bottle of mana potion. He drank it until it was empty, not leaving a single drop. Kim Tae-hoon reached out and tried to use his skills, but unfortunately, nothing happened. Cannot use the gluttony skill. Cannot use the gluttony skill. Seeing this, he thought deeply. Still nothing? After dispelling the blood berserker state, my magical beast body has returned to a normal human state, but the sealed skills have yet to be unlocked. Currently, I can only use the power of the Grand Duke, Blood Frenzy, and a new skill acquired after activating the Blood Frenzy Demon Eye. The system panel displays information. Demon Eye activation consumes 10 mana. That's why I sought help from a master alchemist. Seo Sang-ik, through Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, was seen placing a new vial among a pile of empty ones as he spoke. Another failure. I was so sure it would work this time. That man was Seo Sang-ik, the leader of the S-rank alchemists. His signature skill is Potion Creative. This skill allows him to create potions with effects far superior to standard alchemy, from stat enhancement, luring magical beasts, and dispelling curses, to even curing diseases deemed incurable. Seo Sang-ik walked over to Kim Tae-hoon and said sincerely, "I am truly sorry. I couldn't be of any help." Kim Tae-hoon quickly replied, "It's all right. Perhaps the curse on me is stronger than we thought." Kim Tae-hoon looked at his newly recovered hand and thought to himself, "But if even Seo Sang-ik's power is useless, there is only one way left. Does that guy, the dungeon boss, really refuse to lift this curse?" Seeing the silence, Seo Sang-ik asked nervously, "What do you intend to do now?" Kim Tae-hoon turned to look at him and replied, "If even Guildmaster Seo Sang-ik cannot solve it, I might have to go abroad." Hearing that, Seo Sang-ik exclaimed, "Are you planning to go to America?" Kim Tae-hoon ignored his hesitation and continued, "That's right. I'm going to meet the second-ranked player in the U.S. Also the world's #1 expert in curse dispelling. Ricky, the person just mentioned, is currently standing in the middle of a crowd lying flat on the ground. She looked up at the man standing above and spoke, 'Long time no see. Guildmaster Jiang Long. I have notified you many times, but today I am not here as a member of the American Player Association, but as an investigator for the World Player Association.' Jiang Long looked at her and acted delighted. Ricky ignored the look on his face and continued, 'I am here to investigate the illegal experiments near the uncharted dungeon in China. So, I hope you will cooperate with the investigation.' Jiang Long's face darkened at this. 'If I refuse, what will you do?' Kim Tae-hoon, watching from the side, said to himself, 'Of course.' Before she disappeared, Ricky heard Jiang Long laugh as he refused. She remembered when Marcus was giving his presentation about the rights to conquer uncharted dungeons, of which there are currently 2. One is Japan's dungeon, where the storm of Kentakunas was conquered by the player Kim Tae-hoon. The other is the dungeon in China, the Grey Abyss, which has destroyed countless conquest teams. What we need to be concerned about is China's unconquered dungeon. Many mysterious laboratories and mana signatures have been discovered in the area surrounding it. It is clear that under Jianglong's direction, some kind of experiment is being conducted. We cannot just stand by and watch this situation forever. We must uncover the truth behind it. I hope for your cooperation. Ricky fell silent for a long moment, seriously considering this. Back to the present, Ricky gathered her strength, ready to fight. She walked forward and said loudly, "If that's the case, the only way left is to settle this by force." Jianglong, seeing her like that, felt a bit cautious and calculated in his head. Ricky, as the second-ranked player, thought, "It is true that I anticipated this, but I did not expect her mana to be so overwhelming, even to me." She was extremely energized at this moment. With just a small movement from him, she would charge in and start a fight. Jianglong suddenly grinned, an unreadable expression, and the calculations in his head became clear. How interesting. Our plan seems to fit this situation perfectly. Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter. Just kidding, just kidding. Regardless, no one would dare go against the wishes of the World Player Association. I will actively cooperate with this investigation. Hearing this, Ricky quickly said, "If so, then," but Jianglong didn't let her finish, cutting her off. "But seeing it with your own eyes and judging for yourself would be more accurate, right? I invite you to the laboratory." Ricky's eyes widened at his words, her emotions a mix of surprise and confusion. Jianglong, looking down from above, stared craftily. "Well, tomorrow, see the experiment for yourself, and then we will discuss further." At the luxury hotel reserved for players in China, Ricky was sipping a glass of wine. She looked out at the magnificent city and pondered, "An invitation, what is he plotting? There is no way he would cooperate so easily." Jianglong, that unpredictable man, she had to be very careful. Ending her train of thought, she spoke quite rudely. "Kim Tae-hoon, do you usually barge into a lady's room like this?" Sitting opposite Ricky was Kim Tae-hoon. She didn't know when he had entered. She watched him carefully, wary in her mind. Kim Tae-hoon, a promising talent from South Korea, the U.S. Player Association, has also started to take notice of him recently. "I thought we would meet sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be in a situation like this. What are you scheming?" While her mind was in turmoil, suddenly Kim Tae-hoon stared at Ricky and spoke, "You will die here." Ricky was stunned, surprised, and unable to say anything. Just like her, Kim Tae-hoon was also on guard. Ricky, the second-ranked U.S. player, a national-level powerhouse who has achieved global fame, but her most famous skill is Contract Break, a skill that can dissolve even an awakened person's covenant. Currently, aside from monsterization and blood frenzy, I cannot use any other skills. To conquer the uncharted dungeon, I need Ricky's skill. But she was famous for never negotiating with those outside her circle. According to memories before the regression, Ricky would die in the Guangzhou dungeon. It was an event so famous that the whole world was talking about it. But humans, if they are human, care about their own lives. He had to find a way to get her attention. And so, after a moment of surprise, Ricky returned to her initial relaxed posture. She set her wineglass on the table and asked, "And then what?" Her calm attitude made him pause slightly. Ricky looked calmly at Kim Tae-hoon and continued, "Players always face danger and can die at any time. Whether I believe your words or not, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Seeing her about to leave, Kim Tae-hoon quickly said, "Don't you value your own life? If you are a human." Hearing this, Ricky stopped what she was doing and wondered, "A human? Is someone who can manipulate everything like me truly a human? With just a snap of my fingers, not only this place, but everyone in this building would be wiped out. In some aspects, I am no different from a monster. That is why players need something, be it justice, a mission, a dream, or money. Something to bind us together. What binds Kim Tae-hoon?" Ricky walked over and placed her hand on his shoulder as she asked, "Which side do you belong to? A human who can control themselves, or a monster obsessed with desire?" Kim Tae-hoon faltered for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He didn't look at her, but replied, "I don't know. To be honest, I was slightly surprised. Even if they aren't quite monsters, many players lose their humanity after endless battles. You're actually quite principled." Kim Tae-hoon looked up at Vicky with interest and continued, "But I'm a man of principles, too." She heard this and stayed silent, not responding. But soon after, Vicky gave a small smile. She smoothed her hair and said, "You must want something from me if you've come all this way." Kim Tae-hoon didn't hesitate to state his true purpose. I need your canceller skill. Most of my skills are currently sealed. And the reason? Vicky quickly retorted. Isn't it a bit much to ask for such a favor when we've just met? If I help you, what do I get in return? When he asked that, he laid out his conditions. After all, her biggest concern right now is helping those who might be affected in Guangzhou. If I can help you with that, isn't that enough? Vicky raised an eyebrow at Kim Tae-hoon and replied, Do you think I need your help? Her answer only made Kim Tae-hoon more confident. He calmly replied, That remains to be seen, but there's no harm in being prepared, right? The scene shifts from the hotel room to the entrance of Jianglong's secret laboratory. 2 scientists are waiting at the gate for her. Welcome, Vicky. We've been waiting for you. But as for the other person? She looked at the man mentioned and replied, Oh, he's my bodyguard. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon is in disguise to avoid detection. Once they are brought inside, they move to the meeting point. While waiting, he contemplates the secret laboratory of Jianglong. Only Vicky was invited here. They wouldn't allow any other high-level players to enter. Besides, I'm already famous for conquering the Japanese dungeon. That's why I'm disguised as a bodyguard. Kim Tae-hoon was still calculating when they arrived. Someone was already waiting there. That person saw them and spoke up. How interesting. A national-level player needs a bodyguard? Isn't that strange? The old man was Jiang Long, the chairman of the Chinese Players Association. Vicky replied amicably, You can never be too careful. I hope you don't mind, sir. He stood by, silently, observing. That man was Jiang Long, the one who orchestrated the assassination of contestants during the Asian-friendly match, and is the source of future disasters. A scientist stepped forward and said, Before entering, please take the awakens oath. Kim Tae-hoon heard this and thought to himself, An oath? Vicky muttered. An oath? That doesn't seem like it would be of any use to me. He turned to look at her, thinking anxiously, This woman says she's some kind of human, but the aura she's radiating. Seeing Vicky's confident demeanor, Jiang Long told his subordinates to stand down. I think so too. Besides, there's no way an oath could restrain someone like Vicky. Sorry for the inconvenience. The old man walked to the door and led the way. Then, let me start by giving everyone a tour of the laboratory. A project I call the S-RANK Awakened Experiment. Below the railing were countless cultivation pods. Vicky froze at the sight. She couldn't believe her eyes and thought to herself, People trapped inside glass tubes? I expected something like this, but I didn't think it would be this cruel. Vicky stepped quickly toward a cultivation pod and looked up. Jiang Long continued from behind. We are trying to create S-RANK, awakened by injecting demonic energy into human bodies. Isn't it wonderful? Power that challenges even the gods. She lost her composure slightly and blurted out, What the hell is this? Kim Tae-hoon quickly approached to stop Vicky. Don't use your skills here. If you slip up, these test subjects will be in danger. Knowing there was nothing she could do, she cursed in frustration. Damn it. Jiang Long saw her attitude and smiled with satisfaction. He remained standing on the railing and shouted down, Another awakened is about to be born. The moment an awakened is born is always a miracle. You are lucky to witness this scene. The scientist standing nearby read the data sheet. Test subject B102. Heart rate increasing. Physical strength increasing. Magic power increasing. Vicky touched the glass of the pod lightly and asked softly, Is this really a successful experiment? Suddenly, the person inside opened their eyes wide, and then boom, the person's body exploded from the inside, and nothing could be seen through the glass anymore. Jiang Long heard the noise and said, What was that? Another failure. Vicky couldn't stay calm after hearing him say that. Kim Tae-hoon realized this and quickly moved close to her. He whispered, so only the two of them could hear. Wait, calm down. But before he could stop her, she said loudly, You've crossed the line. Kim Tae-hoon was so nervous that sweat was constantly pouring down. He looked at her as she prepared to jump into a fight and thought, I guessed she had other skills besides Chancellor, but enough power to shake the whole laboratory? Vicky's face darkened. She swung her hand toward Jiang Long and emphasized each word. Are you ready to pay the price? Jiang Long said calmly. People were never meant to be equal. That is the reality everyone has known since the player system was applied to the world. The moment a player's rank is decided, their life is determined by that rank. But no one wants to be the weakling forever. I am simply turning that hope into reality. The old man paused and asked, Isn't that right? Vicky didn't want to hear any more of his reasoning, so she screamed, But that ends right here. Jiang Long looked at Vicky in shock. She had activated her composite energy. That powerful stream of energy headed straight for Jiang Long. He just sneered mockingly and slowly pulled out a scroll. Vicky and Kim Tae-hoon were stunned. They seemed to have recognized the black hole skill. A black hole nullifies all surrounding skills. That isn't just a rare skill, it's extremely difficult to use. Where did he get that from? Jiang Long suddenly spoke up. Are you relying on your superior magic power? Humans need to know how to use tools. This is a scroll containing the black hole skill, he laughed. I have prepared another gift. I hope you like it. The base suddenly shook violently. Kim Tae-hoon was terrified. It can't be. He ran quickly to the wall, staring intently at the shadow spreading out, and said, I was wondering why the laboratory was built underground. It turns out the entrance to the Grey Abyss dungeon is right next to it. A deep pit appeared from within the wall. Kim Tae-hoon thought, the reason the lab was built underground must be to effectively harness the magic power from the dungeon, and most of this power probably comes from him. Jiang Long looked at them and smirked. What a pity. I thought you would understand my ideals. He turned to them. Vicky, Kim Tae-hoon, you and I still have a debt to settle. He stared at him in shock, thinking, did he realize who I am already? Jiang Long continued, there's no way out for you now. Kim Tae-hoon sealed the gate. His assistant asked, surprised? What? But there are still test subjects and researchers trapped down there. He replied indifferently, so what? We have plenty of other test subjects and researchers elsewhere. Dealing with them this way isn't exactly a big loss. With that, he left with his assistant, abandoning Ricky and her group. Kim Tae-hoon frowned. It looks like we've walked right into a trap. She replied, yeah, even my skills are being nullified. This is annoying. It's my first time dealing with an opponent like this. Suddenly, the other researchers screamed in terror. A muscular foot appeared, shattering the floor with a single stomp. The creature stared at the people in front of it, seemingly evaluating which one would make the best meal. Kim Tae-hoon and Ricky took defensive stances, looking at the creature in shock. They wondered, what is that? The researchers trembled, stuttering. Did they come from the gate? An ogre? But if it's just a regular one, we should be able to handle it. The savage ogre glared at them, and one person cried out in shock. Wait, what's that? It was an ogre, infected by parasites. It let out a roar, and the parasites spread through the air, latching onto a man. His face erupted in grotesque green bumps, and his pupils turned blood red. Once infected by the parasites, the creature loses its mind and acts only on the instinct to attack, constantly spreading the infection to other targets and increasing the number of monsters controlled by the parasite's will. A man ran while screaming a warning. Watch out. If you touch the mist it emits, you'll get infected by the parasites. Ricky stared at the ogre in horror. Her instincts told her to run, but for some reason her feet were glued to the spot. Kim Tae-hoon cursed in panic. Damn it! At this critical, life-or-death moment, a massive explosion rang out, and the ogre was sent flying into the wall. As the dust began to settle, Kim Tae-hoon was revealed, standing firmly while shielding Ricky. Blood-red rings pulsed around him. She stared at him in amazement. Behind his glasses, one of his eyes flashed with a bizarre red light. Ricky gasped. How are you using your skills? The situation was dire. Most of the researchers had already been infected. Kim Tae-hoon told himself he couldn't let anyone else get infected. He had to do whatever it took to stop the parasites from escaping the lab. He calculated that to stop the spread, he had to target the source, the main parasite, controlling them all. I have to destroy it. Thinking this, he lunged straight at the ogre. Kim Tae-hoon used his skill to look through the creature's skull. He thought triumphantly. Found you. It's the main parasite on its head. Kim Tae-hoon delivered a powerful blow to its skull. When the strike missed, he was shocked. It dodged me? He had no choice but to leap behind the ogre. It was aggressively chasing the uninfected researchers, who screamed in terror, "Help me!" Kim Tae-hoon realized this wouldn't work. If he let the number of infected grow, it would be over. He took a breath, leaped, and delivered a devastating punch to the ogre's body. It was slammed flat against the wall. Kim Tae-hoon whispered to himself, that should have done some damage. As the dust cleared, the ogre's head peeked out, its gaze as savage as ever. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't help but be surprised. That last punch didn't even faze the ogre. Kim Tae-hoon thought, I didn't expect it to target me. A massive explosion rocked the room. Ricky covered her nose, struggling to stay on her feet. She called out to Kim Tae-hoon in surprise. Through the swirling dust, she could only see Kim Tae-hoon standing motionless. Ricky couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't tell me he's been turned into a host? If a player as strong as him became a host, not only this lab, but the entire world would be facing a monster that no one could control. Beneath that stoic expression, a triumphant smile bloomed. Kim Tae-hoon smiled, saying, Gotcha. He grabbed the ogre's skull tightly and said, Did you really think you could get away? A single squeeze from him made the creature's skull burst with blood. Ricky stood stunned, watching Kim Tae-hoon's insane display of power. Kim Tae-hoon adjusted his glasses and walked away coolly, with the giant ogre collapsing behind him. He smiled and asked, "Are you ready? It's time to catch Jiang Long." Elsewhere, Jiang Long was standing with his assistants and subordinates. One of them suddenly asked, "Chairman, what if they somehow survive? After all, they are both national-level strategic assets." He looked coldly at his subordinates. The man who asked shivered, a sense of inexplicable fear flashing through him. Jiang Long turned away and replied, "You're worrying about nothing. This lab is built with special materials, designed to prevent test subjects from escaping. It's a synthesis of the most advanced technology with durability enough to withstand most conventional attack skills, and the thick doors made of the same material as these walls are at the end of the elevator. Once we leave and seal this place, no one can get out. Whether it's Ricky or Kim Tae-hoon, they only have death waiting for them against the dungeon monsters." Suddenly, the base shook violently, and everyone panicked. What the hell was that? A loud, thundering sound erupted. Every door Jiang Long had just boasted about was punched straight through by a powerful force. Kim Tae-hoon leaped out from the wreckage with an imposing aura. Jiang Long said in shock, "How did they break through the barrier?" Kim Tae-hoon smiled as he looked at him. "We still have a debt to settle, don't we?" At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon's eyes flared with red light, and blood vessels appeared on his face. Jiang Long gritted his teeth in anger. "Kim Tae-hoon, even at the very end, you're still in my way." He straightened his shirt to look sharp, thinking to himself, Jiang Long has never acted on his own. It's possible he doesn't have any actual combat abilities. Thinking this, he lunged forward. Jiang Long suddenly spoke up. "You think that's all there is to it?" Then he launched his own attack. Two fists collided, creating a deafening shockwave. Kim Tae-hoon was surprised, thinking, he blocked my blood-enhanced strike with his bare hands? Jiang Long didn't give him a chance to recover, pouring even more force into his fist. Kim Tae-hoon was pushed back by the blow. He started to calculate. He didn't know where that terrifying power came from, but with his monster eye, he could see the truth. Jiang Long, he's infused monster mana into his own body. He's half human, half monster now. He had guessed something like this might happen, but he never expected him to be crazy enough to experiment on his own body. Jiang Long laughed. "I didn't intend to get my hands dirty, but you pests are so annoying. Go drink some milk, kid." Saying that, he delivered a strike to Kim Tae-hoon's forehead. He looked at him and said, "It's just about time." Jiang Long's hand suddenly went numb. He collapsed to the ground, staring at the wires pulsing with electricity that were binding him tightly. Jiang Long trembled. Why is my body devoid of strength? These things, they're draining my power." Kim Tae-hoon suddenly looked up and said, "You've arrived. Ricky, your sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. So, it was you who took out Jiang Long? You said, 'Sorry, am I late? I can't traverse distances like you do. It took time to clear out the ones in my way. But that's incredible. Not only can you use skills in this black hole, but you also have the strength to break through the barrier. Seeing as you told me to use Canceller, I assume you have plenty of other skills up your sleeve, don't you? I wonder how you'll surprise me this time." Kim Tae-hoon laughed and replied, "You think this is all I've got?" Jiang Long shouted furiously. You bastards, how dare you!" He screamed like a madman. "Ugh, is it happening again?" Seeing Jiang Long struggle to break free, Kim Tae-hoon remarked, "Looks like you've still got some fight left in you." Ricky replied, "I suppose so." The two quickly limbered up. He was as stubborn as a cockroach. The old man lunged forward in a rage. Ricky said, "Don't just charge in like a fool, it's so uncouth." Her light strike severed one of Jiang Long's arms. Kim Tae-hoon stepped in to join the fun. He said, politely, "If you don't mind." His hand transformed with magical power into sharp, lethal claws. Kim Tae-hoon casually gave Jiang Long a swipe, and blood began to pour from his body like a fountain. Kim Tae-hoon delivered a series of slashes before spinning around with flair. Ricky watched the performance in surprise and thought, Jiang Long is one thing, but he isn't just an ordinary player either. Jiang Long refused to go down. He slipped past Kim Tae-hoon, seemingly intent on picking an easier target. He lunged toward Ricky and landed a heavy blow. Ricky was caught off guard and sent flying into the wall. Kim Tae-hoon shouted in concern, "Ricky!" Jiang Long then delivered a kick to Kim Tae-hoon. Even though he managed to block it with his hands, the impact sent him skidding backward. Kim Tae-hoon was sweating, visibly shaken. He looked at Jiang Long in shock. "He has self-regeneration," Jiang Long said arrogantly. "Your attacks are useless. My body is constantly regenerating." Kim Tae-hoon grew anxious. "Damn it, from blocking that head-on, my arm won't stop trembling. Can I even counterattack?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled smugly. Can you even handle this? I like your strength. It'd be a waste to kill you. What do you say? Want to serve under me? Besides, you're also a contractor for the Grand Duke. Kim Tae-hoon was stunned. He knows about the Grand Duke? How does this guy know about that? Jang Long kept rambling. National-level strategic players, those titles mean nothing. Before those of us who have signed contracts with the Grand Duke, all humans are just worthless insects. So, take my hand. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly got right in his face and said, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" he said arrogantly. "I don't trust people who go around stabbing others in the back," Ricky said weakly. "In this situation, I suppose I have no choice but to rely on you." Kim Tae-hoon said, "I've never trusted you lot from the start." He activated the Monarch's aura. Jang Long looked at Kim Tae-hoon in shock. "What is this? Why am I being overwhelmed by this pressure?" He pointed a finger and growled, "You want me to take your hand? A piece of trash like you? Gluttony skill, activate. You and I are not in the same league." Kim Tae-hoon unleashed his attack. Gluttony, released. Jang Long couldn't believe his eyes. "I'm being devoured. Why? Why? Have I really lost to a mere kid? I accepted the power of a monster and successfully evolved into a new species. Yet it was all for nothing. I need more power. More power. More power. Give me that power." Just as he thought it was all over, a black shadow appeared behind him. Kim Tae-hoon turned around, alert. The pitch-black creature sprayed a puddle of green liquid. Kim Tae-hoon barely managed to dodge. He looked at the ground and guessed. The ground is melting? Is it concentrated acid? Could it be that thing? The strange creature raised its head, striking a pose like a model. Actually, it was just winding up. Without waiting for them to recover, the monster spat out more green liquid. Anyone hit by the slime saw their bodies corrode, even losing limbs. Ricky covered herself in fear, thinking, "I thought I'd seen countless monsters by now, but that monster is on a different level." Right then, Kim Tae-hoon lunged over and hugged Ricky tight, using his own body to shield her. Kim Tae-hoon said, "I had a premonition, and its appearance just confirmed it. The Grey Spectre, the master of the unconquered dungeon in China, it was Grey Venom. Its eyes glowed with killing intent." Kim Tae-hoon recalled that the expansion of the unexplored dungeons in China was a world-famous event even before his regression. Venom had used this expansion to infect countless people, turning them into hosts. He was amazed at how far Jang Long had gone. "Jang Long, was the monster experimentation not enough for you that you had to offer your own body to Venom?" Kim Tae-hoon turned to instruct her, "Ricky, you should fall back. You don't have much mana left after using Exclude on me, right? I'll hold him here while you run." "Go back and get reinforcements," Ricky protested. "But if you do that, you'll be all alone," he said firmly. "I'll be fine. I don't think I can fight while protecting you at the same time." Ricky gritted her teeth, remaining silent, because she knew full well she would only be a burden to him. Finally, she could only pat his shoulder and compromise. "Please, come back alive," Venom said with amusement. "Interesting. A contractor of the Grand Duke protecting a human? A contractor should obey the Grand Duke without question. How can you use that power for inferior humans? My curiosity has piqued. Just like how I saw the memories of this human body after consuming it. If I turn you into my host, I'll be able to see them too." Suddenly, Venom felt a powerful surge of pressure. So this is it. Kim Tae-hoon had used gluttony while Venom was still rambling. He said, "Why is this bug buzzing so much? First, let's slow down that annoying speed of yours." Notification windows popped up simultaneously. Higher species eye skill activated. Your agility has increased dramatically. Ricky had already gotten some distance away. She looked back anxiously toward the room where Kim Tae-hoon was. She remembered Kim Tae-hoon saying, "Go quickly, I'll handle things here." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Maybe I really wouldn't be able to help, but just him alone? You'd better stay safe until I get back. Kim Tae-hoon was currently locked in a fierce battle with Venom. The monster suddenly appeared behind him. Kim Tae-hoon quickly boosted his power. His unique skill, gluttony, had been enhanced. Feeling the change in his body, he muttered, "I can see everything now." Kim Tae-hoon continues to use gluttony. The evil dragon opens its maw and lunges toward Venom. In a flash, it appears right in front of Venom. Kim Tae-hoon observes as his superior species eyes activate. Venom's movements begin to slow down, and he applies the effects of gluttony to the monster. With these eyes, I can quickly track its movement trajectory. I can take it down. Venom spits out the acidic slime once again. Kim Tae-hoon grits his teeth. "Not this again. I won't fail like I did before." Kim Tae-hoon and Venom's attacks collide, creating a massive explosion. It seems his power has overwhelmed the creature's green slime. Kim Tae-hoon bursts out from the smoke and thinks, "One more strike. I need to hit it hard while I have the chance." I'll finish this off once and for all with this attack. Right at that moment, cracks start to appear on the outside of the base. Explosions roar one after another, rocks and debris go flying, and the entire building seems to crumble into dust. Amidst the ruins, Kim Tae-hoon appears, covered in wounds, but his gaze remains unshaken. He looks at his trembling hands and curses under his breath. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana. There's no way I can block every one of Venom's attacks. Where is Venom? Is it finally over? Before Kim Tae-hoon can celebrate, Venom suddenly appears behind him. The monster says, "How interesting," just as expected from the Grand Duke's contractor, Kim Tae-hoon Palace. After that blow, "You're still alive?" The monster lunges forward, punches Kim Tae-hoon square in the chest, and spits out each word. But this is only the beginning of the battle. Kim Tae-hoon is gripped tightly by Venom until he can barely breathe. He struggles, but the monster is even faster and stronger than before. I can't maintain my focus. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon notices Venom absorbing mana from the air, a unique type of mana that can only be felt inside a dungeon. This means the laboratory has transformed into a dark dungeon. Venom breaks into a sinister grin. "You cannot destroy me here. I will make you my host." Despair seems to engulf Kim Tae-hoon. He trembles, thinking, "My body is freezing up. Is this fear? The fear of impending death? Yeah, no, I've already grown accustomed to things like this." Kim Tae-hoon ends his internal monologue with a spectacular counterattack. Venom now has a mouth, so he has become much more talkative. He laughs maniacally. "You're struggling quite a bit, aren't you? By the way, you're cowering in defense like that. It seems you've exhausted your mana. As expected, that's all a human can muster. Only this much? You will never be able to keep up with my regeneration." Kim Tae-hoon struggles to sit up and says, "I thought I was a goner, but I didn't think things would turn out like this." Venom is a bit surprised. "What is this?" Kim Tae-hoon continues, while the monster remains bewildered. "When he bit me just moments ago, is my mana being transferred to him through the earring?" Kim Tae-hoon slowly opens his eyes. "Gotcha. Mana absorbed." Notifications appear one after another. Massive amount of mana absorbed, speed increased by 1, stamina increased by 1, strength increased by 1. Venom looks at Kim Tae-hoon and sneers. "Playing more cheap tricks, are you? No matter how much you try to steal my power, as long as I have this ability, my mana is infinite." Kim Tae-hoon laughs when he hears him say that. "Is that so? Then let's see if it's still infinite in this world." Behind him appears a giant monster, blood red, with a mouth full of sharp fangs. Venom freezes, standing motionless as he stares at the massive beast. Like a gust of wind, it lunges toward Venom. Kim Tae-hoon and the monster vanish. Venom is suddenly standing in a strange place. He wonders aloud, "Where is this?" In the distance, there is a throne covered in bones. The person sitting on the throne feels annoyed at the sight of Venom. "To think you'd even let a bug in here, this is madness." He looks up at the figure on the throne and quickly says, "You are not the one I was fighting. This abnormal aura, who are you?" Seeing his attitude, the person on the throne growls. "I never gave you permission to ask questions. You insect of Bilbop Ganger," he says, staring down at Venom with eyes filled with killing intent. Venom doesn't show a hint of hesitation. He boldly retorts, "You dare call my master's name with that lowly tone? So you are also a Grand Duke?" The man, losing his patience, shouts, "How much longer do you intend to run your foul mouth? Get out of my sight." As Oppo Ganger speaks, beneath Venom, many chains of blood suddenly appear, wrapping tightly around his legs. Venom is restrained but still arrogant. "It seems the one who contracted with you made a miscalculation. I am the parasite. No place can escape my invasion. Even if it is the domain of a Grand Duke." Smoke rises from his feet, eventually billowing like a mysterious layer of bone. A mysterious power is resisting him. The pressure radiating from Oppo Ganger makes Venom recoil. He is speechless, thinking, "This can't be. Venom cannot believe it's real. This is absurd. This is impossible." The power I received from Lord Bill Zap before Venom can even retaliate, he is defeated by Oppo Ganger. The man, no longer having to listen to his chatter, is satisfied. Finally, some peace and quiet. Outside Jianglong's secret laboratory, someone has been lying in wait for a long time. That person, tense, watches the ruined building in front of them and says impatiently, "Damn it, what the hell is happening in there?" It is Montiel, a rank 5 national-level powerhouse from the US. He observes while calculating in his head, "My mission is to protect Ricky, an investigator from the World Player Association, who is also one of the most important talents in the American Association. Protect Ricky." Even though Ricky firmly refused, he remembers when he made the offer. She just smiled and replied, "You intend to protect me? Don't bother. I already have a personal bodyguard." Remembering her words makes him even more restless. But it has been several hours since she entered the research zone without a single update. Moreover, what is this mana fluctuation? I have to act now. Just as Monty stands up, there is movement ahead. Bricks and wall fragments fly everywhere. It turns out to be Ricky. She kicks the wall to escape outside. Seeing the person he was looking for, he rushes to her side, asking anxiously, "Ricky, are you okay?" She looks closely at the person who just ran up and hesitates, saying, "Montiel, Roman." He doesn't answer her but moves to support her and asks about the situation. "A person like you, injured this badly? What on earth happened inside?" Ricky tells Montiel the truth. They are conducting illegal experiments to turn humans into monsters. I couldn't save any of the people there. She turned her head, looking back at the chaos inside while she spoke. Monteo also looked toward the entrance, but he quickly glanced back to check on her expression. Seeing that she was still exhausted, Monteo spoke up. "Let's head back first. We can report everything later." Ricky quickly replied, "No. There are still people who need to be rescued." He looked at her in surprise and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Ricky felt a bit tense and hesitant when mentioning that name. South Korean Kim Tae-hoon. Hearing this, Monteo was also surprised and asked, "Tae-hoon?" Suddenly, the nearby trees rustled, the sound echoing through the entire area. Ricky looked back. That feeling a blinding light suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. A portal began to take shape and slowly creaked open. Countless monsters with horrifying appearances were scrambling to rush out. Seeing this, both Ricky and Monteo were absolutely certain. It was a dungeon break. He stepped forward a few paces, blocking her, and shouted, "Ricky, get behind me." In midair, various firearms of different sizes simultaneously appeared. The barrels aimed directly at the monsters. This skill was the S-rank genocide bullet. Countless firearms created from mana. Monteo shouted urgently, "Ricky, I don't know why you were with that guy Tae-hoon, but since the dungeon break has already occurred, the probability of him still being alive inside is extremely low." Monsters hit by the attack rolled over and died, but their numbers didn't seem to decrease much. Other creatures kept pouring out of the portal, perhaps even more than before. Seeing that the situation was dire, he said tensely, "Damn it, there's no end to this. I should have asked for reinforcements earlier," he muttered. Even though she was exhausted, Ricky struggled to say, "I'll join the fight for now." The monsters swarmed to surround her, but at that moment, she could only think of one person. Had Tae-hoon really been defeated by that guy? While she was lost in thought, a monster approached and closed in on her. Seeing this, Monteo screamed frantically, "Ricky!" As the monster reached out to grab her, she finally snapped back to reality. Ricky stepped backward, while the monster kept pressing forward. She backed up until she reached where Monteo was standing. Both of them were now surrounded by monsters. He looked on in surprise. Someone had suddenly lunged out of nowhere, wielding a powerful sword that slashed the monster in half. Seeing this person, Ricky couldn't help but feel overjoyed and shouted, "Kim Tae-hoon!" He landed gently, walking toward them as he said, "Venom is dead. Now, we just need to finish off the remaining small fries." After the dungeon break at the unconquered dungeon, the Kentakana storm, followed by the dungeon break at the Grey Abyss, these two events nearly Fordos, became catastrophes that could have spread across all of Asia, and coincidentally, both were stopped by a single player from South Korea. Now, not only the Asian and American player associations, but the entire world is watching the feats of Kim Tae-hoon. Meanwhile, at the World Player Association, faced with the rise of awakened, individuals capable of eliminating SS-rank monsters, including Kim Tae-hoon, they began discussing the implementation of a new system, a level no longer limited to S-rank, the SS-rank player. In a certain wasteland, as the evening sun cast a crimson glow over the sky, a man walked deep into the area without making a sound. The night demon looked in one direction and spoke, "Impressive. You've become even stronger, haven't you?" He looked up at a man sitting on the back of a giant monster that had just been defeated. The man, still stained with a bit of blood, replied, "One of the great dukes, I have succeeded in forming a contract with the king beast, Ogre." The night demon below was not the least bit surprised. Naturally, this power suited someone destined to rule. The man walked over, placed a hand on the night demon's shoulder, and said, "Long time no see, night demon. Does your coming to find me mean that something has gone wrong outside the abyss?" The night demon turned to look at him and replied, "Yes. A lot has happened while you were away." Hearing this, the man showed no emotion on his face. He was Ji-hoon. His expression had just been cold, but now he chuckled, though it didn't look like he was happy at all. How anticipated. It's been a few weeks since the unconquered dungeon in China, the Grey Abyss, was cleared. Neo-Korea. an isolated island offshore. While the world was spinning from the drama, Ricky was lying down, enjoying the summer sun. She stretched comfortably after tiring days. Honestly, how long has it been since I've had some free time like this? Tae-hoon crossed his arms and declared clearly, I'm the one who invited you here, but this isn't a vacation. Ricky, with a straight face, drained her glass of water in one go. Whatever, I've been run off my feet for ages, haven't I? I have to enjoy it while I can. He looked at Ricky thoughtfully. This girl before him had a special status as an investigator for the World Player Association, having stepped forward to testify about the illegal monster transformation experiments taking place there. But the main mastermind, Jang Ryong, remained missing. Furthermore, most of the evidence had been destroyed in the final dungeon riot, making it difficult for Ricky to prove her claims. Tae-hoon felt even more conflicted. On top of that, the people used in the experiments couldn't be saved. She must be feeling deeply disappointed. However, he reassured himself. The situation was still much better than in his previous life. Kim Tae-hoon recalled the painful memories. Originally, Ricky had been drawn into Jang Ryong's plan and gone missing. Simultaneously, the suppression of venom in the early stages had failed. Later, an unknown plague broke out, leaving the whole world in suffering. He held his glass. He was surprised by the current outcome. He had originally gone to find Ricky to unseal his skills, but this result could also be considered beyond expectations. Kim Tae-hoon smiled and agreed. All right then, just until the end of today. Right at that moment, a young girl's voice chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Look at that. I knew it. Suddenly saying he's going with Ricky, I thought something big was happening. Yoo Ah-young caught them red-handed like an anti-group admin, pointing her finger and exclaiming, Who would have thought? Isn't this just a date? Seeing her pouting, Ricky asked with a bright smile. Are you mad, Yoo Ah-young? Tae-hoon quickly jumped in to explain. I told you. It's not like that. He tilted his head, looking skeptical. And I didn't even call you here in the first place, Yoo Ah-young, so why are you following us? She nonchalantly continued, then immediately realized she had slipped up. Of course, to supervise. No wait, it's because the facility you're renting belongs to us, right? Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon looked bewildered and retorted, I already paid extra for the rent. Yoo Ah-young didn't hesitate to argue back. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Who knows what you're up to there? Watching the two of them act like a young couple, Ricky made a sarcastic comment with an implied tone. You really are a ladies' man, aren't you? It seems I shouldn't take up too much of your time. She smoothed her hair and, with a serious expression, got straight to the point. Let's move on to the main business. The scene shifted to the training grounds where Yoo Ah-young presented the situation. According to the assessment by Alchemist Kim, this is a barrier capable of withstanding even the power of an SS-rank monster. She added an important detail. It's also quite far from any residential areas, making it the perfect place to do something big. You could even say it's rarely been used until now. Yoo Ah-young curiously turned to ask, So, what's your reason for renting this place? Kim Tae-hoon pondered deeply. The skill seal had been lifted, but that still wasn't enough. I don't know when or where that guy who looks like me will appear again to get in my way and try to take over this body. Then, with a burning resolve, he declared, I don't want to take that risk ever again. Before the big battle ahead, I have to subdue him right here. At this point, Kim Tae-hoon voiced the worst-case scenario, I might lose control. Upon hearing this, Yoo Ah-young looked worried and speculated. What? Lose control? You mean like a skill outburst? Kim Tae-hoon's face turned grim, explaining with such helplessness that it left Ricky stunned. Something like that, but even worse, I might lose my mind completely. Then, he earnestly requested, Since you've followed me here, I have a favor to ask of you. Yoo Ah-young. Kim Tae-hoon said in a serious, sincere tone, If there are any signs of something being wrong, I need you both to stop me together. Seeing how determined he was, Yoo Ah-young sighed quietly, thinking she really couldn't guess what Kim Tae-hoon was thinking anymore. She turned to ask her friend, Ricky, Do you know anything about this? She shrugged and replied, Who knows? A moment later, Ricky twirled a strand of hair and thought, Back when I used cancel in the lab, I saw Kim Tae-hoon's skill. She reminisced about his superhuman abilities, especially that strange, unique power. Could that be the power of a Grand Duke? After thinking for a while, Ricky felt a glimmer of hope and smiled confidently. Maybe I can gather some useful information. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoon stood frozen in place. He held his phone, preparing to take action. All right, let's try this. Looking at himself on the screen, Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his hair and muttered, Now that I think about it, this is my first time trying this method. Immediately, he shouted the command for total hypnosis. In an instant, Kim Tae-hoon's entire body went stiff, and the phone fell from his hand to the ground. He stepped into a virtual space and gasped, clutching himself in shock. Looking at the lake surrounding him, Kim Tae-hoon realized the truth. This was the answer. Right in front of him stood a towering throne. Someone was sitting in the center. It was Doppelganger, a copy of Kim Tae-hoon, wearing a mocking smile. "So, you've finally learned to use your brain, have you?" The doppelganger continued in an intrigued tone. "I didn't think you'd come all the way here yourself." Seeing this, Kim Tae-hoon retorted, "I should at least meet the person occupying my body once, don't you think?" Kim Tae-hoon stared at him and questioned, "You look exactly like me, just like a clone. What on earth are you?" Doppelganger propped his chin up, arrogantly and calmly replying, "Do I have an obligation to tell you?" Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon coldly accepted the reality. "Fine. I already guessed you wouldn't cooperate anyway." Without hesitation, Kim Tae-hoon issued a warning. "But I don't intend to leave a ticking time bomb inside me forever." He cracked his knuckles and threatened in a low voice, "Get out of this body right now." The doppelganger gave a wicked smile and challenged him. "And what if I refuse?" Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Kim Tae-hoon reached out, deciding to attack. "I'll use force to tear you out of here." Doppelganger gripped the throne, veins bulging with contempt. "You? Use force?" A second later, he mirrored Kim Tae-hoon's stance. "Don't be delusional." At that moment, Doppelganger unleashed a crimson magical attack. At the same time, Kim Tae-hoon used his own red blood magic. Both shouted their techniques, and two fire dragons erupted from each side. They collided in mid-air, creating a fiery red explosion like a blockbuster movie poster. At the same time, in the real world, Young and Ricky were startled by the shockwaves. She yelled in a panic, "What? What the hell is that? Why is there a sudden earthquake?" Realizing the issue, Ricky replied in a serious tone, "It's not that." She looked at his body and said, "It looks like it started." Just then, the ground where Kim Tae-hoon stood suddenly cracked. Before they could react, the ground collapsed into a massive, jagged circle. Ricky braced herself and warned, Young, get ready. This definitely won't be easy." Inside Kim Tae-hoon's subconscious, things were shaking violently, and the red lake water was churning and crashing. He and Doppelganger were clashing with powerful punches. Both simultaneously spun around to slam their attacks into the ground, causing the two summoned beasts to collide. Kim Tae-hoon trembled, reflecting as he discovered his opponent's weakness. "Just as I thought, this guy can use gluttony too. If two gluttony sources clash, there's no way to determine a winner." He took a risk with his next idea. But just then, the doppelganger interrupted Kim Tae-hoon's train of thought. "I can guess what you're thinking. Using the power of a monarch alone isn't enough. You're planning to use your own unique skills to win, right?" Seeing that Doppelganger had anticipated his next move, both instinctively backed away. A second later, the Doppelganger reached out his hand, wearing a look of disdain. "But even those aren't things that truly belong to you." Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon was stunned. "What?" Doppelganger paused for a second, then broke into a wicked smile and cast a summoning technique, manifesting a giant sword right above him. Monarch's might. Kim Tae-hoon felt the aura and looked up. Before he could even see him, Doppelganger struck mercilessly. In the swirling dust, drops of blood flew up in slow motion. Kim Tae-hoon clutched himself and dodged, then felt a wave of worry. "This is different from what I predicted." He held the wound on his chest, gritting his teeth in surprise. "I never expected him to be able to use those things just like me." Across from him, Doppelganger smirked, acting like he knew it all along. "Isn't that obvious?" Before he could recover from the shock, the Doppelganger landed a combo, punching straight into Kim Tae-hoon's right arm. He backed away. Doppelganger continued to taunt him. "Even your other weapons at the end of the day, those are things you obtained through the power of the king." He raised his fist, curling his lip in provocation. "You thought I couldn't use them?" Kim Tae-hoon struggled to hold his ground, shaking his head in frustration. He really is arrogant. Kim Tae-hoon begrudgingly admitted to himself, even though it was bitter, even though he didn't want to acknowledge it, the guy was strong. "Up until now, he's defeated quite a few enemies that I couldn't do anything about." While face-to-face with Doppelganger, Kim Tae-hoon frantically scratched his head. "I prepared so many trump cards to take him down, but they've all become meaningless. What do I do?" Seeing him stand still, the Doppelganger frowned, teasing him. "I can hear your brain racking itself. This resistance is meaningless." Doppelganger summoned fiery chains from the void and coldly declared, "Give up." Without waiting for Kim Tae-hoon to answer, he sent the chains flying forward like an out-of-control truck. A massive explosion followed, sending water spraying everywhere like a downpour. The opponent arched a brow and narrowed his eyes. Through the smoke, Kim Tae-hoon stood tall like a statue, refusing to admit defeat. Give up? Not a chance. Ever since he stepped in here, he knew it wouldn't be easy. Then, a surge of power erupted. Kim Tae-hoon smashed through the chain boss with a look of pure determination. He would give everything he had to test his limits. Seeing this, the enemy couldn't help but smirk. Outside, Yoo Ah-young gasped with wide eyes. Is this Kim Tae-hoon's berserk state? The magic power is insane. Ricky nodded like an expert. It's not just insane. That power rivals mine, the greatest mage. Seeing the abundance of magic power, she grew serious, realizing it might even far exceed her own. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ricky turned to urge her teammate. Yoo Ah-young, we need to act now. Prolonging this will only cause more trouble. She then added, while I use my skill. Before she could finish, something made them both jump. Kim Tae-hoon moved with terrifying speed, like a rocket launching toward them. Yoo Ah-young activated her defensive barrier, looking at the man before her. Has he regained consciousness? She wondered. A second later, she unleashed her power with a loud shout. Yoo Ah-young asked in a panic, Ricky, what should I do? Ricky replied anxiously, I need some time. While I chant, keep Kim Tae-hoon at bay. Understanding the plan, Yoo Ah-young braced herself confidently. Leave it to me. She lunged forward like a goddess of war. After all, she had wanted to fight Kim Tae-hoon for a long time. At that moment, he seemed possessed by a god, flicking his hand effortlessly. A green surge of energy sparked from Kim Tae-hoon's fingertips. As they collided, a light burst forth like a fireworks display. Yoo Ah-young struggled against his strike. She trembled, then said firmly, remember the Grand Phonies battle. The situation was completely reversed back then. Yoo Ah-young spoke clearly. So this time, it's my turn. She leaped up, swinging her staff hard, determined to knock some sense into him. Without hesitation, she slammed it down. However, Kim Tae-hoon dodged like a pro and surged forward instantly. He hooked his leg around her staff and delivered a kick to her face. Seeing this, Yoo Ah-young swung her staff to counter. She gritted her teeth and dodged backward. At the same time, Ricky provided support from behind. She created a small orb in her palm. Ricky lifted it high, shocked. I really didn't want to use my trump card, but I have no other choice. Almost instantly, the small orb transformed into a massive sphere. Inside, a strange, shimmering light pulsed. Ricky stood silent, making the orb grow larger. Yoo Ah-young was fighting with all her might, thinking she looked confident as she charged in, but her arm had already gone numb. Watching him attack, she wondered in shock. Even while unconscious, he can still dodge? Kim Tae-hoon, what exactly are you? As the situation became desperate, Ricky signaled Yoo Ah-young to get away. A massive tree sprouted from the giant orb. Yoo Ah-young jumped over the trunk, startled. She turned her head, confused, and asked, Ricky, this is… Ricky leaned against a branch, explaining her mystical power. My skill, teleportation gate. I've summoned a magic beast from the deepest layer of abyss. She then explained how it worked. Using Kim Tae-hoon as the test subject, it reacts to massive magic power. Once it attaches, it will drain every bit of mana until nothing is left. When his magic is drained, the skill will deactivate. Hearing this, Yoo Ah-young's jaw dropped. Incredible, opening a gate to abyss with human strength and summoning a beast to fight, truly the power of one of America's strongest players, Ricky. Kim Tae-hoon was still struggling, but a second later, he lost his strength and went limp. Seeing it all wrap up, she sighed in relief, thinking it was over. Yoo Ah-young rushed over. Tae-hoon? She called out to him, breathless. Are you awake? Ricky stood back, quietly observing. Even while being drained by the beast, Kim Tae-hoon's magic power continued to rise. If they hesitated any longer, things would become dangerous. As she murmured, calculating her next move, a flash of light sliced the tree in half. She had guessed this wouldn't be an easy task. She would settle this debt properly. Simultaneously, a perfect slash ripped across Yoo Ah-young, freezing her in place. Ricky stood horror-struck, staring at the terrifying scene before her, and shouted, Wait! She frantically tried to summon another orb. No way, how can he still move? Kim Tae-hoon looked up and replied with contempt. A magic beast? Not a bad idea for a human, but a single entity can't absorb magic power beyond its own capacity. Sensing an ominous sign, Ricky asked, Tae-hoon? He looked up, wearing a smug smile. I'm not him. Did you think I was that weak? Realizing the situation, Ricky growled in frustration. Where is Tae-hoon? The entity smiled cunningly. He lost to me. Now, this body belongs entirely to me. Looking at the person before her, she speculated that this felt like an SS-RANK magic beast. A moment later, Ricky retorted coldly, "Is that so? I don't have a clue what the hell you're talking about." She made a quick decision. "I'll strike first." Ricky unleashed her attack, shouting, "You're an enemy, after all, aren't you?" Lightning bolts shot toward the opponent. However, the attacks meant nothing to him. He brushed them aside toward the ground, then stomped on the lightning. Ricky was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Impossible? He blocked my energy campos with his bare hands? Taking advantage of the moment, the opponent excitedly warmed up his body. Not waiting for her to recover, he began to show his true colors. Should I start by warming up a bit? Ricky had no choice but to grit her teeth and back away. Deep within Kim Tae-hoon's consciousness, his soul lay limp beneath the water. The space fell into a heavy silence. Just then, Tae-hoon's finger twitched. Steam began to rise from the surface of the water like a newly opened hot spring. Tae-hoon lay exhausted on the floor, facing the harsh truth. He thought the gap had been closed significantly, but the disparity was still massive. What kind of monster are you? He recalled the past and thought to himself, it's not the king. The king I met wasn't this insane. It's something the king planted inside me. While confused, Kim Tae-hoon struggled to sit up, suddenly filled with resolve. I don't know why he did this, but now is not the time for aimless thoughts. I have to stop him. However, a major question lingered in his mind as his body began to fade away. But how? Kim Tae-hoon looked up, gritting his teeth. This was his last resort. Meanwhile, in the real world, Oppoganger was treating Ricky's chains like mere toys. He lifted her up and sighed with boredom. Is this really it? How disappointing. You aren't even enough for a warm-up. Ricky refused to give in, offering a mocking smile. You're the first person to underestimate me like that. Even so, I belong to the national strategic rank. Oppoganger showed his disdain openly. Those trashy standards set by humans aren't worth caring about. Anything else? He continued with a suggestive tone. If you've reached the national strategic level, surprise me. Yoo Ah-young called out Kim Tae-hoon's name, leaving him so stunned that he froze. She trembled as she placed her hand on Oppoganger's arm, determined to let go with her final spark of hope. You aren't this kind of person. Yoo Ah-young firmly urged him to wake up. He fell silent for a moment after hearing her. Oppoganger then threw Ricky aside without a hint of mercy. He used his speed ability to dash behind Yoo Ah-young. Without hesitation, Oppoganger shoved her away, looking at her with pure contempt. A pest like you. His eyes were burning with killing intent. Oppoganger snapped his fingers and growled. You dare touch me? He watched her collapse to the ground, waiting obediently for his turn. Because soon, you'll be dead too. Suddenly, Ricky spoke up from the side, drawing his attention. It seems like I can't bring Kim Tae-hoon back anymore. Ricky raised her hand to issue a challenge, gathering her remaining magic power. Hey, didn't you just ask if I had anything else to show you? She continued, her voice filled with mystery. Even though the magic tree is gone, the magic power it absorbed still lingers in the air. Oppoganger stared at the massive magic sphere. His eyelids twitched. You're concentrating all that magic into a single point. Ricky felt anxious and endured the strain. If this monster were released, the consequences would be far worse than a dungeon break. She couldn't let that happen. With final desperation, she whispered an apology to Kim Tae-hoon. I will be your final companion. Then, burning with intensity, Ricky thrust her hand toward him. Look closely, this is the full extent of my power. A second later, the massive sphere crashed down onto Oppoganger's head. He stood motionless, watching the sphere, as if he'd caught on to something. He smirked. Suddenly, a giant dragon lunged out and devoured the sphere. Seeing this, Ricky was left frozen in shock, stammering, What? How is that possible? Oppoganger laughed with boredom. I've seen enough. Are you done playing? Ricky felt hopeless. With no other choice, she collapsed to the ground. That move was no different from Anjeon. It was unstoppable. He walked toward her, smug and patronizing. Consider this a reward for entertaining me. As a special treat, I will absorb you using my gluttony skill. Without hesitation, Oppoganger consumed her magic with a look of satisfaction. But right then, something made him stop. In Oppoganger's mind, the hazy figure of Kim Tae-hoon appeared. Seeing him stop, Ricky opened her eyes wide in surprise. She frowned in confusion and slowly looked up. Oppoganger became enraged, grinding his teeth as he spat out the name, Kim Tae-hoon. In the subconscious, he cursed the madman in anger. Seeing that familiar figure, Oppoganger closed his eyes and smiled in greeting. You're here? He couldn't believe it and entered the subconscious to confront him. What the hell are you thinking? Looking at the magnificent scene before him, Oppoganger exclaimed in shock. You dare use gluttony on yourself? Kim Tae-hoon saw this and confidently confirmed his guess. It seems my theory was right. Your goal is to get me to reach for something. You didn't kill me because you wanted to take over this body. He continued with a warning. If I die right now, I'm afraid you'll run into big trouble too. He heard this and replied with a ridiculous, mocking threat. You think I care about this so-called vessel? Kim Tae-hoon countered. A guy like you, is that why you're in such a rush to come back? Oppenganger raised an eyebrow, threatening him. Don't get cocky. An opportunity like regression won't happen a second time. He looked at his palms and said firmly, Yes, I know. I've already died once, after all. This second life I have is a reward. Finally, Kim Tae-hoon closed with a steely resolve. If I don't achieve anything here, it's better to be dead. At that moment, his eyes burned with determination. After thinking it over, the entity conceded, I suppose I underestimated you. Suddenly, his soul fragment automatically returned to its place. Oppenganger reluctantly admitted defeat. Fine. This time, it's your victory. The entity then issued a mysterious warning. But remember this, well, the only reason you're still alive is for my purposes. Oppenganger gradually faded into the air, repeating chilling words. Keep struggling. Struggle until you reach the king. And if I realize you can't do that, finally, he summoned the monster and uttered one last threat. I won't hesitate to devour you. Kim Tae-hoon didn't back down, responding forcefully. Even if that time comes, I won't go down easily. The screen then displayed the player's info. Kim Tae-hoon, age 19, rank A, strength 219, stamina 220, speed 218, magic 327, willpower 150, fatigue 99%, remaining magic 10,327. Skill, Gluttony A, can devour any target. Magic 50, Shadow Stealth A, enhances the body and hides one's presence. Magic 10, Monarch's World A, creates a special zone enhanced by magic. Magic 30, Monarch's Aura A, releases magic-enhanced pressure. Magic 20, Shackles of Binding. A targets an enemy to bind them, can track and nullify skills. Magic 20, Queen's Servant A, summons the succubus queen Rosalia. Magic 300, Absolute Hypnosis. A, targets and hypnotizes. Magic 100, Blood Rage A, maximizes physical condition. Magic 200, Beast's Eyes A, activates unique vision. Magic 10, returning to reality, he stared at his palm and wondered, have I moved past rank AA and reached rank A now? Just then, Ricky spoke up anxiously. Thyun, you've woken up, haven't you? Kim Tae-hoon was startled to see her lying scattered on the ground. Ricky, he gently helped her up and blamed himself with remorse. Was it me who did this to you? Ricky smiled weakly and replied, Yes, it was. A second later, he looked uneasily at Yoo Ah-young, who was lying motionless on the floor. Seeing this, she immediately reassured him, Don't worry, she seems to be alive. Nestled in his arms, Ricky offered a remark of admiration. You really are a terrifying person, to have hidden your true self all this time. Then she added sincerely, making Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widen in surprise. But regardless, thank you. Ricky shrugged understandingly. In the end, you were the one who stopped this, weren't you? I'll consider it a debt of gratitude, and keep this a secret. She made a proposal for a trade. In exchange, next time I'm in danger, you have to help me, because I feel like I can trust you with my life. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon frowned slightly, then accepted the request. Fine, I promise. After the fierce battle, they finally got some much-needed rest. Luckily, neither of them had injuries serious enough to hinder them later on, though they still had to stay in the hospital for a while. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon was feeding fruit to Yoo Ah-young. She opened her mouth and grumbled, Hurry up and feed me. You kept telling yourself you felt bad and had to take care of me, remember? Yoo Ah-young beamed with joy, happily saying it tasted great, wondering when she'd get another chance to eat fruit peeled by Kim Tae-hoon himself. Sometimes being injured isn't all that bad, is it? He gave a forced smile and looked away. This had better be the last time. Don't make me feel like this again. A moment later, she said sadly, It would have been better if Ricky had stayed a bit longer. She didn't expect her to leave so suddenly. Kim Tae-hoon, busy peeling an apple, replied hesitantly that she was very busy, after all. Seeing this, Yoo Ah-young suddenly remembered. That's true. It's coming up soon, isn't it? The SS-RANK licensing ceremony. She asked curiously. Is Ricky on the list too? He continued. And Yoo Ah-young spoke up with the information. I heard the World Player Association is preparing a grand event. The very next second, she suddenly sat up and sternly reminded him, That's an international stage, Kim Tae-hoon. Don't go causing any trouble there. He held a bun in his hand and casually replied, who knows? Kim Tae-hoon took a bite and laughed it off. That's not entirely up to me. At dawn, the wind blew, making the national flags flutter. Inside the building ahead, the host enthusiastically announced, distinguished members of the World Player Association. While Vincent stood in the center of the podium, he spoke about the past. We were once pushed to the brink of extinction by the arrival of the Abes. Then, he proudly spoke of the achievements made through international cooperation. Together with the outstanding contributions of our players, we have gradually conquered monsters, spatial gates, and dungeons. Just then, World Player Association President Vincent Trang happily announced a new era, stating that we have now achieved peace and are heading toward a period of unprecedented prosperity. Because of that, Vincent noticed a major change. Thanks to that, stronger skills and more experienced players have emerged one after another. Our association has reviewed the achievements that players have attained through several events recently, and concluded that the old classification system is no longer suitable. He excitedly declared that the time had come to step into a new era with the SS rank. Afterward, Vincent solemnly introduced the players. Today, I would like to introduce the first 10 heroes to receive their SS rank player licenses. Vincent invited everyone to applaud and welcome them. Next, he announced the list of superstars. Codius, Montel, Ricky Harris, Di Gray, Aiden Simon, Serge Karamzin, Thomas Pravin, Daniel Harrington, and Alexandra Bayu. He paused for a moment, and finally, Vincent cautiously introduced the special guest, Hyun, from South Korea. The crowd below applauded endlessly. Vincent continued to explain the vital authority. These players will carry licenses recognized by the World Player Association, allowing them to operate freely across borders to help maintain peace for humanity. Standing in the middle of the stage, Kim Tae-hoon whispered to himself, feeling overwhelmed. I finally made it here. He recalled his incredible journey, from hearing the curses after his cursed awakening. It started with the first steps from S-rank to a new level, the level of national-grade power. Kim Tae-hoon did not expect his own achievements. I have surpassed the limits players ever reached in my past life, reaching the peak of the SS rank. At that moment, the presenter handed him a sharp knife as a gift. He thought of his past self. If it were the him from the past, he surely could never have imagined this achievement. Kim Tae-hoon accepted the gift and promised himself with burning determination. But I don't intend to stop here. This license is just one step on the path. What he truly wanted was to uncover the mysteries. The Grand Duke DP Ganger and the king who caused him to turn back time, the secrets hidden behind this world. Kim Tae-hoon affirmed that his future goal is to keep moving forward to uncover it all. After the awards ceremony, everyone gathered at the party. Jeong Gi-ho playfully punched him on the back. He cheered happily. Congratulations, congratulations. My goodness, after all these years, South Korea finally has such a grand day. Kim Tae-hoon winced and called out, that hurts, Mr. President. Jeong Gi-ho laughed and teased, an SS ranker crying in pain from an old man's punch. Tae-gu walked over and gently explained, Player Kim Tae-hoon, you should understand this. The association president has been waiting for an excellent player like you to appear more than anyone else. Then, Tae-gu affirmed his importance. A powerful player is proof of the growth of the National Player Association. With your presence, we will be able to do even greater things. Jeong Gi-ho put his arm around him, acknowledging Kim Tae-hoon's contributions. Many people are being empowered thanks to you since the friendly tournament. Among the Asian players, you have been a huge help. He listened and replied modestly, I only did what I was supposed to do. Just then, Ricky approached, remarking with admiration, South Korea is really harmonious. It's lovely to see. She waved happily and asked, Tae-hoon, have you been well lately? He saw her and called out, Ricky. Kim Tae-hoon quickly ran over and asked, Is your body okay? Ricky sighed. No, I'm still sore all over. See, I told you. Why couldn't you go easy on me? Following that was a series of accusations from her regarding her delicate ladylike body. Kim Tae-hoon smirked, asking if she was saying that just to cause a misunderstanding. She looked at him blankly. What? Jeong Gi-ho and Tae-gu stood behind them, looking confused. It seemed like Ricky was paying attention to the relationship between the two. You two aren't done yet, are you? Who knows? Not wanting to talk much, Ricky got to the main point. I didn't come here just to chat today. There is someone who wants to meet and greet you. At that moment, a man walked over, surprised. Me? She said in a mysterious tone, drawing everyone's attention to him. You've probably guessed who it is by now. He reached out his hand and agreed. It's true. I also wanted to meet and thank that person. He greeted her politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, player Kim Tae-hoon. Tae-hoon walked closer, thinking with admiration, I see. If I reach SS rank, I will officially be on par with this man. He remembered the man's former status. If one had to choose a representative for all players in his past life, everyone would certainly mention his name. Tae-hoon recalled the role of the man before him, a man who always stood on the front lines against Abyss. He analyzed his opponent, the strongest player, Codius. Codius sensed his opponent's strength. Just facing him exerted a heavy pressure. He held out his hand and responded solemnly, Not at all. I'm the one who should be thanking you. They shook hands. Tae-hoon expressed his respect, saying it was an honor to meet him. Codius listened, then promised seriously, I'm sure we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future. I look forward to your support. Dae-hyun raised an eyebrow at that. Future cooperation? Just then, a man pushed the door open and shouted, Everyone! Vincent continued, capturing their attention. Everyone, please, your attention for a moment. He proceeded to deliver an urgent piece of information. Although it's a bit sudden, we have a new announcement to share. Jeong Gi-hui and Go Tae-guk asked in confusion. An announcement? Vincent announced an important decision from the World Players Association. After receiving a proposal from Mr. Kevin, the president of the U.S. Players Association has decided that from the moment this SS-level license is issued, he revealed a grand plan with explosive energy. We will establish a large-scale raid team to conquer all unexplored dungeons on Earth. Vincent affirmed the new strategy with a bold move. This will be an unprecedented campaign. The SS-RANK players of the United States have agreed to participate. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with noise. What? To what scale? Another person commented on the arrival of the gamers if all US SS-RANK players joined. Then someone else reasoned further, making high-level players suddenly wary. That also means some of the SS-RANK players around the world. A second later, Vincent called for cooperation. I hope other associations and SS-RANK players will also consider joining. It is time for the world to unite to create lasting peace. Gi-hui was silent, his brow furrowing in doubt. It looks like cooperation on the surface, but is it really that simple? The timing was too perfect. Gi-hui suspected the true motives. Half of the world's SS-RANK players belong to the United States. They could use that power to manipulate the World Players Association's plans and declare which nation was the true dominant power. As for the rewards from the dungeons, the unexplored ones were merely an added benefit. He looked at the man's back with unease, realizing South Korea's weak position. Even knowing this, apart from the player Tae-hoon, South Korea's forces remained weak. Jeong Gi-hui had to accept the reality. At the moment, he couldn't do anything but go with the flow of the world. At the same time, the British Players Association enthusiastically declared, the British Players Association, along with player Daniel Harrington, would like to join the raid team. Seeing that, a Frenchman eagerly stepped forward. Please let the French Players Association join as well. Russia was not left out either. Russia will also participate. Vincent saw everyone agreeing in unison and clapped in celebration. Excellent. Besides, as he turned around, he saw a hand raised. Everyone was surprised by the unexpected gesture from player Tae-hoon. Vincent invited him formally. Does South Korea want to join? However, Tae-hoon refused point blank. No, he affirmed his firm stance. We will act independently. Hearing that, everyone in the hall dropped their jaws in shock. They stammered, unable to speak. Really? Even Codius frowned and stared at him. As time passed on the plane, Ricky confided in Codius with regret. It's such a pity we failed to recruit Marcus and Gregor before, and now we've been rejected again. Codius listened and probed. Do you feel regret? She continued with a contemplative assessment. If he joined, he would be a formidable force. He thought to himself, but that doesn't seem to be why she's regretful, does it? Ricky giggled and replied, I'm just personally interested. What about you? How do you find player Tae-hoon? Codius remarked coldly. He looks very strong. Now I understand why you were beaten into such a state. Seeing him judge like that, Ricky pondered even the world's strongest recognized it. Then it seems I wasn't mistaken. He listened and explained. Tae-hoon is a contractor for the Archduke of Abyss. The title of strongest in the world means nothing. Ricky looked out the window gloomily and wondered, is that so? A moment later, she hesitated slightly before speaking. During the stormy flight, Ricky asked, let me change the question. She was curious about his power compared to other contractors. Is he that strong? The question was so heavy that outside the window, thunder roared. Codius remained silent and frowned uncomfortably. A moment later, he answered mysteriously, there will come a time when we will know the answer clearly. Just then, in a high-rise building in the quiet of the night, a man inside angrily slammed the table. He cursed profusely. Damn it, what the hell is this SS rank nonsense? What the hell is a large-scale raid team? This difficult man was the new president of the Chinese Players Association, Liu Gajin. He gritted his teeth in frustration. They didn't even bother to look at the Chinese Players Association. Gajin shifted all the blame onto him. It's all because of that bastard Kim Tae-hoon. He pulled out a drawer and decided to use the final resort. With no other choice, Gajin held a USB in his hand and decided to use the secret manual. The document that I struggled so hard to obtain from the Grey Abyss research. There's no other way but to use it. Gajin leaned back in his chair and muttered to himself, "Chairman, to let things turn out like this. Should I thank you for at least leaving this behind?" As he was pondering, a sudden, piercing scream rang out from outside. He asked in shock, his voice deepening, "What's going on out there?" A few streaks of blood spilled into the room from the door, and a second later, the door burst open. A man with a mysterious voice entered. "You are the new president of the Chinese Players Association. Sorry for the sudden visit in the middle of the night." He explained his abruptness. "I just returned from America, still dealing with jet lag." Seeing the person before him, Gajin turned pale and stammered, Who are you?" Min Ji-hong introduced himself confidently. Min Ji-hong, chairman of the Black Guild. This mysterious man was none other than the chairman of the Black Guild, Min Ji-hong, of unknown rank. Early in the morning at the New Korea Nightwalker Association, someone expressed their irritation. As expected, there's another plot brewing. Who was he? He frowned and curled his lips in contempt. New Korea wants to conquer an unexplored dungeon on their own? What are they thinking, declaring such a bombshell? Kim Tae-hoon sat silently, his chin resting on his hand, a meaningful smile on his lips. Yu Ah-young recalled Jong Gi-hui's frustrated and disappointed expression and his dejected voice. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry at this." She finally confided in Kim Tae-hoon. Chairman Jong Gi-hui also seems extremely troubled. "No matter how strong you are, Tae-hoon, the others." At that moment, he proactively interrupted her and spoke up. "That's exactly why the New Korea can't keep relying on my strength forever, right? If the others don't grow, we're going to be in big trouble. Plus, unexplored dungeons are a great opportunity to gain experience." Yu Ah-young scratched her head, looked at him, and agreed. "That sounds reasonable. But is it really necessary to rush things like this?" Kim Tae-hoon continued to present his point, noting that time was running out. "From now on, I'll be focusing my operations in the Abyss." Hearing this, Yu Ah-young suddenly froze. She widened her eyes at Kim Tae-hoon, her lips parting as if to ask something, but she stopped herself. She started to have some thoughts, much like how players were categorized during the Asian-friendly tournament based on their main battlefield. One group explores the unknown deep floors of the Abyss, expanding territory for humanity. The other group fights outside the Abyss, stopping monsters from spilling out during dungeon breaks and battling dark mages. Up until now, Kim Tae-hoon had mainly operated outside the Abyss, and thanks to that, he was recognized as an SS rank. Yet, just after reaching SS rank, he said he wanted to go into the Abyss. But in reality, he always had an ulterior motive in mind. He didn't pay attention to the questioning looks from anyone, focusing instead on his own thoughts. The key to the truth about him wasn't on Earth, but inside the Abyss. "If I stay tied down here forever, I'll never reach my goal. But while I'm away, an unexpected danger might strike again. To prepare for that moment, I have to help the others get stronger." Yu Ah-young sighed in frustration and complained. "Kim Tae-hoon, you really are unpredictable, like you're living in a completely different world." Her words, whether intentional or not, hit the nail on the head for Kim Tae-hoon. "You have too many secrets. Like that time your skills went out of control earlier that wasn't a normal skill, was it?" Yu Ah-young grabbed the back of the chair and slowly stood up. She walked straight in front of Kim Tae-hoon and asked bluntly, "Who are you, really?" Kim Tae-hoon just stood there, his eyes fixed on her. He seemed confused, his expression restless, and he wouldn't dare look her in the eye. He couldn't stay silent forever, so Kim Tae-hoon replied briefly, "I don't want to talk about it." Yu Ah-young, clearly not expecting that answer, hurriedly asked, "What?" His indifferent expression right now was driving Yu Ah-young crazy. "Don't joke around. I'm being very serious here." Kim Tae-hoon answered gently so she would understand. "Even if I explained it right now, it would be hard for you to accept. One day, there will be a proper time for me to say it all." When he said that, he suddenly paused. His expression looked sad, even though his lips were still smiling slightly. Yu Ah-young had no choice but to continue his answer from earlier. She gave him a sharp glare and decided, "It's not like you're under some Awakener's contract or anything, is it?" Kim Tae-hoon denied it immediately. "I'm not the type of person to break my word." She stopped the questioning and started talking about something else. "Fine, I understand that much. Why did you come find me as soon as you joined the New Korea?" Kim Tae-hoon stated his point clearly. I want to bring Aeon into the new Korea's raid team, but it seems she still has a lot on her plate. After hearing that, Yoo Ah-young raised her voice to tease him even more. Well, it is thanks to someone that she's been bedridden for a while and couldn't do anything. Kim Tae-hoon coughed and continued. So, I'd like you to recommend someone else to take her place. She immediately understood who the replacement he was talking about was. I guess it's just that kid left, right? Even though she was annoyed, she added, You really are cautious, aren't you? Were you waiting for my permission? Kim Tae-hoon rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window, and answered straightforwardly, Even if you don't agree, I'm still taking him with me. In another building, Kang Hyuk was laughing with delight. That's definitely Tae-hoon. I knew he'd come looking for me. After being healed by the Saintess, Kang Hyuk, who had lost his arm, had reclaimed his position as the #1 tank in Korea. Park Sung-jin, sitting nearby, also chuckled, pushing up his glasses in a menacing way. It looks like I'm being dragged into another earth-shattering event. Still, he was one of the most important powers in the new Korea, Seong Jae-in. While those two were excited, Han was a bit timid. I wonder if someone who once betrayed the new Korea like me is even worthy of being here. Si-gang stepped forward and patted his shoulder to remind him. Be grateful to Kim Tae-hoon for giving you a chance. After the Asian player-friendly tournament, both Hanju and Si-gang had grown a level higher. The most elite players of the new Korea were all gathered here, but all the attention was focused on Yoo Ah-young instead. Are they really worthy of sitting in this position? While everyone was chatting noisily, a voice spoke up, causing everyone to fall silent and turn to look. Thank you all for being here, even though this was a sudden summons. I'm sure you've all heard a bit about the situation by now. Kim Tae-hoon was relaying the info to the members. Those present here will join the raid team I am forming. The 5 of them stood seriously, listening to every single word he said. Sung Jung-ji voluntarily raised his hand to ask first. It's truly an honor to be chosen by an SS rank, but is this even feasible? I heard that the remaining unexplored dungeons are at least SS rank, but everyone here is only S rank. Tae-hoon smiled and answered immediately. Right now, that's true, but I have observed your potential for a long time. Everyone here has the potential to reach the national level, SS rank, or even higher. And in this dungeon conquest, you will prove it yourselves. You too. Ayeon clenched her fist and placed it over her chest, her voice soft. If you've said as much, her mind continued to spin with a mess of overlapping thoughts. I'm not the type of person who just says things to encourage others. Everyone present here is a talent who achieved SS rank in their past life. Even though that was supposed to happen only in a distant future, because everything has changed, I will change too. I'm accelerating the progress. Kang Hyuk urged impatiently, his face already brimming with spirit. He declared loudly, All right, let's go. Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself, I have to guide them quickly, but if we just rush into an unexplored dungeon like that, we'll only be heading to our deaths. With the professional and serious attitude of a leader, Kim Tae-hoon warned everyone, We will enter the dungeon 1 month from now. Before that, you will all train with me. First, we're going to be put through absolute hell. Looking at his wicked, capitalistic smile, everyone blurted out the same thing. This is terrifying. 1 month later, the unexplored dungeon at the Opera House. Ironclad Boots stood firmly on the stage. He didn't show any expression other than his firm, pursed lips. In an instant, his body was covered in a thick suit of armor. He held his sword, his movements light, yet masterful. He slammed the blade straight down into the floor, causing the ground where he stood to shatter. Another person who seemed to be a member of the team ran over and offered praise. Her strength is always terrifying, isn't it? The other members attack and defend, yet they still manage to keep chatting. Plus, the other SS ranks are no slouches either. It really is a monster lineup. With power like this, conquering the dungeon today isn't impossible. As they were fighting hard, someone suddenly shouted, Hey, have you heard the news? New Korea and Kim Tae-hoon are entering an unexplored dungeon today too. Someone replied, Are they serious? That idiot Kim Tae-hoon an unexplored dungeon isn't. A playground for kids. What is he thinking? Dragging a bunch of S-ranks in there? Is he really going to get his teammates killed just for some pathetic pride? Too bad we can't see the show in person. Among the group, only Cheng Jin-ji remained silent. He just stood there, listening and glancing at them. At the same time, in the Greek unexplored dungeon, the snake pit Kang Hai-wook couldn't laugh anymore. He, Si-jeong, and the others were busy scrambling to escape from that giant poisonous serpent. In this desperate situation, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. If we keep fighting like this, I'm actually going to die at Kim Tae-hoon's hands. Tae-hoon was just standing there watching. smiling calmly. Kang Hai-wook realized the situation and warned the members. Hey, are you kids going to pick up the pace? Or do you want collective punishment? Si Jiang cried out with a grimace. Can you stop sprinting like a bullet, for crying out loud? Han looked like he was about to cry. Mom, I want to go home. They ran for a bit longer when Yua Young suddenly squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, I can't breathe. Kim Tae-hoon observed the situation and thought, they were sweeping through like a storm. It seems the hellish training had paid off. After sprinting for their lives, the group stopped in their tracks. Park Sung-jin stepped forward and asked, where are we? As things moved out of the way, he blurted out, what are those weird stone things? Yua Young carefully approached the blocks of stone, only then realizing they were statues shaped like people. That's when she realized they weren't just stones. These are all the players who went missing in this dungeon. Before their sweat could even dry, the group was startled by the sound of wind whistling through the air. They all looked up at once when they heard a hair-raising voice. Come here, you foolish humans. Yua Young's face turned purple with fear as she gritted her teeth. The ruler of the dungeon appeared, a woman with a snake-covered body. Even her hair was made of writhing snakes. She declared to them, today my wall of fame will have new additions. Her identity was the master of the Greek unexplored dungeon, the SS-RANK Medusa. Not wanting his members to face death, Kim Tae-hoon stepped forward slowly and declared loudly, we'll see who becomes part of the collection. What's the matter? My wallet is missing a piece of snakeskin. Medusa's appearance left them rooted to the spot. Yua Young's face was pale, her lips trembling. That's the master of the snake pit. Medusa. All the members shared the same expression, frowning, grinding their teeth in fear and hesitation. Can we really defeat an SS-rank monster? It felt like their entire bodies were frozen under that cold gaze. Seeing them losing their courage, Kim Tae-hoon couldn't accept it and shouted, what are you doing? For those hesitant feet that wouldn't move, he had no choice but to warn them. Remember what you've been doing for the last month. If you set limits for yourselves and give up, you'll never achieve anything. Sung Jung-ji and Yua Young froze for a moment, but the look of terror on their faces faded. He was the first to regain his composure. As soon as he heard that scolding, he pulled himself together. Right, Kim Tae-hoon is right. We've been training non-stop to surpass our own limits. Yua Young pursed her lips and told herself, even if the person in front of them was much stronger. Kang Hee-wook regained his spirit and enthusiasm. He grinned and clicked his tongue. Hell, might as well go all in. Kang Hee-wook stood in the middle, raised his hand high on behalf of the members, and shouted aggressively, everyone, stick to the plan. Instantly, all the members lunged forward and began to move. Each of them used their own weapons and powers to charge at Medusa. Yua Young wielded her great hammer, and Park Sung-jin charged with his flame blade. Medusa looked at them with a bored expression and sneered. A sloppy attack, not worth mentioning. Yua Young was already very close to Medusa. She let out a cry to pump herself up. At the same time, Sung Jung-ji seemed a bit unsteady as Medusa began to move her massive body. Han and Seong were focusing on summoning their strongest moves. She decisively reached out an arm toward them. Just then, Kang Hee-wook slammed a large wooden board down. He used it as a springboard to move upward, laughing with contempt. This attack is so boring. Spirit possession, ancient dragon form. Meanwhile, Park Sung-jin had silently flown up and was only a short distance from Medusa. But she was sharp. She seemed surprised by this sudden attack. Medusa looked down and saw Yua Young using her great hammer to keep her arm frozen. While she was temporarily at a disadvantage, Park Sung-jin took the opportunity to fly in and use a sword strike. Supporting him, Yua Young also swung her great hammer and summoned an ice slash. Hit by both attacks at once, Medusa screamed in agony. Medusa's face twisted, her eyebrows knitting together, her mouth wide open, with 4 fangs showing as the painful sound escaped. After a while, she shattered the ice, imprisoning her arm. Medusa immediately channeled all her resentment into this moment. She swung her staff with a hateful curse. You damn pieces of trash. Kim Tae-hoon didn't interfere. He silently observed each player and analyzed which attacks were effective, even against an SS-rank monster. Sejeong and Han, the mages, kept attacking from a distance, constantly disrupting the enemy's vision. Meanwhile, the tanker protected them from behind. Sung Jung-ji and Yua Young coordinated their attacks on her blind spot. There was no single finishing blow, but they were accumulating damage steadily. Thinking of this, Kim Tae-hoon suddenly glared with caution. Medusa wouldn't just take hits forever. Just as he had predicted, Medusa was getting sick of this time-consuming back and forth. She gnashed her teeth and threatened, "This isn't over yet." The next second, Medusa opened her mouth wide and let out a horrifying roar that shook the entire space. The magical power and that enchanting sound were released simultaneously, causing everyone's movements to slow down. He already knew exactly how this game was played, so he thought to himself the moment Medusa began to wind up an overpowered attack. She pulled her arm back, pointed her trident's tip at the party members, and declared firmly, "All of you are going to die." But just then, Medusa suddenly froze, squinting as if she had noticed something strange. She recounted her opponents and realized one of them had disappeared. The person who left Medusa confused was Kang Huich. She took the bait, much to his delight. He had been waiting for this. Kang Hu seemed to have been anticipating this moment for a long time. While Medusa was still hesitating, he darted forward and landed a heavy punch right into her gut. "I'm sick and tired of this." With his spiritual guardian beast in its queen form, Medusa leaned over in agony, her face twisting as she let out a miserable shriek. Tae-hoon chuckled, amused by Kang Huich's perfect reversal. It was a secret finishing move he had kept hidden until now. Right then, each member unleashed the skills they had been holding back. Sijiang used Starlight Beam, and Hanj cast magic. Bloazon unleashed a thunderous storm, and Park Sung-jin used his sword skills. Streams of light took over the space, flashing with the same decisive intensity as every member present. Medusa was being attacked head-on by all 5 of them at once. She could only helplessly take the hits and scream. A moment later, the commotion died down, leaving the space in an incredibly suspicious silence. The remaining smoke drifted through the air. As the smoke slowly cleared, only a few white streaks remained. Medusa had officially fallen. She lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, her mouth still hanging open in shock. Hanu wasn't sure yet, so he asked cautiously, "Did we really win?" Sejong looked at the results displayed in front of him with hesitation and muttered, "I can't believe it." Kang Hu laughed his usual raspy laugh. "It seems my new ultimate move did the trick." Tae-hoon walked over and patted Azon on the shoulder. "You held nothing back. Everyone did a great job. I knew you guys could do it." Kang Huik then pretended to be hurt, complaining, "Tae-hoon, isn't my little brother being a bit too cruel? How could you just stand there in the back without lifting a finger? We just conquered a dungeon no one has ever cleared before. Are we perhaps stronger than we imagined?" Tae-hoon suddenly lowered his head and spoke with a troubled voice. "I wish that were true." His words made everyone suddenly go quiet. They all turned their eyes to him, full of questions. From Medusa's motionless body, a few purple streaks of light crept out, signaling something ominous. Her body suddenly erupted with a mysterious blue light. The members stood stunned, eyes wide as they watched the situation unfold. What is that? Why hasn't the gate closed? Is this a double dungeon? Just as they realized what was happening, another monster appeared with a regret-filled question. The gatekeeper has been defeated? The monster this time was a dragon, possessing a deep pink scale layer that glowed from the top of its head all the way to its spine. Its long neck swayed from side to side before it spoke. How strange. Its 2 eyes, one blue, one red, glared at the players who were still frozen. "I don't see anyone strong enough to have done that here." It was the second monster, the master of the double dungeon, an SS+-rank basilisk. Hanu felt dizzy, his vision blurred as he looked at the basilisk. Beating Medusa was already a struggle. This one was on a completely different level. Sung Jung-ji and Kang Huich began to feel like they were back to square one. Both of them cursed. "This is insane. Our bodies won't move. Is there really no way?" Glancing elsewhere, Azon had somehow turned into a stone statue. Kim Tae-hoon, however, remained safe and sound. He suddenly stepped forward, his hands clenched as if he were about to do something. One by one, the other members had turned into mindless stone statues, leaving only Kim Tae-hoon unaffected. The basilisk chuckled and said, "I see. Are you the one who killed Medusa?" Kim Tae-hoon didn't say a word, his face dark and expressionless. Seeing him silent, the basilisk chirped, "Huh?" Kim Tae-hoon glanced briefly and pointed behind him to let it know. "No. Those guys did it." The basilisk showed nothing but contempt, asking back in an arrogant tone, "Those nobodies? Unbelievable." Kim Tae-hoon then switched to his savage mode to retort against that mocking tone. "Are your subordinates too arrogant to bother training? I don't see anything special about them, so what makes their master any different?" His face looked innocent, but Kim Tae-hoon's mockery made the basilisk furious. It growled as if Kim Tae-hoon were its subordinate. "Do you not know your place, human?" Rage surged within it, its eyes bulged and smoked. Saying that, it retracted its mouth into a jagged spike. But suddenly, the basilisk's eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Suddenly, it screamed as if in agony. A feather was drifting in the air. It looked up, its mouth hanging open in a comical way. Tae-hoon stood with his arms crossed, his expression terrifyingly emotionless. He had summoned large feathered wings that pierced through the basilisk's back. That form was the Kim Tae-hoon's eyes were now filled with red, and he spoke in an arrogant tone. He coldly declared to the master of the double dungeon, "You will soon find out who the weakest one really is." Tae-hoon drew his familiar weapon. He pointed the sharp blade toward the monster, darting past it and letting the blade cut into its body. But the basilisk wasn't easily defeated. It ranted loudly. "This guy is really running around, isn't he? Can you only run away?" It coiled its body and approached from behind Kim Tae-hoon. He immediately used his blood eyes to detect the stealthy movement and turned around. The next second, Kim Tae-hoon quickly slashed, making another part of it bleed. The basilisk let out a fierce, thunderous scream of pain. Tae-hoon calmly provoked his opponent. "Still angry even though you can't catch a single insect? What gives a lizard crawling on the ground the right to be arrogant?" Reddick. Unique grade. Reward. SS grade Valhalla. Unique grade. The crafty basilisk realized the power hidden within Kim Tae-hoon's body. "You know how to use Ajimun's power too? Acting like you're all that, huh?" It roared, releasing its pressure. "Don't be delusional." It didn't hesitate to reveal its trump card. "You aren't the only one who received a blessing from the Great Duke." All four sides were suddenly submerged in churning water. A whirlpool roared, washing everything away. The basilisk's voice echoed, "This is the demonic sea, the true power of the Duke among dukes, Chokmun Gun." In its arrogant voice, the demonic sea was endless and overwhelming. "You think the power of Ijimun." It suddenly lunged, mouth open to devour. Kim Tae-hoon can defeat me, but it was met with his faint smile. "It's not the Duke's power." Kim Tae-hoon raised his hand. A crimson power descended. The king's power. Basil was startled, but it was too late. The red dragon had already crashed down into the spray of white water. Kang Hai-wook jolted awake from his nightmare, returning to reality in a daze. The others were waking up too. He shouted, "What the hell? Where's that damn lizard?" Tae-hoon calmly tucked his knife into his inner jacket pocket. "While everyone was petrified, I took care of it." His expression was full of confidence. "So, that's the end of Greece's unconquered dungeon, right?" The look of admiration in Yu Ah-young's eyes deepened. Just by looking, you could tell it was at least an SS-rank monster, and he had taken it down all by himself. "Kim Tae-hoon, you really are something else." Kang, not bothering to hide his anger, grabbed him by the collar. "Kim Tae-hoon, shouldn't you have told us beforehand that this was a two-story dungeon?" He just shrugged, feigning ignorance. "How would I know?" Sejong, of course, didn't believe him, because he always seemed to know everything. He retorted, "So, what does that mean?" As she stammered, Kim Tae-hoon nonchalantly straightened his clothes. "Why worry about such things? Besides, it's all finished, isn't it? I've fulfilled my duties." He happily encouraged them. "Everyone worked hard. Your performance exceeded my expectations." Naturally, this had all been part of his plan. "I knew from the start that the Greek dungeon was a two-story one, but I chose it as our starting point anyway, because I wanted you all to have an extreme experience on the verge of death." He smiled faintly, hoping they would keep pushing themselves, wishing for them to grow even stronger. The final blue portal appeared, along with dreams of the future, and one day, Kim Tae-hoon silently thought he would build a solid foundation for them, becoming a pillar of support for this place when he was no longer around. Stepping out into the light, camera flashes flickered. Reporters were always curious. The unconquered dungeon in Paris, considered invincible for so many years, had finally been cleared. Could the association president please share a few words about this achievement? Questions came in rapid fire. Was anyone injured? Where is the next target? Vincent adjusted his tie calmly. "I'll give you all time to ask everything. I'm used to this. Let's take it one by one." Just then, a reporter's phone rang. After answering, he shouted, "What? Is that true?" Like a wave of shock, it spread. All the reporters pulled out their phones and started mentioning a name. New Korea. Vincent didn't understand the situation until someone behind him spoke up. "News about the New Korea raid team has already leaked." Marcus quickly updated the information. "That can't be." His glasses reflected the blue light. New Korea. He was shocked. They cleared the uncharted dungeon? Grego couldn't believe it. "Are you joking? An S-rank mob is supposed to be a national strategic force, and they even took down the Snake's Den?" Marcus continued. Not only that, he had gathered all the information, casting a glance at him. "I heard the Greek dungeon was a two-story dungeon." This information was truly absurd. Kim Tae-hoon aside, not a single person in the squad was injured. Was New Korea's strength already at this level? At the same moment, a mocking laugh rang out in front of a video replay. "We really got outdone." Kevin was calm. The protagonist of this event should have been us, the United States. His competitive nature seemed affected. In that case, we need to push harder on our end. After the news about the new Korea raid team led by Kim Tae-hoon broke, the United States and the World Player Association seemed triggered, repeatedly rushing to clear other dungeons. And regardless of what their initial intentions were, the world was quickly regaining stability. Somewhere deep in the jungle, a building was heavily guarded. Stop. No one is allowed to enter without permission. An older man blew the guards away. For him, it was as easy as pie. A bunch of weaklings, daring to stand in my way? His tone was filled with contempt. He was an S-rank player, chairman of the Tae-hoon group, Lee Dong-soo. He marched in boldly. A deep, murmuring voice echoed through the dark room. The voice was dripping with threats. I don't recall giving anyone permission to come here and play whenever they like, Chairman Lee. He frowned and raised his voice. The guards are not only useless, but also good for nothing. Do you not know why I am here? Lee Dong-soo recalled how the original deal was to eliminate Tae-hoon, but look at him now, he's SS rank, impossible to touch. Today, he couldn't help but settle the score with them. Right now, he was furious, because he led the raid team allied with the 4 great guilds. Tae-hoon Guild had also lost its standing. He gritted his teeth. And my son, the one I intended to pass the guild to, is still a vegetable who hasn't woken up. Lee Dong-soo roared. In this situation, you're telling me to just keep enduring it? Conversely, the voice remained nonchalant. I understand you are angry, but as I said before, something slimy crawled up. Lee Dong-soo suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The stranger's voice was right behind his neck. Tae-hoon is aiming for a bigger picture. The men following him were wrapped in tentacles. Gah! What is this? Guild leader Lee Dong-soo spun around. Since when was he standing behind him? The masked figure said in a low voice. Tae-hoon's abnormal growth was also outside our calculations, but we haven't given up yet. Sooner or later, he will clash with us. A gloved hand reached out. Now, let's talk business. Lee Dong-soo froze. What? The opponent explained patiently. This is what the Goddess of Stone stole from the Chinese Player Association. Research data extracted from it. He produced a small vial, his red eyes flickering. A smart person like you, Chairman, should know how to use this for the benefit of Tae-hoon, right? Lee Dong-soo seemed to be calculating in his head. He smirked. Now, that's a conversation that makes sense. A triumphant smile appeared on his devious face. Returning to the past, a blue circle appeared. The World Player Association had declared they would clear all uncharted dungeons a year ago. Everyone was stepping out one by one, and now, with New Korea entering the final uncharted dungeon in Mexico, every unconquered dungeon on Earth had completely vanished. And just like that, Jung-ji let out a sigh of relief with a satisfied tone. It's all over. At first, I thought this was impossible, but in the end, we actually did it. Kang Hae-wook had a beaming face because he still had plenty of energy. Actually, I feel a bit regretful because now there's nothing left to do. I've been in my prime lately, Sejong suddenly asked. You're the guild leader of Onamiro, right? How long do you plan to neglect your position? He leisurely put his hands behind his back and laughed confidently. My guild has an extremely excellent secretary, Han exclaimed. Truly. I feel sorry for Secretary Kim. Yu Ah-young hurriedly ran over from a distance. Wait for me, everyone. Everyone had gathered. Now, all the players of New Korea had reached the level of a national strategic force. Kim Tae-hoon was waiting with great confidence. If things kept going like this, reaching S rank was only a matter of time. He looked at his own hands, feeling that the time was ripe. It wasn't just them growing, he was, too. Conquering unexplored dungeons had significantly boosted his power. Perhaps it was time. He arrived at a tall building, and a voice called out from inside. It's been a while, sir. Chae-sun greeted him excitedly. Oh, you're here? He shook hands warmly. Player Tae-hoon. The two sat down at a table to have tea. Tae-hoon offered his congratulations, having heard that he had become the head of the association's skill research department. Congratulations, sir. Chae-sun smiled modestly. What's there to congratulate? He sipped his tea, still in disbelief. An old man like me, who had lost all hope. To be able to make amends and live life like this, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Chae-sun was deeply grateful. It's all thanks to you. Chae-sun smiled, reflecting on the past. After meeting Kim Tae-hoon, he had decided to turn himself in, confessing to the association about his experiments on the demonized. Chae-sun was allowed to keep his job, but thanks to Kim Tae-hoon's petition and the decision of Chairman Jung Gi-hee, who valued his talent, he was now a member of the association, working for the Awakened of New Korea. He felt something was off and asked bluntly, but tell me, for the busiest person in the world to drop by, what is it? Surely you didn't just come for a chat? Kim Tae-hoon replied directly. Actually, there is something I need your help with. Chae-sun was happy to assist. There's still something you need my help with? That's unusual. Tell me. I'll help you with anything I can. Tae-hoon made his proposal. I want to perform a skill fusion. Chae-sun looked confused. What? But you've already performed fusions before, haven't you? Kim Tae-hoon clarified his intention. I mean, I want to refuse a skill that has already been fused. Chae-sun was both worried and startled. A fusion of a fusion? No one has ever tried this before. You're the one who said that if skills spike too quickly, the mana could backfire on your body. Chae-sun tried to discourage him. You're already incredibly strong. If you keep taking such reckless risks, even you will. Kim Tae-hoon's mind was made up. He was determined. But there is something I absolutely must achieve. Even if I have to trade my current strength for the risk, it's still not enough. You are the only one who can help me. Seeing this, Chae-sun just stared, stunned. Tae-hoon smiled to reassure him. Don't worry. I've prepared a body strong enough to withstand it. Chae-sun sighed, clutching his head, and gave in. You really are impossible to win against. Chae-sun stood outside, explaining the process. This fusion chamber was built using cutting-edge alchemist technology. That machine is equipped with powerful mana stones, helping to push your skills to the limit. Even so, this is the first time I've used it. He asked Tae-hoon one last time. Once you start, there's no going back. Are you ready? Tae-hoon was prepared. Yes, anytime. Chae-sun hesitated before reaching for the button. The machine prompted, Do you wish to fuse multiple skills? A surge of electricity began to surround him, starting the fusion process. The electrical current grew brighter. Tae-hoon waited in anticipation. A mysterious figure appeared, smiling in satisfaction. Choosing you was the right decision. The figure didn't forget to give a warning, lightly touching his forehead. But to control such a massive source of mana, the human body still has its limits. The figure made a decision. Perhaps I should help a little. Tae-hoon suddenly opened his eyes. The machine announced, Due to a mysterious force, your rank has changed to S. A massive source of power is awakening. He had finally succeeded. The new skills were registered. Kim Tae-hoon woke up and examined his body, curious. This was the information. Name, Kim Tae-hoon, age, 20, rank, S, stamina, 268, mana, 389, strength, 210, fatigue, 20%, remaining mana, Senshibawan Jyoten Senbai Bashijo. Special skill, gluttony, can swallow a desired target. Mana cost, 100. Normal skill, perfect hypnosis, hypnotize a designated target. Mana cost, 100. Berserk blood, activates all physical stats. Mana cost, 200. Superior vision, see through the opponent. Mana cost, 10. Apocalypse, creates an infinite space. Mana cost, 200. Dragon's Roar, unleashes pressure enhanced by mana. Mana cost, 100. Beast form /A transforms the body into a demonic beast. Mana cost, 200. Liquid demon, grants your mana toxic properties. Mana cost, 200. Summoning skill, Rosalia, summons Queen Rosalia. Mana cost, 300. Hazard, summons the Dragon King Hazard. Mana cost, 0. He was still intently looking at himself. It wasn't just a combination of skills. They had been rearranged, and new ones were added. Or perhaps it was because his rank had increased that he was finally able to perceive them. Tae-gook came running from afar, bursting through the door. What's going on? He rushed inside and saw the director collapsed, panicking. Director Chae-sun. Chae-sun reassured him. I'm still okay. Tae-gook was deeply worried. But inside, he looked through the window and spoke strangely. It seemed as if they were witnessing a historical moment. The figure slowly opened their eyes in front of that massive building. Jung Gi-hee sat with her arms crossed, looking like a politician, with Tae-gook beside her. Kim Tae-hoon sat opposite them, sweating nervously. He had probably guessed what was coming. He was about to get a little scolding. She skillfully reminded player Kim Tae-hoon that damaging the association's facilities was not acceptable. He scratched his head, embarrassed. I'm sorry. Jung Gi-hee examined the results, feeling incredibly surprised. Regardless, considering what you've achieved so far, I'll take care of this. Fusion, you say? You've done the unthinkable again, she probed, asking, Do you feel anything different? He checked his status. I have a body overflowing with power. I even want to head into the abyss right now. He was very excited. It seemed there was even a skill related to a great duke. Whatever it was, he really wanted to test it out immediately. He clearly shows his regret. I wanted to see it with my own eyes too, but I can't keep a busy person like you any longer. Jong Gi-hun strokes his chin in realization. Ah, I almost forgot there's a mission for you. What do you think? He mentions it comes from the World Players Association. Kim Tae-hoon wonders, what is it? Jung Gi-hun mentions the name of player Kim Tae-hoon. Some are sharpening their knives, while one is busy stretching. Sarah McQueen turns back to look at Jeffrey, who is waiting contemplatively. Jung Gi-hun explains the mission. They want you to be a judge for the new SS-RANK licensing exam. Kim Tae-hoon is incredibly excited. It's already time to select SS ranks? Time really flies. The others look on, bewildered. Oh my god, is that really Kim Tae-hoon? They are extremely expectant and curious about the person who is compared to an elite player. They look toward him, the famous SS rank player. Vincent walks over and thanks him for agreeing to participate. Kim Tae-hoon turns his head. So, everyone is here. Then, he points and introduces player Thomas Proven, who had arrived earlier. Vincent continues to introduce player Cody. He loudly announces that the 3 SS rank players will be the judges for this exam. There couldn't be anything more fair than this. Vincent asks the others, so, how would you like to conduct the test? The association proposes a scoring system based on the player's skills. The elite female player, upon hearing this, falls into deep thought. Kim Tae-hoon speaks up. No need to make it that complicated. He unleashes immense power right there. Vincent grits his teeth, confused. What was that? Kim Tae-hoon explains. At the end of the day, what a player needs most is spirit and strength. Just seeing who gets knocked out is enough to know their true ability. Plus, we can combine it with a skill check. 2 birds with 1 stone. Vincent, seeing this, rushes to intervene. Wait a minute. This is way too violent. The elite female player is intrigued. Interesting. He unleashes power that is no less impressive. Kim Tae-hoon laughs as he watches for a moment. The female elite confirms, I'll participate. Vincent steps back, wondering. Kim Tae-hoon is understandable, but why the female elite too? Someone is extremely worried, President. Won't this affect the plan? Everyone is very anxious. Is the difficulty level of this test even right? Back in the examination room, Vincent makes the final decision. Then the exam will be conducted in a combat format, according to the judge's decision. He turns to the 3 of them. Judges, please split the examinees and take charge of each group. Vincent briefs them. Training room 1 is for player Kim Tae-hoon, and room 2 is for player Thomas. Jeffrey, seeing this, is incredibly annoyed. These judges just got lucky reaching SS before us, and now they're acting all high and mighty. Sarah McQueen warns him. Stop it, Jeffrey, you'll be heard. He still insists on yelling regardless. No, but it's obvious, isn't it? SS rank was only established last year. We just didn't have enough time to accumulate achievements like they did. In a head-on fight, I'm not necessarily going to lose. Jeffrey even says outright, you can't hide in your master's shadow forever either, Sarah. Jeffrey is full of ambition. Today, he has to smash their stuck-up noses in. The person Jeffrey is most annoyed with is that arrogant Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon walks inside and greets them. Nice to meet you, recruits. He introduces himself. I am Kim Tae-hoon, appointed as a judge for this exam by the World Players Association. Kim Tae-hoon continues. The rules I've set are extremely simple. You just need to land 1 effective hit on us. Easy, right? Everyone is confused. Just 1 effective hit? The difficulty level is easier than I thought. Jeffrey is, of course, very confident. But in my opinion, that's impossible. So, he arrogantly tells them, just all come at me at once. At first, they are stunned, not daring to budge. Jeffrey is furious. This guy, he is the first to charge forward. Don't kid around. Sarah McQueen quickly tries to stop him. Wait, Jeffrey! He stands there waiting, completely unafraid. Jeffrey becomes even more forceful, his tendons popping out clearly. Caught you. Kim Tae-hoon just needs 1 swing of his fist to send him flying. Sarah McQueen hears him land with a loud thud and looks on in fear. He declares, while looking full of confidence, 1 eliminated. Jeffrey lies there in pain. Sarah McQueen watches, terrified. She turns back to advise them. Don't charge in out of anger. Everyone, calm down. But just as Sarah McQueen finishes speaking, they charge all at once, attacking simultaneously to find an opening. Kim Tae-hoon easily takes them down. There is one guy trying a sneak attack. He turns and kicks that person violently. They are surrounding him from all 4 directions, trying to attack Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon lifts his foot and rushes toward them. Kim Tae-hoon easily knocks them down. One guy lies there in resentment. He doesn't hesitate to stomp on his hand, causing the very stone floor to shatter. He is kicked away by Kim Tae-hoon. Sarah McQueen stands stunned. Even charging in like that, they couldn't even touch him. Another person is terrified. Are you really a monster? He slowly approaches the remaining ones. So disappointing. And the kids over there, although you aren't as stupid as the ones who charged in first, Kim Tae-hoon grabs him by the throat and challenges. Standing still won't change anything either. He asks if they intend to keep standing there rooted to the spot. Sarah McQueen hangs her head, then offers an idea. Can I suggest an idea? Everyone? Sarah McQueen steps forward bravely. He stands there blankly. Willow leaves begin to appear. Sarah McQueen is ready. Kim Tae-hoon crosses his arms, looking down on them, thinking they were just talking. Turns out it's a skill? Is there anything here capable of facing me head-on? He is ready to test it out. Both sides rush in to attack. Kim Tae-hoon is very surprised. You blocked this attack? Her hands are shaking and her mouth is spitting blood. Sarah McQueen shouts to everyone. Everyone, help me take him down. One person understands her intention. Are you planning to use yourself as a sacrifice to hold me back? He wears a mysterious smile. The monocore is clearly revealed. A layer of black smoke envelops the area. The other person is now showing extreme fear. What's this? What's going on? I can't see anything. That person clutches their throat in pain, unable to breathe. Someone else screams in chaos, help me. Kim Tae-hoon counts the skills he has. Monarch's World, Monarch's Aura, and even the Binding Chains. A total of 6 skills combined, including low-level ones. Another person wants to give up. This isn't fair. I'm out. I'm quitting the exam. Their senses are blurred. He has calculated it all carefully. Gravity is weighing down. Their bodies are bound, and their stats are being debuffed. How could mediocre kids like you withstand this? Kim Tae-hoon feels quite surprised. She managed to hold on for quite a while. Sarah McQueen is extremely determined. My teacher taught me that no matter the situation, you must never give up. Because if you don't give up, there will always be a chance. He gradually realizes her technique. She is sucking in the surrounding mana and converting it into her own stats. So she withstood a hit from me by absorbing mana from others. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly lets go. Sarah McQueen throws a punch. This is the chance. He stands still. The fist is approaching. She doesn't understand why her body suddenly won't move. What was that? Kim Tae-hoon brushed past, his gaze shifting coldly. Even though the punch didn't land, Tae-hoon still acknowledged that such an effort was commendable. He considered it an effective move. He immediately confirmed that Sarah McQueen had passed. Kim Tae-hoon could have predicted that the owner of the terraforming skill, Sarah McQueen, would later be called the Hope of America. An SS rank player truly has different qualities from the start. He also tried to guess. So the teacher she mentioned is congratulations. Kim Tae-hoon also guessed that his disciple had passed. That person is you. The announcement has arrived, President. The exam is over. Vincent anxiously asked, It's over? What are the results? The other person stammered in reply. The only one who passed is Sarah McQueen from America. His complexion turned pale. Only one person? That's a crushing defeat. Vincent's plans had collapsed due to Kim Tae-hoon's unilateral actions and the buzz surrounding Neo-Korea. The influence the World Players Association should have had in the uncharted dungeons had diminished, and they were hoping to make up for it with this second round of certification exams. Yet, Kim Tae-hoon only selected one person, and Cody and Thomas didn't pick anyone at all. Wasn't this exam too hasty? The other person urged. President, what are you so depressed about? The person announced that the player wanted to borrow the highest level training room. He continued, saying the reason was to spar with Kim Tae-hoon. Vincent was even more stunned. What? What did you say? The two stood facing each other on the arena floor, ready for a fierce battle. They stood amidst the dust and shattered stone. Congratulations, your disciple passed. Kim Tae-hoon calmly crossed his arms. But surely you didn't come all this way just to confirm that, right? What are you here for? Cody lightly moved his lips. He was feeling a craving. Right? There's no one here who can satisfy me. Cody slowly stepped toward him. You and I are the same, Kim Tae-hoon. His voice continued, his expression grave. So, why don't we try it? Cody's eyes flashed with determination. Let's spar. Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon curled his lips upward. I also thought we might clash one day, but I didn't expect it to happen under these circumstances. He clenched his fist. He didn't know why Cody was like this, but he didn't mind it either because he also wanted to know what level he had reached. Kim Tae-hoon radiated a terrifying presence, his expression extremely confident. As he faced the strongest person in the world, the standoff between Cody and Kim Tae-hoon was being watched by others on a screen. The observer tilted his head, slightly confused. What should we do now? Cody and Kim Tae-hoon are the number 1 and number 2 players in the world, respectively. If those two fight, shouldn't we stop them? Vincent said helplessly. Like we could. Just let them do as they please. This remark surprised the other person. What? But he immediately interrupted. Instead, announced that all the footage will be recorded. The recent SS rank exam failed. We have to salvage something, at least. He propped his chin on his hand, calculating. If they obtained data on those two, they might even get unexpected media exposure. The entire space was covered in the blue light from the screen. I take responsibility. Proceed. The announcement sounded, attracting Kim Tae-hoon's attention, granting permission to use the facility. But the voice clearly stated that all events there would be recorded by the association. Hearing that, he just exclaimed, I see. Cody remained calm, grabbing his shoulder. No problem. Anyway, once we start, all those things will become useless. Kim Tae-hoon glanced at him with some interest. I didn't expect someone like you to be the one to make the first move. Cody's expression didn't change as he flexed his joints. Isn't that good news for you? You're still aiming for my #1 spot, aren't you? His voice was surprised. Me? Kim Tae-hoon stood ready in a combat stance with confidence. You know it too. Whenever I want, I can take that spot. Cody's expression immediately became cold and gloomy. I see. That tongue of yours is Kim Tae-hoon's weapon, but it won't work on me. At that moment, the camera moved slightly. Their two fists collided, creating an earthquake that tore through the air. Kim Tae-hoon, with a dense killing intent, swung his fist quickly. Cody furrowed his brows. His punch had struck nothing but empty air. Just then, Cody lunged from behind. His punch, overflowing with power, was aimed straight at him. Kim Tae-hoon dodged easily with a dangerous look on his face. Finally, he countered with a terrifying move. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes stared ahead, as if predicting it. Cody's cold face emerged from the thick cloud of dust. He had blocked his opponent's strike. Their power and speed levels were evenly matched. Immediately, Kim Tae-hoon kicked him hard in the stomach. Cody stood his ground, using his hand to anchor himself to the floor. The match will be decided by this. His eyes were sharp and dark, his hand reaching out to activate his power. Revelation. That power erupted with dark, deathly energy. Cody's remaining leg was quickly wrapped in red chains. And then, even his arm was restrained. His eyes were full of astonishment. Such a terrifying source of power. There was no information about you possessing this skill. Kim Tae-hoon grinned amidst the killing aura. There are still many things you don't know about me. Suddenly, a hand rapidly transformed into a golden weapon. So today, I will show you everything. Cody used his sword to shatter the chains into small pieces. You think that's enough to defeat me? The next second, his body was directly covered by armor, the ultimate light. He lunged forward with his sword. Kim Tae-hoon wasn't panicked at all and chuckled lightly. To break the chains of revelation in such a brutal way? Like teacher, like student. He also drew a weapon from his coat. Kim Tae-hoon easily parried his opponent's attack. Their blades clashed, releasing an explosion of power. The ground was forced to crumble. A small stone was falling through the air, and in the next second, it was instantly sliced into 2 pieces. Kim Tae-hoon nimbly dodged Cody's blade. Then, he launched a counterattack, forcing Cody to block with his sword. The two fought aggressively, causing the ground to shatter. Rocks kicked up or slashed apart. Kim Tae-hoon's face was devoid of emotion, a fiery pulse in his chest. He looked at Cody, who was also incredibly combative. Something I've never felt before. That's right, it can't be wrong. This guy. The two of them, with excited expressions, clashed as the strongest. Inside the observation room, the screen began to glitch. Vincent gnashed his teeth in annoyance. What the hell is going on? The staff below were in a panic. Are there no more cameras working? Contact the technical team, send people to the scene immediately. Then, someone hesitated. It's too dangerous. If we get caught in it, Vincent turned around decisively. I'm going there myself. The person next to him was slightly confused. Association, President Vincent's face was grave. The high-level training room. The facility was designed to withstand dozens of SS rank players at once. Yet, are these two pushing even further beyond that? Tae-hoon chuckled as he wiped his mouth. If they keep this up, the building will collapse before they even declare a winner. The armored woman nodded in agreement. I agree. So why don't you stop holding back and end this? He, still gripping his weapon, smirked. I've been giving it my all this whole time. She countered instantly. Don't lie. Her eyes, hidden behind the mask, flashed dangerously. Tae-hoon, you haven't even used the Great Duke's power yet, have you? Those words made his expression shift instantly. Kim Tae-hoon hesitated, asking, How do you know about that? She responded immediately. You aren't the only one who knows the secrets of the deepest level of the abyss, she said, holding her sharp blade with great pride. I am also one who has signed a contract with a Great Duke. He looked at her, his face stunned. Tell me, Kim Tae-hoon, which monster did you sign a contract with? He tried to force a smile. Liu Pin, Jiang Long, it turns out China isn't the only place with great Duke contractors. I never expected someone like her to be one too. He slowly hid his weapon, but since she only mentioned Great Duke, it seems she didn't know about the king. Kim Tae-hoon immediately shifted, his aura surging like hellfire. Holding back his trump card was still the smartest move. She slowly assessed him. Vampire Lord, is it? Tae-hoon knitted his brows tightly, while the light on her chest began to shift. His armor became shrouded in a dark purple aura, and his sword swirled with newfound magic. A pair of wings suddenly appeared. He looked incredibly imposing with those large wings on his back, a fallen angel, Lucifer. She said calmly, "Come, let's end this here." Kim Tae-hoon's expression was intensely focused. One foot lunged forward, while the other pushed off the ground with immense force. The training room endured the shock of their terrifying power. The entire space was swallowed by smoke and dust. Those standing at the entrance were shaken by the sheer pressure hitting them. Vincent gritted his teeth, shielding his face. What about her and Kim Tae-hoon? She spoke calmly. Looks like they're coming now. Kim Tae-hoon looked up, unfazed. Indeed, they were. At that moment, his claws and her blade were both inches from each other's throats. Let's call this a draw for now. Then, the armor on his body vanished. Right. We'll meet again in the abyss. Tae-hoon's magic power gradually dissipated. We'll settle everything then. By now, Vincent had rushed in, full of concern. Are both players okay? He walked past his opponent, a faint smile on his lips. Yeah, maybe we caused a bit too much of a mess. Sorry about that. Finally, Kim Tae-hoon left one last remark. I hope you all handle the aftermath. Vincent reached out, stunned, trying to hold him back. Wait a second. Player Tae-hoon? But he didn't stop, just kept walking. I really have to go now. The scene shifted to the demonic palace, overflowing with dark energy. In the abyss, the dark flames were still burning. The palace was suddenly attacked, the candles extinguished, leaving only thin smoke. A woman spoke with a look of dissatisfaction. Honestly. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, observing, that stubborn personality still hasn't changed a bit. Several ink strokes appeared before the broken wall. Daring to break someone else's heirloom that's still being paid off? Are you trying to start a power struggle? Someone gritted their teeth in frustration. A power struggle? I don't mind. I'm always ready. But there's a simpler way for both of us. Rosalia Tae-hoon commanded coldly. His fist created another hole in the wall. Summon your contractor, he demanded. Rosalia remained calm in her seat. And why would I do that for your contractor? Her tone was dripping with mockery. Still not over what happened at the Wyban Iron Horse? You're awfully generous for someone sitting on a great duke's throne. Tae-hoon frowned in annoyance. That's not the petty reason for this. Don't beat around the bush. He stood across from her. I don't know how you did it, but your contractor is using my power without permission. Hearing this, Rosalia turned her face and laughed loudly. So, the recent rumors about your contractor are true. So that's how it is. She continued to speak, laughing with disdain. Compared to my power, Tae-hoon. Perhaps your power is more to their taste. His expression darkened further. You know something, Rosalia? Tell me. Rosalia covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Her wings spread wide, accompanied by an oppressive aura. You aren't very polite when asking for favors, are you? Tae-hoon didn't hold back, releasing his power. Asking for a favor? Just like that. Rosalia stood up straight. Move aside, my darlings. It seemed that today, tentacles growing from her body stretched out, matching her fury. That arrogant vampire who stole my heirloom needs to be taught a little lesson in manners. Rosalia pointed her finger decisively. The tentacles lunged forward. They attacked directly, creating an immediate explosion. Tae-hoon was unfazed. He was still brimming with power, like thunder surrounding his body. A rotting creature like you thinks they have the right to lecture me? He released his magic-infused sword in a fit of rage. Countless sharp blades shot forward. Rosalia easily used her tentacles to shatter them. We aren't that different in our origins. Those wrinkles on your face look like they're carved with insults. But this time, Tae-hoon flew in himself with massive sword energy trailing behind him. However, his feet were tightly bound by the tentacles. Tae-hoon knitted his brows as the tentacle threw him violently. Rosalia continued her attack, turning the area in front of her into a zone of explosive power. The tentacles retracted as magic gathered into a beam of light striking the ground. She suddenly lunged from the air with the tentacles. The immense power combined with the terrifying tentacles struck together, causing the entire scene to shake violently. Earth and stone turned to dust. Her feet touched the ground. Rosalia stood firmly, looking powerful. She faced the wreckage before her. The pool of blood suddenly rippled. Rosalia's whole body was suddenly pierced by sharp thorns. The pool of blood behind her swirled. Blood throne. Aemon held his weapon, triumphantly reborn from the pool of blood. Rosalia, was this power created by your second-rate successor? He held the blade to her throat. You should be careful with what it's causing. Otherwise, Rosalia tilted her head, unafraid, even as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was still smiling. Have you forgotten? The eye hidden behind the hair shone brightly. Rosalia's entire face was filled with danger. What is my power, truly? His whole body froze. Everything around them and his weapon were gradually covered by fragments of magic, resembling thin ice. The candle ignited again. Rosalia sat on her throne with great authority. Her eyes widened, appearing in the air as if she were controlling the surrounding magic. Aemon watched this scene with a solemn expression. Personal space, a virtual area created by illusions. Such beauty, yet mocked by someone like you, how offensive. Rosalia tilted her head with a faint smirk. This was where the Shrine Maiden's power reached its absolute peak. Do you really think you can handle me with just an avatar, rather than your true form? Ion hissed, utterly infuriated. Wait for it, I'll bring my real body here soon. Rosalia cut him off instantly. No need for that. Aemon chuckled, his expression masking something deeply cunning. If you're curious enough to be begging for my true form, then for the sake of old memories, I'll enlighten you. Rosalia remained gracefully seated on her throne. You want to know how my contractor can use your power, don't you? Inside you lies the memory of the moon. A human who once brought every archduke to their knees, wasn't there? Someone who once seized that power? He froze, stunned. No, that's impossible. The corners of Rosalia's lips curled higher. Indeed, that very iron horse. You, my contractor. Her cold voice continued to echo as Kim Tae-hoon watched in sheer amazement. The key to that person. He appeared at the doorway. Why is everyone gathered here? The group inside turned to look at him. Player Tae-hoon. He stepped inside slowly. Marcus walked forward to explain. We've been waiting for you to return, Player Kim Tae-hoon. We tried contacting the World Players Association, but it seems we missed each other. Kim Tae-hoon's expression turned serious. What do you need from me? Marcus bowed slightly. Given the current situation, I will get straight to the point. Jong Gi-hae and Go Tae-guk stood nearby, visibly tense. The United States Players Association. Marcus bowed even lower, to his surprise, officially requesting the aid of Player Tae-hoon. Tae-hoon listened carefully, sensing the gravity of the situation, and adjusted his glasses. Exactly. Marcus's mind flashed to the horrific scenes in the abyss. One of our players ventured into the deepest level of the abyss and has gone missing. We collaborated with the World Players Association to launch a search operation, but a search party of 4 SS-rank players was completely annihilated. He continued, under Kim Tae-hoon's bewildered gaze. Dai Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bijou, and Aiden Simon, they all died in the operation. Tae-hoon's eyes widened in horror. Marcus looked desperate. We can no longer guarantee that the missing player is still alive. But Go-eun said she couldn't give up without seeing it for herself, and she descended into the abyss alone. The voice continued to echo. Kim Tae-hoon maintained a cold expression. We believe Go-eun is in danger too. That's why we came to you, Player Kim Tae-hoon. Please, we are begging for your help. He sank into deep thought. He remembered clearly the incident where 4 SS-rank players were wiped out in the deep abyss. Even in his past life, it had been a massive shock. But back then, there was no news about it being a search party. And who exactly was the missing person? Kim Tae-hoon asked, eyes searching. Who is it? The missing player? Marcus fell silent. In a dark, fog-shrouded place, monsters stood guard. Behind iron bars, in a lightless void, was an SS-rank player. A girl was bound in heavy iron chains. Ricky? Kim Tae-hoon went stiff. He bit his lip, his expression darkening heavily. In his past life, the incident that caused so many player deaths was dismissed as a monster ambush during scouting. Was it because Ricky, someone special, had become the vanguard? Even his shadow looked incredibly bleak. She was someone who shouldn't have existed. She had been swept up in the conspiracy at the Emperor's mausoleum, and he was the one who had skewed her fate. Marcus furrowed his brows. Ricky and Cody were both members of the U.S. Players Association, but they are also essential assets to humanity. He gritted his teeth, as if he could see the ghosts of those lost souls looming behind him. 4 SS ranks have already perished. We cannot afford to lose them too, Marcus urged Kim Tae-hoon desperately. If you agree to help, the U.S. Players Association will regard you as a vital ally and support you in every way. But he seemed uninterested in such offers. That's enough explanation. Now, where do I need to go? Jung Gi-hee jumped up anxiously. Tae-hoon, wait! She tried to stop him. Please, think this over. Even SS rank players were taken down. This case needs much better preparation. But he cut her off. If that place is so dangerous, Kim Tae-hoon's face was set with resolve. Then right now, those two might be fighting between life and death. I have to go. Memories of the past flooded back. Ricky, lying in his arms, had whispered, "Consider this a debt I owe you. I'll keep your secret, but in return, if I'm ever in danger later, you have to help me, because I feel I can trust you, and watch my back." Returning to reality, Kim Tae-hoon smiled faintly. "I still have a debt to repay." And with that, he left, leaving a stunned Jung Gi-hae behind. Go Tae-guk spoke up to reassure her, "Please, everyone, have more faith in Kim Tae-hoon. He has always exceeded our expectations." Jung Gi-hae's expression turned somber. "I know," she gritted her teeth. "I also understand what happens." She seemed to be recalling someone else's shadow. She saw a young man standing before a magical whirlwind, surrounded by piles of corpses and a sea of blood, trusting others without any precautions. That side profile was dark, impossible to read, but Tae-guk was deeply confident that Tae-hoon was different from that person. Jung Gi-hae still nervously intertwined her fingers. "Maybe so, I'm just overthinking it." The blood-red sky was veiled in layers of ominous, hazy mist. A magical fortress stood tall, bathed in red light. Flying monsters circled above. A monster roared as it swung its axe, shattering the ground beneath it. Go-un flew up gracefully, dodging the sharp blade, and then a sword slashed through the beast. Its massive body was severed. She sighed, amid the spray of gore. Leaving the downed monsters behind, she looked at the wave of beasts approaching from the front. No matter how many she cut down, they just kept coming. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, surprising her. Wouldn't it be easier to just wipe them all out at once? A pair of feet emerged from the shadows, and the monsters were quickly restrained by vines. The figure stepped forward behind Go-un. This person appeared so boldly without warning that she couldn't help but gasp. "Kim Tae-hoon," he spoke. "I'm here to provide support, Go-un." They faced each other in the desolate, murderous landscape. Go-un took off her mask, looking slightly annoyed. "Did Marcus send you? Normally, I'd tell you to stop meddling in other people's business, but the current situation won't allow for that. Thanks for the help." Tae-hoon looked up at the overwhelming aura undulating in the air. "I understand why they sent you. I can feel the terrifying amount of magic power blanketing this fortress." His expression was tense. "I finally understand why they sent you here. I can feel the terrifying amount of mana blanketing this castle." His expression was a bit tense. To think, the place where Ricky went missing was actually a Grand Duke's fortress. She cast a thoughtful glance. And then he spoke up. Ricky had been sent to investigate this area, which was located deep within the abyss. But back then, nobody knew this place was actually their territory. Tae-hoon quickly asked, "Is Ricky still alive?" She immediately replied, "Yeah, I can sense her magical energy down there, leading into the basement." He carefully calculated, saying that if they went down there, they might run into the Grand Duke, and their chances of defeating the Grand Duke were under 1%. She instantly put her mask back on. "Then we need a blitzkrieg. Let's make it quick." He drew a glowing blade. "Can you keep up?" Kim Tae-hoon also drew his weapon. Of course, he dropped into a low crouch. The two of them surged forward simultaneously, cleanly tearing the monsters apart. Pieces of their bodies quickly flew apart as dark blood spilled out. Any monster that lunged forward was instantly cut down. Tae-hoon suddenly teased, "Didn't you just struggle against a single monster earlier?" Cody was still busy executing moves, replying, "I was just conserving my energy because I knew you were coming." Suddenly, he remembered something. "Wait, didn't you say last time that we'd settle things the next time we met in the abyss? Never thought we'd team up like this." Tae-hoon felt a genuine sense of appreciation. Still, if it's someone I can safely watch my back with, it's not a bad deal at all. They continued fighting like madmen. The two of them were humanity's ultimate combat forces. The crack in her mask flashed brightly. If he could really stay by her side, the two of them could easily smash everything around them. Maybe saving Ricky was actually possible. Tae-hoon stepped foot onto the newly cleared entrance. She strode forward with quiet confidence. "Looks like we've reached the heart of the fortress." A vast, meticulously crafted piece of architecture appeared before them. He guessed there had to be a way down to the basement around here. She laid out a plan. "Let's split up and search." Suddenly, someone lunged forward, aiming a fist right at her. "You're gonna die here." Taken completely off guard, he was blown backward. Her body slammed hard into the wall, shattering the stone and kicking up a cloud of debris. Seeing this, Tae-hoon swung his sword upward. A blade overflowing with power came crashing down, but a bare hand caught the blade directly. To his utter shock, the man spoke up. Well. Finally, met the famous guy. Despite his hand bleeding, the man tilted his head and grinned. I hear you're South Korea's newest trump card now. Kim Tae-hoon? He tried to force his blade down. Who the hell are you? The guy didn't let go, gripping it tight. Didn't that old geezer Jung Gi-hee tell you anything? The man's other hand pressed firmly against his face. Man, how boring. Kim Tae-hoon's head was smashed hard into the ground by the man, and his weapon was stripped away. The man's hand squeezed tightly over his furious face. My name is Jae Hong, Guildmaster of the Watchtower. Jae Hong wore a vicious smile, easily snapping his sword in half. Can I be considered your senior? She suddenly lunged at him, the lethal power of her sword forcing Jae Hong to dodge clumsily. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. Ah, it's you. Then Jae Hong looked over at him with praise. If you went down that easily, you wouldn't be called #1 in the world. Tae-hoon tensely muttered. That guy, Jae Hong, he claims to be the Watchtower Guildmaster. She didn't seem all that surprised. I know his face. He's an international wanted criminal. But he was a bit confused. The real question was, why would a guy like him be here? Jae Hong casually brushed a hand through his hair. Use that brain of yours for a second. How could a mere human be waiting here for you guys right in the middle of a Grand Duke's stronghold? Tae-hoon furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be? Jae Hong used his hand to cover half his face, revealing a crafty grin, and then a terrifying wave of magical energy burst from around him. Jae Hong pulled his hand away, his face twisted in a wild, ruthless frenzy. I'm just like you guys. His aura grew stronger and more overwhelming by the second, raging like a storm. Jae Hong spread his arms wide toward Cody and Kim Tae-hoon. Come on, you bastards who made a contract with the Grand Duke. Let's kill each other properly. In a gloomy place hung with iron chains, someone knelt on the cold ground. Ricky's appearance radiated nothing but helplessness and exhaustion. She, Kim Tae-hoon, and Hwang Jung stood calmly with their arms spread wide, looking totally punchable. Seeing this, she carefully analyzed the situation. The leader of the vicious association ghouls is actually someone contracted with a Grand Duke. What a nightmare. No wonder he was so hard to catch. Kim Tae-hoon cast a quick glance around. Let's worry about that guy later. Right now, his eyes were locked on Jae Hong, who was standing there in a frenzy with overwhelming dark aura. If the Grand Duke sent his contractor here, it means he already knows we infiltrated this place. His expression turned dead serious. The fact that the Grand Duke didn't come to deal with the two of us himself means he's either way too arrogant, or he's tied up with something much more important. Either way, we have to use this chance to get Ricky out of here. By this point, Cody was already in battle stance. Follow me, we'll attack him from both sides. His mask flashed with a brilliant golden light. I'll strike first. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes were filled with vigilance. I'll back you up. With that, she instantly tore through the air and charged forward. He gripped his sword tightly to confront the enemy ahead, leaving the man baffled. What kind of straight-on suicide charge is that? Jae Hong looked amused. You guys really think I can't dodge that? But right in the middle of the magic-infused space, his legs were suddenly bound tightly by chains and vines. Tae-hoon reached out, channeling his magical energy to turn them into vines. The apocalypse blade in her hand was closing in on him fast. With a clean, sweeping arc of light, Jae Hong's face turned dark, his eyes hidden behind his hair. A moment later, she stopped in sheer panic. He looked down at the shattered tip of his sword, completely broken before he could even register why. At that moment, Jae Hong gathered power in the palm of his hand with a smug grin. Seeing this, Kim Tae-hoon shouted in panic, Cody, your mask took a direct surprise hit. Next, Jae Hong kicked out fiercely. He was knocked straight back, his body spinning out of control as he slammed into the wall, shattering stones into flying dust. Amidst his struggling state, Jae Hong mocked him. You said you knew my face, but you don't know a damn thing about my skills. Ch. He used his magical energy to crash massive boulders down onto her. How disappointing. Jae Hong flashed a wide grin, while next to him, an overpowering magic beast continuously shifted its form. Tae-hoon stared ahead with intense strain. In that split second of the attack, he remembered the sight of her sword facing off against Jae Hong. Back then, the man had used a magic beast in the palm of his hand, making it look like Cody's sword was sucked right into his grip. Now, Jae Hong calmly reached out, revealing that the magic beast had triggered its skill. The Apocalypse skill has been cancelled. Skill currently unusable. The system audio alert rang out just as he realized what was happening. Why would even the Apocalypse skill be nullified? The image of a magic beast carrying a giant golden light flashed back into his mind. The exact thing he saw when he raided Jae Hong's laboratory in China. Kim Tae-hoon quickly realized there was a black hole nullifying skills right around him. So that's the skill that gives you all that confidence? Hong looked a bit surprised after hearing that. Oh, Tae-hoon, have you seen this skill before? Even though he was tense, he still maintained a calm facade. I've gotten into trouble because of this skill before, but it seems there are magic scrolls sold on the market that let people use this skill temporarily. Hong chimed in. Selling those temporary skill scrolls brings in a pretty penny. A skill that can completely nullify someone else's abilities is something every awakened being drools over. For an awakened being who constantly lives on the edge of life and death, isn't that scroll enough to make their mouth water? Suddenly, his face filled with pure hatred. Watching weaklings like you struggle right now is just so entertaining. I despise the weak. But I hate awakened beings like you even more. Hong raised the magic beast high to see if you are any different from those weaklings. And then, that magic beast turned into a terrifying black hole amid his belligerent expression. Let's get started, shall we? He hurled that furious magic beast forward. Yet Kim Tae-hoon wasn't scared at all. He agilely took flight, dodging that overbearing attack. Then Hong rushed right beside him, preparing to unleash his next attack. It looks like you don't know my skill either. His eyes widened in shock, while Hong still wore that creepy smile. In that suffocating atmosphere, fresh blood sprayed across the air as a horizontal slash left him completely stunned. Just like that, Hong collapsed before his mocking tone. Is that really all you've got in this fight? That black hole won't be able to absorb the Grand Duke's power, let alone the Emperor's. Kim Tae-hoon stood proudly with his wide wings spread, the weapon in his hand flashing with a sharp gleam. Now, it's hard to tell who relied too much on the awakened power gained from making a covenant with a Grand Duke. Hong knelt on one knee, holding his chest as he exclaimed, "You really taught me something new. This is my first time fighting someone who holds a covenant with a Grand Duke." Hong slowly stood up. "Yeah, your fighting style." One of his arms had transformed, and his face wore a chilling expression. "It's not bad at all." Suddenly, the ground shattered, creating a shocking explosion. Cody appeared with a gloomy aura. "Did you say the Grand Duke's skill couldn't be absorbed?" By this time, he had also burst forth with his power, spreading wide wings behind his back. "I wish you had told me that sooner." The entire space became utterly suffocating with the battle between three freaks. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon and Cody were lifted into the air by their wings, aiming straight at Hong below. Yet he just chuckled with mild contempt amidst the surrounding pressure. "This is going to be tough for you, since both of you are attacking me at once, but it's still hard to hold back my true power." His feet stood firmly on the dust-covered ground. Hong raised his face slightly with a mocking tone. "Enduring the filthy mana of all this riffraff inside the castle is just so irritating." The ground cracked open, and large chunks of walls were easily destroyed. Kim Tae-hoon tilted his body while gritting his teeth hard. Hong used his terrifying arm to smash apart the heavy falling rocks. He clenched his fists with a dangerous look. "It looks like I've dragged this fight out way too long. Opportunities to fight top-tier awakened beings like this are rare. I really thank you guys a lot." A giant, towering monster appeared behind Hong. "But let's end this now." The monster's eyes flashed with malice, and without any hesitation, it prepared for battle. The Beast King Organ. His face looked truly terrifying. The Abyss Grand Duke, the Beast King Organ. Both Kim Tae-hoon and Cody were caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Organ spoke with a cruel demeanor. "You know this isn't a valid reason to summon me. Since you already wield my power, you could have easily crushed those pathetic, low-level Covenant trash yourself. Now that I'm here, I'll grind them to dust." Hong turned around, gently tapping his nose with a sly look. "It seems you didn't give me enough mana to bring out my full power. Can you give me just a little more strength so I can beat those two?" Organ's glowing red eyes turned contemplative, and a fierce punch slammed down, shattering the ground completely. He clenched his bleeding fist in rage, glaring down at Hong lying defeated at his feet. "What a total bastard. You think you can demand more power from me?" Hong lay motionless on the ground, only able to listen to Organ's words. "Now, you just stay right there and wait for me. We'll talk shortly." At that moment, he shifted his attention to Tae-hoon's group. "As for those two pathetic cowards, showtime is over." His appearance radiated ruthless brutality. "Try your best to survive in front of me," Tae-hoon suddenly shouted loudly. "Cody!" He turned his head to look at the person behind him. "Grand Duke Organ has already intervened in this fight. We don't stand a chance. Just remember why we came here and try to carry out that mission." Cody looked a bit deep in thought. Tae-hoon reached out resolutely and entrusted, "You go on ahead. I'll stay here to deal with him." Instantly, his power transformed into a divine dragon as he lunged straight toward Organ. Kim Tae-hoon's expression was a mix of tension and calmness. Organ stood like a block of stone, completely devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana erupted out of the magic palace. His feet moved with lightning speed, and suddenly, a few monsters appeared before him. With a slash of his magical power, their bodies were torn apart, leaving them to wail in agony. A thought flashed through his mind. He had managed to evade Musaran's gaze for now, but his goal wasn't to fight her. Kim Tae-hoon frantically lunged forward. Where is she? Ricky. He suddenly realized something. He saw magical power floating in the air. That magical power was gathering into a small sphere. It's Ricky's skill. Kim Tae-hoon kept following the magical power that was slowly drifting away. Is it telling me to follow? The monster guarding the dungeon screamed in alarm. What the hell? Why are you here? A faint light shone onto Ricky inside the dungeon. A pair of blood-stained boots slowly approached. She cracked one eye open. He finally found me. Before her stood Kim Tae-hoon, his face covered in blood. Kim Tae-hoon, he gave a faint smirk. I've come to settle my debt, Ricky. By now, she had been freed from her shackles. To come to such a dangerous place just to settle a debt? You really are something else. Kim Tae-hoon gripped her shoulders with concern. A promise is a promise, Ricky asked weakly. Where are you going? He carefully scanned his surroundings. Perhaps she had been looking for Ricky from a different direction. I'd love to tell you what happened, but we don't have much time. Hearing this, she remarked, It seems the Archduke has already begun his move. Kim Tae-hoon was slightly surprised. You know about the Archduke too? She answered his question. Of course. After all, I am an investigator for the World Players Association. Ricky recalled the cruel and vicious presence of the castle's master, Archduke Organ. His magical power was so immense it was impossible to measure. It was more terrifying and horrifying than any monster I've ever encountered. Tae-hoon's expression turned grim. If you know that, you should retreat immediately. I've managed to hold him off for a bit, but I don't know how long it will last. Can you walk? Hearing this, Ricky spoke up helplessly. Unfortunately, my legs have no strength left. He helped her up. I'll support you. Let's retreat. The two stood on the transport platform as it slowly lifted. She pondered, biting her lip. Ricky spoke, leaving him confused. It's strange, isn't it? She opened up. Ever since I was in Gyeonglong's lab, even though I despaired every time, thinking I would surely die, whenever I see you, I gain the belief that everything will be all right. Enough. Thank you for coming to save me. Tae-hoon. Hearing this, he offered a faint smile. They stood on the stone platform in silence. Suddenly, Ricky's eyes widened in fear at a grim voice. For real? Organ is waiting for them right up there. You didn't think you could hide from me, did you? His massive silhouette loomed over Kim Tae-hoon and Ricky, who stood there in shock. Organ's face was twisted with sinister malice. This BTCH has such a high level of mana comprehension that I actually considered using her as a spare vessel. I've had my eyes on you, so it was plain as day where you'd end up. Kim Tae-hoon panicked and clenched his teeth. Right. It makes sense that he tracked me all the way here. But in that moment, they stood face to face with the brutal Organ. You're still being stubborn even after being marked by me, huh? Come on, the one chosen by the Emperor. Show yourself. Kim Tae-hoon challenged him with pure fury. Use that power from before again. Let's see you try. He pushed his mana to the limit, sending the divine dragon charging forward. You think you can't lay a finger on me? Organ faced the dragon's fangs, but he simply reached out and snapped its jaw with his bare hands. Organ's expression was incredibly savage. If you want to fight me that badly, I'll show you what hell tastes like. The divine dragon was torn apart effortlessly, just as he had predicted. Then, Kim Tae-hoon charged in immediately. His face was set with steely determination and iron will. Even if my skills aren't effective, I have to keep trying. He launched countless sharp glowing red blades from the air. Blood swords. But Organ didn't even flinch, letting the blades pierce right through his body. This is the power of my endurance. Finally, Kim Tae-hoon lunged forward with his transformed hand. Organ didn't even try to dodge as Kim Tae-hoon approached. Organ watched him unleash his terrifying power. The aura behind Kim Tae-hoon seemed to manifest into a raging dragon. Dragon's wrath. A blast of killing intent, enhanced by raw mana. Organ winced, taking the full force of that power. Kim Tae-hoon's claws easily shredded a part of Organ's body. Yet, the monster didn't fall. Is this immense killing intent the power of the dragon race? Organ tilted his head slightly to look back. Kim Tae-hoon's arm was still surging with mana, undergoing a beast-like transformation. Organ marveled at his next strike. Even that race's power, you're pretty strong. Then, another massive wave of mana struck Organ from behind. Ricky stood amidst the smoke, debris, and rubble, furrowing her brow. I can't believe a human could fight an archduke to this extent. She stared at his expressionless face. Kim Tae-hoon, who exactly are you? But suddenly, the Archduke's massive hand clamped down on his transformed arm. Organ laughed triumphantly, his laughter growing louder by the second. Kim Tae-hoon panicked, but Organ just grinned. This is interesting, truly interesting. It's been so long since I've felt this rush of battle. He leaned his gruesome face close to Kim Tae-hoon's. Manipulating someone else's power always gets me excited. Organ kept his grip on Kim Tae-hoon's wrist, his voice monotone. It's been a long time since the king disappeared. I used to make death matches between the strong my ultimate goal. But as that person grew, the boring days just kept dragging on. I've been waiting for a battle like this for so long. As he spoke, Kim Tae-hoon looked down at his restrained arm. It looks like I'm in for a real fight today. Just like that, his arm was torn off. Amidst his cry of pain, Ricky screamed in concern. Organ tossed the severed arm behind him. Come on, show me your true song, you contractor of the Emperor. Kim Tae-hoon clutched his wound in agony. The fate, the powers of other archdukes or the Emperor. He watched Organ charging at him heroically. Everything seemed useless. While clashing with him, Kim Tae-hoon calculated his options. This is all I have left, he gritted his teeth in tension. Only this. And then he shouted with all his might. Come forth, Rosalia. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying pair of eyes awakened. She appeared in the middle of the shifting space, as if carrying the energy of the entire cosmos. A thunderous sound echoed. Before Organ, countless giant tentacles intertwined. Rosalia appeared, standing in front to shield Kim Tae-hoon. Organ scoffed, fueled by his own rage. Rosalia, so your most loyal dog has finally shown up. Even though he was injured, Kim Tae-hoon smiled faintly. If I could, I wanted to end this without calling you. But Rosalia glanced back briefly, and then her eyes, brimming with fury, fixed on the enemy ahead. Mana radiated outwards. She stood face to face with Organ. Kim Tae-hoon winced in pain. Rosalia, he looked at her standing in front of him. I really wanted to end this without summoning you. An archduke summoned by a contractor's power, there's no way she can beat a real archduke's physical body. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly recalled the terrifying, overwhelming mana that was hard to resist, and the risks involved. The scene of that massive aura exploding flashed through his mind. My mana might lose control like last time, or the clash between archdukes could destroy everything. Even if I survive, there's no guarantee Ricky will. His face was now extremely solemn, but now isn't the time to be picky. Even Organ seemed very interested. Rosalia, I didn't expect you to have reached power close to an archduke. Since when did you enter a summoning contract with this guy? His blood-red eyes were deep in thought. Ah, wait, no wonder I felt such strong incubus energy. So you're not just his simple contractor. Rosalia smirked, flicking her hand to let her mana burst forth. Don't you regret realizing it too late? I'm not as easy to deal with as those other vampires. Hearing this, Organ became even more excited, spreading his arms wide before her and Kim Tae-hoon. A tough opponent, huh? That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Rosalia looked back toward them with concern. Kim Tae-hoon was still silently enduring the pain. Contractor, you look like you need healing. Can you handle it yourself? He replied with a tense, serious expression. If I use bloodshedding, I can recover. If that's the case, then that's good. The very next second, the space around Kim Tae-hoon shifted, catching him by surprise. He looked around the place, confused. Rosalia's calm voice echoed. Contractor, you've been here before. My power, my own space, a place separated from reality, it is my own domain. Kim Tae-hoon stood alone in that vast space, continuing to listen to her words. I lied to the enemy, saying we could fight him, but all I could do was summon you here to buy some time. Rosalia cautioned him carefully, and even this won't last long. You focus on healing. We'll deal with Organ later. He seemed to understand, asking, can you bring one more person here? The very next second, Ricky fell from the sky. She lifted her head, dizzy and confused. What the? The space just flipped upside down. Then, a voice spoke up from behind her. Ricky, could you move back a bit? She was currently sitting on top of him. Ricky looked a bit flustered. Tae-hoon, you suddenly vanished last time. Why are you here now? She shyly scrambled off him. Sorry about that. He just offered a gentle smile. This is a temporary sanctuary created by the contract I made with the Grand Duke. She looked confused. The Grand Duke's sanctuary? Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon's expression turned cold and resolute. Ricky, we're here, and I have to find a way for us to get out of this situation. Meanwhile, Rosalia and Ogun were still locked in battle. He observed coldly, the mana key is gone. Even the one behind you is gone. Did you use your powers? Rosalia didn't seem to care. She crossed her arms, unfazed. Who knows what happened? Even if I told you, that monster brain of yours wouldn't understand. Ogun's face grew menacing. Get out here, he attacked aggressively. That's mine. Without a change in expression, Rosalia extended her tentacles. Inside her private dimension, a voice whispered, So, while the two Grand Dukes are fighting, I need to find a way to escape from Ogun. Right? The other person confirmed. Right? Ricky frowned slightly. I mostly understand, but the part I don't get is you saying you're the contractor of the Queen of Lust. Then how are you using the powers of other Grand Dukes? She vaguely directed her gaze toward his strangely transformed arm, which had already healed. The skill you just used, and that blood satiation earlier, all of it is so strange. Kim Tae-hoon's figure looked dark and ominous in her eyes now. Are you even human? After a brief silence, he spoke up. Ricky, when we first met, you said people like us are monsters in our own way. He remembered the words Ricky once spoke with that cold demeanor. Can someone who wields power like that really be called human? Amidst those memories, Kim Tae-hoon continued. I need something to bind us together. His expression was firm. My answer is still the same as it was back then. You see, I'm a traditional person, so I can't break a promise to a friend. Ricky thought about it carefully. That's true. I did say that. Kim Tae-hoon rested his hands on his knees, preparing to stand. I am human. It's just that my skills allow me to absorb others. She finally understood. So that's why you can use all those skills, she stammered as she sat on the ground. If that's the case, it makes sense, but you're way too powerful. Kim Tae-hoon began to test the power from his new arm. Ricky is someone I can trust. Revealing this much to explain myself is fine. She will keep the secret. He sank into deep, firm thought. Even if I die, I can never tell her about the regression. The dimension suddenly shook, startling them both. Kim Tae-hoon drew back the mana in his hand. Now that we've settled that, we need to think of a way out. The fierce battle between Rosalia and Ogun came into his view. Out there, she's trying to hold him back. Rosalia was still struggling to buy them time. Then he saw her tentacle being torn apart. I've used every skill I have, but I can't stop Ogun. Kim Tae-hoon's face was grave as he turned to Ricky. Do you have a plan? Ricky carefully calculated her skills. Suddenly, she had an idea. I have an idea. He urged her on. Go ahead. Tell me. She grit her teeth, thinking of a massive swirl of blue spiritual energy, like a black hole. A skill gate opened, leading to a specific coordinate he could pass through. Hearing that, Tae-hoon made a firm decision. Then let's use it to get out of here. But she hesitated, worried. No, it's too dangerous. I've only used it to summon monsters from the other side. I've never tried passing through it myself. The path of swirling mana she had guarded so strictly flashed in her mind. A gate created solely by human mana. It's not a teleportation gate, so it's unstable. It could close while we're in transit. And in the worst-case scenario, you'll be wandering between dimensions forever, Ricky concluded helplessly. Maybe we should find another way. But he immediately countered, But Ricky, you know, Kim Tae-hoon looked at the collapsing space. This is the only way. He reached his hand out toward her. It's time to make a decision. Kim Tae-hoon's face was filled with trust. Ricky, I believe in you. This left her a bit dazed. And then, amidst the falling fragments of space, she reached her hand out toward him. He pulled her to her feet as a faint sound suddenly echoed. Contractor. Kim Tae-hoon and Ricky looked ahead in shock. Rosalia's head had been severed and was being held by Ogun. She groaned in exhaustion. Run quickly. She tried to open her pained eyes as wide as she could. Just like that, Ogun crushed Rosalia's head. He gloated. So, you've returned. Did you think you could keep hiding behind Rosalia's skirt forever? Ogun mocked her bloodied, motionless body on the ground. How pathetic. That isn't how a king behaves. A king must be someone who can ruthlessly eliminate all who oppose him. If you've inherited the royal authority, you should fight like you deserve it. Tae-hoon immediately launched the Divine Dragon to fight. Even under the Divine Dragon's mana attack, Ogun wasn't afraid. This trick again? He looked at Tae-hoon, who still had a lingering trace of mana. You know that won't work on me. Is that really all you've got? His eyes flashed with fury. I'm sick of hearing your nonsense, Kim Tae-hoon shouted. Ricky was startled when she was called. He continued, Right now, open the gate. Hurry. She quickly turned around and began to activate her mana. Understood. Instantly, a massive spatial gate formed. Ogun grabbed the Divine Dragon by the throat. Using more cheap tricks? I won't let you escape. Kim Tae-hoon stood firm, gathering mana in his hand. Don't be so sure. Just wait and see. Mana transformed the Divine Dragon into sharp claws. He clenched his fist with intense resolve. One day, I will find you again. A surge of red energy created a massive, shocking explosion. Leaving the mana still swirling in the blast behind them, Ricky was still a bit worried. Is this really the right choice? What if something happens? He marched toward the gate with unwavering resolve. If you can't trust the world's greatest mage, who else can you trust? Tae-hoon wasn't afraid. Just go, and we'll see what's on the other side. As leaves drifted down, he woke up in a forest. Kim Tae-hoon sat up, clutching his head, amidst someone's excited voice. Ah, I did it. Ricky sat in front of the portal, overjoyed. We really succeeded. Kim Tae-hoon, I didn't think that would actually work. Her voice rose with excitement. We might be the first people to ever pass through a man-made gate. Kim Tae-hoon smiled softly. See? I told you it would work. She touched her face, shyly. I'm so happy. Ricky continued to speak, unaware that the monster's hand had reached through the gate, waiting to grab her. He was paralyzed with fear. Kim Tae-hoon rushed toward Ricky. She tilted her head, slightly stunned. Organ poked his head out from the gate, and his massive hand squeezed her so hard that blood sprayed out. Organ still wore a brutal expression. Where do you think you're going? He watched as Ricky coughed up blood in agony. Organ's tone was filled with death. The real battle was only just beginning. With murder in his eyes, he looked back. And then, he dropped Ricky from high above. Fine, he said, making him quickly rush over. Kim Tae-hoon caught her in his arms, shouting anxiously, Ricky! He carefully examined her battered body. Her bones were shattered, piercing her internal organs. Kim Tae-hoon's expression was full of tension and fear. She was in critical condition. He desperately searched for mana, a skill. Didn't he have any skills to heal Ricky? He was panicking now. If only he could adapt to the blood calamity in some way. No, that wouldn't work. He had to call Rosalia for help. Would she be able to make it in time? He tried to calm himself. Don't stop thinking. Keep looking for a way. Suddenly, her voice rang out, catching him off guard. Kim Tae-hoon, it's okay. Even though her face had lost all color, Ricky managed to smile. I was always prepared for something like this, but Kim Tae-hoon ground his teeth in anguish. I can't give up. Didn't you promise you would save me? The smile on her lips remained. You kept your word well enough. She knew it was too late to turn back. Kim Tae-hoon remained steadfast, but Ricky painfully interrupted him. Can I ask you for one last favor? She suddenly brought up something unrelated. You said you could absorb other people's skills, right? She whispered weakly, her mouth stained with blood. Will you absorb my skills? Her words stunned Kim Tae-hoon, so that I can still fulfill my duties to humanity. Ricky used the last of her strength to speak. Can you do that for me? His whole body began to tremble. Kim Tae-hoon began to activate the magic around him. Ricky smiled serenely as the fragments of mana touched her. I have lived without regrets. Except for one thing. She looked at his calm face. At least I should have confessed to you once. The mana enveloping her grew stronger. The magic palace was still bathed in a blood-red sky. Go-eun and her opponent went all out in their attack. Go-eun's expression was incredibly excited. That's it. This is what I've been craving. My blood is boiling. Go-eun fought agilely while deep in thought. I have to shake them off. I can't stay stuck here forever. The powerful blade she brought down was blocked by Ji-hoon. He flashed a treacherous smile. Why are you trying so hard to run? Come on, Go-eun, let's dance. But her mind was elsewhere, cold and focused. Even though the arm blocking her sword was trembling, Ji-hoon sneered. If this is about Kim Tae-hoon and that woman in the prison, you should just give up. It looks like Organ has already dealt with them. He mockingly teased. It's been a while since I felt their mana. Wonder what happened to them. The sword clashed powerfully amidst Ji-hoon's taunting tone. That's too bad. I wanted to fight him one more time. Ji-hoon was momentarily stunned. Go-eun decisively unleashed a sword strike overflowing with mana, sending her opponent flying. He stumbled, struggling to stay upright, his arm covering his face now wounded. At this moment, Go-eun was incredibly determined, wielding a sword filled with power. Nonsense. I believe in both of them. Ji-hoon emerged calmly from the dust with his transformed arm. So optimistic, you'll face reality soon enough. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently, rocks falling from above. Go-eun was full of shock. Ji-hoon was also taken by surprise. What? A powerful voice echoed, making him freeze. Contractor, come see me at once. He was a bit conflicted. But I'm currently holding back an intruder. A giant hand gripped the rock, crushing it to pieces. I will not repeat myself. Ji-hoon clicked his tongue. Go-eun looked at her opponent, surprised as he turned his back. Leaving? He was a bit dissatisfied. Yeah, my temperamental master is calling his pawn back. You're spared this time, Go-eun. But Ji-hoon stopped to threaten her. Remember, this is only the beginning. Earth will soon be submerged in chaos. And then he pointed arrogantly toward him. And the one who brings it will be me, Ji-hoon, master of the Jong Guild. Just like that, Ji-hoon vanished before Go-eun's eyes. She took off her mask with a grim expression. Organ let him leave just like that. Don't tell me, Cody suddenly shouted in fear. Ricky, Kim Tae-hoon. The people outside looked toward a rushing figure appearing in the distance. They stared in surprise at the person gasping for breath. Go-un, he rushed over to ask. Where are Kim Tae-hoon and Ricky? Didn't they come this way? The person responding to Go-un looked a bit confused. Huh? What do you mean? Someone else suddenly shouted. Over there! Someone is coming from that way. In the distance, Kim Tae-hoon was approaching, carrying Ricky. Go-un watched them nervously. But he saw the clear sadness on Kim Tae-hoon's face and the lifeless body in his arms. Go-un's eyes widened in shock. A somber atmosphere hung silently under the blood-red sky. He spoke softly. Is she at peace? Kim Tae-hoon felt guilty before Ricky's cold body. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't save her. While everyone wore expressions of heavy grief, Go-un gently reassured him. No, this isn't your fault. Ricky chose to sacrifice herself heroically for humanity. His hands were clenched in resentment. And it happened because I was too useless. Go-un made a decision. I will take her. You've done a great job, Tae-hoon. But he refused. No, let me do it myself. Please take me to the American Player Association. This request left him confused. But the next second, Kim Tae-hoon revealed his resolve. I need to deliver what Ricky left for me. It is my responsibility to hand it over properly. At the American Player Association headquarters, Kevin stood to address the crowd. Player Kim Tae-hoon. On behalf of the association, we thank you for Ricky. We owe you. Montel listened with his arms crossed. But we also lost some valuable players because of this incident. We are still overwhelmed and trying to recover. Kim Tae-hoon was now standing opposite him. The reason you gathered us here to talk, I hope it's worth it. Grego, clearly dissatisfied, slammed his hand on the table. Right. We aren't free enough to sit here and listen to you whine about failure. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Failure? Go-un's aura turned terrifyingly cold. Are you talking to me? Grego stammered, suddenly flustered as he tried to explain. No, Go-un, I didn't mean it like that. He didn't even care about him. Kim Tae-hoon spoke in a low, somber voice. You will all soon see for yourselves if this is worth it. The whole crowd turned toward him. Their faces were full of astonishment. That skill, Kevin's expression darkened. How could you? In Tae-hoon's hands was a box bound by mana that looked like flickering film. That's right. This is Ricky's skill that allows the user to gather recorded memories. His face was filled with a dangerous aura. With this, we'll be able to hear Ricky's final words. Kim Tae-hoon had absorbed 3 skills from Ricky using gluttony. One of them was the Heart of the High-Tiered. The Heart of the High-Tiered creates mana crystals within the body, mana 30. This skill generates mana crystals, allowing for the free manipulation of mana flow, and most of the skills Ricky once used originated from it. Her obsession with distinguishing between humans and monsters likely stemmed from the fact that Ricky carried a monster's heart within her. The second skill is Portal, used when escaping from Organ. The S-rank portal opens a gateway to specified coordinates with a mana cost of 100. As long as the location has been marked with coordinates, one can traverse space to get there. And the final skill, Memory, which activates the memory magic. Mana 300. This skill allows one to see everything stored in memory. Thanks to this, Ricky became an outstanding investigator for the World Players Association. Kevin shouted in shock. Memory is Ricky's exclusive skill. Yet Kim Tae-hoon is able to use it? He muttered. No one was as skilled at controlling mana as Ricky. Perhaps she found a way to pass the skill on to me. He felt deeply apologetic inside. I'm sorry, Ricky, for not being able to reveal the truth about gluttony. I'll borrow your name for now. Kevin was slightly disappointed. My goodness, she went. He looked curiously at Kim Tae-hoon. What are you planning to show us with that memory skill? He silently stared at the orb in his hand. He suddenly activated it, causing the room to be flooded with blinding light. What Ricky had stored with memory was the information she gathered while infiltrating the stronghold. It was a scene of stone statues depicting monsters. The research on monster language was still in its early stages, so decoding it would take time. But just by looking at those frescoes, Ricky had felt through her intuition that those who sat on equal footing with Organ were all Grand Dukes. They were the Beast King Organ, Queen Succubus, Rosalia, the Vampire Lord Ajimun, the Demon King Bap, the Dragon King Hazard, the Abyss Emperor Jomun, and the Sky King Lucifer. The 7 Grand Dukes were constantly fighting over territory, gaining and losing and gaining again. Everything maintained a fragile balance while ruling the Abyss. However, who was the one sitting in the supreme position, the seat left empty in the fresco? Within that memory, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. So you've managed to make it this far too? A giant monster appeared, looking down on Ricky with disdain amidst the rotting flesh. In reality, Kevin gasped in shock. He clutched his head, trembling and muttering that it couldn't be true. According to intelligence from the US, only 3 Grand Dukes had been confirmed: Ajimun and Lucifer. Their power was still an unknown, but thanks to the sacrifices of the players this time, we know one thing for sure: if even one Grand Duke passes through the gate, humanity will perish. Yet, it wasn't 3, but 7 Grand Dukes, not to mention the possibility of someone even higher. Good heavens. And Kim Tae-hoon was still calmly deactivating the memory magic. Elsewhere, Di-hong asked nonchalantly, "So, has everything come to an end, my lord?" Organ replied, "That is correct." He wore a faint smile, his eyes flashing with cunning. "I still find it hard to believe. A great Grand Duke of the Abyss, like you, actually has to rely on the power of this inferior species?" Organ said indifferently, "That was merely a minor incident. Even without your support, I could still have been resurrected. I just didn't want to wait too long. If you dare to blather like that again, I will turn you into dust." Di-hong smiled. "I will be more careful. May I ask why you are in such a hurry to chase after Kim Tae-hoon?" He said bluntly. "He is using an extremely special ability. That ability should have only been granted to the Chosen One." Di-hong couldn't help but be curious. "The Chosen One? Who are you referring to?" Organ gave him a hint. "The one who once sat on the peak of power, ruling the Abyss in the past. The one who led the Grand Dukes, challenged even the Upper Realm, the Netherworld King." He said in astonishment. "The Netherworld King?" Organ gestured. "But now everything has changed, and I will give you a new order. We will ascend to Earth, my contractor. Stir up that world, bring them into chaos, lure out the Netherworld King's key, and offer it to me. Seize that key, and rule the entire Abyss. Then, I shall become the new overlord." Di-hong replied respectfully. "I shall obey your command. Everything will proceed exactly as you wish." Back where Kim Tae-hoon was, he suddenly asked Kevin, Association President, "What will you do now?" Kevin replied, "I must organize an emergency meeting immediately, though I'm not sure if there's a more feasible measure." Kim Tae-hoon asked, "Will the U.S. Players Association deal with this alone?" "This is no longer a problem for the U.S. Association alone. The future of humanity is at stake. This information must be shared with the entire world." He explained that if they did that, humanity would fall into uncontrollable chaos. Kim Tae-hoon disagreed with that reasoning. He offered his opinion, "But it is also an opportunity for everyone to join forces. Ricky didn't fight just for the benefit of her own country. Please respect her final wish." Kevin was silent for a moment before sighing and agreeing. "All right. After gathering and verifying everything, I will share this information through the World Players Association." Kim Tae-hoon spoke up again. "From the memory skill, I saw the shape of a light hidden deep beneath the ground here in Ricky's memories." Kevin was surprised. "You even know about that?" The person next to him whispered, "Association President, player Kim Tae-hoon is now our most important strategic ally." He replied briefly, "That's right." Then he said, "Player Kim Tae-hoon, please come with us for a moment." He nodded in agreement. The 4 of them stepped into the elevator. Kevin reminded Kim Tae-hoon, "If you've studied history, you probably already know. Ever since the Abyss was discovered, humanity has changed completely." He replied, "That's true. After humans began to awaken, they brought back unique resources from the Abyss that didn't exist on Earth. Since then, human civilization has made great strides." Kevin added, "Most people think so, but there are secrets that have never been revealed." Awakening and the Abyss did not appear simultaneously in the early days. The Abyss was just a terrifying land far beyond human control. It only became the promised land after the US discovered a mysterious object beneath the Pacific Ocean. The moment we touched that thing, humanity began to awaken. Kim Tae-hoon stared in astonishment at what was in front of him. Kevin stood before the vessel containing the body and said slowly, "Let me introduce you. This is our savior. The source of power that pushed humanity into an unknown evolution. It is not an exaggeration to call it a god, but for many reasons, we cannot publicly reveal its name." Kim Tae-hoon narrowed his eyes, closely observing the creature in front of him. "The nameless god," he thought to himself. "So it wasn't the Emperor?" Tae-hoon asked curiously, "You've been hiding something this terrifying all this time?" Kevin closed his eyes and replied, "My stance hasn't changed. Only one nation can be chosen, and only the elite within that nation deserve to lead humanity toward progress. It's unfortunate that despite keeping this a secret for so long, we still haven't achieved any significant results since the First Awakening. Even the 2 previous chairmen couldn't extract anything from the Nameless. However, clues about the Nameless's secret are finally coming to light." Tae-hoon's eyes suddenly widened. He said, "Something just moved. I saw the creature's face twitch, like something was about to burst out, and then 3 eyes suddenly sprouted, staring right at the 4 of us. The whole group was speechless and stunned. They felt so small compared to that creature. Could this be a bad omen? Kevin gasped in shock. Nameless? Its eyes are open? What kind of madness is this? Nothing like this has ever happened before. He turned around in a hurry to give orders to his subordinates. Contact the research team immediately. Kim Tae-hoon was still reeling. It wasn't just about it opening its eyes. This thing called the Nameless was staring straight at him, and a voice suddenly echoed, one completely different from the others. Truly the one who was resurrected by the Emperor's power. Kim Tae-hoon was even more astonished, thinking to himself, did it just talk to me? Furthermore, it knew about the Emperor and even his resurrection. The creature continued. Has the time finally come to break these chains? Kevin was stunned to see the creature moving. This facility was built with the most advanced American technology, yet the person next to him looked worried, as if something had gone terribly wrong. Sir, you need to leave this place immediately, he shouted. No, this is the first result we've gotten after decades of research. Tae-hoon realized with a start, could the others not hear what the Nameless was saying? The creature continued its conversation with Kim Tae-hoon. Do you want to know the truth? Then activate your mana, the power of the king. Hearing this, he turned back to look at it, then spoke to Kevin's group. I'm staying here. They looked at him in shock. What? Everyone tried to stop him. What are you planning to do? Even an SS rank player like you won't survive if you're buried in here. Kim Tae-hoon just looked back at them and said, I have to verify this. Marcus gritted his teeth. You're being so stubborn at a time like this. Kevin placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder, urging him, Marcus, take the chairman out of here. It seems Kim Tae-hoon has a plan. The three of them left in silence, leaving the space to Kim Tae-hoon and the Nameless. The room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tae-hoon activated his mana. Then show me the truth you speak of. Suddenly, a blinding light emitted from the Nameless's feet. The Nameless spoke. You are truly brave. As the key of the king that you desire, I shall answer your questions. Tae-hoon said calmly. I have tons of questions, but first, I need to confirm the source of the answers. Are you truly a god? The Nameless looked at him and replied, the human concept of a god is slightly skewed, but in this place, there is no word that describes my essence more accurately. Kim Tae-hoon looked straight at it, unafraid, and said, a god nurtured by humanity. So you aren't an omnipotent god? The Nameless didn't deny it. Exactly. I am not a complete god, just a fragment of one. Because I have not merged with anything, I cannot act on my own. I can only move toward a destination. Kim Tae-hoon asked curiously, what destination is that? It replied, toward the main body. Kim Tae-hoon was confused, thinking, that makes me even more lost. He pondered, so that means there is another real god, and meeting the Nameless is the path leading to that god? As if it heard Kim Tae-hoon's thoughts, the Nameless spoke up. That is correct. The power that humans awakened also stems from that, and my awakening after meeting the Emperor was inevitable. Tae-hoon asked again, so the Emperor's power is the power of a god? Why did the Emperor make me resurrect? And where are you now? Its eyes narrowed, as if it were smiling. A horrifying scene suddenly appeared before Tae-hoon's eyes. He blurted out his guess in a panic. Is this Korea? Inside, he thought with anxiety, why do I feel so uneasy? Suddenly, he spotted a statue of a majestic figure riding a horse. The Nameless said, that's right. What I am showing you is not your space, but the space that once belonged to the Emperor. Tae-hoon looked in surprise at someone running past him and collapsing. A monster lunged at them immediately, its mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to devour them. The person raised their hands in fear to defend themselves. The Nameless continued. You see that? 2. The person's hand was slowly turning white, and a beast suddenly lunged out, biting the monster that was about to eat them. Kim Tae-hoon asked in surprise, could that be? The Nameless continued the story of a boy born with fragments of a god scattered across different dimensions. In a moment of crisis, he awakened and led his body by instinct. Tae-hoon suddenly felt his head throb with pain. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a different space. I've seen this scene in my dreams before. The king of the netherworld appeared majestically in the gloomy sky. He slowly reached out his hand, and the Nameless continued. And then he quickly conquered the abyss. A burst of pure energy wiped out all the monsters. The netherworld king, Name, sat on the throne representing supreme power. He became the ruler of the 7 archdukes. Tae-hoon asked, confused, does being guided by a god have anything to do with defeating those archdukes? It replied, exactly. Ending the territory wars and becoming the emperor of the netherworld was only a stepping stone to the next stage. The truly inevitable event is the great war with the upper realm, the war for the survival of the abyss. Only by winning this racial war will the only path to the god be opened. Therefore, the emperor fought alongside the archdukes against the entities from the upper realm. But the upper realm is the home of entities closer to the god than those in the lower realm. In the end, the emperor still could not overcome that gap. Even after countless resurrections due to his ability, the result remained the same. The emperor's spirit was gradually eroded by time, and then, at a certain moment, he realized he was not the one suited for the task and needed someone else to complete his mission. You are my key, the key that carries that meaning. You will end this repetitive war. You are the successor to the emperor's will and will reach the power of a god, Kim Tae-hoon muttered. The key to resurrection. So, that's how it is, he asked further. But there's still something bothering me. Why did the god emperor shatter into pieces like that? And why would an emperor try to approach a god? Also, why choose me? The Nameless One spoke slowly. The answers to those questions are beyond my comprehension, mortal. Before he could finish, Kim Tae-hoon smiled helplessly. Is it because I have to find the answers myself? The Nameless One added, You weren't granted power by a god. You inherited the power of an emperor. You aren't bound by fate like we are, so you can freely live the life you want after your regression. Whether you continue to seek the truth and power from here on out depends on your own will. What will you do next? Kevin's group had been standing in a safe zone for quite a while after leaving. Kevin suddenly said with regret, I should have stayed there. If I had traded my life to get information from the Nameless One, perhaps humanity would have progressed further. Marcus was a bit worried about him, wondering if Kim Tae-hoon was all right. She reassured him, From what I know, he isn't the type to take reckless risks for no reason. But suddenly, a circle of light appeared, and Kim Tae-hoon stepped out of it. Everyone shouted in surprise. Kim Tae-hoon smiled and said, You've arrived, have you? Marcus pushed up his glasses, evaluating Ricky's teleportation gate. Kevin ran over anxiously, asking where the Nameless One was. And what about that body? Kim Tae-hoon replied in a grim tone, The Nameless One. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, has disappeared. Kevin, stunned, couldn't believe his ears. Disappeared? Kim Tae-hoon repeated, No, it would be more accurate to say that I have absorbed its essence and power. Kevin was even more shocked. What did you say? The woman crossed her arms and said, Tae-hoon, I've always respected your choices until now. But this time you've gone too far. Don't you think you need to explain this clearly? Tae-hoon just looked at them in silence. And the woman continued to step forward. He stood there, facing Kim Tae-hoon, the air thick with tension. Kim Tae-hoon's figure looked surprisingly imposing amidst the entire group. Kim Tae-hoon didn't flinch at all. He said, Ma'am, when I confronted the Nameless One, I heard a voice. I followed its guidance and tried to make contact. After that, it was absorbed into me. The woman looked skeptical, probing. Is that all? Did you say anything else to the Nameless One? Kim Tae-hoon's gaze turned sharp. He spoke bluntly, I can't tell you about that right now. Hearing this, Kevin lost his temper and shouted, Don't try to dodge the question. Answer us right now. The Nameless One is a valuable asset to America, regardless of how important of an ally you are. The woman suddenly spoke up, interrupting him. All right, hold on. There's one more thing, the woman asked. What do you plan to do now? He replied with a determined look. I will begin searching for that thing from here, something that I truly have the ability to find and use to change the current situation. The woman replied, I understand. Kim Tae-hoon continued, I have relayed Ricky's final wishes. Now, I will return to South Korea. Kevin said, in surprise. Wait, ma'am, what are you doing? Stop, Kim Tae-hoon. Cody calmly replied to him, Chairman, don't you understand? Tae-hoon has already surpassed me. Perhaps there is no one left on Earth who can stop him. Kevin seemed very shaken by this statement from Cody. He tried to persuade her. What? That's just because he absorbed the Nameless One's power. The woman added, We have had more opportunities to contact the Nameless One than anyone before, yet no one has achieved what he did. Try to think about it differently. It's not that Tae-hoon absorbed the Nameless One. The Nameless One chose Kim Tae-hoon. That is why I believe it would be unwise for us to become enemies with someone chosen by a god. So, from now on, we aren't the ones being hunted. We are the hunters. Tae-hoon returned. Not long after he came back, the World Player Association announced the deaths of 5 SS-RANK players, including Ricky. They also disclosed information to the public about the 7 Great Dukes of the Abyss. The world mourned the players who sacrificed themselves for humanity, while also trembling in fear before the power of the Great Dukes. Shortly after, Kim Tae-hoon had a meeting with Jung Gi-hoon. He asked with concern, Player Kim Tae-hoon, I have heard the latest news. Facing the Great Dukes, you must have gone through some horrific things. Are you injured? Kim Tae-hoon replied briefly. No, I am fine. He continued to remind him, even if your body is fine, you must have suffered significant psychological trauma. But that is not your fault, Kim Tae-hoon replied politely. Yes. Jung Gi-hoon got straight to the point. I know this is a difficult time and I don't want to pressure you, but I heard from Guildmaster Yu Ah-young that you plan to focus solely on issues related to the Abyss. Have your plans changed? After your confrontation with the Great Dukes? Kim Tae-hoon denied it. No. On the contrary, the Abyss needs me more than ever. Tae-guk stepped forward. He pointed while saying, the chairman, but was stopped by a wave of Jung Gi-hoon's hand. All right, Kim Tae-hoon asked curiously. Is there something you want to tell me? Tae-guk quickly blurted it out. Actually, the chairman intended to keep this a secret. If you continue to say you will focus on the Abyss, I think you still deserve to know. Jung Gi-hoon remarked that he was indeed strange. Tae-guk continued. While you have been busy lately, a mysterious disease has been spreading globally. It causes gray spots all over the body and high fever. It's a new epidemic. Have you heard of it? Kim Tae-hoon was stunned. He thought, these symptoms, even after Venom from the Chinese dungeon was defeated, they are the remnants of what tormented humanity for so long. It is exactly like the Gray Plague from his past life. But I defeated Venom already. The disease should have been stopped. Why is it reappearing? Tae-guk reported the situation. But according to our investigation, this doesn't appear to be a natural epidemic. Experts say that here in Korea, it is believed to be man-made, and some suggest it was spread by the Evil Guild, he muttered. The Evil Guild? He explained. The Evil Guild is not incompetent, but they shouldn't have the capability to create such a virus. It is possible that someone is cooperating with that guild. We are also investigating it. The Evil Guild is a demonic guild present, worldwide, but its headquarters is in New Korea. The association is planning a large-scale extermination, and player, Tae-hoon. Before Tae-guk could finish, he suddenly interrupted. Now that I think about it, I also have something to ask you. Chairman, I encountered the leader of the Evil Guild at the castle of Great Duke Organ, Jae-hong. What the hell is that guy? The two people across from him were shocked. Tae-guk asked excitedly. You met Jae-hong? Tae-hoon confirmed. That's right. He gained the trust of Great Duke Organ and became his henchman, and he acts as if he knows a lot about him. Chairman Jung Gi-hee rested his chin on his hands, lost in thought. He's even siding with the demons now. Just how much deeper will he sink? Tae-guk asked. Should I explain, sir? Jung Gi-hee replied. No. This is my burden to bear. I never intended to keep it a secret. I just didn't want to pile more weight onto his shoulders. But since you know now, I will tell you everything. This happened over 20 years ago. Back then, I wasn't the chairman yet. I was just a newly awakened player. One day, a dungeon opened up in a local area, and I rushed there immediately. But I was too late. The monsters were already gone. All that remained was a child who had awakened during the crisis after losing his parents. Perhaps it wasn't intentional, but that child, at only 7 years old, had stopped a B+ rank dungeon all by himself. That was the first time I met Jae-hong. I immediately saw his talent, and the storm of rage swirling deep within his heart. I felt responsible because I didn't arrive early enough to save his family. I felt a sense of duty to raise him. So, I adopted him and trained him so that his hatred for monsters wouldn't lead him down the wrong path. And I hoped that, one day, he would become the new hero of the new Korea. Jae-hong's talent exceeded my expectations. He absorbed everything I taught him without a single word of complaint, and he rose to the top ranks of New Korea's Awakened before he even reached high school. But looking back now, it just feels pathetic. I pushed him too hard. Tae-hyun asked impatiently, when did things start to go wrong? Jung Gi-hee fell silent. Tae-guk spoke up for him. We have many systems and technologies now to enter the abyss and gain progress from it. But back then, it wasn't like that. Even as a child, Jae-hong worked for the association in the abyss. Many players wanted to team up with the rising star of New Korea, Jae-hong. But despite his immense talent, accidents constantly happened within Jae-hong's ambush squads. They would always suffer heavy casualties. When these accidents kept happening, the association finally began an investigation, and the result revealed a shocking truth. He had intentionally led his teammates to their deaths. Kim Tae-hoon asked in surprise, why would he do that? Tae-guk replied. When asked why, he just told the investigators, how do you expect me to wipe out monsters if I have to worry about the weak? If they survive, they should thank me for making them stronger. The association saw that Jae-hong's ideology was extremely dangerous and feared they would face backlash. They tried to wipe his data and remove him from the association. In retaliation, Jae-hong killed the players sent to capture him and escaped. He became a top-tier international criminal. Jung Gi-hee seemed to calm down. He added, "That bastard Jae-hong, he was completely deceived. He believes that tragedies make him stronger, so he tried to apply that to everyone. That is how he believes he can save the world. But I never looked into his heart to see what he wanted or what he was thinking. I just pushed him to move forward. That was my fault." Tae-hoon listened quietly. He seemed to understand Jung Gi-hee's pain. Tae-hoon acknowledged that the chairman's influence was significant. Chairman Tae-guk, fearing Tae-hoon might say something harsh, quickly interrupted him. Player Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon didn't pay attention. He looked straight at Jung Gi-hee and said, "If you saw him going down the wrong path like that, you should have kicked his ass. Isn't that a father's responsibility? I will catch Jae-hong, and I'll give you that chance." Jung Gi-hee looked at him with gratitude. Tae-hoon, those few words clearly expressed his feelings. He began calculating in his mind. He didn't like the way that guy looked down on the weak either, because he knew the pain of being ignored for lacking power. Tae-guk asked curiously. Then, "Will you join this suppression plan?" He replied, "I'll join, but not right away. There are things I need to handle first." He thought to himself, it would be difficult to fight if these things were still lingering around. A new status window appeared after his conversation with the Nameless One. It showed a countdown mission to the global war that had begun. Amidst the aurora, a magnificent castle appeared, and a seductive voice rang out. "Can you see it, contractor? I believe it is time for it to begin." Tae-hoon was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Rosalia?" Rosalia narrowed her eyes and asked, "What is with that face?" I smiled and said, "Do I look that bad to you?" He looked at Rosalia's wounds and asked, "Is this because of me?" He thought to himself. She was injured in the battle against Duke Organ more severely than he had thought. Rosalia teased, "You faced the shackles of a Grand Duke. Getting away with minor injuries like this is lucky." Kim Tae-hoon asked, "Why is the castle in this state?" "Oh, I was a bit surprised." "Ah, you mean this? Just before you faced IJ Moun, they arrived here. It's truly a nuisance. You don't need to worry about that. Even the Grand Dukes of the Abyss aren't exactly friendly with each other. This is the price I pay for having such an outstanding contractor," Tae-hoon suddenly said, with a serious tone. "Rosalia, I will make sure they never treat you like that ever again." Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, her tone playful. "What's with that tone? Just hearing it makes me feel better already." Tae-hoon said nothing more, just silently looking into Rosalia's eyes. She asked in surprise, "Contractor, has something about you changed since the last time I saw you?" He said, "I met a god and heard the truth about the Emperor." Rosalia seemed astonished by the reason for this change. Kim Tae-hoon's voice suddenly grew heavy. He said, "Rosalia, a global war against the races is approaching." Rosalia asked in shock, "You've met a god? How?" Tae-hoon summarized the event. "Right in the world I live in, there exists a fragment of a god. I accidentally met them and had a chance to speak." "Rosalia, you once told me that even if I knew about the Emperor, I couldn't do anything, didn't you? Now, things are different." Rosalia's eyes flashed with rare shock. She said, "Have you reached this level already?" "Much faster than I predicted. This isn't just a coincidence. Perhaps it is fate, because the false memories are causing chaos everywhere, making everything happen faster than expected. If you have heard the truth, surely you have realized your destiny, haven't you? Seeing how you came to find me like this, you must have found the answer for yourself, right? You weren't granted power by a god, but were chosen by the Emperor to be the successor to that power. You aren't bound by the same paths we are, so you're free to truly enjoy your life after your regression. Where you go from here depends on your own resolve. What will you do next?" Tae-hoon pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. "At first, I only acted because I wanted a reward. I wanted to let go of my grudges and live a normal life without any enlightenment. This time, I yearn to become stronger, so I can truly hold my own happiness in my hands. But the more I learn about the dark secrets of the Abyss, the more I believe there must be a deeper reason why the Emperor allowed me to regress and granted me this power." The Emperor once told Tae-hoon, "I truly admire your will and determination." He couldn't help but be curious. Is it really just because of my will and determination? No, that was the Emperor's wish. He longed for someone to share his mission with that same will and determination once they realized the truth. Thinking of this, he declared solemnly, "I will walk the same path as the Emperor. This is also deeply connected to the fate of my own world. To protect my world, I will be the one to end the coming war." He then made an offer, "Rosalia, lend me your strength. I will lead you to the true pinnacle." Rosalia replied with great appreciation, "You certainly have noble resolve. It's truly commendable. But you are only the Emperor's key, not the Emperor himself. If you want to reach the Emperor's heights, you still have a very long way to go. Hearing this, Tae-hoon gathered energy in his legs. It suddenly erupted and surged throughout his body. The system notified him that his mysterious power had leveled up to rank SS. A terrifying surge of energy began to explode. Rosalia jumped up in excitement, asking in astonishment, "Since when did you reach this level?" Kim Tae-hoon smiled and said, "When I swore to walk the same path as the Emperor, a shard of the god merged with me. So, do you still not trust me, Rosalia?" Hearing this, Rosalia laughed maniacally. "Ah, I remember when the Emperor said he would pass his power to someone else. I was fiercely opposed. I thought only the Emperor was worthy of inheriting that path. But it seems I was wrong." Rosalia seemed to have realized something was off. This feeling was so strange. As she finished speaking, light from the outside shone brightly into the room. She remembered the old days when she was just a small maid, seeing the Emperor for the first time. Rosalia and Kim Tae-hoon quickly sat down at the table to negotiate. She spoke up. "From now on, there will be no hierarchy between you and me. Contract holder, I officially recognize you as my equal." "All right, you mentioned the upcoming race war, right? So, what have you found out?" Tae-hoon replied. "After the realm war ends and I become the Emperor, entities from the celestial realm will appear, right?" Rosalia looked a bit disappointed. "Is that all you know? How regrettable." Kim Tae-hoon continued. "That god isn't as friendly as I hoped." She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "You tricked me, you cunning bastard." Kim Tae-hoon happily finished his glass of wine. "If I didn't, how could I get your support?" Rosalia said helplessly. Fine. I will tell you what I know, but I don't know everything. After the realm war ends, the race war will break out. The reason is that the lower realm king's power is growing so strong, it's almost touching the gods. And that is something the celestial race in the upper realm never wants. To be more precise, the upper realm king doesn't want that to happen. Tae-hoon asked curiously. "The upper realm king? Is there also an emperor in the upper realm?" Rosalia answered. "Exactly. A demonic beast that once possessed a god's shard, just like our emperor. With that power, he reached the upper realm and was the first to approach the gods. His name is the Demon Dragon King, Ban." Kim Tae-hoon thought in shock. "Isn't that the dragon who fought the emperor in his memories?" He asked. "Isn't it ridiculous that those who carry god shards fight to become gods themselves?" Let me reveal this. He has actually reached the gods, but he rejected the path the shard led him on and betrayed the gods. Now, he's trying to usurp the god's position. The emperor tried to stop that, to set everything back on the right path. That's why the upper realm king considers the lower realm king a threat that must be eliminated. Kim Tae-hoon was very curious why the upper realm hadn't started the war yet. Rosalia explained, "There is still some kind of magic preventing them, a barrier that doesn't allow them to cross over, until the right moment comes. I think that's also thanks to the emperor's preparations." So, before that barrier is broken, Kim Tae-hoon listened and stated his deduction. "I must defeat all the Grand Dukes and build an army strong enough to oppose the upper realm." "Is that the true meaning of the realm war?" Rosalia looked straight into his eyes and said, "Now you understand why you must face the Grand Dukes, right? Then I will explain each Grand Duke, their territory, and their forces." The two discussed strategies and tasks for a long time, until Rosalia's glass of wine was nearly empty. She said, "Now it's time to decide. Contract holder, where will you start?" Tae-hoon rested his chin on his hand to think, his eyes becoming sharper. After reflecting on the wounds he had suffered, he already had his answer. "Of course, Ogun. He is the one I have a deep grudge against, and I must settle the score at any cost. But Ogun controls the largest territory in the Abyss. If we let the war drag on into a war of attrition, we will fall into a disadvantaged position, and the other Grand Dukes will definitely take this opportunity to intervene." Suddenly, a maid rushed in, interrupting Tae-hoon's thoughts. The maid called out anxiously, "My queen," Rosalia asked. "What is it?" The maid replied, "It's an emergency. A letter has just been sent from the Western Territory, from Museran." Kim Tae-hoon silently waited for her to read the letter. After reading, Rosalia looked up at him with an amused expression. "It seems a perfect stage has been set for you. You promised to take me to the pinnacle, didn't you? Now prove that it wasn't just empty words. Contract holder." Rosalia's Western Territory was also a disputed area, with Ion, the barren desert. A dramatic battle was taking place there between two female demonic beasts. The beast in the purple dress lunged forward, trying to shred Museran with her claws. She let out a fierce roar and swung her claws forward. Museran tried to block with her sword, but the powerful force of the strike shattered the blade. She fell to her knees in pain, and the subordinates around her shouted in worry. Lady Museron. Museron was a rank SS swordswoman. The blue-dressed beast said arrogantly, "Is that all? The one favored by Rosalia is nothing special after all. This beast's name is Brutia, rank SSS. She looked down with contempt, thinking that even the people here are so weak they are called the weakest archduke. This outcome is no surprise. Brutia roared in anger. "You dare insult my queen?" Brutia brazenly stepped on Museron's shoulder and uttered those words. "Shouldn't you have taken me down first?" With that, she stomped the woman into the ground until blood splattered everywhere. Brutia declared that in this abyss, only one law is recognized. The weak must submit to the strong. You and your people will soon kneel and surrender to me. To me, and to the Blood Archduke I faithfully serve, she said as she arrogantly walked away. Listen well. From now on, this barren desert belongs to the territory of Igimon. Suddenly, a dismissive voice echoed from behind. The law of the weak serving the strong, huh? Doesn't sound too bad. Brutia turned around and saw Tae-hoon, curious. A human? Seeing his emotionless face, she asked, "Who are you?" Tae-hoon laughed and said, "The one you've looked down upon so much is the mercenary of the proud queen you just insulted." Brutia reminisced. Most monsters born from the abyss lack intelligence. They only act on primal instincts, eat, sleep, and destroy everything. However, occasionally there are mutants among them, possessing intelligence and overwhelming strength from birth. They are destined to lead the entire pack. Just like human society has social classes, monsters have a gap in rank among themselves. Sooner or later, they will face someone else. They also carry deep-seated status differences. The abyss is a place where the strong eat the weak. But I have always been a predator. I have never been prey. I have annihilated one strong opponent after another, and when there were no worthy rivals left around me, I encountered him. The supreme predator, ruler of the abyss, the one called the Archduke. All my glorious achievements became worthless, a total and overwhelming defeat. That was the first time I truly understood that there exist those in this world with a level of power far beyond mine. Back then, the Archduke looked down at her from above and said, "You know there is an insurmountable gap between your level and mine, yet you still dare to challenge me? A monster's rank is determined the moment they are born. That is your limit. To surpass that limit, the only way is to absorb the power of a monster with a higher rank than yourself. Do you want to become my subordinate?" Back then, Brutia trembled with fear and shame. She knew it was a humiliation, but the rush from that disgrace was strangely incredible. Enough. With this power, I can do whatever I want. If I hide my sharp claws and continue to develop under him, then, one day, I could reach the throne of an archduke. Brutia still wondered, but why? Why should someone with ambitions to overthrow the archduke like me have to kneel at the feet of one of the archduke's lackeys? Lost in thought, she tried to attack Kim Tae-hoon in every way, but couldn't even scratch his skin. Brutia was shocked. What is this? Kim Tae-hoon finally decided to counter, suddenly grabbing her wrist. His eyes flashed red with the Demon King's magical power. Brutia stared at those eyes in shock. For a fleeting moment, she saw the shadow of the Demon King upon Kim Tae-hoon, and she shrieked in terror. "Rosalia," she stammered, trembling. I can't move my body." He struck her with a clean blow, then smiled and said, "It seems I've won, haven't I? If the abyss is a place where the strong devour the weak, then you are now my prey, but I don't enjoy eating monsters. You trespassed on someone else's territory and dared to declare sovereignty. Forgiving you wouldn't make any sense. You're Ion's lackey, aren't you? Then talking to you is useless. Call your master out here." Her mouth began to tear, and she spoke with difficulty. "No." Then she declared boldly, "I am Brutia." And she shrieked, "Not a lackey, but the great monster that will conquer the pinnacle of the abyss." With that, Brutia opened her gaping mouth and lunged at Kim Tae-hoon. He stepped back and calmly said, "Gluttony." A giant mouth appeared, quickly swallowing Brutia whole without leaving a single bone behind. Kim Tae-hoon said cheerfully, "Thinking about it, swallowing my prey this way isn't a bad option at all." Museran, who was injured and being supported by subordinates, had witnessed the entire fight. She was astonished. That person was none other than the Queen's contractor. Looking at Kim Tae-hoon, who wore a triumphant smile, Museran exclaimed, "There was a time when even an SS+ rank made him suffer. Such a surreal feeling. Now, thanks to the resonance with the God's fragment, he easily takes down an SSS rank." Right then, he checked his status window. Name Kim Tae-hoon, age 20, SS rank, strength 306, stamina 308, agility 307, mana 455, willpower 230, fatigue 70%. Remaining mana 225,455. The innate skill Gluttony, ranked SS, allows him to swallow targets at will with a mana cost of 120. Kim Tae-hoon was surprised as things adjusted. Yeah. Is it because the rank of the Gluttony skill increased, or because that monster named Brutia was Ion's minion? Whatever the reason, if he keeps using Gluttony like this, even the missing Grand Dukes might get wiped out. Suddenly, a panicked magical beast rushed over. Contractor. A pool of blood stretched out and gradually solidified into a hand. A voice echoed from the void. Just as expected, Brutia was no match for you. A magical beast emerged from the pool of blood and said, I didn't expect much from the start, but summoning you is already a success. The magical beast that just appeared is the rumored Grand Duke. Kim Tae-hoon smiled and waved his hand. What a coincidence. I was looking for you too. Saves me some trouble. The Grand Duke suddenly suggested, right, why don't we celebrate this reunion together? Back at a certain headquarters for the Night Emperor's key, Jung Ji-hee was putting on her jacket, getting ready to clock out and head home. He suddenly stopped and looked at the photo on the desk. In the picture stood Jung Gi-hoon alongside his comrades who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him. With a smile, he said, They look so young, don't they? Lately, I keep reminiscing about the old days. I must really be getting old. Just then, Tae-guk pushed the door open and rushed in. President, are you still here? Jung Gi-hoon replied, I was just about to leave. Is something wrong? Tae-guk asked urgently. We just received news from the joint investigation team between the Hunters Association and the Twilight Association. There's abnormal activity in the area suspected to be the base of the villainous association. They're waiting for orders from the association. Jung Gi-hoon quickly walked toward the door and instructed, Gather the national-level hunters immediately. I will head to the scene myself. Tae-guk hesitated and said, But Jung Gi-hoon asked, What is it? Looking a bit worried, Tae-guk explained, Hunter Tae-hoon still hasn't returned, and we can't reach him through the abyss. Will it be all right if it's just us? He asked unhappily. Since when did the Korean Player Association become so dependent on just Kim Tae-hoon? Tae-guk hung his head and stammered, I apologize, sir. Jung Gi-hee stopped giving him a hard time and said, Perhaps it's for the best that we handle things ourselves. Player Kim Tae-hoon said he still has tasks to complete. Tae-hoon has his own path to follow. At the very least, this time, I want to be a solid support for the young man as he walks that righteous path. Tae-guk knew that his leader was likely trying to make up for past mistakes so that Kim Tae-hoon wouldn't suffer the same fate as Ji-hong. Jung Gi-hee walked on firmly and said, We just need to fulfill our duties. The day of the decisive battle has arrived. Meanwhile, on Kim Tae-hoon's side, the Grand Duke started making small talk. It seems last time we just rushed into fighting without properly introducing ourselves. He bowed formally. Let me introduce myself properly. I am the Grand Duke of the Abyss, as well as the Lord of the Bloodkin, Ajimun. He replied, the contractor of Rosalia and the key to the Emperor, Kim Tae-hoon. The Grand Duke sized him up and said, the title, Key to the Emperor, is truly fitting. In that case, I have a proposal for you. Break your contract with Rosalia and submit to me. I will appoint you as my new contractor. You will enjoy the power and military strength that Rosalia could never offer, and together we will conquer the abyss and emerge victorious in the race war. Tae-hoon corrected him. The winner won't be me. It will be you, right? Rosalia already warned me. Once the Grand Dukes know I am the key, they will do anything to seize me, all to become the next emperor. You think I don't see through those blatant lies? He smirked. You shouldn't have known about that. If you won't come willingly, I'll have to use force, and don't expect to have all your limbs intact when I'm done. Besides, it's strange you don't trust me, yet you believe that woman Rosalia so easily? Tae-hoon replied, because Rosalia and I are equal partners. He scoffed. Partners between a Grand Duke and a human? How ridiculous. In the abyss, only the strong have the right to control everything. Even the lower world king understands that. He forced all the Grand Dukes to bow at his feet. He retorted, I never said I wouldn't use force. If you know what's good for you and surrender, I'll go easy on you. If you refuse to understand, only violence will make you see reason. In that case, I also have a proposal for you, Ajimun. Submit to me, and I will give you a place in the coming race war. He laughed contemptuously. You've grown quite arrogant just because you know you're the key to the Emperor. You're still just a brat. Saying that, Ajimun pointed a barrage of blades toward Kim Tae-hoon. Surprisingly, they were all shattered before they could touch a single hair on his head. Kim Tae-hoon said arrogantly, you won't be able to talk for much longer. I'll teach you some manners. Ajimun flicked his hand, and a drop of blood appeared in the air, followed by a new swarm of blades. He ordered them to attack Kim Tae-hoon. With a graceful spin, Kim Tae-hoon slowly extended his hand, and every one of Ajimun's blades turned to dust. He was furious. You dare use my power as if it were your own? Perhaps killing you is the only way to cure your thievery. Saying that, Ajimun conjured a giant steel fist. Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself that even though he acted arrogant on the outside, the pressure from a Grand Duke was far beyond any SSS ranker. At this moment, calling Rosalia for help might have been the right choice, but his steps became rapid. Finally, Tae-hoon decided that he wanted to test how far he could go against a Grand Duke after assimilating with the God Fragment. Behind him, a pair of glowing red wings appeared. Kim Tae-hoon lunged forward, catching Ajimun completely off guard. He was struck, drawing blood. Out of nowhere, a new sword appeared in Ajimun's hand. That sword struck Tae-hoon, which he hadn't expected. Realizing what just happened, they both dove into the fight like two real men. He sneered, "You dare use stolen power to this extent? I'll give you credit for that." Tae-hoon gritted his teeth, holding the blade firm, and shouted boldly, "It's too early to be surprised, because I don't just have your power." With that, he unleashed another ability, combining Blood Frenzy with Beast Transformation, and shattered the sword. Ajimun stared in shock as his treasure turned to scrap. What? Wasn't that Organ's power? You're combining the powers of the Grand Dukes? How despicable and shameless. He furiously conjured a new blade 2 meters long. Kim Tae-hoon quickly caught the blade and snapped it in half with one hand. Ajimun began to panic, thinking, I never expected that a brat who was hiding under Rosalia's skirt not long ago could reach this level. Not far away, the beasts under her command were watching the battle. Musaran was astonished. I'm seeing it with my own eyes. But I still can't believe he's inside. Overpowering Ajimun. Is he really human? This is like watching a battle between Grand Dukes. Kim Tae-hoon taunted. How does it feel to be looked down on by a brat? Ajimun's veins bulged with rage. Don't get cocky, you bastard. You don't know anything about my power. What you know is only a small fraction. Someone like you isn't worth me using my full strength. I'll end this here. Kim Tae-hoon softly dismissed him. No. He switched to using Dragon's Wrath, releasing killing intent enhanced by magic power. Kim Tae-hoon looked at Ajimun with cold, piercing eyes. The one who doesn't know anything here is you. Ajimun's expression showed a flicker of denial. Before he could react, Tae-hoon grabbed him with one hand, then unleashed a skill. Demon's Venom, enhanced with concentrated poison magic. Kim Tae-hoon's hand pierced Ajimun's chest, making him spit out blood. The swords floating, in the air couldn't even form, before turning into blood and dripping to the ground. Tae-hoon was slightly skeptical. Did I really do it? Ajimun said, I admit you've surpassed my expectations. This is my defeat. Right. Despite what he said, Tae-hoon didn't let his guard down. Suddenly, the area around Kim Tae-hoon turned into a large pool of blood. Ajimun continued, the mere fact that I was forced to use my full strength against someone like you is a humiliating defeat. I will pay you back for this shame in full. He was stunned. What is this? Ajimun sneered. This is the Blood Realm. Open your eyes and look. This isn't some pathetic amateur imitation, but a power from the depths, only wieldable by one who masters the authority. Kim Tae-hoon shouted in panic. Rosa, he was cut off before he could finish. If you can call her, go ahead and try. But do you even have enough magic left to do it? His pupils suddenly contracted. Amidst Ajimun's maniacal laughter, Tae-hoon felt a terrifying realization. Mana is being drained from his body as it sinks into the pool of blood. He realizes it's his own fault for being too reckless. He never expected the guy to have a trick like this up his sleeve. Ajimun laughs and says, just go ahead and drown in that pool of blood. It's a slow, agonizing death. Kim Tae-hoon tries to hold his breath while struggling endlessly. Is this really it? No way. His body sinks deeper into the blood. A moment later, Kim Tae-hoon lies motionless. Ajimun approaches and touches him, saying, sorry for all the trouble you went through. Now, let me see what this so-called key looks like. The man's hand suddenly freezes. Kim Tae-hoon has vanished into thin air. Ajimun is stunned. Where did he go? That's not right. There's something here. His voice suddenly echoes. It looks similar enough that it's easy to see why you'd mistake it for yours. But this isn't your domain, it's deep inside him. Ajimun turns back and asks, who are you talking to? You sound like you're referring to someone completely different. Kim Tae-hoon just wears a wicked grin. Now, it's no longer him inside the body, but doppelganger. He laughs, welcome to my world. The Blood Clan Lord, Ajimun, asks curiously, what world? Are you the incarnation of the royal key? Doppelganger replies, I'm not even sure what I am anymore. Anyone who reaches this place is curious about my true nature, but no one has ever gotten an answer. He continues, do you think you'll be the exception? You're standing before a Grand Duke, you know. Why don't you just come clean? Doppelganger sneers, you Grand Dukes always act like you're so superior. Remember, there's always a bigger fish. Both of them prepare for a life or death battle. With a wave of their hands, a barrage of swords flies out. Ajimun sneers, you're no different from the pathetic creature outside. Suddenly, a mouth with jagged teeth lunges forward, and Ajimun is shocked. Wait, hold on, could that be a blood sword? Before Ajimun can recover, he watches his own sword get bitten to pieces. Doppelganger exclaims in delight, wonderful. He licks his lips hungrily. I needed to replenish my mana. This is truly a perfect gift. Ajimun rages. How dare you insult a lord of the Blood Clan like this? If that's how it is, I'll punish you first, and then it won't be too late to make you confess your true nature. With that, Ajimun launches a new attack. Doppelganger calmly replies, you dare turn another person's mind into your own domain? That's just as savage as that fly from before. But if you're a Grand Duke, maybe you're actually capable of it. Regardless, this original body of mine once achieved something. Ajimun waves his hand, and waves of blood surge violently. Doppelganger just powers through the waves and says excitedly, that is, using a similar force field to counter an enemy's force field. As he finishes, he unleashes his ultimate move. Ajimun, shocked, manages a what the before taking a punch straight to the face. The power of that punch sends him flying hundreds of kilometers. Doppelganger begins to mock him, possessing such excellent skills but having no idea how to use them properly. Are you planning to just watch silently from the shadows? That Kim Tae-hoon guy is such a fool. He even let his mana run dry, forcing me to come out like this. But now that I think about it, this isn't exactly a bad thing. He taunts him again. Get up, you pathetic excuse for a Grand Duke. I'll show you what a real fight looks like. Doppelganger channels power into another punch. This time, Ajimun's chin takes the brunt of it. He tries to fight back in a rage, but Doppelganger successfully dodges. Doppelganger rapidly rains, punches down on Ajimun. Ajimun grits his teeth, cursing, you bastard. Not letting Ajimun retaliate, he grabs him by the head. A brutal knee strike makes intimate contact with his opponent's face. Ajimun is sent flying away again, blood spraying from his mouth. Doppelganger is having a blast, like a child with a new toy. He asks, where are you hiding? Ajimun, seizing the chance to counterattack, curses in fury. As if answering a loving call, Doppelganger appears right in front of him. He lands a massive kick on Ajimun, who turns into a stream of blood to escape. Doppelganger provokes him. Ever since you became a Grand Duke, I bet no one has ever beaten you this badly, have they? Ajimun rises from the blood pool and strikes with a powerful blow at his opponent. Doppelganger effortlessly defends and says with a smirk, you must be truly angry now. Suddenly, a ring of energy traps him, catching him off guard. Doppelganger moves at high speed, trying to break it. Suddenly, a beam of light flashes by, and he stumbles, losing his balance. Doppelganger turns his head slowly to see a battered Ajimun snarling, you bastard. I will never forgive you. This time, I'll tear you to pieces, not leaving even a scrap behind. Doppelganger inwardly assesses, that's a sealing sword, a blade that can lock away the power of whoever it cuts. You plan to use a sealing sword to drain the king's power? Rebirth takes too much time. Since I'm in Kim Tae-hoon's body, I must have been too confident and left an opening. What should I do now? After a moment, Doppelganger smiles and says, hey, original host, don't tell me you're still sleeping. This is more than enough damage caused. My job here is done. You handle it yourself. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon appears behind Ajimun. He shouts, that's enough gluttony for me. A surge of power pierces through the blood pool, and cracks appear in the gloomy red sky. Kim Tae-hoon stands wearily in the collapsing space. Ajimun grinds his teeth, cursing, you bastard. A great Grand Duke like me, beaten to this state by the soul of a king. Kim Tae-hoon just smiles the smile of a victor. Right then, Rosalia tears through space and steps in, shouting. The contractor, Kim Tae-hoon, smiles in relief and calls out to Rosalia. She asks anxiously, are you okay? He reassures her, I'm still alive. Rosalia turns to glare at Ajimun. Ajimun, looking distorted, demands, did you end up dragging Rosalia into this too? I'll retreat since I failed this time, but the king's key will definitely belong to me one day. With that, he begins to vanish. Kim Tae-hoon stares at him and declares, no way, next time, you'll be the loser. She looks at him and breathes a sigh of relief, seeing he is safe. It's good that you're safe. If I had known you were going to handle this yourself, I would have appeared sooner. Kim Tae-hoon replies, I didn't call you because I didn't want you to worry. He lies down, exhausted. So, Rosalia, is this enough to officially declare war for the territory, don't you think? She smiles silently, looking at him. Rosalia sighs in frustration. This contractor is truly a handful. At the same time, a battle is breaking out elsewhere. Kang Hai-wook shouts, so this really is the hideout of the Wicked Association. The monsters are gathered as thick as ants. Han continues, we have to act fast. They're trying to stall for time so the leaders can escape. A car is already speeding away. Just then, Jung Gi-hee and the guild members arrived. He announced that Guildmaster Yu Ah-young, who had arrived earlier, was already in pursuit. They needed reinforcements there to quickly clear out the area and the headquarters. Everyone acknowledged the order in unison. Jung Gi-hee kicked the door open with force and shouted, freeze! We are the South Korean Player Association. You are completely surrounded, surrender now. A mocking voice rang out. Oh, it seems you still haven't realized who the ones truly caught in a trap are. The Vice Guild, Master of the Vile Guild, the final head of the Three Road Heads, the figure of the Night Demon slowly appeared. Jung Gi-hee broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the Night Demon. So, the one Yu Ah-young was chasing, was it an Arog tractor parked under the metal bridge? In the back, a light blue car sat silently in the gloomy industrial zone. Yu Ah-young turned her head to speak. This result far exceeds my initial expectations. I didn't expect to run into you here. Dung frowned and smiled, replying, so, it was you who has been monitoring us all this time. Guildmaster Yu. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. She said, without a hint of restraint. As expected, the partner collaborating with the Vile Guild is the Tae-hoon group. He, on the other hand, remained unshaken, remarking, it seems I've revealed a bit too much. Yu Ah-young smirked with a haughty air. I've been suspicious for a long time. The Grey Plague spread by the Vile Guild. How could it have been created by just a few ordinary demons? I was certain that someone with high-level technological expertise must have been behind it, and I had been paying attention to the fact that Tae-hoon Pharmaceuticals was the biggest beneficiary, producing the antidote at an extraordinary speed. I regretted not having enough evidence to investigate further, but now that I've caught you at the Vile Guild's headquarters, I don't even need evidence anymore. First, as an investigator, I must ask, why would you do such a thing? Lee Dong-soo replied calmly, as if chatting with an old friend. My nature is that of a businessman passionate about commerce. I simply thought that taking advantage of the Vile Guild would bring more benefits to the company. Furthermore, I wasn't satisfied with the fact that the new South Korean Player Association was being monopolized by four major organizations. Hearing this old fox make excuses, Yu Ah-young felt annoyed but maintained her courtesy. That sounds like you're just making excuses because you weren't competitive enough. Enough, you can present the rest of your story at the association. Lee Dong-soo suddenly lowered his voice and said, wait, don't you feel like you acted as if you'd caught me a bit too soon? I have no intention of letting myself be captured so easily. Seeing the malice flash in his eyes, Yu Ah-young became slightly guarded. Someone who used to be an S rank, always acting so high and mighty. He transformed while softly replying, I was only an S rank back then. I have already surpassed that level. Behold, demonic beast transformation. She hadn't expected Lee Dong-soo's power to increase so rapidly, and she gasped with difficulty. What is this? Yu Ah-young thought to herself, could this be the demonic beast transformation experiment that Kim Tae-hoon mentioned? It turns out, it wasn't just the virus that leaked from that place. He laughed cunningly, his eyes shining brightly, and declared with full confidence, now, my abilities have almost reached a national level. So, how do you intend to handle this? As the C-rank player finished speaking, Lee Dong-soo threw a punch straight at her face. At Jung Gi-hee's location, a fierce battle was also unfolding. Kang Hyuk and Park Sung-jin coordinated their assault. The strange thing was that the Night Demon stood still like a statue, as if the previous attacks hadn't affected him at all. He realized it too and spoke up. Listen, you guys. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. So that's how it is. No matter how many times they tested, the result remained the same. That guy couldn't feel a single thing when he was hit. Hanju and Siang didn't give up. She shouted, if that's the case, switch to a wide-range attack. The two quickly attacked the Night Demon from behind. Siang asked anxiously, we took him down, right? He was startled and looked to the side to warn them. Wait! The Night Demon's voice echoed back. It's useless. Accompanying it were dark tentacles. Both of them were hung up in an instant. Lim Ah-young shouted in alarm. Everyone! Jung Gi-hee didn't hesitate to throw a punch and dash forward. That punch shattered the tentacles, successfully saving Hanju and Siang. The Night Demon asked arrogantly, Do you understand now why I have never been caught in any chase? Because from the very beginning, I am something that cannot be caught. Kang Hyuk roared. Damn it. This is like a game hack. Seong was also frustrated. How annoying. Jung Gi-hee spoke up to reassure them. Don't panic. Deep down, he was silently deducing. He kept bragging about his own power. If he truly couldn't be caught, then why was it like that earlier? Thinking this, Jung Gi-hee whispered to everyone, I want to test something. Could you all support me for a moment? Following this, the group attacked the night demon simultaneously. He said mockingly, it seems those dubbed as South Korea's national-level combatants really don't learn anything. No matter how many times you experiment, the outcome is the same. I told you already, the ones who have truly fallen into a trap are you guys. As soon as the night demon finished speaking, Hanju, Kang Hyuk, Park Sung-jin, and Siang were held tight by the tentacles one after another. She screamed in frustration. This is so irritating. Jung Gi-hee was secretly trying to sneak attack the night demon, but the demon spotted his intentions easily, without even turning his head. This old man is truly seeking his own death, but it won't be as easy the second time. Saying that, the night demon unleashed a barrage of tentacles toward Jung Gi-hee. He observed his opponent carefully and began to reason. He just dodged my attack and released the two players being held. That means with that skill, he cannot attack and defend at the same time. The problem lies in the timing, at the very moment he leaves an opening and lunges to attack. Yu Ah-young, that is the moment you must pin him down for me. Yu Ah-young, following the plan, landed a powerful blow on the night demon. He was extremely shocked and muttered to himself, what? Without giving the night demon a chance to recover, Jung Gi-hee rushed forward with sharp, cold eyes, new South Korean martial arts. Second form, 3 scenes. Under the power of this punch, the ice shattered severely. Pieces of ice fell, and Yu Ah-young watched intently in silence. After the shock subsided completely, the ice had formed a straight line in the direction of Jung Gi-hee's punch. Siang ran over excitedly and asked, this time, we've surely taken him down, right? Hanju wasn't so sure and nervously stopped him. Wait. From within the ice, the night demon walked out arrogantly, grunted, and said, I didn't expect you to be able to analyze my ability in such a short amount of time. As expected of Jung Gi-hee, a seasoned warrior, the master of that guy is truly no small fry. Knowing that that guy in the night demon's mouth was definitely Li Hong, he hurriedly questioned him. Where is Li Hong? Did he escape back to the abyss? The night demon only found it ridiculous and retorted, do you think I would confess to you? I know very well that I cannot face all of you at the same time. Anyway, my only role was to stall for time and collect data. It's a shame to abandon this facility, but you won't be able to extract anything else from here anymore. Yu Ah-young didn't bother arguing with him any further and shouted, Ah-yun, answer me immediately. Yes. She grabbed her spear and lunged into the attack. The night demon couldn't care less, and revealed that the era of the demon humans was about to begin. Kang Han-wook roared in anger. Damn it! He escaped again? Old man, go after him right now. Jung Gi-hoon replied slowly. No need to chase that shadow anymore. He asked back, furious. What? What are you saying? Ah-yun spoke up. Guildmaster, you're only saying that because you're worried about me and my sister, aren't you? Please don't worry too much. You know my sister isn't someone who gets defeated so easily. Jung Gi-hoon was surprised to hear her say that, but he quickly understood her heart and replied, of course, I trust her completely. Back to the clash between Yu Ah-young and Lee Dong-soo, it was unclear what exactly happened, but Lee Dong-soo was seen vomiting blood, his eyes rolling back as he muttered, This is unbelievable. Lee Dong-soo screamed madly. My power has clearly reached the national level, right? How could I lose to someone who's only at S rank? Yu Ah-young smiled mockingly. Who told you I was still stuck at S rank? While everyone was working hard to become national level forces, did you think I'd just sit around doing nothing? She began to reminisce, frowning as she muttered, I thought you asked me out alone to confess your feelings. Who knew it was just for training? Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his neck, feeling awkward. Due to her injuries, Ah-yun couldn't join the new Korea Special Forces, so she needed to be nurtured or at least trained privately. She pouted and snapped. So what? He sighed and explained softly. I'm extremely busy. I don't have time for useless things. I plan to help every member of the Special Forces reach the national level, and that includes you. Do you want to be left behind by your younger sister? Yu Ah-young blushed with embarrassment and said, using that against me is really unfair, but it's true that I don't want to lose to that kid. Knowing his provocation had worked, Kim Tae-hoon quickly enticed her. Then stick close to me. Guildmaster Magus and Onamiro have already reached the national level, only the Nightwalkers haven't. It looks pretty pathetic, don't you think? Back in reality, Ah-yeon was delivering powerful, bone-chilling strikes to Lee Dong-soo, she reflected internally. Since that day, I've started a hellish weekly training routine with Kim Tae-hoon. Finally, I've reached the national level. Keeping this a secret turned out to be unexpectedly useful. She pointed her spear directly at Lee Dong-soo's head and demanded, "Do you have any more evidence to show me? If you do, hurry up and bring it out. The more evidence related to the demon humans, the better." He panicked and called for help. "Appear already! Do you intend to just stand on the sidelines and watch forever?" Not far away, a pair of feet moved silently. Ji-hoon stretched his limbs and mocked, "You're the one who demanded to handle this, yet you're letting others clean up your mess. Chairman Lee Dong-soo, you should be grateful I'm even cooperating with you. Otherwise, I would have finished you off long ago." Yu Ah-young glared at him. This person, Ji-hoon, acted as if they were close, greeting her, "It's been a while, Yu Ah-young. You look healthy, don't you?" At the same time, in another place, dark clouds were gathering. A vortex of light suddenly appeared, and a familiar voice echoed from within. "What? Is it already midnight in New Korea?" Tae-hoon stepped out, looking incredibly handsome, and muttered, "It's already time for a shift change? Could something have happened?" The narrative shifted back in time, just as the battle between Kim Tae-hoon and I-moon had concluded in the arid desert of the Rosalia territory. Kim Tae-hoon slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing this, Rosalia asked, "You're awake?" He looked around, trying to sit up. Sensing his wariness, she explained, "Don't worry, this is my residence. You've been here once before, remember?" Rosalia began to detail the condition of Kim Tae-hoon's body. "After the battle with I-moon, I fear both your magic power and physical stamina were completely drained. I've transferred magic power to you, and as for your stamina, you've been unconscious for 2 whole days. You should have recovered at least a little by now." Hearing how long he had been out, he couldn't hide the shock on his face. "Huh? 2 whole days? It's been that long? Did anything happen during that time?" Seeing his distress, she understood and slowly explained the situation over the past few days. "Yes, something did. The Pact Maker's declaration of war seems to have had an effect. The war between the territories has begun." As she spoke, scenes of fierce battles between different creatures flashed through his mind. The Grand Dukes, who had been hiding in their territories for hundreds of years, had finally started to make their moves. Some had gathered their armies and begun to march. Kim Tae-hoon's expression was stunned by what he heard. "And their first target is I-moon." Rosalia shrugged, her expression indifferent. "That's understandable. Ever since the incident with the Pact Maker, he has become visibly weaker. In this abyss, the law of the jungle spares no one, not even the Grand Dukes." Kim Tae-hoon asked tentatively, "What about our side?" She lifted her hand to cover half her face and said mysteriously, "Not a single enemy has dared to approach. In the confrontation with I-moon, I lost almost nothing. On the contrary, the entire abyss now knows that the Pact Maker is the key to the Emperor. That's why no one dares to make a move." At this moment, tentacles spread across the bed, and only Rosalia's voice echoed in the space. "However, Pact Maker, actually, while you were fast asleep, I secretly peered into your memories. That battle with I-moon was truly impressive." As she said this, an image from his memory appeared in her mind. But didn't something intervene in the middle of the battle? He also remembered the battle from his past. "That's right. In the end, I received help." Kim Tae-hoon thought to himself, "Just as I thought. The thing I believed had been completely destroyed on that island, it hasn't disappeared yet." Thinking this, he asked, "Rosalia, do you know anything about him?" Upon hearing the question, Rosalia shared her own speculations. "I suspect it was a deliberate action from the Emperor to protect the Pact Maker. However, he is an extremely dangerous entity." Her voice carried a warning not to place trust in him. "Therefore, you must avoid situations where you have to rely on him." Kim Tae-hoon pondered this, and to achieve that, "I must become strong enough not to be outclassed by any Grand Duke." Rosalia then offered a solution and a firm proposal to help him. "How about you train with me in the deepest level of this place? I can support you." He was slightly bewildered but had no intention of refusing. "Training with a Grand Duke? That sounds interesting." Then, Kim Tae-hoon immediately stood up and adjusted his clothes. "Fine, but first, I need to return to Earth once." Hearing him say that, Rosalia looked confused. "Did you leave something behind in that place?" Tae-hoon turned his head slightly and spoke to her with a proud tone. "Leave something behind?" "A lot of things, because that place is my home." Kim Tae-hoon stood in a mystical space, thinking to himself that although he had rushed down to the abyss, a promise made was a promise to be kept. The space radiated an immense surge of power as he continued his thoughts. The issue with the villainous association could not be ignored either. A moment later, Kim Tae-hoon materialized in a somewhat unfamiliar room. He hurried down the hallway near the room, a deep sense of worry weighing on his mind. Time in the abyss and on Earth did not flow at the same pace. Right down here, it was the middle of the night. Yet, a place like the Hunters Association, which should have been buzzing with activity around the clock, was eerily silent. The sky outside had turned a deep shade of purple. Tae-hoon wondered to himself, could something have happened? At a house cordoned off with police tape, a noisy crowd was gathered. 2 men appeared to be dead, lying motionless on the ground. Jung Gi-hoon gazed coldly at the 2 corpses. Yoo Ah-young couldn't hide her shock. From behind them, a voice rang out, telling someone to stop. "Excuse me, wait a minute. If you go in right now." "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The person being blocked snapped angrily. "Get out of my way. Let me through." A voice rang out, causing everyone inside the house to turn their heads toward the entrance simultaneously. It was none other than Hunter Kim Tae-hoon. He lifted the police tape, blocking his path, and stepped inside while speaking. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the scene inside with a bewildered expression. "Looks like I'm a bit too late." Before he could even finish his sentence, someone cut him off. Hunter Yoo Ah-young is missing. The 3 people standing behind Jung Gi-hoon couldn't hide the worry plastered across their faces. When we raided the base of the villainous association, she was chasing after the ones who tried to escape. Tae-hoon stepped forward to inspect the bloodstains on the floor, while the other person continued talking. As soon as we wrapped things up on our end, we immediately came to provide backup. His fingers gently wiped away the blood that had yet to dry on the ground, but by the time they arrived, every trace had already been wiped clean. Jung Gi-hoon couldn't conceal the deep guilt in his voice. "We never should have let Hunter Yoo Ah-young enter such a dangerous place all by herself. I don't deserve to be the association president. I was far too careless." Hearing that, Yoo Ah-young stepped in to comfort him. "It's not like that. Everyone trusts her." Gangwoo chimed in as well, agreeing with her. Yoo Ah-young is right, old man." But before he could finish his sentence, another voice cut in. "No, this is my mistake." Kim Tae-hoon remained sitting near the bloodstain as he spoke. "I prioritized other things and forgot what truly mattered. This is my fault." A wave of self-blame flooded his heart. If he couldn't resolve the issues in the abyss, Earth would sooner or later fall into grave danger. But if during his absence, the people here were to get hurt or lose their lives, then what meaning would there be in trying to protect anything at all? An image of a deeply painful memory flashed through his mind. He refused to watch that tragedy happen ever again. Seeing him blame himself like that, Jung Gi-hoon walked up behind him and tried to reassure Hunter Kim Tae-hoon. "Still, we can't rely on Hunter Kim Tae-hoon forever." But Kim Tae-hoon cut him off, turning the question back on him. "Rely on me? So what if you do?" He stood up, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. "This power is meant to protect people, to bring happiness to everyone. That is the very reason I obtained this power." Everyone present froze, hanging on to every single word Kim Tae-hoon uttered. It's not too late. The fact that they only targeted Hunter Yoo Ah-young means they still see value in using her, so the chances of her still being alive are very high. He glanced slightly over his shoulder and asked, "How is the tracking going?" Hearing the question, Tae-guk quickly replied, "The association is pouring all its resources into it. We've also contacted the police." Jung Gi-hoon stood to the side, watching Kim Tae-hoon with deep contemplation. "Hunter Kim Tae-hoon, just by looking into your eyes, I can see that you're trying to carry way too much on your own shoulders, but I won't let you bear it all alone." He stood aside and bowed his head slightly to show his gratitude. "Even so, thank you for saying that." As they stood in a circle inside the warehouse, the phone in someone's pocket buzzed. That person pulled it out and looked at the caller ID displayed on the screen. Jung Gi-hoon's eyes widened as he stared hard at the phone in his hand. Who could possibly know this number? He glanced briefly at Kim Tae-hoon, who nodded to signal him to answer it. Receiving the silent cue, Jung Gi-hoon brought the phone to his ear. "Hello?" From the other end of the line, a mocking voice echoed. "Still using the same old number, huh? Hope you're doing well, old man Jung Gi-hoon." Hearing that voice, he instantly gritted his teeth. Min Jin-hyuk. The others hearing that name couldn't hide their astonishment. On the other end, Jin-hyuk spoke with an arrogant tone. "I honestly didn't think I'd have to call you back this soon." Irony at its finest, don't you think? The more he spoke, the harder it was to hide his smugness. "By the way, that raid earlier caught me a little off guard. I never expected the New Korea Hunters Association to still have enough kick left in them to pull that off. I thought you guys had simply become Kim Tae-hoon's errand boys." Unable to stomach that attitude any longer, Jung Gi-hoon roared into the phone. "Shut your mouth. We have no reason to be polite with you. Tell me, where is Yoo Ah-young? What have you done to her?" Hearing that furious voice, Jin-hyuk let out a cold smirk. She's still breathing. I'm looking right at her lying on the ground, though I wouldn't exactly call her condition fine. He chuckled as a memory of Kim Tae-hoon flashed through his mind. I didn't intend to stir up trouble, but right at the moment I was about to finish her off, something popped into my head. She's been tangled up in some romantic rumors with Kim Tae-hoon, hasn't she? Am I right? And what a coincidence, I've been meaning to meet him myself. Cutting straight to the point, Jin-hyuk laid out his condition. Tell him this. If he wants to find Yu Ah-young, he needs to come alone to Tartarus, located at the deepest level of the abyss. He started to hang up, but another voice suddenly shouted through the phone line. You're on. Kim Tae-hoon didn't hesitate to accept the opponent's terms. I'll come to that place alone just like you want, but in exchange, you have to guarantee the safety of player Yu Ah-young. But in his voice, he didn't forget to add a hint of warning. If you can't pull that off, I swear I'll make you regret it even after you're dead. Even so, the opponent didn't seem scared. If anything, they looked even more excited. Sounds pretty badass. Who knows? I might accidentally finish her off before you even get here. You better not drag your feet. He hung up, and the voices of others echoed around. Is he really the guy who made a contract with that stunning queen? Got some serious presence, huh? Kasim, standing beside him, looked quite pleased. A prey like that makes it way more fun. He was the leader of the international terrorist organization, the most brutal magical human, Sim, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Right? Min Ji-hong stood up from his seat and gave a warning. That guy is my prey. Kasim, don't get it twisted. Kasim didn't object and went along with it. Got it. I just wanted to make sure who really killed Ophiuchus Uro, and it's also a good excuse when facing my master. His voice continued. I don't want to get chewed out by the Demon King just because the king's key fell into someone else's hands. The person lying on the ground overheard their conversation and couldn't help thinking, what on earth are they plotting? Yu Ah-young's eyes were hazy from severe injuries, but he kept on thinking. This is way too dangerous. Kim Tae-hoon, you shouldn't risk coming here. Over here, Kim Tae-hoon spoke up to the people around him. Since things have come to this, let me go alone. Jung Ji-hee tried to stop him, but he quickly cut her off. I get it. The anxiety of waiting is really agonizing, but please, trust me. Kim Tae-hoon turned back to look at everyone with a resolute expression. I'll bring player Yu Ah-young back safe and sound. The sky overhead was dyed in a mystical shade of red. This was none other than the deepest layer of the abyss, the labyrinth of Tartarus. An explosion rang out, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. A firm footstep paced steadily across the ground. Kim Tae-hoon glanced around with a look of utter disdain. Kasim, sitting on the steps, spoke up when he saw him. You got here fast. He flashed a sinister smile. Kim Tae-hoon. A voice echoed throughout the space. Tartarus, a labyrinth among countless dungeons in the abyss where mankind had ever set foot. This place was considered the most dangerous of all. Countless demons spawned here, the voice continued. Its architecture was a series of overlapping mazes, stretching from the surface down to the bowels of the earth. Even the weakest creature on the upper floors had to be at least S rank. The lips kept moving endlessly. Therefore, no one has yet figured out where its bottom lies, or what it holds. Unless you are an SS rank player or higher, entry into the deep abyss is strictly forbidden. Kasim stood tall and introduced himself. In truth, I, Kasimitov, have occupied this place for a very long time. Kim Tae-hoon listened to what he had to say while paying attention to the giant statue in front of him. If we hadn't captured the dungeon master, the riot wouldn't have broken out. Relying on that intelligence, our group made use of this place. Kasim's words continued as an extremely effective base of operations until now. The giant statue moved slightly, letting out a roar. It was none other than the SSS-RANK Tartarus Labyrinth Master. Min Ji-hong looked up at it and asked the person next to him, You're saying that beast is the master of this dungeon? Kasim noticed the disbelief in his voice and replied, Right now it might look like it's being restrained, but to capture it, we had to put in a massive amount of effort. He looked up at the creature before him, because it was a minion of the Giant King. Hearing that title, Min Ji-hong was surprised. The Giant King, the one who had his Grand Duke position, snatched away by Organ. He turned his head to look at the person beside him, a playful smile on his face. I don't care about a loser, so the reason you suggested this place isn't just to show off your achievements, is it? Kasim disagreed with what he heard. What kind of nonsense did I just hear? Kim Tae-hoon has to make his way through the path leading here, packed with overlapping traps, high-level creatures, and magical humans we've hidden away. The more he spoke, the more excited his expression became. By the time he reaches this place, he'll definitely be injured, and all we'll have to do is finish off that wounded prey. Min Ji-hong heard this and uttered two words. Boring. Seeing the other's reaction, Kasim seemed a bit unsatisfied. Oh man, Min Ji-hong, you might be physically stronger than me, but you really lack tactical maturity, don't you? A true hunter, when trying to take down a prey right in front of him, has to use every trick in the book, right? A sound echoed from above their heads, and Kasim grew even more triumphant. Right on time. The target is here. Let me show you that live and in person. But then his eyes widened in shock, and even Luca Sky standing nearby couldn't hide his surprise. Min Ji-hong let out a heavy sigh. Kim Tae-hoon, he's standing right in the middle of the room with two other people, ready for battle. Talk about a grand welcome party. A foot stamped hard against the floor. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes underwent a change, his whole body radiating power accompanied by someone's voice. Using a skill to cover the entire labyrinth? Over here, Min Ji-hong heard the surrounding noises and broke into a mocking smile. If you keep this up, all your preparations will be for nothing. The space around them seemed to shake violently. This kind of power isn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Kasim heard this, yet remained incredibly calm. So, you're digging your own grave? Trying to drain your opponent's mana before the fight even begins? A strange white light appeared beneath his feet, piercing through the ground. Kasim's eyes widened as he stared at it. This is the magic ring on my wrist changing? Is it draining my mana? At this moment, images of Kim Tae-hoon's unique heart appeared. The heart of a superior species, capable of controlling the flow of mana, allowing him to mimic and create skills. A wounded man fighting with great difficulty absorbing mana, Ricky's skill to drain the enemy's magical energy. Kim Tae-hoon reached his hand forward, unleashing his own power. If he combined it with Revelation, theoretically, it would create an unlimited, wide-range skill. Two magic circles appeared beneath his feet, a technique inspired by the battle with Ion. Ju-hong, standing nearby, noticed the abnormality and sneered. What's wrong? Does Kasim plan to just stand there and take it forever? Kasim clicked his tongue, then slammed his staff hard against the ground. After the strike, the staff emitted a mysterious energy. Ju-hong also created a small golden orb, and directed the orb in his hand toward the ground. Luca Sky, standing to the side, couldn't help but groan. Even though he had dealt with the nuisance, the noises around them wouldn't stop. A voice echoed through the dark space, but someone was heading straight for their location. A door nearby was blown wide open. Dui-hong watched as he stepped inside, unable to hold back his praise as he traced the deactivated skill signature to track down the hidden location. You're not being very obedient, are you? Tae-hyun slowly emerged from the chaos, firing back. If you wanted to play hide-and-seek, you picked the wrong target. His expression carried a cold edge, his voice laced with absolute authority. Min-hyung, I didn't come here to mess around with scum like you. I've arrived, so let the player Roion go. Dui-hong rested his chin in his hand with a deeply provoking smirk. If you think you can just spout those words. Before he could finish, a violent surge of power erupted from around Kasim. This caught Dui-hong completely off guard. What is this? Ignoring the person right beside him, he stared hard at Kim Tae-hyun. This young punk had made him lose face the moment they first met, brushing off all his preparations and treating him like he wasn't even worth a second thought. The more he spoke, the more overwhelming the power radiating from Kasim became. Min Dui-hong, forgive me, but I have to protect my honor. Min-hong looked completely dissatisfied upon hearing that. This doesn't match our deal at all. Kasim didn't seem to care. Relax, I'll return his corpse nicely packaged. Min-hong still couldn't accept it. Who gave you the right to make decisions on your own? He radiated a massive wave of power, blowing the two people standing nearby backward. Both of them landed safely. Min-hong shouted in frustration, You're nothing more than a crazy old man. Kasim stood right in the center of the vortex of power he had created and introduced himself. Right, your name is Kim Tae-hoon, isn't it? I'm Kasim Amitov. Haven't you ever heard of me? Witnessing everything, Kim Tae-hoon kept a completely calm expression. Of course, he knew who this guy was. His thoughts flashed back to a scene of a completely burned-down village, a deranged criminal who had caused tens of thousands of deaths. Through indiscriminate terrorist attacks, using demonic humans and fierce beasts, Kasim had stood beneath a building, relentlessly waving his magic staff. Because he was never licensed, he had never received an official rating. Yet, looking at the terrifying scale of the skill he wielded, he stared at the fire consuming the building and broke into a maniacal smile. He was once considered the top S-tier demonic human of the past. Returning to reality, Kim Tae-hoon kept thinking. That was why people had given him the title of the ultimate final demonic human. A guy like that was actually teaming up with Min-hong. Kasim, standing right across from him, seemed to read his thoughts and spoke up. So, you finally recognize me now, do you? How delightful. I've gathered quite a bit of info on you too. Back when one of my subordinates owed you a favor, Hearing what he said, an image of a past enemy popped into Kim Tae-hoon's mind. He opened his mouth to ask, Ofit Uro must have been your subordinate. So, are you cooperating with Min Hong just to get revenge? Kasim chuckled at the question and replied, as if, a demonic human like me doesn't care about petty things like grudges. Whether on Earth or in the abyss, I've heard all about you, the one who shook up every place you went. With a red gleam flashing in his eyes, he kept sizing Kim Tae-hoon up. Fighting you face to face really shows how different you are. The skill you just used, what a complex yet incredibly sophisticated blend of effects. I know a thing or two about domain skills myself, he continued. Want to taste mine? But the moment he finished speaking, a magic array appeared right under Kim Tae-hoon's feet. Warning messages kept ringing in Kim Tae-hoon's ears, saying he had been dragged into a state of massive chaos and was struggling against a bizarre force. The resistance failed. A part of his abilities had been breached, and all his stats started dropping rapidly. Kasim gripped his staff tightly, explaining his own power. My chaos skill specializes in weakening. It stays active until all of the target's stats hit 0. The warning messages kept blaring, showing his strength plunging, his speed retreating, his physique lowering, and his mana drying up. Kasim urged him on from across the room. What are you doing? Why aren't you using that domain skill to counterattack? Don't tell me you're already exhausted from just this much. Kim Tae-hoon shot Kasim a sharp glare. You talk way too much. I'm not in the mood to play games with you. You two, stay back. Kasim stood to the side, continuing his provocation. Or are you distracted, because you're worried about that kid? If so, you should fight me to the very end all the more, because I'm the only one who knows where she is. Mentioning that, an image of Yua Young locked away in a secret place flashed through his mind. While waiting for you, I got a little bored, so I played around a bit for entertainment. I've always wondered what would happen if malignant demonic mana soaked into the body of an ordinary player. His voice carried an extra hint of excitement. Thanks to you, I finally got my results. Just as expected, the kid was in so much pain, she nearly went crazy. Over on her side, veins popped out on her face as she groaned in agonizing pain. Remembering those screams, Kasim grew as excited as if he were savoring a fine meal. Oh, those cries of defiance were utterly magnificent. A sweet hymn, delightful enough to please my master. With every word he spoke, Kim Tae-hoon's face grew darker. What's wrong? At this stage, do you still think playing with an old man like me isn't worth your time? Kim Tae-hoon's lips parted. Fine then. He threw a punch straight at Kasim's face, piercing right through the barrier the man had set up. Kasim was hit before he could react, and his barrier shattered instantly from the blow. The two onlookers watched in absolute shock. Kim Tae-hoon spoke up. I warned you. Calmly stretching his wrist on the spot, he said, if the player Yua Young isn't safe and sound, I'll make you regret even being dead. His face grew even colder, radiating a fierce and aggressive aura. Stop faking the pain and get up, you piece of trash. Since you want it so badly, I'll satisfy you and fight you to the very end. Hwang Jung and Lucas Sky hadn't recovered their senses from what had just happened when a figure suddenly rushed toward them like a gust of wind. Kasim, lying on the ground, was trying to push himself up. He stood back up and laughed loudly. What towering spirit! Provoked just a tiny bit, and you already want to rip my head off. Kim Tae-hoon stood across from him, listening calmly as Kasim assessed his own abilities. My speed was so fast I couldn't block it, and clearly, my power was restricted too. Kasim leaned his head back slightly against his staff, looking terrifying. Streams of blood leaked from his eye sockets, making him look no different from a ghoul. Hearing those words, Kim Tae-hoon replied in a voice full of contempt. Who are you calling a monster? What kind of body structure do you even have? Kasim ignored the attitude and continued casting his power. Paying attention to me now? Looks like you're losing interest. Let's stop these childish skill-measuring games. One of the hands holding the staff loosened slightly. Instead, why don't we let the chosen ones test their true power? The staff clattered down onto the floor. Ah, Kasim Amitov, the servant of Grand Duke Baal. In an instant, Kasim transformed into a monster with giant wings. He was the one who had made a pact with that entity. Hearing his introduction, Kim Tae-hoon was startled. A contractor of Baal? Isn't that Jianglong? Images from the past flashed through his mind. The first time I sensed Baal's mana was after swallowing Jianglong, the one who transformed into venom. Seeming to notice Kim Tae-hoon's doubt, Kasim sneered and explained, You're talking about the president of the China Association, aren't you? He was just a disposable pawn. A piece thrown away because he wasn't qualified to sign an official contract. He probably didn't even know it himself. Filled with agitation, he lunged forward, shouting, I am the true contractor of the Demon King. Back then, an image of a young Kasim appeared. I love watching struggling creatures beg for their lives. Fierce flames erupted, burning the buildings down. A younger Kasim stood watching everything collapse with complete indifference. The fire consumed everything, leaving behind the ruins of collapsed buildings. The screams fading away, the smell of fresh blood, it was all so wonderful. Back then, he spread his arms wide, soaking in the death surrounding him. Born with a malicious nature, Kasim had joined an organization back then. I was lured into a terrorist organization for decades. A man declared through a television screen, "Evildoers will be punished by God." Kasim's internal monologue raged on. There were screams of people who realized they wouldn't be shown any mercy. He cast an indifferent gaze toward the tortured victims, but he didn't care. After all, there were no gods here. The thoughts continued. If anything, demons were the only things that truly existed. One of his accomplices let out an excited laugh. "What's wrong? Are they already dead?" A sharp blade pierced straight through a man's chest, sealing his fate. The one tearing apart their rapidly growing organization wasn't a savior, but a player bound tightly by chains. A group of people had breached Kim and his gang's hideout, not divine forces, but the Global Players Association. Back then, he had tried to escape while listening to the screams echoing all around. "Let us go, you lunatics!" The group glared at them with fierce, razor-sharp eyes. I thought it was all over. Kasim collapsed onto the ground, sheer despair written across his face. In that moment, what his soul sought wasn't God, but a demon. Was it because that obsession had haunted him for so long? His lips trembled softly. Demon! A colossal monster materialized out of nowhere. Kasim turned his head back slightly. The beast let out a furious, deafening roar. That was the first time he ever experienced true awakening. Countless giant monsters marched past Kasim. The skill he acquired was the demonic gate, allowing him to summon fierce beasts from the middle tiers of the abyss. Corpses piled up endlessly behind him. Fueled by that power, he crushed the Global Players Association and rose to the rank of a supreme demonkin. Yet, throughout it all, a single question lingered in his mind. The sky burned a terrifying, ominous red. The entity that answered his summon back then, what was it? A gloomy landscape filled with withered trees crushed underfoot by years of passing through the demonic gate. Kasim lifted his gaze high up. Finally, he had found his answer. Standing right before him was Beelzebub in all his gigantic glory. "What's this? To think a mere mortal would seek me out." Dozens of eyes stared straight down at Kasim. How fascinating. Suddenly, both of his knees hit the ground. He paid homage to the entity before him. "I have searched for you my entire life. Please, grant me the honor of knowing your true name." Beelzebub's numerous eyes widened in surprise. He introduced himself. "Beelzebub. I am the Demon King, Beelzebub." Kasim bowed even lower, swearing his absolute loyalty. "My lord Beelzebub, I vow to be your eternal, loyal subordinate. As you command, I will spread demons across the mortal realm." He watched Kasim's actions and spoke up. "I haven't the slightest clue what the hell you're up to, but you carry the same scent as me." Countless tentacles lunged forward. "Very well, I choose you as my contractor." Returning to reality, Kasim in his monstrous form launched an attack on Tae-hoon. The Demon King hadn't just acknowledged him, he had directly bestowed a fraction of his power, his voice hissing as if repeating his vow once more. "From now on, every action I take is in service to you." Tae-hoon raised both hands to block. Kasim's devastating strike forced Kim Tae-hoon backward. A loud crash echoed nearby, and Kasim let out a smug laugh over his successful attack. Suddenly, Dewey Hong chimed in from the side. "Turns out all your talk about finding a justified reason was just pure bullshit." Hearing that, Kasim snapped back. Only an idiot would believe a demon's lies and expect to survive. His usually closed eyes snapped wide open. Kasim, a massive pillar of crimson energy erupted between the two of them. Standing right at the center of that power, Kim Tae-hoon extended his hand, and Gluttony, a giant red dragon, manifested, charging straight forward. Kasim showed no fear and lunged ahead regardless. Whatever skill that was, it wouldn't matter. In a flash, the dragon clamped its jaws around his arm, and realizing the beast wouldn't let go, Kasim panicked. "What the hell is this? You dare use gluttony while I'm in the middle of demonic transformation?" Tae-hoon, standing right across from him, finally spoke up. "I don't give a damn who gave you power or why, because from now on, my targets are every single one of those archdukes." He delivered a decisive punch, straight forward. "Was that really the absolute limit of your strength?" Nearby, Kasim let out a cry of agony. Dewey Hong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Absolute idiots. He hurled a punch toward Tae-hoon as well. To think his opponent would get so arrogant just because of that. Dewey Hong seemed to have finally made up his mind. Kim Tae-hoon is mine. Tae-hyun glanced sideways at Do-hong as the man charged at him. You're just like the rest of them, you don't understand a damn thing about me. With a flick of his wrist, he generated a barrier to shield himself. Kasim slammed his entire body right into the barrier, only to be violently bounced back a split second later. At that moment, Lucas Guy appeared from the flank, silently appraising Kim Tae-hoon. This kind of presence was on a completely different level. He couldn't even move. Tae-hyun quickly unleashed a heavy punch, catching him off guard before he could dodge. The sheer force of the blow slammed him flat onto the ground. Tae-hyun looked on with a calm expression. What I want to achieve goes far beyond those archdukes. Do-hong and Kasim glared at Tae-hyun with eyes full of deep-seated malice. But he didn't care in the least. Go back and tell your master that if they want to capture me, they shouldn't cowardly send lackeys to kidnap hostages. Kim Tae-hoon's voice boomed with a defiant edge, telling them to come themselves if they had the guts. Kasim struggled back to his feet, extending his eerie, skeletal arm outward. You actually think you can reach a standing above the archdukes? Using magic to heal his injured arm, he looked utterly arrogant for someone so mediocre. Unfazed by what he was seeing, Tae-hyun fired back. You're nothing more than a pathetic mortal, aren't you? No. You're just so obsessed with playing servant to an archduke that you're probably even more pathetic than that. He dashed from his spot at lightning speed. Listen to me. He landed a devastating blow straight onto Kasim. Tae-hyun stated flatly, you and I belong to entirely different leagues. Taking the full force of the punch, Kasim couldn't help but think to himself in sheer disbelief. Come again? My eyes couldn't even track that even after I shed my humanity through the power of the Demon King Beelzebub. Before Kasim could even react, Tae-hyun followed up with another strike. It was sheer madness. He drove his foot straight into Kasim's chest with a brutal kick. The impact sent him crashing down from the air to the earth, triggering a massive shockwave as Kasim spat out a mouthful of blood. Tae-hyun reached out a hand toward him once more, unleashing another technique designed to inflict even greater agony. Devour. Kasim couldn't take it anymore and screamed in agony. He could no longer maintain his monster form. The energy around Kim Tae-hoon shifted into something else. He ordered, speak, now. Where is player Ro Yua Young right now? Kasim lay on the ground in pain, only able to moan. Ju-hong lunged forward, but before his fist could land, it was blocked by another hand. Kim Tae-hoon glanced to the side and warned, don't stick your nose in this. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a discussion? Ju-hong was blocked, but wore a mysterious smile. Ju-hong had become unhinged. How could I resist such an entertaining show? Very quickly, Kim Tae-hoon and Ju-hong clashed. Ju-hong threw a punch, but Kim Tae-hoon quickly dodged and, without hesitation, landed a punch on Ju-hong's face. Despite the hit, Ju-hong didn't stop and lunged at Kim Tae-hoon again. Kim Tae-hoon gently dodged, letting the fist whiz past his face, then landed a blow on Ju-hong's arm and followed up with an uppercut. The two fought relentlessly. Lucas Sky watched from the side, speechless. He looked at the match and judged internally. I never expected the gap to be this immense. Among those of us who signed the contract from the start, none of us stand a chance against him. Kasim also watched the fight from the side. On the surface, it looked like he was still holding on, but Ju-hong's side was gradually losing ground. The balance was on the verge of collapsing. Lucas Sky felt anxious. At this rate, forget capturing Kim Tae-hoon, he's going to wipe us all out. During the fight, Ju-hong secretly made a decision. There was no other choice. He had to use his trump card. Kim Tae-hoon prepared to land a punch while Ju-hong was defending, but he was pushed back by a surge of energy. Ju-hong boasted about his own power. This is the true peak. This is what deserves to be called a real battle. Ju-hong lifted his head, his golden pupils glowing. Every time I take a heavy hit and still don't fall, I realize how strong I am. Kim Tae-hoon lunged again. That's simply because you haven't heard enough yet. Ju-hong's hands changed, and he became even more frenzied. Then give it everything you've got. Kim Tae-hoon's cape fluttered. Lucas Sky stood in front of Ju-hong, surprising him. A shadow he whispered something into Ju-hong's ear. Ju-hong stepped back. Ju-hong disagreed. What are you saying? I'm at the peak of my form right now. Lucas Sky reminded him quietly. We didn't come here for fun. Remember our original goal, to capture Kim Tae-hoon alive. If not, destroy him. The ground where Kasim had been lying was empty. Lucas Sky advised that Kim Tae-hoon had already escaped. Although it was a pity, the capture could not be carried out. The giant statue seemed to be emitting energy. Lucas Sky made a firm decision. We will destroy Kim Tae-hoon along with this dungeon. Hearing this, Hwang Jung-gi disagreed. You dare to do such a useless thing? Kim Tae-hoon prepared to strike. The punch landed, but both of them had disappeared. A voice suddenly echoed in the surrounding space. This dungeon destruction isn't just simple demolition, it's a detachment from this dimension. Kim Tae-hoon paused, looking in the direction of the voice. Kim Tae-hoon, no matter how great your power or skills are, you cannot defy the laws of the abyss. Countless barriers appeared in space, while you're still wandering around looking for Yua Young, disappear along with this Tartarus dungeon. Kim Tae-hoon was surprised, and thought to himself, so, that's why they were hiding player Ro Yua Young. He looked at the giant statue suspended by magic in front of him. It was the master of the Tartarus dungeon. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the bleeding wounds of that giant creature. Based on the wounds, it was about to stop breathing. Time was running out. His eyes narrowed. I must find Ro Yua Young and escape before that happens. Can I really do it? Kim Tae-hoon steeled his resolve. No, it's not a matter of can or cannot. I must do it. Images of past losses flooded back once more. I swore I would never experience that pain again. Kim Tae-hoon prepared to move forward, but a voice spoke up. Don't make me wait too long. What that person said made his eyes widen in shock. Wait for me. The one who signed a contract with Rosalia. Kim Tae-hoon stopped and glanced toward the direction of the voice. The high-rise building was covered in twilight. Jung Gi-hoon's group was waiting nervously. Kang Han-wook ruffled his hair. Damn it. I should have risked my life and charged in. Waiting here is unbearable. Hearing this, Hwang Jung-ji reminded him. But in our current state, we'd only be a burden. Yu Ah-young stood in thought, saying nothing, when suddenly Taeguk ran in from outside. Everyone, he said, his voice full of excitement. We just received a report from the abyss. The deepest part of the abyss has activated a dungeon break. As he spoke, an image of a deep hole appeared, and then vanished. Hearing the announcement, Jung Gi-hoon jumped up, excited. Does that mean the dungeon has been cleared? Where are player Kim Tae-hoon and player Ro Yua-young right now? Hearing this, Tae-gu stuttered for a moment. No one had ever come back from that place. Unable to stand the tension, he slumped into his chair. Jung Gi-hee couldn't believe what she was hearing. It can't be. The others present were equally stunned, unable to believe their ears. Player Kim Tae-hoon and player Yu Ah-young. In a magnificent castle, Rosalia asked in a fit of rage. What on earth has happened? You bearer of the contract. Tae-hoon sat on the bed, staring at his own hands in disbelief. He looked up with a bitter smile. I'm genuinely glad to see you again, Rosalia. In the breathtaking scenery of the castle, Rosalia finally let out a sigh of relief. It's done. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't hide the anxiety on his face. How is player Yu Ah-young's condition? Rosalia began to explain. Bill Bap's magic is just like the power he wields. As she explained, an image appeared of someone suffering intensely after being struck by this magic, clinging to the body and draining the life force of the victim until they die. A normal human, let alone someone who isn't a contractor, could never endure it. At this, Rosalia winked playfully. But that woman, she is incredibly strong. Aeon was still lying unconscious on the bed. She held on remarkably well until I was able to intervene. Hearing Rosalia's words, Kim Tae-hoon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her life was no longer in danger, but Rosalia's next words left him puzzled. Even so, there may be lingering side effects. A while later, the two sat in the office, and she confirmed it once more. In short, that girl is your comrade. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, repeating what she had heard. The other fake contractors had held her captive specifically to lure him in. Escaping from a collapsing dungeon, the contractor, Tae-hoon, smiled faintly thanks to the skill Ricky had left behind. He thought back to the moment he stood before the magical door holding Yu Ah-young, realizing that choice was what carved out a completely different ending from the timeline before. Kim Tae-hoon's face was deeply contemplative. Thank you, Ricky. Kim Tae-hoon spoke, leaving Rosalia utterly baffled. And there was someone else who helped me. Right before the dungeon vanished completely, a voice had suddenly reached him. The memory flooded back at the sound of those words. Wait for me. Kim Tae-hoon turned his head toward the source of the voice, addressing Rosalia's contractor. That voice had echoed through the entire chamber. If you're looking for the woman they took, I know where she is. Tae-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Are you Tartarus? The being, currently under suppression, introduced himself. I am of Tartarus, a descendant of the giant king Typhon and his rightful heir. Hatred and frustration bled through his voice to think he was shackled here, forced to die such an undignified death. Meeting the entity's gaze, Tae-hyun laid it out straight. You aren't just going to hand over that location for free, are you? Sorry, but I don't have any skills that can patch up a monster. A wave of weary resignation washed over Tartarus's voice. It doesn't matter. I'm beyond saving anyway. There's just one other thing I want. His final words struck Tae-hyun with a heavy jolt. I want you to pass on my last words. He spoke of his family, to my father, the giant king, who is currently missing. Rosalia, who shares a special bond with him, might know where he is. And as her contractor, you can ask for me. His voice strained as his lips parted with immense effort. Find my father and tell him that Tartarus remembers those glorious days on the battlefield. Tell him his son fought valiantly until the very end and fell, but even still, he wished to stand by his side just one more time. Tae-hoon's gaze softened, and he gave a silent, solemn nod. I'll make sure he hears every word. The massive form of Tartarus seemed lighter than ever, as if that simple promise was all he needed. Returning to the present, Kim Tae-hoon's voice rang out, and because of that, we managed to find player Yoo Ah-young hidden deep within the labyrinth. Hearing the story unfold, Rosalia couldn't hide her astonishment. Typhon's son? Leaning heavily against the table, Kim Tae-hoon looked straight at her. Tell me about the giant king. Without a shred of hesitation, Rosalia gazed into the distance and shared what she knew. He was the Grand Duke before Organ. Organ used to serve as his close retainer. An image of a majestic monster king sitting proudly on his throne flashed in their minds. But then Organ grew too powerful, plotted a rebellion, and overthrew Typhon. Word is, he's still sealed away somewhere within Organ's territory. Catching those words, Kim Tae-hoon didn't miss a beat. You know where that place is, don't you? Rosalia kept a hazy expression. I have a hunch about a likely spot. Are you seriously planning to keep a promise to a monster like Tartarus? Facing her question, he chuckled softly. Of course. A promise is a promise. Rosalia looked at him like he had lost his mind. A human? Staying fiercely loyal to a monster? You're a strange one, Kim Tae-hoon replied with complete composure. Rosalia, I'm staying completely loyal to you too, aren't I? His eyes dropped slightly as he continued under his breath, though his primary focus remained on saving player Yoo Ah-young. But the war in the abyss was far from over. Kim Tae-hoon shifted gears, throwing out another question. Rosalia, what's the current situation with the territory war? She answered without missing a beat. Moon has fully recovered and launched a counterattack. Once they wrap things up, their sights will turn straight to us. Rumor has it that Organ has allied with another Grand Duke, so his forces are bound to grow even stronger. Thinking of Kasim and Hwangjeong, Kim Tae-hoon responded, We're going to have to fight a lot more battles, and we can't carry this alone. They're way too good at teaming up for a common goal. He interlaced his fingers tightly on the table. We need someone like that too, a powerful ally to fight alongside us in this territory war. Someone to walk the path of kingship by our side. Tae-hoon reached his hand forward, proposing a rescue mission for Typhon and an alliance with the fallen king. He elaborated on his reasoning. If he was overthrown, he's definitely holding a massive grudge against Organ. If we promise to help him reclaim his throne as Grand Duke, he'll likely agree. A spark of excitement flashed in Rosalia's eyes. Those Grand Duke pricks have egos the size of mountains. Do you honestly think that's even possible? Tae-hoon pressed on, trying to win her over. Tartarus said you and Typhon share a special relationship. If anyone can persuade him, it's you. Hearing that, Rosalia let out a chuckle and shot back. A special relationship? Is that really what he called it? Did he happen to specify what kind of relationship? Seeing her reaction, he faltered slightly. No, he didn't. What? Were you two sworn enemies or something? Rosalia casually spilled the beans on their history. I turned down his marriage proposal. The words Kim Tae-hoon was about to say caught entirely in his throat. A moment later, he walked over to where Yoo Ah-young was lying. I seriously didn't think special meant that. This is going to be awkward as hell. Tae-hoon strode forward, lost in thought. Even so, if I want to keep my promise, I have to meet him. It's definitely worth a shot. Lifting Yoo Ah-young into his arms, he stepped before the magical door and muttered, Time to head back. Everyone's probably worried sick on the other side. Emerging back into the building as dusk settled, the group waiting inside gasped in absolute horror. How could this happen? Jung Gi-hoon's team bowed their heads, their faces twisted in overwhelming guilt. I'm sorry, it's all because I wasn't strong enough, he choked out, unable to look them in the eye as the others trembled, fighting back tears at the devastating news. If you need anything, just say the word. The association and I will back you up with everything we've got, including arranging Kim Tae-hoon's funeral. One person snapped, completely refusing to accept reality. No way. Tears streamed down D-Rang's face. He flat out refused to believe what he was hearing. There is no way Kim Tae-hoon is dead. He's bounced back from the brink how many times before? He'll do it again this time too. Seeing the kid fall apart, the older man spoke up gently. D-Rang, Jung Gi-hoon, pulled the crying boy into his embrace, his own heart breaking. I wish to God that were true. Just then, Tae-hoon stepped out of the magical door, calling out casually, Why does everyone look like someone just died? Huang Zheng froze dead in his tracks at the sound of that voice. Wait, did someone actually die? The rest of the group snapped out of their shock, whipping their heads toward the voice. Huang Zheng bolted toward Tae-hoon in an instant. The moment the others realized what was happening, they rushed after him too. At this, a look of uncontrollable joy appeared on Zhang Gihe's face. I'm so relieved that both missing players have returned safely. But now, the real problems begin. She returned to a serious tone while discussing business. Ultimately, we failed to capture the Merli Nong guild we worked so hard to find. Chairman Lee Dong-soo destroyed all the evidence and vanished. This purge operation has failed. As she spoke, visions of people suffering in agony flashed through her mind. The gray disease is still spreading. I thought if we could just catch them, we'd find the clues to create a vaccine. Hearing this, Kang Hai-wook became restless. Then we can just start over from the beginning. What's there to worry about? The old man Han agreed. That's right. Aeon added. Next time we definitely won't let them escape. Seeing their attitude, Zhang Gihe felt satisfied. It's so reassuring to have you all by my side. Someone from outside walked in and spoke up. Then, let's rely on this team and move forward. The voice continued. Actually, we don't have to start completely from scratch. I know where they are. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his excitement. What? Is it true? Player Kim Tae-hoon. Tae-hoon's face, reflected in the sunlight, carried an extra hint of confidence. Yeah, this time it's our turn to strike back. Elsewhere, Lucas Sky was taking a hit right then. He collapsed in pain, while the person in front of him remained calm. Who gave you permission to act on your own? What's wrong? Are you planning to disobey my orders? Lucas Sky endured the pain as he tried to explain. Min Ji-hong, if I hadn't stepped in, you would have gone down. I just wanted to prevent that. Hearing what he said, Ji-hong shot him a terrifying glare. Then you should have just let me fall. Hearing those words, Lucas Sky panicked. Think about your position, sir. You're the guild leader of Morning Light. If you collapse, all of us who have followed you until now will. Without listening to the rest, he turned his face away. I don't care. Seeing Ji-hong about to leave, Lucas Sky asked, Where are you going? A magical door appeared, and without looking back, he answered, I need to go see Ogran and report that the key has vanished. Hearing that, Lucas Sky thought to himself, is he slowly turning into a monster obsessed with fighting? Is this a side effect of his contract with the Archduke? He thought along a different line. No, maybe it was because of Kim Tae-hoon's influence. Running into someone who was both similar and yet different from himself had left a deep impact on Min Ji-hong. He reached out toward his mask. Good thing we decisively tried to kill him beforehand. But then, a massive shockwave erupted behind Lucas Sky. Sensing what that power was, he gasped in disbelief. No way, this skill is. He kicked the door wide open, appearing amidst sheer terror. Kim Tae-hoon. Lucas Sky still couldn't believe how Tae-hoon and his people were stepping inside one by one. Who would have thought my life would be tied down so bizarrely? Even if an entire world gets wiped out, it just won't break. His eyes flashed with cold, unyielding determination. You aren't getting away this time. The Morning Light Guild Tower soared high into the clear blue sky, standing out with its modern architecture and glass windows reflecting the brilliant sunlight. Zhang Gihe was standing outside the detention room where Lucas Sky was held. Talking to him was quite encouraging. It's a bit of a shame we couldn't catch Min Ji-hong, though. He looked inside, where Lucas Sky's head hung low, hidden beneath stray locks of hair that completely covered his face. His shoulders were tense, and his fists clenched tightly on his knees, radiating a suffocating wave of bitter resentment and heavy pressure. Still, the Vice Guild leader is also a dangerous demon cultivator who nobody has managed to capture for decades, and he's one of the last 3 surviving leaders. Just this fact alone is enough to send massive shockwaves through the local demon cultivators who have already lost their leader. Plus, we'll gain more clues about the gray disease that the malicious association has spread. Tae-hoon replied coldly. That's right. Zhang Gihe wondered aloud. But how did you know where they were? Kim Tae-hoon frowned. It's all thanks to player Yu Ah-young. Zhang Gihe was surprised. Who? He remembered arriving at the scene to find Yu Ah-young badly injured and lying right there. Player Yu Ah-young, wake up please. She winced in pain. This place is dangerous. Why did you come here? Kim Tae-hoon, he spoke to her warmly. Because of me, just say thank you. Her eyes went wide, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, filled with shock and confusion. She smiled faintly as she looked down at her trembling hand. Right. I'm moved to tears. To return the favor, I'll give you a gift. Kim Tae-hoon was startled. What is this? Yu Ah-young's hand trembled slightly, her fingertips shaking as if struggling to hold on. It's a tracking device in case I ever get kidnapped. I secretly planted it on them. If you escape and use this, you might just be able to track their trails. Kim Tae-hoon took it, his voice filled with resolute comfort. Leave the rest to me. The corners of Yu Ah-young's mouth curved slightly into a gentle smile, her eyes serene and brimming with unquestioning trust. Jung Gi-hee expressed his admiration. I see. As expected of the Nocturnal Guild leader, she doesn't let herself get bullied easily. Let's just hope she wakes up soon, because right now nobody else in New South Korea can replace Lady Yu. Tae-hoon replied, that's right. Inside the detention room, Luca Sky stirred slightly. Kim Tae-hoon realized he must have woken up. He kept his head lowered, his hair veiling his eyes, completely silent. Jung Gi-hee let out a sigh. Then, let the interrogation begin. The scene shifted to a massive, imposing tower, with fortified architecture rising high among a complex of strongholds, bathed in the fiery glow of sunset, exuding an ancient, majestic vibe. Ogran's loud voice boomed out. The monarch's key has vanished? Min Ji-hong knelt on the cold ground, head bowed low, shoulders trembling slightly. Yes, please forgive me. Inside the dimly lit room where only a faint sliver of light leaked through, clawed hands tapped lightly against a chair. In a fit of fury, he roared, bent down to lift a massive stone, and hurled it forward with all his might. Min Ji-hong justified himself expressionlessly, but since he was eliminated along with Tartarus, he won't be a threat to Lord Ogran anymore. Ogran's voice turned harsh. Not enough. His breath turned into a thick, swirling frost, pouring from his jaw as he gritted his teeth in rage. What infuriates me isn't that you lost the key, it's that you rushed straight to meet him without even confirming whether he was dead or alive. Min Ji-hong raised his head, trying to defend himself, but was cut off. Clearly, Kim Tae-hoon has Ogran's eyes burned like glowing coals, his ferocious glare sending a chill down anyone's spine. Do you think the monarch's key can be destroyed that easily? Meaning, if he thought back to that person's physical body, if an entity of that caliber were to be wiped out, the shockwave should have been massive enough for all the Archdukes of the Abyss to feel it. Yet, I didn't feel a thing. Min Ji-hong's eyes turned sharp as he continued. Is he still alive? Ogran answered. That's right, he warned. Get out of here, contractor, and don't test my patience. If you return empty-handed next time, then Min Ji-hong stood up and turned around without saying a word. He walked through the ruins, exuding immense power and a calm demeanor, standing out completely amidst a current of magical energy radiating a brilliant blue light. He lowered his head, trying to force a smile. His shoulders shook slightly, and his fists clenched until they turned pale, his whole body trembling as he tried to suppress his surging fury. So that's how it was. Someone walking behind them panicked. Who is that? The person stammered in fear. Could that be Min Ji-hong? The person next to them also shouted. We need to report this to the association right away. Before the two could even react, Min Ji-hong rushed forward like a gale, his figure tearing through the wind at astonishing speed. The distance between them vanished in a heartbeat, and then a hand clamped around his opponent's throat. He lunged forward, his arm striking out with lethal precision. His fingers locked around the target's neck before they could even react. Right. The previous outcome really left both sides with regrets, didn't it? Du-hong offered a smirk, arrogant and cruel, the look of a man who had already made up his mind. I'm glad to see you're still alive. Kim Tae-hoon, make things interesting for me once again. Cutting to the other side, Jung Gi-hee was screaming in anger. I'll ask you one more time, tell us the location of Min Jae and the cure for the gray disease. What on earth is your villainous association planning? Luca Sky replied calmly. No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. His face trembled with emotion, his eyes rimmed with red as if a surge of feelings were welling up. Everything is in preparation for the transformation of the world. Tae-hoon recorded his confession while shaking his head continuously, feeling helpless. Yun-hee looked tense. Goodness, even after using the special serum developed by the alchemist to force a confession, he still possesses such a superhuman will. Kim Tae-hoon suggested, let me try interrogating him. Jung Gi-hee was skeptical. You? He offered his opinion. This would be the fastest way, but he needed to be left alone with the captive. Jung Gi-hee turned to look at him with a suspicious gaze. Kim Tae-hoon, you aren't planning on using violence, are you? He gave a forced laugh. I couldn't possibly allow that. Good heavens, what kind of person do you think I am? He insisted it wouldn't take much time. Kim Tae-hoon stepped inside, met by Luca Sky's smug expression. Are you so frustrated that you had to come out yourself? But no matter how skilled you are, you won't make me spill anything. He shoved both hands into his pockets. Haven't you heard what Min Jae-hong said? About the power of the Grand Duke that I've signed a contract with? His eyes opened halfway, his gaze vacant and unfocused, as if staring toward somewhere very far away. Tae-hoon cast a hypnotic spell. Look into my eyes. The pupils of Luca Sky, which were red, suddenly shifted to a dull, grayish purple. He stammered, "What? What was that?" Luca Sky fell into the trance. He recounted everything that had happened in his life. He murmured, "My real name? I forgot that a long time ago. I was just a disgrace, born from a male demon and a female demon. Nobody wanted me in this world." He described himself huddled in the corner of the house, enduring the constant shouting of others. His childhood was buried in darkness, always hiding in the corner, terrified of catching his parents' eyes and being abandoned. That was when he began his descent into evil. Naturally, he never dared to hope for decent care just to survive. The first thing I learned was crime. Along that journey, Luca Sky gained a lot of money. Fortunately, he possessed traits far superior to his parents. Only when he brought home plenty of spoils did they bother to notice him. Even with all that money in his hands, he was still lonely. Then one day, just like any other, Luca Sky brought money home, only to find his parents breathless and dead. That didn't last long either. Since then, he wasn't a normal human anymore. After I awakened, I vented all the resentment from never having a normal life. I struggled more crazily than anyone else. But a figure appeared, ready to save his life. That was Du Hong. "You're strong. A man with power must carry a sense of justice within him." Du Hong reached out a hand to take his. "How about it? Do you want to join me in initiating the transformation of this world?" Luca Sky felt as if he had grabbed a stake in the middle of a rushing river. Thanks to that chance encounter in the abyss, he stood up strongly and moved toward Du Hong. And my whole life turned in a different direction. Each word Kim Tae-hoon spoke was slow and clear. He didn't need to give orders, he just gently suggested them. Yet each sentence seemed to burrow into his mind. "So, that was the first time you met Min? But that's not what I want to hear." Kim Tae-hoon's hand gripped the top of his head, his 5 fingers digging deep into his hair like steel pincers, crushing his skull until the muscles on his face twitched. His whole body shook in spasms. His jaw clenched so tightly, his teeth ground together. "I want you to tell me more about what you people are plotting." Luca Sky was pushed to the limit to reveal the truth. He described an image of JH handing him something. "We acquired a legacy passed down through generations from the new president of the Chinese Players Association." Jae-hong continued, "It's research data on the demonic beast phenomenon and a virus extracted from unconquered dungeons. Everything is perfect for our plan. Demons will be empowered by becoming beasts, while humanity will be swept into a pandemic caused by the artificial virus." Luca Sky held the USB, lost in thought. "The sight of humanity struggling in utter chaos, how I look forward to it." Du Hong laughed nonchalantly. "But that is only the first stage." Tae-hoon was also caught off guard. "The first stage? Then what is the second stage?" He spoke slowly. "Once the world has tasted enough suffering, that is when everything will truly begin. Anyone who has undergone demonic transformation will be immune to the plague created from the same source. We will take advantage of that." Du Hong's figure suddenly appeared, the corners of his mouth curling into a thin, cold smile. Suddenly, Tae-hoon's eyes widened as if trying to swallow every word, his gaze frozen, only his pupils vibrating with the rhythm of Du Hong's voice. He said, "Aren't you excited? The transformation is right before our eyes." Luca Sky opened up. For someone who had once considered everything meaningless, Min Jae had sown a new ambition in his heart. Luca Sky's whole body was weary, and drops of blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. "Because of it, I am ready to do anything." Tae-hoon was shocked. Did he bite his tongue to completely break the hypnotic trance? He bit the tip of his tongue so hard his jaw stiffened, the corner of his mouth twitched, and a streak of dark red blood silently leaked out, tracing along the corner of his lips and slowly sliding down to his chin. Luca Sky's eyes rolled back as he erupted in fury. "I've decided. I'm ready to trade anything." A scream tore through the air, hoarse and distorted, as if released. From 2 throats at once, his body trembled violently, every muscle straining under skin that was twitching incessantly. "Kim Tae-hoon, I will absolutely not let you interfere." Jung Gi-hee backed away in horror. Player Kim Tae-hoon, what's happening? Luca Sky had turned into a monster. He crouched in the shadows, his towering frame moving in bizarre, jerky motions, his eyes wide open, gleaming with a fierce, bloodthirsty hunger like 2 cold fires. Jung Gi-hee was flustered. "It can't be," Luca Sky roared. "You will die here, even if it costs me my life." Kim Tae-hoon remained calm. A truly laughable camaraderie among criminals plotting evil together. He grabbed his spear and lunged forward. "I will absolutely stop all of you." Luca Sky writhed for a moment under the gaze of those present. Every single bone in his body let out dry, cracking sounds, and his already deformed frame kept stretching and expanding. Luca Sky stared in sheer terror, thinking, "Is that even human?" What happened to his original form? Lucas Sky widened his mouth, filled with sharp teeth, a long black tongue dangling out, while his glowing purple eyes with narrowing pupils radiated ferocious madness. Jung Gui-hee panicked, muttering, "Is that some kind of fiend?" Lucas Sky suddenly let out a fierce roar, screaming as he swung a flurry of arms high into the air and slammed them down hard against the ground. A dull explosion echoed out. The ground shook violently, and stone dust exploded in every direction, as if it had just taken the direct impact of a giant block of steel. Outside, Gui-hee watched with intense worry, shouting, "Player Kim Tae-hoon." Lucas Sky's ferocious eyes glowed even brighter, his pupils shrinking into two sharp vertical slits as his power surged uncontrollably. This was the true strength gained by giving up one's humanity. Suddenly, a flash of bright red light flickered right across his eyes, and a sharp blade slashed horizontally through his body, making the monster let out an agonized roar and stagger back several steps. Tae-hoon's face was carved like ice, every single line tense and rigid, his lips pressed into a hard straight line, his gaze chillingly sharp. "Stop daydreaming. Is the so-called power you gained really just meant for flailing around with that chopped-off arm of yours?" A violent wave of aura burst aggressively from Lucas Sky's body, making the surrounding air feel heavy and suffocating enough to crush anything in its path. He lunged forward without a single doubt, sticking out his tongue with absolute confidence. "Don't underestimate me. Kim Tae-hoon." He stepped backward, witnessing regeneration abilities that matched precisely what he had seen inside his memories. The demonic beast transformation experiments originating from Gangrung were still ongoing. In the blink of an eye, Kim Tae-hoon slightly bent his knees and sprang upward into the air, his body twisting smoothly midair to gracefully evade an incoming attack, hurtling toward him like lightning. Furthermore, he looked even more like a demonic beast now, far more than he did before. He fell deep into thought, realizing their goal wasn't just about becoming stronger. They were planning to link this demonic beast transformation with the Grey Plague to pull off something massive. Lucas Sky's fist brought an overwhelming wave of pressure crashing down, but Tae-hoon simply reached out one hand. His fingers caught the punch cleanly right in midair, gripping tight like a vice, instantly freezing the monster's arm in place. Unable to push forward even an inch, he suddenly leaned his body backward, looking to capture and completely subdue him. Tae-hoon slowly raised his blade, the tip pointing subtly toward the monster, his piercing gaze locked firmly onto the target, his entire body tightly wound like a bowstring, waiting for the exact moment to explode and see what else was coming. Lucas Sky lunged forward crazily, shouting, "I've got you!" Right as he reached out his hand, preparing to grab hold of him, Tae-hoon suddenly bounced back up into the air. Apocalypse Kim Tae-hoon surged forward without an ounce of hesitation, his blade tearing through the wind, thrusting straight toward his opponent with a clean and decisive motion, leaving zero room for evasion. The knife struck Lucas Sky straight in the head, and he screamed in pain. Filled with lethal intent, Kim Tae-hoon stated, "It's a good thing you didn't die that easily. I'm going to start interrogating you all over again." The dirt and dust hadn't even settled yet, with thin wisps of smoke drifting lazily through a web of shattered cracks. Jung Gui-hee assessed the situation, thinking, judging by the looks of it, he's probably mutated into an SS+ rank demonic beast or higher. Yet he was able to handle him so easily. Gui-hee replied, "We probably don't need to worry about player Kim Tae-hoon anymore from now on." Through the dusty haze, Lucas Sky's raspy voice echoed out, "I told you that tongue of mine stretches a full meter, stop underestimating me." Kim Tae-hoon clasped both hands together, squeezing so hard his knuckles popped visibly. The corners of his mouth pursed tight, his body tense like a coiled spring, ready to counterattack at a split second's notice. Following a deafening blast, smoke and dust billowed upward into a massive pillar, the ground quaked slightly, and rubble kept pattering down, while thick dust blinded the surroundings. With a chilling gaze, Tae-hoon said, "I take back what I said earlier about you only knowing how to flail around that severed arm of yours. You're actually holding your own quite well." Lucas Sky's bloodshot eyes dilated and contracted repeatedly, his pupils expanding and shrinking rapidly, while his entire body shook. He realized this wasn't going to be easy to deal with at all, noting that even with demonic beast transformation, there was still a massive gap compared to someone who had made a pact with a Grand Duke. Lucas Sky awkwardly crawled back up, coughing, but even so, nothing has changed. "Once I've made up my mind to embrace death, I'll use every single trick in the book to take you down with me." Kim Tae-hoon sprinted forward like an arrow, his footsteps slamming hard against the earth, fast and decisive. Lucas Sky froze, thinking, wait, why is he? His opponent's punch lashed out like a bolt of lightning, his arm swinging so fast that it was impossible to track the movement with the naked eye. He barely had time to think. He's not using the Grand Duke's skills like before? He was sent flying backward by sheer momentum, or at least that's what Lucas Sky thought. I see. Guihe watched the horrifying scene unfold, stepping in front of Jung Guihe with extreme caution. In that case, Association President, please step back. Tae-hoon's eyes locked relentlessly onto his target ahead, without a single flicker of hesitation. As if everything else in the world had faded into the background, he charged straight at Lucas Sky. The exact moment the two collided, the reinforced wall cracked into a dense spiderweb of fractures before bursting apart in a muffled explosion. Chunks of brick and billowing dust blasted outward like a shattered wave. Lucas Sky and Tae-hoon grappled tightly with each other, smashing right through the heavy barrier in a split second. Sure enough, you're fast, but you really should have just let those people die. As they plummeted downward, Lucas Sky kept rambling. If you had, you could have freely used the Grand Duke's power by now. He provoked him. The only reason you're holding back and sticking to ordinary skills is because you're terrified of exposing the fact that you formed a pact with a Grand Duke, right? Well then, rushing in here to block me was your biggest mistake. The two of them were plunging downward at breakneck speed. Look at that, the civilians standing down below were shaking with absolute terror. What on earth is that? Is it a fiend? Jin-hee panicked, running out to look. It's Kim Tae-hoon. Lucas Sky continued taunting him. Everyone down there is watching you right now. He kept his fierce grip locked around Tae-hoon's body. If you refuse to use the Grand Duke's power and lack your usual regeneration skills, do you honestly think you can survive a fall from this height? But if you do use the Grand Duke's abilities, the whole world will find out that humanity's strongest player has joined hands with a Grand Duke. Staring right into his face, he jeered, I can't wait to see the reaction of all those fools who feel betrayed by you. Come on, which path are you going to choose? Kim Tae-hoon ground his teeth together, shouting, I. The two of them hit the ground, gravel and debris flying everywhere, like the aftermath of an explosive blast. The earth trembled violently, thick clouds of dust billowed into the air, and the surrounding crowd panicked as they watched a massive crater split open across the ground while dark smoke slowly rose from the center. Covered in horrific wounds and dripping with blood, Lucas Sky miserably dragged himself up. If I can't manage to kill you, I suppose wiping out everything you've built isn't a bad consolation prize after all, though I honestly didn't expect you to choose death right along with me. What an unexpected ending. A world where strong people aren't even allowed to use their power freely. This rotten world desperately needs to change. Meanwhile, when exactly had Tae-hoon clenched his fist? The exact second his punch connected with Lucas Sky, an explosive burst of force erupted in a single, brief yet violent moment, snapping his body backward by reflex, sending a mouthful of bright crimson blood spraying from his lips as he skidded across the ground. Lucas Sky, refusing to give in, stepped through the rubble and approached Kim Tae-hoon with force. It seems like you've got the wrong idea about something. The reason I haven't used the Grand Duke's power is simple because I don't feel the need to use it to fight someone like you. Kim Tae-hoon's face exuded clear confidence. His gaze was steady and unwavering as he looked ahead. His brows were relaxed yet firm, and he offered a faint smile. It's not that the power makes me stronger, but rather, because it's being wielded by someone who is already strong like me, that it becomes even more powerful. Muscle strength 339, stamina 338, speed 332, mana 485, charisma 255. Lucas Sky's face went blank as he scrambled away on all fours. Is this the level a human being can reach? He scurried away like a centipede. Kim Tae-hoon mocked him. Don't just sit there in awe. He was secretly thinking, I'll use the people around him as bait this time. Lucas Sky flashed past him, but unexpectedly, Kim Tae-hoon stepped forward and delivered a decisive punch. The joke ends here. Lucas Sky collapsed to the ground, black smoke pouring continuously from his body, until he slowly reverted to his human form. No matter what I do, I'm no match for you, am I? He slumped over, his hair still stained with blood, his eyes dazed. I should have destroyed you completely from the very first moment we met. I regret it so much. Lucas Sky muttered his final words. I'll leave the rest to you. Min Ji-hong, please, make the change in this world in my place. Kim Tae-hoon crossed his arms nonchalantly. Go tell him that yourself when you meet him face to face. Besides, that guy is about to be arrested anyway. He was still talking about their conspiracy, when suddenly, Lucas Sky's eyes widened and his teeth clenched together. Kim Tae-hoon hurried over in a panic. What is this? Why is this happening? He asked, bewildered. Could this be a mana backlash? Lucas Sky's body was ice cold, and the veins on his face shifted and tangled like tree roots, binding together. Kim Tae-hoon felt a pang of regret. He had taken his secrets to the grave. My mission ends here. Tae-gook and the others ran over. Player Kim Tae-hoon. He looked dazed. I've failed. He watched silently as Luca Sky lay motionless on the ground, having bet his entire life on this. So, that's what he meant. The news quickly reported on the incident. This afternoon, on the top floor of the New Korea Player Association building, an incident involving a falling monster occurred. The monster had awakened and attempted to attack civilians, the reporter said, but it was neutralized by SS-RANK player Kim Tae-hoon, who was at the scene. The Player Association announced that the monster, the image of Luca Sky's face appeared on screen, was a man-beast, a human who had undergone an experiment called monsterification. The culprit is Luca Sky, a French-Chinese man, also widely known by the nickname The Shadow. Min Ji-hung also stood below, watching the news report. During the association's interrogation, Luca Sky initiated monsterification to attempt an escape. Min Ji-hung looked up quietly, remembering the moment Luca Sky had bowed and shaken his hand. I want to see the world that you will create. Luca Sky's determined gaze remained etched in Min Ji-hung's mind. Even if I have to go to the ends of hell with you. Under the pale golden city lights, Min Ji-hung walked silently through the rushing crowd, both lonely and calm, as if carrying a private reflection no one could touch. As night fell, the building loomed large, the lights from its windows shimmering like stars in the night. The light highlighted the massive hole in the wall. Kim Tae-hoon stood in the room, looking silently at the rubble all around. I should have handled things more carefully. It's shameful, Jung Gi-hee said, her voice full of gravity. If you hadn't made a quick decision, Section Chief Go and I might have been in danger. I never expected him to act like that. But thanks to you, it ended without serious damage. Don't dwell on it too much, he continued. Anyway, we've discovered that the criminal's plot relies on two main factors, monsterification and the Gray Plague. They need to operate simultaneously to be effective. This is truly valuable information, he continued. We are still in the dark about the monsterification, but as for the Gray Plague, I heard that the U.S. is about to announce a vaccine. Kim Tae-hoon narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and deep. I hope that helps put a stop to it, at least partially. If only everything could be resolved so simply. Although the shadow had been captured, Min Ji-hong had not yet surfaced. Neither had Kim Medov. He looked into the distance. No one knew where they were hiding or what they were doing. Tae-gook received a phone call, his expression growing anxious. This is Section Chief Go Tae-gook. Yes, I'm right next to him. What? He handed the phone to Kim Tae-hoon. Player Kim Tae-hoon, there's a call for you. They say they want to meet. Kim Tae-hoon was curious. Who is it? Tae-gook said they claimed to be a player from the Nigerian Association. He was breaking into a cold sweat. They said there's an urgent message they need to tell you personally. Kim Tae-hoon thought, Nigeria? Why are they contacting me from all the way over there? He picked up the phone, feeling tense. I'm listening. On the other end, player Kim Tae-hoon? Aisha exclaimed. Oh my God, is it really you? It's such an honor to speak with you. She expressed her admiration. I usually only see you on TV and the internet. To be talking like this, it's unbelievable. Kim Tae-hoon was bewildered. Thanks. But who are you? She smiled and introduced herself. I'm Aisha, from Nigeria, Kim Tae-hoon replied. I heard you had something to tell me. She stammered. That's right. But she spoke in such a rush that he frowned. This is very private. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. I want to meet in person. Can you come to Nigeria to see me? And while you're at it, could I get an autograph? He was confused. What is this? Kim Tae-hoon seemed annoyed. Listen, what's with calling out of the blue and talking like this? I don't have time to chat about personal matters with strangers. Aisha replied. Of course, I understand. But if it's something extremely important, would you be willing to spare some time? She suggested. For example, something related to the Grand Duke's false contractor? Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widened in shock. Aisha smiled. I'll send the address. Please come at the exact time and date I specify. Before hanging up, she added, Player Kim Tae-hoon, the false contractor left behind by Rosalia. He stood there, filled with confusion. As soon as the call ended, Kim Tae-hoon froze for a few seconds, his empty gaze slowly turning to bewilderment, his hand still gripping the phone tightly. Does she know I'm the Grand Duke's false contractor? Is it Min Ji-hong or Kasim? Jung Gi-hee asked curiously. What did you just say? He remained calm. Nothing. This approach is different from theirs. It looks like I have to make a trip to Nigeria. Aisha sat comfortably in her chair. Having a contract with the Grand Duke is certainly useful. She stood up, stretched refreshingly, and gazed outside through the window. Thanks to that, I finally have a chance to meet a hero like this. The scene shifted to a peaceful sunset, the sunlight hitting a bridge stretching across a calm river. The driver gave a warm smile. Ah, Neo South Korea? You've traveled a long way to get here. Tourists rarely visit these days. He asked Kim Tae-hoon what business he had in the country. Tae-hoon crossed his arms, wearing a pair of trendy sunglasses. I just wanted to have a little chat with an acquaintance. His gaze turned intense. Even though I'm not entirely sure who that person actually is, if I want to find out what they really want from me, I have to meet them in person. The driver suddenly spoke up. Is that acquaintance of yours doing all right? Kim Tae-hoon didn't understand what he meant by that. The driver explained. What else could I mean? The Gray Plague, of course. He sighed, saying things had been total chaos lately. I wouldn't know about developed nations like Neo-South Korea, but our country has been hit hard. Listening to the driver's words, Tae-hoon finally noticed the surroundings. Both administrative and economic sectors were completely paralyzed, and even right here in the city streets, patients were collapsing everywhere due to a lack of medical treatment. He gazed intently at the streets, only now realizing how empty they actually were. Neo-South Korea remained one of the few places that had managed to control the Gray Plague, while places that failed were definitely suffering severe damage. A few people lay limp in the narrow alleys. Seeing this with his own eyes made him realize how many people were suffering because of the villain's wicked crimes. Kim Tae-hoon stepped out of the car. He had arrived. The place where he stood was isolated, looking much like an abandoned factory, a secret rendezvous at an abandoned factory. Looks like this person loves creating a mysterious vibe, huh? He forcefully pushed the door open, where she was already waiting. Oh my God, she teased with a laugh. You're even much more handsome in person, aren't you? She flashed a bright, welcoming smile. Welcome. I've been waiting for you, player Kim Tae-hoon. He kept a cold expression. So that voice belonged to her. She placed a hand on her chest. That's right, I'm ASAT. I'm sorry for making you travel all this way. As you know, because of the Gray Plague, I'm not allowed to enter Neo-South Korea. She said it so casually. Those kinds of things couldn't be discussed over the phone, right? Tae-hoon said in a serious tone. All right, cut to the chase and tell me what you want to say. Asat grinned widely. Such a hothead, aren't you? Well, it's our first time meeting. At least we should make some small talk first. Tae-hoon crossed his arms, his eyebrows twitching slightly. I can force you to talk right now if I need to. Asat laid her cards on the table. Fine, fine, geez, you're a pain. What I want to say is very simple. She proposed, player Kim Tae-hoon. I want to form an alliance with you, an alliance of the Grand Duke's false contractors. Tae-hoon's expression remained completely unchanged. As expected, this woman was also a false contractor of the Grand Duke. What do you even gain by forming an alliance? Is it really necessary? Asat explained. Between people with the same goal, isn't cooperation better? I'm different from those villains who only know how to beg the Grand Duke for power. I never wanted to sign this contract from the very beginning. She pointed a finger straight at him. That's why I want to use this power, not for the Grand Duke, but for humanity. I want to become a hero just like what you're doing right now. What do you think? I don't think there's any downside for you. You're quite strong. And besides, Kim Tae-hoon calmly replied, I refuse. If this is the reason you called me here, I'll be leaving. Asat's face flickered for a fraction of a second, her eyes widening in surprise before quickly being overwhelmed by a surging wave of anger. What? As Kim Tae-hoon turned around to walk away, she snapped. Wait, you're refusing without even letting me finish? He replied coolly. Who in their right mind teams up with someone whose identity and abilities they don't even know? This proposal sounds interesting, but accepting it right away is way too risky. Kim Tae-hoon analyzed the situation. Just knowing that you aren't an enemy for now is enough. Asat hurriedly called out. Wait, inside the abandoned factory, only the sound of their two voices echoed. Asat cut straight to the point. The world is splitting apart, and the regions and surrounding areas are breaking down. Kim Tae-hoon's gaze sharpened. So, you're finally showing your true colors, huh? She reached her hand out toward him, trying to hold him back. Panicking, she muttered, Damn it. This isn't how I planned it. She raised her hand, trying to steady her voice. I guess we have no choice, huh? If you don't trust me, then just test whether I'm worthy of being a teammate. Right here, right now. Kim Tae-hoon stood in silence. It feels less like you're proposing an alliance, and more like you're forcing me to become your ally, she stammered. That's not it at all. Suddenly, Asat burst into laughter. But fine, whatever. Tae-hoon scratched his head. Let's see what you've got then. He extended his hand forward, pointing straight at her. First off, kneel. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward toward Asat. It crept into every corner of the space. Her eyes widened in apparent shock. Could this be the legendary ability known as Revelation? Her eyes narrowed slightly, showing a look of contempt rather than being hypnotized at all. Turns out it's not as terrifying as I thought. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes suddenly widened for a fraction of a second. His pupils trembled as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. ASAT calmly responded, "My turn to try." She began to issue a command. "Now it's your turn to kneel." Tae-hoon lost control of his own body as his legs buckled downward. What the hell is this? In the dim light, she appeared brimming with power, her hand thrusting forcefully forward as the surrounding light filled the space with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kim Tae-hoon thought, my reckless attack didn't affect her at all, and instead, it's turning around and crushing me down. Asat stood proudly amidst a swirling sea of blue flames, one hand outstretched to control the power, while behind her, the giant phantom of an azure dragon roared, creating an awe-inspiring, overwhelming presence like a descending deity. At that moment, Tae-hoon finally understood. "Got it. I know whose contractor she is now," she stated nonchalantly. "See? I'm strong too." A shot of ASAT looking powerful with sharp, fierce eyes. The scene shifts to Organ's base. Du-hong heavily pushed open the massive doors and walked inside. Organ was already sitting there. "Looks like you don't know how to listen to a word I say." "Huh. I told you already. I won't let you return empty-handed." Du-hong clenched his fists tightly. "You want me to show up as Kim Tae-hoon's contractor?" His pupils constricted. "Then use your power to make me stronger. Organ." Organ propped his chin on his hand, his face filled with furious expression. He roared, slamming his hand down hard onto the armrest. His fingers dug tightly into the edge, putting his weight behind it to thrust his entire body upward. "Acting like power that not just anyone can wield, belongs exclusively to you. Have I let a contractor like you get too arrogant?" He spat out. "However, if we view that arrogance as a burning desire to grasp the key, it's not entirely out of the question to grant you that strength. Of course, you have to prove yourself first." He raised his sharp, curved claws upward like fishhooks, which flashed with a chilling light as he lunged forward to attack. "Prove that you're worthy of it." Du-hong swung his arm backward to build momentum, his massive physique lunging forward, ready to charge ahead with all his might as a blinding white light flared up, their silhouettes preparing to clash in battle. To explain a bit more about Revelation within Revelation, various types of skills converge. Ready to lunge with power, a blindingly bright white light flared, and the figures of the two prepared to charge into battle. Explaining a bit more about the apocalypse, it gathers many different types of skills, but the core foundation that sustains it is the aura of a royal knight. It makes enemies feel a terrifying pressure, the image of one hand threateningly lifting the other person up. Unable to manifest the heart of a monarch, unable to use the royal aura of a knight, unable to deploy chains of imprisonment, unable to activate the soundless zone. When further enhanced, it can even completely neutralize an opponent's skills. That is the defining characteristic of this type of power. Kim Tae-hoon thinks that, at least for now on Earth, no one can surpass his revelation. Yet he looks at Asat, who can still smile within his revelation. That woman not only withstands his overwhelming aura, but also emits an aura of her own. The reason, he sneers, is perhaps that she is being encroached upon by the aura of the magic dragon, being countered by a mysterious source of energy. The resistance fails, and a part of her power has been devoured. Surely it is because she has received the supreme power of the dragon kind, a race capable of manipulating aura to the absolute limit. Kim Tae-hoon recognizes the contractor of the Dragon Lord. Asat's lips curve into a wicked smile, as if she had known all along that everything would go exactly according to her plan. A smile flickers at the corner of her lips. All right. Very good. Kim Tae-hoon, the world's #1 player, is now being so overwhelmed by her that he can't do anything. Could it be that this time she will actually win? The image of Kim Tae-hoon still kneeling there makes her feel amused. So it turns out that those who once failed under Revelation also felt this sensation, unable to move, not even a single step. Her knees buckle, then tense up again. Kim Tae-hoon clenches his fist until it turns white, taking a deep breath. Every time he stands up, it's like tearing through the invisible chains of thoughts weighing down his mind. He has never poured such strength into his legs like this before. But let's try it once. Suddenly, his will prevails, and he lunges forward, leaving Asat in shock. Kim Tae-hoon leaps into the air, his body twisting slightly, one leg tucked close to his body, the other stretched out like a spring compressed to its limit. Don't think that just because you see my aura being suppressed, you've already won. Asat puts her hands up to block the blow. The momentum of the kick sends her flying back quite a distance. She struggles to prop herself up, stumbling over her words. Of course not. Isn't this just the beginning? What was that just now? I heard Rosalia's skills belong to the mental attack type. Kim Tae-hoon wears a faint smile, ignoring the look of disdain and arrogance on her face. So, does the dragonkind also possess the power to enhance physical strength? Her endurance isn't half bad. His voice is firm. You are the one who asked me to fight you, so don't expect me to go easy on you. Kim Tae-hoon closes the distance to Asat until they are only a breath apart. His gaze cold, his shoulders drop slightly. His fist clenches at his side, every muscle tensing, signaling an explosive punch. Grit your teeth and endure it. He thinks the punch lands, shaking the entire space. Kim Tae-hoon doesn't let up, continuing his pursuit. Asat grimaces. Every strike feels like being rammed by a truck. Even while unleashing such a powerful flurry of attacks, she is constantly under assault, and his speed hasn't decreased in the slightest. Kim Tae-hoon's fist rotates slightly, his knuckles cracking, gathering all his strength before delivering the blow. Asat's golden eyes lock onto her target, while her arms, covered in brilliant blue-white energy, tear through the air with overwhelming speed and power. She remains confident, thinking that as long as she blocks, the damage can still be absorbed. Kim Tae-hoon summons a series of red swords that swirl around, not bad for close combat. But how about this? He unleashes a strike, catching Asat by surprise. What about your dodging ability? What? The sword streaks out like a bolt of lightning, leaving only a faint streak of light in the air. She is bewildered. What the hell is this? The entire space seems to be surrounded by Kim Tae-hoon's techniques. Asat grumbles. Damn it, there's nowhere left to dodge. She grinds her teeth and looks back. Alright, if we're going to play, let's play to the end. She tries to run, then explodes with power to block all of his swords. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoon stands nonchalantly with his arms crossed, watching Asat hunch over, her mouth gasping for air, her breathing ragged after the long exertion. She did it. She blocked them all. Kim Tae-hoon slowly raises his hand, palm facing upward, and a crimson light flares up. Very good, but there's still one more blow. The glowing red sword twists slightly, leaving Asat horrified. No way. The blade shoots out with the speed of a gale, and she curls up in fear. When the sword hits the ground, it creates a shocking explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying. Asat grimaces. Am I still alive? Suddenly, she feels something strange. A light smoke drifts by. She screams, "Is my skin burning?" She kneels down, her body still feeling the remnants of the technique. Black smoke rising. She hadn't expected it to come with a fire attribute attack as well. Kim Tae-hoon walks forward calmly. Your dodging ability is average, but your poison resistance is absolutely non-existent. He frowns and remarks, with a level like this, how could you be my ally to confront the other great dukes? Asat shouts in anger. You said, confront the other great dukes? So all of that was just the power of each great duke? How can one contractor possess so many powers at the same time? Kim Tae-hoon smiles mischievously, his face so calm that it makes the person in front of him just want to punch him. Didn't the Dragon Lord warn you about that? Alright, this is the final blow. In Asat's pupils, Kim Tae-hoon's cold face is clearly reflected. Let's see how well you handle a mental attack. She hurriedly speaks up. I surrender. I surrender. In Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, her grimacing face is reflected. When the test ends is for the supervisor to decide. A loud laugh erupts, the sound echoing throughout the large factory. Asat's legs give out, and she collapses in a repentant posture. Sorry for being arrogant. Not all contractors of the Great Dukes are the same, right? She doesn't understand. Or is it because the player Kim Tae-hoon has something special? Kim Tae-hoon looks down at her with a probing gaze. He sits down, resting his chin on his hand, filled with curiosity. So, what is the real reason you want to become my ally? Speak. Asat is sincere. I am not lying. The image of the shy girl from before flashes for a moment. At first, I was just a D-rank player. Shy, scared. My skills weren't notable, and I was always a burden to others. Asat sat quietly alone in her room back then. That is why I admire player Kim Tae-hoon. You were looked down upon for 19 years, and now you have become the world's #1 player. I also dreamed that one day I would become strong like you and become an indispensable hero on Earth, but I never expected that desire would lead to this. She recounted. That day, I joined the dungeon expedition with the guild. I used my skills to seal the entrance, but then we lost contact with the support team, so I had to go in to check. When I got inside, everyone had already fallen. Then someone appeared, and right at that moment, I encountered a Grand Duke. Ias was also completely caught off guard. It chose me because of our mana compatibility, and just arbitrarily made me a contractor. She held up her hand, looking at it with a doubtful gaze. I was so scared. Even though I'd become stronger, it was still just a contract with a monster I didn't understand. But when I heard that you had also signed a contract with a Dragon Lord, I suddenly felt a little more at ease. If you could do it, then I can also use this power the right way. Asat's eyes dimmed, filled with a quiet sorrow like a lake without ripples. Because of that, now I truly want to be like you. I really want to stand by your side and fight as a capable assistant to a hero. She closed her eyes, resigned. But it seems you have a goal I'm unaware of, so I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Kim Tae-hoon stood up and sighed. All right, I will form an alliance with you. What? But first, he comforted her, saying that strength or weakness isn't the most important thing. What matters is that you have the will to use the Grand Duke's power for justice. I truly value that resolve of yours. Kim Tae-hoon smiled and extended his hand. Yes, he was satisfied with what she had shown. When subjected to the mental attack, she had wavered slightly, but she carried no malice. As for the Dragon Lord, he would have to face it sooner or later. Taking the chance to secure the loyalty of this contractor cost him nothing. He held out his hand, still thinking that he needed allies. Asat couldn't believe what she was hearing. Was she actually being chosen by the player Kim Tae-hoon? Overjoyed, she took his hand. Am I dreaming? Does this mean from now on I'll be fighting the villains alongside you? Kim Tae-hoon stammered, I suppose so. Asat smiled brightly. Then, she held up a pen and a notebook she had ready. Could I get your autograph? He looked at her action, speechless. Was this the right choice? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Kim Tae-hoon picked up. Guild President Jung Gi-hae was on the other end, saying, Player Kim Tae-hoon, has the situation in Nigeria been resolved? He replied, basically, yes, I'm planning to return to New Korea. Is there something wrong? Jung Gi-hae was watching the news. Have you seen the news yet? Kim Tae-hoon said, not yet. The current situation doesn't allow for that. Was there something new? The president's gaze was grave. This is bad news. Images of a plane crashing into buildings engulfed in flames appeared. He continued, major medical organizations and pharmaceutical corporations in the U.S. that were leading the research for the Gray disease vaccine have been destroyed in a terrorist attack led by Kim Medov from the terrorist organization Huntin. Kim Tae-hoon fell silent and continued to listen to Jung Gi-hae. The Gray disease vaccine research is basically ruined. There's no way to stop the disaster anymore. Kim Tae-hoon hung up and tried to reassure himself that they would pull through somehow. It seemed they were determined to prevent the vaccine's creation at any cost. Then the only way left is for New Korea to develop it on its own. He stared at the phone in deep thought, but that would take a lot of time. To achieve a quick breakthrough, he needed a core specimen containing the clues to eradicate the disease. The Gray disease originated from gray venom, and the venom itself was a subordinate of the Demon King, Bap. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes slowly closed, his lashes trembling, his face contemplative as he sank into a sea of endless thoughts, the origin of every attribute it possessed. His face was cold and resolute, his sharp gaze unwavering. It was time to face a new Grand Duke. A massive, imposing castle stood tall, ancient, and fortress-like amidst nature. Inside, Rosalia sat on a solemn throne and said, It seems even the great dragon, Lord, cannot stay cowering forever. Hazard's contractor stood below, and Kim Tae-hoon looked on with a probing gaze. Luckily, she was different from Ogun and Bilbap's contractors. She seemed to be someone who could be communicated with. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Even so, it's better to remain on guard, because Grand Dukes don't create contracts just for fun. Kim Tae-hoon frowned. Now that she mentioned it, he had never heard this before. Why do the Grand Dukes create contracts? Rosalia explained further. In truth, entities with high status, like Grand Dukes, cannot leave the abyss, much like how celestial beings cannot violate the mortal realm. It is because the incantations left behind by the Emperor are still in effect, she hinted. But there is only one way to bypass that kind of incantation. Kim Tae-hoon continued. It's by manifesting through a contractor, right? Rosalia replied. That's correct. You must have seen it yourself. A Grand Duke's contractor both pioneers and explores other dimensions for them, and acts as a path for direct intervention in emergencies. Kim Tae-hoon crossed his arms, his face cold. Why would they care about Earth enough to share their own power like that? Is their own territory not enough? Rosalia shut her eyes tightly. Grand Dukes are always thirsting to become kings who rule over the entire abyss. Looking at the fact that the missing king hailed from Earth, a shimmering, massive body was reflected in front of Kim Tae-hoon. Meanwhile, she continued to present her case. It can be seen that Earth holds a mysterious potential for the Grand Dukes that cannot be ignored. Rosalia advised that even if that contractor were on humanity's side, there was no guarantee that Hazard wouldn't intervene. Perhaps from the very beginning, The plan was for the contractor to approach you in that manner. Kim Tae-hoon bowed his head slightly in thought. Thank you for the advice. I'll keep that in mind. She asked. So, has everything on Earth been settled? He replied. Not yet. I apologize. But in the middle of a war, an urgent matter has arisen that needs to be addressed. He opened up. I am going to meet the Grand Duke, Bill Bap. If I cannot cooperate with him, at the very least, I must seize a portion of his body. Is that even possible? Rosalia slightly bowed her head and smiled. Are you planning to bell the cat? In this case, it's not a cat, but a monster. But if he was determined to seize the Grand Duke's true form, Kim Tae-hoon was confident. If there's no other way, I'll do it myself. Rosalia interrupted. There is a way. I know how to defeat him. Kim Tae-hoon pushed, expectant. What is it? She pulled him closer and whispered. Do you remember the day we first met? My contractor, when you charged at me without a sword in your hand, I stirred up a certain memory within you. He thought back to the image of himself standing there with a sea of flames behind him, a psychological trauma. Rosalia smirked. A bewitching smile intended to trigger that trauma and create an opening. That is exactly Bill Bap's method of attack. Kim Tae-hoon raised a hand to his chin, thinking, even a Grand Duke has a psychological trauma deep enough to reveal an opening? Rosalia was calm. Of course. He was curious. Does that go for you as well? She brushed it off. Don't ask such disrespectful questions to a lady. He looked down at his hands, feeling uneasy. But if it were you, never mind. I just wonder if my perfect hypnosis could really break the spirit of a Grand Duke. Rosalia reminded him, that's exactly why I told you that you need to train. It's a good thing you have a natural talent for mental control. She pointed out that the charm stat people see in their status windows is actually related to one's ability to control minds. Tae-hoon clapped his hands together, suddenly understanding. Wait, so I thought that was just a stat for being an idol or something, Rosalia said softly. First, let's head to a suitable place to start your training. Kim Tae-hoon was led to a room where all four walls were glowing. I've never been here before. Rosalia explained. This is the mirror room. She added, the mirrors surrounding us have the property of diffusing mana. In this space, my powers are even further enhanced. Asmodeus shattered a mirror and reached down with his sharp, clawed hand. Kim Tae-hoon looked up at him. Stunned. He loomed over them with glowing red eyes. Asmodeus. He wondered, why is Asmodeus here? An SSS-RANK Asmodeus? He appeared with his face hidden in shadows, his bright orange-yellow eyes radiating intense, sharp, and overwhelming power. Tae-hoon quickly dove down from above, confronting the giant, shadowy arms amidst a brilliant explosion of blue and purple energy. He did a backflip, eyes wide, gritting his teeth as he glared at him. He landed lightly on the ground. Now that he had reached a level capable of taking down an SSS-RANK magic beast, he realized this was the very creature that had killed him once in that previous battle. His whole body suddenly trembled. Meeting him like this, the chilling fear from that day came rushing back, making him shake all over. Kim Tae-hoon realized that Rosalia wasn't reacting at all, so why was she letting an intruder do whatever he wanted? She glared at him, warning, don't lose focus. He turned, realizing what was happening. A massive collision. Erupted with white light and purple energy, a loud boom echoed out. Kim Tae-hoon quickly ran, trying to break out of the encirclement. It's all just an illusion. Rosalia smirked. You realized it, did you? She said calmly. That's right. Everything happening right now is just an illusion within my private space. This Asmodeus is only something conjured up from your own psychological trauma, but don't you dare let your guard down, because this battle here is a battle of the spirit. Victory or defeat won't be determined by how much physical strength you have, but by how strong your spirit is. What we have to do here is train and nurture your spirit. A person who doesn't possess a strong will of their own can't expect to control the minds of others. Tae-hoon lunged forward with incredible speed, aiming straight at his target, his crimson wings sprouting from his back. He leaped up and kicked Asmodeus directly. Great, he said firmly. I've always wanted to face him again someday. Asmodeus didn't flinch, simply reaching out his arm. Kim Tae-hoon moved forward powerfully. I'm not as helpless as I was before. He was determined to fight. I'm going to defeat you right here, Asmodeus, he roared, wiping away all his old memories. His face was filled with confidence as he moved forward. He lunged straight ahead, preparing to land a fatal blow on Asmodeus and reach the Emperor. His hands were ablaze, his gaze unwavering. Get lost, Asmodeus. Kim Tae-hoon unleashed a punch enveloped in a massive amount of mana, creating a halo of red and gold energy that swirled together. Beams of energy spiraled around his arm, emitting brilliant flashes and sparkling magic particles. His eyes burned with fierce determination. He landed lightly behind Rosalia, who stepped forward calmly. She looked at him and praised, "Well done. That's how you handle an opponent like Asmodeus. You've grasped the principle now, haven't you?" At that moment, his eyes remained focused, resolute, and decisive. Rosalia gestured to the right with a smile. "Next is Aijmun. Want to continue?" Tae-hoon invited. "Go ahead and tell him to come at me whenever." Rosalia covered her mouth and smiled in satisfaction. "That's right. That's worthy of being my contractor." The battle between him and Aijmun was underway. Rosalia stood on the sidelines analyzing. They say when the mind is shaped, the body follows and stabilizes. By the time this training ends, not only your spirit but your body will also become stronger. Hang in there, my contractor. Her eyes softened. Since I'm using the figure from your psyche, I anticipated you'd be pulled in as well. Rosalia thought of Tae-hoon's cold, emotionless face, his glowing red eyes with that sharp gaze, and dense black mist swirling around his body. "You aren't planning on getting in my way, are you? The growth of the contractor must be something you desire as well." The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Tae-hoon challenged. "To prepare for the upcoming war, it's not just the main body that needs to grow, you weakest of Grand Dukes." Rosalia glided forward. "I was already powerful to begin with. Want to try and see for yourself?" Tae-hoon tensed his arm, looking at her. "I guess I don't have a choice but to try, right?" The scene shifted to a modern skyscraper, its luxurious and sharp architecture reaching high into the clear blue sky, surrounded by fluffy white clouds. Du-hong was questioning a man. "Did the conversation with the president of the Chinese Player Association go smoothly?" The man replied timidly. "They said they would do their best to create conditions for the Tae-son group to establish a firm foothold in China." Du-hong covered his head. "Mysterious. See? Unlike the New Korea Player Association, who only knows how to hold everything back, this crisis will be the opportunity for Tae-son to leap forward and become a global conglomerate right in China." The man frowned. "Do I need to express our gratitude?" Du-hong replied. "No. Just make sure you push our plans forward quickly. Thanks to Qasim taking action, I've temporarily set the United States aside." The man wondered. "The vaccine for the Gray Plague, we'll be the first to develop it, right?" The man remained calm. "Leave it to me." But he added nervously, "Are you really okay?" Du-hong turned around, revealing a face that had mutated halfway, and smiled. "I've almost completely adapted." Debris scattered everywhere as it crashed. Organ let out an angry roar. He lunged violently at Tae-hoon, his strong, muscular arm swinging out, ready to attack. Their powerful fists collided. Tae-hoon used all his strength to suppress his opponent, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. Organ gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. Neither side intended to give up. Eventually, Organ landed a painful blow, but Tae-hoon was also thrown back by the recoil. Before anyone knew it, he had set a trap below. Tae-hoon used his swords to overwhelm Organ, a giant blade piercing right through the beast's iron armor. Somehow, he had already set a trap beneath them. Tae-hoon used his sword to overwhelm the opponent, the massive blade piercing right through the iron armor. Tae-hoon started to feel strange. Last time they fought, he was absolutely no match for him, yet this time he actually managed to defeat him. Since it was just an illusion, it was naturally different from reality. But the combat experience gained this way remained, so it wasn't meaningless at all. He considered it a form of simulation. It was no wonder Rosalia suggested he train. Tae-hoon was determined. He would definitely become even stronger. He called out, "Rosa." But there was nothing but empty air ahead of him. That left Tae-hoon feeling bewildered. "What is it? Where did you go?" Just as he was confused, a voice echoed, "I am here, my contractor." A pink aura enveloped the room, and Rosalia appeared. She spoke haughtily. "It seems you have done very well. You've worked hard." Tae-hoon couldn't help but ask, "What were you doing just now? Was my battle that boring to watch?" Rosalia denied it. "It's not that. I just had something I needed to do for a moment." She told him that after Asmodeus, he had fought 2 more great dukes and won, and his spirit had improved significantly. "It seems your vessel for power is finally worthy, so I shall give you a reward." Tae-hoon began to focus on the word reward. Just as his guard was down, Rosalia suddenly stepped forward and pressed her lips to his. Tae-hoon stood frozen, taken aback by her action. It turned out that Rosalia had used her hypnosis skill, which had been upgraded from SS rank to Ataria SS rank. Tae-hoon was speechless. "Do you have to do this every time you grant me power?" Rosalia replied. "Have you truly forgotten what species I belong to?" Only then did Tae-hoon notice something strange. What is this? The skill, Ataraxia SS. It controls the opponent's mind. Magic power, 90. Ataria, Rosalia reminded him, think of it as my innate power that you have inherited as my contractor, and now it has been further enhanced. With this, even Beelzebub could be deceived by a realistic illusion. Go now, my contractor. She stayed silent for a moment, watching Tae-hoon's retreating back, before speaking honestly. Though I'm a bit uneasy about letting you go alone, at least you have that, so I can rest a little easier. The maid spoke softly. My queen, you should rest. You look tired. Rosalia smiled. You're right. I must rest. In truth, she had been prepared all along. The battle in the mental realm, I separated it so it wouldn't hinder my contractor. Rosalia thought, how embarrassing, but I was nearly evenly matched with him. A great duke, nothing more than that. At that moment, she could only sigh. Emperor, you have truly handed me a troublesome one. And now, Kim Tae-hoon was in the territory. From here on out, it was Beelzebub's domain. He looked around and remembered. Kim Tae-hoon started walking on instinct. I have no idea how to get to Beelzebub's place. What should I do? Yet, he looked extremely calm. What else was there to do? Tae-hoon was ready to face the demons rushing toward him. If I smash the door hard enough, he'll show up eventually. The ground was immediately kicked up in a cloud of dust. Tae-hoon glared at the demons with killing intent. They cursed incessantly. Are you the one causing a ruckus in Lord Beelzebub's territory? You damn human. A high-ranking SS demon assessed him. But you are strange, unlike other humans. Why do you smell like a demonic beast? A fellow SS-rank demon realized. This is the scent of a succubus. That made the first demon wonder. How could a human smell like a succubus? The second demon replied nonchalantly. I don't know, but no need to overthink it. And then, he lunged like a starving wolf. Because I like the taste of both succubus meat and human meat. Before the demon could even touch a hair on Kim Tae-hoon, his arm was severed by his opponent. After dealing with one enemy, Kim Tae-hoon landed safely. Meanwhile, the other demon stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His face froze like a statue. Kim Tae-hoon said coldly, You mentioned a Lord Beelzebub earlier. In a flash, he appeared right behind the demon. Can you take me to him? Terrified, they had no choice but to follow Kim Tae-hoon's orders. Seeing what was in front of him, he immediately guessed. So it's there? The demon obediently spoke up. My Lord Beelzebub. He trembled as he reported, I have captured a suspicious individual in the territory and brought him here. There wasn't a trace of fear on Tae-hoon's face. Are you Beelzebub? Beelzebub spoke calmly. So you truly are the Emperor's key? He showed a hint of contempt. I can feel a bit of his aura. I heard you failed in your hunt for the contractor, yet here you are, falling right into my lair. Beelzebub immediately guessed his intent. Did you come here to invite me to submit under your master as you did with Ion? Kim Tae-hoon replied, That's not exactly my intention, but I have other business today. He got straight to the point. Your subordinate, Venom, left something behind that has caused people on Earth to suffer. I want you to cooperate to solve this. At the mention of that, Beelzebub's voice rose. People on Earth? He laughed mockingly, as if it were a joke. Beelzebub said, At a pivotal moment, when the race war is imminent and the most important territory war is approaching, you're seeking death over such a trivial matter? He looked straight at Tae-hoon, his voice booming. How weak. Then he followed with words of disdain. Perhaps I should thank the king of the netherworld. Thanks to him, a weakling like you has become the key for me to ascend to the next throne. Tae-hoon said coldly, It seems there will be no cooperation. Then, Beelzebub still maintained his arrogant attitude. Why should I lift a finger for such a lowly creature as you? On the contrary, I want humans to sink deeper into suffering, disease, despair, jealousy, and strife. He roared imperiously, Because I am a demon king. At this point, Kim Tae-hoon had no reason to hold back. Fine. Then I will use my power to make you cooperate. Beelzebub showed his contempt. The Emperor's power? That's it? Before he could finish his words, he suddenly choked. No, it was impossible, for Tae-hoon had used the power of his transformation. He spoke clearly. Beelzebub, you disgusting maggot, have you still not awakened? Kim Tae-hoon remembered Rosalia's words about Beelzebub. He was a great duke who, along with Lilith, Behemoth, Diablo, and Leviathan, had betrayed the Emperor. But after being defeated, he had cowardly knelt to save his own life and status. Back then, she had revealed that he was terrified of the Emperor. Those words still rang in his head. Use that. And indeed, it caused Beelzebub to tremble and gasp. The Emperor Kim Tae-hoon smiled triumphantly as he returned to his original form. Atasia Beelzebub's hands shook violently. How could the king have vanished? How can you be standing right in front of me? Even now, he was still astonished. How is this possible? Kim Tae-hoon took advantage of that opening to command his opponent. Choose. Bill Bap. Either submit to me and declare war on the upper realm, or, he continued, end your life right here, like a weak piece of prey. Bill Bap still had a shred of consciousness left. How dare you, you mere human, he roared in fury. You dare order me to choose? Bill Bap stepped forward in a rage to attack. At that very moment, Kim Tae-hoon chuckled and retorted, a mere human, you say? He asserted, no, I am going to become your king. Bill Bap suddenly bowed his head, making strange, guttural sounds. The next second, he clutched his body and let out a piercing scream. Kyo-ham and the others panicked. Lord Bap, something is wrong with him. They couldn't understand what he had done to Lord Bill Bap. Kim Tae-hoon calculated silently. Everything was going perfectly. He seized the moment. Just then, Tae-hoon held an object filled with fresh blood. He carefully poured it out, drop by drop. A special concoction from the hands of the alchemist. If he could seal the source of the gray disease from within, it might help him find the clues needed to develop a vaccine. Kyo-ham angrily warned, stop right there. I won't let you leave until you return Lord Bap to his original state. Tae-hoon naturally replied, return him? That is a trial that your master must overcome himself. What's wrong? Do you want me to brew him a calming cup of tea? Kyo-ham shouted furiously. You insolent brat. Kim Tae-hoon didn't say a word, his eyes radiating a dense, murderous aura. Kyo-ham began to tremble. What is this? This pressure? They fell into a state of terror. It's like I'm standing before the Queen of Shadows. Kyo-ham was horrified. Is that even a human? Kim Tae-hoon asserted. You cannot stop me. He continued his plan. The priority now was to complete the vaccine and stop the Dark Guild. Tae-hoon knew the consequences, but when the territory war continued, he would have to face Bill Bap again. When that time came, the one fighting wouldn't be the shadow of a king, but his true self. But he also knew that only then could he walk the same path as the king. The calm look in Tae-hoon's eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by shock. A sharp, pointed object suddenly pierced his body, leaving him unable to react. Kim Tae-hoon gasped for air, his face turning deathly pale. A system notification rang out. You are being invaded by primal toxins. Attempting to resist with an unknown power, resistance failed. Your body is being consumed by that power. Bill Bap had regained his senses. This is something I must overcome myself. He said, you were right. He revealed that the struggle had ended long ago. Kim Tae-hoon was truly surprised. Has Bap broken free from ataraxia? Faster than Rosalia had predicted. He clutched his heart in pain. This poison, it's horrifying. Even a moment of distraction could cost me my consciousness. This is the primal toxic power of Grand Duke Bill de Bap. I can't move. Bill Bap assessed him. I admit, that was a wise move. It's been a long time since I've felt something this terrifying. Kyo-ham wanted to say something. Lord Bill de Bap. Bill de Bap raised his voice. Do you think I'll be forever imprisoned in those memories? I've grown stronger during the time the king was gone, he declared, and I've been waiting for this day to drive these nails into the king himself. It's a shame you aren't the real king, but I'll use you as a sacrifice to fulfill this vendetta. Kim Tae-hoon's body was being invaded by the poison within. It was so painful he couldn't help but scream. The system sounded repeatedly. You are being consumed by primal poison, resisting with a mysterious source of power. Resistance failed. Your strength is eroding. Toxicity levels have exceeded the limit. Stamina is decreasing rapidly. Stamina has been depleted. Combat ability is weakening. Skill usage is restricted. The announcement continued. The teleportation gate could not be activated. Unlike the pitiful state Kim Tae-hoon was in, Bilb was having the time of his life. Seeing someone writhe in such agony was quite a show. You call yourself the king's key, but is that really all there is to you? Do you have nothing else to offer me? Kim Tae-hoon remained silent for a long time. It wasn't over yet. He let out a cold laugh. You think you've got me cornered just because a worm bit me? You've got to be kidding. Bilb's voice turned irritated. At least your eyes, they really do look like the king's. Such annoying eyes. He hissed. I'll rip them out first. Kim Tae-hoon knew the situation. The ataraxia had been neutralized, and his body was failing him as the poison spread. He tried to move his numb arm, though he still had some fight left in him. Seeing his opponent struggle brought Bilb immense joy. A meaningless death throw? Just like before, Kim Tae-hoon gritted his teeth, struggling to utter the word, summon. Drops of blood fell to the ground, pooling into a large mess. Bilb threw his weapon aside, a backup plan for a situation like this. He sneered at the summoning. Calling Rosalia now? That's the best you can do? Bilb was confident that the bitch would be torn to shreds right along with him. He lunged to attack, but his two arms were suddenly restrained by something. Aeon was surprised once again. "Lord Bilb?" A voice rang out. "Who exactly are you planning to tear apart? Don't mistake your opponent, you pest." Aeon appeared, saving Kim Tae-hoon just in time. The demon frowned, looking even more terrifying. "I feel insulted that you'd mistake me for that witch. Before you stands Aeon, Lord of the Blood Clan." Bilb trembled. "Aeon," he whispered to himself. "The one who made a contract with Rosalia, did he summon you?" Bilb was skeptical. Could it be that he allied himself with the key during that time? Aeon stared coldly at Kim Tae-hoon. "You naive key," he sneered. "You aren't even a process, the one I have a contract with, yet you forcibly summoned me here. How did you do it, and what have you been up to?" Kim Tae-hoon carefully considered the summoning skill he had adjusted after devouring Brodia, which required mana to summon Aeon. In just a short time, he realized the cost had dropped enough to be used in actual combat. By intentionally summoning him here instead of Rosalia, he had gained something, as Aeon pointedly reminded him. "Anything goes, right? Next time we meet, I'll take that key for sure, so keep your promise." While he wasn't paying attention, a magic orb came flying toward him. Aeon took the hit, feeling pain that pierced his heart and soul. Bilb, emboldened by his arrogance, laughed at the fool who didn't know his own strength. "Your betrayal of Lilith and shifting to the king's side still hasn't changed. Are you clinging to the key again this time?" Aeon didn't hesitate to fire back, sowing seeds of doubt. Who is really clinging to whom? It is the key who owes us first. Kim Tae-hoon watched the scene with amusement. This would surely cause a rift. Bilb thought to himself, let's use one enemy to destroy the other. Betrayal is like a habit once you do it. The second time is easy, he warned. I don't know what you're fantasizing about, but if you dare to interfere, I'll wipe you out. Bill and Ion glared at each other, both unleashing attacks to stop the other. Their movements were incredibly swift. Kyoha Lam watched so intently she didn't dare blink. Tae-hoon chuckled with excitement. The precious key before them would never be shared peacefully between great dukes. Everything was going according to his plan. Go ahead, fight it out. Tae-hoon's chest heaved like a beehive about to burst. Massive swords were swung, slamming into the ground as if to shatter it. One blade had its hilt crushed by Bill's claws. Ajim Moon recoiled, his gaze locked on his opponent. Furious, he charged straight in. Each collision rang out with deafening force. The battle was finally turning brutal. Kim Tae-hoon sat to the side, noting that it was truly a fight worthy of great dukes. It was terrifying. The sheer scale of the impact from their weapons was massive. He calculated that this battle shouldn't last much longer. Kim Tae-hoon had figured out that this IG Mun was merely a body summoned by the real one's magic. Like what Rosalia once did to him, how could he defeat the true body of Bill? He continued with his plan, intending to act quickly before anything else happened. But the problem was, during Bill's last attack, he had dropped the vial containing his blood. Tae-hoon's expression turned grim. If this was lost, the whole expedition would be meaningless. A voice suddenly cut through. Hey, you human! Kyoha Lam ordered. Stay right there. Once our master finishes off Ajim Moon, we'll be coming for you. For a split second, Tae-hoon looked at them with disgust. He calmly replied, Before I do anything, I need to recharge my energy. Tae-hoon showed no fear. First, he had to recover his drained mana. Kyoha, Lam, and Kyo Bram simultaneously unleashed their gluttony-type energy. Kim Tae-hoon stayed calm, assessing the situation. Meanwhile, Ion was fighting for his life. Bill's giant hands struck with overwhelming power. This forced Ajim Moon to struggle just to defend himself. Even he had to admit it was becoming too much. Ion assessed the situation, though he was doing better than the previous contractor. With this key kid's mana levels, I can only manifest about 13% of my true power. He unleashed magic again, firing massive swords, but this time, it took Bill by surprise. Don't tell me, he continued to rush forward. You're delusional, if you think I'm weak just because this is a construct. Not letting the opponent even process it, Tae-hoon retorted. Wrong. He then asserted that the brat knew nothing about this world. You're still living in the delusion that I'm just a great duke, Bill sneered. Even back when you were kneeling at Lilith's feet, the result would be the same. Even if my true body were here, Bill emphasized the difference in their standing. He gathered magic into a sphere, this time twice as concentrated as before. Bill unleashed his power in a frenzy, shouting, Realize your place and get out. The blinding light and intense aura made it difficult for Ion to defend. While they weren't paying attention, Tae-hoon cast a spell from below. The surge of power saved Ion from the brink of death. Seeming to have just risen from hell, Ion looked around, confused. Bill was enraged by the interruption. That bastard. How did he recover without me noticing? Ion spoke up. Ki, why did you interfere? Kim Tae-hoon casually cracked his wrists. Can't you see? I just saved your life, Aji Moon. But Moon was angry. Who told you to save me? I don't need your help, Kim Tae-hoon said softly. Don't be so prideful, he turned to face Bill. Don't both you and I want to give that bug a proper beating? At that moment, Bill realized. So, you've actually submitted to the key user? Aji Moon, how pathetic. Yoo Tae-hoon interrupted. Why not try teaming up this once? Aji Moon replied. I haven't forgotten the humiliation of the last battle. I absolutely will not, Kim Tae-hoon interrupted. I haven't forgotten either. We can save the revenge for later. He lowered his voice. What about the insult he dealt us? Are we just going to let that slide? Kim Tae-hoon took a battle stance. First, he keeps bragging about being a great duke. Let me see what this rookie can actually do. Ajim Moon found it laughable living for over 1,000 years, only to be called a rookie? Finally, he relented. Whatever, I guess this doesn't sound too bad. Tae-hoon lunged toward his opponent. I'll take the lead. Make sure to support me. Ajim Moon retorted arrogantly. Who do you think you are to order me around? Bill remained dismissive. Even if you two lowlifes join forces, you're nothing but. A powerful flow of magic swirled through the space like a tornado. Ion was in the back, supporting Kim Tae-hoon. Bill assessed the situation. Shooting a magic bullet into such a chaotic mana flow is just suicide. They know how to plan, I'll give them that. Even so, he remained arrogant, but seizing the moment when Bill wasn't paying attention, Kim Tae-hoon struck him from behind, delivering a painful blow. Bill was shocked. What was that? I didn't even notice him closing in. How? Aji Moon's supportive mana kept swirling. Bill carefully searched for any openings. In a flash, he realized, so that's it. He used the Emperor's authority to seize Ion's power and assimilate it into that mana source. Still, Bill was being overwhelmed. Kim Tae-hoon kept attacking in rapid succession, leaving him unable to counter or even track which direction he was coming from. Tae-hoon taunted him. How's that? In the eyes of a bug like you, am I just a pesky little worm? Bill was left speechless. Now is the time you can act high and mighty, but only for this moment. As he escaped, he pulled out a giant, blood-red spear. On the other side, Aji Moon and Kim Tae-hoon were ready. Insect King. Bill's mouth spewed curses repeatedly as he shrieked at the trash. And so, unable to defend, Bill took the full force of the devastating attack. His arm trembled, struggling to support his massive body on the ground. One of Bill's arms was completely gone. Kyo-ha, Lam, and Kyo-bram rushed over. Master Bill, are you all right? Ion breathed a sigh of relief. How refreshing. He felt amused, even though it feels like I was used by a naive kid. Hearing the Insect King's desperate scream was worth the price. Tae-hoon had retrieved the concocted vial. Job done, Ion said his farewells. See you next time, Ki. Bill collapsed, appearing to have lost all his strength. Kyo-ho-lam called out in a panic. Lord Bill. The agonizing pain made Bill struggle to even speak. His muscular body was growing weaker by the second. Bill fought to muster enough strength to demand the key be brought here immediately, ordering all forces in the territory to deploy at once. Kyo-ho-lam spoke up anxiously. Yes, sir. There's an urgent report from Bill. He's getting impatient. What's going on now? Kyo-ho-lam reported in terror that the territory was under attack, identifying the enemy as the succubus tribe Rosalia's forces. Outside, subordinates were already gathering to defend the Rosalia territory. Facing a horde of demons, Rosalia showed no fear. Is the defense really this lax? I suppose it's thanks to that summoner causing such a ruckus. She raised her voice. Don't miss this chance. Rosalia ordered the charge. Yes, Your Majesty. Her subordinates shouted in unison. Immediately, they all surged forward, shattering the enemy's defensive line. Rosalia's army swarmed, completely overwhelming the opposition. Rosalia was extremely satisfied. I'll cause just as much chaos as he did. She channeled a massive amount of magic from afar, just to draw their attention. Then, she lunged forward, guiding the flow of magic. With a single strike, she completely decimated the opposing army. Rosalia seemed to be waiting for something. But Summoner, this territorial war is getting more and more intense. Finish your task and come back here soon. She had spotted the source of magic ahead. This place needs your power. The scene shifted, and a voice spoke up. So the potion you asked for last time was for this, huh? Seo Song-ik confessed. I've handled countless materials from the abyss, but this is the first time I've seen something with such an unusual aura. Even he was baffled. What on earth is this? Kim Tae-hoon replied. This substance is considered the root cause of the Gray Plague spreading across the world. Seo Sung-ik couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this?" Kim Tae-hoon replied, "I obtained it from the Grand Duke who rules the deepest floor of the abyss." Seo was shocked. "A Grand Duke? I heard that's an entity beyond an S-rank magic beast." Tae-hoon replied casually, "I just got lucky." Taking the opportunity, Seo Sang-ik asked, "So, what do you intend to do with this?" Tae-hoon spoke up, "You're aware of the S-rank guildmaster, aren't you?" He mentioned the serial attacks by magic humans on pharmaceutical companies and medical organizations, explaining that they were intentionally hindering vaccine development. "I suspect it's because the plague doesn't affect magic beasts, so they want to keep the world in this chaotic state to run free. If this continues, who knows when the disease will be stamped out." Kim Tae-hoon had witnessed those tragic scenes with his own eyes. Humanity had suffered enough. That was why he was determined that now was the time to end it. From there, Kim Tae-hoon laid out the plan. "We will use this substance to create a vaccine." He then asked if it was feasible. Seo was stunned. "You want me to analyze a dangerous substance like this and create a vaccine from it?" He could only sigh. "If it were anyone else, I would have refused, because the request is simply insane. But your desire to save people moves me, Kim Tae-hoon. You truly are a hero." Finally, Seo Sang-ik accepted the request. "You worked so hard to bring this material back. I can't be weak and say I can't do it. I will fulfill your request with all my honor." Kim Tae-hoon chose to place his trust in him. "I'm counting on you, sir." In an instant, the sky turned to dusk. When he heard Tae-hoon's words, Jung Gi-hee was also surprised. "A vaccine developed in New Korea?" "Yes. With this material and your technical expertise, Master So, I believe it's completely feasible." Jung Gi-hee pondered. "But there will be many obstacles. Mass production and distribution are different matters. Some nations might refuse to use an unverified vaccine." And Kim Tae-hoon said, "That is why I need your help, Association President Jung Gi-hee." The man was quite surprised to hear that. "My help?" Tae-hoon expressed. "You have always had a positive influence on the world. If it's you can certainly convince everyone about this vaccine." He seriously requested, "Please organize a meeting to invite the association, presidents, and officials from every country so we can officially announce the vaccine." Jung Gi-hee quickly agreed. "All right, if it's that, I'm always willing. I will have the association prepare immediately." Having received the answer he wanted, Tae-hoon stood up politely. "Thank you, sir." Jung Gi-hee suddenly exclaimed, "This is fun." He revealed his clear joy. "I never expected I'd be able to help player Kim Tae-hoon one more time." Tae-hoon said softly, "You have always been my steady pillar of support." Jung Gi-hee replied, "Just hearing you say that is enough to make me grateful." He patted Kim Tae-hoon's shoulder firmly. "But you have grown up without needing my help, and it is you who has opened the path we must walk as guild masters. No, as a player of New Korea." Then Jung Gi-hee expressed, "I am truly grateful to you." Tae-hoon avoided the other's gaze, a small smile playing on his lips. The vaccine development plan initiated by Kim Tae-hoon, under the active cooperation of Seo Sang-ik and Jung Gi-hee, quickly achieved its first results. The lights in the lab had been on constantly lately. Tae-hoon stood silently watching the results before him, and a few months later, a vial of vaccine was born. Jung Gi-hee looked at it and asked, "Is this the vaccine against the Gray Plague?" Seo Sang-ik confirmed, "Yes, it's still just a prototype. We still want to add a few more components, but the final version isn't far off." Tae-hoon had waited for this moment for a long time. Then, it's time to summon everyone. A few days before the vaccine announcement in Japan, an immense amount of magic was swirling in the space in the heart of the city. Demons rained down from the magic circle, attacking humanity. Notification sounds rang out continuously. Level 1, Alert. Saintess Yoshikawa, Yoshiwa Sutara, Ghost Blade Nakata Shinji, report to the Association President's office immediately. Repeating, Saintess Yoshikawa, Yoshiwa Sutara, Ghost Blade Nakata Shinji, please head to the Association President's office quickly. Yoshiwa Sutara spoke in a stern tone. President? Nichun, the new president of the Japan Players Association, turned around. Saintess, Ghost Blade. He reported the situation. According to the technical team's analysis, the level of the dungeon break occurring in the south this time is equivalent to the previous Genta Janus storm disaster, that is, SSS-RANK. That truly made Jun worried. With Japan's current power, can we stop it? Shinji stepped forward, taking responsibility. Since that day, I have become much stronger. I can even defeat Kentamion now. Please, leave this to me. Jun intended to agree, but Yoshiwa Sutara suddenly cut him off. No, I have a bad feeling about this. She warned that the scale of this dungeon break was enough to swallow an entire city. Even if it looks like an SS rank from the outside, we should remain cautious. Yoshiwa Sutara suggested, just in case, I think we should send a request for support to another country. She immediately guessed the other party's intentions. Saintus, are you really planning to call him again? He looked displeased. He had finally started to restore his reputation after hitting rock bottom. The problems of our country must be solved by us, Yoshiwa Sutara said coldly. This is a matter concerning the survival of our people. Honor or pride means nothing right now. However, something worried him. But I heard Kim Tae-hoon is very busy and rarely stays in New Korea, the man noted. It seems we are in luck this time. He is seizing an opportunity to be there for the announcement of the new vaccine. Let's try calling for his help. Ask the hero of New Korea. Outside, the monsters were still raging. A silhouette stood on the railing, looking like a ruler. Aeon gave a faint smile. Hey, if you don't stop me, the damage will just keep spreading. You've been waiting for a long time. Aren't you going to show up? Key. A voice echoed. An SS rank dungeon break has occurred in Japan. Go Tae-gook reported. Yes, and because of that, they are requesting support from the player Kim Tae-hoon. In return, the Japanese Association promised to actively participate in New Korea's vaccine development project in the future. Jong Gi-hee wanted to know how he would handle this. Just then, Kim Tae-hoon appeared. Even he hadn't expected the player Kim Tae-hoon to be there. It was truly a difficult situation. Just when the vaccine was about to be completed, such a disaster had to happen in a neighboring country. Now, it became a source of anxiety for him. He had stayed in New Korea all this time specifically because he was worried about the power of the magic users. Like in the US, no one could guarantee that a terrorist attack wouldn't happen here. Kim Tae-hoon was afraid. But if it was a dungeon break of that scale, he feared that Japan's current strength alone would struggle to cope. Moreover, the aftershocks would surely spread to New Korea, leaving him deeply conflicted. Should I go, or should I stay? While Kim Tae-hoon hesitated, Jong Gi-hee firmly encouraged him. Just go, Kim Tae-hoon. He believed that if creating the vaccine was meant to save many people, then saving those currently in danger was no different. You said it yourself. I will protect everyone and attain happiness. Only then did he remember. That's right. I truly crave strength. Fragmented memories of pain surfaced, tearing through his heart, simply because he didn't want himself and those around him to suffer anymore. Jong Gi-hee placed his full trust in him. But everyone you spoke of back then isn't just the people right next to you. There are people far away who need your power too. And that is something only you can do. Rest assured, don't worry. You don't have to choose just one side anymore. I am here. Vice Association President Go Tae-gook is here, and the players you've mentored are here, Jong Gi-hee affirmed. Even if we have to trade everything, we will protect the vaccine at all costs. Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon felt more at ease. If that's the case, I will handle this quickly and return immediately. Before leaving, he left behind a glimmer of hope. I'm counting on you all. Until then. When he saw Kim Tae-hoon in Japan, the man was overjoyed and thanked him for agreeing to help during such a busy time. He replied politely, Please send my regards to President Jong Gi-hee instead of greeting me. There isn't much time left, so I will head straight to the scene. The man quickly agreed. All right, they will explain the situation to you on the way. Yoshiwa Sutara smiled happily. Long time no see, player Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon let out a sigh. We meet again. Yoshiwa Sutara gave a brief overview of the situation. The dungeon break that occurred in the southwest region was still expanding rapidly. The entire staff of the association had been mobilized to prevent it as much as possible, but it seems like it's already reached its limit, she explained. Right now, we don't even dare to think about heading inside to explore. There's definitely a monster somewhere inside that portal that caused the outbreak. The only thing making Yoshiwa Sutara feel even worse is that they still haven't been able to pinpoint its location. Kim Tae-hoon guessed it immediately. So, finding and eliminating it is my mission then, right? Meanwhile, the warriors were still struggling to hold back the swarm of monsters. One person screamed in panic, My mana is running dry. Hurry and rotate. Another reported, Same here. Any potions left? The desperate situation made them curse under their breath. Damn it, if this keeps up, the whole squad is going to be wiped out. Even the sturdy warriors had been forced back by the monsters' immense pressure. Meanwhile, the monsters out there were growing increasingly savage. Someone just recognized the player Kim Tae-hoon, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. The Saintus and the Sword Devil arrived as well. Did you guys bring player Kim Tae-hoon here? People felt a glimmer of hope. Great, now we can finally close that gate. Kim Tae-hoon calmly assessed the situation. Coming here was definitely the right call. This thing wasn't just an SS rank, it was far larger than that. Maybe it's an S rank, or perhaps a type of dungeon that has never appeared on Earth before. Then Kim Tae-hoon spoke up. You've led the way. That's enough. Now, stay here and defend this place. Yoshiwa Sutara quickly blocked his path. Please, wait. Turning to the player, Kim Tae-hoon, she requested, please, let us come with you and provide support. But Kim Tae-hoon coldly refused. No need, I can handle this alone. Yoshiwa Sutara raised her voice. Protecting Japan is the duty of us Japanese players. She clearly declared. We cannot let an outsider like you bear this burden all by yourself. Yoshiwa Sutara said, we are sinners who have made grave mistakes, but the citizens and the association have given us a chance. She sincerely asked to make amends once more. This time, we must definitely live up to that trust. Please allow us to help, even if it's just a little bit. That attitude surprised Kim Tae-hoon immensely. The woman who once didn't hesitate to deceive others. He was truly surprised. She now truly carries the aura of a real saintess. Yoshikawa, Yoshiwa Sutara. Cheng Jin angrily shouted. How dare you be disrespectful to Saintess Yoshiwa Sutara, you insolent fool. Kim Tae-hoon had no choice but to agree. Fine, just don't get in my way. The scene below was more devastated than ever. Kim Tae-hoon focused on the scene before him. It had arrived. He boldly rushed forward. I will handle the large one. Then Kim Tae-hoon ordered, you guys handle the rest. Yoshiwa Sutara's small, slender hands tossed tiny seeds, and she threw them accurately toward the ferocious monster. Cheng Jin heard the sound of his teammates and quickly rushed forward. Understood. Then he launched an attack on the soul-guiding monster. Cheng Jin quickly moved and landed on the ground. He was a bit worried. Just approaching the gate, and already, SS rank monsters are appearing? Shinji looked around, and even those that looked like SS ranks were starting to reveal themselves. But they didn't look like the ones who opened this gate. There must be even more terrifying monsters waiting ahead. And he agreed that Yoshiwa Sutara was right. If it were just us, we absolutely couldn't solve this. Over here, Kim Tae-hoon is facing the giant monster alone. The group felt a bit relieved. But now that Kim Tae-hoon is here, massive tentacles are writhing, and another ferocious monster has appeared. Yoshiwa Sutara began to feel the difficulty. She never expected to have to fight something like this. The S2 rank monster, Kagon. She gasped. It's horrific. I still can't believe we've won until now. Only then did Yoshiwa Sutara realize. So, it was the cause of this outbreak? If both Krakens are destroyed, the gate will close. But Kim Tae-hoon noticed, no, something isn't right. Based on his deduction, even though the two Krakens were destroyed, the source of the immense magic power spreading throughout this place has not diminished at all. Where on earth is this magic power pouring from? That left Tae-hoon wondering, since when did something like water show such an unusual expression? Yoshiwa Sutara asked Kim Tae-hoon, do you need healing too? I will, Tae-hoon hurriedly shouted. Yoshiwa Sutara, Shinji, get out of here now. Meanwhile, Yoshiwa Sutara still didn't understand what was going on. Right at that moment, the water surface suddenly exploded. Everything seemed to be submerged. Master Yoshiwa Sutara, even the large houses were swept away by the powerful wave. Kim Tae-hoon quickly escaped the wave. He flew high up. Damn, Yoshiwa Sutara and Shinji have been swept away? I hope they're still safe. In a flash, Kim Tae-hoon saw sure enough, another monster was hiding separately. Seeing the way it controlled the water, perhaps it is a subordinate of the Sea Demon King, Jaekmun. Someone's voice spoke up. Not a subordinate. I came here myself to see the king's key. Tae-hoon immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. The other person introduced himself arrogantly. I am Jaekmun. He claimed to be the one known as the Sea Demon King. The Sea Demon King, Jaekmun, Grand Duke of the Abyss. Kim Tae-hoon laughed. You Grand Dukes of the Abyss really never leave me alone. Now, are you dragging Earth into this too? He suddenly paused. Wait, in person? Tae-hoon observed. The gate hadn't disappeared, meaning the Grand Duke present here is the very monster that caused this dungeon outbreak. He felt confused. Rosalia once said that the Emperor's magic would prevent the Grand Dukes from interfering in other dimensions. So how did he, Tae-hoon, was extremely puzzled. How could he cross the gate to reach Earth? It arrived. Jaekmun stood arrogantly on a high-rise building, his killing intent so strong that it made the water surface ripple violently. Kim Tae-hoon looked at the problem seriously. Even from the perspective of a superior species, it was clearly visible. Whatever he just uttered wasn't empty boasting. He judged that this Grand Duke had no ties or limitations from a contractor. He is the original entity, which made Kim Tae-hoon unable to relax his facial muscles. Jaekmun spoke up triumphantly. It seems my presence here surprises you quite a bit, doesn't it? Are you wondering how I crossed through the spatial gate? He continued. Easily, because I know how to avoid the magic spells set by the Emperor himself. Jackmoon revealed that he was the one Rosalia had told him about, that each Grand Duke possesses a unique thing called authority. Mental manipulation. He listed each characteristic. Absorption, enhancement, poison, strength, regeneration. Those are abilities that Grand Dukes possess innately as a species of monster, and that ability is honed and refined by them for thousands of years until it becomes an authority, and my authority is rage. Perhaps this is a hint for you. No need for long-winded words. I came here just to see how talented you are. The one chosen for the position of the new king of the lower realm, the one who is shaking the abyss. Show me your true strength. Having said that, Jackman launched a powerful attack at his opponent. Kim Tae-hoon reacted nimbly and immediately flew away to dodge the attack. The giant snake appeared in a flash to block his path. Kim Tae-hoon had to quickly turn away to dodge the attack again. This scene was exactly like that time. He tried to analyze rage as a hint. Kim Tae-hoon didn't understand. In short, what was he trying to say? Jackman flicked his hand in provocation. You hide well. But how about dealing with two at once? The giant monster surged powerfully from behind Kim Tae-hoon. As soon as he turned his head, he was suppressed, leaving him no time to retaliate. Kim Tae-hoon used his hands to brace against the monster's sharp fangs, the immense pressure making it difficult for him to resist. Jackmoon stood on the side watching the show. If the Emperor's key only has this level of skill, then my trip here was truly a waste. He was extremely arrogant. Could it be that the upper realm will once again prevail in the upcoming race war? The water surface rose again, like a tsunami. This time, Kim Tae-hoon manipulated the monster toward him. Impossible. This ability cannot be this weak. He controlled it straight toward Jackman's position. Kim Tae-hoon's ability surprised him. It has been quite a while since I last witnessed this. It truly makes Jackman feel interested in the Emperor's authority. That prompted him to step into the battle. Jackman judged that it was still as mighty as ever. Even so, he kept his arrogant expression. It seems that even though you are only an inheritor of that power, your techniques are quite strong. You can be considered to have potential, Kim Tae-hoon stated clearly. I don't intend to end the battle here, he affirmed. I will definitely fulfill the mission the Emperor has entrusted. Jackmoon cast a cold, probing glance at his opponent. This time it was Kim Tae-hoon's turn to take the initiative to attack. Facing that situation, Jackmoon had to quickly move into a defensive stance. Just that was enough for Kim Tae-hoon to see it. Understood, you can neutralize magic that affects a large spatial area, so there must be a corresponding trade-off. Not only that, he also noticed that the opponent's current state did not seem too good. Based on Kim Tae-hoon's experience, all the Grand Dukes he had faced so far were completely resistant to gluttony. From that, he concluded, I need to pile on damage continuously for a long time before it starts to have any effect. With the opponent before him, Kim Tae-hoon pointed out the difference. But you are an exception. You are always wary of the gluttony skill, and as a result, you got hit, and that wound isn't healing. He asked a question. Your authority is rage. Does it have some kind of unwanted side effect? Such subtle deductions made Jackman even more interested. I've only just revealed a little, and you've already guessed it so quickly? I'm starting to get interested now. He admits one thing. Naturally, after every use of Berserk, his body falls into a state of total exhaustion. Until his energy is fully replenished, I am just a fragile entity, not at all worthy of the title Grand Duke. Compared to the human power system, I'm probably only at an S rank at best. Kim Tae-hoon replied that it was just a method he used to bypass the seal beneath the palace. If you've been weakened to that extent, then I have nothing to fear, Jae-moon asserted confidently. But even at that level, I am still strong enough to hold you back. Kim Tae-hoon was puzzled. Hold me back? Just then, Jae-moon revealed, don't you find it strange? Why would I show myself at such a crucial moment for your species? He began to cast a spell. When I said I came to test your strength, that was only half true. He revealed that Bill, who also had the ability to pass through portals like him, had proposed an exchange. That bug said he couldn't accept you taking over his body and acting so recklessly. There's a high chance that by now, the one who made a contract with him has already made a move. He continued, that is why I am pinning you down right here. Kim Tae-hoon's face went blank. Could it be that, in the blink of an eye, Jae-moon had summoned two giant monsters? Here is the key. It seems you'll have to stay here and have some fun with me for a while. The exorcism light was fading, making the sky look gloomy. You arrogant monster, I had to personally beg the Demon King. I can't believe he actually agreed to let me control Jae-moon. I'm afraid after this, I'll have to offer a hefty tribute to settle the debt. They all charged forward, surrounding Kim Tae-hoon. New Korea was like a puppet that had lost its soul, attacking Kim and destroying all the vaccines. Despite the situation, Jang Hee's spirit remained as hard as steel. "Don't even think about it," she shouted clearly. "We all owe our lives to him, Choi Kim Tae-hoon, the vaccine he trusted us with. We swear to protect it with our lives." The monsters laughed loudly. How ridiculous. In the end, you are just mortals who have never experienced demonic beast transformation. Do you really fantasize that you can stop my demons and me? Jung Gi-hee warned firmly. Don't underestimate the will of humanity. Min Hong said arrogantly. How interesting. Jung Gi-hee asked. Before we start, I just want to confirm one thing with you. Kasim Medov Min Hong. Where is he right now? Oh, him? It seems he's furious because you guys dared to unilaterally cut Kim Tae-hoon out of the plans. For this campaign, he decided to work alone. He revealed further. While you are busy with me, it is very likely he has already broken directly into Kim's base. At the same time, on the rooftop of a high-rise, someone muttered, "How boring." That person said if Kim Tae-hoon isn't here, there is nothing in this place worth my attention. Let's finish this quickly and leave. Inside the building, ASAT saw the stranger and rushed to stop them. Stop right there. At that moment, the entire high-rise hotel seemed to shake. ASAT asserted, You are the leader of the villainous guild, aren't you? I won't let you touch the vaccine. Min Hong saw the stranger and wondered, Who the hell are you? ASAT proudly introduced herself. I am a hero serving justice. ASAT still remembered it clearly. It was finally time. When Kim Tae-hoon first contacted her, she had been a bit confused. Kim Tae-hoon had asked, ASAT, come to New Korea immediately. Do you still intend to be my assistant? She had also been surprised, unable to believe that the chance to prove herself had finally arrived. ASAT couldn't help but be excited, and she had appeared at exactly the right time. This entrance is truly magnificent, Min Hong said coldly. An assistant of justice, you say? He scoffed, speechless. I didn't think New Korea had people like you. ASAT wasn't bothered. I am not a player from New Korea. I am Kim Tae-hoon's personal ally. She explained that he had summoned her to prevent the villains from attacking, and it seemed his prediction was correct. Hearing that name, Min Hong instinctively uttered, Kim Tae-hoon. Immediately after, he flashed a sinister smile. That sounds good. The fight I was looking forward to most was ruined, which annoyed me to no end. He charged forward excitedly. But if you are the one Kim Tae-hoon sent, then replacing him to fight me is fine too. ASAT quickly launched an attack. Naturally, not letting the opponent react in time, she used a binding technique. The move was so powerful that Min Hong could barely resist. His arrogance vanished as a result, feeling as if a massive boulder were pressing down hard on his legs, unable to move at all. It was a terrifying pressure, perhaps even greater than Kim Tae-hoon's. Min Hong panicked. In that surge of magical power, ASAT saw this and felt amused. Come on, your knees can still bend further than that, can't they? The intense pressure forced Min Hong to his knees again. Only then did he remember. That's right. There's no rule forbidding cooperation with another contractor. ASAT introduced herself. Did you realize? I am the contractor for the Dragon King, Hazard. She flashed a sinister smile. There is some mutual antagonism between the Grand Duke's contractors. You know, I heard you prefer close quarters combat. Facing me seems quite disadvantageous, don't you think? ASAT asked. So, do you want to surrender right here and now? Min Hong responded firmly. No. He began to release a huge amount of power. On the contrary, this is a great opportunity to test my new abilities. In just a second, Min Hong landed a painful punch on ASAT, the force so strong that the high-rise building seemed like it was about to collapse. ASAT regained the initiative. Truly, becoming a hero is not simple at all, player Kim Tae-hoon, Min Hong said. There are still those who are only recognized as heroes long after they perish. Realizing her opponent's strength, ASAT prepared to fight seriously. At the same time, Kim was fighting two giant serpents. Kim focused and pondered. If what Jae Moon-gun said was true, then New Korea was likely in the middle of a very intense battle. From there, he reconsidered his plan. Although he had summoned ASAT, dealing with both Kim and Min Hong at the same time was truly exhausting. I need to get back as quickly as possible. However, the two giant serpents lunged forward like hungry beasts. Kim Tae-hoon used all his strength to dash and dodge. He cursed under his breath, damn it, that annoying snake. Kim Tae-hoon felt puzzled. Ever since his condition had been discovered, the enemy had only focused on defensive maneuvers to stall for time. Meanwhile, Jae Moon-gun stood calmly watching, as if everything was going according to his plans. Kim Tae-hoon realized one thing. The way the enemy stayed so vigilant, meant he couldn't land his gluttony skill on the target. The more he fought, the more magical power he wasted. He calculated carefully. If he were to use gluttony, it had to be at a distance where the enemy couldn't dodge, and he needed to deliver a finishing blow. However, Kim Tae-hoon hadn't figured out how to close the distance yet. Seeing the thoughtful look on his face, Jackmoon spoke up. "You seem to be in quite a rush. Is the situation back on Earth worrying you that much?" He opened up. "I truly can't understand it. Aren't you someone who possesses the power of an emperor? Once you've accepted that destiny, shouldn't you have more important priorities?" Young continued. "Compared to the great war about to unfold, what you're doing here is nothing more than child's play. I don't understand why you're so fixated on such an ordinary place." Tae-hoon emphasized, "This place is not ordinary at all. This is where I have lived." Familiar memories flashed through his mind, the things he had been through. Kim Tae-hoon had never forgotten that everything he had realized and improved upon had happened here. He spoke in a serious tone, "And because of that, I believe I can still change many other things." But Mun dismissed it. "That's just a shackle of humanity. An emperor has no need for such sentiments." Even so, Kim Tae-hoon's will was resolute. "This is the path I have chosen. No matter what you think, I will defeat you and return." Jackmoon once again controlled the two pythons. "Do you think you can do it? Do you really think you can pierce my flawless defense?" This time, Kim Tae-hoon focused all his concentration on finding the opponent's weakness. In an instant, he found the flaw in the flawless defense. Kim Tae-hoon charged forward powerfully. "If I use this method, it might work." He was full of determination. "I'll make you see." Jackmoon maintained an arrogant attitude. Another frontal attack. "I see." Then he controlled the pythons to lunge at him. How truly stubborn. The rushing water clouded their vision, blocking everything ahead. Jackmoon assumed that no matter how many times he charged, the result would be the same. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. Kim Tae-hoon had vanished before anyone knew it. This left Jackmoon extremely confused. The key has disappeared. He fell into a panic. Where did he go? Seizing the moment the opponent was distracted, Kim Tae-hoon charged from below. "I've finally reached my opening." His magical energy reflected onto the enemy's face. Jackmoon. A surge of power was released, looking like a ravenous fire phoenix. Jackmoon was being dissolved by the attack. Kim Tae-hoon wondered, could I have actually defeated the Archduke's true form? Jackmoon's feet were slowly fading from the ground, yet his laughter still echoed. Commendable. Jackmoon questioned, "I can't believe you dared to use my own sea of magic to attack me. It seems the rumors that you can freely use the Archduke's power are true." He returned to his original form. "However, the sea of magic flowing in this space is, after all, only a small part of my power. Losing the form you see doesn't mean it's the end." Jackmoon evaluated. "Because you've amused me. After this final trial, I will withdraw my forces." He unleashed a powerful attack, the sea of magic churning violently. "Do you believe you can escape from here?" Kim Tae-hoon fell into a difficult situation. This crazy Archduke still had a trick up his sleeve? Jung Gi-hee was struggling just as much. "Don't stop. The more of them you kill, the better. Leave it to me." An Hyun-soo, wielding the light sword, would never know fatigue. He assessed the situation. The S-rank magic users had completely turned into magical beasts. The crowd was becoming chaotic. Absolutely do not let the magical beasts escape. Understood. Jung Gi-hee thought the magical beasts from the demon tribe were constantly pouring out. If it were just at that level, they could still hold them off. But the group suddenly looked in the direction of the noise. Seeing their comrade fall in pain, someone shouted in panic, "Guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk!" An rushed over. "Are you all right?" Jung Gi-hee had to truly acknowledge that the opponent's ability was on a completely different level, even making him tremble. Kasim Medov couldn't believe it was this terrifying. An was losing control. Guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk was defeated in one hit. What on earth is that thing? Association chairman? Jung Gi-hee gritted his teeth in anger. "I don't know either. It's not like a magic user, and it's not a magical beast. It feels like a creature from another dimension." Because of that, An worried. Do we have the ability to stop a monster like this without Kim Tae-hoon? Even so, Jung Gi-hee remained resolute. "But we can't back down for that reason, can we? What we need now is not doubt." He steeled himself to face the threat, but resolve. In reality, Jung Gi-hee was feeling quite uneasy. I say that, but in a situation where even the whereabouts of Min Ji-hong are unknown, I've never craved a miracle more than this. Please, grant a miracle to the new Republic of Korea. Just then, inside the laboratory, the person lying in the test tube slowly opened their eyes. Black smoke billowed, surrounding Tae-hoon in the void. His gaze revealed helplessness. "No matter how high I fly, I can't escape. In this situation, I won't make it out. The opponent's source of power made Kim Tae-hoon feel exhausted. The blood frenzy is about to fade. His eyes widened as he lost control. Kim Tae-hoon couldn't control himself and fell freely. He bit his teeth together to keep water out of his mouth. Damn it. Kim Tae-hoon felt desperate. The more he struggled, the more he was pulled into the sea of magic. His chest heaved weakly, his breath fading. Tae-hoon's tired eyes wanted to shut, his consciousness blurring. I can't get stuck here anymore. He reminded himself. Right now, the new Republic of Korea needs me. Massive explosions made the battlefield more intense than ever. Jung Gi-hee gathered his strength and charged straight ahead. He swung his arms powerfully, striking everyone in his way. Kasim smiled arrogantly. How pathetic and old. Is this the human will you speak of? He mocked. Boring. But Jung Gi-hee still persisted and charged. I'm not done yet. Despite the pressure right before him, Jung Gi-hee reminded himself he had to hold him back at any cost. He looked toward his comrade, lying motionless on the ground. Until player Kwon Kang-hyuk woke up, On kept calling out, Player Kwon Kang-hyuk, please wake up. Now is not the time to be lying there. Jung Gi-hee struck with a powerful blow, but the hand of Kim was 10 times larger than Jung Gi-hee. Even if that guy wakes up, nothing will change. You will all lose, and the vaccine will be stolen. He believed that the coming world would not belong to ordinary people like them, but only to those chosen like him. Kasim grabbed Jung Gi-hee's arm. Don't be sad. Dying to be the foundation for a new era is your honor. Faced with that, On could only grit her teeth in anger. Chairman. Not only that, but Kasim forcefully threw Jung Gi-hee away. Then he looked toward On. It's your turn. Even though she was afraid, she bravely stood up to fight. Time had passed for quite a while, and despite his trembling body, Jung Gi-hoon remained stubborn. I haven't given up yet. I can still fight. Kasim spoke in an annoyed tone. If you just lay still, you might have lived a little longer. Hearing this, Jung Gi-hoon shouted, Lay still, you say? He stated clearly that the chairman of the Players Association represents every player in this country. The players of New Korea are out there giving their all to protect the vaccine. Mentioning this, Jung Gi-hoon couldn't help but be moved. They gave everything. His voice was filled with spirit. So how could he, the one who must set an example for them, just lie down and surrender? Jung Gi-hoon affirmed that he would stand up again and again. He got into a combat-ready stance. That was the responsibility of every player to the name Kim Tae-hoon. At this point, Kasim had no reason to hold back. Then let me send you to hell first. The new Korean players will follow right behind you. Aeon shouted in fear. No, get out of the way. Hurry and run. She watched helplessly as Jung Gi-hoon struggled beneath the chairman. At that exact moment, an object whizzed past, blocking the attack for Jung Gi-hoon. That action left him completely stunned, and even Kasim was puzzled. You dodged my attack. Who are you? Jung Gi-hoon looked up in shock at the person who had appeared to save them. You are the opponent's voice rang out. Player Ro Yu Ah-young. Jung Gi-hoon was stunned. You've woken up? From afar, Aeon was also caught by surprise, but she clearly noticed that her aura was completely different from usual. At that moment, Kasim also remembered who she was. The girl I once took hostage in the Tartarus labyrinth. I thought you were dead long ago. He assessed her internally. Dodging my attack, it seems she has more skill than I thought. But Kasim still didn't think much of her. No matter what, you're still just a human. You couldn't possibly be my match. He shouted loudly. You barely managed to keep your life. Kasim swung his giant arm in a threat. Do you intend to throw it away meaninglessly here? However, as soon as he saw Yu Ah-young's eyes, Kasim was instantly startled. It was only then that he realized. The succubus queen hadn't even had time to react, and Kasim had already been hit by Yu Ah-young's attack. Tentacles were attacking him all at once. Kasim couldn't believe the truth. How could a human like her wield the power of a great duke? The one contracted with Rosalia should be Kim Tae-hoon. He speculated. Don't tell me to support her fake contract. The succubus queen turned this girl into a spare vessel. But Kasim remained stubborn, thinking, so what if she's a spare? I am the official contractor of a great duke. He was immensely confident, a being of a higher level than me. And so, Kasim struggled to resist the control, refusing to be affected by this. Yu Ah-young immediately switched techniques. Dopia. You are being consumed by dopia, and all your stats are continuously dropping. Kasim shouted, no matter how much power your vessel held before, once the container has shrunk, the contents can no longer function. He looked at her with contempt. It seems you've also returned to being a mere human. He then let out a loud laugh. This is the gap you will never be able to cross. Just as he wasn't paying attention, his feet were restrained by two people, while Jung Gi-hoon lunged from above to attack him. He roared in anger, useless insects, And then, Jung Gi-hun threw a punch that hurt Kasim deeply, the force strong enough to make him bleed. Jung Gi-hun had no intention of giving up and wanted to rush in again. Rosalia stood from afar. "Are you still standing there, daughter of Earth?" Let my power burst forth. She was looking forward to what was next. Right now, Yua Young's body was radiating an immense amount of power, pouring out everything she had. It then coalesced into a magical orb and shot straight forward to attack Kasim. This time, he lay flat, seemingly unable to fight back. The magical energy was so strong it threatened to sweep away the entire neighborhood. After that attack, dust flew everywhere around the city, and Kasim trembled as he braced his hands on the ground. It's impossible, this can't be happening. He still couldn't believe the truth. This can't be. If it were Kim Tae-hoon, I could understand it, because I know he is far beyond me. Especially when Kasim looked at the opponents before him. But those pieces of trash? What are they? A spare vessel and a weak human combined? Kasim was still incredibly shocked that he, the one contracted with a great demon king, would lose to them. He stubbornly refused to believe it could happen. Kasim prepared to swing his arm to attack, but he suddenly froze. Out of mana? Kasim remembered maintaining his demon transformation while keeping the demon gate open at the same time. It seems I held it for too long. Min Ji-hoon must have gotten the vaccine by now, but if not, there's still another move. Therefore, he had no choice but to hurriedly leave. I haven't lost this battle, just wait. The final winner in this war, Kasim confidently asserted, will be us. The new Korean players had just woken up and were still confused. I rushed in as soon as I woke up, but I don't even know what's going on. Did we really win? Jung Gi-hun responded, perhaps so. For the time being, seeing Aeon losing control, he hurried over. Aeon was worried. Player row, Aeon, are you okay? Aeon replied softly. Yes, she just fainted for a bit. She recalled the scene from earlier, but what was that? The strange waves of power she created. Jung Gi-hun replied, I'm not sure either, but one thing is certain. If she hadn't released that power, none of us would be alive right now. He was deeply grateful. Even while unconscious, she had stood up and run all the way here. Jung Gi-hun expressed sincerely, thank you. This is a miracle for New Korea. Things didn't stop there. Right at the gate, there seemed to be a disturbance. Someone screamed in panic. The gate, it's closing. Everyone was bewildered. What's happening? What happened after that explosion earlier? Everyone was in an uproar. The demons are retreating. Where do you think you're running to, you bastards? Someone yelled. Could it be? We actually stopped them? Everyone rejoiced. We did it. We actually did it. The vaccine has been protected. The Gray Plague is really disappearing. Someone's voice suddenly rang out. Chairman Jung Gi-hun praised them. Everyone did very well, but it's not time to celebrate yet. There is still something to resolve. Just as everyone was off guard, an object flew in from afar. Min Ji-hoon acted separately. In the blink of an eye, it blew up an area, and the group was once again confused. What now? Another attack? Seeing the figure before their eyes, they were suspicious. No. Is that a human? Jung Gi-hun hurried over to ask. Is everyone okay? His face suddenly froze in shock. Before Jung Gi-hun was a very familiar figure. Everything gradually became clear in his eyes. Jung Gi-hun still couldn't accept the truth. It was impossible. Just by looking at the back, did Jung Gi-hun recognize that it was Min Ji-hoon? Min Ji-hoon turned his head and spoke in a chilling voice. Old man? Huh? Everyone was stirred up. Min Ji-hoon, that's Min Ji-hoon. Who is Min Ji-hoon? What in the world is that terrifying form? And who is the person standing before him? Ji-hoon reveals, this is the new power I received from Grand Duke Organ. Pretty cool, right? Word is, a human can die if they merge too deeply with a Grand Duke's power. He says, but it's a gamble worth taking. I've overcome the trials and ascended to a higher realm. Seeing Ji-hoon, Jung Gi-hoon's face just couldn't relax. He arrogantly spoke up. But the one I actually wanted to test my skills against isn't here. There's some stand-in playing the hero, so I tried fighting her. A mistake. She's nowhere near my level. Yua Young quickly pieced it together. Looking at the situation, Kasim must have already been defeated. Is this really the limit of South Korea's strength? He declared confidently. Good. I'm warmed up now. I'll finish what Kasim couldn't. Someone spoke up. You're too full of yourself. Min Ji-hoon. Do you think you can take on all of us? The others agreed. I don't know what kind of monster you've become, but there are 5 national-level forces here. That's right, and we still have plenty of mana left. Ji-hoon let out a roar. You think I can't do it? The corner of Jung Gi-hoon's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something. Before the words could escape, Ji-hoon recklessly unleashed his power. He started to move, and first, and Yu Ah-young member couldn't hold back and charged in. You bastard! Just then, Ji-hoon's arm fired off a bolt of magic, a giant hand reaching out as if to swallow everything. In just a few seconds, Ji-hoon was right in front of Yu Ah-young. He brutally slammed her beautiful face into the ground. Another player immediately rushed in to help. Hwasang remarked, "Your muscles have really grown, haven't they? Min Ji-hoon, have you been hitting the gym?" Another member grabbed Ji-hoon from behind. "I'm not going to lose when it comes to muscle either." They all charged in together, screaming, "Go to hell." But their legs were already wobbling. With just one blow, Ji-hoon successfully sent them all flying. He threw a powerful punch with his left, and his right hand was just as brutal. Underneath Ji-hoon's feet, things were equally chaotic. This time, it was Jung Gi-hoon's turn to step up. Ji-hoon just spun around slightly and easily neutralized his opponent. He spoke, "Seeing your face up close like this really brings back memories." The old man, Jung Gi-hoon, was filled with disgust. "You chased after power and turned yourself into this hideous thing. Just how far have you fallen? You aren't the Min Ji-hoon I used to know." Ji-hoon raised his voice. "Fallen? This is what you always wanted, right?" he said. "Don't let the national-level rankers fight alone. We will do whatever we can to become players that no one can touch," a member shouted out. President Ji-hoon continued, "And to lead everyone with this strength." His voice was full of mystery. "Now, watch what I can do." Ji-hoon moved with blinding speed. Yu Ah-young stood there, desperately tracking his movements, and she truly had to admit he was impossibly, unimaginably strong. That also made Yu Ah-young fear that if things continued like this, everyone would really die. She gritted her teeth. The only one who could stop him was still that man. In her heart, Yu Ah-young prayed desperately, "Please, come back quickly, Kim Tae-hoon." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kim Tae-hoon was still fighting a brutal battle. Every one of his movements was powerful and decisive, but Kim Tae-hoon was now starting to look exhausted. Even so, his eyes still gazed forward with resilience. In the depths of the pitch-black void, some truths suddenly flashed in Kim Tae-hoon's mind. First, the mana sea flowing here was ultimately just a part of the mana that he possessed. Just because it lost its tangible form didn't mean it had vanished. JCK Mun once said the mana sea was a portion of his own mana. In other words, the mana sea wasn't actual water, but a form of skill, a fountain of mana. The pain he was feeling right now was actually closer to a hallucination his brain was creating. A voice echoed in Kim Tae-hoon's consciousness. "What are you doing? You have to fight back with that skill field from earlier. Don't tell me you're just sitting there, unable to move. Things created by mana can be countered by mana." So, to escape this place, he just needed one apocalypse-level technique. A wide-area skill, strong enough to tear the mana sea apart. Kim Tae-hoon would pour every ounce of his mana into it. In a fleeting moment, the pitch-black darkness cracked, and soon, it shattered like broken glass. Immediately, Kim Tae-hoon's body began to react. Inch by inch, he fought to regain control and break free from the containment. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes stared forward with determination. There, Young still stood motionless with an arrogant expression, and he even wore a mysterious smile. Back outside, Yoshiwa Sutara watched the spatial portal in front of her in shock. "Look, the portal is disappearing." She saw clearly that the mana sea was receding as well. Both of them were stunned. Even after taking down 2 Kaken, it wasn't over yet. And now, the S-rank dungeon outburst was, Yoshiwa Sutara hurriedly called out, "Player Kim Tae-hoon." Seeing the opponent's movements, she became even more confused. Where is he going? Over at Jung Gi-hoon's side, the desolate scene had become even more chaotic, the battle still raging intensely, with no end in sight. A player lost patience. "Can't we stop this damn magic user at all?" So he recklessly charged in to attack. Even though there were so many people, no one could even touch Ji-hoon. "Not enough," he grumbled, annoyed. "Nobody here can satisfy the fury boiling inside me." He grew irritable. As expected, "Kim Tae-hoon, if it isn't you, it just won't do." Something streaked by in the blink of an eye. Yu Ah-young rushed in, making Ji-hoon wonder, "You look familiar behind you as Yu Ah-young, right?" Yu Ah-young warned him with hatred, "Don't you dare touch her." Ji-hoon smirked. "Didn't know Yu Ah-young had a little sister." Yu Ah-young's entire body was trembling with fear, but she still insisted, "Even though some things happened, she is still my sister." She continued, "I've always been the one who had to suffer." Yu Ah-young put all her strength into her attack. "This time, I can't let things go like that anymore." Her face was cold, radiating killing intent. Following that, Yu Ah-young unleashed the Eternal Winter technique. She created a layer of ice. At the very least, with this I can, Ji-hoon suddenly grabbed Yu Ah-young's small face and mocked her. You really think this fragile layer of ice can imprison me? Ji-hoon scoffed in a low voice. Get lost, weakling. Jung Gi-hoon watched, unable to hide his anxiety. Stop it, Min Ji-hoon, he urged. Let the child go. The one you should be aiming for isn't her. Jung Gi-hoon accepted all the blame. It's me. It's all my fault for not teaching you the right way. Ji-hoon countered. No, you aren't wrong. You told me to become a savior. Don't you realize this is just a test? Soon, the walls between dimensions will collapse. Unprecedented catastrophes will soon engulf the Earth. When that happens, the weak and mediocre won't survive. What humanity needs right now is to endure hell and grow from those experiences. I am that vaccine. Jung Gi-hoon couldn't suppress his anger. I hoped, just like when you were a child, that you would save those in need, that you would lift up the downtrodden. I never wanted you to turn out like this. The old man tried to stay calm. But if all your twisted thoughts were born because of me, then I will die with you. Just finish me off and end this. Do-hyung spoke with disdain. I was just wondering what the hell you're talking about. At this point, how could everything end just by an old man like you dying? I've bet too much on this as well. He prepared to eliminate Yu Ah-young. You're only getting weaker, old man. That's why you're being discarded, along with this entire new Korea. Seeing Jung Gi-hoon recklessly rushing forward, Yu Ah-young panicked. No! She screamed. Association Chairman Jung Gi-hoon. A spray of fresh blood splattered. Jung Gi-hoon reflected, regret surging within him. If only, before I taught this child how to fight, I had taught him how to cherish and love someone. If I had taught him how to trust and rely on others, would things have turned out differently? Everyone stared at him in shock. This was the karma he had to bear. Not stopping there, Do-hyung continued to charge. This time, he landed a kick so powerful the ground itself threatened to shatter. Yeon-hee collapsed, exhausted, at Do-hyung's feet. Seeing the figure behind him, Do-hyung spoke coldly. Another savior appears. Kim Tae-hoon had arrived just in time to save his teammates. Jung Gi-hoon instinctively turned to look behind him. He had been waiting for a long time. Player Kim Tae-hoon. Now that you're here, Jung Gi-hoon let out a sigh. I can finally close my eyes in peace. Kim Tae-hoon questioned the figure before him. Is it you? While I was away, you were the one who turned New Korea into this? He interrogated. You were the one who brought the association chairman to this state. Do-hyung's tone remained arrogant. What if I said I did? Kim Tae-hoon remained silent, not uttering a word. His gaze was filled with killing intent. The person who had arrived was none other than Kim Tae-hoon. He calmly called out each person's name. Chairman Jung Gi-hoon, Yu Ah-young, the players of NSK, ISAT. Thank you for all your efforts. Leave the rest to me. After he spoke, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. From this point on, Do-hyung saw this and spoke sarcastically. I've waited a long time for you, Tae-hoon, so how does it feel? Are you angry now that you see everything you cherished destroyed? You should have returned sooner. All I wanted was a battle with you. Then, he let out an exclamation. Ha! No sooner had he finished speaking than Do-hyung lunged straight at him. He believed that even with Tae-hoon here, nothing would change. A blow as powerful as a falling sky landed, creating a massive shockwave. Yu Ah-young saw this and screamed in a panic. Tae-hoon! After the attack, Do-hyung spoke with satisfaction. Because finally, I have surpassed you. Feel this. This is the new power I've attained. Kim Tae-hoon asked casually. Is that all? Seeing this, he couldn't help but blurt out. What? His face remained completely unscathed from Do-hyung's wind-tearing punch. Kim Tae-hoon even seized the opportunity to counterattack. Do-hyung couldn't react in time and was sent flying. Do-hyung thought in frustration. What just happened? He blocked my attack head-on. Just then, Tae-hoon suggested, let's change locations. I don't want to destroy this place any further. Yu Ah-young called out in shock. Tae-hoon! He only whispered gently, please take care of the others. I'll be back soon. A second later, Do-hyung was thrown into another dimension. Upon landing, he questioned, spatial teleportation? You can do this too? Tae-hoon didn't answer, only saying, out here, we can fight to our heart's content. Let's end this here, once and for all. Do-hyung, I will defeat you right here and prove that your worldview is wrong. Hearing that, he laughed mockingly. Haha, you act so mighty just because you have the king's power. Me too. I've absorbed so much Archduke mana that I've exceeded my limits. This body now resembles an Archduke more than a human. You aren't the only special one here. I wonder how long that calm attitude of yours will last in this battle. Here I come. Thanks to his fast reflexes, Tae-hoon easily dodged his strike. But Do-hyung wasn't finished. He believed The Beast King organ's power is enhancement. Every part of my body has been enhanced. It allows me to transcend my own limits. I can move at nearly the speed of sound. You surely can't even catch me with your eyes. Is it over? The reason my previous attack didn't work, I must still be getting used to controlling this new body. I am the one who will end this. Just as Do-hyung prepared the finishing move, the killing intent within Tae-hoon was fully awakened. Tae-hoon was quick, grabbing his arm and then powerfully slamming Do-hyung's entire body into the ground. Now, Do-hyung could only stare at him with wide eyes. Even so, he kept telling himself, it's impossible. This time, it was Tae-hoon who delivered the earth-shattering blow. After taking the hit, he could only lie flat on the ground. On the other side, Tae-hoon slowly stood up after delivering that attack. Then, Tae-hoon spoke coldly. That ice-cold attitude of Kim Tae-hoon made him furious. Immediately after, Do-hyung tried to struggle up. It's not over yet. Tae-hoon, I don't understand. I bet my teammates, my dreams, and even this life. While fighting, he accidentally left an opening and was caught by Kim Tae-hoon. At that very moment, Do-hyung desperately thought he had bet everything he had. He prepared to put all his remaining strength into attacking Tae-hoon. The two massive forces collided. Then, Do-hyung realized, is it possible that the power I received after all this still isn't enough to face him? The world in his eyes suddenly swayed strangely. Now that one was standing and the other was lying down. The outcome of the battle was clear. Then Tae-hoon declared, I've won. Do-hyung, now, come with me. Although I want to kill you right here after everything you've done, I made a promise to Chairman Jung Gi-hun. He suddenly remembered back then, when Jung Gi-hun had advised him, don't let your own pain defeat you, Do-hyung. Assigning meaning to suffering is the privilege of being human. If you use it as a stepping stone, you will become stronger than before. Suddenly, Do-hyung spoke. He said that, I've lived my whole life breaking everything in my path. Even now, I will keep doing that. Ah, I see. The real challenge I must overcome is you. Thank you. Tae-hoon, your existence has completed me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Do-hyung shifted into a new form, catching him by surprise. In that form, he was still learning to get used to his new body. Next, Jae-hong let out a thunderous shout, a display of power so immense that it forced Tae-hoon to step back. Tae-hoon tried to steady himself, clearly taken aback by the situation. As soon as the wind died down, Jae-hong lunged forward to attack, throwing a kick directly at Kim Tae-hoon without a hint of hesitation. The force was so overwhelming that Tae-hoon couldn't defend against it and was sent flying. Jae-hong didn't stop there and immediately pursued him. He launched another assault, and just like that, Kim Tae-hoon was forced to endure a barrage of attacks. Exhilarating, Jae-hong thought, feeling a rush of excitement as he surged forward at lightning speed. Let's savor this to the very end. He had never felt a battle this thrilling. Every single strike was aimed squarely at Tae-hoon. Jae-hong could feel every bit of it. In that very moment, he landed lightly on the ground. Jae-hong was evolving with every passing second, and the aura surrounding him grew heavier. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rose, and Jae-hong couldn't help but wonder, what? Is it over already? No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive hand reached out toward him. With quick reflexes, Jae-hong easily dodged the attack. Still, Tae-hoon refused to give up. He continued to charge forward, and Jae-hong, without a word, coldly grabbed Kim Tae-hoon's hand. Then Jae-hong spoke up. I knew it. That look of defeat from earlier, you were just pretending, weren't you? Tae-hoon denied it, explaining that the mana he'd used to deal with Jonan had only just fully recovered. Jae-hong began to mock him. Are you saying you haven't even used 100% of your strength until now? Tae-hoon retorted. You want me to fight you with everything I've got? Undeterred, Jae-hong replied. Fine by me. No matter what level your power is at, I'll surpass it in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Tae-hoon began to summon his power, bracing himself for the next exchange. A second later, they both launched attacks at each other simultaneously. Jae-hong pressed in relentlessly, and Tae-hoon immediately capitalized on an opening to strike back. Neither of them was willing to lose ground. Their battle was perfectly matched. Faster, Jae-hong whispered to himself, charging forward with unimaginable speed. Waiting for him was Tae-hoon, arms spread wide. A second, after focusing his energy, Tae-hoon unleashed a blow, stronger. To completely surpass Kim Tae-hoon, I have to be stronger. Jae-hong tried to muster all his strength to fend off the attacks. Finally, Kim Tae-hoon's assault broke through. But even so, Tae-hoon had a trap waiting for Jae-hong to fall into, and Jae-hong rushed into it like a moth to a flame. Seeing the light, massive chains that had been waiting were immediately activated, wrapping around Jae-hong's body and lifting him into the air. Tae-hoon's expression remained ice-cold, his resolve only growing stronger. Before long, Jae-hong shattered the chains, binding him. As Jae-hong's fist swung toward him, Tae-hoon caught it with ease and coldly slammed him into the ground. It was a direct blow to Jae-hong's immense pride. Why? Jae-hong wondered. I'm clearly continuing to grow. So why don't I feel like I'm catching up to him at all? Just how far ahead has that guy gone? It couldn't be that far. It just couldn't. Jae-hong leaped into the air, frantically summoning his power. This time, his power was off the charts. Confident, Jae-hong decided. I'll pour everything I have into a finishing blow. In this form, at maximum output, this is the ultimate black hole. I will destroy and devour everything in this area. Now you can't block it, and you can't dodge it. Disappear along with space and time, Kim Tae-hoon. With that, he pushed the ultimate black hole toward Tae-hoon. Tae-hoon didn't flinch. Can't block it, and can't dodge it? Come to think of it, you've never truly tasted real pain, have you? Then I'll face you with the ultimate power I possess, gluttony. As he spoke, a power even more immense than the black hole appeared. Jae-hong's towering confidence began to waver, but his ultimate black hole continued to push forward. This was the power of a monarch. This was Tae-hoon. Shortly after, the battle reached its end. Jae-hong lay powerlessly on the ground, muttering, a pathetic defeat indeed. Tae-hoon stood before him, showing no emotion whatsoever. He simply stood there in silence, lost in thought. A while after the tremors subsided, neither of them moved. Jae-hong spoke up, unwilling to accept the result. Even after coming this far, I still couldn't reach you. Kim Tae-hoon, it seems the path you walked was even harsher than mine. Tae-hoon replied calmly. It hasn't been smooth sailing. I didn't grow stronger through noble trials. I just got lucky. Believing that one only grows through hardship is nothing more than your twisted faith. Jae-hong disagreed. That's exactly why I'm certain I'm right. Not everyone is as lucky as you are. If it's luck, it can't belong to everyone. If that's the case, when catastrophe strikes, how will humanity survive? That's why I'm impartially cruel to filter out those who adapt best to the new environment, Tae-hoon countered. But that means countless people die before the catastrophe even begins. Your plan is nothing but mass slaughter. The more they talked, the more Jae-hong's ambition was laid bare. They were going to be eliminated anyway. Every reform demands a price. Believing one person can save everyone is just a fantasy. Tae-hoon stood firm in his resolve. Even so, I won't give up. I will find a way, no matter what. Because I know better than anyone how those who are weak feel. Those without power who are discarded by the world. You only rationalize pain as inevitable. You've never shared or empathized with them. If you had, you might have seen another path. Having heard that, Jae-hong could only lie still, unable to offer a rebuttal. Flashes of old memories raced through his mind, including the panic on Jung Gi-hae's face. Then, Jae-hong spoke again. At this point, talking about that is meaningless. I will pursue the path I chose to the very end. Only then does living this life have meaning. Let's see how far you can stay true to your resolve. I'll go to hell first and watch you from there. Tae-hoon didn't say another word, just watched Jae-hong silently. Shortly after, Jae-hong passed away. Kim Tae-hoon had once thought of those as painful, miserable memories, recollections he never wanted to look back on. But if not for those memories, he might have been seduced by his own power, eventually reaching a point where he would no longer look back at the people around him. When he turned back, before his eyes was the scene of Yoo Ah-young supporting Jung Gi-hae. Though heavily wounded, he continued to walk forward. Seeing Tae-hoon right in front of her, Yoo Ah-young was somewhat surprised. Meeting her gaze, he was no longer rigid, and even gave a slight smile, which shocked her deeply. Now, those very memories became milestones, reminding him that he was still on the right path. Even as he walked the path of a king, he would never forget this place. The dungeon break event in Japan and the terrorist plot of the monsters targeting the New Korea Players Association had come to an end. With the players' victory, Kim Tae-hoon, who stood to confront them on both fronts, was the deciding factor. The Grey Plague vaccine had been secured. Jae-hong, the leader of the Ruthless Association, had died. The leader of Hunton was severely injured and fled. The gate in Japan had also disappeared. The Japanese Players Association thanked Kim Tae-hoon for stopping the catastrophe and fully supported the New Korea Players Association's vaccine. The New Korea Players Association focused on damage control while announcing that the vaccine launch, originally scheduled for 1 week later, would proceed on schedule to assert the strength of the association and the vaccine project. In a different turn of events, Kim Tae-hoon spoke with regret, wishing she could have stayed a little longer. Aisat replied, "It's all right. If the vaccine is released soon, there will be plenty of work for me to do in Nigeria as well." He remained polite. "Thank you. I've troubled you a lot, she answered nonchalantly. Not at all. I just rushed in and kept getting beaten up. I'm still not strong enough to truly help anyone. Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon refuted. I've said it before, strength isn't the most important thing. What matters is the will you carry within you. Having said that, he reached out to Aesat and added, thank you. This made her feel incredibly warmed. Aesat, who came to Korea to help Kim Tae-hoon, returned to Nigeria. At that moment, he wondered what was on his mind as he entered a room. Seeing the person on the bed, he called out to player, Yoo Ah-young. Hearing her name, she turned around, revealing unusually red eyes. Kim Tae-hoon spoke calmly. I heard you used a strange power no one has ever seen before, so that was it. After being discovered, Rosalia didn't bother hiding anymore. Oh, you recognized me quickly. It seems the contractor also keeps a close eye on me. He impatiently urged. Stop talking nonsense, answer me now. Rosalia became even more playful. Are you reacting this way just because I touched someone of yours? Didn't I warn you that saving this child might have side effects? To remove the poison from the bilbap, I had to channel my magic into her body. In the process, she naturally became my backup. All in all, things went smoothly. If this child hadn't awakened in time, your country would have suffered a much greater disaster, he replied. I'm grateful for that, but I don't want to drag her into the king's path I'm walking. Hearing this, Rosalia called out, Hey, contractor. When war approaches and imperial magic weakens, your contractor will eventually have to pay attention to this place. I hope you can focus more on the Battle of the Abyss. Just as Kim Tae-hoon was about to say something, she signaled him to stop. I understand the king's path you want to walk. I'm not telling you to give up on either side, but if you want to keep both, you cannot carry everything alone. The backup will be the means for me to intervene on Earth when you, the contractor, are absent. If you want to keep both, you cannot carry it all alone. The backup will help me intervene on Earth when you are away. At this point, Kim Tae-hoon asked, but what about Ah-young's own will? I cannot accept treating her as just a tool. Rosalia coldly replied, then persuade her yourself. Speak the truth and ask for her help. This is both creating a comrade to walk the king's path with and creating someone who understands you. The king's path is inherently lonely. One needs someone to lean on, just as the emperor chose me. If this child refuses, I will withdraw without hesitation. After a moment of internal struggle, Tae-hoon finally compromised. All right. Rosalia heard this and said, then perhaps you two need some private time. See you next time in the abyss, contractor. With those words, she immediately left Yoo Ah-young's body. Seeing him right in front of her, she shyly called out, Kim Tae-hoon? What the hell is going on? I feel like I was just being controlled by something. What should I do? Have I become strange? Did those monsters experiment on me with magical beast transformation too? Someone to lean on? Seeing her overly anxious, Kim Tae-hoon spoke up. It's not like that. Anyway, perhaps it's the right time to explain everything. Ah-young calmed down a little, and so, a serious conversation between the two began. The atmosphere grew tense as he told his story. Kim Tae-hoon told Yoo Ah-young most of what had happened to him, from his regression, the promise with the emperor, the contract with the Grand Duke, to the battle in the abyss. At first, Yoo Ah-young was confused, but after the incident since being kidnapped by Tartarus, she listened seriously as Kim Tae-hoon told the whole story. Afterward, Yoo Ah-young spoke up. Regression with the power of the emperor, that is indeed an unbelievable story. Only by believing that incredible story can everything be explained, your mysterious information gathering, your power, and even your maturity beyond your years. Considering all aspects, you really are my older brother. Kim Tae-hoon smiled and replied, Don't change how you address me. That sounds cheesy. Others will find it strange. Then Ah-young wondered, then why in the world are you only telling me this truth now? If it was just to reassure me, you could have found a way to downplay it. Kim Tae-hoon replied, because I hope player Yoo Ah-young will help me. Even if you refuse, it's fine, because this won't be easy, and you might have to face even stronger enemies than the current ones. But she denied it. No, I will help. This is my world too, so standing by while having the power to act is not who I am. Now I understand why you always have to carry everything alone. Doing it alone must be very tiring. Now that I know that secret, I can help you carry the burden, right? To be honest, part of it is because I didn't fully understand everything before, which is why I recklessly rushed in. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly spoke. Thank you. Really. The unexpected seriousness made her blush involuntarily. The atmosphere between them was much more comfortable than before. 1 week later, the Grey Plague vaccine announcement, everything was almost ready. Reporters scrambled to speak. I am in front of the association headquarters, where the Grey Plague vaccine is about to be announced, attracting attention from both home and abroad. Right now, representatives from many countries hope. Many who wished to attend the announcement event had already arrived in front of the association headquarters, including Hell, chairman of the Singapore Players Association, and Jun, chairman of the Japan Players Association. Saintess Sarara and the Ghost Sword Cheng Jinji had also arrived. Then there were Chairman Yan of the U.S. Players Association and Cody. Cody saw him and greeted him. Long time no see, Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon replied, "It really has been a while." Then he continued, "I heard the news. You defeated the head of that vicious association. Organ and his contractor were the ones who killed Ricky. Thank you for avenging him for me." Kim Tae-hoon responded politely, "You're welcome." Cody then promised happily, "The gap between you and me is growing, but when the gray disease ends, I will catch up to you in the abyss." As soon as he replied, "I'll be waiting," the reporters' voices rang out again. Oh, that's an unexpected turn of events. According to initial reports, they had no intention of attending at all. It was the Chinese Players Association. Liang Jiaran, chairman of the Chinese Players Association, and Chairman Dungu of the Tae-hoon Group. Why is he here with the Chinese Players Association? Heejin saw this and greeted them politely. "It would have been better if you had informed us of your visit, Chairman," he retorted sharply. "You guys invited me yourselves, didn't you? Now that I'm here, even if it's late, aren't you going to say thank you?" Hearing this, he smiled helplessly and replied, "Of course we are very grateful. We were just worried that we hadn't prepared properly." Jiaran coldly continued, "I didn't expect much anyway. Take me inside now." Heejin hesitated. "All right, but we cannot accept him. The person who defected to China and is a wanted criminal for colluding with demons." Lee Dong-soo was unhappy when he heard that and spoke up. "I hope you are more careful with your words. Chairman Jung Gi-hee, I am here today as a Chinese businessman and also a member of the Chinese Players Association. Are you planning to hold me back in front of the whole world and cause a diplomatic incident like this?" But Heejin remained firm, saying it was absolutely out of the question. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon suggested, "Invite them in." This made him hesitate slightly. Tae-hoon then added, "If they truly came for the vaccine, there is no reason to refuse. After all, what we are doing is to free humanity from the pain of the gray disease." Only then did Heejin nod. "All right." Hearing that, he sneered. As expected, the one they call the world's strongest makes decisions between right and wrong very quickly. This is our first time meeting in person, isn't it? I am Lee Dong-soo of Tae-hoon Group, and I am also the father of Lee Dong-jae, the person you turned into a cripple. Tae-hoon replied coldly, "I know exactly who you are, and I am well aware that you have repeatedly ordered demons to harm me. Don't think that just because I let it slide this time, it will be the same in the future. I can catch someone like you whenever I want." Lee Dong-soo was furious when he heard that and cursed, "You damn brat." Right at that moment, Taeguk came to announce to everyone, "It's time." After things settled down, Heejin began, "Respected association chairman and representatives from all nations, first of all, thank you for being here today. A sudden disaster struck humanity one day, the gray disease. We are all, directly or indirectly, victims of this illness. We have lost loved ones, lost our jobs, and society has fallen into chaos. That pain transcends all borders and languages. But today, we are not gathered here just to remember that pain. We stand here with proof that this war can end. I would like to introduce the exit vaccine for the gray disease." The audience was instantly stunned. Then Heejin's voice rang out steadily. "Exit, developed by the New Korea Alchemist Association, is still in the clinical trial stage, but has shown a reduction in infection rates, specifically over 98%, compared to the control group after injection. After only 4 days of injection, antibodies exceeded the standard and were maintained for over 12 months. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Wait, I have a question. You just said it is still in the clinical trial stage. Doesn't that mean the vaccine is not yet complete?" He quickly confirmed, "That is correct. Due to the recent terrorist attack by demons, progress has been delayed slightly." Lee Dong-soo immediately sneered. "So you mean you called us here just to show us an incomplete vaccine?" Jung Gi-hee politely reminded. "Let me reiterate. We are holding this launch event to call for cooperation for mass production and distribution once the vaccine is completed." Next, he interrupted again. "There is no need for that, because there is already a complete vaccine here. After the symptom-relieving drug, Tae-hoon Pharmaceuticals' next ambition was the Ivan vaccine. Everyone was instantly in an uproar. "What? A new vaccine? What is this about?" He became even more smug. "We have completed testing and mass production in China, so there is no need to wait for New Korea's vaccine anymore," he continued. "And think about it. Where did the gray disease originate? Where was the vicious association's area of operation? Is this a safe vaccine? Heejin angrily denied it, saying this was baseless incitement, but Lee Dong-soo continued shamelessly. If the chairman of the players' associations and delegates truly care about the lives of your people, please make a wise choice. After saying that, they took the new vaccine and left. Kim Tae-hoon stood in the corner of the room, silently watching them go. After entering the room, Jung Gi-hee flew into a rage. Those cunning bastards, daring to use New Korea's announcement as a stage for their own launch. Tae-guk was equally frustrated. The problem is that our vaccine is more effective, but because of the urgent need, they will still turn to the Tae-hoon group's vaccine. He sighed helplessly. We've been played. After that, Tae-hoon spoke up. The problem is that Lee Dong-soo previously tried to block the vaccine at all costs and colluded with demons. Yet now he suddenly announces a vaccine. Jung Gi-hee then said, "Isn't it because the vicious association has disbanded, so he is looking for a way to survive?" He immediately added, "Kame is still alive. There is something hidden in this type of vaccine. Think about it." He began to recall, the world suffering enough pain was just the beginning. After being turned into demonic beasts, they will exploit that immunity. Anyway, realizing that the vicious plan, the demonic beast transformation, and the gray disease are two gears that must mesh to function is a major takeaway. What is their true purpose? At that time, J.H. had said, "Therefore, what I have prepared is unfair fairness, selecting life through trials, filtering out those who adapt better to the new environment." The more he thought, the more Kim Tae-hoon contemplated. Suddenly, he realized, could it be? Jung Gi-hee turned back and asked, "Have you discovered something?" He hesitated and replied, "Perhaps I have to meet Chairman Lee Dong-soo directly." Scene changed to a safe house of the Tae-hoon group. A voice echoed in that room. "Yes, we can arrange for you to receive the 5 million doses within 2 days. Of course, you have made a very wise decision. Thanks to this, countless citizens who are saved will praise your achievements. We will discuss the details through the executive team." After the other end of the line hung up, Dong-soo let out a soft laugh. Suddenly, he began to laugh heartily. Lee Dong-soo believed that now, with power that no one dared to challenge, making Tae-hoon the world's #1 corporation was only a matter of time. This must be driving Chairman Jung Gi-hee absolutely crazy. Normally, Neo-Korea already monopolized everything. This is the price to pay for looking down on the Tae-hoon corporation. While he was feeling smug, he suddenly discovered that the guards downstairs had all been taken down. This left Lee Dong-soo incredibly shocked. He started to panic. Where are the guards? What is happening? Are you Kim Tae-hoon? How did you get in here? He did not answer but coldly said, "I already told you, someone like you can be captured at any moment. Even after Tae-hoon Corporation fled to China, I was still monitoring you. We only recently confirmed that this place was a safe house." Lee Dong-soo screamed madly, "This is not Neo-Korea. Do you think you can do this in another country and be fine?" Tae-hoon replied without even blinking, "I've done worse things than that, and I don't need to do anything at all. I'm just reviewing your memories." As he spoke, he infiltrated Dong-soo's mind. A second later, his brain was almost completely controlled. Tae-hoon then spoke up, "Now, let's hear the whole story about the vaccine you created." Sometime after the interrogation, Tae-hoon realized that, just as he suspected, the vaccine these bastards made was no ordinary vaccine. If this thing spread, a shock far beyond the Grey Plague would engulf the entire world. No matter what, I have to stop it. The scene changed again. Kim Tae-hoon looked down and pondered, "It's there. At these coordinates, there is a research facility for Tae-hoon Pharmaceuticals. The vaccine is transported from there, through portals, to each country." Suddenly, a noise came from behind him. Tae-hoon thought, "Recalling the vaccine batches that have already been sent will be very difficult if the only thing I can do is suddenly." A mocking laugh echoed. "It's no wonder I couldn't contact Chairman Lee Dong-soo. So, that's what happened. The fact that you found your way here means you know exactly what this place is, right?" Tae-hoon did not bother to hide it. "Yeah, this is where Tae-hoon colluded with you demons to create the Grey Plague vaccine, but that wasn't the real vaccine. Jae-hong already said it. A disaster proportionate to human survival will be imposed through trials. This exploits the fact that once you've gone through the process of monsterization, diseases no longer affect humans. This is a type of drug that triggers monsterization." He listened and then spoke up. "You found the truth." "True. Jae-hong wanted to strengthen humanity, but I am different. Imagine the whole world turning into monsters. The person you once loved turns into a monster. The boundary between human and demon vanishes, and no one trusts anyone anymore. The next thing will be a large-scale mutual massacre, exactly the kind of hell the Demon King desires. A hell beyond compare." Kim Tae-hoon then denied it. That will not happen. I will find evidence to expose the true nature of the vaccine before anyone injects it. He didn't care and replied, "This place is the gate to hell, and you really think a place this important would have no defenses? The vaccine data deletion has already started. It will be finished in about 30 minutes. Even if defeating you is a bit difficult, stalling you for a while is very easy. You know how hard I am to kill. Even if we lose this battle, the ones who win the war will be us demons." Kim Tae-hoon was not panicked. He was calm to the point of, "Strangely enough, it's good that I called for backup." Then it was Kasim's turn to be surprised. The grand arrival of the reinforcements caused dust to fly everywhere, and the person who arrived was none other than Cody. He saw him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Cody." Kim Tae-hoon calmly said, "That was a sudden request, but you still came. I owe you one for this," he replied. "Anyway, that bastard caused a terrorist attack in the US. As a player from America, it is only natural for me to face him." After that, Tae-hoon asked for help. "Help me stall him. Facing the contract user and the crowd of monsterized demons alone is not easy." Cody replied lightly, "Is that a provocation?" Kasim, on the other side, went crazy. "I will not let you leave." Kim Tae-hoon, they rushed straight toward the two. He swung his sword while saying, "When all this ends, there won't be anything left for you. Kim Tae-hoon, leave everything here to me." Kim Tae-hoon glanced at him, full of gratitude. "Got it." After he left, Cody immediately spoke up. "Now, come here. The one standing before you is me." Kasim, on the other side, suddenly wore a mysterious smile, after which he spoke, "Cody, you could call this fate. Fine. I will finish you off quickly, and then stop Kim Tae-hoon as well." Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hoon was rushing at maximum speed. While running, he thought, "The information about the vaccine must be in the central data room, but the laboratory is built like a maze, so I can't determine its location. If I keep wandering like this, the vaccine data will be gone." Just then, Tae-hoon heard the doctor's voice. "Here it is. This vaccine will save us." Kim Tae-hoon's figure appeared in the quiet space as if tearing through it. Surrounded by corpses lying everywhere with ferocious faces, his sturdy legs kicked the door down without a moment's hesitation. Kim Tae-hoon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally found it. He scanned every corner of the room meticulously. This was the central data room. His hands moved nimbly across the keys. There wasn't much time left. He had to find evidence that could be used while the data was still there. Just at this critical moment, a mass of slime erupted outward. Fortunately, he noticed it in time and stepped back a safe distance. Kim Tae-hoon looked up to face the creature that had just appeared. "Who are you?" Bito was a terrifying presence. The devil, Bito, was the director of this laboratory, a disciple of Lord Kasim, and also a reserve vessel for Lord Bilb. This was BTO, the vice leader of the international terrorist organization Hunan, who had evolved to an SS+ rank. Of course, that aura didn't affect Kim Tae-hoon in the slightest. So, the Insect King likes to spread his spawn everywhere, huh? Playing with spare vessels too? Despite the situation, BTO was still incredibly confident. "We won't let you walk away with the laboratory's secrets so easily. This is divine punishment, a sentence that no one is permitted to defy." The sticky, purple fluid shot straight toward him. At the same time, the monster lunged forward with explosive fury, yet its opponent still hadn't made a move. On the surface, that was the case, but seconds later, a powerful blast of sword energy sliced through several nearby monsters. Seeing their kin slaughtered, they lunged forward as if fueled by a bloodlust. Cody remained as composed as ever. The heavy blade in his hand rose slowly. Then, with a horizontal swing, he unleashed a barrage of slashes that no one could block. Screams echoed everywhere. Kim, as expected even after stepping down for Kim Tae-hoon, was still a player who had stood at the pinnacle of the world for a long time. As the dust settled, only his imposing figure remained. His aura was overwhelming. Kasim curled his lips into a smirk, revealing sharp teeth, but the giant shadow he cast radiated pure dominance. Kasim lunged down, speaking without a hint of hesitation. "You're still no match for me." A powerful shockwave erupted, crushing the ground in an instant. When the dust cleared, he was seen struggling to prop himself up with his sword. He still felt it wasn't enough, reaching out his hand. Even though both of them were contractors for the Archduke, a decisive difference remained between them. How could he possibly back down? His sword swung, tearing through every obstacle, and a cold, murderous voice rang out. "What difference?" Kasim's arm flew off, spinning through the air. A second later, a whoosh sounded, and his arm reattached as if nothing had happened. This time, Kasim seemed even angrier. "You are rejecting the Archduke's power." Cody was sent flying several meters, without a single chance to counterattack. Even so, he tried to stand up, determined not to fall to the villain. Of course, that persistence couldn't sway him at all. You're just touching the surface, pretending to use it. This time, the attack he unleashed was far more powerful, the pressure truly terrifying. The result was the same. Cody was blasted away, the impact against the wall creating a cloud of thick dust. Kasim let out a breath as if releasing his anger. Compared to me, who has been obsessed with that power and embraced it entirely. While he was still basking in his victory, Cody appeared behind him. It was clear who was stronger. Surprisingly, Kim spotted him and quickly restrained Cody. His red eyes flickered with a strange mix of emotions. Great, Cody. Are you afraid? Afraid of becoming a monster? Like me? That is the limit of you and your kind. Those who call themselves players are bound by their sense of morality. He was almost exhausted, gasping for breath. The demonic voice didn't let up. With that, you can't stop hell. You can't even survive in hell. Hell is the world of us demons. Farewell, Cody. A chilling sound echoed everywhere. A hero of a bygone era. Kasim threw the body in his hands to the ground, feeling disappointed. Took less time than I thought. A hollow revenge. Bo too must be stalling Kim Tae-hoon. Once he joined the fray, the gates of hell would open soon. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice appeared. You were right. In the past, bound by morality, I couldn't protect my comrades, nor could I protect anyone. But now, it's different. When I saw the one I had to catch up to, I forged my own resolve. To achieve what I desire, I am willing to step into this mire. Seeing this, Kasim's eyes lit up. So that's how you play, huh? Still, you've only just reached my level. Cody cut him off. We are not equals. The rank of the entities we have contracted with is different. He laughed scornfully. What are you talking about? The one I serve is the entity who has sat on the throne the longest, the noble Lord Bill Bap. Cody, however, didn't seem worried, saying calmly, the Lucifer I made a contract with was the first one created in the heavens, and also the one who fell to the lower realms. I will show you the power of a true monster. Kasim Maytop. Each word spoken deepened the atmosphere. The demon sword unleashed its full might. A single strike nearly tore the space apart, splitting the world in two. As the murderous intent faded, only weak, labored breathing remained. Kasim couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Gra, how could this happen? I was only a little bit short, just a little bit more, and my grand ambition would have been complete. Lord Bill Bap, have you truly abandoned me? Cody stood from above, looking down as if at a beast that had run out of steam. Kasim raised his head, teeth gritted, as if looking for something. He muttered, a demon, if only a demon appeared now. Cody no longer had the patience for the person in front of him. If you're talking about a demon, isn't there one right here? Blood gushed like a flood. A life belonging to the villain's side came to an end. At the same time, the monster on Tae-hoon's side also collapsed. You bastard. Even worse than what Lord Kasim said. Even so, Bo persisted. Why didn't you appear? Mr. Kim, there is still 1 minute and 23 seconds left on this side. Not long after, he pulled out the USB. Just looking at his smile told you how well it went this time. Enough of that. Let's cut to another scene. This is Nigeria. The doctors inside were busy non-stop. Just then, the door was shoved open. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. The target was the news program currently airing. At that moment, the sunset stained the sky red, creating a rare sense of tranquility. Thanks to the evidence Kim Tae-hoon discovered at the Tae-son Pharmaceutical Research Institute, the vaccination program using the Yolan vaccine had to be suspended immediately. Immediately after, a comprehensive investigation into Tae-son Group was conducted, and the conspiracy that this corporation had colluded with the demon humans in China was gradually exposed. The Chinese Player Association, which had previously accepted Li Dongsu, hurriedly drew a line, claiming they were just victims used by the demon humans. Ultimately, Li Dongsu was deported and could not avoid a prison sentence. Successfully preventing a crisis that almost turned into the extinction of all humanity, Kim Tae-hoon and Cody were awarded the first SSS-RANK player licenses in history by the World Player Association. Shortly thereafter, the exit vaccine developed by New South Korea was distributed widely across the world. Thanks to its superior effectiveness, the Gray Plague quickly weakened and disappeared, and the world gradually regained stability. And then, in a massive skyscraper in the heart of the city of Saho, Jung Gi-hee displayed the aura of a model gentleman with extreme composure. I'm afraid calling you just the hero of New South Korea is no longer enough. Congratulations on becoming an SSS rank player, the savior of humanity. Player Kim Tae-hoon. He bowed his head, a bit shy. Savior? That's embarrassing. Please, don't say that. I only did what I had to do. He laughed, appearing to understand. Truly humble. But with what you've shown, you completely deserve that title. Honestly, I'd love to throw a huge celebration for you. But calling us all here like this, there's something urgent you need to tell us, isn't there? Everyone is excited and no one minds being interrupted. Go ahead, speak your mind. Jung Gi-hee acted as a mediator. Everyone was waiting in anticipation. She looked at Kim Tae-hoon with eyes full of trust. Naturally, since he'd called everyone here, it was his turn to step up. What I'm about to say might be hard for everyone to grasp all at once, he began, recounting the truth to the players of New Korea. It was the same truth he had previously shared with Yoo Ah-young. Some were shocked. Some couldn't hide their agitation. And others looked like they struggled to accept it. Yet, no one interrupted Tae-hoon or asked questions. They all held their breath, listening in silence. He slowly concluded his unbelievable story. That is everything I have been through until now. A deathly silence fell over the room. It was Jung Gi-hee who broke the tension. Kim Tae-hoon, that you aren't the type to spout nonsense is something I know. Everyone here knows very well. Because over this past time, you've consistently achieved the seemingly impossible and proven it with your actions. I believe you, but one thing puzzles me. Why are you only telling us this now? Hearing this, Kim Tae-hoon hesitated for a moment. Regarding that, he glanced at Yoo Ah-young and said, "Sometimes I think that relying on my comrades isn't such a bad thing, and I want you all to know what you will be fighting for from here on out. The reason Earth hasn't seen monsters or outbreaks exceeding a certain level is because the entire abyss has been under the influence of the Emperor's curse. But once the war begins, that influence will fade, and this place will become far more dangerous. Furthermore, whether it's the upper world or the lower world, regardless of which side was that war, the safety of Earth is not guaranteed. Therefore, I want to be the one who wins that war. To do that, I have to go to the abyss. I probably won't be able to help this place like I used to. So, I need New Korea and all of you to become stronger, so that while I'm away, you can stand firm and defend this place. Please give me the time to resolve everything." Kim Tae-hoon bowed his head, his tone earnest. "I leave everything in your hands." Yoo Ah-young was shaken by these words. When the others were still lost in a swirl of emotions, someone else spoke up. "All right, brother, or should I call you Big Brother now?" Kang Hae-wook smiled refreshingly. "If it's something that important, I'm ready to help with everything I've got. We're brothers, aren't we?" Si-woo, sitting next to him, could only helplessly hold his head, feeling a massive headache. "Like you said, it's honestly impossible to process all this at once. But, if this concerns our future, there's no reason to refuse." Song Jong-ji folded his arms, looking very confident. "I always had a feeling you were hiding something. Kim Tae-hoon. Finally, I get to see the real you." Yoo Ah-young was surprised. "Did you know from the beginning?" She turned away, playing dumb. Who knows? Looking at the situation, Jung Gi-hee had made her judgment. It seemed no one was opposed. Team leader Go Tae-gu, do you remember? I once said that this time, I wanted to be a solid support for a child walking on the right path. Tae-gu had no objections. Yes. Once again, I want to affirm that we will stay here and give our all to protect this place, the place you will return to. Keep walking the path you believe is right. Kim Tae-hoon looked at these friends and felt a warmth in his heart, friends ready to walk the path of a king alongside him. Now, he had so many people like that by his side. After making his plans public, Kim Tae-hoon spent a rare, short period of peace with his family, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Gathering with family, enjoying warm meals, and seeing innocent smiles. The laughter found in the arena was gone. Their eyes were filled with love, and they didn't back down even when facing danger. Kim Tae-hoon looked back as if reflecting on the past. Everything had disappeared from Earth, both the demonic beings and the gray sickness they spread. The events of the world where he once existed had returned to their proper orbit. There was nothing left to look back on. He just had to trust them and leave it to them. Now, it was time to face the true war and settle everything. He approached with a respectful attitude. "I've kept you waiting, Rosalia." With that, Tae-hoon felt very confident about the upcoming battle. Let's begin. The race war countdown mission was starting. The holographic display in the air kept changing. The countdown for the start of the race war had begun. Before the race war starts, we must end the territory war. In the northern territory of Rosalia, the contested zone with Stone Fort, a fierce battle was unfolding here. Neither side wanted to yield, and neither could retreat. Miron shouted, showing her determination. "Absolutely do not let them reach the wall. The giants will crush these ramparts into dust." This was the Supreme Knight Sakil Boast, Miron, SS+ rank. She was busy, both fighting and directing, determined to hold this place at all costs. Yet, within just a few short seconds, she was struck by a surprise attack. Fresh blood sprayed from Muron's mouth. The injury was clearly severe. She didn't even have a chance to counterattack before flying straight into a nearby wall. Now, the one who had struck without mercy spoke. It seems there isn't a single warrior truly worthy of dueling with us. Or perhaps I just had too high expectations for the Killboss tribe. Let me reintroduce him. This is Acer, SSS-RANK. He looked back and asked, "Isn't that right, boss?" A voice sounded from behind. "After all, we're just dragged onto the battlefield like mercenaries. Honor, my foot." This was Leodeos, SSS plus rank. It seemed Acer didn't entirely agree, which made sense. But if we win this battle, didn't Organ promise us a fortress? From there, we could rebuild the giant tribe. He looked at this thought with some disdain. Do you really believe that crazy guy Organ will keep his promise? But he remained confident in his own strength. A smile never left his face. This little brother doesn't understand all that complicated stuff. Boss, I only know how to fight. Eros closed his eyes, his entire being exuding a calm aura. Sometimes, I'm jealous of your simple-mindedness. But once we've stepped onto the battlefield, regardless of whether a promise exists or not, we must protect the honor of the giant tribe. Slaughter them all. Leave not a single one alive. Do you hear me? Now, tremble in fear. The Succubus, children of Tifong, Urbos, and Air, have descended upon you. No sooner had that cool line been delivered than the kick landed right on target. That familiar smirk appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Kim Tae-hoon had successfully made a flashy entrance. Kim Tae-hoon spun his body, delivering another spectacular kick. Completely caught on the back foot, the enemy spat blood from his mouth. Even Urbos took a few seconds to react. Air, despite his massive frame, staggered back a few steps before collapsing. By now, someone had already come to support Muron. Ah, so he is? They were skeptical for a moment before quickly realizing he was the Queen's contractor. So, you finally made it to the abyss. He turned toward them and asked, "You are the one who escaped Organ's fortress, fought Ion, and even claimed Bilb's body. You are the King's Key, the one who sparked this territorial war." Kim Tae-hoon was neither arrogant nor soft. His attitude was just right. After hearing that long-winded explanation, he thought, I guess I'm pretty famous, huh? Now, struggling to get back up, the opponent interjected, "Did you come here to help Rosalia? Even if I conquer this fortress, there isn't a head here worth presenting to Organ." "Well, that sounds fantastic," he replied in a calm, hollow tone, yet an arrogance radiated from deep within his bones. "That'll be hard to do. My neck is too thick. It won't be easy to chop off. I heard you were sons of the Giant King, so why are you fighting under Organ? Joining hands with a traitor, you don't seem to have much self-respect, do you?" It took them a few minutes to process those words, and then they lashed out. "Don't you dare talk nonsense. You brute, you ignorant piece of trash." Kim Tae-hoon tilted his head, looking amused. "Oh, still in one piece? You're tough. Must be those giant genes, right?" His body was shaking uncontrollably, but he still talked tough. "Organ is holding our father hostage. If we don't follow his orders, our father's life will be in danger. It's not that we lack self-respect. We are just accumulating power under Organ for the sake of our future." Urbos waved his hand to calm things down. "It's fine. We don't need to explain ourselves to such cheap provocations." His face hardened, the blue and white light of frenzied electricity crackling around him. His hand clenched, trembling slightly from the sheer strain, but the determination in his eyes was even more intense. "Regardless of our circumstances, we have invaded, and we are your enemies. So stop the chatter and let's fight. Didn't you come here to stop us?" Kim Tae-hoon remained unbothered. "Father, I suppose so. But can I say one thing before we start?" Without a hint of panic, he gently held out his hand, his expression as calm as if that raw fury couldn't shake him at all. "Why don't we turn this into a duel between the leaders? I'll fight one of you. The winner takes this territory and the loser's head." Air laughed coldly. "The battle is practically won already. Why should we accept your offer?" Kim Tae-hoon bowed his head deeply, his hair falling to cover all emotion. "True. It is practically won." Kim Tae-hoon coldly cut through the empty bravado. "But since I am here, the advantage has definitely shifted to my side. The reason I'm still making this offer is because I don't want to shed blood unnecessarily in this territorial war. For you, taking over without bloodshed would also help preserve your troops for future plans, right? If you still refuse, I will consider the giant tribe nothing more than single-celled organisms that only know how to brawl, or cowards afraid of a one-on-one." Both of them changed expressions upon hearing that. The hot-tempered one spoke without thinking. "Brother, I can't let this slide. Are you going to stop me? Urboss lowered his head, his voice deep, fitting for a leader. Fine. Our giant tribe never dodges a direct challenge. But you aren't the leader of that side, are you? Do the Sakilbus tribe agree to this? Kim Tae-hoon turned around, and the two girls immediately spoke up. We follow your orders, contractor. He really saved himself a lot of trouble. They had agreed. Meanwhile, he kept trying to persuade the opponent. Brother, let me take the field. I was only careless earlier because of the ambush. I have to pay back what I received, don't I? Urboss remained silent for nearly 10 minutes before responding in a low voice. Understood. This time, it will be a true duel between two people. There will be no more unfairness. Now, I don't know where he got the confidence from, but he said, Get ready. I will carve the terror of the giant tribe into your very bones. Kim Tae-hoon said nothing, just smiled as his only answer. The atmosphere became tense, though naturally, only on one side. In a corner, a small bug blocked the frame, not caring in the slightest about what was happening below. A moment later, its legs splayed out, and it jumped away with force. At the same moment, he lunged forward at maximum speed. As he observed and assessed, the pressure was as immense as his size. Seeing him right in front of him, he looked like a tank. Kim Tae-hoon glanced to the side, but just like that, the opponent raised his fist, about to reach his target. Yet, he just lightly took a step and avoided it. You're so slow that it'd be hard for me to even get hit. He laughed as if he had just achieved his goal. You fool! Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon's stomach was pierced by a cluster of crystals. If you think the giant tribe's only ability is this physical body, then you're wrong. He spun around to follow up with a strike. A high-level giant can manipulate elements freely. Cold ice tightly bound his feet. The element of this body is ice. He was growing larger by the second. I am heir of the frost. Kim Tae-hoon blocked the blow, but was pushed back a few steps by the sheer force. He gritted his teeth, appearing to have fallen into a disadvantage. But the enemy didn't stop there, following up with a crushing physical blow. It's over! Kim Tae-hoon's eyes rolled back, and blood sprayed from the corner of his mouth. He laughed, extremely satisfied with his work. Just as I thought, all talk and no bite. No sooner had he finished speaking than Air was left bewildered. What? Where did he go? Another voice cut in, sounding worried. Air clenched his fist behind him, grinding his teeth. How? It turned out he had only been playing along the whole time. I watched your performance closely. Elemental manipulation? That's some good reference material too. But because of the previous exchange, Air was very confident. Huh? Is that the power of Sakilbus? Mind control? How dare you insult me with such dirty tricks in this sacred duel? His whole body began to mutate uncontrollably. I will teach you a lesson. Kim Tae-hoon stepped forward gently. What are you mumbling about? He leaped up, spinning to prepare a spectacular blow. Now it's my turn, right? Kim Tae-hoon's hand was covered in a hard, crimson armor. Air was beaten so badly he couldn't even stand. He went flying, kicking up dirt and rocks in his wake. Looking closer, Air was completely unconscious. He wasn't a threat anymore. He landed casually and added a final, taunting remark. The fight was over. For a moment, everyone else just froze in place. What do you guys think you're doing? The lackeys on the other side started falling into chaos. Our master was taken down in a single blow? That's cheating. You must have drained his strength. Urboss stayed silent, evaluating the situation. Even if the process wasn't clear, we didn't set any restrictions on the method, so he clearly won. A promise is a promise. Are we really going to retreat? We can't do that. But the giant race's honor wouldn't wait. Kim Tae-hoon asked calmly. You're their true leader, aren't you? He stood tall without hesitation and issued his challenge. I'll have to take you on, too. Come on, Urboss. Urboss was caught off guard by that attitude. This human, Urboss knew that defeating Air like that wasn't enough to convince everyone. He didn't overthink it. Being straightforward was better. Are you giving me a chance? Before he even got an answer, Urboss prepared to lunge. The king's key. I want your name. Kim Tae-hoon raised his hands into a defensive stance as well. I'm Kim Tae-hoon. Urboss responded politely, treating him like a worthy opponent. I appreciate that, Kim Tae-hoon. I am Urboss, the firstborn son of King Typhon. Just a heads up. To return your kindness, my fists won't hold back. Kim Tae-hoon showed no fear. That's exactly what I wanted. Only then can I truly beat you into submission. Before engaging, he still had to say it. Here I come. Both of them turned into streaks of light, marking the start of a true battle. One side was the masculine pink energy, while the other was Urboss's fierce blue. Both moved at speeds invisible to the naked eye, leaving the crowd seeing only blurs. The collision of their immense pressure made everything around them feel like it was going to explode. He backed off, trying to think. Just as expected, he's different from that last guy. On top of the giant race's sturdy physique, he's added elemental properties and even compensated for his speed. A perfectly well-rounded build, huh? Of course, he was staying cautious, not making any reckless moves yet. This human, beyond his inherent speed, he's using the power of his organs to compensate for his physical shortcomings. He's definitely not the kind of opponent I can handle easily. Yet, they both shared the same thought. Regardless, I will be the one to win. Urbos unleashed his full power. My speed doesn't stop here. If I coat my body with elements to the extreme, my body will start to collapse. But in return, I gain explosive power far beyond this. Lightning. With this strength, I will open a future for my race. He zipped past Kim Tae-hoon, drawing only a little blood from his opponent. Even so, he couldn't stay optimistic. Fast, he might be the fastest enemy I've ever faced. I need to restrict his movement. Apocalypse Urbos started talking trash before they even fought. Even the skills you're so proud of need time to activate, as long as they are manifested through mana. Of course, he still had reason to be arrogant. His speed. I won't give you even the smallest opening. Kim Tae-hoon was getting a bit annoyed. An opponent of this caliber was a once-in-a-millennium encounter. Ch. Urbos stepped forward, his voice cold. I'll end this in a flash. Muron was severely wounded but still worried about the fight. Contractor, you're struggling. Unlike when you fought Air, beating Urbos is still too much for you. Urbos is someone who was born with a deep, inherited power as a direct descendant of a Grand Duke. Furthermore, as the firstborn, he was once considered the next candidate for Grand Duke. His base level is completely different from those who just borrow power through contracts. Even so, he didn't dare underestimate his opponent. That may be true, but this is a man who has overcome that difference in levels countless times to stand here. Even now, as he focused on healing with the power of Ijamon, his eyes weren't those of a cornered beast. So, I cannot afford to be careless. I have to keep stacking damage on him and wait patiently for the right moment. Urbos turned into the wind, moving so fast no one could track him. Kim Tae-hoon was hammered, with no chance to counter. He observed every tiny detail. His stance is broken. Now, two fists swung in parallel, carrying the force of shattering earth and sky. The lightning strike. He flew back, God knows how many meters. Yet, when the dust settled, Tae-hoon was still standing. Before him stood the strongest opponent he'd faced yet. The girls on the sidelines couldn't help but ache at his cruel fate. So, is this the end? That's when the reveal happened. Urbos maintained the calm demeanor of a leader. You must keep your promise, Key of the King, Kim Tae-hoon. From now on, this territory and your head belong to the giants. In a blink, the terrifying red liquid enveloped him. He rushed up to check the situation. But as the strange red mass dissipated, Tae-hoon appeared, looking as if he hadn't taken a single injury. You still have strength left? Even if we fight a second round, it's just dragging out the inevitable. I still have strength. The outcome is decided. A slender hand reached out into the air. Really? My attack already hit you. Urbos was slightly confused. What are you talking about? I didn't give you a single opening. A strange sensation traveled to his brain, forcing him to stop. What is this? Since when? This time, his expression became incredibly sharp. If you won't give me an opening, I'll force you to step into one yourself. That blood of mine, the one you splashed all over yourself when you threw me. While I was regenerating my body with the power of Ion, it became mana blood mixed with the power of Bilb. It's going to hurt. Its toxicity is enough to melt anything. Urbos realized too late. So, he was just pretending to be pushed back? I understand now. His true terror isn't that he can handle many powers, but his ability to adapt them to the situation, that extraordinary application. He was struck back. Gah. Only then did Tae-hoon smile slightly. That power you mentioned, that's a power used at the cost of destroying your own body, right? Now your body is tattered. From here on, you can only slow down. But Urbos cut him off. That's not it. Do you think I'm afraid of death at this point? If I bet my whole life, I can go even further. Seeing this, he wanted to rush in to stop him. Brother, stop already. If even you fall, who will lead our giant race? But his brother silenced him with just one sentence. If we lose here, then the giant race never had a future to begin with. Little brother, you will survive, won't you? Take the head of this key and use it to negotiate and revive our giant race. Even though he didn't want to, he could only call out to his brother in despair. Tae-hoon's eyes remained as calm as a still lake, unmoved by the storm. That's a real shame. A cold voice filled with murderous intent echoed. I'm coming for you. Urbos crouched down, coiled his muscles, and leaped forward in a massive bound. Yet, the man looked up with a touch of sadness. Tataris told me to say this. If I ever met Typhon, he wanted me to tell him that he wants to fight alongside him once more. These words stopped him in his tracks. Urbos asked with suspicion, How? How do you know that name? Kim Tae-hoon closed his eyes, giving his opponent a moment to process. A moment later, he softly added, Isn't that what you want, too? Just as everyone was caught up in a wave of emotions, Kim Tae-hoon reached out. He suddenly lifted the man up and threw him down with brutal force. His massive body crashed into the ground, shattering the surrounding rock and earth. Only then did he speak, If I win, I will take your heads, but they will stay attached to your bodies. I want you to be the warriors fighting by my side. If your lives are only meant to be thrown away like mere puppets, then give them to me. In exchange, I will free Typhon and open a new path for you. Hearing this, Urbos lifted his head. Is that really true? Are you planning to release our father? Kim Tae-hoon smiled sincerely. That's right. He stood up, no longer attacking. How do you intend to do that? His expression didn't change as he replied. Rosalia seems to have a clear idea of where Typhon is being held. I will go there and get him out. Ogun certainly won't agree to release him peacefully, so I've prepared myself to go to war if he tries to stop me. Airboss knelt on one knee, showing his current stance. What is your ultimate goal? That you would take such a risk to save my father? Kim Tae-hoon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I need to deliver the final wishes of Tataris to him. Furthermore, because he was once a Grand Duke who fought faithfully side by side with the Underworld King, I want to extend an invitation as the bearer of the King's Key. I will ask if he wishes to fight with me. These words left Urbos stunned for a long time, unable to speak. A moment later, he let out a light laugh. Ah, so you didn't intend to use his freedom to force him, but simply to offer an invitation? He shrugged, as if it were obvious. Before every battle, I always send invitations to the other Grand Dukes. There's no point in wasting the Underworld's precious strength before the war between the races breaks out, right? But he really liked this approach. You seem like a very different person from the brutal Underworld King of the past. I thought the glorious expeditions beside our king had vanished into the distant past forever. Urbos's other knee hit the ground with a thud. Everyone from the giant tribe was startled. Before 1,000 eyes, he bowed his head. I am truly convinced. We of the giant tribe pledge our loyalty to you. I want to try stepping onto the new path you have promised to open for us. Kim Tae-hoon looked on with a satisfied smile. Then the scene shifted to a magnificent, sprawling castle. Rosalia could only helplessly rub her temples. My contractor is acting on his own whims again. Didn't I tell you to focus on defensive preparations? Who told you to cause such an unimaginable mess before returning? Kim Tae-hoon was incredibly proud of that mess. Is something wrong? I already mentioned bringing Typhon into our alliance before, didn't I? This was the best opportunity imaginable. Having the support of the giant tribe will make persuading Typhon much easier, and our army will become increasingly powerful. Do you hate the king of the giants that much? I hate him deeply. She turned away, unwilling to acknowledge that brash and noisy guy. But since you've already done it, I have no other choice. Regardless, a contractor's mistakes are also my responsibility for not supervising you carefully. He swirled the wine in his glass and smiled. Let's decide on that then. The rescue mission for Typhon officially begins now. At the same time, in another castle, Ogun sneered. Capturing the prison fortress is a truly commendable feat. You lived up to the strength of the giant tribe. I was completely right to put my trust in you and give you this responsibility. Airboss stepped forward, asking, My lord, what about the promise you made to us? He leaned back, not wasting a drop of breath. A promise? Ah, are you referring to the castle I said I would grant you? I will give you the very prison fortress you just conquered. That is more than enough, isn't it? Airboss felt his blood boil. That castle would have been leveled if not for Kim Tae-hoon's arrival. Not to mention, that place was originally Rosalia's territory. Does he want to turn our giant tribe into a meat shield in a disputed territory? Yes, Ogun is definitely that type of person. Ogun pointed directly at Airboss without reservation. What's wrong? It seems you aren't satisfied with my reward. Airboss grew even more disgusted. Ogun was a dictator, always dealing with stolen goods according to his own personal whims. Still, Airboss calmly stepped forward. Of course not. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. We asked to take our leave to reorganize our troops immediately. Do as you wish. Just then, a guard ran in to report that the lord of the Ogun tribe, Kilbus, had officially launched a counterattack. Fortresses 20 and 19 in the western sector have been completely besieged. There was information that on the other side of the front lines, a less than optimistic sight had appeared. The presence of Rosalia. Ogun laughed as if he had just heard something amusing. Rosalia, are you that resentful because your territory was taken away? Very well. If a Grand Duke has personally appeared, I will also take the field to deal with it. Urbos tilted his head, still listening to the situation. Rosalia has begun her move. This is the signal Kim Tae-hoon sent to us. As soon as we leave the main base, we will immediately put our plan into action. In a remote area within the territory governed by the seal fortress known as Terra, footsteps echoed in the quiet, dark night. Kim Tae-hoon sat down to observe the situation below. So it's in that location? The words of Rosalia from before echoed in his ears. Ogun doesn't know that I have mastered this place, because this is where I once set foot with the king during the territory wars of the past. The land there has a special ability to contain magic, so it cannot be detected by any search spells. It is an ideal location to hide something important. If Ogun has hidden Typhon, he is surely being kept in that place. But be extremely careful. In a dungeon used to hold those who cannot escape, there are always jailers with strength equal to the task guarding it. A guard exhaled with disgust. What is this? Who dares to sneak around here? Is it the contractor of Lord Ogun? This is an SSS-RANK got king. The Go standing nearby just adds fuel to the fire. Heh, you foolish brat. Can't you tell the difference? This mana flow is completely different. Feel that mana density. And this guy is an SSS-RANK Chonkak Go king. He steps forward to observe. Are you lost, or what? He certainly doesn't mince his words. Why walk right into your own death? You really are the unluckiest person alive. Tae-hoon takes off his helmet, no longer hiding anything. I didn't know what this place was before, but now it's all crystal clear. So, 2 SSS-RANK monsters standing guard, huh? It seems Organ is really afraid of Typhon being reborn, isn't he? This comment makes the other two stiffen. Go anxiously asks, "You're definitely not just some nobody." Kak Go openly questions him. How do you know Typhon is imprisoned here? Who are you, really? He vanishes on the spot, leaving only his voice behind. Who am I, you ask? In an instant, he appears right in front of him, his lean hand coming down like a boulder. You'll find out the answer soon enough when you taste this. That familiar, fierce power surges once more, his voice cold and indifferent to his opponent's pain. Thonfei Goat is terrified by what he sees. What is this terrifying source of power? A chilling thought flashes through his mind. Could he be a king? Regardless, he tries to fight back. There is no way you're getting past this gate. The massive mace slams into the ground, shattering everything around it, while Goat's eyes flash with a red, suspicious glint. As the dust settles, it turns out Kim Tae-hoon caught it with just one hand. He quirks a lip, yet shows no excessive arrogance. But a second later, his expression changes, and he throws a punch. A moment later, the other two are nothing but corpses. He walks alone toward the massive door, his slender, fair hands pushing it open. Finally, he has found him. Inside is a giant, locked away tightly. Kim Tae-hoon's voice echoes, "The King of the Giants." This man is the former Archduke of the Abyss and King of the Giants. Typhon is inside the massive structure, suspended by iron chains, showing no signs of consciousness. Tae-hoon stands below, his eyes glowing red, brows furrowed as he observes with his high-ranking race's vision. He stares at Typhon hanging above. He realizes the man lacks the mana stone that a monster of his stature should have. Perhaps it vanished, or perhaps Organ intentionally removed it. What remains here is just an empty shell. Tae-hoon smiles faintly. Normally, a monster's body without a mana stone would dissipate. The fact that he still holds his form shows just how terrifying the Archduke really is. He adds that he wants to make him his ally even more now. He turns slightly, but to achieve that, the mana stone must be replaced first. Kim Tae-hoon's face darkens. He places a hand on his chest. If he uses his high-level skill, Heart of the Race, he could create a mana stone within his own body, but he cannot transfer it to others. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly panics, his pupils contracting. Then, Tae-hoon glances over, intrigued. I should thank Organ for this. He looks at the wide-open door in front of him. He had already prepared donors for the transplant, hadn't he? A moment later, the mana stone is inserted into Typhon's chest. An SSS-RANK mana stone will serve as the foundation. Kim Tae-hoon stands there, raising his arm to channel his energy. If he combines his own mana with the remnant energy, the preparation will be complete. With that, he gives the order. Now, open your eyes. A bright flow of mana connects to Typhon's body, the King of Giants. Typhon's arm, hanging in midair, twitches slightly. His eyes snap open, revealing a sinister gaze as he stares ahead. Changing the scene to the outside, the 18th floor of Organ's territory. Explosions rock the high-rise buildings continuously. The rooftop explodes once more. Rosalia frowns slightly and retreats with a serious look. Organ lunges forward in a rage, shouting, "You bitch! only good for scheming behind my back. You dare to challenge me with your true form? He charges straight at Rosalia, roaring, "You're actually making me quite happy." Organ's eyes reflect her image as he growls, "Rosalia." Rosalia quickly conjures a massive orb and hurls it down at the rushing Organ. She stands there, watching the chaos unfold. "Don't get cocky." Rosalia's eyes turn bloodshot as she taunts. "The only reason I haven't been on the front lines is because I choose to use my power efficiently. I'm not like you, just a beast." Rosalia sneers. "But if this is a necessary battle, I won't hide. Did you really think I'd just stand by while my territory is stolen right before my eyes?" Clenching a brick from the ground, Organ leaps up, tossing everything aside and roaring, "I see now." Rosalia watches calmly. She remains standing, observing Organ as he charges at her like a wild animal. She uses her tentacles to block his attack. Organ grinds his teeth, his eyes blazing. "So, even you feel rage when you lose your territory. It seems you still have the consciousness of an archduke." Rosalia glances at him, her face impassive. "Then today, we can settle that. Who is truly the highest-ranking archduke?" She stares straight at Organ, gathering mana in front of her chest, and repeats, "Who is the highest-ranking archduke?" He tilts his head, panicked, and screams, "Confirm it as much as you want." Immediately after, a blast of mana pierces right through him. The light slams into the ground, creating a massive explosion. The palace in front of them develops even more cracks from the blast. The massive Organ stands there, staring at her, a hole pierced through his chest. Rosalia watches silently. Suddenly, his hand reaches out to grab her tentacles from behind, surprising Rosalia. He pulls hard, looking arrogant. "Looks like I'm the winner." He then stomps his large foot toward Rosalia. She screams in pain. Rosalia stands at a distance. Before she can even recover, he charges at her, holding a large rock above his head. As if he already knew the outcome, Organ stands tall. He uses his massive hand to lift her up and mock her. "You're a fool to try and match me in brute strength. I hold the power of enhancement." Organ's eyes are sharp as he grips Rosalia in his hand. "This is the second time I've defeated an archduke. I'll seal you away somewhere and turn you into my trophy." Rosalia, caught in his hand, chuckles lightly, making him even angrier. "What are you laughing at?" Rosalia glances at the clown standing before her. "You idiot, I said I wouldn't run away. But who said I'd fight like your beastly kind? You're realizing this far too late." Organ stares in confusion, not understanding yet. "I warned you that I use my power very efficiently." Right after, Rosalia transforms into one of his lieutenants. He groans in pain. "Lord Organ." Organ clenched his fist in a fit of rage, and the subordinate beside him instantly dissolved into purple water. He glared upward and roared in anger. "Rosalia." Rosalia glanced down with a playful look. "I've bought enough time. My part is done. Now, the rest depends on them and the contractor." Organ stood there, furious but helpless. "Stop right there. What do you mean, Rosalia?" Rosalia crossed her arms, tilted her head, and flew away. "You'll find out soon enough, Organ. The war between the territories is about to get much more interesting." Organ stood silent, watching her. His eyes glowed with a confusing intensity as he wondered, what is that witch plotting now? Behind him, a man knelt respectfully and asked, "Should we go after her, my lord?" Organ, never taking his eyes off the direction Rosalia had vanished, replied, "No, we're retreating. First, I need to figure out what that damn woman is planning." Just then, another subordinate rushed over, knelt down, and shouted, "My lord, news from the rear." A moment later, a panicked voice echoed from the top of the city gate. "The giant tribe has revolted." Urbos stood silently on the gate, looking down. "They say Urbos killed our soldiers and seized the teleportation gate." "What?" Organ asked, his blood boiling. "Those bastards, I have Typhon in my hands. Did they forget that already?" He stood there, deep in thought, connecting the pieces. Rosalia suddenly changed her attitude and left so obediently. "The giants plotted their betrayal while I was busy fighting her. Is this really just a coincidence? Could the giants have formed an alliance with Rosalia?" He stood there, head slightly bowed, pondering. The giants had clear reasons not to confront me, but what if Rosalia promised to resolve that? Organ snapped his head around in shock. Thinking back, where is Rosalia's contractor? Where is the king's key right now? Organ turned and started walking, shouting, "I need to get to the seal site as fast as I can." His guard behind him looked worried. "What? To reach the seal castle, you'll have to pass through the teleportation gate that Urbos has blocked." Organ spun around in a rage and grabbed the man by the throat. "I don't care about the sacrifices. Open that gate, no matter the cost." His eyes glowed with fury as he roared, "He will awaken." Meanwhile, back on Tae-hoon's side, the king of the giants. The chains in the air could no longer hold him. Typhon crashed down onto the ground, dust billowing toward Tae-hoon, who covered his face and asked, "Are you awake?" The tiny Tae-hoon stood before the massive figure and introduced himself. "I am Kim Tae-hoon, the king's key. I am the one who resurrected you." He narrowed his eyes, staring straight at him. "You must be confused after returning from the dead, but I have something to discuss with you. I want to." But Typhon smashed his fist into the ground without even listening. He threw his head back and let out a massive roar. Kim Tae-hoon lunged forward as Typhon prepared to charge, shouting, "Hey, I'm not done talking yet." Typhon turned his head and growled. Kim Tae-hoon helplessly scratched his face. "Man, it looks like he's not in a state to have a proper conversation yet." He stood tall, watching Typhon close the distance. "First, I have to help him calm down." Typhon, eyes glowing red with rage, roared and leaped straight toward where Tae-hoon was standing. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. Tae-hoon planted his feet, looked at the giant's back, and jumped. "I understand you're angry about being woken up." Tae-hoon's hand pressed against Typhon's horn, but he held back his strength. He raised his arm, looking directly at Typhon. Tae-hoon didn't hold back anymore and delivered a crushing blow. Typhon roared in pain and fell backward. Tae-hoon frowned, looking over with a hint of worry. Now what? As the dust settled, Typhon was revealed sitting on the ground. He leaned back, growling, then roared at him again. Tae-hoon frowned, realizing his brute force hadn't worked. He was worried now. "I didn't expect Typhon to be like this. We can't hold Organ off forever." He raised his arm forward. "If I can't wake him up with physical force, I have to try another way." Then, he said softly, "Apocalypse." Iron chains flew toward the growling Typhon, binding him tight in an instant. Typhon shuddered, trying to struggle, but Kim Tae-hoon suddenly said, "Sorry to restrain you with chains again, but I need you to stay still for a moment." He bowed his head. His long hair covered his eyes. "Until I can see into your thoughts." His left eye began to glow, gazing toward the calmed Typhon. Kim Tae-hoon bowed his head slightly, his expression somber. Now, he was standing on rocky ground, facing a magnificent temple. Is this ruined land Typhon's mind? Tae-hoon stepped forward. He looked at the back of the figure in front of him and called out, "Typhon." Typhon tilted his head slightly. "Invading my mind after resurrecting me? I expected you to be someone special." His eyes glowed as he looked at the intruder. "But I never imagined you'd be a human. Who are you?" Kim Tae-hoon stood tall and introduced himself. "I am the King's Key and King Rosalia's contractor." Typhon's eyes flared. "King Rosalia, I see. That explains your skills. It's been a long time since I heard those names." He stood still and asked, "Did you resurrect me to make me a pawn in your upcoming war?" Kim Tae-hoon stood there, denying it. "I don't really like the way you put that. I want an alliance. I won't force you if you don't want to." He looked up at him. "But if you accept, I will take responsibility and help your giant tribe, as well as take revenge on Organ." Typhon was stunned. "You won't force me?" He turned his back, dismissing him coldly. "Then I refuse. Get out." Kim Tae-hoon turned serious, looking ahead with a frown. He held out his hands, puzzled. "May I ask why? Do you want to become the king of the abyss, just like the other Grand Dukes?" Typhon bowed his head slightly. "No, my refusal isn't directed at the alliance, but at the fact that I was resurrected." Tae-hoon's pupils contracted in surprise. "What did you say?" Typhon clenched his fist. "Losing my position as a Grand Duke and the downfall of the giant tribe truly angered me to my core." He recalled the battle of the past. But it all stemmed from a battle between warriors. "I remember the humiliation I suffered because I lost the fight against Organ." Typhon's eyes glowed as he looked up at the sky. "How can I just act like nothing happened? That is not the way of a warrior. I can only answer with silence. The only target worthy of my wrath is myself, the one who was defeated." Kim Tae-hoon listened in silence, frowning. "If you understand, Ki, send me back to my sleep." Tae-hoon blinked, thinking, "I see. He's still trapped in his guilt over his defeat. He's choosing not to wake up." Tae-hoon turned his back. "At this rate, it'll be incredibly difficult to make him fight even if I resurrected him." He turned to leave, but felt deeply confused. "No, I don't understand." He responded with silence. "What the hell? What's wrong with you, Grand Dukes?" Typhon clenched his fists in shock. "What was that? You dare insult me?" Kim Tae-hoon glanced at him triumphantly. He had to make him understand. Then he said that he still had his pride. Or rather, it was pride that made him like this. Facing Typhon's anger, Tae-hoon didn't hesitate. "Actually, it would be easier to understand if you just honestly admitted that you're afraid and no longer confident in victory." He lunged at Tae-hoon and shouted, "You dare!" Typhon slammed his hand onto the ground. "What do you know?" Tae-hoon blocked that hand, puzzled. What's this? He stood there, blocking Typhon's strike, and complimented. You're truly strong. His eyes widened as he appraised him, yet it wasn't what I expected from a Grand Duke. Typhon looked at Kim Tae-hoon in surprise, gently brushing his arm away. He leaped forward, then lightly delivered a punch to Typhon's chin. The old man stood there, stunned, and stumbled backward. Typhon held his face. You brat. He rolled his eyes toward Kim Tae-hoon, who was speaking. You said you couldn't do anything? And yet here you are. Standing back up, Kim Tae-hoon frowned and asked, You have the strength to rise again. Why do you act like failing once makes you a loser forever? He stood there trying to convince him. Everyone deserves a second chance. Tae-hoon held the orb up. Look at this. Everyone is trying their best, believing that you will eventually return. Typhon roared, We are not shameless. We are just waiting for the right moment, accumulating strength, because that's all we can do right now. His gaze went cold. I want to walk with my son on the new path he promised. Typhon recalled the glorious days, when his son fought to the end and died with honor, and how that son had wished to fight alongside him one more time. Typhon opened his eyes wide, listening to Kim Tae-hoon's words. You are a warrior, but you are also their king. As a king, you shouldn't dwell on your failure but continue to fight for those who still believe in you. He frowned as he spoke incessantly. The one who remains and stands firm until the very end is the true victor. Typhon opened his eyes wide in confusion. He sat there, unable to say a word. Outside, the chains were slowly disappearing. Typhon knelt on the ground and roared, Impossible! Just then, Ogun's two subordinates stood there in astonishment. The Giant King had truly been brought back. That's the rank SSS Giant King, Typhon. Ogun was filled with shock. Organ was right. I made the right choice coming here. Typhon glanced at them as they rushed forward. Giant King, you are not allowed to leave. I'll take care of the key. He glanced over and said softly, Key, wait a second. I need to stretch my muscles a bit. He jumped up and quickly pressed the two unfortunate guys' heads into the ground. The guy under his hand screamed as it was squeezed. Typhon's eyes brightened, burning with spirit. I used to be drowned in despair. Outside, everything was in an uproar due to the notifications. Giant King Typhon has returned. Tae-hoon stepped forward to remind him. You're making too much noise. You know that? He tilted his head slightly. This is my first walk in centuries. I must do this for my own honor. He said he would take down the mob outside in the blink of an eye. Tae-hoon smiled faintly. Do whatever you want. Typhon's eyes lit up. Key, I will believe in what you say. I've been drowned in despair before. Drowning once more won't hurt. Tae-hoon smiled at his words. With the Giant King by your side, you will become the victor who emerges from this battle. Then came the notification. The summoning contract has been established. The new skill, Typhon Summoning, has been registered. Outside, Organ froze. Impossible. He looked ahead in panic and confusion. The elite monster army led by the captains had been completely wiped out. A demon standing at the gate shouted, Lord Organ. He stood there shouting, There's nothing left, there's nothing inside. Organ silently clenched his fists. I had predicted that the giant tribe would retreat when they were fighting so fiercely. His eyes burned with hatred, wishing he could slaughter everything. King's Key in the end. You dared to make a fool of me. Organ turned around and ordered them to return to headquarters. The demon asked anxiously, Are you still okay, sir? He replied, Typhon must have followed the key to Rosalia's place. If the giant tribe gathers under the Giant King once again, Organ said as he walked inside, then their first target will be me. I have to prepare for that. The whole group headed toward the portal. A large circle appeared, observing their every move. Ho ho ho, things are getting very interesting, aren't they? To think you could revive an old, forgotten Grand Duke. Jock Munin glanced over with amusement. The key has grabbed a new card in an unimaginable way. He glanced toward where the voice was coming from. Humph. Don't talk as if this is someone else's business. Demon Sea King, all this trouble, it's all your fault. A large door, a bridge to Bill Bap, appeared, and he said, We had a chance to eliminate the key early, before it had a chance to grow. If you had kept him on Earth until the end, the key would have been devoured and vanished in the chaos there. There wouldn't be annoying things like Typhon happening. Then he asked, Why did you break your contract with me? JCK Mun propped his chin up and replied happily, I act only out of curiosity. After confirming what kind of existence the key is, I became curious about his journey. That's all. Bill Bap opened the eyes on his body wide like light bulbs. That can be clearly seen through what the key has done so far. He is not just someone who inherited the king's power, but wants to walk the same path as the Netherworld king. He wants to become the victor of the territorial war to command all of us in the racial war. He squeezed his chair until it shattered, but I will never accept having to fight under a lowly human again." Then he arrogantly shouted, "The one who becomes king this time will be me, Bill Bap." JCK Mun closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment. Being impatient will only ruin things. He then asked, "And how long do you intend to stay ambiguous like this?" Jock Mun Gun. He remembered Kim Tae-hoon and said, "The Netherworld King handed his power to the key and disappeared. Regression is the exclusive power of the Netherworld King. There's no way to go back anymore." Bill Bap's eyes widened slightly. "That means this battle will be our final one." JCK Mun also silently glanced at the scene on Ijimon's side. At this moment, he was listening angrily to the voice being transmitted. "You have to choose before it's too late." The demon standing below listened tensely. "Both you and the other Grand Dukes, there is only one chance left now." A massive dragon was soaring above the mountain range. It stretched its giant wings wide, observing from high above. This was the sacred territory of the Dragonia clan. It swooped down from the heights toward the buildings below. Rel, tense, quickly transformed into his human form and stepped out. He approached the bonfire and knelt on the ground. "I have returned after verifying the rumors," Rel said to the imposing figure above. "Greetings, elders." Rel bowed respectfully. "A patrol-class dragon has confirmed that the giant race is moving toward Rosalia's territory." The figure above glanced down. That arrogant giant king is actually following a key, and he's not even a netherworld sovereign? What is the meaning of this? The Fire Dragon Elder, Ignis SSS-RANK, scoffed with disgust. "We cannot rule out the possibility that he used dirty tactics, like manipulating their minds with the succubus tribe." Silver Dragon Elder, Cheng Jinfit SSS+rank, kept his eyes closed, his emotions unreadable. That's all they amount to. The giants and the succubus tribe combined can't compare to our dragon race. Green Dragon Elder, Gallon SSS+rank, stroked his beard and spoke up. "The important thing is that matters won't end here. If he continues to recruit more archdukes in the future, then..." At this point, the most powerful-looking man, Gold Dragon Elder, Braun SSS+rank, spoke up. "Do not worry, my brethren. Haven't we provided the Master of Light with the bait to prepare for this very moment?" He glanced over with a sharp gaze. "For the final plan of the dragon race, it seems the time has come to pull him up." Blue Dragon Elder, Bo SSS+rank, continued before it was too late, and the others quickly voiced their agreement. "I agree. I agree." Two elders sitting on the left quickly joined in. "I agree as well. I agree." Rel looked up at them as they gave their orders. "Riel, relay this to the master." Flames flared up inside the brick pit. The proud dragons shifted into their cool human forms. As Dragonia made its decision, the scene shifted to a vast, luxurious palace. Rosalia sat on her throne, offering praise. "You've worked hard." Fortunately, the contractor was the one who successfully carried out that difficult plan. Kim Tae-hoon stood below, hands on his hips, smiling. "Even though there were some troubles along the way, we finished it nonetheless. It was thanks to you and the giant race keeping Organ in check so well." She glanced at him. You know that, do you? I hope this is something worth feeling proud of." Kim Tae-hoon looked straight up at her. "I'm sure I feel that way." He then looked toward the side and asked, "So, my lady?" Before he could say more, he turned his head and pointed behind him. "Ah." He said he needed a moment to psych himself up. Typhoon burst out laughing, looking fully satisfied. He was holding a bouquet of flowers, his face flushed as he charged inside. "Ha ha ha. Rosalia, I've missed you so much." The people inside covered their faces as they listened to his booming shout. "Your beauty hasn't changed at all, even after hundreds of years." Typhoon stepped forward. "I would like to propose to you once again." No sooner had he said that than Rosalia's tentacle whipped him, making him cry out. He panicked, staring at the man who had slammed into the wall. "Father!" Rosalia glared furiously. "I told you not to approach me without permission." Typhoon touched his face, still looking wildly enthusiastic. "Ha ha ha. The way you reject me is just like the old days. Being slapped by your tentacle makes me feel like I've truly come back to life." He stepped closer to her. "Hit me again." Rosalia gritted her teeth in agreement. "Fine, as much as you want." Kim Tae-hoon looked on, helpless and scornful. "Typhoon. You're that kind of character?" At that moment, Boss stood behind him and called out to Kim Tae-hoon. He stood there, deeply moved, and spoke sincerely. "You kept your promise. You brought the king back and opened a new path for us. For those of us who lost hope and lived like slaves under Organ, I thank you from the bottom of my heart." Boss looked down at little Kim Tae-hoon. "Brother, our giant race." He stood there, clenching his fist. "We are a prestigious race that values loyalty. From now on, whenever you need help, we will always stand by your side." Kim Tae-hoon smiled as he looked up. All right, he thought. Although I started this because I needed connections I could rely on when necessary, like Minyon Hong and Simi, having monster brothers isn't so bad either. Kim Tae-hoon suddenly remembered his friends back on Earth. Even in the abyss, which was supposed to be filled only with enemies, he now had reliable comrades, just like those who were helping him back on Earth. War isn't something you fight alone. As my allies grow, I'll be able to accomplish more in the coming battle. And the harvest didn't stop there. He glanced down, deep in thought. Name, Kim Tae-hoon. Age, 20. Level, 555. Strength, 375. Stamina, 380. Speed, 365. Magic power, 520. Charisma, 330. Fatigue, 50%. Remaining magic power, 510,530. Unique skill, Devour SSS. Can swallow the desired target. Cost, 100 MP. Passive skill, Calm Mind SSS. Manipulates the opponent's mental state. Cost, 80 MP. Bloodburst SSS Axe. Activates physical ability stats. Cost, 100 MP. Superior Eye SSS. Sees through the opponent. Cost, 10 MP. Superior Heart SSS. Forms a magic crystal in the body. Cost, 20 MP. Teleport Gate SSS. Creates a teleportation gate at established coordinates. Cost, 60 MP. Memory Manifestation SSS. Activates recording magic. Cost, 250 MP. Apocalypse Domain SSS. Forms an endless battlefield. Cost, 100 MP. Dragon's Wrath SSS. Emits aura enhanced by magic power. Cost, 100 MP. Beast Transformation SSS. Transforms the body. Cost, 100 MP. Demon's Venom SSS. Imbues magic power with poison. Cost, 150 MP. Elemental Essence SSS. Absorbs elements into magic power. Cost, 150 MP. Summoning Skill, Rosalia SSS. Summons Succubus Queen Rosalia. Cost, 300 MP. Hazard SSS. Summons Dragon Lord Hazard. Cost, 11,000 MP. IG Moon SSS. Summons Vampire Lord IG Moon. Cost, 550 MP. Organ SSS. Summons Beast King Organ. Cost, 7,800 MP. Bilb SSS. Summons Devil King Buff. Cost, 8,000 MP. Dox Mun SSS. Summons Demon Sea King Dox Mun. Cost, 7,000 MP. Typhoon SSS. Summons Giant King Typhoon. Cost, 530 MP. Summoning skills for Typhoon and the skills that appear with it. Elemental Essence Tun furrowed his brows, calculating the power related to the elements the giant race uses. It's been a while since I got new skills. I need to master how to use them. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. My queen. A handmaiden stood before the door and bowed, announcing, an envoy from the Dragon Lair has arrived to see you. They are requesting an audience with the queen and the contractor. What should we do? Rosalia looked to her side. An envoy? Are they here to congratulate Typhoon on his resurrection? Typhoon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Kim Tae-hoon stood to one side, listening for the verdict. Let them in. At that moment, two people stepped inside simultaneously. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Why are you there? He stared at the two entering, stunned. Kim Tae-hoon shouted. Aesat waved, smiling apologetically. Hello, Kim Tae-hoon. Didn't expect to run into you here, did you? She stood tall and spoke solemnly. I am here to relay the words of the Dragon Lord, Hazat. The statement caught Kim Tae-hoon off guard. I wish to discuss an alliance involving the King's Key. He glanced up to observe. Therefore, Key, I invite you. Deep within the towering mountains lay the Dragon's Lair, the fortress of the Dragon Lord. Inside the cave, bathed in moonlight, Hazat sat on her throne, looking annoyed. Aesat frowned and pressed her palms together in a plea. Please, accept the invitation of the majestic Dragon Lord. Rosalia furrowed her brows, her eyes glowing red. I object to this. A giant question mark appeared over Riel's head, while Aesat asked directly, Why? Rosalia spoke calmly from above. After submitting to the Underworld King, Hazat did indeed cooperate during the war, but she is someone whose true intentions we cannot discern. Rosalia thought of Hazat's silhouette. She had always been loyal only to her own role, and had never deeply involved herself with any of them. And yet, now, she is the very one reaching out first to summon him. Riel frowned, clearly dissatisfied with that answer. How can this not be suspicious? Kim Tae-hoon glanced behind him. It wasn't an unreasonable argument, but he looked toward Aisat and Riel, who stood there looking serious. Aisat, they deliberately sent someone connected to me as an envoy to the depths, and they even told me that I must answer the summons while inviting me. His tone sounded like a mix of persuasion and warning. If I refuse, we don't know what Hazat might do to her contractee. Typhon laughed loudly and excitedly, making Air, who stood beside him, turn pale. Then let's just capture that woman first, and storm Hazat's place. Kim Tae-hoon put his hand to his forehead, deep in thought. Doing that would only spark an immediate war. Even if we tried, the timing isn't right. Rosalia just fought against the monster, and your strength hasn't fully recovered yet. Kim Tae-hoon looked determined. Regardless, I should accept the invitation. She's someone I'll have to face sooner or later anyway. Rosalia sat on her chair and reminded him, fine, no one can stop the contractor anyway, but we must prepare thoroughly. The power of the dragon race is entirely different from ordinary strength. You still remember the properties of their aura, don't you? Most of a contractor's abilities can become useless. He frowned, lost in thought. Should I summon Rosalia or Typhon? Moon's fighting fire with fire strategy might not be effective anymore. Urbos spoke up, suddenly serious. This invitation likely doesn't limit the number of people. He added, the sturdy bodies of the giant race can withstand the dragon race's aura. Air and I will accompany you as your guards. Urbos put his hands on his hips and looked down. If anything happens, we, as your older brothers, will definitely protect you. Kim Tae-hoon frowned, then offered a determined smile. I can count on you. The scene shifted to dragons spreading their wings in the sky. Aisat looked at Kim Tae-hoon with an embarrassed, shy gaze. I'm sorry, this is all because of me. Aisat bowed her head in self-reproach. I know you accepted this dangerous invitation because I am being held hostage. Kim Tae-hoon listened silently and seriously. He remembered the first time they met. Aisat, when I first shook your hand, I only intended to use you. He recalled the events of the past. But you truly risked your life to fight for my requests. He looked at her, covered in bandages, and reached out his hand. Because of that, I decided that, if you ever fell into danger, I would give my all to help you. Aisat smiled sincerely. Kim Tae-hoon smiled and turned his head. Trust must be repaid with trust. That's what being a true ally and comrade is all about, right? Aisat blushed, stunned into silence for a few seconds. The dragon's eyes lit up. Shortly after, everyone followed Riel. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully. My lady, as ordered, I have brought the king's key. Hazat praised him, devoid of emotion. Well done, Riel. She looked down at Kim Tae-hoon indifferently. So, you are the king's key. Hazat looked down arrogantly. And I am the Dragon King, Hazat. Kim Tae-hoon asked, nice to meet you. I'm Kim Tae-hoon. I heard you wanted to form an alliance with me. He watched her, silently assessing. Is this Hazat? Hazat sat there and replied, that is correct. She looked down at him as if he were prey. The Upper Realm King, Ban, and his army are powerful existences that can only be defeated by uniting all the strength of the Lower Realm. Instead of shedding blood in vain against a common enemy, it is better to unite and prepare quickly. Kim Tae-hoon frowned slightly and raised a hand. The Grand Dukes I've met before were all obsessed with conquering the Lower Realm, so it's quite impressive to find someone who thinks further ahead than that. Hazat looked down coldly. Even if you were to become the ruler of the Lower Realm, it would be meaningless if you couldn't defeat Ban. She then recounted, Ban was originally a dragon of the Lower Realm, who became the king of the Upper Realm and betrayed his own kin. As the lord of the dragon race, it is my duty to punish him. Kim Tae-hoon listened seriously. Only then will the original sin of my bloodline be cleansed, she said. He secretly noted this. Original sin of the bloodline. His hand twitched slightly. I don't know exactly what that means, but fine. He then held out his hand with a smile. Let's defeat the Upper Realm King, Ban, together. Hazat glanced down, remaining silent. She stood up slowly. However, the elders have said this. The current key is not the Underworld King. He is merely an inexperienced person, clumsily wielding that power. She looked straight at Kim Tae-hoon without a hint of hesitation. Our dragon race has cooperated with the Underworld King for a very long time for the greater good, but in that eternal war, defeating Ban has never happened. She added, and regarding something even the Underworld King couldn't do, can his incompetent successor really pull it off? Kim Tae-hoon's gaze remained firm. Sounds like you don't trust me. She glanced down at him with contempt. I don't trust you. That is why the Supreme Council of the Dragonia clan has decided to test you. Any talk of an alliance will wait until after that. Urbos angrily shouted, You invited us here just to spring a one-sided test on us? What kind of disrespect is this? He raised his hand. Brother, enough. Let's head back. Kim Tae-hoon waved his hand to reassure him. It's fine, Erbos. Kim Tae-hoon stood there calmly with a smile. If I pass this test, you'll follow my lead, right? Good. If I can gain the power of a Grand Duke from this, then consider it a free win. He stood there full of determination. And it's not just me being tested. I'll also be testing whether you lot are actually useful for the upcoming war. Haz remained silent, silently confronting him. She bowed her head with a sinister smile. This was going to be interesting. Then she transformed into a dragon, slowly advancing toward Kim Tae-hoon. Haz's eyes lit up as she looked at her prey. Let's begin. She flicked her tail toward him, while Kim Tae-hoon stood still. He was quickly sent flying back, leaving everyone in shock. Haz frowned in panic. Kim Tae-hoon. It's too late. Rosalia, even if you call anyone else here, they won't be a match for us, he immediately retorted. Even if I kill you, the problem remains the same. Accused of attacking an elder, I'd have to face Haz and the entire dragon race. But there was one person perfect to undo this knot for him. Hazard lunged forward at high speed, then slammed into the wall, sending a cloud of dust billowing everywhere. Ha lowered her head, watching in silence. Tae-hoon stood there, his expression unmoving. Tae-hoon kicked a stone toward her and roared, "Don't you dare look down on me." He swung his arm toward Hazard, gritting his teeth. "I told you already." She was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall as everyone watched. Tae-hoon leaped forward and rushed at her. Ha gathered energy around her mouth and blasted it toward the incoming Tae-hoon, but he quickly dodged every bit of it. Tae-hoon crouched low as Hazard raised her claws high. She stomped down hard, but Tae-hoon gently raised his hand and blocked it. Assad watched in surprise, wide-eyed and full of admiration. He isn't backing down against Hazard. Player Kim Tae-hoon, just what level has he reached? Sitting in the back, Erbos frowned, observing the fight seriously. Kim Tae-hoon is someone recognized by our giant clan, but it's still too early to let our guard down. Rosalia already said it, the Dragon Clan's specialty isn't raw physical strength. The real battle will begin soon. Ha flew high into the air. That's right, you certainly have guts to say you'd test a Grand Duke. Kim Tae-hoon furrowed his brow, listening to her voice intently. Then I shall respond in kind. Hazard's eyes widened, glowing red. Behold, the infinite, invisible power that dragons possess from birth. This dragon's power is aura. Her eyes reflected Kim Tae-hoon's confusion. Face the five-colored aura. Tae-hoon just sat there, still not understanding what was happening. Five-colored aura is in effect. Resisting with mysterious power, resistance failed. All stats are decreasing. Available skills are restricted by 119. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in pain. He thought seriously about his apocalypse. All of his dragon powers were being swallowed by the burning aura. The system notifications rang out incessantly, being swallowed by paralyzing aura, being swallowed by heavy aura, being swallowed by freezing aura, being swallowed by toxic aura. Kim Tae-hoon looked up at her as she arrogantly stared down from above. He felt as if he were being crushed by a massive wave of magic power. This is the Dragon King's aura. His hand clenched slightly, small sparks of lightning flickering around it. But even this aura cannot completely seal this skill. I have my own power too. Just then, a voice rang out. How much longer do you intend to drag this out? Kim Tae-hoon looked on in surprise as the dragon elders appeared. One representative stepped forward, saying, "We will lend a hand." Tae-hoon's eyes widened as various attacks slammed straight into him, causing an explosion. Hazard silently looked at the rubble before her. She quickly shifted back into human form and landed on the ground. Elders? She frowned and shouted. What is the meaning of this? Ha looked on, bewildered. Per orders. I am testing the keyholder. Bodo stroked his beard deviously. Ah, that was just an excuse. The elder approached Hazard and said, My lady, that was merely a pretext. Her eyes widened in shock. An excuse? What our Dragonia truly desires is to control the keyholder. We thought if we used the test as an excuse, we could achieve that naturally. Bodo placed a hand on Hazard's shoulder as she stood there, stunned. Though, we didn't expect that you, my lady, would have such a hard time dealing with him. She frowned, looking puzzled. Elder, I don't quite understand. The old man glanced at her. I will explain in detail later. More importantly, let's get back to the keyholder. Bodo's gaze locked onto one direction. As the dust from the attack settled, it revealed a human-shaped shield made by Air and Urbos, who were gnashing their teeth in anger. Bodo rubbed his chin, looking amused. Oh, if it isn't Tifeng's child, you're quite sturdy. Urbos roared in anger. You tricked us! Dragon Clan, have you thrown your honor into the dirt? Bodo stood there, smiling nonchalantly. Because you don't understand that there are things more important than honor, is precisely why your giant clan ended up as slaves to them. Tae-hoon shouted. The alliance negotiation is broken. Air raised his hand in response. Yes, brother. He slammed his fist hard into the ground. Bodo used his magic to block the incoming attack, his eyes turning cold with rage. The wall of ice quickly melted away. Bodo, as if he had predicted it, wasn't surprised. Well, they've run off. Even so, escaping this place is impossible. He glanced behind him. My lady, shall we pursue them immediately? Hazard's face grew cold as she looked at him. Explain yourself. If the keyholder shows potential equal to the king of the underworld, shouldn't we be cooperating with him? Bodo frowned in anger, displeased by her words, but quickly put on a fake smile. I already said I would explain later. Regardless, this is a decision the elders made for the sake of the Dragon Clan. If you are a Grand Duke, you should follow orders, shouldn't you? Hazard silently lowered her head and said nothing more. The old man let out a long breath and gave an order to Regil. Regil, lead a team and catch them at once. He glanced over and quickly replied, Understood. Bodo peered deviously into the void. It seems it's time for some punishment. Scene shift to Kim Tae-hoon. The group was currently fleeing the Dragon Clan's lair. Assad shouted in a panic. Why is it me? Air replied cheerfully. We couldn't let you be taken hostage again. Urbos looked at Kim Tae-hoon, who was standing on his shoulder, and asked worriedly, Brother, are you hurt anywhere? He answered with a smile. Yeah, thanks to you, I survived. He added, I barely reacted in time. I didn't expect someone like Ha to break her promise. Kim Tae-hoon frowned, thinking seriously. But that ambush by the elders, it didn't look like something that was prearranged. What's going on? At that moment, the dragons closed in, swooping down at them. Urbos angrily used his power to blast them away. He frowned slightly. I don't know the details either, but for now, we have to escape this lair. Kim Tae-hoon stood up and said, Got it. I'll open a portal to Rosalia's castle. He raised his hand to open the teleportation gate, but suddenly, a warning sounded. You have been affected by 5-colored aura. All stats decreased. Tae-hoon looked at his hand seriously. No way. The system displayed the details. Available skills are restricted by 119. The two giants ran forward, looking grim. Tae-hoon was surprised. It's still active? Even the duration of Hazard's aura is on a completely different level. The group was trapped inside the cave. Kim Tae-hoon tried to use the portal again, but it wouldn't work. Teleportation gate cannot be used. Kim Tae-hoon cursed. Damn it. Urbos offered a serious solution. Then there's no other choice but to find our own way out. The problem is, we don't know the layout of this place. If we keep fighting the dragon race, we'll run out of stamina and mana, he said, just as expected, and we'll be bait, so at least you guys should. That isn't an option for me. Kim Tae-hoon turned his back, his emotions unreadable. He retorted, Urbos, we're leaving together. Tae-hoon smiled and glanced at everyone. I'm greedy. You know, I don't intend to lose anything that comes to me. The three were so touched they didn't know what to say. Just then, footsteps approached, and someone said, Foolish. The man wondered, with such half-hearted resolve, unwilling to accept even a little sacrifice. Do you think you can escape this dragon's den? Tae-hoon stared, bewildered. The person in front of them was Riel, looking at them seriously. The group quickly stiffened into a combat stance. Just then, a dragon outside shouted, Lord Riel, some soldiers have fallen over there. The enemy must have gone this way. He darkened his expression and, right in front of everyone, coolly lied. Looks like they aren't here. Go look elsewhere. Tae-hoon was stunned. Riel then asked, You're looking for a way out, aren't you? He looked at them earnestly, his expression somewhat cold. I'll lead you through a secret passage. Follow me back to Rosalia's lavish palace. At that moment, she was resting her chin in her hand, bored. Contractor, by now, that guy should have met Hazard. But there's still no news. No news is probably good news at a time like this, she thought, then sighed helplessly. Why do I have to be stuck here, dealing with this guy? Typhon lay on his side, cheerful, as the giant race's base wasn't finished yet, so there was no other way. Even so, I'm very happy. Rosalia looked bored. Of course you are. You've never had a brain, whether back then or now. Typhon directly ignored the insults directed at him. He just kept laughing and saying, It's not that I don't think. I'm just not worried. Because I believe in the key and my sons, especially the key. He really is extraordinary. He recalled their meeting in his subconscious and praised him. He might not have reached the level of the king of the underworld yet, but he seems to have something the predecessor didn't. If there's any change in this territorial war, it will definitely be because of that difference. Rosalia tilted her head slightly to listen, and he added, "But it's surprising, Rosalia." Typhon sat up on the steps. Seeing her worried about someone wasn't the only person she cared about. The king of the underworld, Typhon said, "It seems while I wasn't paying attention, you've changed a lot." Which made her suddenly realize it too. He was trembling with anger. "I'm jealous." Rosalia helplessly raised a tentacle, about to swat him. "Shut up." She looked ahead. "I need to kick you out of here quickly." Right at that moment, a teleportation gate appeared before them. Tae-hoon's group stepped out and shouted, "Contractor!" Kim Tae-hoon smiled and announced, "I'm back." Inside the room, Rosalia was surprised. "The Dragon Race Elders?" Rosalia looked down nostalgically. "Right, I remember them." She reminisced, saying when the king of the underworld first attacked the dragon race, they were the ancient dragons who fought alongside Hazard. After that, they didn't appear in the racial wars anymore, so I thought they had died or retreated. Recalling each of the dragon elders' faces, Rosalia said, looking at how they acted without asking the overlord's permission, perhaps they had more influence than we thought. She sat seriously on her throne. "Anyway, with this, the alliance is effectively over. It's just war now, and I will prepare." Kim Tae-hoon stepped forward and asked, regarding that, could you wait a little longer?" His gaze was serious, looking straight ahead. He remembered the scene of the dragon race, which perhaps still existed. At that moment, Riel was bowing seriously on a different path. He knelt there, and in front of him were the elders surrounding Hazard, not sure if they were infusing mana or doing something else. Bodo coldly spoke up. "The key is a dangerous existence." The old man spoke in a grave tone. He stormed the organ arena to save people, causing Bill Bap and An to clash, and even resurrected Typhon to form an alliance. "Even with the potential of the Underworld King, can I entrust the final chance of our race to him? That's why I wanted to capture him before he could scheme anything else and take control of this war. But because you hesitated so foolishly." "My lord, everything has fallen apart," Ban replied hesitatingly. "If only you had told me from the start." Bodo coolly denied it. "Then you would have opposed it, clinging to your belief and honor. You always wanted to prove that you are different from your predecessor, right? However, you, who didn't have legitimate authority from the start, who was the one who gave you the chance to climb to that position and prove yourself? Wasn't it our Dragonia? We told you many times that what you must value is service, atonement for our race, and blood vengeance against man. Don't take Dragonia's advice lightly." Suddenly, Riel turned and said, "But I don't understand how those who were hit by the Lord's aura could have escaped the lair." Cheng Jinfit added, "They were being chased by soldiers, so they didn't have time to pull any tricks, right?" Others chimed in, "Disappearing without leaving a trace, is that even possible? Unless there was an inside job to help them." Right then, Bodo spoke up again. "My kin, the key is definitely no longer here. He must have used another unexpected tactic. Instead of arguing, let's discuss what to do next. They are carrying the active contractor, so we can control him. I will make use of that woman." On the other side, Riel also began to act. He crept toward the surrounding areas, and after finding Ban, he spoke up. "You're here. I've been waiting for you," Riel asked in surprise. "The Lord's contractor?" He replied, "I handled it just like you said. I sealed her consciousness in a deep sleep using Rosalia's power. Even if Hazard tries to use that body, it will be hard to wake her up. You helped us escape and provided information. Now tell me what you want." Riel then coolly requested, "I want you to liberate our lord." This left Kim Tae-hoon extremely surprised. "Liberate? Hazard doesn't look like he's imprisoned by anything." He shook his head in denial. "He is imprisoned by the original sin of the bloodline he carries." He wondered, Hazard also said that. "What on earth is that original sin of the bloodline?" Riel said coldly. "To explain that, we must first go back to the story of Ban, which was passed down in the dragon race. We must trace its origin. The primal abyss, an era of chaos without a king or grand duke. Ban was a mutant individual who didn't belong to the 5 dragon races, born in this abyss as a new species called the dragon demon. From the moment of birth, he possessed power reaching the ancient level and had a violent nature, always using that power to achieve everything he desired. The dragon race judged that he could become an even greater threat in the future, so they decided to eliminate him before that could happen. A fierce battle broke out, with neither side giving an inch. Finally, a massive shockwave erupted, affecting everything in its path. But that very moment became the catalyst for him to awaken into something entirely new. Dragons are creatures driven by instinct. They immediately realized that the being standing before them had transcended the dragon race itself. On that day, Ban earned the loyalty of the dragons and rose to the position of Demon Dragon King. Tae-hoon Kim listened and thought to himself, Ban also possesses a shard of a god. It sounds just like the king's awakening that I heard about from Nanne. So, what happened after that? Riel continued in a steady tone. Even after becoming king, Bon's greed knew no bounds. He mobilized the dragons to invade other lands, turning other races into slaves to expand his army and conquer the world. Having said that, he added, the place where his greed finally reached. Just as Riel paused, he chimed in, the upper realm? Riel coldly confirmed it. That's right, the heavens. A place no one dared to challenge since the abyss was born. Ban reached his hand even there. A great war capable of destroying everything erupted. But when Ban finally earned the chance to reach the pinnacle of the upper realm, he abandoned his army, using them as sacrificial pawns before leaving. He betrayed his race and the entire lower realm. And after a long time, when he returned, he had become the king of the upper realm, and he came back to destroy the lower realm. Riel noted that everyone in the lower realm still fears and hates the king of the upper realm, who is now considered a legend because of those events. Tae-hoon Kim then wondered, I understand the story of Ban now, but what does that have to do with Hazard? Riel quickly explained, the original sin of the bloodline is the sin of Ban. Hazard carries the same demon dragon bloodline as Ban. Not long after Ban disappeared, another demon dragon entity was born in the dragon nest. That was Hazard. Because the wounds Ban left on the abyss have yet to heal, one can easily imagine how they viewed the appearance of another demon dragon. Everyone was wary of Hazard, even attempting to kill her. Hazard had to endure countless assassination attempts even before she came of age, but those attempts failed time and time again, and as Hazard's power grew day by day, the elders decided that instead of letting her grow freely and becoming a second Ban, it would be better to guide her into becoming a proper leader, and so, they made some proposals to her. Hazard was trained to dedicate her whole life to the race and become the king under a new title, Dragon Lord, replacing the title of Demon Dragon King. Now he understood why the elders were able to interfere like that. The elders held the power to use the story of Ban to turn Hazard into a puppet king. I understand the situation now, but why do you want to set Hazard free when you were the ones who turned her into a puppet? After exploiting her for hundreds of years, you only feel pity now? Riel hurriedly replied, I cannot deny that. Even though I knew the Lord had suffered, I still turned a blind eye. I thought it was for the good of the race, but now I know that is not the case. Finishing his sentence, he went silent, as if weighing whether to speak or not. Finally, Riel chose to speak. Dragonia, the one giving orders to the Lord. Recalling that deep, inscrutable look on Bu's face, he added, he is colluding with the Upper Realm King, Ban. The 5 elders of the dragon race, from the ancient times in the Holy Land of Dragonia, represented each clan and decided the fate of the entire dragon race. They were the wisest dragons. They themselves were the history of the dragon race, and the faith the dragons placed in them was as solid as that history itself. Those dragons were the pillar of the dragon race. We once believed that giving our all to support Lord Bu and the elders was for the best interest of the dragon race. Now, Riel spoke respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Although this happens every year, it never gets any easier. The old man replied, even though we get tired every year, they only grow up once in their lifetime, so we must not show weariness in front of them. Seeing the future sprouts leading the tribe gives me boundless energy. So, how is the Dragon King doing lately? He quickly replied, he is following the Elder's orders and training inside his cave. Bu nodded. To achieve greater feats for the dragon race in the upcoming war, he must become stronger than he is now. You have done well, Riel. You may withdraw for today. Riel replied respectfully, yes, sir. That was until he saw that thing. Right after that, Riel moved to another location. On the way, he suddenly encountered a strange phenomenon. Riel thought to himself, that is Rosalia. The succubus is fighting another demon, and the fact that the Grand Duchess had to take action herself shows that our territory is very close to the front lines. Thinking this, he landed on the ground. Seeing the old man's figure, Riel wondered, are they still in a meeting? Elder, there is an urgent matter that I must convey. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw something. Before Riel stood Ban. He had never met him in person before, but any dragon would recognize him immediately. Riel had seen the one who brought destruction to the dragon race, the demon dragon, Ban. Just when he was wondering why Ban's silhouette was here in Dragonia, Bu's voice echoed, oh, Ban. When the key to the Abyss King passed through Earth, pinpointing his location became extremely difficult. It is fortunate that Hazard's contractor made contact with the key. If they establish a close connection, we can bring him here. Ban smiled and praised, well done. Offer that key to me. If you accomplish this great deed, in the name of the Lord, the power of Dragonia will last forever. After speaking, he walked away majestically, leaving Boo with a strangely mysterious expression. Suddenly, the old man sensed something. Boo turned around instantly to verify, but there was no one behind him, making Boo slightly suspicious. On the other side, Riel was shifting into his dragon form, thinking in a panic, a great deed? This is insane. What on earth is Ban plotting, and the elders are complicit with him? At first, Riel couldn't believe his own eyes. The elders had dedicated their lives to their people, so there was no way they were colluding with the traitor, Ban. However, as the seeds of doubt began to take root in him, Riel's perspective began to change entirely, and those doubts gradually turned into certain suspicion. Are they really acting for a better future for us? If not, then Bodo questioned him sharply. Regal, do you truly believe Dragonia would make the wrong decision? This question left him at a loss for words. Regal could only stammer, I don't think so. Hearing that, the old man replied, Good. No matter who holds power, the Abyss can never win this racial war. To survive, we must seize the king's key and offer it to Van, and we are the entire dragon race. No. There will be those who refuse because of their hatred for Van. They won't be able to walk with us anymore. However, Dragonia will still continue to exist, and that is enough, isn't it? Dragonia itself is the history of the dragon race. My assistant, Rel, I have considered you part of Dragonia for a long time. Bodo could cloak his words in the loftiest principles, but how was he any different from Van, someone who betrayed his own kind for personal gain? Moreover, just then, Bodo spoke up, Lord Dragon King, there is one thing you must do for us. Hazard obediently replied, Yes, Elder, please give me your command. But what would happen to the Dragon King? You have been used by them your whole life just because you share the same blood as Van. However, as a mere assistant, Rel could do nothing to bring about change. Just as he was sinking into despair, he spoke up. You have appeared before me. Everything I know about you comes only from rumors and our brief encounter. However, if you recall that moment, Kim Tae-hoon had said, I will respond to trust with faith. That is the meaning of forming an alliance and becoming comrades, isn't it? That is not a choice. Our boss, we will all escape from here together. After all, I am just a greedy person. I have no intention of letting go of anything within my reach. Then he continued, I have started to think that you can truly change everything. I sincerely beg you to destroy Dragonia, and please set our Dragon King free. Hearing these words, he began to ponder. A moment later, Kim Tae-hoon replied comfortably, Sure, I agree. I'll do exactly that. Those Dragonia folks planning to catch me and turn me in, watching them kneel and submit to Van, is an eyesore. And I can't just leave someone who could be my comrade to be a puppet forever, can I? Hearing that, Regal wore a satisfied smile. A second later, he added, If you are so concerned about Hazard, why not go and talk to her directly? He replied helplessly, The Dragon King has obeyed Dragonia for a long time, so without solid proof, she won't take any action. Hearing this, Tae-hoon could only remain silent, at a loss. After speaking, Rel stood still. His eyes shone with a deep, sorrowful look. He remembered when young Hazard would happily call his name, Rel. Even when she was a little older, it was still the same. Rel time passed, and then Hazard was in her dragon form. She was crying while calling out, Rel. Afterward, Bodo appeared. The old man asked with a sharp tone, Did your conversation with the key go smoothly? I never expected that you, whom I treated like my own son, would choose to betray the dragon race. I followed you in case something happened, but this is truly disappointing. Rel weakly retorted, I am not betraying the dragon race. Those who are conspiring with Van to betray the dragon race are you lot. Bodo immediately replied, I believe I have explained everything to you. This is a decision made for the benefit of the dragon race. But Rel would not back down. There is no guarantee that allying with the key will lead to our defeat, yet you bow down and stand on Van's side. Tempted by his promise to keep your power, you pretend it's for the dragon race while actually acting for your own interests. Across from them, Bodo's group began to lose their temper. As long as Dragonia and the dragons are alive, how dare you use such weak words to insult our decisions? Rel coldly said, Even so, this is not a decision that you elders should have made on your own. You do not have the right to represent the entire dragon race. Once the truth I uncover is known, everyone will turn their backs on Dragonia, and the Lord will feel deeply betrayed. Rel, spreading such stories without evidence will only cause more chaos at this critical time. Furthermore, are you actually saying you care for the Lord? That's laughable. Regal's fury began to rise. On the other side, Bodo continued, I will consider your actions a mistake born of misguided loyalty to the dragon race, and give you one chance to fix it. Even now, you can still bring the key to me. If you do that, I will act as if I never saw anything here. Immediately after, Rel transformed into his dragon form. He coldly said, I am afraid I cannot do that. The old man's sharp eyes stared intensely at Regel. Then Bodo directly cursed him, stupid to the extreme. As soon as he finished speaking, Regel lunged forward. In another development, Kim Tae-hoon was still deep in thought, reflecting on the words he had said. I believe many dragons will stand against Dragonia if they know the truth. I will convince them first, and I will contact you soon. He whispered to himself. It has been several days since he said that, but there is no news from our Rel. But he only saw traces of a battle that hadn't been there before, as if something had happened after they parted ways. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hoon said gloomily, I am forced to consider the worst-case scenario. Rel might have been captured by Dragonia. Rosalia replied, he plays an important role in ensuring our alliance with Hazard. It seems things are getting more complicated. If he is alive, he is definitely in Dragonia. But a wrong move at the Holy Land will start a war with the dragons. I cannot bear that cost. What do you intend to do? He calmly replied, I will have to go save him. If I fail, we will have to go to war anyway. I want to see Hazard again. Even if Rel said it's hard to convince her, if she takes action, things will be much easier. She guessed. You aren't planning to go back to the dragon's lair, are you? This time, no one will help you escape. Tae-hoon coldly said, I won't go to the dragon's lair. There are too many obstacles there to talk properly. Rosalia chimed in, then how? But before she could finish, she stopped herself. So Tae-hoon continued, the Grand Dukes can manifest through the false contracts they have chosen. That means we can talk to Hazard through Aisat, right? She couldn't deny it. It was a rather intriguing idea. Kim Tae-hoon asked sharply, couldn't that be achieved through your mind control abilities? Rosalia hesitated before replying, I've never tried it before, but who do you think I am? A contractor. He listened and flashed a mysterious smile. The scene shifted. Sitting firmly on the throne was Hazard, currently resting with her eyes closed. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed in her ears. The lineage of a filthy traitor, one who shares blood with Ban. It will bring disaster upon the dragon race again. We must eliminate it. Kill it. Kill it. Just then, Bo shouted, Stop it right there. What kind of cruelty is this? Just because of bloodlines. Only then did Hazard glance toward him. Bo and his group stepped forward leisurely, and he continued, It is true that she flows with the same cursed blood as Ban. However, even she deserves a chance to atone for the original sin in her blood. Hazard moved her lips upon hearing that. Original sin. On the other side, he reached out his hand to offer the young ghost dragon. We will be your mentors, and guide you to atone for your sins. You will earn their recognition and learn how to live in this land. Will you accept Dragonia? Even though it happened centuries ago, whenever Hazard closed her eyes, she could still see it clearly. That was how Hazard became the leader of the Dragon Clan, as the Dragon Lord. She simply followed what the elders told her, but Hazard still felt happy. Eyes that were once filled with hatred and contempt gradually reflected respect and longing, all thanks to Dragonia. Because of that, even when Hazard began to doubt them, she forced herself to cast those feelings aside. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hazard! As time passed, the sound grew more frequent. Hazard. She looked at the scene before her, bewildered. This isn't reality. Is this my contractor's inner world? I didn't think I could use my contractor in this way while her consciousness is sealed. Key of the King. Why did you summon me here? Kim Tae-hoon replied politely. I just wanted to talk. Hazard immediately cut him off. If it's about what happened before, even if the elders' methods were regrettable, it was for the sake of the dragon race. I do not oppose them. Alliance with the key. Right now, just as she was about to say more, he interrupted her. I didn't come here to argue about that. I just want to talk about the truth. Hazard Dragonia made a covenant with Ban. In exchange for handing me over, they were promised they could keep their positions after the race war. That is why they intervened in our battle. I have heard about your past. You were persecuted just for sharing blood with Ban. That was wrong too. You should have had the right to choose. Yet those who used you now stand with that ghost dragon. Now, as the Lord, you must set things right. Hearing this, Hazard retorted sarcastically, How absurd. Who is standing with whom? I see you're trying to divide us. Show me proof. If you dare to say such things to my face, you must have proof. Kim Tae-hoon replied. I don't have evidence, but I have a way to prove it. Through a subordinate of Dragonia, Riel. She suddenly blurted out, Riel? Seeing this, he tried to persuade her. That's right. The one who told me your past and exposed the truth about Dragonia is Riel. He is currently being held captive in Dragonia. Hazard, if you help me, we can save him. Cooperate with me. And just then, Hazard said, So it's Riel? Then it's not even worth listening to. Didn't he tell you this when he told you about my past? He was at the forefront of persecuting me for being a ghost dragon. Recalling the memories of being bullied, she finished. It was him. Hazard's childhood memories flooded back. Riel saw a stranger and wondered, Huh? What is this? You there. This is my secret spot. You look like a stranger. Seeing him, Hazard immediately stood up. As she was about to leave, Riel stopped her. Hey, wait. I didn't mean for you to leave. In a place she stumbled upon while hiding from other dragons, the two of them got to know each other like that. I'm Riel. What's your name and where are you from? Your hair color is so unique. Which clan are you from? A curious little dragon that Hazard had met. That was the first time she met Riel. Back then, he happily asked, You're here again today, huh? Aren't you bored? Riel always sought her out and started conversations. She rested her chin on her hand and replied, I just like sitting here watching the scenery. Hazard had never chatted with a peer before. Although shy, Riel eagerly suggested, Then there's an even more beautiful place than this. Want to follow me? She was extremely surprised by that enthusiasm. And so, the two went to the place he mentioned. Gradually, Hazard began to open up to Riel. The two went through interesting places together, and they even had meals together. For the first time in her life, Hazard had a friend. However, at that moment, he suddenly wondered, Haz, why are you always in human form? Fly around sometimes. It left her not knowing how to respond. I like it better this way. There were things that even with her first friend, Hazard couldn't tell. Hazard just discovered something interesting and called out, Riel, look at this. And such false relationships could never last. There was a time Hazard thought that if it were him, even if she told the truth, Riel would still accept Hazard. But it was not like a dream. It was impossible. To Riel, she was just a monster that needed to be discarded. Perhaps because the feeling of betrayal was too great, Riel revealed Hazard's location to the other dragons. And in the end, she became the one hunted. By then, Hazard was extremely disappointed. Riel, precisely because he was the first person Hazard opened up to, the fact that Riel stood at the forefront made that wound even deeper. After finishing her story, she concluded, Between the person who betrayed me and Dragonia, who saved me from hell and made me lord, who will you believe? Kim Tae-hoon then realized what Riel meant when he said Hazard wouldn't believe his words. Was it this? But he didn't give up. Even so, Riel is still very worried about you. He even asked me to save you. He must be regretting it. Hazard coldly said, Go back. This will be the last conversation. The next time we meet, we will be enemies. Seeing her about to leave, Tae-hoon wanted to stop Hazard, but he couldn't do it. Kim Tae-hoon could only curse. Damn it. Just then, Rosalia appeared. It seems the conversation didn't end on a good note. Huh? He admitted, I failed. Rosalia curiously asked, What are you going to do now? Tae-hoon replied gravely, There's no other choice. The scene shifts back to Hazard, as she is still deep in thought about the words he said. Kim Tae-hoon began shouting orders. Listen up, I'll explain the battle plan. The giant tribe of Urbos and the dragon tribe are about to flatten the border. You all have elemental powers, so you'll be in charge of the front line. They responded quickly, no problem. Once he finished, Kim Tae-hoon turned to the next group to give orders. Sakil Bus Knights, your role is to harass the rear. Your goal is to stall for time, so avoid direct combat as much as possible. They replied obediently. Understood, contractor, he continued. Rosalia and Tiong will remain in the Demon City to wait and take charge of overall command. In an emergency, we might need to summon, so stay ready. Tiong replied cheerfully, How exciting. After a brief pause, he added, As for me, I'm heading to Dragonia. He looked at the scene before him, thinking, The Dragon Tribe's sanctuary, Dragonia, is right there. Riel. Even though Hazard had refused, it seemed she still hadn't fully given up on rescuing Riel from that place if she could get proof that the elders were colluding with Bon. Things might turn out differently. With that, Kim Tae-hoon moved into the Dragonia territory. Suddenly, he froze at the sight of something. Right in front of him, Riel was tied up high. Her body was covered in countless wounds, leaving Kim Tae-hoon completely frantic. Riel heard someone call her name and realized who it was. The key. Why are you here? Kim Tae-hoon replied, What are you talking about? I came to help you. Wait. Just as he was about to act, Riel warned, No, you shouldn't have come here. It's a trap. Bo, hiding up above, spoke up. To think that Riel meeting you and babbling uselessly would actually be a blessing in disguise. To think we'd be able to catch the key again this way. This time, I won't let you slip away. Kim Tae-hoon calmly retorted. Who said I'd let myself be caught so easily? I'm the one who stormed in here on my own. I'm going to crush you all and make you confess everything to the dragon tribe about your collusion with Ban. But the elder didn't flinch. A lowlife like you dares to be arrogant before the elders. You must be relying on the power of the lower world king you possess. But do you really think we'd face you without a backup plan? Ban has promised us a future and shared a portion of his power, so now I'll show you. With that, he launched an attack toward Kim Tae-hoon. The body and everything around Bo also began to transform. He gloated triumphantly. Whose power is stronger, the upper world kings or the lower world kings? Let's put it to the test. Kim Tae-hoon recognized Ban's power immediately upon seeing it. Bo said, "You think only the lower king can grant power? This demon dragon shard form is the power we received from the heavenly king. But in wars between races, victory always belongs to the upper world. Now, experience it for yourself." The difference between the two currents of power increased gravity, and the ground shook violently. Then Bo shouted, "Meteor!" A massive surge of power descended, causing the spot where Kim Tae-hoon was standing to explode. But Kim Tae-hoon reacted quickly and dodged it. However, the elder didn't give up, and followed up with another move, Poison Claw. This attack seemed to hit him. Kim Tae-hoon was sent flying back by the momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Bo unleashed a gale that injured him, causing him to cough up blood. The elder stood there leisurely, watching it all. With every passing second, the smugness in Bo's eyes deepened. The other side of his faction unleashed a thunderstorm descent attack. Kim Tae-hoon could only watch as it approached. A massive shockwave erupted. After finishing, Bo's group gathered in one place and landed. His eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Soon after, Bo spoke. "The collection of the key is complete. If we had known you were only this much, we wouldn't have needed to use the Lord from the start. It seems we were too cautious just because of that title. The King's Key." Kim Tae-hoon lay motionless as if exhausted. Then, he suddenly shouted, "Apocalypse!" They were caught off guard and fell right into his trap. The elder realized he'd been tricked. "Damn it! So, you weren't planning on ending things here." Kim Tae-hoon nonchalantly mocked him. "If you guys like to show off, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't display my own power?" He then officially made his move. Devour. A power like a falling sky appeared. As soon as Bo was hit, he recognized it immediately. This feeling, it's the same power that took everything from us. It was the exact same power as before. But less than a second later, the elder unexpectedly broke the chains, leaving Kim Tae-hoon completely shocked. Then Bo sneered, "This is nowhere near the power the lower king used to possess. Just as I predicted, abandoning you to choose Ban was the right decision." Kim Tae-hoon remained silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, the elder's attack struck, and before he could react, sharp weapons pierced his body. The pain was many times more intense this time. Bo said, "Why do you think we, the ones who were always loyal to the lower king, suddenly switched to Ban's side? Because under a failure like the lower king, we would just become losers too. It's so different from the era of the tyrant Ban. We successfully tamed that demon dragon and turned it into our puppet. By manipulating the Lord from the shadows to rule the dragons, we gained eternal power even 10,000 years later. But the lower king appeared, and every single time, he turned the tower we worked so hard to build into dust. Amidst this endless war, we had to rack our brains to find a way to salvage the situation. And when you appeared to take the lower king's place, we thought our chance had finally arrived. No one would force us to bow our heads anymore. The cycle of regression has ended. We would hand you over to Ban to end the war and exchange it for eternal power." Even though wounded, Kim Tae-hoon kept retorting, "Your philosophy about the future of the dragon race is just a lie. So you even dared to collude with a traitor to your own kin? Just how deep does your greed go?" The elder replied, "There is nothing sweeter in this world than power. Aren't you aiming to become the new lower king yourself?" Kim Tae-hoon replied calmly, "That's because I have a promise to keep." But Bo didn't care. "Whatever your purpose is, it doesn't matter anymore. It's over. You're going to die here." Before he could finish, Kim Tae-hoon cut him off casually. "You're celebrating your victory way too soon, because I haven't given up yet." Immediately after, Kim Tae-hoon unleashed his power, but the elder paid no attention to it. "Is this all you can do? Your efforts are just a waste of time." He replied, "Let's wait and see if it's a waste of time or not. This was my goal from the very beginning." Although a bit worried, Bo still talked tough. Summoning a contract at a time like this? Only then was the elder stunned. What? The truth about the power of the king, that Kim Tae-hoon served something even they didn't know. If you devour a subordinate, the mana required for the summoning process is adjusted. Immediately after, he shouted, "Appear!" Has. She frowned at that, clearly unhappy. but she still looked ahead. Now it was Kim Tae-hoon's turn to be smug. The proof that the elders have been colluding with Bon is right before your eyes. She stared, stunned at the scene before her. At this point, Haas had no reason left to make excuses for the elders. She asked the elders in disbelief, "What on earth is this?" Her eyes now reflected the image of the elders in the form of dragons, with a bizarre appearance. Haas angrily questioned that form. "The mana flowing through your bodies." The elders were shocked at her appearance. They hadn't expected the key to summon Haas. "What is going on here?" The head elder pondered. "I don't know what tricks you used, but that is certainly Haas." He looked at him, who was smiling enigmatically, as if to say, "Exposing our true colors in front of the Lord, was that your goal from the very beginning?" The key. The elder gritted his teeth. "But you missed one thing." The elder spoke up. "There is no need to waver, my lord. This is nothing but his deception." She stood there, dazed. The elder tried to justify it. "The reason we possess the power of the demon dragon is that, in the past, Ban forced it upon the elders as a mark of loyalty." The elder thought to himself, "For hundreds of years, the Lord has been raised to obey the word of Dragonia." The elder went on to explain, "We considered this power a disgrace, so we sealed it away until now. But we had no choice but to use it to fight the key." The elder was smug. "Do you think just with this you can shake her faith in us?" He bowed humbly. "Surely, the Lord is the one who knows the truth better than anyone. Who has been leading you and the dragon race in the right direction for all these years?" The elder smirked, thinking to himself, "Do you think just with this, you can break her trust in us?" Has remained silent. Then his voice rang out. "You must have continued to deceive her with those lies and that pitiful story." She startled and turned to look at him. He flew toward her, covered in wounds, and said, "But you cannot hide the truth forever." Kim Tae-hoon summoned a cube in his hand. "Has, look with your own eyes what the elders' true intentions are." He replayed the scene of the elders discussing their success. "We have completely subjugated the demon dragon Has and turned her into a puppet. By controlling the Lord from the shadows and ruling the entire dragon race, we have secured unwavering power for 10,000 years." She seemed to drift into a stream of the past, where the truths were gradually revealed. The voice continued. "But then, the underworld king appeared and repeatedly turned the towers we painstakingly built into dust. In the midst of this endless war, we thought, how can we fix this situation?" A blue light illuminated a piece of the sky. They stood there hearing what they had said before, and when you appeared to replace the underworld king, we believed that the final opportunity had come. The elder, upon hearing that, was horrified. "No way." The voice continued. "There will be no one left to force us to submit, and there will be no more cycles of reincarnation. We just need to offer you to Bon and end this war." The elder was filled with resentment. The triumphant voice seemed to tear the space apart. "Finally, this time we will obtain eternal power." Haas stood there with wide eyes as the film gradually faded away. The voice continued, saying no one would ever force us into submission again, and there would be no more cycles of reincarnation. All we have to do is offer you up to them and end this war. The old man was filled with resentment. The voice sounded triumphant, as if it were tearing the very fabric of space apart. "Finally, this time, we will possess eternal power." Ha stood there, eyes wide, as the film slowly faded away. The elder tried to explain, "That's just an illusion created by Rosalia's power. You absolutely must not be deceived by those things." Suddenly, a voice cut through the atmosphere. "It's not an illusion." She looked toward the voice. The man was struggling to stand, leaning on his hand. "My lord." She looked straight at the man, her voice faint. "Riel, your body is covered in wounds." He mustered the strength to speak. "This is the truth that I myself have witnessed and heard with my own eyes. Dragonia is a den of opportunists, those who have deceived you just for power." He bowed his head in shame. "And I," he stammered, remembering the scene back then, "those who harbored the same prejudices as other dragon clans and tormented you. I was just a coward, always looking for excuses to justify everything. But while watching you, I realized one thing. The fact that his blood flows in your veins was just a coincidence. You were never guilty of anything that needed atonement in the first place." Riel gritted his teeth and clutched his shirt. "The ones truly guilty are us, the Dragon Clan." He comforted her. "Please, free yourself from that feeling of guilt now." Hazat's face turned red, and she said softly, "Hazat!" A terrifying explosion rang out. A blinding blue lightning bolt tore through the sky and struck where he was. She screamed in panic. "Riel!" The old man laughed triumphantly, electricity sparking from his hand. "We no longer need a subordinate who dares to defy their master." She stared blankly at him. The old man spoke up. "You, who are unwelcome anywhere, we were the ones who took you in, even raising you to the position of lord," he shouted. That grace alone exceeded anything you could ever repay, yet you couldn't even perform the role of an obedient puppet well, you filthy half-breed. The elder threatened angrily. If you don't know your place and dare to stand in our way, then you have no value left. I will deal with you right now. The elders opened their mouths, channeling energy. Beams of energy shot straight toward her. They roared in anger. Farewell, fake lord. Boom, dust flew everywhere. Seeing this, he laughed heartily. The battle for the key just now proved everything. With this demon dragon fragment, we don't need to fear being surpassed by Ban anymore. Even without a lord, we can easily. Before he could finish his sentence, he instinctively felt something was wrong. When the view cleared, they were surprised to see him standing there. They exclaimed in shock, "The key!" He calmly said, "Regel was right. The thing you possess is not an impure power like Ban Hazard's. It is simply the power of you yourself." He looked toward the elders, speaking at ease. "Forget the Dragon Clan and the elders. It's time for you to make decisions for yourself." Hazat looked at his attitude, stunned. "I have lived my whole life on the run. The question of why things turned out this way had long since faded. But if none of it was ever my fault, if I am now told to choose for myself." Seeing her deep in thought, Tae-hoon smiled confidently. "Then, right now, I want to hold my head high in my true form." The darkness in her heart was now illuminated by light. The elders didn't let her recover, continuing to attack together. Once more. In an instant, her gaze turned sharp, and her aura erupted. Dragon Soul. The aura she released made the elders unable to stand steadily. Tae-hoon, standing nearby, couldn't help but praise her upon seeing her immense power. Impressive. The old man was stunned to see the power she had always hidden. This is a power we have never seen in a previous lord. They were so stunned by her power that they didn't pay attention to their surroundings. She opened her mouth and bit hard into the neck of an elder. The remaining elders shouted in a panic. "Sign fee!" He struggled in pain. She slowly let go of his neck, then slowly raised her head to the sky. Bokdo ordered, "What are you doing? Capture Hazat now." They rushed into the sky. He looked up at the sky. A massive, blazing light crashed down to the ground. It was a meteorite. A huge meteorite fell where the elders were. Hazat, seeing this, rushed toward the meteorite, shattering it into pieces. The elders were surprised. Fragments of the meteorite flew everywhere. They tried to dodge. A large, burning piece of the meteorite flew toward him, and he cursed in anger. "Damn it!" She quietly moved toward him, pinning him down to the ground. The elders were terrified. A large meteorite fragment headed toward him, leaving him no time to dodge as it hit him directly. The peaceful land was now littered with falling meteorite debris. Amidst the ruin, they looked on with some trepidation. The old man anxiously searched for her. "Where is the Lord?" At this moment, she was slowly attacking. Riel woke up, saw the scene, and thought he understood. Dragon carcasses now lay on the ground. So this is the demon dragon, Hazat. She stood in the dust, her posture heroic. The two looked at each other. The old man's gestures were a bit reserved. Even the four elders using the demon dragon fragment couldn't fight properly. Even if you are a demon dragon, aren't you just a lowly individual who can't compare to Ban? He looked at her and said, "Are you trying to say that all this time you were hiding your true power?" Hazat explained, "I didn't hide it. I was just forced to suppress it." The old man roared in anger. "Why do you refuse to just leave us alone?" Hazat stood in the middle of the devastation, her voice faint. "The Lord of the Heavens, the ruler of the underworld, and now even you," he retorted indignantly. "Long before your species appeared, the Dragon Clan belonged to Dragonia. The Golden Age we built, what is wrong with wanting to take back what is rightfully ours? Tell me, where is that wrong?" Her muscular, massive frame approached him. She chided, "You never truly cared about the Dragon Clan. You only used them for your own purposes." The old man frantically defended himself. "Whatever the reason, Dragonia is the spiritual pillar that binds the 5 dragon clans. If we disappear, they will turn against each other and fall apart. And if that happens at your hands, a demon dragon, you will truly become the second Ban, leaving a giant scar on our race." He roared, "Can you accept that? Can you bear all their resentment? Think carefully." He calculated internally. "At this distance, I can do it. I will use the moment she hesitates to finish her off with a single blow." He opened his mouth, channeling energy. A fireball gradually grew. Bokdo felt smug. "You fool!" Before he could breathe out the energy, Hazat had already intercepted him, his mouth exploding in flames. He screamed in pain. Hazat pinned him down, her voice threatening and serious. "It is time for the Dragon Clan, and myself as well, to move forward on our own strength, even if we get lost and are resented. She shifted back to her human form and looked at him. Does blindly following orders like this, knowing nothing at all, truly matter? Is it truly the right path? Doubts like these have been slowly building up within me. Her voice held a hint of sorrow. But I had convinced myself that this was the only place that would accept me, and if I lost it, I would have no value left. I had desperately given up and accepted the blood of original sin. She looked up at the sky, her tears flowing endlessly. But now, I finally understand. Even I had abandoned myself. Kim Tae-hoon was supporting Regiel as he walked toward her, his hands clenched tight. Thank you, Hazard. Saying this, she turned her head to look at the two of them. You and Regiel have helped me find myself again. Light illuminated her soul. Kim Tae-hoon smiled triumphantly as he looked at her. What will you do now? You no longer need to be bound by anything. Hazard looked down at the ground, hesitating as she spoke. That's right. Her expression turned melancholy, her voice deepening. But even so, the fact that I am a dragon does not change. Even if I am just a puppet of the elders. What I realized while standing here is that I don't want to be seen as a cursed creature bearing bad luck, but as someone others can trust and rely on. There, she was cared for by the elders, even if it was all a lie. She said firmly, with confidence, I won't run away anymore. I will live to earn true recognition from my race. Hearing her, Kim Tae-hoon explained, that won't be easy. She spoke slowly. As long as there is even one friend by my side who understands me. Regiel was startled by her words. He whispered that such a path would not be lonely. Regiel blushed and said hurriedly, Hazard, I am not worthy. Hazard said proudly, I am counting on you. She looked straight into his eyes. Regiel, the scenery right now is just like the scenery from back then. Regiel bit his lip, his face flushing red, his gaze firm. He knelt respectfully. I will follow you, my lord. Kim Tae-hoon looked at him and sighed with a smile. Hazard spoke up. Hazard, the reason you helped me was perhaps to form an alliance with the dragon race. Hazard was resolute. But now that Dragonia has vanished, the dragon race will be in chaos for a while longer. I need time to reassure them. She smiled happily and reached her hand out toward him. But I promise you this. Someday, when things have stabilized and I can stand proudly as their lord, I will fly to your side. Kim Tae-hoon smiled bashfully. That is more than enough, he pondered. Replacing the elders they had followed for so long, the dragon race finally had a true dragon lord. The two shook hands, showing their connection. The road ahead might still be chaotic, but if Hazard leads them well, the bond between the dragon clans will only grow stronger. After the giants, they will play a huge role in the race war as our new allies. After finishing the business, he opened a portal to return to Rosalia's castle. Fortunately, he had managed to convince Hazard in time to prevent the bloodshed everyone had feared. Tartaros woke up not long after, and with Hazard's permission, he returned to Earth while retaining the power of a Grand Duke contractor. At Rosalia Castle, Kim Tae-hoon's first battle since entering the territorial war had finally come to an end. A few days later, at the new base of the Gigantes, Tartarus and Kim Tae-hoon stood face to face. Kim Tae-hoon clenched his fist and lunged toward Tartarus. His explosive power struck, knocking Tartarus off balance. He looked surprised, but Tartarus just smiled smugly. That smarts, doesn't it, Ki? Tartarus laughed and said, My defense is impenetrable. Kim Tae-hoon leaped back to dodge his attack. Tartarus slammed his fist into the ground, freezing the earth all around them. Kim Tae-hoon vaulted away, dodging the hit. Tartarus lunged headlong toward him, smugly thinking he had already won. Suddenly, a bolt of electricity flashed across the sky. Kim Tae-hoon surged upward, his hands crackling with electricity, his voice menacing. I think I'm the one who won, don't you? Tartarus panicked as the powerful current struck him. Dust and debris filled the air as Tartarus was sent flying thousands of feet back. Kim Tae-hoon sat there, looking triumphant. Tartarus lay on the ground, muttering, In my prime, someone like the Ki would have been blasted to the other side of the world. Time is truly cruel. Kim Tae-hoon jumped down to comfort him. It's just sparring, don't take it so seriously. Besides, it looks like your strength is recovering steadily. Tartarus stared at him, making him feel a bit awkward. It was fortunate that things hadn't escalated into an all-out war with the dragon race, but since those guys seemed itching for a fight anyway, the sky turned a deep red. He looked at his hands, lost in thought. Letting them blow off some steam wasn't such a bad idea. Perhaps because he was constantly clashing with mana that held elemental properties, he was gradually getting used to this original elemental skill. Now, cracking his knuckles, he walked over to Tae-hoon. My turn now, Urbas spoke up. Urbas's brother announced that they had received a summons from Rosalia Castle. They said the dragon race had sent them something. Kim Tae-hoon stood there, bewildered. At Rosalia Castle, Kim Tae-hoon frowned and asked, "What is this?" He looked up at a tree branch enveloped in a glowing light. He doubted his own eyes. Riel explained, "This is something the elder dragon, Lamborg, always carried with him. We found it while investigating Dragonia further. Dragonia used this to communicate with Ban. I still don't fully understand how it works." Her voice was steady, adding, "Because it might be useful to you, the one fighting against Ban. The Lord ordered me to bring it to you." Rosalia crossed her arms and pondered. "Is this a piece of the world tree?" She hesitated. "Well, they've lived even longer than we have, so it's no surprise they possess something like this. If they have this, it explains how they were able to communicate with Ban." He asked, "What is the world tree? Explain it to me." Rosalia began. "It was a tree made of mystical mana that once existed in the abyss. It was so massive that it pierced the heavens, and through the world tree, one could freely travel between the celestial realm and the abyss. The reason Ban could move instantly from the abyss to the edge of the heavens and become its ruler was also thanks to the world tree." Kim Tae-hoon asked suspiciously, "You said it once existed. Where is it now?" She shrugged and said, "It disappeared. It was destroyed in the countless wars after Ban left." Kim Tae-hoon mused. With just a fragment, they were able to communicate with Ban. Does that mean the world tree isn't affected by the lower realm king's magic? It seems to have strategic value. He pointed at the floating branch and asked, "Can't we just plant this branch and revive the world tree or something?" Rosalia immediately denied it. "That's impossible." Tartarus stingly jumped in, eager. "It's not necessarily impossible. If we find the Spirit King, wouldn't that solve the problem? A person with golden hair, energy radiating from their hands, the wind dancing around them. That is the Spirit King, who can assimilate with the world tree and make it flourish. They could even restore the power of those whose status has declined. They are an existence of such immense talent that they would surely be a great help to us." Tartarus clenched his fists, "But they are currently missing. Someone like them couldn't just die that easily. If we search the abyss thoroughly, we should be able to find them." Kim Tae-hoon fell into deep thought. "The Spirit King, I've never heard that name before. Why are you only bringing them up now?" Rosalia waved her hand. "Because there was no reason to bring it up before. Even the lower realm king tried many times to find the Spirit King, yet he couldn't find them until the racial war broke out." She looked at him, her voice trembling. "Even so, to carry on the will of the lower realm king, I never stopped searching for the Spirit King, and long after the lower realm king vanished, I finally found them." Tartarus asked, stunned, "You mean you found them?" Rosalia replied immediately, "That's right." Kim Tae-hoon hesitated, asking, "Then where are they?" "The Spirit King is inside the stomach of the Demon King." His face darkened instantly. "What?" she continued. "Beelzebub swallowed them a long time ago." He stammered, "Then how do you intend to pull them out?" The two of them stood there, listening intently as she explained. "At first, Beelzebub wasn't strong enough to ascend to the rank of Grand Duke." Rosalia crossed her arms, her voice flat. "But then one day, his status skyrocketed. At the time, everyone wondered what method Beelzebub had used, but in reality, it was because he led the demons alongside his brother, Diablo. The scene back then was one of utter devastation. No one could withstand their immense power, and no one could escape their claws. They attacked the fairy race and captured the fairy king, the Spirit King. That is how he became a Grand Duke." Kim Tae-hoon frowned as he listened. "But if the Spirit King isn't dead and is still in his stomach, does that mean they are still alive?" Rosalia spoke indifferently. "If an existence of the Spirit King's caliber were to fall, it would certainly cause a massive tremor. Yet, all this time, we have never heard news of their death. Perhaps it takes thousands of years to digest them completely. However, with the situation becoming urgent, Beelzebub might try to speed up that process even further. Even so, there's no way to save the Spirit King. Their bodies are different from humans." Kim Tae-hoon pondered deeply. The important thing is that he couldn't just cut open his stomach and pull them out. That would require complex techniques, and Beelzebub wouldn't willingly hand them over. Furthermore, if Beelzebub were killed, the Spirit King would disappear along with him. Rosalia waved her hand. "It's an extremely difficult mission, so just give up. From the beginning, I thought this was impossible, so I didn't even consider it. It's something that even the lower realm king couldn't do." Kim Tae-hoon spoke up. "Something that even the lower realm king couldn't do?" Hearing that only made it feel more like fate. Upon hearing him say that, she paused. He said confidently to her, "For someone like me, who must surpass the Netherworld King, isn't the Spirit King an absolutely essential existence?" He calmly offered a solution. "We will gain a new fighting force in the Divine Beast, and we can also heal Tartaros. That is no different from gaining 4 Grand Duke-level powers at once. It would be such a waste to give up so easily. If we don't have a way, what about others? Rosalia pondered. She proposed a solution. Moon, the one who possesses the power of absorption. The seal sword he owns only seals the power of those struck by it. If we have that, perhaps it could really be done. He was dazed. Moon? He grew serious. But there's no way Moon would cooperate willingly. He looked at her and said, Rosalia, it seems you and Moon have had some history from a long time ago. Do you know anything? If there is something that can be used to negotiate with him, she was silent. History, you say? It is true that a long time ago, we had a persistent and cruel relationship. But that is not something I want to recall. She walked away, ignoring them both, using an excuse to leave. I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest first. Seeing her attitude, he grew suspicious. That night, Tae-hoon walked through the hallway, lost in thought. Seeing her reaction earlier, he said to Tartaros, Rosalia's reaction is very strange. He looked at him and asked, Tartaros, you know the reason why Rosalia reacted that way, don't you? Tartaros hesitated. Avoiding the question? Seeing his hesitant expression, he thought to himself, this guy definitely knows something. Tae-hoon stood there with his hands up, looking helpless, and asked, why won't you tell me? Regaining your power is something you need too, right? Tartaros said stubbornly. As a true gentleman, you shouldn't dig into a lady's shameful past. He looked at him suspiciously. Shameful past? What are you talking about? He recounted it seriously, saying that like Belle Bap, Rosalia was initially not qualified to become a Grand Duke. Before achieving her current status, she used to be someone else's subordinate. The connection between Sai-her and Moon began back then, when they both served the same Grand Duke. Then Rosalia became a Grand Duke and lived with pride. Do you really think she would want to mention her past of having to bow down and serve others? Tae-hoon was stunned. Hazard, out of loyalty to you, I can only say this much. As for what Moon wants, just ask him directly. There's no need to hear it from Rosalia. He thought about those words as he walked. Tae-hoon stopped in front of the large door and gently pushed it open to step inside. Seeing her sitting on the bed, he spoke softly, Rosalia. She saw him and spoke arrogantly. Coming to see a lady at this hour, you've certainly got some nerve. Her tentacles emerged. Her voice remained flat. Or is it that the fake contractor can't hold back anymore, seeing me like this? One tentacle after another moved toward him. She teased him. Is the Queen of Temptation really that attractive? As each tentacle climbed onto his body, he calmly spoke to Rosalia. Stop joking. I'm not in the mood for that. She lifted the curtain and looked at him, teasing, you really are a difficult man to approach. Rosalia acted as if she understood. Ah, I know why you came to see me. It's about what happened today, right? My contractor. Tae-hoon cut her off. I find it unfair. She looked at him in surprise. Unfair? When the two of them first met, he recounted. From the very first time we met, you used mental control to look through all my memories, even the deepest wounds I didn't want to face. He looked resolutely into her eyes. Yet now, when it comes to your own past, you intend to hide it just because it's hard to talk about? She asked angrily. Did that big-mouthed Tartaros tell you? He immediately denied it. No, Tartaros even told me to let this go. I just wanted to ask you myself. Perhaps it's different with other Grand Dukes, but at least I thought there were no secrets between us. She spoke calmly. I never said it was a secret, but then again, there's no rule saying I have to tell my contractor everything. He said firmly, even if it's essential for the path of a king I intend to walk. As he stepped closer to Rosalia, his voice turned soft and comforting. It's all right. If you really don't want to talk about it, that's fine. He smiled confidently. But I want to make one thing clear right now. I have sworn to fight for your honor, and no matter who you were in the past, that won't change. Those words moved her to open up. He started to walk away after saying that. Sorry for bothering you in the middle of the night. I'll take my leave. She quickly spoke up, her tentacles reaching out to hold him back. Wait, don't go yet, she said slowly. I see. I suppose I already knew what kind of person my contractor was. It seems I was being a bit selfish. Rosalia crossed her arms and smiled gently. I'll tell you. About Eon, and about myself as well. Hearing her open up made him feel a sense of anticipation. This story happened over 1,000 years ago, when my status was much lower than it is now, and I was just a servant for others. She recounted the time she was forced to serve. A woman was soaking in a bathtub surrounded by rose petals. She spoke indifferently. My children, you must have all felt that massive wave of mana spreading through the abyss today, right? She questioned them. What do you think it was? A maid smiled and replied, Oh, has something like that happened? I knew nothing of it. I'm a bit poor at sensing mana, she said. Another maid blushed and added, perhaps some extraordinary monster has awakened. The mistress turned to look at her. And what do you think? Rosalia, answer me seriously. The queen has always seen through everything. How could I dare to speak so freely with my limited vision? She laughed and asked them, have you finished cleaning my tentacles yet? One maid replied hesitantly, yes, your majesty. As soon as the maid finished speaking respectfully, the queen's tentacles swirled, slicing off the heads of the maids who had displeased her, leaving only one survivor. She said coldly, I don't like useless children, nor do I like those who open their mouths without verifying information. The maid respectfully handed her a bathrobe. The red sky shone through the window as she sat there arrogantly. Compared to them, you understand your position much better. Rosalia. She was the Grand Duke of the Abyss. The Queen of the Abyss, Lilith, said with a tone like a favor, that is why I keep you by my side. The maid replied calmly, I am deeply grateful for the Queen's grace, her voice cutting through the air. My Queen, he reported respectfully. I have returned after investigating the epicenter of the shockwave. It originated from the demon territory. Upon hearing Mun say this, she asked, so, is the one behind it Biljup or Diablo? They used to protect each other like blood brothers, but it seemed they had finally decided to determine who was the true ruler of the demon race. He spoke up. I will find out who it is, she commanded. No need. Before long, they will reveal themselves. More importantly, after bathing, my body always heats up. She smiled wickedly. Aemon bowed his head in obedience. Following the queen's order, Rosalia stood outside the door, listening to the noises from inside the room. Aemon stepped out, adjusting his uniform. She asked, where is the queen? His voice was cold as he replied, she has gone to rest. I'm just trying to survive each day under her fickle whims. He muttered grimly, don't pity me. Having grown accustomed to a life that hadn't changed for hundreds of years, she felt annoyed hearing that. Who is the one truly worth pitying? It's the version of us from back then, cleaning up the corpses of the sisters who died and becoming playthings for her. That was our daily life. It is simply the natural order of the world. She looked at him and said, Aemon, the queen is calling for you. Did you say you couldn't sleep? He sat there, swirling his wine glass before drinking. He threw the glass to the ground in a rage, his face twisted, wiping the wine splattered on his hand. Seeing him like that, she said, stop acting like a child. Aemon said sarcastically, seems like you're quite content with how you're being treated. Rosalia, her lifeless eyes fixed on him, is there any better fate for monsters like us? For those with no choice but to live as subordinates? Seeing her demeanor, he sneered, you spineless coward. I am different from you. I don't intend to let everything end this way. I may be crawling at someone's feet now, but one day I will rise to the position of a Grand Duke. With that, he adjusted his clothes and left. She listened to his words in silence, but Aemon surely knew well that he had no idea when that day would come, and it might never come at all. Knowing that, she had given up all hope long ago. Reaching for the moon only brings pain when you realize it's forever out of reach. Yet, one day, the castle doors swung open, and everyone was stunned. An event had occurred that completely overturned our fate. A man's voice echoed, are you Lilith, the queen of succubi? She was shocked to see an intruder. And who are you? The man, with a pale, imposing physique, introduced himself. I am the one who will stand above you, Grand Dukes. My name is. She observed his actions and said, I don't know where you crawled out from, but you don't seem like an ordinary being. That strange power of yours to think you could defeat Aemon so easily. He clutched his shoulder in agony. In just a split second, the man had severed his arm. Pain-stricken, she spoke haughtily. However, even if you have some special ability, standing above a Grand Duke is an entirely different matter. In this abyss, only one person has ever done that, and that person is long gone. Saying this, she stood up. Lilith unleashed her power in anger. I must punish you for daring to claim kingship before the queen. A stream of purple smoke lunged at him as she said smugly, be bound by my mind control. Giant tentacles surged forward rapidly. He smiled confidently. It seems monsters truly need to be taught about the difference in rank. He cast a spell, and monstrous, bizarre creatures appeared behind him. They lunged at the tentacles and chewed them to pieces. She was panicked. My power, it has no effect? He approached where she stood. Rosalia, seeing this, rushed over in a panic. My queen! She stood there, spreading her arms to protect her. The monster behind him stopped. It opened its mouth, preparing to breathe fire. Seeing this, she turned pale, trembling and sweating. He gave a faint smile and retracted the monster, which surprised her. He said, I didn't come here to fight you today. I came with a proposal regarding the coming war. Lilith gritted her teeth and asked, "The coming war?" He replied, "That's right. A war where the fate of everything will be wagered. A war between the abyss and the heavenly realm will break out. I am gathering an army to oppose the former king, the ruler of the heavenly realm." He held out his hand, offering an alliance. "When that time comes, will you serve under me?" She gritted her teeth in annoyance. "You really think I'd listen to that kind of order?" He explained. "When a Grand Duke falls, a massive amount of mana erupts. Haven't you felt something similar recently?" Lilith asked suspiciously. "Don't tell me," he replied nonchalantly. "That's right. Diablo, who refused my offer until the very end, met a miserable fate. I have no need for Grand Dukes who cannot become my pawns." He spoke arrogantly. "The path I walk is the path of an overlord." His voice turned threatening. "If you refuse, you won't be able to escape the same fate as Diablo. I will give you time to think. You had best choose wisely." With that, he left. Lilith gnashed her teeth in fury. She burst with power and shouted, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? And who do you think you're talking to?" She turned to look at him, her voice commanding. "Amon, what are you doing? Heal yourself immediately. Gather the troops and capture him." Amon gritted his teeth looking at his wound. "But my queen, I cannot regenerate." Hearing that, Lilith turned to curse. "You useless thing!" Rosalia, standing nearby, gently comforted her. "My queen, please calm down." She hesitated before sharing her thoughts. "His power seems extremely dangerous. If we attack him recklessly, wouldn't it only cause unnecessary casualties? Shouldn't we try to learn more about him first?" She listened and fell silent, deep in thought. Her tentacle touched the girl's cheek gently, her voice soft. "Rosalia is so clever. In that case, you will be the one to investigate him." Lilith squeezed her tight, causing her to cry out in pain. She commanded, "You will follow him and pry information out of him." Hearing that, she explained, "But how could I?" She shouted angrily. "Whether it's seducing him or offering your body, you're a succubus. Surely you can at least charm a man." She touched her face, her voice like poison piercing deep into her mind. "Approach him under the guise of betraying me and joining his side. But for that plan to succeed," she laughed creepily, "you'll need a convincing reason for your betrayal, won't you?" He stood before the teleportation portal, his hand touching it. Behind him stood Rosalia, covered in wounds. He turned his head to look at her. "You!" Now, her body was covered in wounds inflicted by Lilith. She fell toward him, dizzy. He reached out to catch her, her voice softly pleading, "I want to follow you." She opened her eyes, seeing only a strange landscape. "Where am I?" Seeing her move, he said, "You're awake?" "Lilith's subordinate, this is my temporary residence," he asked her nonchalantly. "So, you want to follow me?" Rosalia replied firmly, "Yes." She was afraid. Now, she had to answer his questions very carefully. If he discovered she had come here under Lilith's orders, she would have been swallowed by those terrifying jaws immediately. She looked at him cautiously. While she was thinking about how to avoid making him suspicious, he stared at her in silence for a long time before asking one more question. "Are you familiar with the terrain of the abyss?" She replied hesitantly, "I am. Quite familiar." Upon hearing her answer, he said with satisfaction, "Good, that's enough." His voice was steady. By now, the other Grand Dukes must have heard about Diablo. Once they start being on guard, moving freely like before will become difficult. I just happen to need a guide. Just in time. He walked away, leaving behind instructions. "I have only treated your wounds superficially for now, but that may not be enough. Make sure your wounds heal completely. From now on, we will be very busy." Rosalia replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." She hesitated and asked, "Don't you intend to ask anything else? About me? Or why I came here?" Hearing that, he smiled. "I think everyone has their own circumstances." Rosalia was a bit surprised by his attitude. I will ask one more thing. What is your name? I can't keep calling you the guide forever." She replied firmly that she was Rosalia. Seeing her firm demeanor, he was pleased. "I look forward to working with you, Rosalia." And just like that, I began my journey with him. By his side, I could observe him up close. The King of the Abyss fought each Grand Duke one by one to unify the Abyss. He certainly has enough strength to deal with them. But that does not mean everything goes smoothly. The monsters standing at the peak of their race fought to the death against the king to protect their status, and the king expended a lot of energy dealing with them. And I couldn't understand a king so stubborn. Despite possessing such overwhelming power, why did I only stand from afar watching him fight alone? Rosalia respectfully delivered the message. Dragonia has expressed the intention to follow the new king of the Abyss. He heard this and was satisfied. In the end, the dragon race chose to surrender. How wise. He smiled, thinking about the future ahead. With this, the other Grand Dukes will take my proposal more seriously. This is a good opportunity if we continue to accelerate even further. What began with Lilith's orders had gradually turned into my own curiosity about that king. She said shyly, "Please forgive my boldness." Her eyes gazed firmly at him as she asked, "But why do you push yourself so hard, diving into such difficult battles? If you wanted to, you could have lived comfortably with your current status." He heard her words and pondered, then turned toward the gate. "Because I believe this is the reason I exist in this world." He opened up. "I think it wouldn't hurt to tell you once." The king had told me his story. What is his true identity? Why does he fight in territorial wars? And why does he initiate racial wars? She was astonished by his confession. "I have always felt empty, like something truly massive was missing." He touched his chest. "Only after awakening as a fragment of this god could I understand what it is I must do." He clenched his fist firmly and said, "Now that I know the reason for my existence, I just have to bet everything on it. Living just because one is alive is a pathetic way to exist. Every living being has the responsibility to find a reason to live and pursue it." Then he looked straight into her eyes and asked, "What is your reason for living, Rosalia?" She froze, her hands gripping her skirt. "I don't know how a lowly monster like me could have something like that." He explained to her, "Aren't you just avoiding it? To survive as Lilith's subordinate, such feelings are likely unnecessary." He stood before her with a confident smile. "But now, it is different. If you give up being a spy for Lilith and truly want to stay by my side, I will help you find your purpose." She was startled. "Did you know everything?" Rosalia asked with slight discomfort. "Why give me an opportunity like this? Out of pity? Or is it just a trivial amusement?" He explained. "Perhaps because your eyes are like the empty eyes I once had." She could only stand there, stunned. That evening at the castle, she sat by the window, contemplatively gazing at my reason for living. A small magic hole appeared on the ceiling. A drop of blood fell onto her shoulder. Her eyes gradually became lifeless. Seeing her, Ion said, "What do you mean by this?" "Rosalia." He frowned, looking at her. He said angrily, "It has been months since you started following that bastard, yet you haven't brought back any information? The queen is furious. You are ordered to return with me." Ion ordered coldly. "Let's go." She didn't answer his remark. "You'd better hope that what you have seen and heard is valuable. That is the only way your punishment will be lessened, even by a little." He felt annoyed hearing her say that. "What are you doing? Let's go now." She firmly refused his request. "No, I won't go back. Ion, I will stay here." He didn't believe it, and turned to look at her. "What?" Rosalia smiled and said, "I want to be by his side and see with my own eyes what he is trying to achieve." Her eyes were now certain of the decision she had made. "And I want to find my own reason for living." Amon's voice grew cold. The queen was truly wise to send him to investigate this matter. His eyes glowed red, and his magic flared up. "I never expected someone like Rosalia to be enamored with the very person she was supposed to manipulate." Magic began to coalesce in Amon's hand. He knew full well that this mission carried the future of their entire clan. He pointed his sword straight at her and growled at Rosalia. "And yet, you're willing to betray us for a reason as ridiculous as that?" She looked toward Ion and replied firmly, "That's right." Hearing that, he didn't hesitate a second and lunged forward. "If that's how it is, I'll drag you back by force, Rosalia." She looked up calmly, hearing Ion's angry words. "The fate of a traitor is only death. Confess everything before the queen and then die." But before he could act, he noticed a third figure beside them. Instinctively looking back as a crimson monster with a gaping maw lunged from above toward Amon, forcing him to block with his sword. Ignoring the impact, the force was so great he couldn't defend himself, sent flying back by the momentum. He struggled to plant his sword to regain his balance, only able to gasp out, "This power, it's from the same mana source as that monster." A voice spoke out, an uninvited guest in the middle of the night. As the mana dissipated, the figure of the emperor was revealed. It is only proper for the host to personally welcome a guest. He didn't forget to check on Rosalia behind him. "Rosalia, are you hurt?" "No." "That's good." The sight made Eon shout in anger. "Don't interfere. That woman is a spy sent to gather information on you." The emperor paid him no mind, calmly stating, "I know that, but Rosalia is under my protection now. She is no longer considered a subordinate of Lilith." He also issued a warning to Amon. "Therefore, I cannot let you take her by force or harm her." Amon didn't hear a word of it, stubbornly unleashing his magical power despite his battered body. "The order I received from the queen is to bring Rosalia back at any cost. If I fail, even if I return, death is the only thing awaiting me." He gritted his teeth and charged with his blades. I'd rather die here than go back. The Emperor calmly raised his hand, and the monster lunged out. It flew rapidly toward Amon and exploded, splitting into small rays that trapped him overhead. They swarmed around Ion. Before he realized it, when the power faded, Ion was sprawled on the ground, unable to move. He muttered, realizing he might die here. His ambition filled with regret. In the end, I still couldn't surpass you, both in strength and in standing. His brows furrowed, his lips trembling with frustration. How tragic. Is it really impossible for me to become a Grand Duke? At that moment, the Emperor interrupted his train of thought. First, Rosalia, now you. Since you keep sending subordinates, I assume Lilith has no intention of accepting my proposal. But if a Grand Duke suddenly disappears, the succubus and vampire clans will lose control and go insane. He walked toward him slowly, asking, Your name is Amon, isn't it? The Emperor offered him a proposal. Do you want to become a Grand Duke? What if I told you I could make that wish a reality? The words struck his heart, giving Amon hope. What will you do? He was tempted to side with him. A Grand Duke? Elsewhere, in Lilith's castle, shouts echoed. What the hell is going on here? She furiously punished everyone around her. Never mind Rosalia for a moment. Why hasn't even Iman returned yet? She demanded, making the servants beg for mercy. Have my orders become a joke to all of you now? Your Majesty, please show mercy. She believed this was happening because she wasn't strict enough with them. A single outburst from Lilith left rows of unlucky servants lying on the floor. All of you are useless. At that moment, two figures, Amon and Rosalia, appeared, dissipating her rage. Lilith didn't notice anything strange about him and called out, Amon, Rosalia. While she was initially excited that they were back, she noticed something odd. So, you've returned. Looking at the rows of people behind Amon and Rosalia left Lilith stunned. The two of you, she seethed, looking forward. The Emperor walked in, followed by the complete submission of Lilith's subordinates. He strode proudly past the people who bowed to him. Lilith was trapped in a major battle, ready to attack the one before her. After the chaos, that day in the abyss, one Grand Duke vanished from history, and two new Grand Dukes, blessed by the power of the Demon King, were born. That was Amon, Lord of the Vampires, and the new Queen of the Succubus clan. Rosalia finally hesitated before finishing her story. That is my story. She turned to look at Kim Tae-hoon and said softly, Rosalia may look majestic before you now, but in the beginning, she was just a pathetic creature, struggling to survive under Lilith. If the demon lord of the lower realm hadn't appeared back then, Rosalia probably would have lived like that forever. Rosalia stared at him with eyes full of anticipation. Are you disappointed in her? Kim Tae-hoon's pupils dilated. He smiled gently. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be disappointed? He then shared his own past experiences. I was the same way before. Pathetic and miserable. I was just struggling to survive. But after meeting the Demon Lord, many things changed. Kim Tae-hoon looked at Rosalia encouragingly again. What's important isn't what the past was like, but what we do from now on, right? I think you've done a great job as a Grand Duke. Even after the Demon Lord disappeared, this place remained safe thanks to you. She fell into a thoughtful silence. He continued joyfully. Oh, so you finally found it? What do I mean? Your reason for existing? Rosalia glanced aside, satisfied with the answer she gave herself. That's right. Rosalia had wanted to stay by the sovereign's side and witness what he wanted to achieve. She remembered his back, her heart swelling with longing, and helping him fulfill his dreams had somehow become Rosalia's reason for existing. She then glanced at Kim Tae-hoon and smiled. Now that he's gone, helping Kim Tae-hoon has become my reason for existing. He stood up, smiling with satisfaction. Good. She asked Kim Tae-hoon, have you found a contractor? The reason you asked Rosalia to tell you this story was to find clues to convince Ion. He simply said breezily, I think I can handle this somehow. Afterward, Kim Tae-hoon stood alone on the land near the castle, focusing on pointing his magic toward the sky. A surge of power swirled together, gradually creating a summoning spell. Ion landed and arrogantly addressed Kim Tae-hoon. You brat. His gaze held no patience as he warned him. Don't get arrogant just because you fought me once. I am not someone you can summon whenever you please. Kim Tae-hoon ignored those words, only concerned with making an offer. He had an important matter to discuss with him. Ion mocked. Is there anything good for us to talk about? Besides the duel we postponed? Kim Tae-hoon negotiated calmly. Just listen to me. You have nothing to lose. He confidently stated his decision to him. Ion, this time I plan to launch an attack against Bill Bap. I want you to join me. This angered Ion quite a bit. You're ridiculous. Why should I get involved in a war that brings me no benefit? Compared to him, Kim Tae-hoon was much calmer because it would be the path for him to be recognized as a true Grand Duke. Seeing Ion look stunned, he continued, I've heard about your past from Rosalia. I heard you became a Grand Duke thanks to the Demon Lord's help. But here in the Abyss, where only the strong survive, becoming a Grand Duke isn't just about sitting on a throne. It's proof that you have reached the pinnacle of a race through struggle. Kim Tae-hoon looked at him meaningfully. But because you've never gone through that process, even now, those like Bill Bap still look down on you, and you can't escape being treated like a second-rate Grand Duke. You are very aware of your own inferiority complex. To try to overcome it, you constantly look for opportunities to target me, attack other Grand Dukes' territories, and even made a contract with a contractor to meddle with Earth, right? Those words pouring from the mouth of a brat he despised made Ion somewhat uncomfortable. Hearing a know-it-all like you talk is even more annoying. As he started to speak his mind, Kim Tae-hoon cut him off. This is the key point. At this, Kim Tae-hoon finalized his offer, reaching his hand toward him. There is something I want from Bill Bap. If you help me get it, everything else belonging to Bill Bap, his rights and his territory will belong to you. Ion's eyes began to waver with every word he said. If he hung the head of an old generation Grand Duke in his castle, no one could say Ion wasn't a true Grand Duke. Finally, Kim Tae-hoon finished confidently. How about it? Does it sound more interesting now? Looking straight at his opponent, Ion slowly uttered a sarcastic remark. I didn't think you would think of me like that, but seeing you drag yourself here to find me, the thing you want from Bill Bap must be very important, right? Kim Tae-hoon didn't deny it, shrugging nonchalantly. Ah, that's right. Although I can't tell you what it is. You get what you want, and I get what I need. It's a simple win-win deal. I've said what I needed to say. The decision is yours now. As Ion finished speaking, Kim Tae-hoon turned to leave. Ion silently watched his back, his eyebrows knitting together slightly, seemingly unwilling to let it go. Several weeks later, at the border between the Maga race and the Demon race, the silent desert, Kim Tae-hoon and his army stood waiting, but there was no sign of anyone. After waiting for a long time, Typhoon felt restless and leaned down to ask him, So, Ion really isn't showing up? Will this delay our plans? The original goal of this war was to rescue the Immortal King. Without the Sword Seal, it would be difficult for them. Kim Tae-hoon said very confidently, Don't worry, that guy will definitely come. More importantly, let's focus on what's right in front of us. Even if we rescue the Immortal King, it would be meaningless if we lose this war. Saying this, he smiled with interest and ordered his army to move out. Let's go. As soon as the order was given, the real battle erupted, and chaos was everywhere. On one side, Typhoon delivered a powerful blow to the ground, causing 3 demons to scream in fear. Urboss used lightning to strike in a zigzag path, leaving demons strewn about everywhere. Typhoon was incredibly excited, using all his strength to toss everything aside, laughing loudly. Ah ha ha ha, feel the power of the giant king. On this side, Rosalia stood still, her strong, long tentacles instantly finishing off any demons that dared to get close. Kim Tae-hoon hovered in midair, observing the entire chaotic battle below. He expressionlessly reached his hand down to cast a spell, whispering, Devour. A wave of power was released, directly purging many unfortunate demons. The overwhelming power caused them all to scream in pain. Kim Tae-hoon folded his wings and landed, calling out the names of Urboss and Air. Hearing their names, Urboss understood his intention, turned back, and replied, Yeah, this is enough. Leave this place to us and go. Big brother, we will definitely win. Hearing that, Kim Tae-hoon smiled and nodded, reassured. A strange core like a heart was glowing with evil red spots amidst the blood-stained space. In the center of the core, a blue light suddenly flared, opening a space. Kim Tae-hoon's group emerged from inside. Typhoon followed behind him, speaking up to draw all their attention and forces toward the battlefield outside. And then, they immediately infiltrated deep into the demon territory. How brilliant, Tae-hoon replied to him. Good thing I marked the coordinates when I met Bill Bab to get the Grey Plague vaccine. Stay alert. The Demon King is right ahead, he said, then opened the massive door in front of him. But when they saw the scene before them, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, mouths agape. Strangely, the Demon King's high seat was completely empty. Typhoon stepped in cautiously, unable to hide his suspicion as he spoke. But is no one here? Could it be that he knew we were coming and ran away as fast as he could? Kim Tae-hoon immediately denied it. Impossible. Rosalia placed her hand on the floor, channeling mana to sense their surroundings. She spoke up to inform them. Beneath us, I can feel his mana deep underground. But it feels very different. Suddenly, Jer appeared from nowhere, lunging forward with a blade, shouting, I cannot allow you to approach Lord Bilbab at this time. Kim Tae-hoon quickly ran over, pushing Rosalia aside to face her himself. Using one arm like a shield, he blocked Jair's sharp blade. Rosalia stepped back, hurriedly mentioning the Demon King's location. Typhoon, who had been running, turned his head to ask, "The key is over here." Tae-hoon glared at the woman who had just appeared and asked, "Who is this again? There was no one here when I came last time." Finishing his sentence, he held out his hand, concentrating mana into a small sphere, then launched the devouring blast forward. But Jair, with her agile movements, twisted her body to dodge safely. As soon as she stopped, she looked up to see the attacks coming relentlessly. Although his power was overwhelming and fired continuously, Jair calmly dodged every single one. She knelt, using her hands to break sharply, before preparing to fight again. Kim Tae-hoon spoke up, suspicious. "You're no ordinary warrior. I didn't know Bilbab had a subordinate like you." She didn't answer, pointing her sword straight at him, as if challenging him. Typhoon raised an eyebrow, a familiar feeling stirred within him. "You look familiar. Are you Jair?" Hearing that name, Rosalia exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Kim Tae-hoon asked, confused. "Who is Jair?" Typhoon immediately explained. Jair is an ancient entity mentioned alongside Bob and Diablo as a candidate for the Demon Duke position. Unlike the usual vile and brutal demons, they earned a great reputation as a prestigious warrior. I remember they went missing a few days before the Demon Duke selection. Everyone assumed Bilbab or Diablo had plotted to harm them. I didn't expect them to still be alive. But why is Jair cooperating with their old rival? Bilbab. Rosalia narrowed her eyes, observing the opponent before continuing. If you look closely, their mana flow is unstable. It's fluctuating violently. That's proof that they aren't in their right mind. They might have been brainwashed by Bilbab. Kim Tae-hoon had an idea and asked, "Rosalia, mind control is your specialty. Is there a way to undo it?" She hesitated and replied, "Possibly, but it will take some time." Just then, Typhoon stepped in front of the two and interrupted. "There's no other choice. Leave this to me." He clenched his fists with determination and said, "The person we need to take down is the Demon King, right? Then we need to reach him quickly. Dragging out the fight here won't do us any good. Give me a chance to show you what I can do." Tae-hoon nodded, entrusting him with it. "All right, I'm counting on you." Seeing him intending to leave, Jair angrily lunged forward, shouting, "I told you I wouldn't allow it." At that very moment, a surge of electricity crackled. Typhoon rushed forward, using his entire body to shield Tae-hoon, causing her to bounce backward. Jair twisted her body, plunging her sword into the ground to come to a stop. Typhoon's body was still crackling with stray sparks, which seemed to be releasing more and more densely. He tapped his chest and said excitedly, "I've always wanted to have a real warrior's duel with you one day. It's been a while since I've been able to go all out like this." Kim Tae-hoon and Rosalia casually walked down toward the Demon King's palace. Soon, they reached the end of the winding stairs. Looking at the object before them, Kim Tae-hoon crossed his arms and remarked, "It seems like his appearance isn't the only thing that's changed." In front of them, a purple-black cocoon hung suspended in a spiderweb, trembling as if about to hatch. Seeing this, he asked suspiciously, "Suddenly entering a cocoon stage like this, is he planning to evolve or something?" Rosalia nodded beside him. "That's right." Suddenly, the center of the cocoon pulsed rhythmically. Instantly, a crack appeared on the shell. A tentacle shot out from within, lunging to attack those in front. Bilbab, with his new evolved form, stepped out. A terrifying voice rang out, "Consider it an honor, because you will be the first living sacrifices offered to this newly reborn Demon King." Finished speaking, he let out a loud roar, releasing a violent surge of power that created a gale. Tae-hoon glared with vigilance at the enemy before him, seemingly calculating his next move. He smirked and mocked him. "You dump all the troublesome work on me, and only decide to show up now? Do you have no conscience?" After saying that, Tae-hoon turned his head to look at Mun, who had appeared behind them. When Bab saw the guy, he was shocked and drew out his words. Mun walked over, lifting his chin in contempt. "You should be grateful that I decided to show up." The young one, Tae-hoon, grinned and spoke. "I said it before, it's mutually beneficial." The guy replied with interest. "Let's see." Bilbab, just awakened from his evolutionary cocoon, had to face 3 enemies at once. On this side, Rosalia spoke. "Everything really happened just as the contractor said. You're so arrogant, I thought you wouldn't bother showing up." Mun tilted his head and replied casually, "I'm not stupid enough to refuse a clear benefit just for some meaningless pride." Hearing that, she chuckled and asked, "Is that so?" Because when the king made an offer to you, the guy frowned, annoyed, and asked back. "Come to think of it, Rosalia, didn't you go blab about me to the key?" Now that you've been promoted to a demon duke, try to act according to your status. You haven't changed at all, whether then or now. Rosalia retorted. Don't be so petty. I was just bringing up old times. Besides, you haven't changed either. Save the bickering for later. Hearing that, he said furiously. What? Tae-hoon interrupted their argument, bringing them back to reality. Right now, we need to cooperate to take down this bastard. Bilbab looked at them and chuckled, then judged. How ridiculous. Those are the best pawns you could scrape together? Those hypocritical Grand Dukes were sent by their own master to steal the throne. I think that suits someone like you, a fake demon king from the abyss. He growled, fiercely declaring, however, for you fakes to band together and challenge the Grand Duke. Of all Grand Dukes, Bilbop, you're still 10,000 years too early. Tae-hoon smirked with contempt. Did you all hear what he just said? Aji-moon nodded and spoke up. Fine then. For now, let's prioritize stripping him of everything he has, and while we're at it, let's find a new decoration for the castle. Rosalia cast a deep, affectionate glance at him, the corner of her lips curving upward as she hummed. Tae-hoon turned stern and gave the order. Let's begin. Aji-moon confidently took the lead and said, I'll go first this time. With that, he unleashed blood domain magic. Thousands of blazing red tornadoes erupted, surging toward Bilbop. Aji-moon glared, speaking with total seriousness. This battle won't be like fighting a mere clone. Let's see how long you can keep that calm expression, Demon King. Facing the massive, relentless barrage of attacks, Bilbop simply stood, rooted to the spot, completely unfazed. Just then, the tornadoes fused into a giant pillar, slamming down onto the spot where the Demon King had been standing, bathing the entire space in a deep crimson glow. Rosalia flew over, intrigued, and added, I can't just stand here with my arms crossed. I'll lend a hand too. As she spoke, she raised her hand to conjure massive orbs of electricity, then poured all her power into launching a relentless barrage at Bilbop. The smaller orbs converged into a massive bomb, blasting apart a huge section of the ground. The explosion sent rocks and dust flying in every direction. Aji-moon cast a spell to create a shield, helping Kim Tae-hoon defend himself. He frowned slightly, carefully observing the movements ahead. The brawl in the basement caused the entire castle to shake violently. Up here, Tifong was still fiercely fighting his enemy. He reached out and cast a lightning bolt at Jer, forcing her to retreat. Thrilled to be fighting at full strength, Tifong laughed and said, Can you feel it too? The mana wave is sweeping across this entire land. Now that Aji-moon has joined the battle, it seems they are truly serious. Even if the opponent is Bilbab, facing two Grand Dukes at the same time is no easy feat. Moreover, the King's Key is there. Aren't you worried? Considering you're the one guarding Bilbab? Hearing this, Jer scoffed and retorted, Worried? Why would I be? She swung her sword in an arc, perfectly blocking Tifong's surprise attack. He stumbled back a few steps as she spoke with a sneer. You're the one who should be worried. Jer, the giant king, stood there and confessed. The reason I took on the role of guardian for Bilbab is because he dedicated all his focus to decoding his new power, leaving himself defenseless in the process. But now that the battle has started, it means he has finished it. He finished just in time and successfully evolved. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, Decoding? Evolving? What does that mean? Jer replied nonchalantly, It means he has completely mastered another source of mana that was lying dormant within him. At that moment, Tifong was startled, a sudden ominous feeling rising within him. She continued, Now that he has reached a higher realm, you don't have a single chance of winning. Back to the other side, Ijun approached the hole where Bilbab had been standing, looked down with contempt, and scoffed. Is that really all there is to it? You were too careless. Beneath the thick cloud of dust, there was no movement from Bilbab. Suddenly, Bilbab lunged out of the debris with blinding speed, catching Ijun off guard. He immediately swung his sword, dealing a heavy blow that sent Ijun flying back. Rosalia quickly fired her tentacles to support Ijun. But the Demon King noticed immediately. He rushed forward, severed every tentacle, and landed a devastating kick on her. Rosalia was sent flying back. The force was so immense that her entire body froze up. Tae-hoon immediately dashed forward, cutting through the dust to surprise him. He unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, raining heavy blows upon Bilbab, forcing him to stagger backward. But no matter how many strikes Tae-hoon landed, it wasn't enough to even dent the sturdy armor he was wearing. Bilbab remained unscathed, his attacks feeling no more significant than an ant's bite. Only then did he realize the severity of the situation. When the enemy spoke of being reborn, he wasn't just talking about his appearance. His strength, durability, and speed had all increased dramatically. Bilbab smiled mockingly. Did you think that was all I had? As soon as he finished, A terrifying dark purple mana erupted from Tae-hoon's body, and a bone-chilling pain suddenly struck him, leaving him defenseless. The intense pain forced Tae-hoon to drop to one knee. Some horrific power had infiltrated his body, causing him to cough up blood. At that moment, Bilbab suddenly appeared before him and said coldly, "My power has also become far stronger than it was before. The time to surpass him has finally come. Disappear." As the remnant of the Abyss King, he thrust his hand down, intent on finishing Tae-hoon. Just as he was about to land the killing blow, Tae-hoon vanished into an illusion, leaving only scattered glass shards behind. Bilbab immediately realized he had been tricked, and he turned his head to look back, muttering, "Right, there's also this. The power that only the Queen of Illusion possesses, the art of mind manipulation." Although Rosalia was battered and bruised, she managed to arrive in time to assist Tae-hoon. Looking at the new space around her, Bilbab shouted in anger, "In the end, that won't do anything but buy time. You're bothering me." She replied confidently, "Well, we'll see." He was surprised by her confidence, and listened as she continued, "By the way, I've felt something wrong since I entered your castle. Now that I'm facing you this close, I finally understand. Your abnormal growth is because you have been using the Demon King's magic inside your body, right?" Bilbab didn't deny it, instead laughing with satisfaction. "I didn't expect anyone to know I hold the Demon King's power." He honestly confessed, "You're right. I did obtain the Demon King's power in the past, and thanks to that, I rose in status, but I failed to master its power or understand how to use it correctly. However, in these final territorial wars, I needed a more decisive trump card. So, I mobilized every method possible, and finally found clues to understand this principle in the ancient territory of the Fae, and through it, I have evolved. I am adapting better and better to this new body, and I will only continue to grow stronger. Once that happens, I will be the one to ascend to the throne of the Abyss." Rosalia frowned seriously, calculating in her mind. If Bilbab had truly learned how to use the Demon King's power, the situation would only get worse. "We need to speed up our plan." "Contractor," Tae-hoon suddenly offered, "use my power. If you restructure your body with it, you'll be able to purge the toxins." Kim Tae-hoon didn't refuse, saying, "Even if you hadn't said it, I was already planning to do that." He stared into the void, then asked suspiciously, "Did Rosalia take Bilbab away?" He nodded. "Seems so." Tae-hoon frowned in annoyance and confessed, "Honestly, I think I was the one who let my guard down. I didn't expect Bilbab to reach that level. Could he have been hiding his power all this time?" "Kid, you already have another plan, right?" Kim Tae-hoon stretched his arms, directly denying it. "No, I don't. I didn't expect him to get this strong either," he asked curiously. "So, what are you going to do?" He raised a hand to his chin, contemplating, then replied, "We can create an opening somehow, but we lack a weapon capable of delivering a decisive blow into that opening. Tae-hoon, do you have something with you?" In reality, Tae-hoon frowned and spoke. "It's not that I don't have a weapon capable of delivering the final blow." Tae-hoon stood by and replied, "That's great then. Use it." Hearing that, he snapped back irritably. "You arrogant brat, who do you think you are to order me around? That's not something you can just bring up whenever you please. It's a secret art known only to a few in the vampire clan." He smiled and asked to confirm, "You're talking about the sealing sword, right?" Tae-hoon was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure, and said, "Rosalia must have told you, or you heard it from the voice in your head." Kim Tae-hoon shrugged, nonchalantly, "I don't know what you're talking about, but does it really matter where I heard it from in this situation? How much longer do you plan to hide that incredible power? Didn't you come here to prove you're a true Grand Duke? The chance to defeat Bilbab is in your hands. Ion, show us your resolve." Struck by the truth, he could only look at him with resentment. Inside Rosalia's dimension, tremors broke out, threatening to shatter the entire space. The battle between Bilbab and Rosalia continued. With Bilbab holding the overwhelming advantage, she was knocked backward, and as the pain set in, she grimaced in agony. Bilbab laughed with amusement. "Is that all you've got? Rosalia, even within your own mental space, you're no better than this." With that, he thrust his hand straight through Rosalia's stomach to finish her off. However, in an instant, she transformed into flower petals that drifted away. Bilbab lunged forward again, growling, "In the end, that's just a cheap, petty trick. But how long do you plan on stalling with these little stunts?" Rosalia didn't answer but frowned to herself. How annoying. But he's right. Dealing with an evolved BAP, stalling is the best I can do right now. And now even that is reaching its limit. Bilbab rushed forward, yelling at the top of his lungs, "I'll finish you off before you can pull any more tricks." Driven to a corner, Rosalia whispered to herself, I have no other choice. I must trust the one I formed a contract with. Just then, the dimension shattered, and Rosalia's consciousness was devastated by Bap. He reached out, tore through the space, and stepped outside, his voice booming. We've returned to the outside world. On this side, Tae-hoon had managed to rescue Rosalia, supporting her with one hand while casting a spell with the other. Devour. A giant snake surged forward, snapping its sharp fangs at Bill Bap. He quickly utilized the king's power, blocking the attack while boasting. But against the me of today, even this is useless. Ion quickly joined the fray. He used his mana to unleash a sea of blood, attacking the enemy relentlessly. If that's the case, how about this? Mound summoned a great sword to his hand. With overwhelming aura, he charged and plunged it deep into Bill Bap's body. The sharp blade pierced through his sturdy armor. Taken by surprise, Bill Bap let out a fierce scream of pain. Kim Tae-hoon's plan was a complete success. He smirked with excitement. It worked. Bill Bap felt his power being drained, his voice hissing through gritted teeth. What is this? This isn't just a simple sword attack. Is my power being drained? Ion glared, explaining, that is the sealing sword, a powerful blade with the ability to absorb and seal the power of anyone it strikes. Pressing down on the hilt, he shouted, no one can escape this blade. Go ahead and become my blood sacrifice. A gale began to rise. Tae-hoon shielded himself from the wind, unable to hide a smug smile as he thought, everything is going well. We just need to hold on a little longer like this. Bill Bap was driven into a frenzy, roaring. How arrogant. Who is absorbing whose power? Do you think I'll be defeated by a mere lump of blood like this? I am the one who will surpass the Grand Dukes and become the king of the abyss. With those words, he evolved into a completely new demonic form. A three-headed serpent appeared, letting out a savage roar. Witnessing the scene, Mound stood frozen in shock. What? The evolved Bill Bap lunged, delivering a counterattack that sent him flying backward. Kim Tae-hoon saw this and called out to Ion with concern. He quickly turned around, bracing his hand against the ground to skid to a halt. Bill Bap grabbed the sword embedded in his body and said coldly, your finishing move is still amateurish. He changed his stance, swinging the blade. This is the limit of a fake Grand Duke like you, and this must be your final, desperate struggle. Witness the moment your hope shatters. Having said that, Bap channeled mana into the greatsword, and a blinding red light erupted. Kim Tae-hoon and Rosalia were blinded by the sheer force of it. Ajimun couldn't believe his eyes, his face stiff as stone. Bap had crushed the greatsword with just one hand. He chuckled gleefully, then tilted his head to look at them. You will soon meet the same end as this sword. Tae-hoon immediately channeled mana into his legs, lunging at him with a glowing red mutated arm, but Bap had already anticipated it and blocked him. Even facing his thunderous punch, Bap's expression didn't change, and he calmly said, no need to rush. I'll send you off right after him. Tae-hoon glared at him with pure rage, calculating in his heart, the only way to save the former king is gone now. Now I must focus entirely on taking down Bill Bap. Even if it means I have to use that guy again, I will end Bill Bap right here. Back in reality, Bill Bap launched a counterattack, sending him flying backward. At this moment, Mound tried to struggle to his feet, reaching for the broken pieces of his greatsword. He thought bitterly, a fake Grand Duke even when mocked like that. I can't even argue back. I always talk about a brighter future, yet all my life I've only known how to bow before those stronger than me. And even this title of Grand Duke, the position I craved more than anything, turned out to be nothing more than scraps tossed at me by the King of the Abyss. So what must I do to become a true Grand Duke? He stood up, preparing to rejoin the fight. On this side, the confrontation between Bill Bap and Kim Tae-hoon grew increasingly intense. Bap launched a kick, creating a massive explosion. Luckily, Tae-hoon managed to dodge just in time. Bill Bap grew fiercer with every blow, charging crazily as he shouted, "You're nothing more than a fake king." Tae-hoon, burning with rage, gathered mana in his arm, preparing to strike. "I don't need your approval," he snarled. "I'm fighting to prove who I really am." Ajimun, watching from the sidelines, felt his black eyes flicker with emotion. His words had struck a chord. Ajimun marveled at the boy. Despite his human shell, he was willing to bet his life to challenge a true Grand Duke. If that's the case, then I'll give this battle everything I've got. He gripped his hand with newfound resolve. He began to unleash his blood domain, swirling drops of blood rising to envelope his entire body. Ajimun gripped the hilt of his sword and began to chant. The sealing blade would only grow stronger by absorbing the power of those it struck. But now, there was nothing left for it to consume. Even if this choice pushed him further from the Grand Duke's throne, suddenly, the great sword in his hand began to restore itself. Kim Tae-hoon, currently in the heat of battle, was drawn to the light coming from Ajimun's side. He wondered, what is this aura? Bilbap was stunned, his voice trembling in disbelief. That sword, it should have shattered by now. A glow enveloped Ajimun, restoring his blade and power to their original state. Kim Tae-hoon stood frozen for a few seconds, struggling to process what he was seeing. Ajimun stood amidst the radiance, declaring firmly, I will no longer act the part of a fake. This is the proof of a true Grand Duke, forged by betting everything I have. With those words, he lunged forward, his sword swinging with an entirely different kind of determination. Refusing to let his comrade fight alone, Kim Tae-hoon charged forward to attack the enemy as well. Rosalia, having regained her composure, saw this opportunity to support them. She raised her voice. Contractor, I'll fight alongside you this time. The Ataraxia trio charged in unison, striking at Bilbap with unwavering resolve. Bilbap was paralyzed by Rosalia's power, his voice hissing through gritted teeth. At that very moment, the great sword in Ajimun's hand lunged forward, piercing straight through his body once more. Kim Tae-hoon's devour skill struck simultaneously, delivering a blow to decide the fate of the Demon King, Bilbap. Suddenly, Bilbap lifted his head and let out a deafening roar. The sound was hoarse and fierce, tearing through the quiet air with pure fury. He was incensed, refusing to accept that. This is impossible. I cannot lose to these pathetic fakes. Even after the scream, he continued to complain. I am the one who surpassed all the Grand Dukes. I am the one destined to ascend to the throne as king. Kim Tae-hoon reached out to steady him. Know your place. Your curtain falls here. Ajimun slowly reached out and gripped the sword hilt, his fingers tightening decisively. A flash of light, too fast for the human eye to follow, tore through the air and pierced straight through Bilbap. The next second, a surge of crimson energy erupted from the wound, spiraling into the sky like a massive pillar of blood. Bilbap remained standing, but his wings were shredded, his clothes were torn, his body covered in dust and debris. He collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Ajimun stood silently amidst the whirlwind of red light, his hands white-knuckled on the hilt of the great sword plunged into the earth, his red hair flowing in the wind. His cold gaze and stoic posture radiated an intense pressure. He had just finished a heaven-shaking blow. Kim Tae-hoon stood behind him, surprised. I thought all hope was lost. I didn't expect you to forge a new sword right on the spot. If you could do that, you should have told me beforehand. Ajimun looked up, his eyes devoid of arrogance or certainty, replaced by a vacant, bewildered look. How could I have told you? Even I didn't know if I could pull it off. It was a gamble where I staked everything I had. Kim Tae-hoon smiled to the side. But you succeeded brilliantly. Silence returned. The three of them stood facing each other like statues in the stillness. Rosalia's eyes widened, her pupils contracting at the sight before her. Just then, a brilliant radiance burst forth from the side, spreading in waves faint at first, then quickly blinding, casting shimmering light across her face. Ajimun gritted his teeth. What is this? Kim Tae-hoon frowned, his eyes showing clear confusion as he stared at the scene. But after a few seconds, he seemed to realize something. His lips curled into a gentle smile. In the dazzling light, a girl lay gracefully. The Elf King, the former Grand Duke, the Elf Queen. The scene shifted. The ground was covered in deep, jagged cracks, as if hit by a terrible force. Typhon lowered his center of gravity and suddenly lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. Threads of magic wove through the air, creating a heavy pressure that made everything tremble. From the center of the power, rings of light appeared, layer upon layer. The feeling was palpable. His shoulders were solid, his arms tense with power, each movement exuding strength and agility. Opposite him, Jer was staggering. She instinctively clutched her head, her 5 fingers digging into her hair as if trying to tear away the pain surging through her brain. She muttered, Ugh, what the hell am I even doing here? Typhon laughed triumphantly. Jer's brainwashing has been broken. Seizing the moment, he quickly ran off. Even after Bilbap grew stronger, I never doubted you for a second, my lord. Before him was the image of something glowing intensely, as if awakened from a long sleep. Typhon was curious. What's happening? Rosalia, calm as ever, replied, It seems there's still one debt that needs to be settled. Ajimun remained composed. So this was your plan from the start. You intended to use the sealing sword to draw the Elf King, who was sleeping inside Bilbap, back out. A clever move, kid, Kim Tae-hoon shrugged. I didn't lie to you. In exchange for leaving everything related to Bilbap to you, I did say I would take what I needed from him, right? Ajimun frowned in anger. The terms of this deal are completely unfair. Kim Tae-hoon challenged him. So, you want to flip the table now? We both got what we wanted. So now we're enemies again? Is that what you mean? Ajimun gripped his sword handle. We are enemies. However, he remained calm. I am a Grand Duke, and a deal is a deal. Kim Tae-hoon was silenced as he heard him say, I will only take what was promised. I will overlook the matter of the Elf King, even if you become stronger, thanks to his help. Ajimun's gaze was firm. When the time comes, I will simply face you on the battlefield once again. He turned slowly, his footsteps echoing steadily through the quiet space, neither fast nor hesitant. The hem of his robe swayed gently with every step, his straight back gradually receding into the distance. Yet he still carried an indescribable air of composure. Rosalia looked on, bewildered. I really thought he would lose his mind over being deceived. Did that dragon fiend actually learn something from this battle? Kim Tae-hoon smiled with satisfaction. Anyway, it's time to celebrate. He remained calm, satisfied with the results he had just achieved. We succeeded in destroying Bilbap and rescuing the Fairy King. The scene shifted to the battlefield, which was submerged in a scene of total chaos as both sides clashed with relentless intensity. Rapid-fire attacks collided repeatedly, creating deafening explosions that echoed throughout the space. Air ran over in a panic, calling out to her brother. In the crimson sky, groups of winged beings were rapidly moving in one direction, causing him to frown. The enemy is retreating. Eros was overjoyed, her hands clenched tight as if she had already predicted it. Just as I thought, that wave of mana from earlier was caused by the destruction of Bilbap. Let's cheer. All those fighting joined in unison. The victory in this battle belongs to us. The moment victory was confirmed, the tense atmosphere immediately vanished from everyone's faces. Fatigue slowly gave way to an outburst of joy. A radiant smile bloomed on everyone's lips, her eyes sparkling with joy and pride. Urbas also couldn't help but smile. The magnificent castle with its soaring, towering spires stood out against the sky, dyed in hues of pink and purple at sunset, creating a scene that was both majestic and filled with an ancient, mystical aura. Inside, everyone was gathered, gazing at the elven from back then. Urbas was astonished. So, this is the Fairy King we have only heard stories about? She is even smaller than I imagined. I never expected such a tiny body to possess the power to heal Father and the Divine Tree. He wondered. But why hasn't she woken up yet? Tifong questioned. Could something have gone wrong in the process of extracting her from Bilbap? Rosalia worried. She has been inside Bilbap's belly for an eternity. She will need a lot of spiritual energy to wake up. Elvin lay silently in the still space, her face calm as if she were lost in a deep sleep. Around her, mana gently radiated, forming soft, floating bands of light like thin mist, embracing her body. Rosalia noted, perhaps we need a little intervention to wake her up. Elvin slowly opened her eyes, leaving Tifong stunned. Kim Tae-hoon hurried over. Dear Fairy King, this is our first time meeting. My name is Kim Tae-hoon. He introduced himself. The ruler of the heavens is perhaps the last person you remember, but I am the heir of the Abyss King, the one destined to become the next king. Elvin lifted herself up to sit. She looked at her hands in confusion. Is it true? Has the great fairy race truly returned to the outside world? Elvin threw her head back and laughed loudly, her laughter resounding and shattering the quiet atmosphere. Her lips curling high, her eyes squinting with delight, her shoulders shaking with every endless peal of laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm alive again. Enduring the belly of that filthy, foul-smelling monster was truly worth it. Kim Tae-hoon was startled. Fairy King. Elvin raised a hand to cut him off. You don't need to say anything more, because I already know who you are. Elvin reminded him. I wasn't unconscious. I observed everything from inside Bilbap. Elvin stood up, laughing both heartily and wildly, as if no rules or opponents in this world were worth worrying about. I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? This great fairy is none other than Elvin, the Fairy King, the most noble existence in the entire abyss. Kim Tae-hoon replied nonchalantly, if you already know everything, then this will be quick. Elvin, I need your help, he explained. I want you to use your Omer, power to make the divine tree fragment we possess, bloom and reach the heavens. He was still sitting on the ground, and by the way, I want you to restore Tifong to his original state. Elvin shouted. Is that why you saved me? Elvin leaned close to Kim Tae-hoon's face to question him. You saved my life in exchange for using the vast mana of this great fairy king? He stood there stunned. Now that I think about it, I never asked what kind of person the Fairy King was. She seems harder to deal with than I thought. Do you mean saving your life isn't enough? Elvin closed her eyes for a moment and waved her hand. No, that is more than enough. Repaying one's savior is only natural. Elvin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her throat moving for a moment. All troubles seemed to melt away. But before that, shouldn't we have a feast to celebrate the safe return of the Fairy King? Elvin exclaimed enthusiastically. Let's make it spectacular. Prepare every delicacy in the world, and host it in a garden overflowing with flowers and greenery. Ha ha ha. Tifong was surprised. So, this is what Elvin's personality is like? Rosalia was thoughtful. She reminds me of someone. Elvin's eyes curved into two crescents, almost completely shut due to her radiant smile. Kim Tae-hoon's lips still curled slightly, wearing a satisfied and peaceful smile, as if everything was unfolding exactly according to his wishes. Yeah,